In a quaint fishing village, Cao Dapeng discovered that each fish bore distinct symbols. Successfully capturing these fish would yield various rewards. Chapter 1. The money is blinding. Whose zipper is undone, releasing such a vile creature into our midst? 2 days ago, they stole a chicken from my yard, and now they have the audacity to pilfer peanuts from me. What do I owe you? If you desire to eat, have the capability to raise and cultivate your own. Clinging to others like a parasite, encountering such a misfortune is truly a stroke of extreme bad luck. On a late summer afternoon in the southeastern coastal village of Hongshu, the air was thick with the salty breeze mingling with Aunt Zhao's furious tirade. Cao Dapeng, sprawled over the table, slightly raised his brow before impatiently opening his eyes and shouted outside, "Some people truly lack manners. Making a racket at midday, like cicadas in heat, is there no consideration for others' sleep?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao, seated across from him, groggily lifted his head. Habitually tossing the last few fried peanuts into his mouth, he took a swig of beer and, while chewing, remarked with a lopsided grin, "Is it just a few peanuts? Brother Dapeng eating your peanuts is a sign of respect. Why the fuss?" Little did he know, this comment startled the freshly awakened Cao Dapeng. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he finally recognized Huang Mao. "Brother, it's me, a Fu." Huang Mao was equally taken aback, shaking the beer bottle in front of Cao Dapeng uncertainly and asking, "Brother Dapeng, are you still drunk? Should I pour you another drink to wake you up?" Goodness, Brother Dapeng had a drink and now could not even recognize his loyal subordinate. A Fu, whose full name was Huang Youfu, was 19 and unmarried. As he gazed at Huang Mao, a torrent of detailed information instinctively surged in Cao Dapeng's mind. He looked around, observing a disarray of fishing nets, buckets, and makeshift fishing rods sprawled in the corners of the stone-walled courtyard. Behind him stood a row of unfinished, bare concrete houses, epitomizing abject poverty. This was far from the 996 welfare he had anticipated. The school district apartment he had purchased with a loan exceeding $1 million. It was clearly a remote fishing village. At that moment, a cacophony of disparate thoughts collided violently in his mind, nearly causing his head to explode. "So, I have traversed through time?" Cao Dapeng, in pain, clasped his head with both hands. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to digest the information swirling in his mind. He had been an ordinary person from the inland province of Shaanxi, who through sheer determination had managed to purchase a school district apartment in the city center. However, the burdens of the 996 work culture proved too heavy shortly after acquiring the apartment. He was diagnosed with liver cancer. His girlfriend of 3 years, being understanding, could not bear to see him under immense pressure and swiftly married the son of a coal magnate. The life of his predecessor was no better 3 years prior. His parents had perished in a fishing accident at sea, plunging the family into dire straits and leaving them with debts amounting to hundreds of thousands at this juncture. The fiancée who had once been betrothed to him wed the son of the village chief from the neighboring hamlet. Suffering immense emotional and physical turmoil, the protagonist chose to abandon all hope, spending his days with a ruffian companion, engaging in petty theft around the village, transforming into a loathsome scoundrel despised by all. Over the years, had it not been for his elder brother, Cao Dapeng, silently cleaning up his mess, he might have found himself in dire straits over something as trivial as a handful of peanuts. "In my previous life, I longed to see the sea, and now it seems my wish has come true. Yet, under these circumstances, it feels rather disheartening," Cao Dapeng mused, surveying his surroundings with a wry smile tugging at his lips. In his last life, he had accrued a staggering debt of $1 million. Who could have foreseen that in this new existence, his family remained mired in financial woes? Why must his fate be so cruel? The sole solace he found was that this body was relatively healthy, and the village lay beside the sea, sparing him the relentless toil he had endured in his past life. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly pierced the air outside the courtyard. "Aunt Zhao." Dapeng merely succumbed to temptation. "How about this? When the sweet potatoes are ripe in a few days, I'll dig some for you, and we'll consider this incident forgotten, shall we?" Once again, it was his elder brother, Cao Dapeng, intervening on his behalf. The plump woman standing nearby, however, offered no kindness, directing her ire at Cao Dapeng. "Dapeng, I'm not angry, but can you listen to your brother? At 48, I don't appreciate being called spring by him. Isn't that infuriating?" Cao Dapeng's lips twitched, yet he maintained a placating smile. "Aunt Zhao, as luck would have it, I just dug up 2 fresh oysters. You could take them home for my uncle to try." Aunt Zhao's expression softened slightly as she snatched the oysters from Cao Dahai's hands. All right, Dahai, I'll let this slide out of respect for you. But should this happen again, don't expect my leniency. With that, she ambled back toward her own home, mulling over whether her husband would be invigorated by the oysters. The couple had not been intimate for over a month. If they didn't tend to their needs, their relationship would surely wither. Watching Aunt Zhao depart, Cao Dahai finally sighed in relief. His brother, Cao Dapeng's troubles seemed resolved, though it was a pity to squander the 2 oysters he had painstakingly collected from shore, which he had hoped to enjoy for lunch. Dapeng, just as Cao Dahai lamented his lost oysters, he sensed someone standing beside him. Turning, he discovered that his brother, Cao Dapeng, had somehow appeared before him. Yet, at that moment, Cao Dapeng was not gazing at him, but rather fixated on something several hundred meters away. Beneath the vast, azure sky, where clouds floated like cotton, a few white seagulls soared freely. Below them stretched an endless expanse of undulating waves, the ocean in all its grandeur. In his previous life, Cao Dapeng had yearned to witness the sea, yet due to the demands of work, he had never fulfilled that desire. Little did he expect that upon stepping outside in this life, he would be greeted by such a breathtaking vista. However, what truly astonished Cao Dapeng was that, despite the considerable distance, he could not only discern the delicate feathers of every seagull soaring in the sky, but he could also vividly perceive every cresting wave and each fish swimming in the ocean below. As if that were not enough, Cao Dapeng further discovered that those vividly colored fish were adorned with floating golden symbols of the Chinese yuan. The shimmering gold seemed to resonate with the sound of coins clinking. Wealth was pouring in from all directions, wishing prosperity to everyone. How is it that money is infiltrating my vision? Am I truly losing my mind over riches? Cao Dapeng muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes. When he turned his gaze back towards the ocean, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Indeed, every fish bore the floating golden symbols. Could it be that this is the golden finger of fortune for me? Cao Dapeng? The thrill coursed through him, igniting an exhilarating excitement. Chapter 2. The Discovery of the Grouper Ah Fu. Put on your boots and grab a bucket. Follow me. Cao Dapeng shouted to Ah Fu, who was lagging behind, before returning to the courtyard to change into his beachcombing gear. Although he was uncertain about the significance of the marked fish, Cao Dapeng firmly believed that this was his golden opportunity for a second chance at life. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to explore the depths. If this opportunity proved reliable, not only could he resolve his substantial debts, but he could also build a home and marry without a hitch. All right, Brother Dapeng. Ah Fu scratched his tousled hair, still somewhat dazed. However, since Cao Dapeng was his leader, he had no reason to disobey. For those living by the sea, beachcombing was a delightful pastime. After all, idleness was tedious. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, the perfect time to search the shore as the tide receded. Following his leader seemed more appealing than sitting idly, and who knew, they might even find a couple of fish to add to the evening meal. Before long, the brothers had donned their gear. Each was dressed in waterproof attire and carried a plastic bucket filled with a beach shovel and a long-handled grabber. Essential tools for any household in Red Tree Village. Dapeng, I've already checked that area. There is hardly anything there. As he watched his brother and Ah Fu head toward the shore, Cao Dahai called out. But Dapeng and Ah Fu merely waved their hands dismissively and continued on their way. Oh well, if they managed to catch something, it'll save us from scrounging from others. Realizing this, Cao Dahai shook his head in resignation and turned back toward his own courtyard. After half an hour of beachcombing, his wife and daughter were still waiting for him at home to eat. Dahai asked back, how did the beachcombing go? Did you find anything? As he stepped into the courtyard, a womaness had poked out from the kitchen. His wife, Su Ling, gazed at Cao Dahai with curiosity. Upon meeting her inquisitive gaze, Cao Dahai instinctively flinched, then pretended to be forlorn. Sigh, today was my lucky day. Came back empty-handed again. Su Ling blinked playfully, a smirk gracing her lips. Really? I just heard someone mention sending out 2 oysters. Cao Dahai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he looked at Su Ling, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Su Ling shot him a disapproving glare. Wash up and let us eat. Ran is starving. Having grown accustomed to her husband's tendency to support his younger brother, she could only sigh. After a brief pause, she finally spoke her mind. Dapeng is your biological brother. I have no issue with you helping him. However, we still have over 200,000 in debts. And Ran will soon be in the 3rd grade. Our expenses are only going to increase. Dahai, I hope you can consider our family. Cao Dahai nodded earnestly. I understand. It's just that I'm worried about Aunt Zhao spreading rumors again. Aling, I believe my brother will find his way. He has already gone to beachcomb. Su Ling rolled her eyes. Beachcombing is merely a gamble. How many treasures can one truly expect to find? Can one rely on it to support a family? Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng offered a sheepish smile and silently went to wash his hands. He held a deep sense of gratitude for his wife. When his parents had passed away, leaving behind a mountain of debt, Su Ling not only chose not to divorce him but had also supported him tirelessly over the years. Each time he reflected on these matters, a wave of shame washed over him regarding Su Ling. Consequently, he made it a point to handle any chores he could without needing her reminders, ensuring everything was in order ahead of time. Su Ling was correct. Their daughter, Ran, was growing day by day, and the family's expenses were steadily increasing, leaving him less and less to provide for his younger brother. Dapeng, when will you rise to the occasion? Cao Dapeng sighed internally. Torn between his wife and children and his own brother, he found himself in a quandary. Daddy, it's time for dinner. In his moment of contemplation, his daughter Ran had already brought a bowl of rice to him, beaming with delight. Very well, Ran. Make sure to eat plenty. The burdensome feelings that had clouded Cao Dapeng's heart were instantly lifted by his daughter's radiant smile. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by Afu, strode purposefully onto the beach. As they approached, Cao Dapeng noticed not only numerous golden symbols shimmering in the distant ocean, but also scattered fragments upon the very shoreline beneath their feet. However, as soon as they arrived, they attracted curious glances from the surrounding villagers. Oh, it seems the sun has risen in the west today. The laziest man in Hongshu village has come to join us in the hunt for sea treasures. The villagers chuckled, everyone. Keep a close eye on your buckets to avoid having them snatched away. Over the past 3 years, Cao Dapeng and Afu had become quite infamous in Hongshu village, leading the villagers to associate them with misfortune. Yet, Cao Dapeng paid little heed to their remarks and stares. The sins of his past were not his concern. All he wanted now was to swiftly uncover the mystery behind these symbols. Afu, you head over there while I stay here, Cao Dapeng instructed. All right, brother. Instantly invigorated, Afu clutched a plastic bucket in one hand and a sea-catching tool in the other, eagerly scouring the area. Watching Afu wander off, Cao Dapeng took hold of his tool and shifted a small stone by his feet, revealing a small, oval-shaped purple crab that scuttled sideways, brandishing its pincers. Drawing from his memories, Cao Dapeng recognized it as a horseshoe crab. For the readers, the shape of its carapace resembles a weaving shuttle, characterized by 3 conspicuous wart-like protrusions, thus earning it the nickname 3-wart horseshoe crab. The fishing season for horseshoe crab spans both spring and autumn, characterized by a lengthy harvest period and high yield, with a generous amount of meat inside. Generally, brown crabs are male, while purple crabs are female. The males are prized for their roe, while the females are sought after for their rich yellow meat, making them highly popular in the market at approximately 60 yuan per pound. A spark of excitement lit up Cao Dapeng's eyes as he wielded his tool with lightning speed, swiftly capturing the small crab and tossing it into his bucket. Horseshoe crab, welcome to the bucket. As Cao Dapeng skillfully maneuvered his shellfish grabber to touch the golden luminous symbol, a sound reminiscent of falling coins echoed in his mind. Almost simultaneously, his mobile phone vibrated in his pocket, a notification of a 20 yuan deposit. Upon glancing at the message on his screen, a spark of excitement illuminated Cao Dapeng's eyes. Astonishingly, the luminous symbol on the crab could indeed be converted into cash. Although it was merely 20 yuan, it held profound significance for him. Renewed with vigor, he grasped his shellfish grabber and, guided by the symbols, continued his search. The previously elusive swimming crabs, concealed among the rocks, now appeared to him as if divested of their garments, beckoning him with their alluring forms, as if to proclaim, "Come, indulge in the delight." The allure was irresistible, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How splendid! I must seize you." Just as he grasped a hefty crab weighing a pound, he noticed several more emerging nearby. No need to panic. We'll gather the entire family neatly. No one is escaping. A grin spread across Cao Dapeng's face as he collected them all. With each crab he secured in his bucket, the balance in his bank account swelled at an astonishing rate, 30 yuan, then 100 yuan, as the crabs filled his container one after another. The thrill of the hunt invigorated him. Just then, while he was engrossed in collecting crabs, a fleeting shadow darted through the shallow water. Cao Dapeng's heart raced at the sight. It was a blue-spotted grouper. His breath quickened as he fixated on the fish that had unexpectedly surfaced. Chapter 3. Capturing the octopus and the fortuitous catch of the green grouper. The green grouper, a splendid variety of the sea bass, predominantly inhabits the southeastern coastal regions. Juvenile fish feast upon plankton, while mature specimens indulge in a diet of fish, shrimp, and crabs, renowned for their exquisite flavor. This fish is celebrated not only for its culinary delight but also for its health benefits, which include stimulating appetite, enhancing cognitive function, and promoting beauty. thus categorizing it as one of the more esteemed marine delicacies. These fish are quite substantial, weighing anywhere from 4 to 5 pounds, with the heftiest specimens reaching around 20 pounds, commanding market prices exceeding 70 yuan per pound. Despite such a price tag, they remain highly sought after by many. Cao Dapeng could scarcely believe his fortune when he unexpectedly encountered such a prized fish while foraging along the shore. The green grouper before him weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. As he watched the grouper thrash its tail, attempting to escape, he cast aside his astonishment, hastily setting down his foraging tongs. Grabbing a net from his water bucket, he recalled the technique from memory, positioning the net in the direction of the fish's movement. As the grouper drew nearer, he swiftly scooped it up, successfully capturing the 4 or 5 pound fish into his bucket. With a notification ping, 350 yuan appeared in his bank account. A surge of excitement coursed through Cao Dapeng as he realized that this single grouper was worth far more than the numerous crabs he had collected earlier. Suddenly, with a splash and a flurry, the wild grouper, fearing its impending fate, began thrashing wildly within the confines of the bucket. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of several nearby villagers. Upon witnessing the lively grouper within Cao Dapeng's bucket, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Cao Dapeng, your luck is extraordinary. You've caught a massive grouper," one exclaimed. "That fish must weigh at least 4 pounds. I've been here for over an hour without a single catch. And you've only been at it for a mere 10 minutes. The villagers were understandably astounded. In recent years, due to overfishing, marine resources had dwindled significantly, and the number of individuals venturing to forage along the shores had increased. Thus, the prospect of landing a substantial catch in this area was indeed a formidable challenge. Cao Dapeng, once the sole university student in the village, had transformed dramatically after a family upheaval 3 years prior, becoming disengaged and resorting to petty theft. In the eyes of many, he was no different from a wastrel. They perceived his visit to the shore as merely a frivolous endeavor. Little did they expect him to strike such a remarkable fortune. Was it possible that beginner's luck had smiled upon him? Such extraordinary luck seemed improbable. Not far off, a middle-aged woman donning a sun hat observed Cao Dapeng's lively grouper with a gaze full of envy. This woman was none other than Ho Guilan, the mother of Lin Meiqi, who had almost become Cao Dapeng's mother-in-law 3 years ago. Initially, Ho Guilan had been quite pleased with the prospect of the marriage, as Cao Dapeng was the only university graduate in the village. However, upon learning of the debts that plagued Cao's family, she promptly encouraged her daughter Lin Meiqi to sever ties with him and instead marry the son of the village chief from the neighboring village. Although this matter bears no relation to Cao Dapeng at present, the words struck him as harsh. Aunt Ho, I see you arrived quite early. What treasures have you gathered?" Cao Dapeng remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Ho Guilan. "You." At his words, Ho Guilan was momentarily at a loss for words. In order to catch the tide today, she had meticulously timed her arrival, yet after nearly 2 hours of effort, she had not captured even a single grouper, let alone a few small shrimp or crabs. In stark contrast, Cao Dapeng's bucket held not only a sizable grouper, but also a generous haul of substantial-sized swimming crabs, indicative of a bountiful catch. "What's so impressive? I'll surely catch plenty tomorrow," Ho Guilan huffed, disregarding the curious gazes of the surrounding villagers. She swiftly walked towards her home, her bucket feeling disappointingly light. Any delay would be a source of embarrassment. "Wow, boss, you're incredible." At that moment, Afu, drawn by the commotion, approached with his own bucket in hand. Upon seeing the grouper and swimming crabs in Cao Dapeng's bucket, he could not help but express admiration. Giving a thumbs up, both he and Cao Dapeng had set out for the sea at the same time. Yet while he had only managed to catch a single undersized crab, he had ultimately released it back into the water, resigned to his misfortune. Little did he expect Cao Dapeng's luck to be so abundant today. What a trivial matter. Within half an hour, Cao Dapeng had amassed such a catch. And the key was that over 600 yuan had suddenly appeared in his bank account, filling him with joy and a sense of pride. "Afu, stop searching aimlessly. Follow my lead. Just go where I direct you." Now that he understood the advantage of his newfound ability, Cao Dapeng had no intention of dismissing Afu. Strength lies in numbers, after all. There were still plenty of fish to be found on the beach, gifts bestowed by heaven that were too good to pass up. "Come this way." Cao Dapeng guided Afu, directing him to the spots where fish were likely to be found, and before long, through their harmonious collaboration, they managed to catch numerous crabs, much to Afu's delight. He had never before captured such an impressive quantity of seafood. Cao Dapeng also discovered that every time he touched the luminous symbols floating above the fish, corresponding values were credited to his bank account. In a mere half hour, the total had astonishingly exceeded 1,000 yuan. As they continued their search, they found that due to the lateness of their arrival, there were few prominent catches remaining. What is this? Just as Cao Dapeng contemplated heading home, he suddenly noticed a small octopus suspended in a corner of the rocks ahead. However, the octopus was not the focal point. Rather, it was the unique luminous symbol hovering above it that captured his attention. A sword? What could this signify? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the sword symbol floating above the octopus. In the blink of an eye, he deftly maneuvered his coastal clamping tool, successfully ensnaring the octopus with precision. Simultaneously, Cao Dapeng keenly observed the golden glow swiftly embedding itself upon the clamping tool in his grasp, transforming the once unremarkable implement as the word fortune elegantly adorned its elongated arm. A fortunate coastal clamping tool? Could it possibly enhance my luck? Witnessing this spectacle, Cao Dapeng was instantly invigorated. It seems this luminous charm not only promises monetary rewards, but also elevates my coastal foraging gear. Chapter 4. Earning 2,000 yuan in a day, the first day of turning over a new leaf. Brother, look. So many crabs. Just as Cao Dapeng was contemplating the new lucky beach claw, he heard the excited shout from Afu. Following the sound, Cao Dapeng turned to see the once tranquil sea suddenly churned by waves, crashing one after another. As if that were not enough, with each retreat of the waves, a multitude of crabs of various shapes emerged from beneath the nearby rocks. Three-eyed crabs, bread crabs, and even several green crabs caught Cao Dapeng's eye. Could it be that the effects of the lucky beach claw were manifesting, causing the fish catch to present itself willingly? Don't just stand there. Hurry and collect them. Without further contemplation, Cao Dapeng shouted to Afu, seizing the evolved lucky beach claw to commence his crab-gathering endeavor. Curiously, while he had swiftly gathered the needle crabs moments before, there had been some mishaps. However, ever since he began using the lucky beach claw, every crab within the water was captured with precision. In no time, his bucket brimmed with a variety of crabs. Afu, on the other hand, was somewhat flustered. The crabs that had just reached the shore were disoriented and scuttling about chaotically. In his haste to capture one, he lost sight of another, helplessly watching many crabs escape. Noticing this, Cao Dapeng approached with his lucky beach claw, and soon all the crabs that had fled only a meter away fell into his bucket. Well, since it was a gift from heaven, Cao Dapeng felt obliged to accept it all. Brother, we are going to make a fortune. Adding both buckets together, there must be at least 20 pounds. Gazing at the buckets filled to the brim with sea crabs, Afu was so elated that he hardly noticed his disheveled hair blown by the sea breeze. In all his years of beach gathering, he had never experienced such a bountiful harvest. All right, it's time to wrap up. Satisfied with the day's catch, Cao Dapeng nodded, and the two brothers made their way towards the nearby seafood market. Situated close to the ocean, the area attracted many who sought to gather seafood. Hence there were numerous vendors ready to purchase their catch. As Cao Dapeng and Afu departed, the villagers who had been watching from a distance quickly returned to their original spots. Unfortunately, after searching high and low multiple times, they found not even a single crab leg. Disappointment washed over them as they shook their heads in disbelief. Why was it that the lazy Cao Dapeng profited immensely while they ended up empty-handed? How perplexing. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng paid no heed to the envious villagers and soon placed his 2 large buckets of seafood before a fishmonger. Boss, what do you think of this catch? Cao Dapeng pointed to the contents of his buckets, inquiring with the vendor. What else could it be? The same price as yesterday. The fishmonger, idly puffing on a cigarette, had been in Hongshu village for 2 months. Although the variety of seafood was abundant, the quality was mediocre, so he showed little interest upon hearing Cao Dapeng's words. As his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Cao Dapeng's bucket, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, he had actually caught a grouper. The quality of these crabs is impressive as well. The fishmonger cast a look of astonishment at Cao Dapeng, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The bucket contained not only a plethora of groupers that had not been seen for days, but also hefty specimens of mud crabs and flower crabs, all of exquisite quality. It is well known that in the realm of seafood, the larger the weight, the greater the value. Today, he had primarily collected small fish and shrimp, harboring little hope for a bountiful catch, yet here he was, unexpectedly presented with a trove of high-quality seafood. The pricing was as follows: 70 yuan per pound for the grouper, 100 for the blue crab, 65 for the mud crab, and I can offer you 40 for the flower crab. I will take all of it, young man. What do you think? The fishmonger took a deep breath and quoted his price to Cao Dapeng. Had it been anyone else, he might have negotiated down the price significantly. However, the quality of this catch was too exceptional to permit any discounts. Moreover, the 2 young men before him were robust and imposing, clearly not to be trifled with, leaving him reluctant to haggle. Furthermore, in business, there is a reciprocal nature. Making friends on the first transaction might lead to future supplies of such high-quality goods. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Cao Dapeng found the offered price to be quite similar to what he would receive in his bank account. Thus he refrained from negotiating. Nevertheless, he took 2 plastic bags from the vendor's stall and filled them with the mud crabs, handing one bag to Afu. Afu, take this home and show your mother some filial piety. Afu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, Brother, you're making it sound too serious. I'm just here for fun. I don't want the crabs. If you insist, then you keep them. I wouldn't dare to let you suffer a loss. Cao Dapeng shot Afu a look and, without further ado, placed a bag of mud crabs into Afu's bucket. Afu's father had passed away at his birth, and for many years, it was his mother who raised him. Due to their impoverished circumstances, he had to drop out of school halfway through junior high. Growing up, he often found himself embroiled in skirmishes with the many single men loitering around his home, and over the years, he had earned a reputation as the village tough who was not to be trifled with. However, during the time when Cao Dapeng's parents were still around, they had provided considerable support to Afu and his mother. Thus, in the entirety of Hongshu village, Afu feared no one, save for the brothers of the Cao family, whom he respected deeply. Little brother, the total comes to 1958. Let me round it up to 2000. Shortly thereafter, the vendor weighed their catch one by one and, adhering to the previously agreed price, transferred 2,000 yuan directly to Cao Dapeng's WeChat account. Little brother, in the future, if you have such goods, just message me directly. I am at your service. The fishmonger seized the opportunity to add Cao Dapeng on WeChat, his demeanor exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Deal. Cao Dapeng nodded in affirmation, and after confirming the receipt, he promptly transferred 500 yuan to Afu. As for the remaining 1,500 yuan, he allocated the entirety to his elder brother, Cao Dahai. Afu was his sole companion in this world, and having earned such a considerable sum today from their seaside venture, it was only fitting to share a portion with his good friend. A strong man requires 3 allies. To thrive and flourish in the future, solitary endeavors would not suffice. However, given the outstanding debts at home, he could only afford to give Afu this much for now. Brother, what is this all about? Afu exclaimed, bemused by the unexpected transfer notification on WeChat. I haven't done much today. I merely followed you and picked up a few things. The crabs you've already given me are more than enough. Why are you sending me money? This amount is nothing, Cao Dapeng replied, playfully draping his arm over Afu's shoulder. From now on, whatever I have to eat, you shall have to drink. You're not a child anymore. You can't continue living aimlessly like this. Let us venture out to the sea again tonight. If we have a good haul, we'll make this a regular endeavor, so the villagers can see that we are not mere idlers. All right, I'll join you tonight. Afu responded, touched by Dapeng's generosity. Dapeng truly cared for him, always considering his well-being. His mother had been right. Dapeng was indeed a capable individual, albeit one who had faced setbacks and struggled to regain his footing. Observing Dapeng's current vigor, it was evident that he had rallied himself. From now on, Afu decided he would stick by Dapeng's side. Meanwhile, having just finished his meal and preparing for an afternoon rest with his wife, Cao Dahai's phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat notification indicated a deposit of 1,500 yuan. Cao Dahai. Suling. Chapter 5, Brother, I will support the family in the future. The Cao family was once considered a prosperous household in the entire Hongshu village. They owned a 6 to 7 mu fish enclosure, and Cao Dahai and Cao Dapeng's parents would occasionally venture out to sea for fishing. 3 years ago, the parents borrowed money to purchase a larger fishing boat, hoping to make a fortune, build a good house for Cao Dapeng, and save some dowry. However, their plans were thwarted when they encountered a maritime disaster just a month into their voyage. Not only did they fail to earn a single penny, but the boat they had borrowed money to buy also sank into the depths of the ocean. Upon hearing the news, a host of creditors came knocking, demanding that the 2 brothers repay their parents' debts. In desperation, Cao Dahai had no choice but to sell the family's fish pond. Yet even after that, there remained over 300,000 in debts. With their parents gone and their younger brother in disarray, all the pressure fell upon Cao Dahai and Su Ling. Over the past 3 years, the couple worked tirelessly at the local seafood processing plant, taking on any laborious jobs available in the vicinity. Nevertheless, they still found themselves burdened with debts amounting to around 200,000. Aside from the meager earnings from their labor, the couple had no other sources of income. Thus, it came as a shock when they noticed an unexpected transfer of 1,500 yuan in their account. Dahai, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? Su Ling furrowed her brows, casting a suspicious glance at her husband. How could I dare? I'm busy as a dog every day. When would I have time for anything else? Cao Dahai scratched his head, baffled by the sudden occurrence. He hastily picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and was taken aback to discover that the transfer was from his younger brother, Cao Dapeng. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly stunned. Throughout their lives, it had always been he who sent money to Cao Dapeng, never the other way around, especially not in such a substantial amount. This was truly unprecedented. Cao Dapeng thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes, looking again. No doubt about it, it was indeed his brother Cao Dapeng. Who on earth could it be? Upon witnessing her husband's astonished expression, Su Ling's curiosity was piqued. She swiftly turned over, snatched Cao Dapeng's phone, and exclaimed, "What? Dapeng? Where did he get so much money?" Seeing that the transfer was from her younger brother-in-law, Su Ling was equally taken aback. Ever since he had suffered a heartbreak 3 years ago, he had become a notorious misfit in the village, with no job to speak of. How could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Knock, knock, knock. Just as the couple exchanged bewildered glances, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door, accompanied by Cao Dapeng's voice. "Brother, sister-in-law, open the door. Look what I've brought you." Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, both perplexed, stepped out of the bedroom and opened the courtyard door, their expressions frozen in surprise. There stood Cao Dapeng, one hand carrying a bucket and the other a bag of swimming crabs. "Brother, sister-in-law, I just caught some swimming crabs while foraging at the beach. You can prepare them for Ran tonight." Cao Dapeng beamed as he handed the bag of crabs to his elder brother, Cao Dapeng. Eldest brothers are akin to fathers, while elder sisters-in-law resemble mothers. Over the past 3 years, had it not been for the care of my brother and sister-in-law, I shudder to think how my previous self would have fared. Goodness, so much. Upon gazing at the bag of blue crabs, Cao Dapeng was taken aback. This bag must weigh at least 3 kilograms. When he recalled that his younger brother had just transferred him 1,500. A bold idea suddenly sparked within Cao Dapeng's mind. Not only was he earning money for himself, but he was also delivering blue crabs. Surely Dapeng couldn't he have taken to a life of robbery, could he? After all, petty theft might lead to a mere 2 or 3 years of imprisonment, but robbery carried a far graver consequence, with sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. "Dapeng, I appreciate your intentions." With this thought, Cao Dapeng hastily returned the bag of blue crabs to his brother, speaking earnestly, "But we cannot engage in illegal activities. This bag of crabs must return to its origin, and I shall return the money to you. You must repay it immediately. This sum is not trivial. Should anyone press charges, it could ruin your life." Standing nearby, Su Ling swiftly grasped her husband's meaning and urged, "Dapeng, your brother speaks the truth. Money can always be earned anew, and if we crave blue crabs, we can venture to the sea ourselves. If we fail to catch any, we can simply purchase them. Robbery is not an option. We cannot afford to end up in prison." It is no wonder the couple misinterpreted the situation. Over the past 3 years, Cao Dapeng, alongside the mischievous Fu, had engaged in a fair share of petty theft in Hongshu village, drawing the ire of many. Thus, receiving such a substantial sum of money would naturally raise suspicions. Cao Dapeng, momentarily bewildered, took some time to collect his thoughts. "What on earth are you talking about?" he exclaimed. "Brother, sister-in-law, you do not understand. Just moments ago, a Fu and I went to the shore and caught a plethora of crabs and seafood. I even caught a sizable grouper. The money I received was from selling our catch. If you doubt me, feel free to ask around." "What? You earned 1,500 from the sea?" At this revelation, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling were even more astonished. In the past, making such a sum in a day from the sea was not unheard of. After all, the catch could be plentiful, and high-quality seafood was abundant. However, in recent years, earning 800 or 900 was considered quite good in Hongshu village. For his brother to have returned in just over an hour with such a windfall was simply astounding. Just as the couple was about to inquire further, numerous villagers nearby began to gather. "Dapeng, your brother struck gold today. He caught an enormous grouper." One exclaimed, "Your family is truly blessed today. With all that seafood, you've hit the jackpot." The neighbors chimed in, their words laced with envy. Cao Dapeng and Su Ling exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and joy mirrored in the other's eyes. Typically, these villagers would seize every opportunity to criticize Cao Dapeng. But today was a rare occasion of praise. It was evident that brother Cao Dapeng had not been dishonest. This trip to the shore had indeed yielded a bountiful catch. "Brother, sister-in-law, please accept the money with peace of mind." Cao Dapeng patted his elder brother on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "In the past, I was quite ignorant. And over the years, I owe much to you all. However, rest assured, from this day forth, I shall bear the responsibilities of this family. We will repay our debts gradually, and life will surely improve." Having been granted a second chance at life, Cao Dapeng was determined to live it well, with the foremost task being to settle the substantial debts incurred by his former self. Only then could he truly embrace life with dignity in this world. Cao Dapeng and Su Ling were momentarily taken aback, finally regaining their composure as they looked at Cao Dapeng with expressions of heartfelt relief, sighing in admiration. Dapeng has matured. Indeed, during the past 3 years, Cao Dapeng had drifted aimlessly, indulging in idleness. And it was no exaggeration to say that his brother and sister-in-law had harbored genuine concerns for him. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon him. and Cao Dapeng had finally found his resolve. Their lives seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. In life, one need not fear poverty or hardship, but rather the absence of spirit and vitality. As long as one harbors hope and is willing to strive, life will inevitably flourish. That evening, Su Ling, in high spirits, steamed some hairy crabs and prepared a couple of dishes for the brothers. Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai enjoyed a delightful meal together, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and camaraderie. Witnessing Cao Dapeng's resurgence, the couple felt genuine joy from the depths of their hearts. Regarding Cao Dapeng's intention to continue fishing, although Cao Dahai and Su Ling held reservations, believing that today's fortune might be a mere stroke of luck, they refrained from outright opposition. After all, it was a significant milestone for Cao Dapeng to regain his motivation and desire to take action. They could not dampen his spirits at this crucial moment. As long as Cao Dapeng was willing to work and earn money, it was indeed a monumental blessing for them. The night was cool and serene. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Huang Mao Afu arrived as promised, and Cao Dapeng, fully prepared, donned his lucky fishing gear and made his way toward the seaside. Chapter 6. The Green Sea Turtle and the Skill of Breath-Holding in the Inky Darkness of Night. Visibility was non-existent. Cao Dapeng and Afu were equipped with headlamps, and at this hour, the beach was devoid of any other souls, due to the challenges posed by the dim light. Nighttime foraging proved to be far more difficult than during the day, and with the scarcity of marine resources, the villagers had little incentive to waste time here. Suddenly, a gray shadow darted across the shimmering shallows. With remarkable agility, Cao Dapeng swiftly opened his lucky foraging clamp, and in an instant, he tossed a serpent-like sea eel into the bucket. "Wow, brother, impressive. It's an oil eel," exclaimed Afu, captivated by the writhing creature within the bucket. The oil eel, a type of sea eel, commanded a market price of approximately 30 to 50 yuan per pound. Its skin bore a grayish-brown hue, and it possessed an exceedingly fierce temperament. Once it latched on, it seldom released its grip. Before this excursion, Afu had shared similar sentiments with the couple, Cao Dapeng and his wife. Their daytime haul had seemed purely fortuitous, and he mused that one could not rely on luck perpetually. However, since Cao Dapeng was resolute, he had decided to accompany him and give it a try. Little did Afu anticipate that within a mere 10 minutes of their arrival, they would successfully capture a hefty oil eel. What a fortuitous start! A notification chimed from his phone, indicating a bank deposit of 40 yuan, but Cao Dapeng, disinterested, urged Afu to continue their search. For Cao Dapeng, the golden glimmers on the fish were even more pronounced at night, and the beach held numerous catches awaiting his discovery. "Afu, why don't you check near that rock? There might be crabs there." Cao Dapeng gestured towards a rock a couple of meters away, instructing Afu. "Sure thing, brother." Afu replied without hesitation, striding towards the rocky outcrop. Before long, shouts of excitement echoed through the night. "Oh my goodness, brother, it's a tiger crab. We're going to get rich." Following the beam of his headlamp, Cao Dapeng observed several frog-like crabs emerging from beneath the rock where Afu stood. These crabs, resembling frogs with a length greater than their width, were none other than the highly prized tiger crabs. In the realm of seafood, weight equated to value. Once a tiger crab exceeded a pound, it could fetch a price of 100 yuan per pound. Should they encounter a crab king weighing 4 to 5 pounds, it would indeed signify a windfall. However, the largest crab beneath this particular rock weighed only a couple of pounds, but even so, it was enough to keep Afu elated for quite some time. "Catch your own. I have plenty over here," Cao Dapeng chimed in, his foraging clamp working tirelessly as he captured several hermit crabs. Having experienced the thrill of the day, he was now quite unperturbed by the sight of these creatures. With the guidance of the golden glimmers, these crabs could not hide from him. However, in contrast to the seafood adorned with the symbol of the renminbi, Cao Dapeng found himself more intrigued by the luminous symbols of other varieties, or perhaps there were even other more captivating symbols yet to be discovered. Yet, after searching for quite some time, he encountered not a single fish bearing such a symbol. What is this?" After a while, just as Cao Dapeng was grasping a blue crab, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a luminous symbol depicting the Taiji diagram surfacing from the sandy mire not far ahead. A Taiji symbol? What could this signify? Cao Dapeng blinked in astonishment. Without hesitation, he approached it. He set down his crab grabber and deftly took out a beach shovel, promptly digging beneath the glowing Taiji symbol. In a moment, a green sea turtle, approximately the length of an arm, emerged before him. Green sea turtles are widely distributed across tropical and subtropical waters. In their juvenile stages, they tend to be carnivorous, but as they mature, they become omnivorous. Notably, among various species of sea turtles, the green sea turtle is the only one that enjoys basking on the shore, making it quite a rarity. Unfortunately, this creature was unwanted, and for the coastal villagers, sea turtles symbolize good fortune. Typically, they are released back into the ocean after being caught. Cao Dapeng held little interest in the green turtle before him. His curiosity was piqued instead by the Taiji diagram that had just floated above. The renminbi symbol could be converted into cash, and the Dabaojian symbol could enhance his crab-catching equipment. What purpose, then, did the Taiji diagram serve? Boom. Just as Cao Dapeng pondered these questions, a flash of light surged forth, enveloping his body entirely. In the next moment, he felt an extraordinary transformation coursing through him. Not only did his muscles and bones feel robust and powerful, but even his breath became deep and rhythmic. In his mind's eye, an image of a green sea turtle glided effortlessly through the ocean, as if he were that very turtle. Could this be the skill of swimming while holding one's breath? After a considerable time, Cao Dapeng finally grasped the implications, a smile blossoming on his face. While the ability to withdraw cash certainly brought joy, and upgrading equipment facilitated the capture of more fish, this skill was a tangible enhancement of his capabilities. Moreover, it validated his earlier conjectures. Beyond the renminbi and Dabaojian, there must be other luminous symbols in this vast ocean, ripe for exploration. Brother Dapeng, there is nothing left. Shall we head back? Just as Cao Dapeng reveled in his newfound delight, he heard Afu's despondent voice not far off. Earlier, under Cao Dapeng's guidance, Afu had managed to catch several crabs, but without his direction, he had turned blind again, making it exceedingly difficult to procure any fish. Aside from a few cat-eye snails, he had found nothing else. Why the rush? Cao Dapeng snapped back to reality and casually pointed in a direction. Why not venture that way? You might stumble upon something substantial. All right then. With a resigned smile, Afu continued the search under the guidance of Cao Dapeng. The two brothers toiled along the seaside for half an hour more. As they neared the completion of their collection, Cao Dapeng finally halted. Let us see how much we can sell these goods for, he remarked with a grin, glancing at the catch in their buckets. By now, it was nearly 3 in the morning, and the fishmongers in Hongshu village had mostly dispersed. However, in the neighboring village, a larger dock awaited, where fishing vessels returned daily from the sea. As soon as these boats docked, fishmongers would rush over to make their purchases. Over time, this dock had evolved into a bustling seafood market, bustling almost around the clock. Seafood is prized primarily for its freshness. With buckets in hand, Cao Dapeng and Afu mounted their motorcycle and headed straight for the dock. Chapter 7. A journey to the sea is less rewarding than an hour by the shore. When Cao Dapeng and Afu arrived at the dock of Nanpan village on their motorcycle, it was nearly 4 in the morning. At this hour, numerous fishing boats that had ventured out to sea were gradually returning, creating a bustling scene at the dock. Observing the boats anchoring one by one, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Those who live by the mountains eat from the mountains. Those by the sea survive by fishing. If it weren't for his parents' insistence on going out to fish, such calamity would not have befallen them. Yet, without the incident 3 years ago, his presence in this world would have been improbable. The coastal inhabitants depend on the sea for their livelihood throughout their lives, perhaps. Ultimately, returning to the ocean is the fate of these maritime dwellers. Hey, isn't that Cao Dapeng, the notorious ruffian from Hongshu village? What brings you to our dock at this late hour? Just as Cao Dapeng was lost in his memories, a sarcastic voice interrupted him from a distance. What did you just say? Before Cao Dapeng could respond, Afu had already grabbed a beach shovel from a nearby bucket, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Afu. Cao Dapeng quickly restrained him, turning his gaze towards the individual. Instantly, the pertinent details of this person surfaced in his mind. It was none other than Lu Hao, the son of the village chief of Nanpan village, the very man who had married his ex-girlfriend. Naturally, Lu Hao's family was affluent, and over the years, with his father's backing, he had purchased a large fishing vessel, frequently setting out to sea. Recently, with the end of the fishing ban, Lu Hao was eager to embark on another fishing expedition. Unfortunately, after a circuitous journey, he returned with little more than some ribbonfish and a few small shrimp and crabs, barely covering the cost of fuel and labor, let alone making a profit. Frustrated, Lu Hao spotted Cao Dapeng approaching and couldn't resist a few jabs. Haha. Isn't this the little rodent? How was the fishing? Did you manage to catch anything? Cao Dapeng was no longer intimidated by Lu Hao. He had never feared him before, and now his resolve was even firmer. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Evasion was not a solution. If he began to shy away from such individuals, how could he hope to maintain his reputation in this area? With the season just beginning, the fishing conditions were unpredictable. Besides some ribbonfish, he managed to catch a 20-pound northern pike. Lu Hao took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling rings of smoke as he boasted. Well, what do you know, a 20-pounder? That single catch could net over 1,000 yuan. The head of a pike is a culinary delight. As Lu Hao finished speaking, envious murmurs echoed around him. The northern pike, also known as the wolf fish, is prized for its large mouth and elongated head, making it a favorite among fishermen. This fish can grow up to 2 meters long, and its head is particularly sought after, especially in spring when prices can soar to 70 yuan per pound. Even now, at the tail end of summer and the onset of autumn, capturing a 20-pound pike is quite an achievement, explaining Lu Hao's boastful demeanor. And you? Lu Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, surveying Cao Dapeng from head to toe, and feigned astonishment. With your attire, are you perhaps off to the beach? It is indeed a rarity to see you scavenging for treasures at this late hour. Is this truly the Cao Dapeng I once knew? So, what marvelous finds have you gathered? Lu Hao and Cao Dapeng were high school classmates, both vying for the affection of Lin Meiqi. Regrettably, Lin Meiqi favored Cao Dapeng, eventually attending the same university as him. To add insult to injury, when Lu Hao finally married Lin Meiqi, he discovered that she had already lost her innocence to Cao Dapeng. This revelation had long haunted Lu Hao. Seizing the rare opportunity to encounter Cao Dapeng, he was determined to humiliate him, intentionally raising his voice to attract attention. As anticipated, his words drew the curious gazes of several nearby fishermen. Oh, nothing much. Just passing the time by the sea, catching a few small fish and shrimp to exchange for some cash. Cao Dapeng replied with a slight smile, calmly handing his bucket to a fishmonger amid the onlookers' inquisitive stares. Boss, take a look at my catch. What do you reckon it's worth? Oh, let me take a gander. The fishmonger, initially uninterested in small fish and shrimp, felt compelled to join the spectacle as the crowd gathered. After all, facing fish daily could become monotonous, and a bit of amusement was welcomed. However, when the fishmonger's gaze fell upon the contents of Cao Dapeng's bucket, he gasped in astonishment. Tiger crabs. Conch. Good heavens. These are all sizable tiger crabs. My word, young man, you are quite impressive. His exclamation piqued the curiosity of many, who hastened over to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the hefty tiger crabs in the bucket, they could not contain their exclamations. These tiger crabs weigh at least a pound. In this day and age, encountering crabs of such size is a rarity. In addition to the tiger crabs, there were also large blue crabs and an abundance of mud crabs. My goodness. And such large conch as well. For the fishermen along the coast, tiger crabs were not particularly uncommon. However, the ones typically caught weighed only 2 or 3 taels. Hardly worth noting. No one had anticipated encountering such a plethora of premium tiger crabs, all exceeding a pound in weight, on this day. With the discovery of not only exquisite tiger crabs but also numerous mud crabs and blue crabs, as well as conch weighing a pound, the fishermen's gazes towards Cao Dapeng transformed entirely. Tiger crabs, weighing a pound, fetched 100 yuan each. Mud crabs, 61 yuan per pound. Even the most inexpensive oil eel commanded 40 yuan per pound. As for the conch, it soared to an impressive 200 yuan per pound. Each type of catch in that bucket held substantial value, and when combined, the profits were truly remarkable. How is this even possible? Originally intending to embarrass Cao Dapeng, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback by the reactions of those around him. After his arduous venture at sea yielded only modest rewards, he was astounded to discover that Cao Dapeng had amassed such an impressive catch merely by fishing along the beach near their village. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Haha, my young brother, you are truly remarkable. Let me take a look, rest assured. I shall offer you a fair price. While Lu Hao was lost in thought, the fishmonger had already begun to unload the fish from Cao Dapeng's bucket, meticulously sorting and weighing them. For the fishmonger, encountering such high-quality catches was a delightful occurrence. With so many at hand, he needed to act swiftly, lest another competitor beat him to it, resulting in a significant loss. The conch weighs 3 pounds. I'll give you 600. The tiger crab weighs 15 pounds. That's 1,005. The needle crab weighs 10 pounds. 600. The fishmonger, with deft hands and a sharp mind, calculated the total without the aid of a calculator, arriving at a sum of 3,450. Young brother, I'll round it up to 3,005. How does that sound? As his words settled in, the fishermen surrounding them gasped in astonishment. This single bucket of fish had fetched 3,500. They toiled tirelessly at sea, yet could not earn such a bounty. Lu Hao, standing nearby, wore an expression of utter dismay. After accounting for various expenses, he had only managed to earn a little over 3,000 from his own trip, while Cao Dapeng, merely gathering along the shore, had earned such an astonishing sum. Comparing themselves to others could indeed be infuriating. 3,500 it is. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Cao Dapeng nodded and glanced at Lu Hao, letting out a resigned sigh. You see, this is quite ordinary. Just a little over 3,000. Lu Hao retorted, can you hear yourself? Is this even a reasonable statement? Chapter 8. In the village of Red Tree, there was a large shipment. Hey, remember to take me along next time you go out to sea. I also wish to witness the splendor of the pike. With a thunderous roar, under Lu Hao's nearly murderous glare, Cao Dapeng mounted his motorcycle with an empty bucket in hand. As a Fu pressed down on the throttle, the two rode off in a flamboyant manner. Lu Hao, filled with frustration, thought to himself, how utterly infuriating. How can I tolerate being upstaged by a mere beachcomber? Especially when I am a fisherman. The fact that Cao Dapeng was Lin Meiqi's former partner only intensified his discontent, making him feel as if he had swallowed something repugnant. Dapeng, we shall see. I will make Meiqi realize that choosing me is her best option. As he watched Cao Dapeng's retreating figure, Lu Hao angrily tossed the unfinished cigarette onto the ground, crushing it underfoot as if it were Dapeng himself. Hey, could you exhibit some decency and refrain from littering? Came a furious rebuke from a sanitation worker behind him. Lu Hao, taken aback, glanced at the elderly man, who was well over 60. Normally, as the son of the village chief, Lu Hao wouldn't feel intimidated by anyone, but nowadays, one could not afford to provoke the elderly lest they find themselves embroiled in legal troubles. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he hastily picked up the cigarette and disposed of it in the nearby trash bin before trudging back to his home, head hung low. Welcome back. How did it go today? Lin Meiqi's voice greeted him as he entered. Not much. After deducting costs, I only made 3,000, Lu Hao replied dismissively. In the past, he would have boasted about earning such an amount in front of Lin Meiqi, but today he was devoid of any enthusiasm. However, upon hearing about her husband's earnings, Lin Meiqi's voice brimmed with joy. 3,000 is quite a sum, given the poor fishing conditions. My mother even mentioned that she spent 2 hours at sea today without catching a single fish. Lu Hao retorted, that's your mother's misfortune. But how did Cao Dapeng manage to earn 3,005 in a single outing? The thought of Dapeng earning more than him only exacerbated Lu Hao's discontent. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu had returned to Red Tree Village. On their way back, Cao Dapeng transferred 1,000 yuan to Ah Fu, agreeing to continue their venture at noon. The day had been long and exhausting, and by the time he returned home, he simply took a quick shower before collapsing into bed, falling into a deep slumber. Wife, come quickly and look. Dapeng has just sent me 1,000. The next morning, Cao Dahai, ready to rise for work at the factory, opened his phone to find 1,000 yuan transferred from his brother, causing him to excitedly shake his wife, Su Ling, awake. Earning 2,005 in a day, your brother is incredibly lucky. Last night, someone kept tossing and turning, and Su Ling, bleary-eyed, felt utterly fatigued. However, upon noticing the arrival of 1,000 yuan in Cao Dahai's WeChat account, her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Earning 2,500 yuan from 2 sea excursions in a single day approached the income she would earn working at the kelp factory. Could it be that her younger brother was experiencing a stroke of good fortune? What luck! Cao Dahai snorted. With his brother's remarkable success, he couldn't help but display a hint of pride. My brother is the first university graduate in our village, majoring in marine studies. He truly possesses exceptional skills. Earning 1,000 from a single outing may be luck, but consistently raking in such amounts indicates true capability, understand? Burdened by significant debts, Cao Dahai had faced immense pressure in recent years. Now, with his brother suddenly thriving and earning such substantial sums, he felt an immense lightness wash over him. All right. Your brother is impressive. Su Ling, in high spirits from the additional 2,500, noted her husband's exuberance without irritation, merely rolling her eyes. Quickly, let us prepare breakfast. I have to head to work shortly. While the Ping's success is commendable, we cannot afford to be complacent. Cao Dahai nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is cause for celebration. When we return home tonight, you must cook a couple of dishes so we brothers can enjoy a drink together. His brother's accomplishments brought joy to him as an older sibling. After a simple breakfast, the couple took their daughter to school before heading off to work at the factory. However, upon entering the workshop, Cao Dahai noticed a peculiar shift in the way his colleagues regarded him. Ever since their parents passed away, the villagers had looked at him with sympathy and helplessness. Especially after his brother got into trouble, many had also harbored disdain for Cao Dahai. Yet today felt remarkably different. The gazes directed at him seemed envious? Yes, envious. They were all shining with admiration. Dahai, your brother is incredible. I heard he sold over 3,000 yuan worth of catch at the dock last night. In the midst of his reverie, a villager from Nampan approached, animatedly sharing the news. In merely a few hours, the word of Cao Dapeng's success at the dock had spread like wildfire. It was no surprise. Selling 3,500 yuan in one go was a substantial sum for the villagers. Upon learning that Cao Dapeng had already netted 2,000 in fish during yesterday's excursion, their envy intensified. The income from a single day equaled the wages of many for an entire month. Who wouldn't be envious? Is that true? I was aware. Cao Dahai felt a stir of excitement within. Initially, he believed his brother had made just over 1,000 and given him a portion. Yet it turned out the young man had actually earned more than 3,000. My goodness, that yield is quite impressive. Naturally, Cao Dapeng felt no resentment. The catch was a joint effort between his brother and a Fu, so it was only fair to share the profits. Moreover, Cao Dapeng must reserve some funds for his own expenditures. When calculated, being able to allocate 1,000 yuan to settle his debts is quite commendable. This little brother of his surpasses his expectations. Brother, wake up quickly. After a day of relentless activity, it was only around noon that Cao Dapeng was roused from his slumber by Afu's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Afu already donned in beach gear. Rushing towards his bedside. Brother, we must set off immediately. You have no idea, the beach is teeming with people today. What? Cao Dapeng exclaimed. A look of astonishment crossing his face. He raised his hand to check the tide chart, realizing it was merely noon, with nearly 2 hours remaining until low tide. How could there be so many people already? The time of low tide varies daily. Without further contemplation, Cao Dapeng hastily slipped on his shorts and dashed outside. Gazing towards the beach, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The shoreline, still under the influence of the rising tide, was already crowded with individuals. All equipped with beach gear and buckets, standing ready. It appeared that the news of his successful beachcombing escapade from the previous day had spread, prompting a throng of people to gather in hopes of financial gain. Upon witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng pondered briefly and discerned the essence of the matter. His conjecture was accurate. The village possessed its own intelligence network, and information traveled at an astonishing pace. The bounty he collected on the beach the previous noon had indeed incited envy among the villagers, who sought to try their luck by the sea that day. Furthermore, upon learning that exceptional treasures were discovered in Hongshu village, residents from the neighboring Nampan village hastily rode over on their motorcycles, disregarding any semblance of pride. As a result, the beach was now inundated with people. How did so many arrive all of a sudden? Even the folks from Nampan village were present? At this moment, on the beach, Ho Guilan also clutched a bucket. However, her brows were knitted in a frown, her expression a mixture of anger and confusion. Chapter 9. While others gather shellfish. I fished yesterday afternoon. Upon returning from a sea gathering, Ho Guilan was disheartened, especially after being humiliated by Cao Dapeng. Today, she resolved to arrive at the seaside early, hoping to stumble upon a treasure or two herself. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that many shared her sentiment, all hoping for a stroke of luck, resulting in a scene teeming with people. It was one thing for her fellow villagers to be present, but what irked her most was the influx from Nampan village. Have you not heard? Last night, someone from your village caught a considerable haul, an abundance of blue crabs and swimming crabs, fetching as much as 3,005. What? So much? Who was it? I don't know. I heard they go by the name Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng? We have no such person in our village. Wait. Are you referring to Cao Dapeng? Yes, definitely a Cao. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the tide had yet to recede, and groups began to gossip. Little did they know, their conversation would reveal startling information. Ho Guilan listened in disbelief, her eyes widening. This Cao Dapeng had managed to earn 2,000 during the day, only to amass over 3,000 more by night. How was this possible? Her heart sank, akin to consuming sour vinegar. If it were someone else, it might have been bearable, but Cao Dapeng was nearly her son-in-law candidate. The thought of him earning such wealth in a single day was unbearable. What I say few thousand? It's hardly anything remarkable. My son-in-law is a captain. A mere outing at sea nets him far more. Ho Guilan attempted to console herself. Suddenly, she realized that it was about time her son-in-law returned from fishing. She wondered how his catch had fared. Since it was still early, she dialed her daughter's number. Meichi, has Heisey returned? How was the outing? Concern laced her voice. On the other end, Lin Meichi was engulfed in noise. Mom, you aren't still planning to gather shellfish, are you? With a sigh, she responded, this year's fishing conditions are rather poor. However, Heisey did well enough, bringing in around 3,000, which barely covers our expenses. Given that Nampan village boasted a port, it was considerably more affluent than Hongshu village. Lin Meichi understood that earning over 3,000 was quite impressive for their village. Yet, she was taken aback by the lack of astonishment from her mother. After a few perfunctory remarks, Ho Guilan abruptly ended the call. Lin Meichi was left perplexed. Meanwhile, in Hongshu village, Ho Guilan's expression grew increasingly grim. The perils of the sea were not to be underestimated. The greater the storm, the higher the value of the fish. Fishermen did not venture out daily, and in extreme conditions, lives could be lost. Thus, even though many fishermen struck it rich, the ordinary villagers felt no excessive envy. Yet, Ho Guilan could hardly have anticipated the unfolding events. Braving the risks, my brother-in-law ventured out to sea. Yet the earnings he garnered paled in comparison to those amassed by Cao Dapeng during his coastal forays. Brother, Shall we proceed? A Fu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Cao Dapeng. Bah, what for? Cao Dapeng retorted, already armed with his toothbrush, leisurely squatting at the doorstep as he began to scrub his teeth. With a gurgling sound, a pool of white frothy water appeared on the ground. Wiping his mouth with a towel, Cao Dapeng turned to a Fu and inquired, "Are there any fishing spots nearby? Let us go fishing." The shoreline had become a veritable throng, with those seeking shellfish outnumbering the seafood itself. What was the point in joining such a ruckus? Even though Cao Dapeng possessed a stroke of luck when it came to gathering shellfish, he was disinclined to join the fray. Should he strike a bonanza today, the beaches of Hongshu village would surely be inundated with visitors in the days to come. Presently, the crowd was exuberant, but once they realized the meager catch, they would disperse, allowing for a more opportune return to the shore. In truth, Hongshu village harbored an excellent location for shellfish gathering, the mangrove forest to the north of the village entrance. The village was aptly named for its proximity to the mangroves. Yet to deter further crowds, Cao Dapeng resolved to return that evening. As for the splendid daylight hours, fishing seemed a delightful alternative. Fishing? I know. Upon hearing this, a Fu's eyes brightened. With so many people along the shore, the prospect of gathering shellfish appeared bleak. It was indeed wiser to seek out a quieter spot to fish. After all, the two brothers had earned a fare some the previous day. Thus, a Fu removed his footwear and instead grasped 2 fishing rods, leading Cao Dapeng to a nearby rocky outcrop, not far from the clamoring crowd. The elevation of the rocks, scattered upon the beach, provided a splendid locale for angling. When they arrived, several seasoned anglers had already taken their positions on the rocks. Each adorned with sun umbrellas and donned in protective clothing, they sat immobile like statues, exuding an aura of calm. Although Cao Dapeng was not well versed in fishing, it was evident that the gear these anglers possessed was worth thousands of dollars. In stark contrast, the rods in their hands were mere inexpensive items purchased online, epitomizing amateurism. Indeed, the anglers were a wealthy lot. Cao Dapeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight. In his past life, he had always admired anglers, not only for their wealth but also for their ample leisure time spent by lakes or shores, relishing the angling lifestyle. Meanwhile, he toiled day and night, only to find his earnings falling short compared to theirs, leaving him with a multitude of ailments. The disparity between individuals was truly insurmountable. As for the arrival of Cao Dapeng and a Fu, the other anglers acknowledged them with mere glances, yet refrained from engaging in conversation. They hailed from distant lands and were strangers to one another. What need was there for chatter that would distract from the pursuit of fishing? Furthermore, the novice gazes upon the spectacle, while the adept discern the intricacies. Cao Dapeng and a Fu, with their makeshift fishing rods, naturally took note of their surroundings, having formed their own assessments in their minds. These two individuals were either local villagers or amateur enthusiasts, clearly not in the same league as themselves. "Brother, this spot is quite promising." Just as Cao Dapeng lamented the capriciousness of fate, a Fu's voice reached his ears. A Fu had already chosen his fishing spot and was beckoning him to take a seat. All right. As a person from the mainland, Cao Dapeng's understanding of fishing was rather limited, and his previous memories seemed to reveal only a superficial acquaintance with the craft. He too was merely a novice. However, this was of little consequence. Cao Dapeng gazed into the depths of the sea, and through the frothing waves, he discerned numerous fish glimmering with golden symbols, swimming to and fro. He was not fishing for mere fish, but for symbols. Most people would not comprehend this. With this thought in mind, Cao Dapeng retrieved a small shrimp left over from yesterday as catch from the bucket, skillfully extracted the shrimp meat, and deftly hooked it onto the line before casting it out into the water. Chapter 10. Did you really start fishing without even setting a proper bait? Truly a novice. Not far from Cao Dapeng sat a seasoned angler, who, despite not greeting the duo, kept a keen eye on them. As a professional fisherman, being observant is fundamental. Noticing that Cao Dapeng remained motionless after casting his line, he concluded that the man was inexperienced. His name was Chong. A few years prior, his family had benefited from a demolition project, acquiring multiple properties and securing a life free from financial worries. Since developing a passion for fishing, he had lost interest in women, often quarreling with his wife over his fishing excursions. In recent years, wherever rumors of fantastic fishing emerged, he would eagerly grab his gear and travel great distances. Initially, he enjoyed some success, reeling in a few fish. However, as time passed, Chong fell victim to a common plight among anglers, sitting all day on his folding chair without a single bite. Just the previous night, he had heard from friends in a fishing group that someone had caught a sizable grouper nearby, which prompted him to think that if they could catch fish during low tide, he might be able to as well. Thus, he set off early that morning. Regrettably, hours had slipped by without so much as a nibble. Neither grouper nor even small fish or shrimp had graced his line. Nearby, a few other anglers fared better. managing to catch a couple of yellow croakers, while Chong had yet to hook a single one. Determined, he resolved to cast some bait. With the tide set to recede in 2 hours, he knew that if he didn't get a bite soon, the day would be a wasted trip. With this thought, Chong grabbed a handful of expensive Antarctic krill bait from his bucket and hurled it into the sea. After casting such a generous portion, he was convinced that fish would surely bite. Simultaneously, he cast a triumphant glance at Cao Dapeng, as if to say, see? Only high-quality bait like Antarctic krill is truly professional. Witnessing this spectacle, the other anglers could not help but shake their heads. Since settling into his fishing spot, Chong had been excessively casting bait as if it were free. While baiting is indeed crucial, overdoing it can make fish wary, turning the area into a dead zone. Any bites would be a rarity. Yet, this worked in the favor of the others, as the overwhelming scent of bait deterred fish from approaching Chong's area, drawing them instead into their safe zone, where they managed to catch a few yellow croakers and sea bass. Consequently, they remained silent about Chong's foolishness, who seemed to have more money than sense. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Damn it, I've got a bite. Just as the other anglers were silently ridiculing him, Chong's exclamation drew their attention. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, wide with surprise. While Chong's rods sat motionless, the fishing rod of the young man beside him was bent and quivering with life. Evidently, there are fish biting the hook beneath. Goodness, is this really happening? What an unexpected turn of events. A few anglers stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that Cao Dapeng had barely settled in for 10 minutes before catching a fish. Meanwhile, they had been sitting there for several hours, and their total catch numbered only a few. Yet, unlike Chong, who lacked decorum, they maintained their composure, their lips sealed, while their eyes curiously darted toward Cao Dapeng. They were eager to discover what kind of fish he had hooked. Moreover, even if a fish took the bait, without proper angling techniques, it could easily escape before being landed. This was a common occurrence in fishing. At that moment, the most embarrassed and astonished among them was Chong. He had waited all morning without catching a single fish, originally hoping to impress the newcomer. Yet, despite using an abundance of Antarctic krill, he had nothing to show for it, while Cao Dapeng had managed to hook a fish in less than 10 minutes using merely a single shrimp. This was a considerable blow to his pride. Splash! Splash! The sea surface below was awash with swirling eddies, as the fish struggled beneath the water. Noticing the commotion, Cao Dapeng rose steadily, choosing not to immediately reel in the fish. Instead, he loosened the line and began to play with it. The fish below was putting up a vigorous fight, tugging fiercely against him. After several minutes of this back and forth, sensing the fish's energy waning, he gradually reeled it in. With a gentle lift, a nearly 1-pound stonefish landed on the shore, flopping energetically. The stonefish, with its uneven dorsal fin, resembled a jagged rock, its appearance rather unappealing. Moreover, its dorsal fin was spiny and formidable. This fish is also recognized as one of the world's most venomous creatures, possessing a potent toxin. Yet, it is renowned for its delectable flavor and is considered a nourishing delicacy. Even the Compendium of Materia Medica documents its properties for warming and replenishing the body, as well as its ability to alleviate joint pain. In modern medicine, this fish is noted for its preventive benefits against osteoporosis. My goodness, he already has a bite? And it's a stonefish. At this moment, a Fu, sitting nearby, also took note of the stonefish on the ground and could not contain his excitement, standing up eagerly. Let me do it, he exclaimed, promptly donning gloves and rushing to the stonefish, carefully removing the hook before placing it into a bucket. Cao Dapeng's luck is truly unparalleled. To catch so many fish while beachcombing is one thing, but to land a stonefish on his very first fishing trip today is remarkable. Dapeng, it seems there are plenty of fish here. We are in for a good day of fishing. A Fu beamed, suddenly noticing someone nearby glancing their way. He waved enthusiastically. Hey there, brothers. How's your luck? I hope you're not only catching stonefish as well. Chong and the other anglers were merely boasting about having caught a rockfish. What was there to be so proud of? Besides, were we even that familiar with one another? However, judging by their accents, it was evident that these two newcomers hailed from Hongshu village, and they could hardly refuse to respond. No, I only managed to catch a couple of yellow croakers. Nothing exceptional, one of them modestly remarked. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to land a sea bass. Another angler chimed in, feigning humility. As seasoned fishermen, it was somewhat embarrassing to be outdone by a novice, but thankfully, there were no empty-handed anglers among them, which somewhat salvaged their dignity. Chong, along with the others who had managed to catch fish, felt a profound sense of shame as he, the one without a catch, wished he could disappear into a crevice of the rocks. How humiliating! A glance at the young angler caused him to pause in surprise. If it had been anyone else who had caught a rockfish right off the bat, they would surely be elated. Yet this young man remained composed, as if he had merely caught an ordinary fish. Were the youth of today truly this unflappable? Little did they know that for Cao Dapeng, catching a rockfish did not bring any considerable joy. It was merely a signifier, for he had intended to catch the black snapper adorned with the grand sword symbol. But alas, the rockfish had claimed the prize first. Chapter 11. Come and bite my hook. It remains uncertain whether it was due to Cao Dapeng's fortune brought by the lucky sea clippers or the fact that Chang had baited a dead spot. But ever since Cao Dapeng settled down, this particular stretch of sea had indeed become more abundant with fish. Each fish bore a distinct golden aura. Yet, when Cao Dapeng caught the stone dogfish, he did not feel elated. His true objective was the Black Sea bream marked with the emblem of a great sword. The last time he had captured an octopus emblazoned with the same symbol, he had acquired the lucky sea clippers, significantly enhancing his efficiency in fishing. He wondered what fortune this black bream might bestow upon him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Cao Dapeng cast his fishing rod once more, deliberately probing the depths with his line to attract the black bream. "Bite the hook, please," he silently implored. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the black bream swayed its tail, darting about restlessly. It oscillated from side to side, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of Antarctic krill. It yearned to indulge in a feast. But the richness of the scent instinctively warned it of lurking dangers. Indeed, before leaving home, its mother had cautioned that the most delectable morsels often conceal the gravest perils. No, it could not afford to take such risks. With a blink, the black bream flicked its tail again and turned to swim towards the shrimp drifting near Cao Dapeng. The shrimp's flavor was subtler and less plentiful, yet at least it promised safety. Whoosh! Just as the black bream prepared to seize its target, a shadow darted past. And in an instant, the delectable shrimp vanished. The black bream blinked in confusion. "What the? I've bitten again." On shore, witnessing the tremor of Cao Dapeng's fishing rod and the taut line, Afu, who had been about to return to his fishing spot, lost all desire to fish and instead approached with palpable excitement. Come, you take it." Seeing Afu's animated gestures, Cao Dapeng decided to hand over the rod, feeling a mix of irritation and disappointment. His aim was the black bream, not this mere sea bass. Afu, unceremoniously receiving the rod, adeptly began to reel in the fish. In no time, the sea bass that had snatched the bait was lifted triumphantly by Afu. "It's a bass. Looks to weigh about 3 pounds," he exclaimed with a broad grin. Indeed, the exhilaration of reeling in a catch was profoundly satisfying. Although sea bass were not particularly valuable, priced at merely a dozen yuan per pound, the thrill of the catch was irreplaceable for an angler. Nearby, Chang and several fellow fishermen were left in a state of disbelief. Within just 15 minutes, 2 sizable fish had been caught. Were these 2 villagers from Red Tree Village here merely to stock up? The rapid pace of their fishing ignited a twinge of jealousy among the spectators, who found it increasingly difficult to focus on their own lines, frequently glancing over at Cao Dapeng and Afu. At this moment, Cao Dapeng remained unfazed by the fluctuations of fortune, his brow slightly furrowed as he skillfully rebaited his hook with shrimp and cast his line anew. His target was once again the formidable Black Sea bream. In a gesture of misguided generosity, he had placed the shrimp tantalizingly close to the fish, aiming to make it all the more enticing for the foolish creature. Meanwhile, the Black Sea bream blinked its eyes and seemed to regain its spirit. As if the recent events had been momentarily forgotten, it was once again stirred into action by the prospect of a meal. Swiftly, the fish honed in on the shrimp, gathering all its strength to launch itself towards the bait without hesitation. Splash! Ouch! My mouth hurts. I've been duped. In the next moment, the bream's mouth was snagged by the fishhook. Though it recognized the error of its ways and began to struggle fiercely, it was already too late. On the shore, Afu had not departed. He remained vigilant, watching intently as Cao Dapeng set down his rod. Previously, observing others' fish had seemed rather dull, but now, Afu found the spectacle particularly captivating. Little did he anticipate that after landing 2 sizable catches, another would soon follow. "Don't move. Let me handle it." Afu was about to intervene when Cao Dapeng gently pushed him aside. With utmost care, he grasped the rod, applying the same technique as before, and after some time, he finally reeled in the coveted black bream. Boom! As the bream came ashore, a flash of golden light surged into the fishing rod held by Cao Dapeng, so swift that none others noticed. Yet in Cao Dapeng's eyes, his rod underwent a remarkable transformation. The hook glimmered with golden light, adorned with the inscribed words, "Come bite my hook." Cao Dapeng blinked in astonishment. "Come bite my hook?" The phrase struck him as oddly reminiscent of driving onto a highway. Nonetheless, despite the peculiar name, the effectiveness was unmistakable. The evolved hook seemed akin to one baited with a special lure, possessing a formidable allure for nearby fish. This significantly increased the likelihood of a catch, effectively saving him the cost of bait. "Brother, it's a black bream. This time we've struck gold." Afu's excited voice broke through Cao Dapeng's reverie. The black bream, known by many names such as sea bream, green-scaled bream, and others, is an elongated, laterally compressed fish with a prominent head and blunt snout. One of the most precious marine fish, rich in nutrients and recognized for its medicinal properties. It is highly sought after by gourmets, fetching a market price of approximately 71 per pound in the wild. The substantial black bream that Cao Dapeng had caught weighed at least 4 pounds, nearing 300 yuan. Ah, splendid. It was worth the wait. Cao Dapeng sighed with relief, finally breaking into a smile. In comparison to the valuable black bream, the enchanted come bite my hook was of even greater significance to him. After all, previously he could only discern whether there were fish in the sea. The presence of fish was a matter of chance, and whether they would bite was left to fate. However, the situation has transformed. With the advent of this enticing lure, the probability of fish taking the bait has significantly increased. Indeed, in the ensuing half-hour, whenever Cao Dapeng cast his line, it would be no longer than 5 minutes before a fish would be caught. Remarkably, the waters where Cao Dapeng was fishing, once sparse with fish, now teemed with them, drawn by the allure of the bait. Particularly, the fish near He Chong's dead zone, which had previously hesitated, could not resist the temptation and eagerly swam over as soon as they caught a whiff of Cao Dapeng's lure. Yellow croaker, sea bass, grouper. As Cao Dapeng repeatedly reeled in his catches, He Chong and the other anglers sitting nearby looked on in astonishment. They were seasoned veterans themselves, having witnessed many skilled fishermen. Yet they had never encountered such a remarkable frequency of bites as exhibited by Cao Dapeng. Initially, they believed him to be a novice, only to discover he was a true champion. Chapter 12. The fisherman drowning amidst the astonished gazes of fellow anglers, Cao Dapeng swiftly brought in a considerable catch, even managing a remarkable double catch on one hook, leaving the fishermen agape with envy, saliva nearly pooling at their lips. Regrettably, despite the bounty, most of the fish bore the symbol of the renminbi, and he had yet to encounter a single fish adorned with the coveted sword emblem. The sole stroke of fortune was the capture of a yellow croaker graced with the taiji symbol, which also afforded him an opportunity to enhance his culinary skills. Observing the lack of any distinctive symbols, Cao Dapeng decided it was prudent to conclude his fishing expedition. He had arrived a tad late, as fishing during the tidal fluctuations typically commences with the rising tide and continues until the ebb. With the tide now receding, further attempts seemed futile. "Let's go, Afyu," Cao Dapeng called as he began to pack his gear. "All right, brother," Afyu responded, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of Cao Dapeng's continuous success, finding it even more gratifying than his own fishing endeavors. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with their haul for the day. "Finally, we are leaving." As Cao Dapeng and Afyu departed, He Chong and the other fishermen exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Just moments before, the aura emanating from Cao Dapeng had filled the area with an exhilarating tension, causing them to momentarily forget that they were engaged in fishing themselves. With the departure of the formidable angler, the pressure weighing upon them began to lift. "Well, I've got a bite." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the rocks. The onlookers turned to see He Chong, who had been struggling to catch anything, now animatedly gripping one of his rods and frantically reeling in a fish. As he maneuvered, he soon spotted a colossal sea bass thrashing amidst the waves. Based on his experience, he estimated that the fish weighed at least 20 pounds. My goodness, after such a long wait, it's finally a big one. He Chong's heart raced, striving to maintain his composure, yet his excitement was overwhelming, leading him to pace erratically. The formidable strength of the giant sea bass, coupled with the rising winds at sea, significantly heightened the challenge of fishing. Unbeknownst to He Chong, the fish had originally sought to return to the ocean but was lured by the enticing scent emanating from this area. However, upon arriving, it found that Cao Dapeng's enticing bait had long since vanished. Disappointed yet determined, the fish discovered the bait set by He Chong and, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, took the bait and fell victim to his hook. The coastal winds howled fiercely, and the tumultuous waves churned violently as He Chong engaged in a prolonged struggle with the mighty sea bass, only to realize, with growing dismay, that the fish showed no signs of yielding, but rather intensified its resistance. The fishing rod in his hands was drawn to its utmost limit, seemingly on the verge of snapping under the immense pressure, beginning to creak and sway. "Come on." After enduring a long morning of waiting, he had finally hooked a magnificent catch. He Chong dared not easily relinquish his grip. With gritted teeth, he held firmly to the rod, refusing to relax even for a moment. Alas, the mighty grouper beneath the waves was possessed of such strength that it continued to resist fiercely. Before long, the roles had reversed. It was no longer He Chong who was reeling in the fish, but rather the fish that was toying with him. "Something's amiss. We must assist him." The fishermen perched upon the rocks had noticed He Chong's waning strength. Instantly, their expression shifted, and they hastily set aside their rods, rushing toward him. Sea fishing differed vastly from angling in freshwater rivers. The ocean teemed with larger catches and tumultuous waves, where many fish outweighed humans. If one could not manage the situation, it could lead to unforeseen calamities. Yet, Chong, of slight build, ultimately did not have the luxury of waiting for their aid. In the midst of his struggle with the grouper, his foot slipped, and he plunged directly into the depths below. Oh no, I've fallen in. What now? Call for help. Why are you just standing there? Observing Chong's fall, the fishermen were struck with panic. Though they were by the sea, the rocky shore differed greatly from the gentler sands. Even at low tide, the depths beneath the rocks were unknown. Moreover, the sea was fraught with peril. Should they leap in to save him, they might find themselves victims as well. Splash! Just as the fishermen were engulfed in confusion, a figure rushed toward them. Before they could react, this individual leapt fearlessly into the water. It was none other than Cao Dapeng, who, upon hearing the commotion, had come running. The ocean is merciless, and life is precious. Once a person falls into the sea, the chances of survival diminish drastically without prompt rescue. Having been reborn, Cao Dapeng could not stand idly by in such a situation. As he plunged into the icy waters, the cold surged around him, yet to his surprise, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he spread his limbs and began to swim with ease. The underwater breath-holding skill he had acquired from the green sea turtle the previous day transformed him into something akin to a turtle himself, effortlessly navigating the waves. Soon, Cao Dapeng spotted Yichang's silhouette. However, seeing Yichang clinging to his fishing rod, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. This fisherman is utterly reckless. His life is in peril, yet he still yearns for his catch. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Dapeng rushed over and wrapped an arm around Yichang's waist, pulling him toward the shore. My fish! My fish! Yichang lamented, his face a picture of despair as he clutched the rod tightly. In the brief span of time, although the fishing rod remained firmly in his grasp, the substantial catfish, weighing over 20 pounds, had already slipped away. It wasn't until he was dragged ashore by Cao Dapeng that Yichang finally came to his senses. Indeed, all of his attention had been fixated on that formidable catch. Had it not been for another's timely intervention, he might have perished today. When he discerned that his savior was none other than Cao Dapeng, his emotions heightened even further. Brother, you are my lifesaver. With a resounding thud, Yichang knelt before Cao Dapeng, exclaiming, a drop of water shall be returned with a gushing spring. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. However, before he could finish his heartfelt expression, Cao Dapeng interrupted him, declaring, just forget it. I am not fond of men. Yichang was left in utter disbelief. Chapter 13. Fishing without pretense. Life lacks meaning, Brother Dapeng. You have misunderstood. I merely wish to convey my sentiments. Yichang paused, offering an awkward smile before providing a brief explanation. Cao Dapeng suddenly comprehended. It appeared this fellow was not offering himself in devotion, but rather sought to add him on WeChat and transfer a token of gratitude. Initially, Cao Dapeng intended to decline, yet Yichang was remarkably obstinate and insisted on adding him, promptly transferring a sum of 10,000 yuan. Truly, a fisherman of means. His generosity was evident. For the villagers of Hongshu village, this amount represented 2 months' wages, yet for Yichang, it was merely pocket change. The equipment he brought was worth thousands, even if just a single item was taken out. Observing Yichang's WeChat name, Yichang the Great, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but nod approvingly. Even amidst the catch, he remembered to acknowledge his bounty. Indeed, the title Yichang the Great was well-deserved. Brother Dapeng, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I must admit, your fishing skills are quite impressive. If you discover any prime fishing spots, feel free to contact me. I am known as the Swift Guardian of the fishing realm, always at your service. Yichang wiped the seawater from his face and warmly addressed Cao Dapeng. Very well. Cao Dapeng nodded in agreement. About to speak when he heard the hurried footsteps of Afu, along with several other fishermen, all rushing towards them. It was nearly low tide, and many villagers standing on the shore began to gather as well. Brother, are you all right? Afu inquired with evident concern. He had been alarmed by Cao Dapeng's fearless leap into the water to rescue someone. Such a high jump could easily lead to peril. No worries. Cao Dapeng shrugged, signaling Afu to relax. The other fishermen also gave him a thumbs up, each introducing themselves and even adding Cao Dapeng on WeChat, pulling him into their fishing group. Although Cao Dapeng was a novice, his recent series of successful catches and proficient swimming had earned their admiration. Who wouldn't desire to befriend someone so capable? In the realm of fishing, having numerous friends is a blessing. Ahem. Well, Yichang approached with a somewhat mischievous demeanor, winking at Cao Dapeng. Brother Dapeng, could you do me a favor? A favor? Cao Dapeng frowned, puzzled. Yichang gestured towards the bucket in Afu's hands, forcing a smile. I caught a big one, but it got away. Before coming here, I boasted to someone, it would be quite embarrassing to return empty-handed. So, understood, just take a picture. Without waiting for Chang to finish, Cao Dapeng readily agreed to his request. Fishermen often relish showing off their catches, and for Cao Dapeng, taking a photograph posed no loss. Unexpectedly, as Cao Dapeng uttered those words, the other fishermen could no longer contain themselves. One by one, they produced their smartphones and crowded around Afu's bucket, snapping pictures with fervor. As avid anglers, how could they remain indifferent to such an impressive catch? Moreover, they had held back their eagerness for quite some time, only refraining from greeting Cao Dapeng out of a sense of decorum. Now that the opportunity lay before them, they could hardly let this chance to show off slip away. Thus, each captured their favorite photos from various angles, without hesitation, promptly sharing them in their fishing group or on social media. After Chang posted the photos in his fishing group, the previously quiet chat exploded with excitement. The neighbor, Andy, exclaimed, "I can't believe it. You caught so many fish, big shot." Another chimed in, "Fishing alone in the Han River. You're incredible. Mind sharing your location? I've been skunked for days, please." A third added, "I love abalone. You truly are the Emperor Chang. I'm impressed. That stone dog is my favorite." Yet another queried, "Owner of Yushan Tower, where has the elusive fisherman gone? If you don't head home soon, your sister-in-law won't let you in." This fishing group was typically quite lively. And while Chang usually watched others show off, this time the spotlight was finally on him. Although he hadn't caught the fish himself, it still made him feel a bit elated. The joy of online surfing, where one's identity is self-crafted. However, when faced with his group members' inquiries, Chang chose to ignore them. Having achieved his goal, he posted another image on social media, accompanied by the caption, "The sea is a bit salty, but encountering you is incredibly sweet." Without a bit of boasting while fishing, life is devoid of meaning. After a flurry of activity, Chang finally felt at ease. Little did he anticipate that, just after posting on social media, a call from someone saved as River East Lion would come through. "Chang, where have you been fishing? Are you off gallivanting with some wild woman?" As soon as he answered, his wife's furious voice echoed through the phone. Hearing her familiar tone warmed Chang's heart. Yet he was bewildered by the mention of a wild woman. He had no interest in women at all. Where could this wild woman possibly be? "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a principled man. There are no wild women in my life. Besides, you know me, I have no interest in women," Chang retorted defiantly. Cao Dapeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Not interested in women? Does that mean you're interested in men? What does incredibly sweet mean then?" His wife questioned over the phone. Chang realized that the misunderstanding stemmed from his social media caption. With only a middle school education, he had little understanding of such nuances and had merely copied a phrase from Baidu without considering the implications. "It's all a misunderstanding. I just copied it casually. I was merely showing off my catch. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a video." Chang sighed helplessly, quickly hanging up the phone. He turned and recorded a video of the scene, determined to send it to his wife. Though he had quarreled with his wife over fishing, certain principles required him to provide a clear explanation. However, as soon as he spoke, laughter erupted around him. He, feeling a deep flush of embarrassment, decided he could no longer remain and hastily bid farewell to Cao Dapeng before hastening away in his off-road vehicle, leaving Hongshu village behind. Meanwhile, the other anglers exchanged a few casual remarks with Cao Dapeng, arranging to fish together again when time permitted, before each set about packing their gear in preparation for departure. After a morning spent fishing, they were all famished and in dire need of a meal. At that moment, the villagers from both Hongshu village and Nampan village were fixated on the bucket in front of Cao Dapeng, their eyes filled with envy. They had all heard rumors of substantial catches in the area, yet before they had even begun their serious foraging, Cao Dapeng's bucket was already brimming with fish. Being seasoned fishermen, they could easily estimate that the catch in his bucket could fetch at least over 1,000 yuan. What had transpired with Cao Dapeng lately? How had he come to earn money with such apparent ease? It seemed that today, as fishing had been fruitful, perhaps the beach would yield even more treasures. Amidst the astonished gazes, Ho Guilan, standing among the crowd, narrowed her triangular eyes and confidently proclaimed, "I refuse to believe that we want to find something valuable today." With that, she grasped a bucket in one hand and a beach rake in the other, commencing a diligent search. After feeling humiliated by Cao Dapeng the previous day, she was not about to praise him, but rather aimed to instill the belief that abundant resources awaited them. Indeed, if he could catch so many fish, there must be plenty left behind. Let us search thoroughly. Who knows what treasures we might encounter? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Ho Guilan's words, the others nodded in agreement. Their spirits rekindled as they began a meticulous and determined search, akin to demoning soldiers on a mission. Chapter 14. The Grand Production of Dapeng, Culinary Excellence. Alas, the fishing yield today is utterly disheartening, as if I have returned empty-handed. After a thorough search, I have only managed to collect 2 bread crabs. Sigh. Why am I not as fortunate as Cao Dapeng? A throng of eager beachcombers fervently sift through the sands, yearning to overturn every stone, yet, despite their efforts. An hour has passed with scarcely anyone reaping a remarkable catch. As for Hoguelon, while today does not qualify as a complete bust, she has merely unearthed 3 fiddler crabs and nearly found herself embroiled in a quarrel over them due to the sheer number of people clamoring for a glimpse of the sea's bounty. In contrast, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by Afu, strides confidently towards yesterday's fishmonger, proudly bearing a bucket brimming with fish. "Brother, you've outdone yourself with this exquisite haul." The fishmonger, upon inspecting the contents of the bucket, cannot help but commend Cao Dapeng with a hearty nod. Although today's catch consists solely of fish, their quality is commendable. Weighed individually, they command a total of 1,300, not inferior to yesterday's earnings. Cao Dapeng generously allocates 300 to Afu, while the remaining 1,000 is entirely entrusted to his brother, Cao Dahai. With the system's rewards at his disposal and a healthy bank account, this sum is merely transferred to his brother, who will wisely save it to repay debts. After bidding farewell to Afu, Cao Dapeng returns home, indulging in a comforting hot bath before reclining on his bed, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. He notices that Yichang has deleted his recent post, while the photos of several other anglers remain visible in their circles. Whether they have restricted tagging permissions, however, remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the fishing enthusiast group that Yichang has invited him into is abuzz with activity. Anglers from across the nation share their various catches, and some even post videos of their deep-sea fishing adventures. Watching the footage of the fishing boat, a pang of envy flickers across Cao Dapeng's face. Given the current scarcity of marine resources, relying solely on beachcombing proves to be overly limiting. How remarkable it would be to possess a boat of his own and venture out to sea for fishing. Nevertheless, Cao Dapeng remains undeterred. His immediate priority is to clear the family debts and gradually save money. There will be time to set sail once financial stability is achieved. As he continues to scroll, fatigue overtakes him, and he inadvertently drifts into slumber. When he finally opens his eyes, the clock has struck past 6 in the evening. His brother and sister-in-law have returned from work, and his third-grade niece, Ran, is diligently focused on her homework at the table. "Dapeng is home. Come sit. We'll share a couple of drinks with your brother shortly." Upon seeing Cao Dapeng enter the yard, his sister-in-law, Su Ling, greets him with warmth. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the past. Indeed, previously, Cao Dapeng squandered his days idly and often stirred trouble in the village, leaving Cao Dahai to clean up after him. While Cao Dapeng remained unaffected, Su Ling and their daughter bore the brunt of the consequences, and to refrain from scolding him was a significant act of mercy. Recently, Cao Dapeng has noticeably revitalized, consistently contributing to the family's income each day. As his sister-in-law, Su Ling naturally finds him increasingly agreeable. "Sister-in-law, I caught a sea bass at noon. Let us steam it for dinner tonight." Cao Dapeng casually placed the fish on the cutting board, ready to prepare it. "Oh dear, you shouldn't be doing that. Please sit over there. I will handle it," Su Ling exclaimed, rushing over in her apron to seize the task. She silently sighed, realizing that her younger brother-in-law had genuinely transformed. He who once idled away his days was now willing to lend a hand. "Sister-in-law, you have always taken care of me. Allow me to showcase my skills today." Cao Dapeng grinned broadly, resolutely taking charge. Today, having acquired culinary skills, he was eager to test their worth. However, the moment he grasped the knife, it felt as if it melded with his hand. Deftly holding the fish, he swiftly sliced it open, effortlessly removing its entrails. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, as if he were a seasoned fishmonger. Su Ling watched in astonishment, realizing that her brother-in-law, who usually preferred a life of leisure, possessed such hidden talents. Seeing Cao Dapeng insist on cooking, she smiled. "Very well, tonight your brother and I shall indulge in a feast." As she tied an apron around him, she busied herself alongside him, assisting where needed. Just as she placed the washed potatoes on the board, Cao Dapeng seized the knife, and in the blink of an eye, a plate of finely shredded potatoes appeared before them. Su Ling then handed him a piece of clean beef, and with swift, precise movements, he arranged slices of beef neatly on a plate. Subsequently, as he heated oil in the pan, he skillfully prepared sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried beef, and a fragrant chicken with mushrooms, all of which graced the dining table at Cao Dapeng's home. Cao Dapeng discovered that throughout the cooking process, each step and the precise amount of seasoning seemed etched in his mind, allowing him to execute each task with remarkable ease and proficiency. By this time, the steamed sea bass was nearly ready. He drizzled it with hot oil and presented it with pride. Meanwhile, Su Ling had prepared a corn and rib soup in the pressure cooker. "Well, what have you made? It smells divine." From a distance, Ran, who had been engrossed in her homework, was lured by the enchanting aroma wafting through the air. Unable to concentrate any longer, She set down her pencil and skipped joyfully to the dining area. Upon seeing the array of dishes on the table, she exclaimed in delight, "Goodness, dinner looks so sumptuous." Indeed, the table was adorned with an array of dishes: pickled peanuts, smashed cucumbers, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried beef, chicken with mushrooms, a plate of steamed sea bass, and a pot of corn and rib soup. With a delightful balance of meat, vegetables, and broth, the feast was nothing short of extravagant. Despite the villagers by the seaside being surrounded by seafood daily, they do not always afford it. Whenever they catch valuable seafood, they typically sell it to fishmongers for cash. In recent years, the Cao family has accumulated considerable debt, and both Cao Dapeng and Su Ling find themselves preoccupied with repayment, leading to a rather meager diet. Were it not for Cao Dapeng's recent financial windfall, they would not have dared to indulge. The younger brother has grown. Observing the bountiful spread before them, Cao Dapeng felt a wave of satisfaction and promptly invited Cao Dapeng to take a seat. He refrained from indulging in the corn rib soup and the steamed sea bass, prioritizing nourishment for the growing Ran fan. As his gaze swept across the table, it settled upon a dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, whose shape and color were utterly enticing. With a blink, Cao Dapeng casually picked up a chopstick full and placed it into his mouth. The moment the shredded potatoes touched his tongue, Cao Dapeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 15. The objective, mangrove. The potato shreds in the mouth, tangy and spicy, are so delectable that one cannot resist taking a second bite. Paired with a bottle of beer, the experience is simply exquisite. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cao Dapeng's eyes as he mused. When did his brother's culinary skills become so remarkable? He had only encountered such craftsmanship in a barbecue restaurant and still reminisces about it. Truly exceptional. University students possess sharp intellect. If they are willing to apply themselves, they can excel in anything. Come on, Dapeng, let us toast. Cao Dapeng, a sincere man who rarely speaks, found himself overwhelmed with words, and they all flowed into his drink. Brother, cheers. Although autumn had arrived, the weather in Hongshu village remained swelteringly warm. A sip of icy beer was particularly refreshing. Su Ling, sitting nearby, had already sampled 2 dishes. Whether it was the steamed sea bass or the fragrant chicken with mushrooms, each was a burst of flavor. While Cao Dapeng could cook, his skills merely reached a level of sustenance, seeking only to fill the stomach. In contrast, Cao Dapeng's culinary prowess was a true indulgence. Children do not lie. Su Ling couldn't help but glance at her daughter, Ran, who was usually picky but was now eagerly using her chopsticks to scoop food into her mouth. One moment she was lifting a piece of chicken, mixing it with rice, and the next, savoring a bite of steamed sea bass, smacking her lips in delight. It was curious, considering that this little girl typically relished her homemade corn and rib soup. Tonight, however, she was devouring so much food, neglecting her usual soup. Ran, is your uncle's cooking good? Su Ling teased her daughter. The once lazy younger brother had finally found his spark, and as the sister-in-law, she felt compelled to praise him. However, the same words spoken by different individuals yield varying effects. Clearly, at this moment, her daughter's opinion held more weight. Delicious, delicious. While Ran was reveling in the delightful meal, she did not forget the dishes in her bowl. Her little mouth, as sweet as honey, began to praise. I didn't expect my uncle's cooking to be this good. Uncle, I want to eat this again. You don't know, my dad's cooking is so terrible. Eating his meals feels like torture. Due to Cao Dapeng's previous penchant for loafing around, Su Ling was wary of her daughter emulating him and had generally discouraged Ran from conversing with him too much. However, after enjoying such a delightful meal, Ran's perception of Cao Dapeng had shifted. Who would say that her uncle lacked talent? With culinary skills like this, if he were to open a restaurant, it would surely thrive. Cao Dapeng, hearing his daughter's critique of his own cooking, felt a flush of embarrassment but was not angered. Instead, he genuinely gave Cao Dapeng a thumbs up. Dapeng, did you see? Ran loves the food you made. Haha. If you want more, uncle will cook for you again. Seeing his clever little niece, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but smile. Having traversed into this world, he felt an overwhelming warmth in the presence of such a loving and affectionate family. Laughter and chatter enveloped the table, rendering the meal especially lively. After dinner, Ran approached Cao Dapeng with her mathematics test paper, her brow furrowed in distress. Uncle, could you please help me understand how to solve this problem? I've racked my brain and still can't figure it out. Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, both of whom had graduated from middle school years ago, had long since returned the knowledge they once acquired to their teachers. Assisting Ran with her homework had become their daily torment, each time faced with her inquiries. The couple exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately left speechless. The elementary school problems of today were beyond their comprehension. Previously, they had refrained from allowing Ran to consult Cao Dapeng. And as for hiring a tutor, such a family as theirs could scarcely afford that luxury. Now, however, with Cao Dapeng back to his usual self, they felt no fear that Ran would pick up any bad habits. Thus, the couple gazed intently at him, silently hoping that, as a university student, he would surely be able to tackle the problems that stumped them. Let me take a look. Cao Dapeng blinked and accepted the mathematics paper handed to him by Ran. The task involved moving a matchstick to make the equation valid, represented by the matchstick arrangement of 134156283. Are elementary school problems really this convoluted nowadays? Although he had graduated from a prestigious university in his previous life, it had been many years since he had solved any problems. And this peculiar type left him momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, the foundational knowledge he had accumulated remained intact. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a solution. Turning to Ran, he said, "Look, if we move the matchstick beneath the 6 to the top of the 3 on the right, wouldn't the equation then hold true?" Oh. Following Cao Dapeng's guidance, Ran erased the vertical matchstick beneath the 6 and added one above the 3 on the right. Instantly, the equation transformed into 134155289. The equation was valid. Astonished, Ran gazed up at Cao Dapeng with admiration. "Uncle, how did you do that?" She knew he was a university graduate, and logically, this problem should not have posed a challenge for him. Yet, she had not anticipated his swift response. Cao Dapeng chuckled. Ran, how do you perform addition?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Naturally, one adds from right to left, starting with the units and moving to the hundreds." Cao Dapeng continued to guide her. "Now, examine the original equation. Where's the error?" Ran furrowed her brows, realizing that both the tens and hundreds were correct, leaving only the units in question. Cao Dapeng nodded, pleased with her progress. Since the problem only requires moving one matchstick, and both the tens and hundreds are correct, there's no need to alter them. Thus, we must focus on the units. The 4 cannot be moved, as that would invalidate the number. So now, we are left with the 6 from 156 and the 3 from 283. You see, the only matchstick we can move is the one beneath. To impart knowledge is more valuable than merely providing a solution. Such intelligence puzzles assess a student's logical reasoning abilities. Once this concept is grasped, the problems become far less daunting. "Ah, I understand now." Ran nodded repeatedly. Her gaze towards Cao Dapeng transformed into a semblance of admiration. Previously, when she posed questions to her parents, they would merely roll their eyes, unable to provide answers and instead reproaching her for not paying attention in class. However, her uncle was different. Not only could he answer her queries, but he also elucidated the reasons behind his explanations. His thoroughness surpassed that of her teachers. How amusing it was. After all, he was a university student. While this third-grade dilemma had left them thoroughly perplexed, Dapeng, please take good care of Ran in the future. With the sight of his younger brother successfully solving Ran's math problem, smiles emerged on the faces of Cao Dapeng and Su Ling. At last, they had found a savior for this formidable challenge. "What do you mean third grade? This is second-grade summer homework." Little did they expect. As soon as the words left their lips, their daughter delivered a crushing blow. Cao Dapeng, Su Ling. It turned out they were equally helpless with second-grade math. Cao Dapeng found himself in a state of amused exasperation. And after chatting with his brother and sister-in-law for a while longer, he returned to his own courtyard. As midnight approached, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a motorcycle, Ah Fu reappeared before Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, invigorated, donned his gear and stepped outside with his fishing equipment. Indeed, due to the throngs of people on the beach during the day, fishing had been his only option. Now, with the night enveloping the world in tranquility, he intended to venture with Ah Fu to the mangroves outside the village. Destination, the mangroves. "Let us depart," Cao Dapeng proclaimed as he mounted the motorcycle. "At your command, brother," Ah Fu replied, pressing the accelerator, and the two swiftly vanished into the embrace of the night. Chapter 16. The Trap is My Home. Loved by all, the expanse of mangroves outside Hongshu village stretches generously, perfectly situated at the confluence of Hongshu and Nampan villages. In days gone by, the villagers from both settlements would occasionally venture here to gather from the sea. However, as time passed, the dense vegetation of the mangroves and the intricate underwater terrain, often inhabited by sea snakes, led to a marked decline in adventurous souls visiting this area for safety's sake. By the time Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu arrived at the mangroves, the tide had receded significantly, leaving the remaining seawater lapping just above their knees. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, draping the small grove in an enigmatic shroud. In the stillness of the night, the treetops occasionally echoed with the calls of birds. These were the pelicans, some residing in freshwater zones, while others inhabited the coastal waters nearby. By day, they might glide across the water's surface in search of sustenance, but as night enveloped the land, they would take flight, returning to the nests they had constructed among the branches. These aquatic birds are protected, and Cao Dapeng knew better than to disturb them. At that moment, his attention was wholly captivated by the shallow waters before him, where the shimmering surface revealed a multitude of golden symbols floating gracefully. What a bounty of fish resources awaited them here, far surpassing what could be found on the beach. It seemed they were destined for a remarkable harvest today. Afyu, go check over there, but be cautious of the sea snakes, Cao Dapeng directed, gesturing towards a densely symbol-laden area. He then leisurely ventured in another direction. For amidst the sea of golden lights, he had spotted the symbol of a treasured sword. Swiftly navigating through a school of small fish, Cao Dapeng, armed with his luck-bringing fishing tool, made a beeline towards the radiant sword symbol. As he drew closer, clarity emerged. Beneath the crystal-clear waters, an exceedingly unappealing creature was resting beneath the roots of a mangrove tree. Indeed, this fish was remarkably ugly, its body white and speckled with black spots, featuring a long head and a pointed snout reminiscent of a corpulent rat. This was none other than the legendary ratspot fish. Despite its unsightly appearance, it was renowned for its delectable taste, fetching over 800 yuan per pound in the market and potentially exceeding 1,000 yuan in favorable conditions. What fortune had graced him? Observing this unattractive creature, a satisfied smile crossed Cao Dapeng's lips. He promptly set down his fishing clamp and retrieved an object from his bucket, hurling it swiftly in the direction of the rat spot. Whoosh! The sound stirred the semi-slumbering fish, which instinctively twitched, preparing to flee. Yet, in a sudden twist, it halted and turned, swimming excitedly towards the source of the disturbance. Snap! In the next heartbeat, a sharp hook pierced through its mouth, causing it to writhe in agony. Despite its frantic struggles, the hook had firmly embedded itself within its flesh, rendering escape impossible. Indeed, the object that Cao Dapeng cast into the water was none other than the come bite my hook he had acquired during the day. Prior to this, he had deliberately detached the fish hook from his rod and affixed it to the fishing line. The entangled branches and roots beneath the water in this mangrove forest, developed over many years, had inadvertently created a protective net for the fish, shrimp, and crabs. It was no easy feat to catch them, even with a net. However, with this fish hook, the situation was markedly different. Once cast, he had no doubt that the fish would take the bait. The thrill of waiting for his catch was exhilarating. With a splash, Cao Dapeng noticed that the peculiar creature had ceased its movements, prompting him to place it into his bucket and remove the fish hook. Simultaneously, the shimmering sword-like symbol floating above the scad suddenly flickered. To his astonishment, 5 identical traps materialized before him, each adorned with the golden inscription, "The trap is my home." Everyone loves it. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. He had anticipated an upgrade for his gear, yet he was instead presented with 5 traps. The name alone suggested formidable capabilities. There are many methods for fishing, and setting traps is one of them. While fishing can be taxing on the back and chasing after marine life can strain the legs, deploying traps is remarkably more convenient. As long as one identifies a suitable location and places the trap, they can simply return after a day or two to collect their bounty. Akin to fishing while lying down. Numerous prime locations for setting traps abound near Red Tree Village, and if Cao Dapeng were to set a few, it would indeed be an added boon. Satisfied with his new equipment, he eagerly picked up his crab-catching tongs and swiftly gathered several hidden swimming crabs and bread crabs nearby into his bucket. Fortune seemed to favor him. Notably, the crabs he caught were all of substantial size. He paid no mind to the smaller ones, recognizing the need to allow them time to grow and develop. Given the limited fishery resources, perhaps the mangrove had remained undisturbed for too long, as the aquatic bounty was remarkably abundant. As he advanced, he continued to reap his harvest. In the distance, he could hear a Fu's enthusiastic calls. "Brother Dapeng, there are so many crabs here, even more than on the beach. Brother Dapeng, I've caught an eel." A Fu's excitement was reminiscent of a child's joy at the sight of such a plentiful catch. With a resigned shake of his head, Cao Dapeng casually cast his come bite my hook once more, successfully landing a stonefish hidden within a crevice. Aptly named, the stonefish bore a coloration akin to that of rock and possessed a notably grotesque appearance, even harboring venom. Nonetheless, like the previous scad, this unsightly creature was quite valuable. Although it did not fetch the same price as the scad, which was over 800 yuan per pound, it could still command a price of 1 to 200 yuan per pound. Moreover, the medicinal value of the stonefish is substantial. It not only nourishes the lungs and generates bodily fluids, but also possesses beautifying properties for women, rendering it quite popular in seafood establishments. With a splash, amidst the clinking of gold coins, a 3-pound stonefish was successfully caught. The exhilarating sensation of this windfall was simply delightful. Suddenly, while Cao Dapeng reveled in his financial success, his eyes were momentarily dazzled by a radiant light. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the source of that brilliance. Not far ahead, he beheld a stone standing half a meter high, and astonishingly, Hovering behind it was a luminous talisman adorned with the Taiji symbol. The Taiji talisman grants one the ability to acquire certain skills, which is exceedingly advantageous for Cao Dapeng. With his focus sharpened, he eagerly advanced towards the source of that light. Chapter 17 Mother, I told you the catch here is abundant. In the blink of an eye, Cao Dapeng quickly approached the stone and discovered, beneath the golden talisman, 2 abalones. Indeed, they were abalones, but the one before him was notably large, weighing at least 8 taels. This was surely the legendary double-headed abalone. The so-called double-headed abalone is calculated based on the old measurement of a pound. If 1 pound yields 2 abalones, it is deemed a double-headed abalone. Such a superior quality of abalone commands an exorbitant price, nearly 1,000 yuan each. Most people could scarcely afford it. Cao Dapeng was astonished to find such a treasure in this place. The heavens had presented wealth before him. How could he let it slip away? He reached out to pluck the 2 abalones from the stone, only to discover that they seemed to be fused with it. Utterly immovable. With a resigned sigh, he realized that to retrieve the abalones, specialized tools were essential, for their adhesive strength was formidable. Regrettably, he had not brought such equipment with him. Blinking, Cao Dapeng resorted to his previous tactic, retrieving the come bite my hook device, and began to maneuver it between the 2 abalones. Snap! In the next instant, the abalone that had been clinging to the stone suddenly fell free with a splat. This method worked. Witnessing this, Cao Dapeng could hardly contain his excitement as he swiftly placed the 2 abalones into his bucket. Simultaneously, the golden Tai Chi symbol that floated above the abalones transformed into a stream of light, merging with Cao Dapeng's body. He felt a remarkable transformation within his skin, especially in his hands, which were imbued with an indescribable power. Blinking in astonishment, he placed his hands upon the stone and was amazed to discover that he had acquired the same adhesive ability as the abalones. This equated to possessing top-tier rock climbing skills. Quite impressive. Cao Dapeng nodded in satisfaction. Although he had little interest in rock climbing, possessing additional skills could prove advantageous in the future. Dapeng, Dapeng. In the midst of his reverie, he heard Afyu's voice calling from a distance. There are so many catches here that my bucket is full. Look, can you even comprehend this? If the fishermen from earlier in the day had heard Afyu's words, they would surely be infuriated. As he spoke, Afyu arrived breathlessly, carrying his bucket. Cao Dapeng glanced into Afyu's bucket and saw it brimming with various crabs and sea snails. Not a single fish in sight. Well, even so, this bucket filled with crabs and sea snails could fetch a handsome price. A commendable haul indeed. Cao Dapeng generously praised Afyu, recognizing that the boy needed encouragement. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed Afyu staring at his bucket in astonishment. Dapeng, you are truly incredible. You even managed to catch a mouse grouper. Afu initially believed he had amassed enough bounty for the day. It was his first time ever filling his water bucket while foraging by the sea. However, he was taken aback to discover that Cao Dapeng's catch surpassed his own in sheer magnitude. Without delving into specifics, the value of just one of the grouper fish he had caught was nearly equivalent to the entirety of Afu's bucket filled with crabs and sea snails. Well, Afu, we've gathered quite a lot. Let us search a bit more, and then call it a day. This excursion into the mangrove forest had proven tremendously fruitful, particularly as they had secured 2 intriguing luminous symbols, which left Cao Dapeng quite satisfied. Meanwhile, on the shadowy side of the mangrove, 3 figures were cautiously advancing, scanning their surroundings while intermittently pausing to collect items into their own water buckets. Look, Mom, I told you, when it comes to fishing, this side of the mangrove is unparalleled, Lu Hao proclaimed, proudly lifting his bucket towards his mother-in-law, Ho Guilon. Behind him stood his wife, Lin Meiqi. Still feeling the sting of having been outdone by Cao Dapeng the previous day, Lu Hao was further disheartened to hear that Cao Dapeng had managed to catch over 1,000 fish. This prompted him to devise a plan to take his mother-in-law and wife to the mangrove, especially since he had no plans to venture out to sea in the coming days. A stroll through the mangrove might yield some fish, providing a substantial bonus to his earnings. Lu Hao's assumptions proved correct. The mangrove had been devoid of visitors for quite some time, and the fishing yield was indeed bountiful. Within less than an hour of their arrival, the trio had already caught numerous crabs, including a hefty 3-pound grouper worth 200 yuan. Indeed, the mangrove is teeming with treasures. Our trip today was far from futile. Haha. Ho Guilon exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she joyfully collected crabs. After 2 consecutive days of coming back empty-handed, her mood had transformed completely. Over here, look. There are plenty of swimming crabs. Lin Meiqi called out excitedly from a short distance away. All right, don't just stand there, Azi. Let us go. Ho Guilon responded, rallying Lu Hao to follow her toward Lin Meiqi's direction. Just as the 3 were reveling in their joyous pursuit of sea bounty, the sound of splashing water drew nearer. accompanied by the unmistakable, boisterous laughter of someone unrestrained. Their movements halted abruptly as they turned in unison towards the source of the commotion. The cause of their surprise was clear. They had heard the name Brother Dapeng amidst the raucous laughter. To their astonishment, they realized that, late in the evening, the mangrove was not as deserted as they had thought. There were others present, and it seemed that this other presence was none other than Cao Dapeng. What bad luck! Why is he everywhere? As the distance between them diminished, Ho Guilan, illuminated by the glow of her headlamp, could clearly discern that the approaching figure was none other than Cao Dapeng. Moreover, both Cao Dapeng and Afu were carrying buckets, evidently indicating a bountiful catch. In an instant, the joy that had filled her heart evaporated. Had it been solely her family enjoying a bountiful harvest, Ho Guilan would have been elated, dancing with delight and boasting extravagantly upon returning to the village. However, now that not only did she have her own catch, but Cao Dapeng had one too, her spirits plummeted. "Oh, is that you, Dapeng? Have you come to the shore as well?" Just as Ho Guilan frowned, she observed Lu Hao standing beside her, proactively greeting Cao Dapeng. "Dapeng, how's it going? Did you manage to catch any big ones?" His tone was laced with a hint of arrogance. Ho Guilan blinked, seemingly struck by a thought, and a glimmer of joy flickered across her brow. Taking a step forward, she stood alongside her son-in-law and addressed the approaching Cao Dapeng. "Dapeng, your luck has been extraordinary these past few days. I presume your catch today is quite substantial as well?" Chapter 18. Bitten by the Sea Serpent. As Lin Meiqi was gathering goods, the voices of Ho Guilan and Lu Hao caused her body to stiffen involuntarily. She turned to look and saw under the bright moonlight Cao Dapeng and Afu approaching them. Upon catching sight of Cao Dapeng again, her gaze instinctively became evasive, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Both Lin Meiqi and Cao Dapeng hailed from Honshu village, having grown up together. From kindergarten through elementary school and then through middle and high school, they had attended the same institution. Once upon a time, they were inseparable lovers, with Cao Dapeng caring for her in a manner that made her truly feel the essence of love. Yet, when calamity befell Cao Dapeng's family, she, swayed by her mother Ho Guilan's suggestions, ultimately chose to part ways with him and marry Lu Hao instead. Lin Meiqi felt a deep sense of guilt regarding this relationship. Even after her marriage, she continued to inquire about Cao Dapeng's life, learning that he had succumbed to despair over the years, which often saddened her heart. However, she never anticipated encountering him in this desolate mangrove today. When their eyes briefly met, she instinctively averted her gaze, too timid to look forward again. Yet, familiar voices reached her ears. "Oh, Rat, and Ho, you are also here." As they spoke, Cao Dapeng and Afu arrived before Ho Guilan and the others. Cao Dapeng was slightly surprised to find these three here, and he naturally noticed Lin Meiqi hiding behind them, yet he felt completely indifferent. He was no longer the Cao Dapeng of the past, and even if he were, he would not be stirred by emotions. Couples are like birds of a feather, flying apart in times of adversity. Moreover, Cao Dapeng and Lin Meiqi could hardly be considered a couple, so where was the loyalty to be found? Since Lin Meiqi had made her choice, he would respect the course of her fate. Just as Cao Dapeng finished speaking, a startled exclamation from Ho Guilan broke through the night. "Goodness, so many crabs. Where did you get these?" Originally, Ho Guilan intended to join her son-in-law in mocking Cao Dapeng. After all, there were only two of them, so how much could they possibly catch? Their family, consisting of three, should surely have more than Cao Dapeng. However, as Cao Dapeng and Afu drew nearer, she noticed the overflowing bucket of crabs and sea snails that Afu carried. Astonishingly, it was brimming with a bountiful catch. Just this one bucket alone meant they had utterly outperformed her family. Her gaze then shifted to the bucket in Cao Dapeng's hands, and she found herself utterly disoriented. Eels, stonefish, even mouse grouper, and two sizable abalones were nestled within. Just these catches were worth several thousand yuan. The combined haul of Cao Dapeng and Afu was a complete triumph over the three of them. Lu Hao. At this moment, Lu Hao was at a loss for words. Previously, at the dock, Cao Dapeng sold over 3,000 yuan in one fell swoop, attributing it purely to Lu Hao's extraordinary luck. Who could possibly retrieve such valuable treasures daily? Yet today, Cao Dapeng's action served as a resounding slap to his own face. The catch in his bucket was, indeed, more bountiful than what he had earned from an entire day at sea. The critical factor was that venturing out required weather considerations and risk, whereas for Cao Dapeng, it was essentially zero cost and zero risk. Could it be that the heavens had bestowed upon him the blessings of Mazu? How could his fortune be so splendid? Perhaps it was merely because they had arrived early. Cao Dapeng shrugged, offering a faint smile as he politely inquired, "Rats, and Ho, how have your catches fared?" Lu Hao Ho Guilan, what should have been a casual greeting, became exceedingly awkward. They had been here for quite some time, and collectively, the three of them had managed to catch merely half a bucket of crabs and possibly one grouper. but the entirety of their haul was not even worth a single mouse grouper that Cao Dapeng had caught. Haha, just average. We've only been here for half an hour, just getting started. Lu Hao, quick-witted, fabricated an excuse without a hint of embarrassment. Yes, indeed. We've just arrived for half an hour. I must say, the catch in the mangroves is indeed plentiful. Ho Guilan, catching on, nodded in agreement. However, her words seemed somewhat redundant, as if she feared others might not realize they had just come. Cao Dapeng glanced at their damp clothing, which suggested they had been there for nearly 2 hours. All right then, you two continue. Fu and I are almost done and need to sell our catch. Dismissing the insincerity of the duo, he exchanged a few perfunctory words before heading out of the mangroves with Fu. Throughout, he didn't spare a glance at Lin Meiqi. As they distanced themselves, Fu's mutterings occasionally broke the silence of the dark. TCH, they've clearly been in the water for 2 hours. Yet they still put on a facade of having just arrived. How shameless. Brother Dapeng, why do you even give Ho Guilan face? My bucket of crabs could easily outshine them. Brother, today don't give me any money. Let us save it for your wedding. Our earnings these past few days surpass what others make in a month. Let us work hard and ensure you marry someone even more beautiful than Lin Meiqi. The nighttime mangroves were, in truth, quite desolate. Every word uttered by Fu resonated distinctly in the ears of Ho Guilan and her companions, like sharp knives piercing them, leaving them wounded and disfigured. Ho Guilan Lu Hao Lin Meiqi after a prolonged silence. Lin Meiqi shattered the stillness. So, Mom, the person you mentioned who caught a bucketful at the shore is him? Once again seeing Cao Dapeng, she could not dismiss the notion that it was a mere illusion. Yet, Lin Meiqi never anticipated that throughout it all, Cao Dapeng had not cast a single glance her way nor exchanged a word with her, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Once upon a time, Cao Dapeng was indeed attentive to her every need. Of course, Lin Meiqi never anticipated that the very Cao Dapeng, who had recently been dubbed the king of beachcombing, was the same person. It seemed that he had amassed quite a fortune lately. Standing nearby, Lu Hao's expression shifted between light and shadow upon realizing that Lin Meiqi was aware of the truth. What is there to be smug about? Ho Guilan rolled her eyes and spat in the direction where Cao Dapeng and Fu had departed, scoffing. He is merely fortunate. Mouse, Meiqi, since they have caught so many, it indicates that there is still plenty to be found in these mangroves. Let us continue our search. We will surely surpass their haul. True to her nature, Ho Guilan swiftly regained her confidence with just a few words. Indeed, Mom. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao also perked up, suggesting, how about we venture further ahead? There might be a significant catch waiting for us. The mother-in-law and son-in-law harmonized in their enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to Lin Meiqi's words. With a resigned shake of her head, Lin Meiqi followed the duo, continuing their exploration. However, after walking a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back in the direction where Cao Dapeng had vanished, as though she had left something important behind. Before long, Lin Meiqi was drawn back by the excited exclamations of her mother and husband. Come quickly. There is another grouper over here. Blue crab. My goodness. It's a large one. Meiqi, don't just stand there. Hurry and catch it before it escapes. Snapping back to reality, Lin Meiqi hurriedly grabbed the beachcombing tongs and net, striding forward. As they closed the distance, she indeed spotted a treasure trove of bounty in the waters ahead. Lin Meiqi focused her mind and joined in the capture. Oilfish, tiger crabs, needle crabs one by one, crabs and fish were netted into their bucket. Ho Guilan was overjoyed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. I told you so. The mangroves are teeming with fish. Cao Dapeng merely discovered them before we did. Let us put in more effort and gather as much as we can tonight. Unfortunately, it seemed they had brought too few buckets. With a triumphant expression, Ho Guilan felt her earlier frustrations dissipate, replaced by sheer delight. She never imagined she would experience such a bountiful haul. It was an exhilarating feeling. However, just a few minutes later, as a shadow darted swiftly past, the exhilarated Ho Guilan yelped in pain and terror. Meiqi, mouse. I've been bitten by a sea snake. Lin Meiqi. Lu Hao. Chapter 19. Brother, do you have barnacles? The trio had just been reveling in the joys of beachcombing, completely oblivious to the lurking dangers of the mangroves. For many years, this place had remained untouched, primarily due to the frequent sightings of sea snakes. It is crucial to note that sea snakes are venomous. A bite could prove fatal if not treated within 2 hours. Ho Guilan never anticipated her misfortune. She had been bitten by a sea snake. Mom, are you all right? Lin Meiqi snapped back to reality and rushed to her mother's side. To her horror, she noticed a row of bite marks on Ho Guilan's arm, the wound already showing signs of discoloration. Faced with this alarming sight, Lin Meiqi's expression shifted dramatically. Howsy, hurry, take my mom to the hospital. The potency of the sea snake's venom could indeed be deadly if not promptly addressed. Lu Hao blinked in confusion, momentarily stunned. After all his efforts to catch a bountiful haul of fish, he never expected such a calamity to befall his mother-in-law. At that moment, he still clutched a bucket filled with fish. Don't just stand there. Move. Lin Meiqi urged him anxiously, her voice tinged with desperation. But the fish Lu Hao hesitated. Shaking the bucket in his hand, knowing its contents could fetch at least 2,000 yuan, a significant sum. Is my mother's life more important, or is money? Lin Meiqi glared at him, her voice rising in anger as tears streamed down her cheeks. The thought of a familiar figure crossed her mind. Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have rushed her mother to the hospital without a second thought. During her own illness, Cao Dapeng had tirelessly cared for her in the hospital for 3 days and nights. All right. Lu Hao, feeling helpless and reluctant, finally abandoned the bucket and hurried over to the two women. He hoisted his unfortunate mother-in-law onto his back and, with urgency, made his way toward the mangrove's exit. The water level in the mangroves had risen significantly, making their passage arduous. Yet, with lives at stake, Lu Hao gritted his teeth and pressed on. Lin Meiqi followed closely behind, supporting the unconscious Hoguilan, while their hard-earned fish lay abandoned in the mangroves. As a grouper leapt from the water, the 3 buckets tilted precariously, sending the fish flopping back into the sea, escaping their grasp. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng remained entirely unaware of the unfolding crisis. At that moment, he and a Fu had arrived at the dock in Nampan village on their motorcycle. As soon as they came to a stop, the fishmonger from the previous day recognized Cao Dapeng. Hey, brother, what have you caught today? The fishmonger greeted him with great enthusiasm, having made a handsome profit from the fish purchased from Cao Dapeng just yesterday. To him, Cao Dapeng was a veritable fortune-bringer. His gaze was drawn to the buckets in Cao Dapeng and a Fu's possession, one of which was on the verge of spilling over with crabs. Clearly, today's catch was promising. It's better than yesterday. Take a look. Once a novice, twice familiar, the price offered by the fishmonger was quite reasonable. Cao Dapeng, feeling no inclination to seek out others, placed his catch directly before the vendor. Goodness, such a substantial haul. Ignoring the crabs in Ah Fu's bucket, the fishmonger immediately spotted the grouper in Cao Dapeng's container and gave him a thumbs up. To land a significant catch in one day might be the result of mere luck, but to do so for 2 consecutive days was a testament to skill. For this grouper, I'll give you 900 per pound. The fishmonger was exceedingly pleased, offering a generous price as he began to weigh the fish. The grouper alone weighed 3 pounds, netting a total of 2,700. The stonefish, priced at 150 per pound, sold for 405. Altogether, the haul amounted to an impressive 5,600, and when factoring in the crabs from Ah Fu's bucket, the total soared to 7,008, prompting the vendor to round it off to a neat 8,000. The mangrove was fraught with risk, yet it was teeming with valuable catches in this single endeavor. They earned what others might take an entire month to achieve. Of course, such wealth required the means to enjoy it. Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu were fortunate. But as for Hoguilan, one could only guess how much hospital expenses would cost. Brother, you're quite talented. The fishmonger promptly transferred 8,000 to Cao Dapeng, but then grasped his hand, smiling as he inquired, I have a business proposition for you. Would you be interested? Oh. Cao Dapeng, on the verge of heading home for a well-deserved rest, suddenly found himself wide awake upon hearing these words. With over 200,000 in debts looming over him, he was eager to settle them as swiftly as possible, alleviating the burden on his brother's family. Although he had earned a fair sum recently, Cao Dapeng was acutely aware that such fortune could not be relied upon daily. If a lucrative opportunity arose, he would certainly not let it pass. Do tell. He grinned, pulling out a box of Etian Xia that Yichang had previously given him, presenting it to the fishmonger. Smart move. Observing this, the fishmonger nodded approvingly, no longer keeping secrets. Brother, are you familiar with barnacles? Barnacles? Growing up by the sea. Who wouldn't he know about them? Cao Dapeng shrugged, looking at the fishmonger. Are you saying that barnacles are in high demand lately? Barnacles typically grow on rocky shores in coastal, damp regions, encased in a grayish or lime-colored shell resembling a horse's teeth. Hence their alternate name, mare's teeth. Those unfamiliar might mistake them for stones or vegetation clinging to rocks. However, they are, in fact, a unique type of crustacean. Due to their challenging habitats, few people consume them. Cao Dapeng was taken aback to learn that someone was seeking them out. Clever chap. You see right through it. The fishmonger gave Cao Dapeng a thumbs up, surveying the surroundings before leaning in with a conspiratorial tone. Recently, a buyer has been looking to acquire them. They want as many as you can provide. Indeed, the larger the specimen, the greater its value. As I serve merely as a facilitator in this transaction. The fishmonger cheerfully remarked, let me share a figure with you. For similar quality, they can fetch around 100 yuan per pound, and for those of exceptional appearance, prices can soar to 2 or 300. 2 to 300 per pound? Upon hearing this figure, Cao Dapeng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It is worth noting that while barnacles are indeed challenging to procure, once located, they tend to cluster in dense, abundant formations. If one were to harvest a batch, it would undoubtedly lead to a windfall. It suddenly dawned on Cao Dapeng that during his daring rescue of Yichang, he had indeed spotted a considerable number of barnacles beneath the massive rocks over there. Chapter 20. Infusing nutrients within 4-drip. Cao Dapeng, having formulated a plan in his mind, immediately rode back to the mangrove forest with Afu on a motorcycle. By noon the following day, Afu had procured a small fishing boat, and the two intended to set their traps in the nearby reef. With the homesick traps at their disposal, Cao Dapeng had no intention of squandering such premium equipment. Numerous small reefs dotted the waters off the coast of Hongshu village, only revealing themselves at low tide. Once the tide rose, only the slightest hint of them would remain above the water's surface. Such locations were evidently ideal for setting traps. However, as they passed by Ho Guilan's home, they noticed Lu Hao's Fin parked outside, with Ho Guilan connected to an 4-drip. Being assisted by Lu Hao and Lin Meiqi as she descended from the vehicle. And Ho, what happened? You seemed fine last night. How could you have fallen ill? Cao Dapeng was taken aback. After all, they lived in the same village and had maintained a friendly rapport. Out of courtesy, he expressed his concern. Just the previous evening, she had been full of vigor at the mangrove, and now, after a single night, she was in such a state. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Ho Guilan's expression darkened. It's nothing, just in 4-drip to replenish some nutrients and avoid getting sick in winter, she replied, feigning calmness and hastily making her way into her yard. The excitement of foraging in the mangrove had abruptly turned into a nightmare when she was unexpectedly bitten by a sea snake. When Ho Guilan regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital bed. Fortunately, prompt treatment had diluted the toxins within her body with antivenom, but due to her weakened condition and the risk of complications, the hospital had administered in 4-drip and required her to stay overnight. Upon waking, her first inquiry to Lu Hao and Lin Meiqi was about the catch in the buckets. To her dismay, she discovered that the half-bucket of crabs and the fish she had painstakingly gathered had been carelessly discarded by the two wastrels into the mangrove. As if that were not enough, her brief hospital visit had cost nearly 2,000 yuan, which left Ho Guilan distraught, insisting on returning home. Indeed, after an exhausting day of foraging at sea, she had not only failed to secure any fish but had also incurred a loss of 2,000 yuan. The thought of Cao Dapeng's abundant catch from the previous night only exacerbated her frustration. Seeing Ho Guilan retreat, Lu Hao and Lin Meiqi exchanged awkward glances with Cao Dapeng, feeling the weight of embarrassment, and quickly followed her inside. While Cao Dapeng had returned from the mangrove with a bountiful harvest, they were left with losses, nearly paying with their lives. How humiliating. Brother Dapeng, something is amiss with this situation, Afu remarked thoughtfully, observing the furtive behavior of Ho Guilan and her companions. Not my concern, Cao Dapeng shrugged, beckoning Afu to continue toward the seaside. Let us set the traps. All right, brother. The duo paddled the small fishing boat and soon arrived at the reef a few hundred meters away. As they passed by the beach, numerous villagers were still engaged in the pursuit of sea creatures, evidently hoping to catch some fish. However, judging by their expressions, it seemed that they had not landed any significant haul. At this moment, the tide had receded, revealing countless hidden rocks that had emerged from beneath the water. Cao Dapeng carefully placed 2 prepared shrimp into each of the traps before casting them all into the sea. May Mazu bless us, let there be a fruitful catch. I hope to find a beautiful bride for my brother Dapeng. While Cao Dapeng deployed the traps, Afu stood by with his hands clasped together, earnestly praying. The success of setting traps is often a matter of fortune. At times, one might capture a bountiful catch, while at others, they might return empty-handed. Farmers depend on the skies, and fishermen rely on the sea. Their sustenance wholly rests upon the grace of nature. Once the traps were secured, Cao Dapeng and Afu rowed their fishing boat back to shore. As they approached the area where they had previously fished, Afu hesitated. Brother, are you truly going to pursue those barnacles? The rocks here are quite steep, and the underwater terrain is treacherous. Those barnacles tend to nestle in the most obscure crevices. If you slip and fall into the sea, it could be perilous. Have no fear, I am confident. Cao Dapeng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. He then secured a rope around himself, instructing Afu to remain on shore, before leaping into the depths below. Are you out of your minds? What on earth are you attempting? Exclaimed a few fishermen nearby, who were drawn to their actions, their curiosity piqued. Unlike the previous fishermen, these individuals had not witnessed Cao Dapeng's swimming prowess, and their concern grew. I see now, you are after barnacles. One fisherman, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly exclaimed, turning to Afu. Huh, how did you know? Afu scratched his head, surprised by the fisherman's insight. How could I not know? The barnacle market has been surging recently. I've heard that even in Europe and America, they are being fervently sought after. Many domestic enterprises are looking to utilize barnacles for pharmaceutical development. Barnacles, being both a creature and possessing significant medicinal value, have garnered the interest of major pharmaceutical companies. Their shells are known for their effectiveness in alleviating acid and pain, while their flesh has properties for detoxification and wound healing. One particular variety, known as the gooseneck barnacle, has been priced at several thousand, even tens of thousands, per pound abroad. The fisherman continued to elaborate. Just a few days ago, a fisherman from a nearby village tragically lost his life while attempting to collect barnacles when a wave swept him away. What? A Fu's heart sank upon hearing this. His brother Dapeng had only recently found his footing and had helped him earn a considerable sum. If something were to happen due to the reckless pursuit of those troublesome barnacles, it would be utterly unwarranted. Upon reflecting on this, Afu could not resist rushing to the edge of the cliff, calling out below, "Brother Dapeng, it's dangerous. Hurry up, come up." Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng clung tightly to the sheer rock face, his body resembling that of an abalone, seemingly fused to the stone. Every time he leapt downward, upon making contact with the cliff, his body would come to a steady halt. Indeed, he was employing the adhesion skill he had acquired from the abalone, transforming himself into a veritable expert in rock climbing. With a series of agile jumps, he reached the bottom in mere minutes. However, when his gaze fell upon the narrow crevice between the two massive boulders, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 21. The luminous symbol in the crevice between two colossal stones, the sea intermittently surged forth, leaving behind a multitude of white froth. At the verge of the waves, a pile of shells lay sprawled, each roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, arranged in a seemingly haphazard yet orderly manner, reminiscent of miniature yurts. However, what caught Cao Dapeng's attention was the surprising sight of several luminous symbols suspended above these barnacles. Amidst a plethora of glimmering golden symbols, he swiftly identified one that bore a handwritten shape. The renminbi symbol, redeemable for cash. The great sword symbol, redeemable for equipment. The taiji symbol, redeemable for skills. Now, the emergence of a handwritten symbol promised to bestow upon him yet another delightful surprise. Blinking, Cao Dapeng focused his mind, disregarding the shouts of a Fu above, and retrieved a specialized shovel from his backpack, directing it towards the large barnacle adorned with the handwritten symbol. With a swift motion, the shovel sliced through, and in an instant, a plump barnacle was dislodged from the stone and tossed into his backpack. Entry: please, speak the truth. Instructions: simply fill in the accurate name in the parentheses, and the other party will be compelled to speak the truth, maintaining complete candor. Usage limit: once a week. As the barnacle landed in the backpack, a flash of golden text appeared in Cao Dapeng's mind. A reward for the entry. By inscribing a name within the parentheses, one can compel the other to speak honestly. Cao Dapeng's countenance brightened with joy. This entry was splendid. In this world, nothing is more challenging to decipher than the human heart. For instance, in matters of love, one moment there may be vows of eternal devotion, and the next, a shift in affections. In business, a moment of harmonious collaboration can swiftly turn into treachery. The human heart is treacherous. Now, armed with this truth-telling entry, Cao Dapeng felt an unprecedented sense of security. This endeavor was worth it. He exhaled deeply while a Fu's voice continued to echo above. He needed to hasten his collection of barnacles to alleviate a Fu's concerns. The barnacles thrived in a harsh environment, and working in this remote nook was rather cumbersome. Despite Cao Dapeng's nimble hands and feet, it took him a full half-hour to meticulously dislodge each barnacle from the crevice. Regrettably, in the depths of the fissure, many more plump barnacles remained, just out of reach, forcing Cao Dapeng to reluctantly cease his efforts. As he assessed that he had gathered a sufficient amount, he placed the shovel into the backpack and grasped the rocks with both hands, suddenly beginning to climb upward. Rock climbing is a physically demanding endeavor. Uneven surfaces can be advantageous, but encountering smooth or unyielding areas presents a formidable challenge to climbers. At that moment, Cao Dapeng resembled a gecko, effortlessly ascending even the most ungraspable rock face with remarkable fluidity. Before long, amidst the anxious anticipation of Afu and his companions, Cao Dapeng, burdened with a bamboo basket, finally emerged atop the rocky cliff. "Oh my goodness, brother, you finally made it. You nearly drove me to despair." Upon seeing Cao Dapeng once more, Afu couldn't help but pat his chest and exhale a sigh of relief. Without pausing to acknowledge the bamboo basket behind Cao Dapeng, he hurriedly pulled him up from below. Meanwhile, the fishermen standing nearby directed their astonished gazes towards the bamboo basket trailing behind him, their expressions filled with incredulity. "Good heavens! You've collected such a bounty of barnacles. Young man, you've struck gold. Impressive. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Kudos to you. Kid, while making money is important, Your life is paramount. What meaning does wealth hold if you lose your life in the process? Several fishermen, some expressing admiration and others offering well-meaning warnings, engaged in conversation with Cao Dapeng. It was only through their exchange that he comprehended why the fish vendors were willing to pay exorbitant prices for these barnacles. It turns out, these barnacles were not for consumption but rather for pharmaceutical research. In this day and age, what holds the highest value? Real estate? Gold and jewels? None of these. It is hospitals that command the most wealth. Regardless of how much one earns, it will ultimately be spent on medical expenses. And many newly developed medications are priceless. Even European and American countries are willing to pay top dollar for them, clearly indicating that the medicinal value of these barnacles far exceeds one's expectations. Under the envious gazes of the fishermen, Cao Dapeng and Afu descended the rocky outcrop, scarcely taking the time to change clothes before they rode their motorcycle to the dock at the village's southern bank. Boss, what do you think of this haul? Cao Dapeng directly presented a basket of barnacles before the fish vendor. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng again, along with the basket brimming with barnacles, the vendor was momentarily taken aback before giving a thumbs up to Cao Dapeng. Young man, that's impressive. In just one morning, you managed to gather so much. The fish vendor's gaze was imbued with disbelief. He scrutinized Cao Dapeng, then the plump barnacles in the basket, overwhelmed by admiration for the young man's prowess. Earlier, he had merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that Cao Dapeng would take him seriously and return with such a substantial quantity of barnacles, each of exceptional quality. One must admit, this young individual possesses remarkable skills. Hold on, I'll contact that boss right away. The fish vendor regarded Cao Dapeng with deep appreciation before pulling out his phone to make a call. Although barnacles are costly, specific sales channels are essential. His primary role involved seafood transactions, while he merely served as a conduit for barnacles to earn a commission. Approximately 10 minutes later, a pickup truck arrived at the dock. Lao Su, I heard there's a shipment here. A middle-aged, portly man clad in a suit, with a briefcase tucked under his arm, approached Cao Dapeng. The entrance of this hefty figure, weighing at least 200 pounds, instantly altered the demeanor of the fish vendor, Su. He promptly wiped his hands with a cloth and approached the stout man with a beaming smile, enthusiastically extending his hand. Ah, Manager Zhang, greetings. Is this not what you mentioned to me about the barnacles? I've kept an eye out, and fortuitously, someone has delivered them today. They're all top-notch. Do take a look. The fishmonger chuckled heartily, showering compliments with each breath, even remembering to offer a cigarette to Manager Zhang. Let me see. Manager Zhang replied with a calm demeanor, nodding as he followed the fishmonger to the stall. He cast a fleeting glance at Cao Dapeng and Afu before his attention was drawn to a pile of barnacles in a bamboo basket. The quality was passable. Yet it was unfortunate that the market price for barnacles had recently plummeted to just over 80 per pound. In that case, let us be friends. I shall offer you 100 per pound. How does that sound? Manager Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke and then turned his gaze towards Cao Dapeng, speaking in a condescending tone. Chapter 22. The Candid Confession of Zhang Yaozong. Manager Zhang is the acquisition agent for Anhui Pharmaceutical in this region, primarily tasked with procuring various medicinal herbs. Recently, there has been a pressing demand for barnacles. The more he acquires, the more substantial his quarterly bonus becomes. Naturally, having navigated the complexities of society for over a decade, his ambitions extend beyond mere quarterly rewards. By negotiating lower prices during acquisitions, he envisions reaping even greater profits through subsequent maneuvers. The two young men before him, despite their imposing physiques, exude an air of naivety that Zhang, with his extensive experience, readily identifies as the hallmark of unsophisticated country bumpkins. Such individuals, he believes, must be deftly subdued. To be candid, the quality of barnacles in the barrel far surpasses what he has acquired in recent days. However, the price must not be raised excessively, lest he forfeit his own earnings. In his estimation, 100 yuan per jean is already exorbitant for rural folk. 100 per jean? Upon hearing this, the fishmonger, surnamed Su, bristled. Manager Zhang, I have no objections to paying 100 for ordinary goods, but this young man's wares are exceptional. They should fetch at least 150 per jean. Su, also a local from the nearby village, had conducted several transactions with Cao Dapeng and found him trustworthy. Hearing Zhang's offer, he could not contain his dismay. Such quality at 100 per jean? This is outright exploitation. How can you expect others to supply you in the future? Standing nearby, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow at the quoted price. 100 yuan per jean is indeed not insignificant. However, had he not heard from several anglers prior to his arrival about the true value of these barnacles, he might have fallen prey to Zhang's deceit. 150 per jean, not a cent less. Cao Dapeng asserted, his demeanor shifting to one of firmness. While he bore no ill will towards others making a profit, he could not condone malicious price undercutting. This stroke of fortune concerning the barnacles would have cost others a considerable price if they sought to acquire such a bounty. Oh, you speak with quite a bit of bravado. Manager Zhang shot a surprised glance at the duo, his expression darkening. He scoffed. I just informed you that the current market acquisition price is this low. To offer you 100 per gene is already quite generous. As he gestured around, casting a sidelong glance at Cao Dapeng, he declared in an imperious tone, let me be frank. I am responsible for acquisitions in several nearby townships and even districts. This price is exclusive to me. No one else can offer you such terms, nor would they dare. His words, though brazen, were laced with undeniable authority. Having worked in this field for over a decade, Zhang had unwittingly monopolized the local acquisition market, which accounted for his audacity. Manager Zhang. Conducting business requires a spirit of amiability to foster prosperity. Noticing Zhang's escalating ire, the fishmonger softened his tone slightly, offering a cigarette while smiling. Our lives as fishermen are not easy. To speak candidly, this young man's barnacles are indeed remarkable. 150 is not excessive. Please show some leniency. The business was introduced to him, and now Manager Zhang's inconsistency has left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Old Sue, it's not that I lack respect for you. I'll take these goods for 100. From now on, regardless of quantity, the price remains the same. What do you say? If you agree, we proceed. If not, we part ways. There are plenty of suppliers for this product. However, when the fishmonger took a step back, Manager Zhang did not relent. Instead, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. Cao Dapeng realized that Manager Zhang had grown accustomed to his domineering ways in business and likely bullied more than just him. Given this, there is nothing more to discuss. Go and find someone else to buy from. Cao Dapeng calmly declined. The barnacles in his bucket weighed at least 20 pounds, even at 100 per pound. He would earn 2,000. Yet, he could not abide Manager Zhang's character. He would rather forego the profit than allow Zhang to exploit the market. Stubborn, are we? Cao Dapeng's remark took Manager Zhang by surprise, prompting him to scrutinize Cao Dapeng more closely. Over the years, he had interacted with many old fishermen and understood well the endurance of the common folk. They merely sought a meal. With a firm attitude, they would endure much. Yet this young man chose to confront him head-on. Very well, I shall see who you can sell these barnacles to if I do not buy them. Let us wait and see. Manager Zhang cast a cold glance at Cao Dapeng, maintaining his obstinate stance before turning to leave. In his experience, the buyer held the upper hand. Once he stepped away, the seller would inevitably relent. 1 step. Silence ensued. 2 steps. No one attempted to stop him. 3 steps. 4 steps. By the time Manager Zhang reached his pickup truck, there had not been a single plea for compromise. All right, you little rascal. We shall see you triumphs in this contest. At that moment, Manager Zhang was thoroughly incensed. Glancing back at Cao Dapeng with a glare before starting his vehicle and driving off. My apologies, young brother. I never anticipated that the other party would be so overbearing, leaving you with nothing to show for your efforts. As he watched Manager Zhang's vehicle disappear, the fishmonger looked at Cao Dapeng with an expression of regret. He had merely intended to help, unaware that it would unfold this way. No worries. Cao Dapeng smiled slightly, offering a cigarette to the fishmonger. You meant well. And this matter is unrelated to you. By the way, what is Manager Zhang's full name? The fishmonger was only responsible for the introduction. The outcome was another matter entirely. Moreover, the fishmonger had stood by Cao Dapeng's side during the confrontation, and Cao Dapeng was not one to hold grudges against those who showed him kindness. However, he was not one to subscribe to the notion of a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. In his past life, his overly kind nature had led to a tragic end. In this life, he would ensure that grievances were settled without delay. Manager Zhang clearly bullies not just himself. If this individual is not dealt with, many more will fall victim to his tyranny in the future. Seeing that Cao Dapeng did not blame him, the fishmonger initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not anticipate that Cao Dapeng would inquire about Manager Zhang's information. It seems this young man may be experiencing a change of heart. The fishmonger pondered little, casually retrieving a handful of business cards from his pocket. After meticulously sifting through them, he extracted one and handed it to Cao Dapeng. Indeed, it was Zhang Yaozong, a manager at Enwei Pharmaceuticals. If you wish to discuss matters with him, simply reach out. His address is on the card. Very well, uncle. With the business card in hand, Cao Dapeng smiled. In the next moment, he activated the entry talent, inscribing the name Zhang Yaozong in golden letters within parentheses. As the 3 characters were written, a cascade of identical names appeared, each accompanied by distinct telephone numbers and addresses. There was no other choice. The sheer number of people sharing the same name necessitated precise identification. Fortunately, Cao Dapeng possessed Zhang Yaozong's business card, allowing him to select the accurate information directly. Please, Zhang Yaozong, speak the truth. Completed. After executing all these actions, Cao Dapeng settled down with a bucket of water, finding a random spot to sit. Although Zhang Yaozong had spoken so domineeringly moments ago, it was possible that others were also seeking barnacles. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, waiting was inconsequential. Brother, what should we do now? Are we just going to wait here? I sense that manager Zhang holds considerable influence. What if no one purchases our goods? What then? A Fu squatted beside Cao Dapeng, his expression fraught with concern. Chapter 23. Trouble arises from words. Do not be deceived by his tousled blonde hair and seemingly unapproachable demeanor. Ah Fu is, in truth, rather simple-minded. Lacking in education, he is utterly confounded by the complexities of business. Just moments ago, witnessing Zhang Yaozong's aggressive stance, he was ready to clench his fists and engage in a brawl, yet at the crucial moment, he was restrained by Cao Dapeng. What else could they do but remain calm? Cao Dapeng took a drag from his cigarette, observing the bustling crowd at the dock, and remarked with a smile, "The fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of the alley. True gold will inevitably shine. I refuse to believe that such a treasure will go unnoticed. Besides, even if no one desires it, we can still enjoy it ourselves. As they say, it is good for the body. We shall have a taste." Cao Dapeng was not averse to physical confrontation, but he preferred to resolve issues through intellect whenever possible. After all, it was not worth jeopardizing Ah Fu for a mere few thousand yuan. Indeed, Brother Dapeng was right. Surely there would be buyers for their fine goods. With Cao Dapeng's optimism, Ah Fu's frown dissipated, and without hesitation, he extracted a pack of cigarettes from Cao Dapeng's pocket and lit one for himself. Ah! The exuberance of youth. Opposite them, the fishmonger surnamed Su observed the two seated beside their water bucket and instantly grasped Cao Dapeng's intentions, shaking his head in resignation. The people in this area have a penchant for forming cliques. While they may call it mutual assistance, in truth, it often devolves into exclusionary practices. Now that Cao Dapeng had offended Zhang Yaozong, attempting to sell that bucket of clam would likely prove exceedingly difficult. However, having already passed Zhang Yaozong's business card to Cao Dapeng, it was no longer within his purview to dictate whether Cao Dapeng would bow down. Xiaowang, relay the message. From now on, any goods in the vicinity of Nampan village exceeding 100 yuan should be refused. In his pickup truck, Zhang Yaozong hung up the phone and could not help but spit out of the window, cursing his misfortune. "Kid, I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado. If you cannot sell it, just wait for it to rot." With a huff, Zhang Yaozong drove on. Before long, another call came through. "Darling, where are you? I miss you so much." A sweet voice on the other end sent shivers down Zhang Yaozong's spine, instantly dispelling his previous anger, replaced instead by a broad smile. "I am on my way, my dear. Wait for me." He chuckled softly, hung up, and accelerated towards the city center. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yaozong parked his vehicle in the lot of an apartment building, holding a bouquet of flowers and a beautifully wrapped gift. With a creak, the door swung open, and he presented his carefully chosen gifts. "Wow, it smells wonderful." At the entrance stood a young woman clad in a striking red dress, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of the flowers and gift. Lowering her head, she inhaled the fragrance of the blossoms, then, with soft, sultry eyes, beckoned Zhang Yaozong inside. She was enamored with Zhang Yaozong, a man who understood the essence of romance. Every encounter with him brought forth a delightful surprise. To take a look at what lies within the box. As she gazed at the captivating woman before him, Zhang Yaozong could not help but swallow hard. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the allure of mature women, mistakenly cherishing the charms of youthful girls. Yet now, he found himself drawn to women of sophistication, possessing an extraordinary grace, particularly those who belonged to others, whose allure was even more pronounced. "Oh, I am indeed curious to see." With a glimmer of intrigue, the woman cast a glance at Zhang Yaozong before, in his presence, elegantly unveiling the exquisite gift box, revealing a string of pristine pearls nestled within. "Ah, these pearls," Zhang Yaozong mused, intending to convey that these pearls were the result of considerable investment and connections, making them quite valuable. However, the woman cared little for authenticity. As long as his words were sweet and the gift seemed precious, her spirits would soar. Yet, as Zhang Yaozong attempted to articulate his thoughts, he stumbled. "These pearls? A friend of mine happens to be in the pearl farming business, and he gifted me several strands." Zhang Yaozong abruptly clasped his hand over his mouth. "Damn it, what have I just said? How could I have referred to the pearls as farmed?" Pearls, once a symbol of luxury, had lost their luster since the advent of artificial cultivation, rendering them commonplace and inexpensive. This single strand, even at market value, was worth only a few dozen yuan. How could such a gift be presented with pride? He was doomed. The woman, lost in her moment of joy, had anticipated hearing how exquisitely valuable the pearls were. But Zhang Yaozong's words left her in shock. Farmed pearls? What could that possibly mean? Her countenance darkened as she glared at Zhang Yaozong. "What do you mean by that? Are you intentionally trying to upset me? Zhang Yaozong, caught off guard, wished to refute her accusation, yet he found himself involuntarily confessing, I am not trying to upset you. These pearls are indeed farmed. After all, they are merely decorative. What difference does it make between farmed and wild? Zhang Yaozong. Initially, she thought he was teasing her, perhaps with a surprise awaiting her. Little did she know that he had indeed revealed the truth about the pearls being farmed. With an icy glare, she stated, Do you think you would be where you are today without me? How much have I helped you earn? Is this how you repay me? By offering such worthless trinkets? With a sharp motion, she hurled both the flowers and pearls to the ground. Over the years, her partner had proven ineffectual, and with her own desires unmet. A serendipitous encounter led her to Zhang Yaozong. His sweet words and charm had won her over, and eventually, she entrusted him with a portion of her partner's business to manage. Regardless if her man enjoys frivolity outside, is it excessive for her to keep a man and indulge in mutual escapades? However, she never anticipated that merely a few years later, Zhang Yaozong would resort to using artificially cultivated pearls to placate her. Zhang Yaozong desperately wished to refute this, yet inexplicably, his lips betrayed him. Li Lily, were you not also once entwined with a wealthy man? What gives you the right to criticize me? If it weren't for my ongoing collaboration with President Niu, do you think I would even deign to acknowledge you? The moment those words escaped him, Zhang Yaozong felt utterly dazed. Damn it. While these may have been his true feelings, how could he dare voice them? If the earlier argument with Li Lily was merely a matter of emotions, this had escalated into a matter of principle. With such a declaration, had he not directly severed ties with Li Lily? As expected, in the next moment, he was met with her murderous gaze as she lunged at him, claws bared. Yet, misfortune often comes in pairs. At that precise moment, a phone call interrupted. Zhang Yaozong glanced at the caller ID and was instantly rendered speechless. President Niu, the serious regional manager of Anhui Pharmaceutical, Li Lily's lawful husband, and his direct superior. While Zhang Yaozong himself was merely a figurehead in this hierarchy. Chapter 24. The barnacle cannot be sold. A Land Rover stands at the doorstop. Hold on, mister. Niu is calling. Although Zhang Yaozong had achieved considerable success over the years and wielded immense influence in the neighboring towns, he was acutely aware that all his possessions were bestowed upon him by Li Lily and her husband. Faced with Mr. Niu's call, he genuinely dared not ignore it. Zhang Yaozong hurriedly waved his phone in front of Li Lily, his expression a silent warning. The previously hysterical Li Lily, upon seeing the caller ID, momentarily froze. The fury on her face dissipated significantly, even revealing a hint of guilt in her gaze. There are certain matters one can jest about, but infidelity is not one of them. Some actions may be permissible, but if discovered, the repercussions could be dire. Noticing that Li Lily had fallen silent, Zhang Yaozong let out a quiet sigh of relief and finally answered the call. Xiao Zhang, where are you right now? Although he was commonly addressed as Manager Zhang, in Mr. Niu's presence, he was merely Xiao Zhang, and he felt no indignation at this diminutive title. Mr. Niu, you are looking for me? I am. Zhang Yaozong inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. This scenario had unfolded before him on numerous occasions. He could easily fabricate an excuse to appease. However, as he opened his mouth, the words that emerged were entirely unexpected. I am at Li Lily's apartment. Zhang Yaozong's heart sank, and he felt the weight of the moment. The atmosphere, both in the apartment and over the phone, plunged into an eerie silence. After a few seconds, Mr. Niu's voice broke the stillness. Is that so? What are you doing with Lily? His tone was flat, yet laden with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, in an office at Anhui Pharmaceuticals, a balding middle-aged man stood by the window. His fists clenched tightly. He had initially intended for Zhang Yaozong to accompany him to a social gathering, but was utterly taken aback to discover that Zhang was at his wife's apartment. What on earth could those two be doing together? A myriad of unsettling images flashed through Mr. Niu's mind, and he felt an ominous sensation as if his bald head were glowing green. He rubbed his scalp, an instinctive realization gnawing at him that something was amiss. Haha, Mr. Niu, what could Lily and I possibly be doing? Zhang Yaozong's face flushed with embarrassment, sweat beading on his forehead. Internally, he chastised himself for his blunder and wondered why he had been so forthright since returning from Nampan village. However, he had little time to ponder as it seemed Mr. Niu was not angry. He needed to concoct an excuse to placate him. Ordinarily, such matters would pose no challenge for someone as adept at navigating conversations as he was. Yet, in his haste, Zhang Yaozong blurted out, Lily and I are, of course, on a date here. Mr. Niu, allow me to share that I have just purchased a bouquet of flowers and a string of pearls for her, and was about to. As Zhang Yaozong realized he had spoken too freely, he quickly covered his mouth, only to discover that Li Lily was glaring at him with icy disdain. If looks could kill, he would have been mercilessly slain at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Mr. Niu was momentarily taken aback, his mind a blank canvas. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted from him, a culmination of decades of pent-up rage. Zhang Yaozong, how dare you, Zhang Yaozong? I elevated you to greatness, and yet you betray me with my own wife. You have gone too far, Zhang Yaozong, and let that wretched Li Lili know. I will not let you both off the hook. With a resounding crack, the call was abruptly terminated. In the office of Anhui Pharmaceutical Group, consumed by fury, Mr. Niu hurled his mobile device to the ground. He could scarcely fathom that his wife had been unfaithful with one of his subordinates. To add insult to injury, while most would conduct their affairs discreetly, Zhang Yaozong had the audacity to openly declare that he was dating Mr. Niu's wife. No man could endure such a profound humiliation. Zhang Yaozong, Li Lili, you will pay dearly for this. Mr. Niu seethed, his fist striking the wall in anger. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Li Lili and Zhang Yaozong exchanged bewildered glances. Why? Li Lili, filled with rage yet perplexed, questioned Zhang Yaozong. If you no longer wish to be with me, you could simply break up with me. Why divulge this to him? Are you intent on ruining me? What benefit does this hold for you? While she could comprehend Zhang Yaozong's weariness towards her, after all, men often seek novelty, she could not fathom why he felt compelled to inform her husband, effectively destroying their futures. Zhang Yaozong, do you believe me when I say I have no idea? He replied, running his hands through his disheveled hair, his composure unraveling. All the years of diligent effort and devotion he had invested in Li Lili seemed to evaporate in an instant. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Mr. Niu had risen from a troubled past, having only recently reformed his reputation. Having incurred Mr. Niu's wrath would undoubtedly complicate any future endeavors in Tiannan City. What on earth has happened to me today? Afu, let us go home. At the Nampan village dock. After waiting for 2 hours without a single customer visiting his stall, Cao Dapeng grew weary of the wait and decided to leave. What? Brother Peng, are we really going to abandon the gooseneck barnacles we worked so hard to gather? Afu hesitated, reluctantly rising to his feet, casting a wistful glance at Cao Dapeng. The bamboo basket contained at least 20 pounds of barnacles, even at a price of 100 yuan per pound, that would yield 2,000 yuan. Such a loss. It's just a small matter. Cao Dapeng shrugged and smiled at Afu, saying, Afu, you've been with me for quite some time now, and I have yet to treat you to a grand meal. Since these barnacles cannot be sold, let us return and prepare a feast. Have you ever experienced a 2,000 yuan banquet? Today, I shall ensure you relish every moment, although it was somewhat regrettable that the barnacles did not sell. Cao Dapeng remained remarkably optimistic. Over the past few days, they had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth and felt quite content. If given the chance to choose again, he would still refuse to sell to that Zhang Yaozong. Having lived a constrained life in his previous existence, he yearned for a smooth and fulfilling experience in this one. Spending 2,000 yuan for peace of mind was indeed worthwhile. Hey, why not indulge a little? Afu, carefree and lighthearted, instantly beamed at Cao Dapeng's words. With a foolish grin, he hoisted the bamboo basket onto the motorcycle, eagerly pulling Cao Dapeng along as they sped towards Hongshu village. The fishermen along the coast typically led frugal lives, often reluctant to splurge on even slightly expensive seafood. Thus, a 2,000 yuan meal was undeniably extravagant for them. However, upon their return to Hongshu village, they were greeted by an unexpected sight, a luxurious Land Rover parked at the entrance of Cao Dapeng's courtyard. Its presence a mystery to them. Chapter 25. Accompany me to fish in the impoverished village of Hongshu. A Land Rover suddenly appeared, drawing the attention of many onlookers. As Cao Dapeng and Afu pondered whose vehicle was parked at his doorstep, a figure leaped from the crowd, waving excitedly. Dapeng, you're finally back. Hichong? Upon recognizing the visitor, Cao Dapeng was taken aback. Hichong, the fisherman who had nearly drowned in the sea a few days prior. Cao Dapeng never imagined this angler would seek him out. However, Hichong was not alone. Beside him stood a young woman clad in casual sportswear. The woman, with a well-proportioned figure and a sun atop her head, glanced up at Cao Dapeng, revealing a face of ethereal beauty. While Dapeng was momentarily captivated, Afu had already brought the motorcycle to a halt. Cao Dapeng placed a basket of barnacles on the ground before turning his attention to Hichong. What brings you here? Are you planning to fish? Indeed. Hichong grinned widely and introduced the young woman beside him. This is my cousin, Han Jiangxue. She is a professional angler with 5 million followers on Douyin. After seeing my recent fishing exploits, she insisted I bring her along. Han Jiangxue extended her hand. Hello. My cousin mentioned your impressive fishing skills. I would love to exchange techniques sometime. As a professional fishing competitor, Han Jiangxue had participated in numerous prestigious fishing tournaments and had gained considerable fame as a Douyin influencer due to her striking appearance. However, she had grown weary of conventional competitions and was eager to experience the thrill of sea fishing after stumbling upon Hichong's posts. Han Jiangxue scrutinized Cao Dapeng, internally questioning whether he was as skilled as her cousin claimed, given his unremarkable appearance. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the basket of barnacles, her eyes widened in surprise. "Is that barnacles?" "Indeed," Cao Dapeng replied. "I gathered some this afternoon, hoping to sell them for a good price, but there weren't any buyers." He shrugged, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "Please hold on." Han Jiangxue observed Cao Dapeng for a moment before picking up her phone, snapping a couple of photos of the barnacles, and posting them on WeChat. Before long, a video call popped up. "Xiaoxue, where are you? Why are these barnacles so enormous? You must tell me." Accompanied by an urgent yet melodious voice, the screen displayed a stunning woman whose beauty rivaled Han Jiangxue's. The woman's expression was fraught with eagerness, clearly captivated by the barnacles. In contrast to the anxious woman on the screen, Han Jiangxue remained composed. "Qingyu, tell me, how much do you think these large barnacles could sell for?" Lu Qingyu responded excitedly. "Ordinary barnacles can fetch 100 yuan per gene. These large ones should be worth at least 150. No. If you're willing to sell, I'd buy them for 200. Han Jiangxue nodded. "All right, I shall inquire." With that, she turned to Cao Dapeng. "Someone has offered 200 per pound. Will you sell?" 200 per pound? Cao Dapeng's eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps influenced by He Chong. He had initially assumed that Han Jiangxue, like him, was merely indulging in vanity while photographing the barnacles. To his surprise, she was actually introducing him to a business opportunity. It was worth noting that even Zhang Yaozong would only be willing to pay 150 at most. Fortune may indeed come from misfortune. Could it be that he had encountered a windfall? Observing Cao Dapeng's silence, Lu Qingyu, who was on video with Han Jiangxue, quickly interjected, 230. 230, I'll take them all. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. Good heavens, in the span of their conversation, the price had risen to 230. It seemed that barnacles indeed held considerable market value. However, he did not succumb to greed and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will sell at 230. While barnacles might be scarce in other regions, they were not uncommon in the vicinity of Hongshu village. Each time the tide rose, the waves would bring in a fresh batch. Since someone was willing to purchase at such a price, Cao Dapeng would not inflate his price. Judging by her voice, the woman in the video appeared to be in dire need of these creatures, perhaps indicating the potential for a long-term partnership. "Okay, Xiaoxue, send me your location. I shall set off immediately." Upon hearing Cao Dapeng's agreement, Lu Qingyu finally exhaled, eager to speak. Han Jiangxue leisurely ended the video call. Her gaze fixed on Cao Dapeng. "I have done you a favor, so you must find a place to compete with me." Initially, she had not regarded Cao Dapeng as significant, merely wanting to enjoy some fishing. However, witnessing his impressive haul of barnacles, she realized that he might be more capable than she had anticipated. After all, Lu Qingyu had mentioned that barnacles typically clung to coastal rocks, making them particularly difficult to locate and harvest. Cao Dapeng's ability to gather so many in one go indicated his considerable skill. If he excelled at collecting barnacles, perhaps he was indeed as adept at fishing as her cousin claimed. This sparked Han Jiangxue's competitive spirit. "Very well, you are He Chong's cousin. Even if you do not assist me in selling barnacles, as a guest, I shall partake in your activities." Cao Dapeng shrugged, thinking that He Chong's cousin was rather intriguing, assisting him on the spot and making requests as though they were conducting a transaction. However, with the tide receding, there would be little chance of catching any fish. "How about we compete tonight?" Cao Dapeng suggested with a smile. "Absolutely." Han Jiangxue nodded, and she sent the location of Hongshu village to her dear friend Lu Qingyu. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message from Han Jiangxue, a smile finally graced Lu Qingyu's face as she pressed the accelerator, following the navigation towards Hongshu village. She is the project manager at Ling & Pharmaceutical, and recently the company has been focusing on developing new traditional Chinese medicines using barnacles. Barnacles, particularly the gooseneck barnacle, have skyrocketed in price in Japan, South Korea, and even Europe and America. However, these are primarily utilized in the development of Western medicines, which are then sold back to the domestic market, allowing foreign entities to reap the profits. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lu Qingyu contemplated that barnacles are traditionally recognized as medicinal materials in Chinese medicine. If they can be employed to create Western medicines, why can't they be used for traditional remedies? If her pharmaceutical company could produce more effective medications, it would no longer be beholden to others in this industry. Unfortunately, barnacles are difficult to procure, especially the gooseneck variety, which can only be harvested from the wild, as no successful artificial cultivation has yet been achieved. Chapter 26. Once sworn to each other, now each finds joy with a sudden roar, after a full hour had passed and as dusk began to settle. A magnificent wrangler finally made its grand entrance at the entrance of Hongshu village. As it came to a halt before the home of Cao Dapeng, a crowd quickly gathered. drawn by the spectacle. What had befallen the second son of the Cao family? Had he befriended so many affluent individuals? Once a university student, he had succumbed to the trials of love and familial strife, leading him to this humble state. "Look, a beautiful woman has emerged from the vehicle," exclaimed the onlookers. The sun had not yet fully dipped below the horizon, yet the lingering hues painted the clouds in brilliant shades of crimson, bathed in the last glow of twilight. Lu Qingyu hurriedly descended from the car, capturing the attention of many villagers. At this hour, households bustled with activity, some returning from work, others preparing meals, while the streets and alleys became informal hubs of gossip. The sight of two luxury vehicles parked at Cao Dapeng's home ignited whispers and curious glances among the villagers. In a poor village like Hoshu, merely witnessing one car was a rarity. The presence of two luxurious automobiles at the Cao residence was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Cao Dahai and Su Ling, having just finished their workday, approached with beaming smiles, eager to extend a warm welcome to their guests. They silently mused about their younger brother's newfound success. In just a few days, he had befriended such wealthy associates. What must their lives be like, driving such extravagant vehicles? Though Cao Dahai and Su Ling could hardly fathom it, they understood the importance of making their guests feel appreciated, as their brother had finally found his footing. The couple brought forth an array of fruits and offered tea with utmost hospitality. For years, the Cao family had endured a reputation of struggle in Honshu village. Now, witnessing Cao Dapeng's ascent brought pride to their faces. However, the arrival of Lu Qingyu left Cao Dahai and Su Ling momentarily stunned. What an extraordinary day it was, filled with such captivating women. While they were lost in thought, Lu Qingyu, clad in professional attire, approached Han Jiangxue. "Where is it?" she inquired. "Here." Han Jiangxue replied with a smile, guiding Lu Qingyu to Cao Dapeng and facilitating their introduction. A bamboo basket brimming with wild seaweed appeared before Lu Qingyu. She knelt down, rummaging through the basket, confirming that these were indeed the high-quality seaweed she had been seeking for quite some time. She had never encountered such excellence before. "I'll take them all." As we agreed, how does 230 per pound sound? Lu Qingyu stood, her beautiful eyes fixed on Cao Dapeng. "Absolutely." Cao Dapeng shrugged. And in front of the gathered crowd, he weighed the bamboo basket. To everyone's astonishment, it totaled an impressive 23 pounds, excluding the basket itself. At the price of 230 yuan per jean, it could fetch a staggering 290 yuan. Ding. A notification appeared on WeChat. 300 yuan. In a matter of moments, Cao Dapeng received the payment notification on his WeChat. This scene left Cao Dahue and Su Ling, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Having grown up by the sea, they were well aware that these were barnacles, but they never anticipated that they could be so valuable today. Just one basket of barnacles equaled their monthly income from working in the factory. What a lucrative venture this was. Little did they know, this product was still within the domestic market. If exported abroad, the price could easily double. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingyu added Cao Dapeng on WeChat and even shook his hand with a smile. "Cao Dapeng, whenever you have these, feel free to contact me. I'll take as many as you can provide." Their company was currently investing heavily in the research and development of related pharmaceuticals, so high-quality barnacles were in great demand. "Of course," Cao Dapeng responded with a smile. "I can gather some every day. There are plenty of us collecting them around here. Though the quality may not be as good. Do you also need them?" "Absolutely," Lu Qingyu replied without hesitation. "For those of average quality, I offer 110 yuan per jean. For medium quality, 150 yuan. And for barnacles of the quality like today's, we'll stick to 230 yuan per jean." "How does that sound?" "That sounds perfect." Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng's smile bloomed brightly. Although barnacles were profitable, he could not possibly dedicate himself solely to collecting them every day. Since there was substantial demand from Lu Qingyu, he could easily procure barnacles from others and earn a modest profit. "All right, it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to. Let us keep in touch on WeChat." Lu Qingyu, a decisive person, concluded the negotiations and felt no need to linger. At that moment, she was eager to return and deliver the barnacles to her company for testing. However, before departing, she turned to her friend Han Jiangxue. "Aren't you coming back with me?" Han Jiangxue shook her head. "I still have things to do here. You go ahead." After finally stepping out for some relaxation, she was ready to return home. Besides, she had a fishing competition with Cao Dapeng that evening. "All right, we'll talk later." Lu Qingyu nodded and began to carry the basket of barnacles outside. I'll help. Afu, ever observant, rushed over to assist in lifting the basket onto the vehicle. Having completed such a significant transaction as the host, Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahue naturally accompanied them out to bid farewell. Meanwhile, not far away at Ho Guilan's home, Lin Meiqi, having confirmed that her mother was in stable condition, prepared to return home with Lu Hao. Just as they stepped outside, the couple noticed the commotion at Cao Dapeng's doorstep, following the gazes of the villagers. As Cao Dapeng struck it rich? Two luxury cars. Observing the Wrangler and the Land Rover parked in front of Cao Dapeng's house, Lu Hao frowned slightly, his face a mix of curiosity and envy. Standing to the side, Lin Meiqi's gaze fell upon Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu, who were positioned beside Cao Dapeng. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of inferiority. Both Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu embodied the essence of urban elegance, while Lin Meiqi, in stark contrast, resembled an ordinary rural woman, rendering any comparison utterly futile. For reasons unknown, as she observed Cao Dapeng standing between the two women, an inexplicable ache surged within her heart. Once upon a time, they had sworn eternal love, sharing an unbreakable bond. Yet now, they had each found joy in their own lives, drifting apart like strangers lost in the rivers and lakes. She had become a married woman, while Cao Dapeng appeared to have forged new friendships. It was evident that Cao Dapeng no longer belonged to her. It was only in this moment that the reality of that truth struck her with poignant clarity. Chapter 27. Cousin. In the future, seek such a man. Lin Meiqi, clutching her chest and appearing pale, boarded Lu Hao's van. As the vehicle started, the couple gradually vanished from Hongshu village, their departure causing little stir, for all attention remained focused on the direction of Cao Dapeng's home. During the journey, Lu Hao observed Lin Meiqi's expression, noticing her lost in thought. He could not help but clench his fists in silence. Meiqi, I will set sail tomorrow. I will work diligently this second half of the year, striving for us to acquire a new vehicle next year. Then, I will take you into the city for a proper outing, all right? Suppressing his own discontent, Lu Hao forced a smile towards Lin Meiqi. In response to Lu Hao's comforting words, Lin Meiqi merely nodded faintly, uttering not a single extra syllable. Lu Hao mused, Cao Dapeng, O Cao Dapeng. Though I know not the source of your fortune, I, Lu Hao, shall ensure my life surpasses yours. With this vow echoing in his heart, he soon returned home to Nanpan village with Lin Meiqi. He was determined to set sail and earn great wealth. A man must stand tall with riches. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Lu Qingyu, Cao Dapeng ushered He Chong and Han Jiangxue back into the courtyard. His sister-in-law, Su Ling, had already laid out the ingredients from the refrigerator, preparing dinner to host these esteemed guests. Had it not been for Han Jiangxue's introduction, Cao Dapeng would not have earned such a substantial sum. Thus, they were keen to extend their hospitality. While a Fu entertained the guests, Cao Dahai pulled Cao Dapeng aside, grinning as he remarked, Dapeng, since barnacles are so lucrative, do you think I could venture into that as well? Over 20 pounds of barnacles sold for over 5,000 yuan. It has genuinely excited me. In recent years, he and Su Ling had labored tirelessly day and night, with little left after repaying debts and funding their daughter Ran's education. If he could delve into barnacle harvesting during his spare time, it could augment their household income. Of course, Cao Dapeng replied with a smile. However, brother, you need not personally collect the barnacles. I have just devised a plan. Since Boss Lu has stated that she desires however much we can gather, relying solely on ourselves would yield scant results. As Cao Dahai looked on in confusion, Cao Dapeng continued, instead, let us gather barnacles from the surrounding villages, buying low and selling high, capitalizing on volume. We can earn quite a bit this way. You know many people, you could assist in the procurement. We can split the profits equally. What do you say? Having spent many years as a wage slave in his previous life, Cao Dapeng understood deeply that mere toil would not yield wealth, while labor creates value. It is through the exploitation of labor that greater riches are amassed. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Only by involving more individuals can one reap greater rewards. Moreover, the endeavor of collecting barnacles is fraught with peril. My elder brother, now burdened with familial responsibilities, must avoid any unfortunate incidents. Entrusting him with the procurement of barnacles from various villages entails minimal risk and is equally, if not more, lucrative than the laborious task of harvesting them himself. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such an astute notion? Originally bewildered, Cao Dahai was instantly enlightened by Cao Dapeng's analysis, raising his thumb in approval of his younger brother's insight. It was no wonder he had struggled to earn money. He had been fixated solely on manual labor. If he were to follow his brother's suggestion of acquiring barnacles at a low price from different villages and selling them to Lu Qingyu, even at a procurement price of 100, they could pocket a 10 yuan profit per pound. Accumulated over time, this could yield considerable earnings. The best part was that he would not need to toil away digging for barnacles. He could simply remain at home, waiting for the villagers to deliver them. Very well. I shall begin reaching out in the coming days. With a broad smile, Cao Dahai darted toward the kitchen, clearly eager to share this delightful news with his wife. Su Ling, unlike his brother, who had ventured away for university, Cao Dahai had spent his entire life by the sea, rarely straying from its shores. He had cultivated a vast network of acquaintances in the neighboring areas, making the barnacle procurement process almost effortless for him. Upon learning that her husband had discovered a new avenue for income, Su Ling could hardly contain her joy, pouring even more enthusiasm into her cooking. However, to treat their esteemed guests, Cao Dapeng also joined in, personally preparing 2 delectable dishes. Approximately half an hour later, a sumptuous feast graced the table before He Chong and Han Jiangxue. Known as the Swift Guardian, He Chong, having spent years in the field, was no stranger to rustic fare. Yet, upon taking his first bite, he could not help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is exquisite. I could consume 3 bowls of rice with this dish." He Chong gave Su Ling a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed by the meal. Sitting nearby, the typically aloof Han Jiangxue, after tasting the sour bamboo shoots with yellow beef, found herself irresistibly drawn into the culinary delight. The dish, with its tangy and spicy flavor, offered an exceptional experience that was impossible for someone who spent most of her time in the city to resist. If you find it delicious, it's all thanks to Dapeng. I possess no such culinary skills. Su Ling chuckled, covering her mouth, generously praising Cao Dapeng. What? Upon hearing this, both He Chong and Su Ling widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Cao Dapeng. He Chong inquired, "Is that true, brother? You possess such talent?" Cao Dapeng shrugged modestly. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. I dabble occasionally. I'm just glad you enjoy it." He Chong raised his thumb again, impressive. "Brother Dapeng, not only are you an adept fisherman, but you are also industrious and possess culinary prowess. Such a fine man is rare indeed." With that, He Chong turned to Han Jiangxue. "Shui, did you see that? When you marry in the future, you should seek a man like him." Han Jiangxue, along with Cao Dapeng, found herself in an unexpected situation. Their initial meeting had taken a rather peculiar turn. Perhaps it was the spiciness of the sour bamboo shoots and beef that caused a fleeting blush to grace Han Jiangxue's cheeks. Yet her gaze towards Cao Dapeng was imbued with a newfound intrigue. She was pleasantly surprised by his culinary prowess. Gastronomy has a unique ability to elevate one's spirits. And in no time, the sumptuous feast laid before them was devoured by the group. As the tide began to rise, Cao Dapeng stood to gather his fishing gear, preparing to venture out with He Chong and Han Jiangxue. However, upon witnessing Cao Dapeng grasp the fishing rod, Han Jiangxue was once again taken aback. Chapter 28, The Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze, Night Fishing with a Beauty as a Professional Fishing Competition Contestant. Han Jiangxue had acquired no fewer than 100 fishing rods over the past few years. Whenever a fellow angler presented a rod, she could assess its specifications, price range, and suitability for various fishing locales with just a glance. Most of the equipment purchased by He Chong was acquired based on Han Jiangxue's recommendations. However, the fishing rod in Cao Dapeng's hands was unmistakably a cheap, mass-produced item from an online marketplace. It was utterly unremarkable from head to toe. As for the bait, Cao Dapeng had merely gathered some sea worms and beach cockroaches upon reaching the shore. This scene caused Han Jiangxue to furrow her brow. "Is this how you intend to compete against me?" Han Jiangxue asked, puzzled, glancing at Cao Dapeng. "Why not?" Cao Dapeng shrugged and replied with a smile. "It's merely a hobby. The essence lies in participation." Han Jiangxue looked at Cao Dapeng and then at her cousin He Chong, who smiled and said, "Xiao Xue, do not underestimate Brother Dapeng's rod and bait. They might just yield a significant catch. Sometimes, the most adept anglers thrive with the simplest gear." He Chong obviously spoke from experience. When he first encountered Cao Dapeng, he had dismissed his equipment. But reality proved that even the finest gear and bait would not guarantee a catch if one lacked skill. "That makes some sense," Han Jiangxue pondered, blinking thoughtfully. She turned to Cao Dapeng and proposed, "Let us add some flair to this competition. We'll limit our time to 1 hour, not by weight but by quantity. If you win, I shall gift you this fishing rod. If you lose, you shall prepare us a meal." How does that sound? Though she had known Cao Dapeng for less than a day, her brief interaction with him left her with an inscrutable impression, since her cousin had vouched for him. It seemed that Cao Dapeng possessed some fishing prowess. Most importantly, she had thoroughly enjoyed the meal earlier and yearned for more. I have no objections. But are you certain?" Cao Dapeng replied, taken aback. A meal only cost him a couple of hundred yuan, whereas Han Jiangxue's fishing rod was worth several thousand, if not more. This wager seemed to favor her greatly. Indeed, the contemporary anglers are increasingly extravagant. "Now, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Han Jiangxue smiled, a hint of provocation in her gaze. "Challenge accepted. What I have to fear?" Cao Dapeng shrugged, since Han Jiangxue appeared unfazed by the value of her rod. A mere meal was trivial in comparison. Their banter had piqued He Chong's interest, who could no longer remain a bystander. "Hey, are you two treating me like a ghost?" He Chong exclaimed as he approached. "Count me in." "Absolutely not." However, as soon as He Chong's words fell, he was promptly shoved aside by his cousin Han Jiangxue. "Cousin, you just need to act as the referee." Cao Dapeng shrugged, Seizing the opportunity to chime in, Hee-chang, your sister is absolutely right. Just referee. So that I won't have to jump in to save someone later. Hee-chang stood frozen for a moment, realizing with dismay that both Cao Dapeng and his cousin were simultaneously dismissing him. As an avid fisherman, being by the sea without casting a line was simply unbearable. Yet, recalling the previous incident where a fish had dragged him into the ocean, he could only let out a resigned sigh and accept the role of referee. At that moment, the night was serene and the moonlight bright, with the waves gently crashing against the rocky shore. After a leisurely stroll along the beach, Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue each selected their fishing spots, and with Hee-chang's command, the competition commenced. Han Jiangxue deliberately chose a shallow area abundant with seagrass, an ideal habitat for fish, and it was now around 9 o'clock in the evening, the perfect time for fish to forage. Han Jiangxue first scattered the bait she had prepared, and once the area was well fed, she took out her fishing rod and began to cast. With a swift motion, the line suddenly tightened, and the rod began to bend. Han Jiangxue's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated a bite so soon. Focusing intently, she confirmed that her catch was merely a common sea bream. With a deft flick of her wrist, she reeled in a fish weighing about a pound. A rare smile graced her face. Though the fish was not large, the thrill of the catch was exhilarating, especially the auspicious omen of snagging a fish right at the start. Impressive, my sister truly excels. Hee-chang, standing nearby, nodded in admiration at his cousin's swift success. Soon after, he captured the scene in a photograph and shared it in his WeChat group. Since I can't fish and must referee, a photo should suffice, right? As the picture appeared, several fishing enthusiasts in the group were immediately drawn to the spectacle. Hey, you actually went fishing again. How delightful. Looks like your wife will be home alone tonight. Is this the same fishing spot as last time? It looks familiar. Wait, is that the goddess Han Jiangxue? Hee-chang, is she really your cousin? Why didn't you tell me? Send me the address. I'm on my way, please. As he read the comments from his fellow anglers, a hint of pride spread across Hee-chang's face. While he may not be particularly skilled, his cousin certainly was. He blinked and, in a showy manner, declared, Today, my cousin is competing against a fishing expert, and I was roped in to be the referee. I didn't want to come, but she insisted. Alas, here I am, enjoying the sea breeze. Ah, my friends, who understands the itch to fish? This display of bravado was palpable, and many could almost smell the seafood through the screen. The esteemed host of the Yushan's, Han Jiangxue, recently secured a top 3 position in the esteemed fishing competition. Who possesses such remarkable skill to fish alongside her in the late hours? With Hua Wuqiu and De Yuer in the mix, the contest is bound to be thrilling. Shenxing Taibao, you should initiate a live broadcast on Douyin. I shall graciously support you with a token of appreciation. Should you wish to fish alongside Han Jiangxue, kindly send me your address, and I would be more than willing to act as a judge. Alternatively, I could contribute a generous sum during the live session. Observing the group, where my cousin has evidently caught an impressive array of fish, Hee-chang no longer replies, a sly grin spreading across his face as he discreetly exits the WeChat chat. He then makes his way back towards his cousin Han Jiangxue's live well, only to discover that, in this brief interval, she has successfully caught both a crucian carp and a bass. Chapter 29 Han Jiangxue could no longer remain still. After all, she was a professional competitor. When would I ever become as skilled as my cousin? Watching the bountiful catch in Han Jiangxue's live well, Hee-chang could not help but rub his hands together, his face betraying his envy. As an avid angler, he found it unbearable to witness such a scene. The more he looked, the more his hands itched with desire. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. He turned to find Cao Dapeng, not far away, raising his fishing rod. A plump rockfish was firmly hooked, reluctantly allowing itself to be drawn into Cao Dapeng's bucket. Good heavens, this fellow has caught one too. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hee-chang's eyes. In an instant, he cast aside thoughts of his cousin and hurried towards Cao Dapeng. Hee-chang was well aware of Cao Dapeng's fishing prowess. Yet, in his mind, while Cao Dapeng was undeniably skilled, he was merely an amateur. His cousin, Han Jiangxue, was a seasoned fishing champion. The two of them were not even on the same level. Clearly, today's fishing contest was destined for Han Jiangxue's triumph. But now, with time still remaining, the outcome was uncertain. As Hee-chang approached Cao Dapeng, he gasped at the lively fish in the bucket. Not only was there the rockfish that had just been caught, but also 3 large yellow croakers, 2 sea breams, and a sea bass. It hadn't been long at all, yet he had already surpassed his cousin's catch. Could it be that his cousin might actually lose? Hee-chang blinked in disbelief, unable to hide his shock. Cao Dapeng, however, paid little heed to Hee-chang's arrival, his focus entirely on the water below. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the silvery moonlight spilled over the rolling waves. Yet in Cao Dapeng's eyes, countless fish shimmering with golden symbols were swimming towards him. Accompanying this vision was the sound of jingling coins echoing in his mind. For Cao Dapeng, each fish reeled and represented cash, at least tens to hundreds of dollars. He was not merely catching fish, he was reeling in beloved currency. However, compared to the schools of fish adorned with symbols, Cao Dapeng had a greater affinity for those with other luminous symbols, eager to explore the unknown possibilities. As time passed, under the lure of "come bite my hook," various species of fish eagerly took the bait, and soon, Cao Dapeng's bucket was nearly overflowing. Yichang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He had witnessed numerous fishing competitions and even cheered for his cousin in person, but he had never seen anyone with such a prolific catch rate as Cao Dapeng. This guy, once he cast his line, hardly experienced any misses. It was simply incredible. How could his own cousin compete? At this thought, Yichang could not help but cast a sympathetic glance towards Han Jiangxue, silently sighing, "Oh dear cousin, tonight you may indeed face a formidable rival." At this moment, Han Jiangxue's once tranquil heart began to stir with unease. Under normal circumstances, she would be entirely absorbed in the competition, dedicating all her energy to the art of fishing. For only in such a state could she achieve her utmost potential. However, inexplicably, after half an hour, her mood took a restless turn. Based on her understanding of her cousin Yichang, he was the type to gravitate toward lively scenes. Logically, after catching so many fish, he should be fervently capturing her triumph on camera and flaunting it online. Yet today felt peculiar. He had only lingered by her side for a mere 2 minutes before darting over to Cao Dapeng. Could it be that Cao Dapeng had outfished her? If that were the case, surely her cousin would have been expressing his astonishment vocally. Yet, such an occurrence had not transpired. What on earth was happening over there? At this moment, Han Jiangxue's mind was a whirlwind of questions. She yearned to investigate what was unfolding at Cao Dapeng's side. Yet her strict professional discipline compelled her to maintain composure and remain focused on her fishing line. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng remained blissfully unaware of the internal turmoil between the cousins, his attention wholly captivated by the glittering golden symbols surrounding him. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. After a prolonged wait, he finally spotted a red melon seed fish, suspended amongst a plethora of golden symbols, adorned with a Tai Chi emblem. In contrast to the larger fish that were eagerly biting, this red melon seed fish was relatively diminutive. It had intended to dart towards the hook, but the surrounding larger fish were far too boisterous, leaving it no opportunity to bite before they all surged forward to be caught. Of course, had these creatures known they were deemed inferior by someone, their sentiments might have been quite different. "Come on, bite." Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow. Growing weary of the fish that were stealing the bait, all he desired was this 2 or 3 pound red melon seed fish. After several attempts, he finally cast his hook directly in front of the red melon seed fish. The fish, without hesitation, bit the hook. With a splash, the 2 to 3 pound fish plummeted into Cao Dapeng's bucket. Simultaneously, the Tai Chi symbol hovering above him melded into his being. In an instant, Cao Dapeng felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, as if he had an inexhaustible reserve of strength. Furthermore, a line of text materialized in his mind. "Man, put in more effort." Cao Dapeng was taken aback. He suddenly realized that his system seemed rather mischievous. Feeling robust, he surmised that this luminous symbol had enhanced his strength. "Brother, how much longer?" Just as Cao Dapeng reveled in the wondrous sensations of his newfound reward, Han Jiangxue's voice echoed from a distance. After such an extended period of fishing, Han Jiangxue, who is typically endowed with immense patience, found herself slightly restless. She has always cherished tranquility, yet today, the silence was profoundly eerie. At that moment, Yichang's gaze was fixed intently on the red melon seed fish that Cao Dapeng had just reeled in. Upon hearing his cousin's call, he finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Only 5 minutes left." Instantly, his attention returned to the red melon seed fish, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. This particular fish, adorned in a vibrant orange-red hue, is typically found near coral reefs, making its appearance here today quite unexpected. The flesh of the red melon seed fish is thick and succulent, boasting a rich flavor due to its exquisite taste. It commands a market price exceeding 500 yuan per pound. Chapter 30. The arrival of the limited edition fishing rod. Brother Dapeng, may I discuss something with you? Yichang's gaze was fixed intently on the red melon seed fish in the live well, and with a slight gulp, he couldn't help but swallow. "After the competition is over, could I possibly buy that red melon seed fish from you? Rest assured, my brother, I will not let you suffer a loss." As an avid angler, Yichang has a profound appreciation for fish. However, since he savored the exquisite taste of ocean fish, he has found little joy in freshwater varieties. Now, gazing at the plump red melon seed fish, his mind was already filled with thoughts of its delectable flesh, completely forgetting the purpose of their seaside excursion. What a trivial matter. Once we finish fishing, let us indulge in a seaside barbecue. Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his amusement. He had observed at home that Chang and Han Jiangxue were quite the food enthusiasts, although the red melon seed fish was not inexpensive. Without Chang and Han Jiangxue, he would not have had the opportunity to earn extra money. Treating the siblings to some grilled fish was hardly a burden. Cao Dapeng relished making money, yet he was equally generous in his expenditures. All right then. Chang was not one to engage in pleasantries. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across his face. Especially when he thought of Cao Dapeng's culinary skills, he couldn't help but smack his lips in anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Jiangxue glanced at the time, only to see that her cousin had fallen silent once more. A slight furrow appeared on her delicate brows, and an unusual hint of melancholy graced her charming face. She possessed her own watch, so there was no need to inquire about the time. It was merely a reminder that she was still present. Yet, she never anticipated her cousin would completely disregard her. What could possibly have captured Cao Dapeng's attention so thoroughly? Lost in these thoughts, Han Jiangxue felt a whirl of emotions, resulting in a lack of any catches over the following 5 minutes. All right, time us up. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and with Chang's eager thoughts of grilled fish, he promptly announced the end of the competition. Upon hearing Chang's voice, Han Jiangxue exhaled a long sigh of relief. Without needing to be prompted, the young girl eagerly approached Cao Dapeng, carrying a box of their catch, curious to see how many fish he had managed to reel in over the hour. However, as she drew nearer, upon seeing Cao Dapeng's bucket brimming with fish, and glancing down at her own half-filled live well, she was left momentarily stunned. It was crucial to note that Cao Dapeng's bucket was significantly larger than her live well. Yet, in just 1 hour, his bucket was nearly full, whereas she had barely filled hers to half. To make matters worse, although Han Jiangxue had caught a fair number of fish, most were small and insignificant. In contrast, Cao Dapeng's haul was not only superior in quantity but also boasted impressive specimens, each weighing no less than 3 pounds. Indeed, in both quantity and weight, Han Jiangxue suffered a complete defeat in this contest. At this moment, she finally comprehended that her cousin had become firmly entrenched with Cao Dapeng since his arrival. An hour spent fishing yielded such an impressive catch, who among fishing enthusiasts could resist? Most crucially, there was even a prized red melon seed fish among them. This was her absolute favorite. Swallowing hard, Han Jiangxue felt her throat constrict. The second foodie had taken the bait. Cao Dapeng caught a total of 52 fish. Han Jiangxue managed 35. I hereby declare that in this fishing competition, Cao Dapeng is the victor. Although the result was evident at a glance as the judge, Chang meticulously counted the catches of both participants. Unsurprisingly, Cao Dapeng triumphed over Han Jiangxue. A wager is a wager. This fishing rod is yours. Suppressing her astonishment, Han Jiangxue presented her treasured fishing rod to Cao Dapeng. I was merely playing for fun. This rod is far too precious for me to accept. Observing the rod in his hands, Cao Dapeng felt its worth and intended to return it to Han Jiangxue. His only aim was to foster a closer bond with the siblings. There was no need for such a hefty wager. I, Han Jiangxue, honor my word and am not one to renege. If I say it's yours, then it is. With her arms crossed and her captivating eyes narrowed at Cao Dapeng, she resolutely refused to reclaim the fishing rod. Seeing Cao Dapeng's hesitation, Chang approached, his eyes gleaming with mischief, but was quickly deterred by a sharp glance from Han Jiangxue that made him retreat a couple of steps. He resorted to coaxing Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, my cousin is quite well off. Just accept it. Surely, you don't think little of my cousin's fishing rod. It's a limited edition. I've asked her for it several times, but to no avail. Given that, I must have it. Cao Dapeng, seeing no reason to decline, accepted the rod. As a fishing aficionado, who wouldn't desire a fine fishing rod? Now that the competition has concluded, Dapeng, shall we perhaps grill that red melon seed fish? Chang chuckled, for at this moment, he was far more eager to savor the fish that Cao Dapeng had just caught than to contemplate his cousin's fishing rod. Are we going to barbecue? Han Jiangxue perked up, for the red melon seed fish was her utmost favorite. No need to rush. The gluttonous gazes of the siblings were fully evident. Nevertheless, Cao Dapeng responded with a smile, let us first transport these catches to the dock to sell. Once we sell them, we can return for the barbecue. What do you both think? These sea fish are best enjoyed fresh. Cao Dapeng was not as affluent as Chang and Han Jiangxue. Today, besides accompanying them on their fishing excursion, he also sought to earn a little extra. With such a bountiful catch, failing to sell them at a good price would be a loss. Selling fish at the dock? I shall join. Han Jiangxue exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. After so many years of fishing, she had only participated in competitions or occasionally cast lines in the wild. The fish she caught were either consumed or gifted to others, but this would be her first experience selling fish. Why don't you both go? I'll head back to fetch the barbecue equipment and wait for you. Does that sound agreeable? Observing his cousin's eager demeanor, Chong rolled his eyes. His cousin truly was inexperienced, always drawn to investigate whatever caught her attention. In contrast, he was far more focused. Today, he would not find peace until he had savored this red melon seed. Cao Dapeng left Chong with 2 sea bass and a large yellow croaker. Then took the enthusiastic Han Jiangxue with him, heading towards the dock at Nampan village with their catch of the day. Watching their departing figures, Chong smiled faintly. He was in no rush to retrieve the barbecue grill from Cao Dapeng's house. Instead, he leisurely opened his phone and, like an information bomb, shared the photos he had just taken with the fishing enthusiast group. Today's catch is in, and guess what? Han Jiangxue lost. Can you believe it? Brothers, I'll be roasting this red melon seed shortly. After a brief silence, the group erupted in excitement. How could Han Jiangxue possibly lose? My goddess. No way. Chong, send me your address. Owner of the royal kitchen, sharing poison late at night. Chong, where's your conscience? The neighboring fish is waiting for me. A splendid evening, exquisite dishes, and beautiful company. The only thing missing is fine wine. Should I bring you some? Honestly, I merely wish to deliver some wine. Amused by the familiar online friends, Chong chuckled to himself before heading directly to Cao Dapeng's house with the fish in hand. Chapter 31. The unpaid worker Han Jiangxue. Although the courtyard of Cao Dapeng's home was somewhat modest, it was fully equipped with all necessities. The yard not only housed various fishing tools, but also an array of barbecue equipment. Before long, Chong had transported the grill and all necessary paraphernalia to the seaside. Finding a relatively open spot to set up the stove, ignite the charcoal, and engage in casual conversation with his fishing companions while awaiting the return of Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng sped along on his motorcycle, carrying Han Jiangxue. As they made their way to the Nampan village dock, with her hand gripping the corner of Cao Dapeng's shirt and the sea breeze caressing her face, Han Jiangxue felt an exhilarating thrill. However, the road from Hongshu village to Nampan village was severely damaged, with numerous potholes, causing Han Jiangxue to cling tightly to Cao Dapeng as they bumped along. The closeness created an atmosphere tinged with a subtle, flirtatious tension between them. Upon arriving at the dock, Cao Dapeng noticed the blush that adorned Han Jiangxue's cheeks as she dismounted from the motorcycle, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable meaning. Hey, Dapeng, have you got yourself a girlfriend? She is truly beautiful, exclaimed Lao Su, the fishmonger sitting nearby in his tricycle, his keen eyes catching sight of the pair as they alighted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blush that had just faded from Han Jiangxue's face returned with a vengeance, turning her entire visage a deep shade of crimson. No, she's just a friend, Cao Dapeng replied with a resigned smile before approaching Lao Su with a bucket filled with fish. Let us see how much this catch can fetch. Wow, you seem to be having a bountiful harvest every day, Lao Su exclaimed, his attention shifting from the enchanting Han Jiangxue to the lively fish in the bucket. Without further ado, he began weighing and pricing the catch. After some calculations, he announced that LLB 3005. Han Jiangxue's catch, although abundant, comprised mostly smaller fish, earning her a total of only 1,500. Nevertheless, as she received the notification of the funds transferred via WeChat, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Although her family was affluent, this was the first time she had earned such a sum through her own labor, granting her a distinct sense of accomplishment. Dapeng, next time I will surely outdo you. On the return journey, despite the continued bumps, the atmosphere was no longer awkward. Immersed in the joy of her successful sale, Han Jiangxue paid little attention to the closeness between them. All right, I'll be waiting. Cao Dapeng grinned, feeling that his life had become more vibrant with the presence of a youthful and beautiful girl by his side. Before long, they found themselves back at the seaside once again. Chong had already prepared the charcoal, and the red melon seed fish was cleaned and ready. While waiting for their return, he had also purchased a generous amount of leeks and shiitake mushrooms from the village market for the barbecue. Ah, at last you returned. I've been craving this. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng and his cousin return side by side, Chong eagerly waved at them, his gaze particularly expectant as he looked at Cao Dapeng. Although Chong considered his own grilling skills satisfactory, after tasting Cao Dapeng's culinary prowess that day, he was utterly impressed. With such exquisite ingredients at hand, it was essential to let a master chef like Cao Dapeng take charge to avoid wasting the delectable flavors. Cao Dapeng smiled and approached the barbecue grill, deftly beginning his work. Oil was brushed on, meats were flipped, and spices like cumin were sprinkled with finesse. In no time, the aroma of grilled delicacies wafted through the air along the beach. Chong and Han Jiangxue, both food enthusiasts, had barely finished dinner a couple of hours prior. Yet before the sumptuous barbecue, They indulged heartily as if they had been starving for days. Cao Dapeng soon noticed that while Han Jiangxue appeared cold and distant, much like her name suggested, she became quite unreserved once they grew closer. Under the luminous moon, with the sea breeze gently blowing and the occasional sound of crashing waves nearby, the three of them sat on the beach, savoring barbecue and sipping beer, utterly content. In a short while, the delicious barbecue was devoured completely. He Chang and Han Jiangxue had even abandoned their folding chairs, lying back on the sand with satisfied expressions, akin to the lazy postures of relaxation. Clearly, they had thoroughly enjoyed their meal that day. Cao Dapeng stood up, stretching leisurely, and said to them, "You two take a rest. I'll go down to gather some barnacles. When you head back, I'll send some barnacles along for that Lu Qingyu." With that, Cao Dapeng walked a short distance away, preparing to tie a rope around himself. With the tide having risen again, there should be plenty of barnacles beneath the rocks. And if he could collect a good amount, it would yield some extra income. Moreover, once he finished, he could directly give them to Han Jiangxue, saving Lu Qingyu an extra trip. Gathering barnacles? To his surprise, Han Jiangxue, who was lost in the bliss of a full stomach, suddenly became intrigued. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Cao Dapeng. "Can you take me along? I've heard it's quite challenging, and I've never tried it before." This young girl from the city was filled with wonder for everything by the seaside. He Chang, sitting nearby, grew anxious. "Xiaoxue, it's very dangerous to gather barnacles. The waves are quite strong. You might be putting yourself at risk." As he had brought his cousin along, he couldn't bear the thought of explaining any mishap to his uncle and aunt. Furthermore, ever since the last incident when he had been swept into the sea, He Chang had become much more cautious in his actions. Han Jiangxue waved her hand dismissively, casting a scornful glance at her cousin. "Cousin, don't forget that I used to compete in swimming competitions. Moreover, it is not merely swimming, climbing, or mountaineering. I have also undergone professional training in these pursuits. Such trivial matters hardly warrant such alarm." Han Jiangxue hails from a prosperous family and has harbored a passion for various athletic endeavors since childhood. Thus, upon learning that Cao Dapeng intended to venture forth to scrape off barnacles, she became overwhelmingly exhilarated. With her head held high, Han Jiangxue gracefully approached Cao Dapeng and declared with a touch of arrogance, "I may have lost the fishing competition to you earlier, but this time, let us compete in barnacle scraping for an hour. Whoever prevails shall claim the barnacles. What do you say? Are you certain?" Initially, Cao Dapeng had contemplated advising Han Jiangxue against recklessly courting danger, but witnessing her articulate enthusiasm and her desire to challenge him to a contest, he found himself amused. After all, who could refuse the opportunity to earn a living in such a manner? Chapter 32. The waves surge. The world remains serene. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Under the moonlight, He Chang stood upon the rocks, reluctantly assuming the role of referee once again. Indeed, his cousin proved to be superior in many respects, excelling in various aspects. Furthermore, with the professional athlete Cao Dapeng by her side, He Chang could only allow Han Jiangxue to indulge in her antics. Both Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue were secured with ropes, one end firmly anchored to a protrusion of the stone. Behind them, each bore a bamboo basket. For safety, they maintained a distance of approximately 2 meters, ensuring that Cao Dapeng could adapt swiftly should any danger arise below. At He Chang's command, the fully equipped Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue grasped the ropes and leaped into the abyss below. Han Jiangxue was not exaggerating. She had undergone professional training. Gripping the rope with both hands, she rhythmically propelled herself downward with each powerful push against the rocky wall. After several such ascents and descents, she swiftly reached the bottom of the cliff. In contrast, Cao Dapeng's movements were far from graceful. His body resembled that of a toad, with his limbs clinging tightly to the slick stone surface as he awkwardly bounded downward. Although his technique was somewhat unsightly, his speed was hardly inferior to that of Han Jiangxue. Witnessing Cao Dapeng's descent, Han Jiangxue nearly burst into laughter. To those unfamiliar, it would appear as though he was practicing the toad technique of Ouyang Shidu. However, Han Jiangxue's attention was soon captivated by the clusters of barnacles adorning the rock face. As a close friend of Lu Qingyu, she had often heard tales of these creatures. Yet, this was her first encounter with them in person. "Cao Dapeng, I must prevail over you this time." A triumphant smile crept across Han Jiangxue's lips as she produced a specialized iron spade to begin harvesting the barnacles. However, her expression quickly soured. While it appeared simple to pry barnacles free with a spade, the reality proved quite different. These unsightly barnacles were embedded in the stone, deeply rooted and inseparable. It felt as though she was futilely tugging at them, expending considerable effort yet managing to dislodge only a few. Moreover, the surging waves behind her periodically crashed against her, drenching her completely. In no time, her once manageable weight felt akin to bearing a 10-pound sandbag. rendering her labor all the more arduous. Glancing over at Cao Dapeng, merely 2 meters away, she observed him steadfastly anchored to the stone, unmoved by the tumultuous waves. His hand swung vigorously, rhythmically wielding the iron spade with determination. With each movement of his shovel, a large barnacle would swiftly detach from the rocky wall. Deftly caught by his other hand and accurately deposited into the bamboo basket behind him. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, akin to the performance of a seasoned veteran. Witnessing this scene, Han Jiangxue could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. She was acutely aware that her chances of winning this competition were slim. Yet, the hour was still early, and her resolute spirit would not allow her to concede defeat easily. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her iron shovel once more, determined to engage in a fierce contest with the barnacles. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue possessed an astute mind. After several minutes of trial and error, she quickly grasped the technique. And one by one, the plump barnacles found their way into her bamboo basket. Once accustomed to this rhythm, Han Jiangxue found an unexpected release from stress. Each barnacle that landed in her basket filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a massive wave surged forth, dousing her from head to toe, even flooding her mouth with the salty taste of the sea, spitting out the seawater. She clung tightly to the protruding rocks with one hand while continuing her battle with the barnacles with the other. At that moment, she was utterly absorbed in her task, oblivious to the raging waves behind her. However, under the moonlit sky, the waves grew increasingly powerful, and after several relentless crashes, Han Jiangxue lost her footing and was swept away by the tumultuous waters. In an instant, the world fell silent. Her mind went blank as she found herself engulfed in water from all directions. She longed to open her eyes, but the relentless waves rendered her powerless. It felt as though she were trapped in a cage, unable to escape or call for help. The skills she had honed over the past 20 years seemed utterly futile at this moment. Panic surged within her. What a predicament! Han Jiangxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a leaf falling from a tree or a solitary boat adrift on the sea, tossed about by the winds and waves, with no control whatsoever. Just then, she sensed a hand clasping her waist, gripping her tightly like a vice. "Fear not, I am here." A familiar voice echoed in her ears. In the next moment, Han Jiangxue felt her body being pulled with tremendous force, swiftly moving towards the rocky wall. Her hands and feet once again made contact with solid stone, and she emerged from the depths of the relentless waves. Breathing became easier. The world around her regained clarity. When she opened her eyes, she saw Cao Dapeng standing nearby, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. "I'm fine, phew." Han Jiangxue wiped the seawater from her face and exhaled deeply, her heart racing. Although she was a proficient swimmer, this was the first time she had experienced such a profound sense of having survived a near calamity. Had it not been for Cao Dapeng's timely intervention, her life today would likely have been forfeit. While still haunted by lingering fears, I suddenly comprehend the exorbitant value of these barnacles. Behind each individual barnacle lies the sacrifice of countless lives, laboring tirelessly with their very existence as wagered stakes. Let us press on. After a brief respite, Han Jiangxue grasped the iron shovel, poised to continue the contest. However, upon raising her hand, she discovered that after the recent onslaught of waves, her arms had become utterly devoid of strength. "All right, we have nearly accomplished our task. Let us ascend." Upon witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng found himself torn between laughter and tears. This woman, so proud and ambitious, despite being utterly fatigued, still entertained thoughts of competing with him. He shook his head in resignation, and without waiting for Han Jiangxue's consent, he deftly secured the bamboo basket from her back into his own, while simultaneously wrapping his arm around her slender waist. In the next moment, the feeble Han Jiangxue collapsed against his chest. Thus, Cao Dapeng transformed into a creature of peculiar proportions, a frog with one less hand and an additional leg, as he leapt upward, carrying Han Jiangxue with each determined bound towards the rocky precipice above. Chapter 33. The land trap. As they rode the motorcycle, the two were pressed closely together, chest to back. Even while ascending the rocky terrain, they maintained this intimate proximity, albeit with their positions reversed, creating a distinctly different sensation. Both Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue were drenched to the skin from the sea water, their garments nearly fused together from the closeness. Furthermore, Cao Dapeng's peculiar frog-like climbing technique rendered the situation particularly awkward for Han Jiangxue, who found herself nestled against him. In that moment, any disdain she might have felt for Cao Dapeng's ungainly movements vanished. Her sole desire was to ascend swiftly and terminate this uncomfortable experience. Fortunately, despite his less than graceful climbing style, his skill was undeniably impressive, and even while bearing the weight of a companion, his speed remained unimpeded. "Come on, man, give it your all." she silently bestowed upon Cao Dapeng, who, at that moment, was an indomitable force in her eyes. The peculiar advantage he possessed, however, had its own side effects, rendering certain aspects quite pronounced. After several minutes, Han Jiangxue found herself safely atop the rocky cliff, where the ever-watchful He Chong rushed over to assist her. "Goodness! How did you two end up like this after just a bit of barnacle scraping?" He Chong exclaimed, taken aback by his cousin's alluring, form-fitting attire. "The waves below were treacherous. Without Cao Dapeng, I might have faced danger," Han Jiangxue replied, avoiding He Chong's gaze, her eyes darting away. Before their descent, she had spoken with such bravado, but now found herself engulfed in embarrassment. She prided herself on her skills in swimming, fishing, and climbing, yet nearly met her demise over something as trivial as scraping barnacles, a tale that, if circulated, would surely evoke laughter. In her mind, the events of the recent past played out like a film on endless repeat. As she recalled the incident, her cheeks flushed with the hue of ripe peaches. "I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Consider this a lesson learned." He Chong shot her a knowing glance, fully aware of the peril they had just escaped. However, seeing his cousin drenched and just emerging from a harrowing experience, he refrained from chastising her too harshly. "You're soaked through. Let us head to a hotel in town to clean up and change clothes before we return home, shall we, dear cousin?" As Han Jiangxue resembled a drenched chicken, He Chong's concern for her well-being was palpable. Han Jiangxue nodded obediently, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed in submission. As for Cao Dapeng, sensing her acquiescence, He Chong hesitated to address him. Initially, he had brought his cousin along to enjoy a day with Cao Dapeng, but little did he anticipate the chaos that would ensue. "Let us prioritize your health. We'll leave things as they are for today. I, too, must return and take a proper bath." Cao Dapeng nodded. It was nearly midnight, and he chose not to retain his guests. Instead, he combined the contents of 2 bamboo baskets filled with barnacles and handed them to He Chong, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could deliver this to Lu Qingyu." It was evident without needing to be stated that Cao Dapeng had decisively triumphed in this contest. "Not a problem," He Chong replied with a smile as he peered into the baskets. "To think that in less than an hour, the two of us managed to gather quite a number of barnacles. Rest assured, I will ensure they reach Qingyu." Han Jiangxue glanced shyly at Cao Dapeng, hesitating for a moment before expressing a tinge of reluctance. "Cao Dapeng, may I and my cousin come back here to play in the future?" Although she felt she had caused him considerable inconvenience today, the thrilling experience had granted her an unprecedented sense of relaxation. She found immense joy in this lifestyle, yet feared that Cao Dapeng might hold her in disdain, hence her question. "Such a notion is unwarranted," Cao Dapeng replied with a bemused smile. "We are all good friends here. Whenever you wish to come back and enjoy yourselves, just message me, and I will ensure you have a splendid time." Han Jiangxue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Indeed?" Cao Dapeng shrugged. "All right, it's a promise." Seeing that Cao Dapeng genuinely did not mind her presence and regarded her as a friend, a smile finally grazed Han Jiangxue's face. Throughout her life, perhaps due to her aloof demeanor and lack of communication skills, she had few friends aside from Lu Qingyu. Today, she had finally gained an intriguing companion. The siblings assisted Cao Dapeng in tidying up the barbecue equipment before departing Red Tree Village under the cover of night. "Xiaoxue, did I not speak the truth?" He Chong mused as he drove back, his words laced with admiration for Cao Dapeng's capabilities. His expression radiating pride, as if knowing Cao Dapeng was more impressive than his own fishing prowess. In response to her cousin's incessant chatter, Han Jiangxue occasionally dismissed him, her mind still replaying the adventurous moments they had just experienced. Ding! At that moment, a message notification from WeChat popped up. It was her best friend, Lu Qingyu. Xiaoxue, I have wonderful news. The traditional Chinese medicine master our company hired has examined the barnacles, and their quality is exceptional with high medicinal value. It's simply fantastic." Hearing Lu Qingyu's voice brought a smile to Han Jiangxue's face as she casually sent over the photos she had taken earlier. "Lu Qingyu?" Lu Qingyu continued. "Xiaoxue, have you been gathering barnacles again?" "Yes," Han Jiangxue replied. "I went with Cao Dapeng to harvest barnacles, and he asked me to deliver these to you." Lu Qingyu, her dear friend, who adored sports, typically indulged in activities alone but occasionally invited Han Jiangxue to join her. Yet, aside from Lu Qingyu, Han Jiangxue had never played with anyone else, let alone with a male friend. Yet now, Han Jiangxue astonishingly accompanied Cao Dapeng to scrape barnacles. This seems rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng had returned to his abode, indulging in a soothing hot bath. Reclining on his bed, he gazed at the balance on his WeChat account, a broad smile illuminating his face. Not only had he spent a delightful day with a beautiful woman, but he also earned several thousand yuan. Moreover, once his elder brother's operation for collecting barnacles commenced, the Cao family would have an additional source of income. If this pace of profit continues, It wouldn't be long before their family assets could be settled. Lost in thought, Cao Dapeng grinned widely and gradually drifted into slumber. It was not until noon the following day that he was roused from his dreams by the voice of a Fu, reminding him of their prior arrangement to collect crab traps on the reef today. Accompanying a Fu was another individual named Huang Jiaxiang, also from Hongshu village, who was a Fu's cousin. The boat previously borrowed by a Fu belonged to Huang Jiaxiang. Chapter 34. It seems that luck is indeed elusive. Good morning, Dapeng. Huang Jiaxiang greeted Cao Dapeng with a smile, offering him a cigarette. Recently, Cao Dapeng had turned over a new leaf. Not only had he been catching fish, but it was rumored that he had also befriended a wealthy woman, a tale that had spread throughout Hongshu village. Initially skeptical, Huang Jiaxiang began to believe the rumors as he witnessed his own cousin, a Fu, earn a considerable sum as well. Today, having heard that Cao Dapeng was going to check his crab traps, he decided to accompany him, as he had also set some traps on nearby reefs. Eager to see if Cao Dapeng's fortunes were indeed as favorable as claimed. In the coastal life of fishing and crabbing, luck plays a pivotal role. However, the goddess of fortune does not bestow her blessings upon everyone, nor does she favor a single individual consistently. Huang Jiaxiang found it hard to believe that Cao Dapeng could consistently enjoy such good luck. Xiang, where have you been striking it rich lately? Cao Dapeng inquired as he took the cigarette from Huang Jiaxiang and boarded the boat alongside a Fu, engaging in polite conversation. Huang Jiaxiang was somewhat aware of Cao Dapeng's situation. His family had contracted a shrimp pond spanning 5 or 6 acres, and he often accompanied fishing boats to earn a meager income. What wealth can I claim? Just following the boss out to sea. I happened to have a few days off and decided to set some crab traps to try my luck. Huang Jiaxiang chuckled helplessly, rowing the boat while exhaling smoke rings. Although he had a small shrimp pond, the price of seafood fluctuated annually, and with 3 children in school, expenses mounted significantly. Thus, Huang Jiaxiang typically entrusted the care of the shrimp pond to his wife while he ventured out to fish. Even during his spare moments, he would set a few crab traps in hopes of catching something valuable to nurture in his pond for a good price the following year. Such is the reality of middle age. Caring for both aging parents and young children leaves one little time to rest. Even a brief moment of leisure spurs the desire to earn more, to ensure a better life for his family. As the trio conversed, they arrived at a nearby reef, the very location where Huang Jiaxiang had set his traps. At this moment, the tide had receded, revealing the rocky outcrop. Huang Jiaxiang first secured the boat to the reef before patiently inspecting his traps. Alas, another empty catch. Even a conch would suffice to ease my hunger. Huang Jiaxiang lamented as he checked 3 traps in succession, finding nothing but seaweed, no shellfish whatsoever. With a sigh, he cleared out the debris, replenished the traps with fresh shrimp and worms, and lowered them back into the sea. The process of setting traps is a gamble. Should the goddess Mizut grant her favor, there might be a modest profit, but with ill fortune, one is left with nothing. Xianggu, we've got something over here. A Fu's voice rang out, breaking Huang Jiaxiang's moment of frustration. Oh, let me take a look. Huang Jiaxiang felt a surge of excitement, abandoning his trap to head towards a Fu. At that moment, Cao Dapeng also stepped ashore, though his enthusiasm was tempered. Earlier, while docking, he had observed the area and noted the scarcity of floating lights, indicating a lack of fish to be caught. Hey, I initially thought it was something else. It turned out to be a small eel and 2 little fish. As expected, the disappointed voice of Huang Jiaxiang soon echoed across the reef. The small eel appeared to weigh less than half a kilogram, and the 2 fish were no larger than the palm of his hand, making him reluctant to even take them out. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, Huang Jiaxiang continued his actions without pause. He deftly placed the small eel and fish into the water bucket he had brought along. Although the size of these catches was modest, given time, they could grow into substantial specimens in his own shrimp pond. At the very least, he could prepare a nourishing fish soup for his wife. All right, a Fu, Dapeng, let us check your traps. In no time, Huang Jiaxiang had inspected each of his traps, and aside from 2 large yellow croakers, he found no additional catches. After replenishing the bait and placing the traps back into the sea, he gestured for Cao Dapeng and a Fu to return to the boat. All right, a Fu responded cheerfully, climbing back onto the boat alongside Cao Dapeng. Brother, do you think our traps might be empty as well? After observing Huang Jiaxiang's meager haul, a Fu cast a worried glance at Cao Dapeng. They had indeed gathered a considerable number of fish in recent days, and before boarding the boat, a Fu had carried several buckets. The recent catches from the nearby reefs have been quite similar. Do you think such good fortune can be expected daily? Having any catch at all would be fortunate. Before Cao Dapeng could respond, Huang Jiaxiang, who was rowing, couldn't help but interject. He looked at Cao Dapeng and a Fu, saying, next time, don't bring so many buckets. It's rather embarrassing to come back empty-handed. Huang Jiaxiang was one of the more diligent individuals in Hongshu village. Over the past few years, he had explored nearly all the nearby reefs. He was well aware of the catch potential at each location. To be honest, the area where he placed his traps was relatively better than the others. As for the other locations, they would likely yield no results at all. Xiang was correct. Setting traps in the sea is indeed a matter of luck. Let us hope our fortune holds today. Cao Dapeng shrugged, feeling no inclination to argue. He too was curious about the yield from his 5 traps. Well, brother Dapeng, look over there. Not long after, a Fu's voice rang out as their distance closed. Hey, a Fu, is it necessary to make such a fuss? Well, Huang Jiaxiang, who was rowing, intended to tease a Fu, but as he followed a Fu's pointing finger, he was rendered speechless. Not far from them, near the reef, the waves were churning and several traps were shaking vigorously in the water. It is important to note that when traps have been submerged for a longer duration, even if there are catches, they usually do not exhibit much movement. It is only when the traps are pulled up that the fish inside struggle fiercely. Yet now, the sea was relatively calm, yet the traps were rolling incessantly. What could this signify? Within the explanation, there lies a colossal surprise. Could it be that Dapeng possesses such extraordinary luck? Huang Jiaxiang stood there, utterly astonished, almost in disbelief, to the point where the cigarette but slipped from his fingers, snapping him back to reality. Dapeng, you've hit the jackpot, he exclaimed, his voice resonating far louder than Ah Fu's earlier shout. With a tinge of envy, he cast a glance at Cao Dapeng and hastened his small boat towards the reef. As they approached the island, the three could hardly contain their excitement and eagerly disembarked. Huang Jiaxiang casually flipped open a fish trap, but in a moment of distraction, it tumbled back into the sea, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, what was this? Inside the trap was a veritable bounty of lively fish, so plentiful that their weight was nearly too much for him to steady. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng remained unfazed, leisurely sifting through the traps in search of the elusive light symbols. Clearly, the light symbols held far greater allure for him than the fish catch within the traps. Chapter 35: The Taste of the Sea Red Snapper. Chicken fish. A 20-pound sea bass. Goodness, what a massive conch. Brother Dapeng, my goodness, you have struck it rich. In no time, the vast reef echoed with Huang Jiaxiang's astonished exclamations. At that moment, he had already transported the trap he set to the island. Previously, his traps yielded little catch, easily lifted with a single hand. But this was different. The trap before him was nearly overflowing with fish, requiring considerable effort even with both hands. When he finally uncovered the bounty, Huang Jiaxiang was utterly taken aback. The catch was a vibrant assortment, each fish lively and full of energy. Not only was the variety plentiful, but each specimen weighed at least 2 to 3 pounds, reaching the very limits of the trap's capacity. Scratching his head, Huang Jiaxiang was suddenly struck by a surreal feeling. Unable to comprehend why Cao Dapeng's trap held such a remarkable haul. What had he placed within that trap to so irresistibly attract these fish? Little did he know that ever since Cao Dapeng had set the trap and departed the previous day, numerous fish from the surrounding waters had been drawn to it, as if summoned by an unseen voice. As they drew closer, their urge intensified. Even as they swam into the trap, they felt an extraordinary warmth and joy. As if they had found a home. They had arrived at the right place. The trap was their haven, cherished by all. Only after Huang Jiaxiang transferred them into a bucket did the fish realize their predicament, each beginning to struggle in reluctance. They had sought warmth, only to find themselves in a human's bucket. What was happening? However, at that moment, Huang Jiaxiang remained blissfully unaware of the fish's plight, eagerly tossing them into the bucket. As a seasoned fisherman, nothing thrilled him more than reaping a bountiful catch, especially in this serendipitous moment of unexpected fortune, even knowing these fish were not his own. The sense of accomplishment felt immense. Goodness, this spot is exploding with bounty as well. While Huang Jiaxiang busied himself, not far away, a Fu's astonished voice rang out, revealing that his trap too was brimming with an array of fish. Witnessing this scene, Huang Jiaxiang could not help but be astonished. How could setting a trap yield such a superior result compared to casting nets in the sea? Over the past 2 years, he had ventured into the ocean countless times, always tasked with netting in deeper waters. The fish resources in the sea were supposedly abundant, yet if luck did not favor him or the netting technique faltered, he often returned with meager catches, unrivaled. Cao Dapeng's fortune was simply unparalleled, in stark contrast to Huang Jiaxiang and a Fu's astonishment. Cao Dapeng approached one of the traps with a calm demeanor. The condition within this fish trap bears no distinction from several others. The catch inside is adorned with shimmering golden symbols reminiscent of currency. However, amidst the myriad of glowing symbols, Cao Dapeng discerned one that bore a distinctive pattern. He recalled that during his last fishing expedition, he had obtained a similar patterned symbol, which granted him the innate ability of speak the truth. Yet, He had yet to encounter the individual named Zhang Yaozong, leaving him uncertain of the true extent of influence this ability possessed. Shaking his head, he resolved not to let such a symbol slip through his fingers. With that thought, he hastily retrieved a bucket and commenced sorting through the catch. Boom! As he placed a Spanish mackerel into the bucket, the patterned symbol simultaneously integrated into his being. The taste of the ocean automatically triggers under suitable conditions. Soon, 2 lines of text manifested in Cao Dapeng's mind. The taste of the ocean? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Gazing at the reward associated with the symbol, Cao Dapeng felt a sense of astonishment. This entry appeared even more peculiar than the last. After pondering for a considerable time, he remained bewildered as to its purpose, ultimately deciding to dismiss further contemplation and bent down to continue sorting the catch. Although he had only deployed 5 traps, each yielding an abundant harvest, the day's bounty rivaled that of the mangrove area. Before long, the 3 of them had completely sorted the fish from the 5 traps, filling 5 buckets to the brim. Dapeng, you couldn't have anticipated such an abundance of fish, which is why you brought so many buckets, could you? Huang Jiaxiang's scalp tingled at the sight of the overflowing buckets. Unable to resist, he produced a cigarette, offered one to Cao Dapeng, and lit one for himself, taking a deep drag to quell his astonishment. This was remarkable. All 5 traps yielded an extraordinary catch, completely overturning the worldview of this seasoned fisherman with 30 years of experience. Prior to this, he had mocked Cao Dapeng for bringing in excessive buckets, yet now, had he brought even one less, they would not have been able to contain such an abundance. At that moment, Huang Jiaxiang's face was flushed red from the wind, as if he had received a sharp slap. I possess no such skill. It is purely a stroke of luck today. Cao Dapeng shrugged, realizing that such matters were difficult to articulate. Luck is indeed a facet of skill. Yet, Huang Jiaxiang had become thoroughly convinced of Cao Dapeng's prowess. You see, in recent days, the village chief of Nampan has an old shrimp pond that has been neglected for many years. He has been seeking someone to take on the pond and clear out the seaweed. However, the old chief demands 10,000 yuan. Who would dare to undertake such a task lightly? If I possessed your kind of luck, I would indeed seize that opportunity and clean out his pond. Contracting a pond for fishing is a common transactional practice in many southern regions. For instance, in freshwater areas, fish traders might directly offer the pond owner a fee ranging from 2 to 3,000 or even 10 to 20,000 yuan to lease the pond for a day or 2. After securing the rights to a fish pond, the water is subsequently drained, and regardless of the quantity of fish caught, all proceeds belong to the fish dealer. Akin to the allure of a surprise box. Should fortune favor the endeavor, the catch may be bountiful, allowing the pond's renter to reap substantial profits. Conversely, a meager haul could result in significant losses. This scenario presents a formidable challenge for the pond owner, as pricing too low leads to financial ruin, while pricing too high may yield unexpected wealth. Similarly, along the coastline, the practice of renting shrimp ponds to exploit is prevalent. However, those lacking experience typically shy away from such ventures, as a moment's carelessness could lead to total financial devastation. Upon hearing Huang Jiaxiang's lament, Cao Dapeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The prospect of engaging in this venture could very well be a lucrative opportunity for him. Moreover, the vicinity of Hongshu village is home to numerous shrimp ponds. Systematically exploring each one could prove far easier and more profitable than his current endeavors along the shore. Chapter 36. A daily income of 10,000. The barnacles appear as Xiang. Could you help me strike up a conversation? I find myself rather bored lately and would like to give the pond a try. Could you kindly relay a message to the village chief of Nampan village? If it seems suitable to me, I shall give it a go. Cao Dapeng pondered for a moment before addressing Huang Jiaxiang. For others, the pond posed a risky challenge. But for Cao Dapeng, it was a guaranteed profit. If he found a bountiful catch, he would proceed. If not, he could easily decline later. Dapeng, are you truly considering this? Huang Jiaxiang inquired, his interest piqued. The fishing haul from the reef today had indeed astonished him. It was said that Cao Dapeng, being a university student, possessed a wealth of knowledge. He was curious about what outcomes might arise from his venture into the pond. Absolutely. Cao Dapeng nodded, a smile gracing his face. If it works out, you can come by to lend a hand when you have the time. You shall not be left empty-handed. Count on it. Huang Jiaxiang replied with a grin. I'll inform the old village chief of Nan'an village, and I'll get in touch with you once I have news. Sounds good. As the trio conversed, their boat had already docked at the shore. Huang Jiaxiang took his catch home to the shrimp pond, while Cao Dapeng and Afu went directly to the fish vendor to sell their buckets of fish. After a round of haggling, they ultimately earned 6,000. Although the 5 traps yielded a considerable catch, the quality paled in comparison to that of the mangroves due to the constraints of the traps. Despite the large quantity, the revenue amounted to just over 6,000. After transferring 2,000 to Afu, they parted ways to rest at their respective homes. Meanwhile, a transfer from Lu Qingyu arrived mid-journey. The barnacles harvested yesterday weighed approximately 35 pounds, albeit with varied quality, resulting in a total transfer of 6,000 to Cao Dapeng. Thus, he had earned nearly 10,000 in a day. Cao Dapeng felt quite satisfied with this income. He recalled his previous life, where, despite toiling endlessly at work, he only managed to earn a mere 10,000 over the span of a month with just 3.5 days off. Now, with the freedom to fish daily and enjoy the ocean, coupled with such a lucrative income, life felt exceedingly delightful. Just as Cao Dapeng reveled in his bountiful harvest, he noticed a gathering of villagers at his doorstep, their voices rising in a cacophony of discontent. Cao Dapeng, this is no way to conduct business. We have come all this way, and you tell us payment will be made monthly? Who would agree to such terms? Indeed, you owe so much already. If you abscond, who will we turn to for recourse? If you refuse to pay, we will seek other buyers. A group of nearby villagers stood at Cao Dapeng's gate, their expressions dark as they confronted him. Upon hearing that he intended to purchase barnacles, they had risen early to gather them, only to be met with Cao Dapeng's insistence on receiving the goods before payment, to be settled a month later. This proclamation had incited their outrage. If one were to encounter a wealthy family, they might indeed be inclined to extend credit. However, in the village, such practices are commonplace. Yet, who is unaware that the Cao family has accrued a significant amount of debt over the past couple of years? Should they fail to recover the funds in due time, would they not be toiling in vain for Cao Dapeng? After all, the labor of scraping barnacles requires considerable effort. Were it not for monetary gain, who would willingly undertake such perilous endeavors day after day? Oh dear, we're merely at the outset, Cao Dapeng reassured the crowd. Rest assured, I, Cao Dapeng, speak with conviction. You shall receive your payment in a month. Faced with skepticism from the onlookers, Cao Dapeng felt overwhelmed. Although Cao Dapeng had recently transferred a considerable sum to him, it was earmarked for debt repayment, leaving him reluctant to disperse any of it to these individuals. However, if he were unable to offer cash on the spot, he would be willing to collaborate with him. Isn't it simply a matter of immediate settlement? We shall provide the funds. Just then, a voice broke through from the outskirts of the crowd. Dapeng. Upon hearing the familiar call, Cao Dapeng's eyes brightened, and he quickly beckoned Cao Dapeng over. Dapeng, you've finally returned. Look here. Is it not too risky to settle immediately? As a novice in business, Cao Dapeng was devoid of experience and harbored fears of incurring irreparable losses, primarily because he truly could not afford to lose. What risk is there? Cao Dapeng chuckled, patting his brother's shoulder. The businessman Lu has already transferred the funds to me yesterday. There is no need for concern. Turning towards the crowd gathered at the entrance, he declared, those wishing to engage in business with my brother, stay here now. We will exchange goods for cash at the previously agreed price. At this proclamation, the commotion at the entrance abruptly ceased. The villagers exchanged glances, their skepticism evident as they regarded Cao Dapeng, yet none dared to step forward. This was largely due to Cao Dapeng's previously tarnished reputation, which had only been characterized by recovering debts, with no record of disbursing payments. They would rather rely on Cao Dapeng's promise of payment in a month than trust Cao Dapeng to settle immediately. Cao Dapeng thought to himself. The burden of his former ill repute weighed heavily upon him. If you are unwilling, feel free to leave. We do not compel anyone to partake in our business. With a dismissive attitude, he added, you may sell if you wish, or not at all. Curiously, despite his earlier amiable approach, no one had believed him. Now, with a firmer stance, the villagers began to gather around him one by one. Although barnacles were typically collected, the recent prices in Nampan village had only reached a maximum of $100. In contrast, Cao Dapeng and Cao Dapeng's superior quality could fetch $150 to $160. If a legitimate transaction could be arranged, why would they choose to walk away? After all, with cash on the table, the authenticity could easily be verified. Thus, one fisherman stepped forward, presenting the barnacles he had collected. Take a look. How much are these worth? Cao Dapeng gestured towards his brother, who promptly understood and began sorting the barnacles based on their quality. The quality of these barnacles was inconsistent, totaling merely 5 pounds, the majority barely meeting the minimum standards. After some calculations, Cao Dapeng quoted a price of 600 yuan. 600? The fisherman was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. All right. Cao Dapeng, decisive in his actions, produced a QR code. I will transfer it to you. With a chime, the 600 yuan was directly transferred to the fisherman. Goodness. It's instant payment, exclaimed the fisherman. Let me weigh them. I was the first here. Look at the quality of my catch. It speaks for itself. Witnessing Cao Dapeng's earnestness, the other fishermen were suddenly filled with joy, each one eagerly approaching, their bamboo baskets in hand, eager to present their wares. Come. Form a line. One at a time, you won't miss out. Although Cao Dapeng's expression remained stern and indifferent, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. As long as the nearby fisherman could reap some reward, he had no fear of failing in his business endeavors. Chapter 37. Relatives come to collect debts. After a full half hour, the settlement for the barnacles was finally concluded. A total of over 100 kilograms was collected. And even at the lowest price, Cao Dapeng had already disbursed more than 10,000 yuan during this brief period. Moreover, today marked merely the first wave of fishermen. Once the news of the Cao family's cash purchases spread, it was likely that more deliveries would follow. It was no wonder that Cao Dahai was hesitant to offer immediate cash. The demands of cash flow in this business were significant. Fortunately, thanks to recent beachcombing efforts, Cao Dapeng had managed to accumulate several tens of thousands in his bank account, allowing him to maintain control over the current situation, albeit precariously. As he watched the fishermen depart one by one, Cao Dahai wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Cao Dapeng with concern. Dapeng, could you inquire with Boss Liu about whether he needs the goods and when he might come for them? For Cao Dahai, who typically earned only a few thousand yuan a month, the sudden expenditure of over 10,000 yuan in half an hour made his heart race. Everything is fine, Cao Dapeng replied, suppressing a smile at his brother's anxiety. To reassure him and ensure the business continued smoothly, he recorded a brief video of the recently collected barnacles and promptly sent it to Lu Qingyu. Boss Liu, I just received a batch of goods. When will you come to collect them? Wow, this is quite a lot. Lu Qingyu's response came swiftly. In a voice message, he stated, Dapeng, I have a meeting to attend now, but rest assured, I will reserve this batch for myself. I should be able to come by this afternoon. Cao Dapeng sent a cheerful okay gesture back and waved at Cao Dahai, declaring, Boss Liu replied, he will be here this afternoon to collect. Good. That certainly puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing this, Cao Dahai finally relaxed, patting his chest in relief. Having been a fisherman in Hongshu village for 30 years, accustomed to earning a living through hard work, he felt a twinge of anxiety embarking on business for the first time. Nonetheless, with his brother Cao Dapeng revitalizing their enterprise, he felt a renewed sense of hope. If this business continued to thrive, repaying their debts by year's end would not pose a challenge. Meanwhile, the fishermen who had received their payments wore smiles of satisfaction as they made their way home. Some even stopped by the village shop, purchasing 2 packs of 20 yuan cigarettes or liquor, eager to reward themselves for their hard work. Hey, old Zhang, where did you strike it rich? They exclaimed, seeing him buy the more expensive cigarettes, a stark contrast to his usual 10 yuan purchases. At the Zhang family village shop, a group of friends idly played mahjong to pass the time. However, when they noticed old Zhang purchasing 20 yuan cigarettes, they were taken aback. Ah, isn't there someone in Hongshu village collecting barnacles? He must have made a good haul today and is treating himself to some pocket money. After buying the cigarettes, old Zhang eagerly unwrapped them and took a satisfying puff. He possesses little formal education, merely moving wherever work may be found. Upon hearing that Cao Dahai was collecting barnacles, he decided to give it a try today, unexpectedly earning a modest profit of 500 yuan. This is certainly a more lucrative endeavor than his previous odd jobs. Moreover, scraping barnacles is quite a laborious task, fraught with significant danger, and not everyone is inclined to undertake it. Even discussing it poses no real concern, as there is little fear of competition. Collecting barnacles? Is it possible that someone in Hongshu village has ventured into this trade? There has always been a market for it here, and I've heard it's quite profitable. Which household in Hongshu village is involved? Upon hearing Lao Zhang's words, a flurry of discussion erupted. In the village, where people gather, gossip knows no bounds. When they learned that the enterprising individuals collecting barnacles were none other than the impoverished Cao family, astonishment swept through them. No one anticipated that the heavily indebted Cao family had begun to engage in commerce. You wouldn't believe it. I heard that 2 luxury cars parked in front of the Cao residence yesterday. They must belong to wealthy individuals. Indeed, it is said that affluent people have a penchant for barnacles. Recently, the second son of the Cao family has struck it lucky while fishing at sea. I've heard from folks in Nampan village that he has been making several thousand yuan daily. The villagers exchanged comments, each contributing to the growing chatter. Before long, the WeChat group titled A Loving Family was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Dapeng and Dahai have recently taken to collecting barnacles, and today, over 10 people received payments from them. Is that so? Do they have the means to run a business? You're unaware, aren't you? Dapeng has been quite fortunate lately, catching a substantial amount of fish, earning no less than 20,000 yuan. I also heard that Dapeng has become acquainted with a wealthy woman, and she is the one who encouraged him to take on this venture. The WeChat group A Loving Family is filled with relatives of Cao Dapeng, including distant aunts and uncles. Interestingly, Dapeng and Dahai are notably absent from this group, having been deliberately excluded from the new one established 3 years prior, when Cao Dapeng's parents sought to purchase a boat for their business. Most of the funding was raised from these relatives. After their passing, these friends and family often quarreled with brothers Cao Dapeng and Cao Dapeng over financial matters. However, due to Dapeng's reckless nature, they dared not push too hard. Furthermore, every so often, Cao Dapeng would repay them a sum of money, though not substantial. It was enough to deter them from demanding repayment too aggressively. Previously, this situation was manageable, but now that news of the brothers' newfound wealth has spread, the creditors are certainly restive. I must retrieve my 20,000 yuan while they still have money. Who knows when they might find themselves broke again? Third aunt exclaimed indignantly. No sooner had she spoken than someone chimed in. Indeed, we should go together. If we delay, the money may lose its value. Then let us gather. I still haven't gotten back the 50,000 yuan I lent. If I do, it would be just enough for a down payment on a car. In the group, everyone exchanged opinions, and although there were numerous unresolved disputes among the families, they were united in their stance regarding the matter of collecting debts from the Cao brothers. Consequently, before long, a cacophony of voices arose as the aunts and uncles arrived, some on electric scooters and others on tricycles, all clamoring at the entrance of the homes of Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai. Dapeng, I have heard you have recently found success. Now, regarding the 20,000 yuan that is owed to my family, could you possibly repay it first? I am in urgent need. Aunt San leapt from her tricycle, boldly striding towards the brothers. Meanwhile, the other relatives echoed their own financial grievances, converging at the threshold. Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai. The stall had barely been set up, and the funds had yet to be accounted for, yet the demand for payments was already at the door. How were they to manage this situation? Chapter 38. The delight of being spoiled with money and cars. After all, they were relatives, and repaying debts is a matter of principle. Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai exchanged glances, forcing smiles as they ushered their numerous aunts and uncles into the courtyard. Just returning from work, their sister-in-law Su Ling sighed in resignation upon witnessing the scene, promptly setting about arranging chairs and brewing tea for the assembled relatives. As everyone settled, Cao Dapeng patiently addressed them. I understand that my parents owe quite a sum to all of you. Currently, the total should be over 200,000, correct, brother? Cao Dahai, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the outstanding amount is 256,000. That's good to know. Upon hearing this, their aunt rolled her eyes and said with a huff, since we are all relatives, there's no need for pretense. Dapeng Dahai, I've heard you've recently ventured into the barnacle business, which seems quite profitable. We, as the less fortunate relatives, find it hard to earn a living. So tell us, when can we expect the repayment of our loan? At this, the other relatives chimed in. Indeed, in these times, those in debt are truly in charge. We didn't hesitate when lending money to your parents. You cannot disregard this. Those were our hard-earned savings, and we will not tolerate any deceit. Since we are all gathered here today, please tell us when you plan to repay us. Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai realized they were facing a collective demand for repayment. Despite having accumulated several tens of thousands recently, they could not possibly gather 250,000. Moreover, if they were to part with such a sum, it would severely impact their newly established barnacle business. With a tone of helplessness, Cao Dapeng replied, Esteemed elders, you must understand that we just opened for business today. It is impossible for us to have such a large amount at this moment. However, I assure you that before the new year, we will repay all of you. How does that sound? Cao Dapeng had discovered a lucrative avenue, and 250,000 was indeed within reach, but it would require time to realize. Otherwise, where would he procure such an amount? While the rationale was sound, the risk of incurring losses hung heavily in the air. Aunt San, with her sharp eyes, fixed a penetrating gaze on Cao Dapeng, demanding, but what if you fail? Who will be accountable then? Dapeng possesses the capability, Cao Dahai interjected with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, we will not suffer losses. We will definitely repay you by the end of the year. Cao Dahai continued, to be honest, we cannot repay today. Although we have a little money on hand, even if we were to exchange it, we could only settle 1 or 2 debts. If that happens, we will be unable to continue our business, and those remaining will have no idea when they might see their money again. As these words hung in the air, the relatives fell silent. Indeed, it was clear that Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai could not produce the over 200,000. If they were not allowed to conduct their business, how could they ever repay their debts? However, it was evident that Aunt San had no intention of leaving without her money today, as that was not a concern they were willing to entertain. Today, regardless of what is said, you must return the 30,000 that you owe my family. Initially, some relatives who had been somewhat soft-hearted and planned to let the Cao brothers off the hook began to stir again upon hearing these words. Just then, amidst the rising clamor, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A sleek black van and an eye-catching pickup truck suddenly halted at the entrance of Cao Dapeng's courtyard. Instantly, the uproar within the yard ceased, and all eyes turned toward the outside. A young woman clad in professional attire approached, flanked by two young men. Dapeng, what is going on? Upon witnessing the gathering of numerous middle-aged women in the courtyard and recalling the assortment of three-wheeled vehicles parked outside, Lu Qingyu, who had just arrived, couldn't help but blink in astonishment at Cao Dapeng. The atmosphere in the courtyard seemed rather peculiar. Boss Lu, you've arrived. Spotting Lu Qingyu, Cao Dapeng quickly rose with a smile, leading her outside and briefly explaining the circumstances. After all, she was his business partner, and he had no intention of concealing the truth. So that is how it is. Lu Qingyu's eyes softened with sympathy as she regarded Cao Dapeng. She had not anticipated that beneath the calm exterior and ever-present smile of Cao Dapeng lay such a complex story. How much is owed in total? Lu Qingyu inquired. Cao Dapeng scratched his head. Not much, just a little over 250,000. 250,000. Lu Qingyu pursed her lips, having expected a far greater sum. To her, 250,000 was merely a trifle. After casting a penetrating glance at Cao Dapeng, Lu Qingyu confidently declared, "It's not easy for others to earn money, and they have done nothing wrong. I can cover this amount for you initially. We can continue our business as usual, and you can repay me whenever you wish. However, as a condition, you must personally handle the delivery of the goods from the barn." How does that sound? Her company was rather busy, and she would not be able to collect goods daily, but she felt uneasy entrusting this matter to someone else. Thus, she desired Cao Dapeng to take charge of the transportation himself. Cao Dapeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Qingyu. They had only met twice, totaling less than 2 days, and he never imagined that Lu Qingyu would be willing to lend him such a substantial amount. Over 200,000, while not an insignificant sum. Even the best of friends might hesitate to offer such financial assistance. What could Lu Qingyu possibly want? Lu Qingyu regarded Cao Dapeng earnestly. "I am a friend of Han Jiangxue. Since you are also her friend, you are therefore my friend as well. I trust you on this matter. Now, can you agree to the condition?" Yesterday, Han Jiangxue had returned home rather late, and the two close friends had not delved into further discussions. Until this morning, Lu Qingyu was unaware of the events that transpired last night. If it were not for Cao Dapeng's intervention, Han Jiangxue might have lost her life. For the sake of Cao Dapeng, who selflessly risked his own safety to save Han Jiangxue, she was more than willing to assist. "I do wish to be of service," she remarked. Cao Dapeng spread his hands in exasperation, saying, "The current issue is that I lack a vehicle to facilitate the delivery." "That's simple," Lu Qingyu responded, pointing to a nearby pickup truck. "From now on, this truck is at your disposal for transportation duties. Will that suffice?" Cao Dapeng was taken aback, pondering, "Goodness. Not only am I repaying my debts, but now I'm borrowing a vehicle as well? How is it that a man of my stature suddenly feels as though he is being kept?" Chapter 39, The Intricacies of Human Relationships. Third Aunt. "Here is the 30,000 IOU. Our families are now square. Please hand over the IOU. Dear Third Aunt, this is the 5,000 owed to your family. Settled. 50,000, please take it." In the courtyard, Cao Dapeng meticulously processed WeChat transfers to each of his numerous aunts and uncles. With each successful transaction, he reclaimed the IOUs written by his parents, tearing them into shreds on the spot. Just half an hour prior, the accumulated debt of over 200,000 from the past few years was entirely settled by Cao Dapeng in a single sitting. The rapidity of the events left his relatives in a state of disbelief, as if they were caught in a dream. 3 years. They had endured a wait of 3 long years. Do you have any inkling of how they survived those 3 years? They had anticipated that. Given Cao Dahai's honest disposition and Cao Dapeng's lackadaisical attitude, repaying the debt would likely take at least a decade. Yet, who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, the accumulated debts would be cleared? Everything unfolded with such surprising ease that it felt surreal. "Well, Dapeng, that girl is quite remarkable. You must seize the opportunity. She is showering you with gifts and a vehicle. Such a wealthy woman is rare indeed. So you must hold on to her." After receiving their payments, the aunts and uncles were in high spirits. As they departed, their eyes shifted to the pickup truck parked at the entrance, filled with envy towards Cao Dapeng. They too had sons and understood the escalating costs of betrothal gifts. Finding a bride had become exceedingly challenging. To witness someone like Cao Dapeng, who required no effort and was lavished upon by a wealthy patroness, was indeed a source of envy and jealousy. "I assure you, we are merely friends. Do you believe that?" Cao Dapeng replied, feeling quite exasperated. He was profoundly grateful for Lu Qingyu's assistance that day. Without her intervention, a quarrel would have been inevitable. Initially, he had intended to prepare a sumptuous dinner to express his sincere gratitude to Lu Qingyu for her timely aid, but alas, her professional nature made her acutely aware of time, and she always moved with remarkable swiftness. After promptly transferring 250,000 to him, she hurriedly departed with her belongings. If only there could be more women like her. troublesome yet generous. Alas, the debts of gratitude incurred would have to be repaid with diligence in the future. Lost in contemplation, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of his relatives. Believe you? If you were merely friends, who would give you over 20,000 in one go? Dapeng, my child, you are not being truthful. We all understand. With a chorus of admiration, the aunts and uncles departed in their respective vehicles. Upon returning home, the WeChat group A loving family erupted with excitement. Third aunt. It seems like the Azure Dragon has opened its eyes. Who would have thought that Dapeng would catch the attention of a wealthy woman? Seventh aunt. This child has always been fortunate. With such a patroness, the Cao family is bound to thrive. Dear uncle, do you think we have gone too far today? The money will be returned, but will it be awkward to seek Dapeng's assistance in the future? The crowd murmured in agreement. Initially, when visiting Cao Dapeng's home, they were skeptical and did not intend to reclaim all their money, merely hoping to recover a portion. Little did they expect that Cao Dapeng would indeed be surrounded by affluent patrons. It now seemed inevitable that Cao Dapeng's rise to prosperity was merely a matter of time. With a benefactor like Lu Qingyu, how could he fail to earn? Not only would he be able to make money, but potentially substantial sums. While they would reclaim their funds, the relationships among them were likely to fracture, making future requests for Cao Dapeng's help quite. Upon reflecting on this, the WeChat group named Loving Family fell into a profound silence. Ding, ding, ding. At Cao Dapeng's home, as relatives departed, both Cao Dapeng and his wife, Cao Dahai, sighed in relief. The debts that had burdened them for 3 years had finally reached a resolution. However, this debt had shifted entirely onto Cao Dapeng's shoulders, leaving Cao Dahai and Su Ling with a sense of guilt. As the three were discussing their next steps, Cao Dapeng noticed a flurry of messages popping up on his WeChat. Aunt San, Dapeng, my attitude today was not pleasant. The 30,000 isn't urgent. If you need money, feel free to use it first and repay me later when you earn. A transfer from Aunt San. Uncle San, Dapeng. Today I was merely following their lead to gauge your attitude. I didn't expect you to comply. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. We are family, after all. A transfer from Uncle San. Second uncle, Dapeng. Business is tough right now. I was just going through the motions. Why not keep the money and return it when you're more settled? There's no hurry. Your brother's child will arrive next year. A transfer from second uncle, Cao Dapeng. These relatives, who had been so eager to extract every last bit from him, were now feigning kindness, suggesting he continue using the funds. What was going on? After a moment of contemplation, Cao Dapeng quickly realized the rapid shift in their attitudes was likely tied to Lu Qingyu's influence. The intricacies of human relationships are truly ineffable. With a resigned shake of his head, Cao Dapeng chose to disregard the messages. After sharing dinner with his brother's family, he decided to take Fu and head to the beach for some tidal fishing. Following several days of empty outings, the beach was now relatively deserted, making it an opportune moment to try again. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng intended to go fishing, his brother, Cao Dahai, grabbed his fishing gear and joined him to gather the catch. Though the debt had shifted to Cao Dapeng, as an older brother, Cao Dahai would not allow his younger sibling to bear the burden alone. Whenever a chance to earn arose, he would certainly seize it. With the lucky fishing tools in Cao Dapeng's possession, the three were unlikely to return empty-handed. On the contrary, upon their return, each and every bucket was brimming to the top. This delighted Cao Dahai immensely, for it had been many years since he had experienced such a bountiful harvest. Outsiders remarked that his younger brother was indeed fortunate, and it appeared to be true. The three of them brought their catch to a nearby fishmonger, and after a thorough tally, they found they had made over 5,000 yuan. The night passed without incident. The following afternoon, as Cao Dapeng was enjoying his lunch, he heard the roaring sound of engines outside the courtyard. Stepping out to investigate, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 40. The sudden sound of explosions at the entrance of his home. Over 30 motorcycles and tricycles abruptly came to a halt, and a group of sun-kissed fishermen gazed intently at him, greeting him with cheerful smiles. Dapeng, we've gathered some barnacles. The price should still be the same as yesterday, right? I searched for an extra hour today. The crowd exchanged words, and after a moment of surprise, Cao Dapeng smiled back at them, saying, of course, we will stick to yesterday's price. Come in, everyone. He stepped aside, welcoming them into the courtyard. Goodness. Just yesterday, there were only a dozen people selling barnacles. Today, the number has doubled. It seems that word of mouth has spread remarkably well. Unbeknownst to Cao Dapeng, the villagers were disseminating information with an astonishing swiftness. People from various villages not only knew that he was purchasing barnacles at a high price with cash settlements, but were also aware that he had settled all his previous debts in one go the day before. To add to that, even rumors of Cao Dapeng being supported by a wealthy woman were circulating with vivid details. If it weren't for the technical difficulties involved in harvesting barnacles and their scattered distribution, the number of visitors today would likely have been even greater. With more people came a significantly larger quantity of barnacles. After a thorough count, he acquired an impressive 200 pounds of barnacles today. If the supply were to increase further, Cao Dapeng might struggle to keep up. As he distributed payments to each fisherman, they all wore enigmatic smiles. It appeared that Cao Dapeng truly was being supported by a wealthy woman. Indeed, with so many of us, it must total nearly 20,000, right? And he pays us on the spot. Amidst their chatter, the fishermen departed in small groups, leaving Cao Dapeng alone, bewildered in the wind. Is rural life now this gossipy? He found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance at the pickup truck at the entrance. It seemed that this matter would be difficult to clarify. However, the rumor of being supported by a wealthy woman inadvertently bolstered his credibility. The previous day's low turnout was likely related to his debts, now that they were cleared, and with news of a female benefactor gifting him a vehicle. More people were naturally inclined to bring him barnacles. Shaking his head in resignation, Cao Dapeng loaded the sorted barnacles into the pickup truck and promptly called Lu Qingyu. You collected so much? Lu Qingyu's surprise was evident over the phone. I'm not at the company right now. I will send you an address. Please come over. She quickly sent him the location. Taoyuan community? Cao Dapeng raised an eyebrow, uncertain of what Lu Qingyu was up to, but as she was the client, he had no choice but to comply. With a roar, the engine started. Cao Dapeng pressed the accelerator, and driving the pickup truck borrowed from Lu Qingyu, he swiftly departed from Hongshu village. As soon as he departed, the women gathered at the village entrance began to gossip in hushed tones. How fortunate Cao Dapeng was to have caught the eye of a wealthy woman. I observed that lady boss yesterday. She is indeed strikingly beautiful. Alas, how the morals of society have declined. Is it now fashionable to rely on a woman's wealth? The chattering women continued their incessant chatter, while Ho Guilan, who had recently regained her health, sat among them, her triangular eyes reflecting feelings of envy and resentment as she watched Cao Dapeng drive by in his pickup truck. It was well known that Ho Guilan's daughter had almost married Cao Dapeng. The circumstances of the past 3 years have vividly illustrated how correct her initial decision was. Yet, in stark contrast, Cao Dapeng's fortunes have been on a steady ascent, now even catching the attention of a female entrepreneur from the big city. Making her family situation somewhat awkward, Cao Dapeng sped along the road, the cool breeze blowing in through the window providing a refreshing sensation. This was his first venture beyond Hongshu village since his arrival in this world, heading towards the bustling metropolis. As he drew nearer, the vibrant cityscape stood in stark contrast to the tranquil fishing village. However, having lived 2 lives, Cao Dapeng felt little envy for the urban lifestyle. Before long, following the address provided by Lu Qingyu, Cao Dapeng arrived at a place called Taoyuan Community. This community was one of those traditional, dilapidated complexes. Upon his arrival, he noticed a row of stalls set up at the entrance, where several doctors in white coats were offering free medical consultations to the elderly residents. Lu Qingyu, also clad in a white coat, was kindly serving tea to those waiting in line. This scene took Cao Dapeng by surprise. He hadn't expected Lu Qingyu's fiery personality to manifest in such a charitable endeavor today. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If Lu Qingyu were not compassionate, she would not have lent him such a significant amount of money. Here, have some water. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng approach, Lu Qingyu smiled and poured him a cup of hot water. These are experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who, after retirement, have been hired by our company as consultants. We regularly provide consultations in the community. Lu Qingyu noticed the confusion in Cao Dapeng's eyes. Traditional Chinese medicine is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain, while many common people cannot afford treatment in Western hospitals. However, I believe the issue lies not in the efficacy of traditional medicine, but rather in the dwindling number of skilled practitioners and the scarcity of genuine herbal medicine. Lu Qingyu expressed her views. Through their conversation, Cao Dapeng learned that Lu Qingyu hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Her grandfather was a renowned practitioner in Tian'an City. Unfortunately, the lineage had been severed. Although Lu Qingyu had not inherited her grandfather's medical skills, she was determined to promote traditional Chinese medicine in her own way. For instance, today's free medical consultation not only provides these seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with a tangible source of income, but also allows the common people to experience the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. Furthermore, it serves to promote certain proprietary Chinese medicines and the traditional Chinese medicine hospitals associated with them. Cao Dapeng nodded in agreement, reflecting on the irony that while traditional medicine is undervalued in his homeland, it is revered abroad, particularly in countries like Japan and South Korea, where there is an annual fervor for procuring Chinese herbal medicines. What a striking irony this is. Apologies for taking up your time, Lu Qingyu smiled, rising to her feet. This batch of goods is quite satisfactory. Simply set it down, and I will arrange for someone to take it back shortly. Very well. Cao Dapeng nodded. aware that Tiannan City is not close to Hongshu Village, and if they did not leave soon, darkness would soon envelop them. Just then, an ear-splitting explosion reverberated through the community. Cao Dapeng turned towards the sound, only to see one of the buildings billowing thick, black smoke. Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, panicked cries filled the air as many people hurriedly fled from the upper floors. Fortunately, there was a free medical consultation event taking place today, and many elderly individuals were gathered below. Otherwise, in a building without elevators, such a dangerous situation could have rendered them unable to escape. Look over there. There's a child. At that moment, people suddenly noticed a little girl in a red dress standing on the 5th floor balcony, crying inconsolably. Chapter 41. Are you Spider-Man? Hurry. Call the police. Oh dear, this is a dire situation. At this moment, the apartment building engulfed in flames was belching forth thick black smoke, with flickering flames becoming increasingly apparent. Clearly, the circumstances within were perilous. Oh no, it's Yao Yao, my precious Yao Yao. Just then, an elderly lady who had finished her consultation nearby also noticed the escalating fire. She suddenly realized that the burning building was her own, and the girl standing on the balcony was none other than her beloved granddaughter Yao Yao. Earlier that afternoon, after much coaxing, she had finally managed to lull her granddaughter to sleep and had come downstairs to partake in the free medical consultation. Little did she anticipate that a fire would erupt at her home, prompting her to cry out in alarm. Calm down, we've already called the police. Lu Qingyu rushed over to help the elderly lady who had fallen to the ground, offering her comfort. Yet, Lu Qingyu was also anxious. She was familiar with the area. It was a neighborhood filled with dilapidated buildings and narrow, congested streets, and even with the police alerted, she knew it could take a long time for the firefighters to arrive. Just then, she noticed a figure flash before her, sprinting furiously into the community. Is it him? Upon seeing Cao Dapeng racing ahead, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Although she had heard from Han Jiangxue about Cao Dapeng's impressive climbing skills and physical strength, the little girl was trapped on the 5th floor, and the details of the fire's progression were unknown. In such a scenario, an ordinary person rushing in would not only fail to rescue anyone inside but could also endanger their own life. This Cao Dapeng is reckless. However, just as Lu Qingyu chastised Cao Dapeng for his impulsive behavior, she suddenly observed that he had reached the base of the burning building. Without hesitation, Cao Dapeng leaped upward, seizing the protruding balcony with both hands. Subsequently, he braced his legs against the walls on either side, propelling himself upward with tremendous force, climbing the building with remarkable agility. At that moment, Cao Dapeng's limbs adhered to the wall like suction cups, and with the added strength, he ascended effortlessly despite the considerable height. After a series of leaps, he swiftly reached the 5th floor balcony. With a resounding crash, he turned sideways and struck the balcony's glass with great force, creating a sizable opening. He then executed a smooth maneuver, slipping through the gap like an eel. Cough, cough. The room was ablaze, thick black smoke billowing outward. As Cao Dapeng arrived at the chaotic scene, he couldn't help but cough a few times. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he swiftly dashed into one of the bedrooms, snatched a blanket, and hurried back to the balcony. Before long, the little girl who had been crying just moments ago stood there obediently, her large, expressive eyes fixed upon Cao Dapeng. Big brother, are you Spider-Man? Though tears still glistened in Yao Yao's eyes, curiosity flickered within her gaze. She understood that they were on the 5th floor, and this big brother had just leaped in from the balcony. Surely, only Spider-Man could accomplish such a feat. Well, I am here to rescue you. Do you believe me, little sister? Cao Dapeng found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he patiently reassured the child. In just a moment, you will be in my arms, wrapped snugly in this blanket. Close your eyes, stay still, and simply count to 10. I will take you down safely. How does that sound? Yes, I believe. Yao blinked her eyes and nodded obediently. Well done. Seeing her compliance, Cao Dapeng felt a quiet relief. Climbing down from the 5th floor posed no significant challenge for him, but any erratic movement from the little girl could introduce uncertainties. Without further hesitation, he swiftly gathered Yao Yao into his embrace, folding the thin blanket tightly around them both. Once assured that the blanket would not come undone, Cao Dapeng leapt from the balcony of the 5th floor. Look, they are coming out. Wow, what agility! Below in the community, numerous onlookers anxiously observed the unfolding situation. As they witnessed Cao Dapeng and Yao Yao leap from the window, excitement coursed through the crowd. The speed with which he had previously climbed had gone largely unnoticed amid the billowing smoke. Even now, while cradling a little girl, his speed remained undiminished. His hands gripped the wall like a vice as his body descended rapidly, his legs shifting positions with remarkable fluidity. 10, 9, 8. In his arms. Yao Yao's eyes were tightly shut, trembling slightly as she clung to Cao Dapeng, counting aloud. 3, 2, 1. With the utterance of the final number, Cao Dapeng's feet finally touched the ground. As Yao Yao came to her senses, the blanket had slipped from her, and she found herself safely in Cao Dapeng's arms before her grandmother. "Dear lady, this must be your granddaughter. Rest assured, she is unharmed." Panting slightly, Cao Dapeng delivered Yao Yao safely to the elderly woman. Perhaps due to the weight of having lived a second life, he held a profound appreciation for life itself. If he possessed the ability to help, he could not simply stand by. "Oh, my Yao Yao," the elderly lady, who had nearly fainted moments earlier, wept tears of joy as she embraced her precious granddaughter, relieved to see her safe. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept for a considerable time, only to realize that she ought to express her heartfelt gratitude to her savior. As she lifted her head, she discovered that the young man who had rescued her granddaughter had vanished without a trace. "Where has he gone? I have yet to properly thank him." The elderly woman wiped her tears, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Where is my Spider-Man brother?" Yao Yao blinked, her small face etched with concern, for she had not yet had the chance to properly introduce herself to her superhero savior. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air from outside the community gate. It was the fire brigade, having responded to the emergency call, rushing from a nearby location. Captain Lin Lucio hastily leaped from the vehicle, organizing the team to combat the blaze while simultaneously inquiring with the nearby residents about any individuals trapped inside. "What? The people have already been rescued?" Captain Lin was taken aback as he observed the elderly woman and her granddaughter not far away, along with the blanket lying on the ground. Chapter 42. Refusing the invitation of a beauty. Lin Luxiao is among the top 10 outstanding firefighters in Tianan City, having participated in numerous rescue operations over the years. His fire brigade has always been renowned for its rapid response. Upon receiving an emergency call, Lin Luxiu mobilized all available resources and rushed to the scene with utmost urgency, striving to minimize the loss of life and property. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at the fire scene, he discovered that a little girl trapped inside had already been rescued. In his decade-long career, this was an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, in such an aging residential complex, how could someone have managed to save the girl from the 5th floor? "Uncle Captain, Spider-Man brother is super brave. He carried me and jumped straight down from the balcony," Yao Yao stated earnestly in response to Lin Luxiao's inquiry. "Spider-Man brother." Lin Luxiao felt utterly speechless and turned to gaze once more at the billowing smoke emanating from the building. Such an antiquated structure would necessitate even professional firefighters to use specialized equipment to rescue someone. Climbing up would require at least basic safety ropes, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the so-called Spider-Man had scaled the exterior of the building unaided, then descended with the little girl in hand. What immense strength and agility that would require. Such an extraordinary talent would be a shame not to enlist in the firefighting brigade, Lin Luxiao mused silently. If he ever encountered this Spider-Man, he would surely recruit him for his team. With the fire still raging, Lin Luxiu could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He promptly led the remaining team members resolutely into the beleaguered building. Simultaneously, many onlookers captured the moment when Cao Dapeng performed the rescue and shared it on Douyin, causing quite a stir. "I heard that Shaolin has a technique called Tizong Shu. Could this be the long-lost Shaolin martial art? So, this is what it means to be as light as a swallow. Impressive. Climbing to the 5th floor unassisted is incredible. Spider-Man brother is so handsome. I wish I could have such a man as my boyfriend." Perhaps enchanted by the heroic lens through which they viewed the scene, or perhaps interpreting extreme awkwardness as charm. Viewers overlooked Cao Dapeng's rather ungraceful posture in the footage, instead proclaiming him brave and dashing. Many even sought to uncover more about him. However, due to the intensity of the fire, many had only captured distant shots and failed to clearly film Cao Dapeng's face. As the online community buzzed with curiosity about the identity of Spider-Man, Cao Dapeng had already driven away from the scene with Lu Qingyu. "Cao Dapeng, are you certain you're uninjured? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Reflecting on the earlier events, Lu Qingyu still felt as though she were in a dream. When Han Jiangxue praised Cao Dapeng's impressive skills that morning, Lu Qingyu had merely thought that Han Jiangxue, having been saved by him, was exaggerating due to her infatuation. Only after experiencing the recent events did she finally come to a profound realization. Han Jiangxue had not exaggerated. On the contrary, Cao Dapeng's skills appeared to surpass her descriptions. After all, the coastal rocks were not particularly high. Yet the recent apartment building stood a full 5 stories tall. This individual before her was far more formidable than she had imagined. With a nonchalant shrug, Cao Dapeng waved to Lu Qingyu, saying, "Miss Lu, the day is growing late, so until tomorrow." "Very well, see you tomorrow. Please drive safely." As dusk settled, Lu Qingyu had wished to engage in further conversation with Cao Dapeng, but, recalling that they would meet again the next day, she refrained from prolonging their farewell. After parting ways with Lu Qingyu, Cao Dapeng drove his pickup truck swiftly back to Honshu village, where many households had already turned off their lights for the night. Buzzing. As soon as he parked, a phone call came in. It was Huang Jiaxiang, a cousin of Ah Fu, with whom he had gathered crab traps the previous day. With so many tasks on his agenda today, Cao Dapeng had entrusted the crab trap collection to Ah Fu. However, why was Huang Jiaxiang calling him at this hour? Dapeng. I've made arrangements with the people from Nantan village. Huang Jiaxiang's voice quickly emerged from the phone. The village chief has agreed that if you clean up his shrimp pond within 3 days, he is willing to pay you 8,000. 8,000. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. He had briefly mentioned the pond issue to Huang Jiaxiang yesterday, but he had not anticipated such a swift resolution with the villagers. If the shrimp pond yielded a substantial catch, 8,000 would indeed be a reasonable sum. All right, I will join you tomorrow to inspect the shrimp pond. If all is well, I will take it on. Cao Dapeng nodded, arranging a meeting time with Huang Jiaxiang. The uncertainties of beach gathering were considerable. Yet if he could secure the pond for fishing, it would be a lucrative endeavor for him. Should this venture succeed, Cao Dapeng would gain yet another avenue for income. Ding. Just after hanging up with Huang Jiaxiang, a new message popped up on WeChat. Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow slightly and opened it, discovering it was from Han Jiangxue. Our Spider-Man brother looks so dashing. Han Jiangxue had forwarded a short video from Douyin, which, upon inspection, turned out to be footage of himself rescuing someone. The speed at which information travels on the internet nowadays is astonishing. Fortunately, only his back was visible in the video, otherwise, he would have attracted quite a bit of controversy. With a blink, Cao Dapeng responded with a question mark, feigning ignorance. However, Han Jiangxue quickly replied, Humph, Cao Dapeng. Stop pretending. That Spider-Man is you. Not to mention that I have already confirmed it with Lu Qingyu. Your unique climbing posture is an unmistakable giveaway. During a meal, Han Jiangxue enjoys browsing short videos to accompany her dining experience. As she scrolls, she stumbles upon a video of Spider-Man performing a heroic rescue. Upon closer inspection, she realizes that Spider-Man's climbing posture bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Cao Dapeng. Moreover, this very community is the one where Lu Qingyu mentioned she would volunteer earlier that morning. Without delay, Han Jiangxue reaches out to Lu Qingyu, only to discover that it truly is Cao Dapeng. Vivid images of their close encounter amidst the waves flash through her mind, prompting her to impulsively send a WeChat message to Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng, Han Jiangxue types rapidly, you've done such a remarkable deed as Spider-Man. Yet you're so modest about it. Also, since you treated me to a delicious meal before, I haven't had the chance to reciprocate. Since you're coming to Tianan City tomorrow, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Cao Dapeng replies, I have plans tomorrow, so I truly won't be able to make it. On the other end of the screen, Han Jiangxue is taken aback. What a surprise. In all my life, this is the first time I've invited a boy to dinner. And he outright declines without hesitation? Chapter 43. The 7,000 yuan fish pond. How could that insufferable man dare to decline my invitation? In a villa located in Tianan City, Han Jiangxue clenched her fist in anger as she read Cao Dapeng's resolute refusal. This was the first time she had invited someone to dinner, and he had rejected her so swiftly. However, a sudden realization struck her. It was merely a spontaneous dinner gathering, so why was she so incensed? Her fingers danced over her phone screen, typing quickly. Do you have plans after you finish with the crab pots tomorrow? Having known each other for only a short time, she aimed to maintain a calm demeanor. Cao Dapeng replied, Yes, someone has connected me with a pond owner. I will assess the fish catch tomorrow. If all goes well, I will take over the pond. Take over the pond? Han Jiangxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had learned from Lu Qingyu that Cao Dapeng's family was in considerable debt, and she could empathize with his need to earn money. She had seen numerous videos online about fishing in ponds, yet she had never experienced it firsthand. It promised to be quite entertaining. That sounds fantastic. I have no plans tomorrow. Please invite me along. Han Jiangxue eagerly sent a voice message. Her tone laced with the charm of a spoiled young lady. Cao Dapeng thought to himself, he is working to sustain himself, while she merely seeks amusement. The disparity was unmistakable. Nonetheless, how could he possibly refuse a free laborer? The pond was vast, and an extra pair of hands would be invaluable. Sure. Cao Dapeng replied with a smile, but circumstances are still uncertain. Once I confirm the deal, I will definitely bring you along. Just don't complain about being tired. Han Jiangxue sent a playful sticker. I want tea. Remember to call me. Okay. After a long day, Cao Dapeng felt fatigued. After responding to Han Jiangxue, he took a quick shower and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. Han Jiangxue, meanwhile, beamed at her screen for quite some time. When Cao Dapeng did not respond further, she sent him a good night sticker. However, after waiting for half an hour without receiving any message, she huffed in disappointment and retreated into the bathroom. The next day, when Cao Dapeng awoke, Afyu and Huang Jiaxiang had already entered the courtyard. The trio hopped onto their motorcycles and headed straight for the neighboring Nampan village. Huang Jiaxiang appeared to be in high spirits that day. After having previously collected a fish trap from Cao Dapeng and witnessing his astounding luck, he had secretly placed 2 additional traps beside Cao Dapeng's. Initially, he had approached it with a sense of experimentation, but to his astonishment, last night's catch had been abundant. Being with Cao Dapeng means there's plenty to eat. He mused, and the thought of Cao Dapeng potentially taking over a pond today filled him with quiet anticipation. Before long, the 3 arrived near a shrimp pond in Nampan village. The old village chief, Lu Jiaming, who had been informed in advance, stood by the pond, smoking and pacing for quite some time. Lu Jiaming is now in his 60s. In his youth, he served as the village chief of Nampan village for many years, even though the position has now been taken over by his younger brother, Lu Jianchun, who happens to be Lu Hao's biological father. People still habitually refer to him as the old village chief. This shrimp pond was contracted during his tenure as village chief and has remained untouched for many years, overgrown with seaweed. Recently, he has contemplated transferring the management of the pond, but due to its prolonged neglect, it has become difficult to assess its value. And no one is willing to take it on. He devised a plan to allow someone to clean the pond while managing it, thus enabling him to profit from selling fish without the need for hiring a separate cleaning crew, making future transfers significantly easier, truly a win-win situation. Behold, this is my family's shrimp pond, priced at 8,000. If you agree, I will hand it over to you. With the arrival of Cao Dapeng and his companions, Lu Jiaming got straight to the point. I'll take a look. Cao Dapeng did not immediately agree, but rather pretended to deliberate as he strolled around the pond. Following his gaze, one could see numerous golden light symbols floating above the water. Not only were there glimmering symbols, but also several adorned with taiji and sword patterns. The density of these light symbols suggested a substantial catch within the pond. Uncle, there's an overwhelming amount of seaweed in this pond. Cleaning it will be quite a hassle. After surveying the area, Cao Dapeng returned to Lu Jiaming, feigning difficulty. How about this? 6,600. If you agree, I can transfer the amount to you right now. What? Upon hearing Cao Dapeng's offer, Lu Jiaming was taken aback. The pond was quite spacious, and in his opinion, after so many years without cleaning, it should contain a fair amount of valuable catch. If he weren't so eager to sell, he wouldn't have reduced the price from 10,000 to 8,000. He was astonished that this young man dared to negotiate. Absolutely not. Lu Jiaming resolutely shook his head. 8,000 is already quite low. If it drops below 7,000, I might as well manage it myself. Fine, 7,000 it is. But you must assist me with some pumps to drain the water. Given the size of this pond, it will take a whole day to drain it. That should be acceptable, right? For Cao Dapeng, the difference between 6,600 and 7,000 was negligible, so without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. In his eyes, the catch from the pond was surely worth more than 7,000, and with the added special light symbols, he would be making a guaranteed profit. Although the price offered by Cao Dapeng was lower than Lu Jiaming's expectations, he considered the high cost of labor these days. Being older, he was clearly unable to do the work himself. Hiring someone to clean the seaweed would incur additional expenses. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to accept the price. Very well, I have plenty of pumps available, so it's settled at 7,000. Lu Jiaming nodded in agreement. Haha, uncle, you are a straightforward man. Let us draft a contract first. Cao Dapeng chuckled and produced the prepared contract in duplicate. Given the frequent disputes surrounding pond management, it was prudent to secure a contract to prevent any potential disputes should Lu Jiaming try to backtrack after a bountiful catch. The young man exhibits remarkable foresight. Lu Jiaming glanced at the 2 identical contracts before him, his gaze lingering on Cao Dapeng. He mused internally, truly a university student, even bringing the contract along. However, this turned out to be advantageous should the pond's water be drained, leaving behind a plethora of seagrass with meager fish catches. This contract would serve as a safeguard against any potential disputes from Cao Dapeng. After meticulously reviewing the contract twice and confirming its validity, both Lu Jiaming and Cao Dapeng affixed their signatures and seals. True to his word, Lu Jiaming immediately arranged for several pumps to be borrowed from the village to drain the water. Afyu, Xiang, please assist in monitoring here. I will gather some barnacles. By tonight, the pond should be nearly emptied, and then we can proceed with the task. With everything in place, Cao Dapeng addressed Aftu and Huang Jiaxiang. Chapter 44. Bringing 2 beauties to the pond in the expansive shrimp pond of Nampan village. Relying solely on Cao Dapeng would likely prove insufficient, even over the course of 3 consecutive days and nights. Furthermore, any fish caught would necessitate specialized live water vehicles for transport. Otherwise, if they perished during the extraction, all efforts would be in vain. Afu, being a close brother to Cao Dapeng, naturally agreed to assist. As for Huang Jiaxiang, with a lack of pressing engagements, he too nodded in affirmation. After tending to matters at hand, Cao Dapeng mounted his motorcycle and returned to Hongshu village. It was midday by the time he arrived, and his sister-in-law, Su Ling, had prepared a sumptuous meal, which he eagerly partook of at his brother's home. What? You secured a pond for 7,000? During the meal. Upon learning that Cao Dapeng had acquired a shrimp pond in Nampan village, both Cao Dahai and Su Ling were momentarily taken aback. Securing a pond is akin to a gamble for fishermen. The complexities of the aquatic environment render it impossible to ascertain the yield without draining the pond. Should significant sums be expended to hire a multitude of hands, only to discover meager returns, the consequences would be dire. Cao Dapeng had only recently managed to accumulate some savings, and his brother and sister-in-law were astonished by his audacity to undertake such a venture. Indeed, I observe that the environment there appears promising. There should be a substantial catch, he remarked, while scooping rice into his mouth. Brother, sister-in-law, if you are free this evening, would you join me? Many hands make light work. Although Ah Fu and Ah Xiang have committed, it still may not suffice. Despite Han Jiangshue's enthusiastic promise of assistance, Cao Dapeng had little expectation of support from the affluent heiress. His brother and sister-in-law were evidently the most suitable allies. All right, we are free this evening. We will accompany you. Cao Dahai and Su Ling exchanged glances and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Though concerned about the potential for financial loss in Cao Dapeng's venture, they felt it inappropriate to utter any words of misfortune now that the payment had been made. At present, Cao Dapeng required their support, and the couple was more than willing to step forward to lend a hand. Undertaking a pond operation is a considerable endeavor, and as his elder brother and sister-in-law, they felt it imperative to supervise. After lunch, Cao Dahai and Su Ling departed on their electric scooter to work, while fishermen from nearby villages began to deliver the collected barnacles to Cao Dapeng's doorstep. Today, the number of deliveries exceeded that of the previous day, though the yield of barnacles remained relatively unchanged. This was to be expected, as barnacles have high environmental requirements. The viable harvesting locations are rather limited. In front of the gathering crowd, Cao Dapeng meticulously counted and settled accounts as customary. Thank you, Boss Cao. Boss Cao, may you prosper. With a few hundred yuan in hand, the fishermen expressed their gratitude and left cheerfully. Cao Dapeng continued to receive deliveries, offering prices that surpassed those of rival companies by 10 to 20 yuan, rendering his proposition quite enticing to the fishermen. As he watched the fishermen depart, Cao Dapeng waited a moment longer, ensuring that no one remained before he closed the gate and drove his pickup truck directly to Tianan City. Today, Cao Dapeng had a singular destination in mind, the company of Lu Qingyu. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group, he was taken aback to see Han Jiangxue emerging alongside Lu Qingyu. Clearly, Han Jiangxue held a keen interest in the fishing pond, otherwise, she would not have been present. What puzzled Cao Dapeng was that while Han Jiangxue had opted for athletic attire to accompany him to the fishing pond, Lu Qingyu was similarly dressed in casual sportswear. This marked the first occasion he had encountered Lu Qingyu in such relaxed clothing. Indeed, with her alluring figure, even in casual sportswear, she was bound to capture the attention of many admirers. Cao Dapeng, I heard you've invited Xia Xue to the fishing pond. May I join as well? As Cao Dapeng stood momentarily astonished, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue approached him, their beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. In truth, Lu Qingyu had intended to invite Cao Dapeng to dinner the previous day, but due to time constraints, she had refrained from voicing her intentions. She had planned to extend the invitation upon his arrival today, never anticipating that Han Jiangxue would express a desire to accompany him to the fishing pond. Having been preoccupied with work lately, Lu Qingyu was momentarily swayed by Han Jiangshue's enthusiastic words and decided to change into a more suitable outfit to present herself before Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng blinked in disbelief, gazing at the two stunning women before him. Surely, he must have misheard? Here stood not one, but two remarkable individuals, Han Jiangxue, a popular influencer and fishing competition participant, and Lu Qingyu, a regional manager at Lingnan Pharmaceutical, an accomplished professional woman. It was bewildering that they would choose to forsake the luxuries of urban life to engage in laborious tasks in a remote fishing village. Times have indeed changed. Cao Dapeng mused with a silent sigh. Is there a problem? Noticing Cao Dapeng's silence, Lu Qingyu looked at him with a puzzled expression. No problem at all. Cao Dapeng replied, forcing a smile as he addressed them. It's just that working at the fishing pond requires considerable physical effort and one to be completed in a short time. It will likely take at least 3 to 4 hours. You too. His implication was clear. Such arduous labor was not suited for women of their stature. What is the issue? It's all about participation. Don't worry, we work out every day. We're incredibly fit. Han Jiangxue, misinterpreting his hesitation, eagerly rolled up her sleeves to showcase her biceps. Lu Qingyu chimed in with a smile. Consider it our way of exercising. Just tell us if we can go. Despite their urban sophistication, both Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue were not the type of women to shy away from challenges. Once they set their minds to something, they would persevere through any hardship, for otherwise, they would not have achieved their current positions. Of course you can. I would welcome the help. Seeing the earnest and confident expressions on the two women's faces, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. How could he refuse two beautiful and free laborers? At worst, he could treat them to a meal after the work was done. Thus, the three individuals reached a mutual understanding. Cao Dapeng was at the wheel of a pickup truck, while Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue occupied another vehicle. Together, they set off in grand fashion towards Nampan village, specifically to the vicinity of Lu Jianming's shrimp pond. At this moment, aside from Afu and Axiang, who were tasked with drainage, a number of villagers from Nampan gathered around, intrigued by the news that Lu Jianming had leased out a shrimp pond. Each of them was curious, as leasing a pond is akin to opening a mystery box. Until the very end, no one could ascertain the bounty within. They were eager to witness whether the lessee would emerge victorious or at a loss. Brother, are you saying that the person leasing your shrimp pond is Cao Dapeng? At that moment, Lu Hao's biological father, Lu Jianchun, arrived at his brother Lu Jianming's shrimp pond and, upon learning that the lessee was indeed Cao Dapeng, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 45. The water recedes and the fish emerge. Cao Dapeng may remain oblivious to certain truths, but as Lu Hao's father, Lu Jianchun, is well aware. During his son's school days, Lu Hao harbored a deep affection for Lin Meiqi, who, regrettably, was involved with Cao Dapeng. In fact, Lin Meiqi and Cao Dapeng had even reached the stage of engagement, a circumstance that Lu Jianchun fully understood. To be candid, had it not been for his son's persistent pleas, he would have opposed the union from the outset. However, Lu Jianchun could never have anticipated that one day Cao Dapeng would acquire his elder brother's shrimp pond. Brother, how could you let go of such a fine shrimp pond for a mere 7,000? That is a significant loss. Lu Jianchun blinked in disbelief and exclaimed to Lu Jianming. Moreover, we have utilized numerous water pumps, and the cost of diesel is not negligible. You must demand an additional 1,000 from him. The thought that his daughter-in-law had once been involved with Cao Dapeng, and likely shared more intimate moments, infuriated Lu Jianchun, prompting him to contemplate a shrewd maneuver against Cao Dapeng. Indeed, Lu Jianming sighed, taking a drag from his cigarette. Had I not been in a hurry to finalize the deal, I would never have sold it to him at such a low price. Yet, it is too late to renege now. This young man is quite astute and has already secured our agreement with his signature. We must adhere to the law in these times. He glanced at his brother. We are both former village leaders. We ought to possess some understanding of the situation. Lu Jianchun mused that had there been no contract, they could have raised the price on a whim. Given the location was Nampan village, there was a good chance that Cao Dapeng would concede. However, with the contract in place, the predicament became more complicated. If Cao Dapeng belonged to an ordinary family, they might have been able to stir some discontent, but as a village chief, it would be foolish to create turmoil over a mere 1,000 yuan. As these thoughts weighed heavily on Lu Jianchun's mind, he could only hope that his elder brother's shrimp pond yielded no exceptionally valuable catches. The 7,000 yuan spent on the pond should at least break even. Not long ago, I fished here for an entire morning without a single catch. I doubt there's much to be had. Who knows, perhaps they will find out soon. Nearby, villagers gathered in small clusters, smoking and observing the unfolding events. Of course, they had no intention of offering assistance. They were merely there for the spectacle. Just then, a horn blared from the direction of the village entrance. The crowd turned in unison, momentarily stunned. Two vehicles, unmistakably belonging to the affluent, approached with purpose. As these cars halted near the shrimp pond, the villagers' eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Cao Dapeng accompanied by Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, while Cao Dapeng remained indifferent to their scrutiny. Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue undeniably commanded attention. Even clad in sportswear, their cultivated poise stood out remarkably in the quaint fishing village by the sea. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, reflecting their intrigue and curiosity. Standing not far away, Lu Jianchun's eyes flickered with a tinge of envy. Well done, Cao Dapeng. Now you've even managed to charm such a beautiful young lady. Truly impressive. As a man, who wouldn't be captivated by a woman in her 20s? Her face aglow with youthful collagen, every aspect of her being a feast for the eyes? It is already a stroke of luck for anyone to encounter one such beauty. Yet Cao Dapeng is brought too. This fellow is indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Afu, Xiang, how are things progressing? Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Cao Dapeng sauntered over to the construction site, accompanied by the two stunning women. Brother Dapeng. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng, Fu broke into a wide grin and eagerly rushed over, catching a glimpse of Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue nearby. He couldn't help but silently marvel, truly worthy of being my brother Dapeng, to have two such beautiful urban ladies willing to accompany him to this remote countryside. With a smile, Fu remarked, according to the modern advancements, the shrimp pond should be drained in about an hour. Another hour, huh? Cao Dapeng pondered, glancing at the time. By that point, his elder brother and sister-in-law would likely be finishing their work, which suited him perfectly. Thus, he promptly dialed his brother Cao Dahai. Brother, when you finish work, remember to bring 2 extra pairs of shoes. I have friends who need to work too. At this declaration, the villagers surrounding them were left utterly dumbfounded. 2 extra pairs of shoes? Friends needing to work? Was Cao Dapeng suggesting that those 2 beauties intended to wade into the muddy waters as well? Fu, equally astonished, cast a doubtful glance at Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, uncertainly asking Cao Dapeng, brother, you wouldn't actually let them get into the water, would you? Cao Dapeng hung up the phone, shrugging helplessly, what else would I do? Fu, these 2 beauties wading in the shrimp pond? Not to mention fishing. He would applaud anyone who could traverse the muddy pond even once. Fu's gaze evidently provoked Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu. Fu, what kind of look is that? Do you look down on us? Han Jiangxue retorted. Lu Qingyu added, we can do what you can do. Fu, though typically assertive in Hongshu village, he shrank back in the presence of women. At that moment, he dared not meet Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu's eyes. Awkwardly scratching his head before scurrying over to help Huang Jiaxiang with the water drainage. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng chuckled, not taking it to heart. He then proceeded to call the fish vendor, Old Su. The shrimp pond before him held quite a bounty, and it would not do to have no place to store the catch. Since Old Su was a fish buyer, it was more convenient to sell directly to him, sparing Cao Dapeng any hassle. What? Good news, you want to drain the pond? Soon, Old Su's astonished voice echoed through the phone. Cao Dapeng, you certainly are becoming bolder. The shrimp pond belonging to the Lu Jiaming family, right? Fine, I'll arrange for a truck to come pick up the goods shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Old Su nodded in agreement. He was originally from Nampan village, where he collected fish at the dock not far away. Before long, Old Su arrived in his truck specifically designed for transporting fish, making a grand entrance at the edge of the shrimp pond. By this time, the water in the pond had receded significantly, and the fish that had taken refuge in the pond were now lively and splashing about in the shallow waters. Goodness. It appeared there was quite a bounty. With my 2 decades of experience, I estimated that the catch from the shrimp pond could easily fetch at least 10,000 yuan. Perhaps even more, potentially reaching 20,000. As night gradually descended, the villagers of Nampan gathered around, illuminated by the streetlights beside the pond, engaging in lively discussions to assess the situation. Dapeng, we have arrived. At that moment, the couple, Cao Dahai and Su Ling, arrived on their electric scooter, equipped with all the necessary tools for fishing, ready to join the scene at the dry pond. Chapter 46, The Unexpected Catch with a Resounding Thud. Cao Dahai and Su Ling halted their vehicle, promptly discarding all the fishing equipment they had brought along onto the ground. Waders, empty boxes, nets, and even the dragnet essential for their fishing expedition were all retrieved by the couple. The Cao family had a long-standing tradition of fishing, and they had amassed a considerable array of fishing tools at home. Anything one could possibly mention was likely to be there. Moreover, prior to the family's troubles, they had their own fish pond, making Cao Dahai the most knowledgeable about such endeavors. Upon seeing the tools, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his elder brother and sister-in-law, exclaiming, now this is professionalism. Jiangxue, Qingyu, put on your waders. With nightfall approaching, Cao Dapeng disregarded any sense of formality and swiftly picked up 2 pairs of waders from the ground, handing them to Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu. However, the 2 women exchanged uncertain glances, having grown up in a bustling metropolis where they had never encountered such a scene. All right, I will assist you. Seeing their hesitation, Cao Dapeng helplessly took it upon himself to guide the 2 beautiful women in donning the oversized waders, ensuring their straps were securely crossed at the back to prevent them from slipping off. Once clad in their waders, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue appeared as joyous as children, each seizing a plastic box and gleefully bounding towards the shrimp pond. Oh no, the aged pond was laden with muck, and the 2 novices were unprepared for the challenges it presented. As soon as their legs stepped into the mire, they found themselves unable to lift them even slightly, the sludge clinging to them as if countless hands were grasping their legs, rendering them immobile. Cao Dapeng, come help us. After several failed attempts to extricate themselves from the mud, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, with furrowed brows, turned to Cao Dapeng for assistance. Their plea elicited hearty laughter from the villagers nearby, leaving the 2 lovely women blushing with embarrassment. Stay away from the thick mud in the pond. If you do encounter it, don't pull too hard. Let me show you how it's done. Cao Dapeng shook his head in exasperation but approached the two women slowly, assuming the role of a coach. Clearly, these two novices were not the most reliable helpers. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy at their willingness to assist him. Having been in this world for a relatively short time, aside from his brother's family and Afyu, he had only established a rapport with Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue. Ah, so it can be done this way? Imitating Cao Dapeng's technique, Han Jiangxue finally managed to free her legs from the mud, a flicker of delight illuminating her pretty face. However, Lu Qingyu struggled a bit more and, after several unsuccessful attempts, found herself at a loss. In a moment of desperation, Cao Dapeng resorted to a more direct approach. He crouched down, grasped her legs with both hands, and effortlessly pulled her out of the mud as if he were harvesting a vegetable. Had this been in the past, Cao Dapeng might not have been able to accomplish such a feat, but now, imbued with formidable strength, it was a trivial matter for him. In the interest of safety, please follow closely behind me, Cao Dapeng instructed as he pulled Lu Qingyu along, observing the two with a sense of resignation. The expedition had barely begun. Yet the muddy depths of the shrimp pond had already imparted a harsh lesson. Having suffered significant losses, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue dared not utter a word, merely nodding obediently as they trailed behind Cao Dapeng, moving forward. Wow, quite a haul. Brother Dapeng, we struck it rich. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the pond, the brothers Afu and Asyang had commenced their endeavor of netting the marine fish within the shrimp pond. Although they were merely capturing common species such as sea bass, bream, and yellow croaker, to them, any catch was a boon. My dear, I told you. My brother is a professional. Judging by the quantity of fish caught, not only are we not at a loss, but we might even turn a profit. Cao Dahai and Su Ling also entered the pond, their faces alight with joy as they observed the fish leaping across the water's surface. Enough boasting. Focus on the task at hand. Su Ling shot her husband a glare. She had noticed that ever since her brother-in-law had regained his spirits, her husband had become rather boastful. However, Su Ling felt a surge of happiness within. The shrimp pond, contracted for 7,000 yuan, seemed poised to yield substantial profits. With this thought, the couple worked with renewed vigor. The more they earned, the sooner they could settle their debts and return to a normal life. Young and vigorous, Afu and Asyang moved swiftly, while Cao Dahai and Su Ling, accustomed to daily labor, also worked with efficiency. The two pairs quickly scooped up fish from the pond and transferred them into nearby containers, which they then carried out of the pond. Above, fishmonger Lao Su had been waiting for some time. Upon their arrival, he assisted in the unloading, followed by sorting, weighing, and meticulously recording each catch before placing them into the fish transport vehicle. As they toiled industriously, villagers nearby exchanged whispers, observing the substantial catch. Indeed, the old village chief is selling at a bargain. Not only is the quantity impressive, but the size is also commendable, quite valuable. The old village chief was too hasty. He has undersold the shrimp pond. Their comments reached Lu Jiaming's ears, causing his expression to darken. Beside him, Lu Jianchun seethed with anger. Initially hoping to see Cao Dapeng suffer some losses, he now found the situation reversed. The pond had only just opened. Yet they were pulling in fish at an astonishing rate. At this rate, the 7,000 yuan investment would soon be recouped. Damn it, this guy is truly fortunate. Lu Jianchun clenched his fists, disregarding even his wife's calls to return home for dinner. He was determined to see just how much fish Cao Dapeng could net from this 7,000 yuan pond today. Jiang Shui and Qingyu, you must do it this way. As for those spectators on the shore, Cao Dapeng hardly paid them any mind. After all, he had already signed the contract with Lu Jiaming, and his sole task now was to diligently catch every single fish from the shrimp pond, leaving not even a tiny shrimp behind. Unfortunately, the two novices behind him were utterly inept, requiring him to offer guidance from time to time. Yes, we understand. At this moment, Han Jiangshui and Lu Qingyu resembled elementary school students, humbly trailing behind their teacher, Cao Dapeng, nodding earnestly as they learned. However, some tasks may appear simple and easy to grasp, yet they can become quite challenging in practice. Although it seemed effortless for Cao Dapeng when the task fell to them, particularly to Lu Qingyu, she struggled even to secure a 3-kilogram mackerel. Just as she was about to toss it into the bucket, the fish flipped and splashed back into the water. Chapter 47. This is not merely fish. It is a pond brimming with golden coins. Oh dear, Dapeng. I've stepped into the mud and cannot extricate myself. Dapeng, I've caught a substantial one. In the inky darkness of night, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, these two delightful spirits, tumbled several times. Each time, they were rescued from the muck by Cao Dapeng, and at last, their charming, mud-speckled faces broke into smiles. After numerous attempts, the two lovely ladies finally mastered the task at hand. The notifications on Cao Dapeng's phone vibrated incessantly. 50 yuan credited to the bank card. 125 yuan credited to the bank card. 200 yuan credited to the bank card. It is worth noting that the fish in this pond were adorned with floating golden symbols of the renminbi. Each time he touched a fish, the sound of coins cascading to the ground echoed in Cao Dapeng's mind, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. At last, I have located you, the great sword. As Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue happily transported a bucket of fish outside the pond, Cao Dapeng finally spotted a sea bass, illuminated by the glow of a floating symbol representing a great sword. His eyes lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he grasped the sea bass in his hands. Splash! As the 5-pound sea bass splashed into the bucket, the symbol bearing the sword revealed a line of text, all-encompassing net. Just as Cao Dapeng pondered the meaning of this name, he heard the voice of his elder brother, Cao Dahai, from the edge of the pond. Dapeng, this method of catching fish is far too slow. Let us use a net instead. Your sister-in-law and I will stay here. You all head over there to expedite the process. In an instant, the luminous symbol, which had just flickered with text, transformed into a radiant beam and directly merged into the colossal dragnet brought by his brother and sister-in-law. Cao Dapeng blinked in astonishment. He surveyed the surroundings of the pond. Many individuals had already departed, yet within this vast mud pit, there remained a considerable number of fish. Relying solely on their bare hands would likely yield little by dawn. One must admit, his brother's approach was indeed far more efficient. All right. Cao Dapeng responded enthusiastically, making his way towards Cao Dahai. At this moment, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue had completed their task, and the duo of Xiang and Afu approached. Together, they assisted in unfurling the lengthy dragnet, which spanned over 10 meters. Cao Dahai and Su Ling managed one side, while Cao Dapeng, accompanied by the two lovely ladies, grasped the other end and moved in the opposite direction. Thus, a massive net was promptly stretched from east to west. Xiang and Afu, meanwhile, walked along the net's base, heading south. As they moved, the fish, stealthily hiding beneath the water's surface, began to leap about. However, Afu and Xiang did not rush to capture these fish. They continued forward. Once the net was completely unfurled, the water within a radius of 5 to 6 meters was entirely encircled by Cao Dapeng and his companions. Are we ready? Cao Dapeng shouted to the crowd, hold tight. As his voice faded, the deep timbre of his elder brother, Cao Dahai, resonated from the darkness. Ready. Meanwhile, Afu and Xiang nodded in agreement, affirming their readiness. Good. Cao Dapeng exclaimed, set the net. With that, several individuals positioned at 3 different points simultaneously cast their nets, all advancing toward the center. With each step they took, a multitude of fish leaped from the waters, ensnared by the net. However, no matter how fervently they struggled, their fate was sealed. The fish had already been captured, reduced to mere slabs of meat awaiting slaughter. After merely 2 meters of progress, they found themselves immobilized, burdened by the overwhelming weight of their catch. Witnessing this, Cao Dapeng hastened to instruct Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue. You two hold the net tightly here while I gather the catch. Although Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue were filled with enthusiasm, Cao Dapeng could discern that after nearly an hour of labor, the strength of these two lovely ladies was waning. Given that their fishing endeavor had only just commenced, he decided to assign the least strenuous tasks to Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, while he himself hefted several large boxes and charged toward the center of the net. Bang, bang, bang. The bounty from this net was astonishingly abundant. Densely packed under the influence of the drag net, there was no need for Cao Dapeng to exert himself. He merely placed empty boxes nearby, and the fish leapt into them of their own accord. Bank account credited, 50 yuan. Bank account credited, 35 yuan. Bank account credited, 123 yuan. The continuous influx of funds into Cao Dapeng's bank account was exhilarating. With a broad grin, he squatted down, lifting the mackerels and tossing them into a water bucket. Once filled, he carried a bucket in each hand and made his way outside. Having formed a close friendship with Lao Su, he was untroubled by any concerns of deceit. After depositing the catch, he returned to the shrimp pond to continue the labor. The encouragement of men must exert themselves made this workload trivial for Cao Dapeng. Moreover, this was no mere fish catch. It was akin to gold coins. The sporadic influx of money served as the finest motivation for him. Oh dear, what a loss! Lamented Lu Jiaming from the shore, as he watched the lively fish floundering about, his heart aching with each stomp of his foot. This shrimp pond, unlike the freshwater ponds inland, was in close proximity to the sea. Whenever the tide rose, numerous fish would flood in, and even the smallest fry, after years of living, would grow into substantial catches. Of course, it was also possible for some fish to escape during low tide or for anglers to reel in their own catches. Lu Jiaming was aware that the shrimp pond held a certain quantity of fish, but he had not anticipated such a vast abundance. In hindsight, the decision to offer 7,000 yuan for it seemed rather hasty. Standing nearby, Lu Jianxun wore a similarly grim expression. It was undeniably their family's shrimp pond. Yet it had now fallen into the hands of an outsider who had even conversed with his daughter-in-law. Such a reality weighed heavily on his heart. Concurrently, Lu Hao, returning from the sea, docked his boat and entrusted the unloading to others before wearily making his way home. The outing had proven favorable. He had caught a large cuttlefish, along with a considerable haul of ribbonfish and flounder, promising a substantial profit. Famished, he chose not to disturb Lin Meiqi within the house and instead ventured to the adjacent courtyard, the home of his parents. "Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he returned at this late hour?" Lu Hao inquired curiously, all the while savoring a bowl of eel noodles. Chapter 48, Rat. Are you just going to watch and not help? Lu Hao's mother, feeling a pang of concern for her son, prepared his favorite dish of eel noodles every time he returned from the sea. However, today, her mood was notably somber. Upon hearing her son's words, her expression soured as if someone owed her a significant sum of money. "At your uncle's place, your father is simply shameless, always chasing after every bit of excitement. How embarrassing." Lu Hao, sensing the unusual tension in his mother, was taken aback. He recalled seeing a gathering of people near his uncle's shrimp pond when he had returned from the dock. "Did my uncle's shrimp pond get leased out?" he inquired. "Yes, for 7,000 yuan. I heard there were quite a few catches, but your uncle ended up losing out." Seeing her son's inquisitive gaze, Lu Hao's mother felt a flicker of panic behind her anger. She quickly urged, "Lu Hao, you've had a long day. Eat some noodles, take a bath, and get some rest. Don't be like your father, who is always in no rush and neglects to spend time with Meiqi." She was acutely aware that the individual who leased the shrimp pond was none other than Lu Hao's rival from his school days. Hence, she sought to divert the conversation, hoping to spare Lu Hao from the discomfort of knowing that Cao Dapeng was profiting from the situation, which could potentially strain his relationship with his wife. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. 7,000 yuan isn't a trivial sum. It seems the catch was substantial. Lu Hao, upon hearing the amount, lost his appetite for the noodles, and after a few indifferent bites, he declared, "I'm going to see if I can persuade my uncle to get a bit more money." "Wait, don't go." Lu Hao's mother urgently grasped his arm, her expression fraught with worry. "Why shouldn't I go to my uncle's shrimp pond?" Lu Hao frowned, perplexed by her reaction. "Because I said so." She shot him a stern look, her concern palpable. "You're already exhausted from the sea. Why bother worrying about that?" Lu Hao shrugged. "Mom, I'm fine." He attempted to step outside again. "It's Cao Dapeng who leased your uncle's shrimp pond," came his mother's voice as he crossed the threshold of his parents' yard. "Cao Dapeng?" Lu Hao echoed, his mind racing with questions. "Isn't he the one who has been foraging along the coast lately? How did he suddenly manage to take over the pond, especially my uncle's?" In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded his mind, and he finally understood why his mother had been so irritable earlier. Lin Meiqi was a woman who had been engaged to another. Marrying someone like her in the village was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Lu Hao had endured considerable pressure when he wed Lin Meiqi. Reflecting on the past, he clenched his fists, and then, propelled by a surge of determination, he dashed towards his uncle Lu Jianming's shrimp pond. He was eager to uncover what schemes Cao Dapeng was up to. "Oh, you insisted on going despite my warnings. Isn't that just inviting trouble?" As Lu Hao watched his son depart, his mother shook her head in resignation, her mind filled with countless expletives aimed at Cao Dapeng. Before long, Lu Hao arrived at his uncle's shrimp pond, where, apart from a handful of inquisitive villagers, few remained. A truck, specifically designed for transporting fish, was parked nearby, and Lu Hao's expression darkened as he observed bucket after bucket of catches being weighed and loaded onto the vehicle. The situation suggested that the shrimp pond had yielded a significant bounty. His gaze shifted to the pond, where several individuals were using a large dragnet to encircle and capture the fish. At the very center, busy collecting the catches, stood none other than Cao Dapeng. "What brings you here, Rat?" Lu Jianxun furrowed his brow upon seeing his son. After all, Cao Dapeng was Lu Hao's rival in love. Their encounter here could only lead to awkwardness. "Dad," Lu Hao greeted his father before turning his attention to his uncle, Lu Jianming. "Uncle, you leased such a fine shrimp pond for 7,000? You might as well have given it to me." Lu Jianming chuckled. "You speak so charmingly. Yet when I offered it to you before, you declined. The deal is sealed now. It's a done deal, written in black and white. I can only accept my fate." He shrugged, attempting to console himself. Despite feeling a pang of regret, he reasoned that even though there was a substantial catch, the cost of labor would significantly cut into any profit. Consider it a hired help to clean the pond. At that moment, Cao Dapeng emerged from the pond, hauling 2 large buckets of fish. One could not help but admire the vast array of catches made possible by the all-encompassing net. which had captured not only various sea fish, but also an impressive quantity of needle crabs and cat's eye snails. It seemed that anything found in the pond, even a blade of grass, could be ensnared. However, Cao Dapeng was unfazed. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and the accumulated quantity of snails and crabs could fetch a decent sum. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he spotted Lu Hao approaching, and his eyes brightened. "Hey, isn't this Rat? What brings you here?" Unlike others, Cao Dapeng felt no awkwardness. He was not the same Cao Dapeng as before. "This is my uncle's shrimp pond," Lu Hao managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. "Now I see," Cao Dapeng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Lu Jiaming earlier. He was indeed Lu Hao's uncle. "No wonder, Rat. Your uncle is quite the honest man. 7,000 for leasing the pond. What a fair price." Seizing the opportunity, Cao Dapeng praised Lu Jiaming in front of Lu Hao. Lu Jiaming merely smiled, while Lu Hao retorted, "I should be thanking you." Cao Dapeng spoke as he set down 2 buckets, offering Lu Hao a cigarette with a smile. "Hey, my friend. Look at this project of mine. It's quite considerable. Since you're not busy, and given that we are old classmates, you can't just stand by while I toil away in our uncle's shrimp pond, can you? Come, have a smoke and join me in this endeavor." There was no denying the bounty of the pond. The catch was abundant. In truth, if it were an ordinary pond, it wouldn't be so exhausting. However, ever since the advent of this all-encompassing net, anything of substance in the pond could be scooped up, significantly increasing the workload. Cao Dapeng was a man of pragmatic values. And with an old classmate present, when else would he seize the opportunity to speak up? Lu Hao, at that moment, had just accepted the cigarette from Cao Dapeng and was lighting it. Upon hearing those words, he froze in disbelief. "Cao Dapeng, you've paid 7,000 for my uncle's pond, reaped such a substantial catch, and now you expect me to assist you further? Have some decency." Chapter 49, The Single Speedster, eh? Oh my goodness. What did you say? The eel noodles are ready? All right, I'm on my way back. Faced with Cao Dapeng's earnest or shameless gaze, Lu Hao turned away, casually retrieving his phone from his pocket. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, he smiled at Cao Dapeng, saying, "Dapeng, I truly apologize. I just returned from the sea, and my mother is calling me home for dinner. You all continue with your tasks." With that, he disregarded Cao Dapeng and swiftly made his way back home. Cao Dapeng remarked, "The phone screen isn't even lit. What are you pretending for?" He then turned to Lu Jiaming and Lu Jianchen, smiling as he said, "Gentlemen, I am an old classmate of Dapeng." Lu Jiaming waved his hand. "I fractured my leg 6 months ago. My mobility is still quite limited." Lu Jianchun chimed in, "It's getting late. I must return home for noodles, or my wife will surely scold me." With that, the 2 brothers left the shrimp pond, appearing rather disheveled. One would think that having once served as village leaders, they would possess a modicum of shamelessness. Yet, to their surprise, Cao Dapeng surpassed them in that regard. Despite having taken significant advantage of them, he still sought their assistance in fishing. Did he not feel a pang of conscience? TCH. Watching the Lu family depart in a flurry, Cao Dapeng scoffed disdainfully before turning back to join his brother and sister-in-law in the fray of their new endeavor. The shrimp pond was quite expansive. Even wielding a drag net, they had only traversed the mid-waters, with many fish yet to be harvested. 50 yuan credited to your bank card. 80 yuan credited to your bank card. As Cao Dapeng toiled diligently, money flowed into his bank account like a steady stream. An hour later, he finally led the group in dragging the net across the entire pond. However, they had only covered the primary water areas. The edges and dense patches of seagrass still awaited attention. Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue emerged from the pond, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, collapsing into a sitting position. Given their petite frames, persevering to this point was quite an achievement. Come, have something to eat. Take a break. You both have worked hard." Su Ling, the sister-in-law, grinned widely as she retrieved a plastic bag from her motorcycle, filled not only with fruits and mineral water, but also her homemade sun-dried squid strips. This substantial undertaking at the pond had been tremendously taxing on their energy, and Cao Dahai and Su Ling had prepared thoroughly. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Upon receiving the squid strips from Su Ling, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up as they each took a piece and began to chew. After just one bite, Lu Qingyu gave Su Ling a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, where did you buy these squid strips? They are absolutely delicious." Han Jiangxue savored hers with equal delight, affirming, "Indeed, they are far superior to what I've had before." For the gourmand Han Jiangxue, earning her praise for culinary delights is no small feat. As a resident of the seaside, we find no need to purchase. During our leisure, we prepare our own. A smile blossomed on Su Ling's face. To receive admiration from a girl from the big city for her meticulously sun-dried creations filled her with immense joy. Simultaneously, her gaze wandered over the 2 beauties. pondering quietly which of these lovely young women Dapeng truly favored. Previously, Cao Dapeng was notorious for his lackadaisical ways, gaining a reputation as an ne'er-do-well in the village. Even Su Ling, as the elder sister-in-law, found him quite displeasing. However, times have changed. Now, Cao Dapeng is achieving success in his endeavors, and life is steadily improving. As the elder sister-in-law, Su Ling could not help but worry about Cao Dapeng's marital prospects. After all, he is not getting any younger. And while others his age may already have children, remaining single for so long is hardly desirable. As Su Ling pondered, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangshui exchanged glances, both astonished by the quality of the shredded squid. This homemade delicacy surpassed anything they had purchased. Sister-in-law, how much more do you have at home? I wish to buy some to take back. Han Jiangshui blinked eagerly at Su Ling. Yes, indeed. I love snacking on shredded squid during my idle hours. I want to buy some too. Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Who could have imagined that, despite their polished appearances in the city, they would resemble wide-eyed schoolchildren in this small fishing village, their adorableness radiating in abundance? Oh, I have a little more drying at home. Since you are all friends of Dapeng, discussing money feels rather impolite. When you leave, I shall offer you some. Su Ling beamed at the compliments. The three women were a delightful spectacle. In just a few minutes, they were engrossed in animated conversation. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by his elder brother Cao Dahai, as well as a Fu and a Xiang, continued their search for fish in the nooks and crannies of the area. Having already spent 7,000, they were determined to make the most of their investment. They would not leave a penny wasted. Nothing in the shrimp pond could evade Cao Dapeng's keen eyes. Yet, beyond the fish catch, what truly captivated Cao Dapeng was the glowing symbol hovering above them. At last, he found it. Shortly thereafter, Cao Dapeng spotted a sea wolf fish, over a meter long, nestled among a tangle of seaweed in a current area, prized at several dozen yuan per pound. The sea wolf fish is renowned for its exquisite flavor, particularly the delectable head. Cao Dapeng had encountered this fish before during his coastal forays, but he was pleasantly surprised to find such a sizable specimen in the shrimp pond of Nampin village. Most thrilling of all was the golden Tai Chi symbol floating above the fish's head. The Tai Chi light symbol. How long it has been since I last saw you. Boom. As Cao Dapeng cradled the nearly 1.5 meter long sea wolf fish in his arms, the hovering Tai Chi light talisman transformed into a beam of golden light and seamlessly merged into his body. This golden radiance circulated within him, ultimately splitting into two, settling upon his hands. Meanwhile, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Cao Dapeng mused to himself that the rewards from this talisman had become increasingly frivolous. Though he was currently somewhat impoverished, he intended to marry in the future. Thus, receiving a single speed hand as a reward seemed rather nonsensical. Wow, Dapeng. You truly have a knack for this. You've caught such a massive sea wolf fish. As Cao Dapeng silently lamented, his brother, Cao Dahai, nearby, also noticed the large fish in his brother's embrace and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 50. The sea serpent appears what? A wolf fish. Who would have thought such a lengthy creature could be found in a shrimp pond? At the edge of the pond, as Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangshui joyfully conversed with sister-in-law Su Ling while indulging in squid strips, their attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion in the water, prompting them to glance over at Cao Dapeng. When they beheld the more than a meter-long wolf fish cradled in Cao Dapeng's arms, they instantly sprang to their feet, seizing an empty large box nearby, and dashed towards him, their earlier fatigue forgotten. Let me hold it. It's my first time seeing such a long fish. In mere moments, the two ladies navigated through the thick mud, breathless, until they reached Cao Dapeng's side. Lu Qingyu quickly retrieved her phone to capture an image of the elongated marine creature, while Han Jiangshui, with her spirited demeanor, snatched the fish from Cao Dapeng's embrace. Eager to have Lu Qingyu take a commemorative photograph, as avid fishing enthusiasts, they relished the opportunity to capture memories alongside the various species they encountered. Alas, Han Jiangshui underestimated the fish's weight. Upon receiving it, she found herself grappling with what felt akin to a squirming 5- or 6-year-old child. Just moments later, the 30-some-pound wolf fish wriggled free from her grasp and with a splash, plunged back into the water. Oh no, grab it, she exclaimed, unable to restrain her urgency. As she bent down to recapture the slippery creature, Lu Qingyu, having just opened her camera only to capture an empty shot, reluctantly returned her phone to her pocket and joined Han Jiangshui in the pursuit. The two beautiful women frolicked like children in the muddy pit. Yet the wolf fish was remarkably agile, its tail flicking as it splashed water, coating their faces anew with dark mud. Han Jiangshui, Lu Qingyu, oh dear, foul fish. I will catch you. Determined, they gritted their teeth and lunged once more at the elusive prize. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, the novice anglers struggled to seize the fish. Even when their hands grazed its slick body, The sheer size of the creature rendered them powerless to control it. "Step aside, let me try," Cao Dapeng chuckled, bemused by the scene unfolding before him. It was clear these two were merely enjoying themselves. If they continued in this manner, it would likely take until dawn to achieve their goal. Shifting his gaze from the two exuberant women, Cao Dapeng soon noticed that the wolf fish had swiftly darted into a patch of seagrass, turning to observe them warily. "Thinking of escaping, are we? Not on my watch." In the next instant, Cao Dapeng strode purposefully towards the seagrass. Sensing his approach, the wolf fish attempted to evade him by shifting its position. But it stood no chance against Cao Dapeng's determination. Cao Dapeng extended his hands forward, as if he had already anticipated the direction in which the wolf fish would flee. In a flash, this fish, measuring over a meter in length, was once again firmly controlled within his grasp. "Dapeng, you're truly impressive. I'm in awe, genuinely." From a short distance away, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, having struggled for quite some time to tame the formidable fish, could not help but express their admiration for Cao Dapeng, who had managed to subdue it effortlessly. At that moment, Cao Dapeng himself was taken aback. For him, catching fish was not particularly challenging. However, when he regained control of the wolf fish moments ago, he distinctly sensed that the speed of his hands had increased significantly. Not only was it faster, but also steadier and more precise. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to capture such a substantial catch so swiftly in the intricate seaweed area. The prowess of this newfound agility was indeed remarkable. Cao Dapeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the skills bestowed by the glowing talisman were truly extraordinary. He had underestimated their potential, initially expecting them to be merely enjoyable in some respect. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue were intently gazing at the wolf fish in his embrace. Their intentions were unmistakable. They desired to pose for a photograph with the fish. "All right, you two can hold it together," Cao Dapeng conceded, bemused by their enthusiasm. Yet, considering the assistance they had provided earlier, he approached them. "Jiangxue, you hold the fish's head and grip its fins. Qingyu, you take hold of its body from behind." Under Cao Dapeng's guidance, Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu managed to secure the 1-meter-long wolf fish in a firm embrace. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng utilized his headlamp to capture a photograph of the two lovely ladies alongside the coveted fish. "How does this look?" he inquired as he presented the freshly taken photo to them. "Wow, that's quite impressive. Dapeng, I never expected you to be such a skilled photographer," Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu exclaimed, nodding in approval as they admired the photo. Their gazes toward Cao Dapeng now sparkled with newfound admiration. Who would have thought that a villager from a remote fishing village possessed such photographic talent? Little did they know, in his previous life, Cao Dapeng had not been adept at photography either. It was only after dating his ex-girlfriend for several years that he had made some progress under her guidance. Indeed, a man who can take good photographs tends to attract the attention of women. "Once the photos are done, let us get back to work. There is still much to do." Cao Dapeng shrugged, casting a playful glare at the two women. Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu laughed and, realizing the weight of the fish was too much to bear, hastily placed the wolf fish into the largest empty box, allowing it to thrash about as they carried it toward the shore. Before long, the two ladies returned, each carrying an empty box, and began to follow Cao Dapeng's lead, searching in the nearby seaweed area with a sense of purpose. Though the recent wolf fish was indeed striking, it was discovered by Cao Dapeng. They yearned to rely on their own skills to capture a fine specimen. "Xiaoxue, come quickly, there is an eel here." Not long after, Lu Qingyu halted, pointing excitedly at a slender creature nestled among the seaweed, addressing Han Jiangxue. "Goodness, we can actually find eels here." Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue hurried over. However, as she drew closer, she could not suppress a gasp of horror and exclaimed, "Qingyu, be cautious. This is no eel. It is clearly a venomous sea snake. A bite from it could threaten your life." Chapter 51. Invulnerable to all poisons in an instant. As soon as Han Jiangxue discerned that what lay concealed amidst the seagrass was not an eel but rather a venomous sea snake, she hastily resolved to pull Lu Qingyu away. Their visit to Nampan village was intended for the experience of fishing. A snake bite would render their endeavor futile. Whoosh. However, it was evident that the sea snake had been fixated on Lu Qingyu for quite some time. Watching its prey attempt to flee, it could hardly contain itself, opening its maw wide and transforming into a streak of light, hurtling directly toward Lu Qingyu's face. At that moment, Lu Qingyu's mind went blank. She had initially thought she had encountered an eel and was contemplating capturing the moment with a photograph, thinking it would not be a wasted trip. Little did she expect that it was a sea snake, now lunging toward her. What should she do? Having never witnessed such a scene, Lu Qingyu found herself paralyzed in panic, her feet seemingly shackled in the mire, unable to budge an inch. "Be careful." Just then, a figure darted past. As the sea snake lunged at her, a hand reached out and seized it midair. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyu beheld the fearsome sea snake. Measuring nearly 2 feet in length, being grasped barehanded by Cao Dapeng. His speed was astonishing, epitomizing swiftness. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, Cao Dapeng gripped the snake by its midsection with one hand while the other controlled its writhing body. With a deft twist, he exerted immense force, forcing the snake's gallbladder out. The once ferocious creature was instantly rendered lifeless, devoid of its threat. Though the sea snake was indeed venomous, without its gallbladder, it became a veritable treasure for men, a source of nourishment. After a long day, Cao Dapeng had not anticipated that he would capture such a bounteous prize. The shrimp pond belonging to Uncle Lu Hao indeed harbored an abundance of riches. Yet what delighted Cao Dapeng even more was the golden talisman hovering above the sea snake, which was not currency, but rather a handwritten luminescent sigil discovered earlier that day while exploring the shrimp pond. Boom! As Cao Dapeng expelled the gallbladder, the handwritten sigil transformed into a golden radiance and merged into his being. Entry: invulnerable to all poisons. The possessor of this entry is immune to any toxins. Maintaining a state of health. Upon witnessing the entry manifest in his mind, Cao Dapeng initially experienced a moment of astonishment, soon replaced by a look of satisfaction. Capturing a sea snake not only provided him with sustenance, but also endowed him with the remarkable ability of invulnerability to poisons. This was indeed a significant boon. As the entry's power integrated within him, Cao Dapeng felt his blood surge with vitality, impurities seeping from his skin like a cleansing tide. Grasping a snake with bare hands. Cao Dapeng, you are truly extraordinary. Pray tell, what other talents have you concealed from me? While Cao Dapeng reveled in the joy of his newfound ability, he noticed Han Jiangxue had approached him, her expression brimming with admiration. Although Cao Dapeng's gruesome act of extracting the snake gall was undeniably brutal, it was executed to eliminate a threat. After a moment of discomfort, Han Jiangxue found herself exhilarated. The man before her, Cao Dapeng, had exceeded her expectations in every way. Not only was his fishing prowess superior to hers, but he also possessed remarkable physical strength and exceptional climbing skills. His adeptness at capturing sea snakes was equally impressive. It was as if he were a vast treasure trove, and every time she believed she had grasped his essence, she discovered merely the tip of the iceberg. She couldn't help but wonder what other secrets he harbored. Dapeng, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I fear I might have succumbed to poison. At that moment, Lu Qingyu returned to her senses. The thought of being saved by Cao Dapeng made her cheeks flush. She had to admit, his brave actions were undeniably handsome. It's a relief that all is well, Cao Dapeng replied, observing the lingering trepidation in the expressions of the two ladies. The shrimp pond is nearly cleared. You must be exhausted. Why don't you go up and rest? We can handle the remaining task of clearing the seaweed. Having already harvested most of the catch from the pond, only a few patches of seaweed remained to be manually removed. Following the recent scare, Cao Dapeng was reluctant to keep the two city beauties in such a precarious situation. He had been fortunate to be nearby and respond in time, but he could not vigilantly supervise them indefinitely. It was prudent to send them ashore. All right, we'll wait for you up there. Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu nodded obediently. They realized they had become more of a burden to Cao Dapeng, particularly after the sudden appearance of the sea snake, which had frightened them considerably. They hurriedly grasped each other's hands and made their way to shore. Once Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue departed, Cao Dapeng felt an immediate relief from the burden as he continued to explore the seaweed alongside his brothers, Afu and Xiang. Bank transfer received, 20 yuan. Bank transfer received, 50 yuan. Bank transfer received, 89 yuan. The seaweed indeed concealed a fair amount of treasure, although the recent operations had depleted much of the catch. Nevertheless, Cao Dapeng noticed a significant number of snails lurking in the nearby mud pits. Given that this was a designated pond and under the explicit instruction of the pond owner, Lu Jiaming, to ensure it was thoroughly cleaned, Cao Dapeng diligently collected every last one, placing them into his water bucket. After spending over an hour, the arduous task of cleaning the pond finally came to an end. Cao Dapeng surveyed the shrimp pond one last time, ensuring no golden glimmers were overlooked before he made his way to the shore. Dapeng, my brother, you've struck it rich this time. By now, it was 11 o'clock at night, and the vicinity of the shrimp pond was devoid of villagers from Nampan village, leaving only old Su, who was responsible for collecting the harvest, standing there with a grin that seemed to split his face. Old Su, also a resident of Nampan village, initially believed that the shrimp pond belonging to the village chief would yield little, as he often came by in his spare time to cast a line, only to return empty-handed. However, to his astonishment, after Cao Dapeng's meticulous efforts today, they managed to haul in over 1,000 pounds of fish. Although the marine fish from the pond do not fetch the same high prices as those caught at sea, they are still considerably more valuable than freshwater fish. After some calculations, Old Su promptly transferred 30,000 yuan to Cao Dapeng. And what about the sea conchs? This 30,000 yuan was solely for the marine fish. Yet aside from the fish, Cao Dapeng also gathered a considerable number of sea conchs and crabs. He retained the wolf fish from earlier, collected several pounds of crabs, and a few sea conchs, before handing over the remainder to Old Su. Just calculate how much these sea conchs might fetch. Chapter 52. I do not believe in missing opportunities, my dear. Is that a conch? And is that a trumpet shell? Following the direction of Cao Dapeng's finger, Old Su finally noticed the crabs and sea snails in the box. The sight was astonishing. He had been preoccupied with weighing the fish earlier. Cao Dapeng had struck gold, and Old Su was fortunate enough to share in the bounty. With such a substantial catch, a slight turnover could yield him considerable profit. However, Old Su was utterly surprised to discover that the box contained such valuable items as trumpet shells and conchs. The market price for conchs is a staggering 100 per pound, while trumpet shells command an even higher price of 200 per pound. Cao Dapeng had already amassed a fortune from fishing. Who could have anticipated that even these leftover scraps would be so valuable? Let me do the math. Old Su, suppressing his astonishment, bent down and began to sort through the haul with utmost seriousness. In addition to the conchs and trumpet shells, there were several large blue crabs and a good number of scallops, totaling over 2,800. Old Su generously rounded up the amount for Cao Dapeng, handing over 3,000 directly. All right then, Old Su, we shall take our leave. It is getting late. Should the opportunity arise, we shall collaborate again. Cao Dapeng smiled with gratitude as he saw 33,000 added to his WeChat balance. The shrimp pond owned by the Liu family in Nampan village had proven worthwhile. Having initially invested 7,000 for the pond fee, he still had 26,000 left. He promptly transferred 1,000 each to a Fu and Huang Jiaxiang, recognizing their efforts after a long night of hard work. As family, it was only right that he compensated them appropriately. As for the young ladies, Han Jiaxue and Lu Qingyu, they did not wait for Cao Dapeng to speak. They firmly declined, insisting only on savoring the dishes prepared by him. Neither of them lacked funds. Their visit to Nampan village was primarily for enjoyment. Their interest in Cao Dapeng's culinary skills far outweighed any monetary compensation, especially Lu Qingyu, who had heard numerous praises of Cao Dapeng's cooking from Han Jiaxue during their journey. It would be a great pity not to taste his food while they were here. Very well. Cao Dapeng grinned and addressed everyone. Today, I just happened to catch a sea snake and some wolf fish. Let us indulge in snake soup and spicy fish head for dinner. After a long day, let us clean up individually first and gather in my courtyard shortly, shall we? Sure. Upon hearing Cao Dapeng's words, everyone responded in unison with laughter. A Fu and Huang Jiaxiang then rode their motorcycles home to freshen up. Meanwhile, Han Jiaxue and Lu Qingyu removed their muddy shoes and handed them to Cao Dapeng before driving to a hotel in town for a wash. Cao Dapeng, with his brother and sister-in-law, cheerfully made his way home, carrying the fishing gear and ingredients. As the group departed, the area surrounding the shrimp pond in Nampan village became serene once more. Old Su. Just as Old Su was preparing to drive off and swiftly sell the catch, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Greetings, esteemed village chief. You startled me. Old Su turned around to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the village head Lu Jiaming had suddenly appeared. Just now, how much did Cao Dapeng sell in total? Lu Jiaming extracted a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Old Su. After all, this was his own shrimp pond. Although he had just made an excuse to slip away, he remained vigilant about the situation here. Now that the fishing was concluded, he could not help but inquire. Old Su replied, Village chief, I advise you to refrain from asking, lest you find yourself unable to sleep tonight. Being from the same village, Old Su did not hold back. He accepted the cigarette and took a deep drag, though his gaze towards Lu Jianming was laced with mockery. The Lu brothers had monopolized the position of village chief in Nampan village for many years, being shrewd as they were, ensuring no one could profit at their expense. However, today it seemed the Lu family was destined for a substantial loss. The thought made Old Su want to laugh, but being the professional he was, he stifled his amusement. I know they must have made a profit. If you don't tell me, I will certainly lose sleep over it. So, go ahead and speak freely. Provoked by Old Su's insistence, Lu Jiaming's curiosity grew insatiable. He was genuinely eager to know how much his own shrimp pond had yielded tonight and what losses were incurred. It was normal for the pond owner to profit. But to Lu Jiaming's mind, Cao Dapeng had invited quite a few people today. After accounting for labor costs, he suspected the profits would be minimal. As long as the losses remained within his psychological threshold, he would not feel too disheartened. Village chief, do you truly wish to know? Old Su exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Of course. Speak quickly. Lu Jiaming, now entirely devoid of patience, shot Old Su a glare. All right. Old Su finally burst into laughter, puffing on his cigarette while beginning to recount. Let me tell you. Cao Dapeng and his crew managed to haul in over 1,000 gene of fish. I transferred 30,000 to him. What? 30,000? Upon hearing this figure, Lu Jianming's body jolted, nearly causing him to stumble backward. Good heavens, he had entrusted 7,000 to Cao Dapeng, and within mere hours, Cao Dapeng had netted 30,000 in fish. Even after deducting labor costs, he would still pocket a profit of 20,000. This was a significant loss for himself. Not just that, Old Su continued to stoke the flames, gesturing towards the uncollected box of crabs and sea snails. Look here. They also brought in a good haul of crabs and sea snails, all prime stock. Just these odds and ends alone fetched 3,000. And we haven't even accounted for his wolf fish and sea snake. Otherwise, they could have sold for an additional 1 or 2,000. Lu Jianming cursed inwardly. For all these years, while others came back empty-handed from fishing, he had thought that although there was stock, it would not amount to much. Little did he expect that Cao Dapeng would manage to extract over 30,000 in valuable goods. Just the sea snails alone had sold for 3,000. What a devastating loss. Upon reflecting on this matter, Lu Jianming was so enraged that he trembled all over. To the extent that even after Old Su had driven away for quite some time, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Surely, there must be more valuable items hidden within. Lu Jianming stood in place, lost in thought for an extended period, before finally regaining his composure. His gaze shifted once again towards his own shrimp pond. Although Cao Dapeng and his associates had spent several hours clearing out the seaweed, a pond cannot be thoroughly cleaned. Especially at night, undoubtedly many remnants had been overlooked. If he were to search again, he might very well uncover some hidden treasures. With this thought in mind, Lu Jianming eagerly returned home, donned his rubber boots, equipped himself with a headlamp, and grabbed 2 buckets, hastily making his way to his shrimp pond. He refused to believe that he could not find any treasures tonight. Although he had already incurred significant losses, he was determined to salvage as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be too painful to bear. Chapter 53. A dogged pursuer at this moment. Lu Jianming could hardly fathom that his shrimp pond had been thoroughly emptied by Cao Dapeng's all-encompassing net. Not only were the crabs and prawns nowhere to be found, but even the faintest glimmer of a worm seemed beyond his reach. Meanwhile, as Lu Jianming scoured the pond for remnants, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by his elder brother and sister-in-law, leisurely rode their motorcycle along the winding path back to Honshu village. With an abundance of fishing gear and a somewhat bumpy road, their pace was unhurried. Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu had gone to the town for a bath, while Fu and Huang Jiaxiang, having brought nothing, had hastily returned home. At this juncture, only Cao Dapeng and his kin remained on the road. Making a living from the sea is no easy feat. Transferring money to Fu and to Xiang is one thing. They helped us out, and they deserve their due. But what about us? Cao Daqiang, observing the absence of others, couldn't restrain himself from expressing his thoughts to Cao Dapeng. Although Mr. Lu has temporarily eased our debts, ours are far from settled. Over 200,000 is not a trifling sum. My wife and I have nothing left, so you should save that 2,000 to repay Mr. Lu when the time comes. As Cao Daqiang finished speaking, Su Ling chimed in, your brother is right. The villagers are saying we're living off others' backs. And that cannot stand. We are family. What do we need this money for? Save it to settle your debts, and when the time comes, you can speak with some confidence. Earlier, with so many people around, the couple had refrained from discussing such matters openly, but now, with no outsiders present, they felt compelled to clarify their position to Cao Dapeng. They were genuinely happy for him, having profited from the venture, yet they were not driven by greed. Their true joy lay in Cao Dapeng's success and the prospect of a brighter future. Brother, sister-in-law, it need not be said in such a manner. Cao Dapeng, trailing behind, felt a warmth in his heart as he listened to their words. After all, they had been his steadfast supporters for 3 years, now, witnessing his newfound wealth. They were still concerned for his well-being. With a smile, Cao Dapeng replied, I will eventually repay my debts to Lu Qingyu. There is no need for concern on that front. Although you are my dear brother and sister-in-law, your hard work should not go unrewarded. Please take this money. Ranjan is not young anymore, and I'll buy her some lovely clothes another day. This venture is merely the beginning. There are many more opportunities for us to earn. Once our barnacle business stabilizes, repaying debts will merely be a matter of time. His brother and sister-in-law had labored tirelessly in the village for years, and as long as Cao Dapeng prospered, so too would they. Moreover, for Cao Dapeng, the rewards from his ventures extended beyond the profits from the barnacle business. Giving 2,000 to Cao Daqiang and Su Ling was but a small gesture. With this in mind, Cao Dapeng continued, take this money back with you. If you don't, I shall spend it all on treats for Ranjan another day, and you must blame me for being extravagant. Hey, why must you be so stubborn, Dapeng? Cao Dapeng and Su Ling exchanged astonished glances, and upon seeing Cao Dapeng's determination, they felt it prudent to say no more. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the entrance of Honshu village. Su Ling had intended to continue her discussion with Cao Dapeng about the two girls from the city. However, just as she turned the corner, a sudden thud startled her, and a dark figure darted from in front of her electric bike. What could it be? Su Ling was taken aback and promptly halted her vehicle, advancing cautiously. Illuminated by the headlight, she discovered a small black dog, trembling and whimpering pitifully on the ground. The little dog appeared filthy and was likely a stray that had ventured out in search of food, only to be inadvertently struck by Su Ling. Oh dear, I've hit the poor pup. What should I do? Su Ling, possessing a kind heart, felt a surge of guilt upon witnessing the shivering creature. Uncertain of how to proceed, she stood frozen. It must be a stray, Cao Dapeng remarked as he dismounted his bike and approached. He gently examined the little dog, and it was evident that Su Ling's collision had caused considerable harm. Although there was no visible bleeding, the prognosis seemed grim. As he pondered how to comfort his wife, the little dog's whimpers suddenly transformed into excited yaps. Turning to look, he noticed his brother, Cao Dapeng, had arrived. To everyone's astonishment, the previously listless dog began to enthusiastically lick Cao Dapeng's hand. Moreover, its once tearful eyes now sparkled with newfound vitality. In a matter of moments, the trembling creature stood up, nuzzling against Cao Dapeng's calf. Cao Dapeng, Su Ling, and Cao Dapeng exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, Cao Dapeng, observing the pitiful creature, was lost in thought. Earlier, at the shrimp pond, he had acquired the immune to all poisons attribute, and a thick, viscous layer had developed on his skin. Initially, he had planned to wash it off upon returning home, but now he found the little black dog reveling in licking it. Cao Dapeng then noticed that the little dog seemed to have a desperate need for affection, yet it appeared to be thriving after consuming his leg-stretching and eye-popping pill. Was it possible that it had been revived? The little black dog joyfully licked Cao Dapeng, and had he not been clothed, it might have licked him from head to toe. Dapeng, it seems this little black dog is destined to be with you. Cao Dapeng and Su Ling exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the inexplicable connection, yet sensing a spiritual bond in the air. After all, why else would the dog shower affection solely on Cao Dapeng while ignoring them? Well, it's a relief that it's fine. Brother, sister-in-law, let us head home. Cao Dapeng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had no intention of adopting a dog, but since the little black dog appeared unharmed, he felt relieved of any further concern. As Cao Dapeng rose to his feet, he was met with an unexpected sight. A small black dog clinging to his pant leg, gazing up at him with pleading eyes, seemingly reluctant to let him depart. The pitiful expression on its face was unmistakably a silent plea for him to take it in. Dapeng, this little dog is quite unfortunate. Why don't we bring it home and care for it? Su Ling, his wife, observed the scene with a twinge of compassion. After all, it was she who had accidentally struck the creature, and now it seemed to have formed a bond with their family. With this thought in mind, Su Ling suggested, "We often have leftover food that we feel guilty discarding. Having a dog would not only be a good use of that food, but would also provide us with a guardian for our home." Upon hearing her words, the little black dog's eyes sparkled with hope, and it eagerly nodded in agreement, as if to affirm Su Ling's proposition. Cao Dapeng, witnessing this interaction, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this little creature, having tasted the bitterness of neglect, could indeed comprehend human speech? Chapter 54. A dog does not mind a poor home, dear sister-in-law. Our yard holds no valuable possessions. What purpose would a guardian dog serve? Cao Dapeng remarked, his gaze fixed upon the small black dog before him. Its origins are dubious, and one cannot ascertain whether it harbors any ailments. Regardless of its capability to safeguard our home, should it happen to bite any of the village children, we would be liable for significant compensation. In these times, keeping a dog is not as straightforward as it once was. Take, for instance, the incident from a couple of years ago when Aunt Zhao's dog knocked a passerby child to the ground without actually biting him, yet they still faced considerable financial repercussions. Consequently, Aunt Zhao became quite the nag, thoroughly inspecting the dog's leash each day before heading out. This provided Cao Dapeng with an opportunity, allowing him to pilfer a substantial amount of peanuts during her distraction. But the little black dog seems so pitiable. Su Ling mused, nodding thoughtfully. Their family had just begun to flourish, and it was an opportune moment to cultivate connections. If they were to have any villagers bitten, especially those who brought gifts of vine pots, the consequences could be detrimental. Moreover, while the adults might fare well, there was little Ruan at home. Should the dog harm a child, the repercussions would be dire. The small black dog stood between Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, alternating its gaze between them. Noticing their reluctance to take it in, it began to whimper pathetically. Very well, taking you in is not entirely out of the question. Cao Dapeng feigned a sigh of exasperation. Little Black, if you can keep up with us to our doorstep, you shall become a member of our family. With that, he beckoned his brother and sister-in-law to get into the vehicle, starting the motorcycle and heading homeward. He had just realized that this little black dog not only comprehended human speech, but also exhibited a certain intelligence in its every movement. Adopting this little creature seemed a splendid idea. With a roar, the three vehicles resumed their journey, having entered Honshu village, where the roads were considerably smoother due to the scarcity of heavy traffic. Cao Dapeng accelerated, racing home at full speed. Su Ling and Cao Dahai had already taken a liking to the little black dog, initially intending to amble home with the fishing gear in tow. However, as Cao Dapeng sped forward, the dog, which had just been bumped by Su Ling, suddenly sprang to life, joyfully sprinting after him. In the blink of an eye, the trio, one person and one dog, vanished into the night. Su Ling and Cao Dahai exchanged bewildered glances. This person and dog are utterly wild. When Cao Dapeng's motorcycle halted before their home, the little black dog arrived shortly thereafter, panting heavily from its rapid chase, its tongue lolling out in exhaustion. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng could only chuckle in disbelief. It seemed this dog had indeed resolved to stay by his side. Well, it appears we are truly fated to be together. Cao Dapeng gently patted Xiaohei's head and gestured towards his own yard. It is often said that dogs do not mind the poverty of their homes. And such is the case for him. If you don't mind my humble abode, rest assured, for every morsel of meat I have, you shall have a bone to gnaw on, he proclaimed. Woof. Xiaohei squatted down, his eyes narrowing in pleasure, seemingly relishing Cao Dapeng's affection, utterly unfazed by the dilapidated state of the yard. Upon hearing Cao Dapeng's willingness to take him in, he joyfully leaped and danced around, circling Cao Dapeng in sheer exuberance. All right, go play. I'm exhausted after a long day and need to take a shower. Cao Dapeng waved his hand, drove the motorcycle into the yard, and made his way to the bathroom. He had just acquired a protective talisman, and his body felt sticky. He needed to wash off quickly to avoid discomfort. However, upon entering the bathroom, he realized that he had forgotten to store water during the busy midday hours. Hongshu village remained relatively underdeveloped and lacked a continuous water supply. Each day around noon, the water gate would be open for an hour, during which the villagers would fill their solar water heaters and other containers for future use. If one missed this window, they would have to wait until the next day. At that moment, Cao Dapeng felt utterly uncomfortable. Without a shower, he would surely reek. Fortunately, there was a well in the yard. He shed his shirt, drew a bucket of water from the well, and began to pour it over himself, vigorously rinsing away the grime. With each bucket of well water, he rubbed and scrubbed, feeling significantly more at ease. Ah, bliss. Cao Dapeng sighed contentedly. What woof. Just then, a dark shadow dashed towards him. It was Xiaohei, who had just finished surveying the yard and establishing his territory. The little dog wagged his tail and scampered up to Cao Dapeng, and before he could react, Xiaohei began enthusiastically licking the stony ground. As he licked, he emitted soft whimpering sounds, as if the stones were more delectable than bones themselves. Cao Dapeng thought, goodness, this little dog is quite excessive, even indulging in my bath water. He then noticed that Xiaohei's fur had become increasingly smooth and glossy, and his body appeared much more robust than before. Was the effect of his own rinsing that remarkable? Shaking his head in bemusement, Cao Dapeng finished rinsing and quickly dried himself with a towel before changing into a clean set of clothes. He had promised to treat everyone to dinner, and while Lu Qingyu and the others had yet to arrive, he needed to prepare the ingredients in advance so they could enjoy the meal upon their arrival. He took the sea snake he had retrieved from the shrimp pond, skinned it, cut it into small pieces, and tossed them into the pot. Conveniently, there was half a chicken in the refrigerator, which he brought out to simmer alongside the snake segments. Such nourishing ingredients as snake paired with chicken would surely make for a delightful dish. Dapeng, I still have some spare ribs at home. Let us prepare a rib soup. Just as Cao Dapeng was about to attend to the over 1 meter long sea wolf fish, the voice of his sister-in-law, Su Ling, resonated from outside the courtyard. In a short while, Cao Dapeng was expecting several guests, and upon returning home, Su Ling quickly washed her hands and brought 2 pounds of spare ribs, eager to lend a helping hand. As Su Ling entered the courtyard and caught sight of the lively little black fish, a warm smile graced her face. Excellent. Observing his sister-in-law's arrival, Cao Dapeng beamed with joy. Indeed, preparing such a multitude of dishes alone was quite overwhelming for him. With a swift motion, Cao Dapeng severed the head of the sea wolf fish and casually handed the lengthy fish body to Su Ling's sister-in-law. I shall prepare the chopped pepper fish head. Let us not waste the remaining fish meat. Could you please make some fish meatballs with it? Although the sea wolf fish is rather large, it is primarily the head that offers the most delectable flavor. The abundant remaining flesh can either be braised or fashioned into delightful meatballs. Chapter 55. The idea of contracting a shrimp pond woof. Woof. In the kitchen, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling busily prepared the meal, soon joined by elder brother Cao Dahai, who came to assist in tidying up. At that moment, Ran had already fallen asleep, requiring no concern from them. Just as the family was engrossed in their tasks, the sound of brakes echoed from outside, swiftly followed by the incessant barking of Xiao He. Cao Dapeng peeked out to see Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue had arrived. While the newly welcomed Xiao He stood resolutely at the entrance, poised for action, it seemed as though it would charge forward without hesitation should Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue take another step closer. Truly a vigilant guardian. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng nodded approvingly and called out to Xiao He, "Xiao He, quiet down. They are my good friends." Upon hearing his words, the initially fierce dog ceased its barking, emitted a soft whimper, and disregarded Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, settling down on the ground with squinted eyes, appearing quite content as it resumed its duty of guarding the entrance. "Dapeng, when did you get a dog? What's its name? It's utterly adorable." Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, standing at the doorway, were momentarily taken aback by Xiao He's rapid change in demeanor. The two beautiful women bent slightly, tentatively reaching out to stroke Xiao He's head. Knowing they were friends of Cao Dapeng, Xiao He not only refrained from resisting, but even wagged its tail, seemingly relishing their affection. Such a well-behaved dog. Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Just moments ago, it had barked at them as if they were intruders, yet with a mere word from Cao Dapeng, it had transformed into a docile companion. The contrast was rather striking. "We found it on the road when we returned to the village. I thought it looked quite clever, so I brought it home." Cao Dapeng chuckled as he brought forth a plate of fruit, eagerly inviting the two ladies to take a seat. Come, my lovely guests. You've worked hard today. Have some grapefruit to quench your thirst." "Sure." Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue nodded, casually selecting a stool to sit upon. Having visited Cao Dapeng's home before, they felt much more at ease this time. After a busy evening, they were indeed a bit parched, and they picked up slices of grapefruit, savoring the refreshing taste. Meanwhile, Xiao He remained steadfastly at the door, back turned to them, motionless and vigilant, as if embodying a guardian deity. Truly taking Cao Dapeng and Su Ling's words to heart and fulfilling its role as a watchdog. After a while, Huang Jiaxiang and Afu arrived on their motorcycle. Unsurprisingly, they too were met by Xiao He's fierce stance at the entrance. Only after receiving Cao Dapeng's command were they permitted entry. "Wow, this dog is remarkable. It's so loyal right from the start." Huang Jiaxiang and Afu were equally astonished. While it is common for house dogs to guard, it was indeed rare for Xiao He, on its very first day at Cao Dapeng's home, to display such dedication. Come, everyone take a seat. It's time to feast." Cao Dapeng waved his hand, beckoning everyone to settle down. Meanwhile, Cao Dahai and Su Ling, the couple, had already brought out the dishes prepared by Cao Dapeng, serving them one by one. There was a large plate of fish head cooked with chopped chili, an array of steamed crabs, stir-fried snail meat with aged pickled bamboo shoots, and a platter of deep-fried fish balls, all freshly caught from the pond just moments ago. Su Ling, the elder sister-in-law, contributed a pot of rib and kelp soup to soothe the heat, while the centerpiece of the table was a grand bowl of chicken and snake soup, symbolizing harmony and prosperity. Such a lavish spread, if served at a restaurant, would easily cost over 1,000 yuan. "Wow, it smells divine." Looking at the sumptuous feast before her, Lu Qingyu, already famished, couldn't help but exclaim, "Qingyu, you are truly fortunate today. Dapeng's culinary skills are unmatched." Han Jiangxue, sitting beside her, cast a proud glance at her friend, as if flaunting her wealth. Ever since she had tasted Cao Dapeng's cooking and barbecue last time, Han Jiangxue had been longing for another opportunity, and today, her wish was finally fulfilled. "Everyone must be starving. Don't hold back, dig in." Cao Dapeng chuckled, encouraging everyone to begin their meal. If it weren't for the many helping hands today, it would have been quite a challenge to seize the shrimp pond from the Lu family. Cao Dapeng's culinary prowess was indeed remarkable, and with everyone having toiled through the night, they were ravenous. As soon as they picked up their chopsticks, they couldn't help but devour the food hungrily. Afu and Xiang were accustomed to such hearty meals, being laborers. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, typically regarded as city goddesses, were now voraciously indulging as if they hadn't eaten in days. This scene left Su Ling both amused and exasperated. She mused to herself. Although these two young ladies hailed from the city, they were genuine souls. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far to assist Cao Dapeng with the pond. No matter who they were infinitely better than that Lin Meiqi. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder which one of them her younger brother favored. Lost in her thoughts, Su Ling glanced at the person beside her, who remained oblivious, engaged in merriment with Xiang and Afu. "Xiang, how much does it cost to lease a shrimp pond these days?" Cao Dapeng inquired, looking at Huang Jiaxiang. A trip to Nampan village earlier had sparked significant inspiration for him. While it was exhilarating to fish in someone else's pond, having a pond of his own would be far more advantageous. In the future, when they went to the sea to set traps, any fish catches that were temporarily inconvenient to handle could be nurtured in their own shrimp pond, which would be much easier. Leasing, you say? That depends on the size of the pond and the duration of the lease, Huang Jiaxiang replied thoughtfully while savoring the delicious chicken and snake soup. The longer the lease, the more economical it becomes. If we consider 10 years, for a pond like ours, it averages to about 800 yuan per mu each year. As he spoke, he took a hearty sip of soup. Recently, with age catching up to him, he felt somewhat feeble. Initially, upon returning home, his wife forbade him from attending social gatherings. However, upon hearing that snake soup offered substantial nourishment, she unhesitatingly permitted him to venture out. It was imperative that he replenished his strength. Otherwise, how could he explain his absence when he returned? Renting an acre of land for 800 a year was not exorbitant. Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng appeared contemplative. Renting a 10-acre shrimp pond would yield around 8,000 a year, and considering the current situation, he could indeed make a considerable profit. Yes, the prospect of earning was promising. The pressing issue, however, was the lack of funds. He was even in debt to the tune of over 200,000. Just then, Cao Dapeng happened to eat a piece of rib, casually discarding the bone. The little black dog, which had been patiently waiting at the door, swiftly transformed into a shadow, pouncing on the bone and returning to its post. Chapter 56. Emptiness. The moonlight, like water, was scattered into countless ripples by the evening breeze. Xiao Hei gnawed on a bone, dutifully guarding the entrance. In the courtyard, Cao Dapeng and his friends indulged in delectable dishes, savoring beer and engaging in light-hearted banter, reveling in their merriment. I can't take it anymore. Dapeng, we must call it a night. If I delay any longer, my wife won't let me back into bed. After about half an hour, Huang Jiaxiang, invigorated by the snake soup, clinked glasses with Cao Dapeng in a perfunctory manner before hastily dragging the reluctant Afu away from Dapeng's abode. Having been subdued by his wife for half a year, he felt a surge of spirit today and was determined to return and confront that troublesome woman. He must assert his dominance tonight. Ah Xiang, the food Dapeng prepared is exquisite. I haven't had my fill yet. Why the rush? Afu followed, his expression one of discontent. Cao Dapeng's culinary delights had suited his palate perfectly. And just as he was beginning to enjoy the libations, Huang Jiaxiang interrupted, leaving him in an uncomfortable limbo. What do you know? Huang Jiaxiang scoffed, pursing his lips. Did you not notice how those two city girls are interested in Dapeng? We can't keep being mere spectators. Surely, you would want to see your brother Dapeng remain unmarried indefinitely? Oh, those two girls fancy Dapeng? Upon hearing this, Afu's eyes widened in disbelief. He then nodded in contemplation, recognizing the validity of Huang Jiaxiang's words. If Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue were not fond of Dapeng, why would they journey from afar to assist him? Moreover, they had provided considerable help during this time. Truly, Dapeng was remarkable. Managing to attract the affection of two city girls simultaneously, an impressive feat indeed. Shortly after Afu and Ah Xiang departed, Dapeng's sister-in-law, Su Ling, pulled along the reluctant Cao Dahai, who still wished to continue drinking, as they swayed back to the adjacent courtyard. In that moment, the dilapidated courtyard, bathed in moonlight, was left with only Cao Dapeng and the two lovely ladies. Han Jiangxue, having abstained from alcohol as she needed to drive, remained sober, while Lu Qingyu, having experienced her first encounter with the pond, was thoroughly enjoying herself. After relishing Dapeng's culinary creations, she had indulged in quite a bit of wine. At that moment, a delicate blush adorned her beautiful face, enhanced by the gentle touch of moonlight, adding to her allure. Dapeng, this place is truly delightful, and your cooking is exquisite. I haven't felt this joyful in ages. Lu Qingyu raised her glass, clinking it with Cao Dapeng's. Her eyes, slightly glazed from the drink, radiated an enchanting beauty. Thank you. If such a wonderful occasion arises again, you must include me, understood? Cao Dapeng replied. Well, my goodness. Who would willingly undertake such a laborious and arduous task as fishing? Yet, here you are, Lu Qingyu, eager to join. The perspective of city dwellers is indeed unique. Of course, it's a must. Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu shared another toast. After all, free labor should not be overlooked. Oh dear, Qingyu, you should stop drinking. We ought to retire for the night. Sitting beside her, Han Jiangxue observed her dear friend Lu Qingyu's current state and realized that her close companion had indulged a bit too much. Despite Lu Qingyu's usual elegant demeanor, excessive drinking often led her to embarrass herself in various ways. It was imperative that Han Jiangxue took her back to the hotel before she began to weep and wail. Hastily, she assisted Lu Qingyu to her feet and turned to Cao Dapeng. apologizing. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble we've caused you today. We shall see you tomorrow. In her eyes, both she and Lu Qingyu had failed to assist Cao Dapeng and had instead added to his troubles, nearly suffering a bite from a sea snake in the process. The thought left her feeling somewhat sheepish. What's to be said? We are all friends. Cao Dapeng smiled, accompanying the two to the door. Do stop by my home before you leave tomorrow and take those barnacles with you. Certainly. Han Jiangxue nodded and helped Lu Qingyu into the car as they departed from Hongshu village. Not long after they set off, Lu Qingyu, reclining in the back seat, began to mumble, so much fun. Fishing is such a delight. Dapeng, let us. Cheers. As she rambled on, her hands gestured animatedly, as if she were still immersed in the excitement of fishing and drinking. Han Jiangxue, driving in the front seat, felt relieved that she had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu would have surely embarrassed herself in front of Cao Dapeng. Meanwhile, in Nampan village, at the Lu family shrimp pond, the owner, Lu Jiaming, was still scouring his shrimp pond with a headlamp, tirelessly searching for fish. An hour had passed, yet he had not managed to catch even a single fish. Not even a common sea snail was to be found. Lu Jiaming. He had witnessed clean ponds before, but this was the first time he had seen one so devoid of life. The vast pond appeared as if locusts had ravaged it, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Cao Dapeng, you truly are formidable. Lu Jiaming clenched his fists in frustration. He realized that attempting to salvage anything from his own pond was far more challenging than finding $100 on the ground. The ruthless Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Reluctantly, Lu Jiaming circled his shrimp pond once more, confirming that there was no fish to be caught, before finally returning home, glancing back multiple times. After a casual shower, he lay down on his bed. Yet, every time he closed his eyes, images of Cao Dapeng catching an abundance of fish filled his mind, preventing him from finding rest. Are you going to let anyone sleep? At last, the woman lying beside him exclaimed impatiently, You lecherous old man, are you getting excited seeing young ladies again? Lu Jiaming. From the darkness came the woman's voice again. Don't think I don't know you had your fun with Widow Zhang next door when you were younger. Are you planning to relive past glories these days? Have some dignity at your age. Lu Jiaming. What on earth are you talking about? I'm over 60. Even if I had the inclination, I certainly lack the energy. A couple of days ago, I merely helped Widow Zhang with a barrel of oil because she was struggling. Moreover, when you were young, did you not spend a couple of years with old Wang from the neighboring village? Just last month, I saw you both playing mahjong together. What did I say? Lu Jiaming initially intended to engage in a debate with his wife, but after a moment's consideration, he decided that it would be wiser to avoid further conflict. He turned over, closed his eyes, and attempted to force himself to sleep. Yet, as soon as he shut his eyes, the image of Cao Dapeng counting money amidst the clamor of a bustling scene resurfaced in his mind. Tell me, who did you encounter at the mahjong parlor in town last month? Lu Jiaming suddenly flipped over and sat up, casting a penetrating gaze at his wife, who lay beside him. Since sleep eluded him and frustration bubbled within, he thought it better to unleash his emotions through an argument. The moonlight poured in like water, and sleep was a distant dream. At this moment, not only was Lu Jianming from Nampan village restless, but also Zhang Yaozong, who was hiding in a hotel somewhere. For the past few days, he had been evading his superior, Mr. Niu, having slept with the latter's wife. His previous work was now untenable, and he needed to seek refuge with a new employer. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The owner of a small business appreciated his sincerity and entrusted him with the substantial acquisition of barnacles. As long as he could satisfy the buyer, he need not fear Mr. Niu any longer. Hello, Xiao Wang, Zhang Yaozong pondered briefly before dialing a number. Chapter 57. An uneventful incident. Lu Qingyu and Zhang Yaozong exchanged smiles. Xiao Wang, how are the recent purchases of barnacles coming along? I just secured a new order, and the price is considerably higher than before. Would you care to collaborate with me? I can offer you an additional point of benefit compared to our previous arrangements. What do you say? Although Zhang Yaozong had previously overseen numerous barnacle acquisition tasks, it must be noted that the quality of barnacles from the vicinity of Nampan village was unparalleled. Given his amicable rapport with Xiao Wang, he reached out to him first. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wang's voice filled the phone with complaints. Don't even mention it, Zhang. Ever since you advised me to lower the prices, no one has been delivering to me anymore. Now, another buyer has emerged in the area, and the villagers are flocking there. Their prices are significantly higher than ours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaozong's expression shifted dramatically. What is going on? That area is within our sphere of influence. How could someone be encroaching on our business? Xiao Wang sighed. I inquired a bit, and it seems a certain Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village has started to acquire barnacles in large quantities. He is willing to buy regardless of the amount and pays on the spot every day. What? Cao Dapeng? Zhang Yaozong sprang upright from his bed. He was all too familiar with that name. It was precisely due to a clash of egos with Cao Dapeng that he had sought to suppress him, intending for him to grovel at his feet. Little did he expect that while Cao Dapeng faced no repercussions, he himself would be beset by a series of misfortunes. What Zhang Yaozong found even more astonishing was that in just a few days, Cao Dapeng had transformed from a mere barnacle picker into a barnacle buyer. This was an astonishing transformation. Damn it, this kid is attempting to cut off my livelihood. Zhang Yaozong seethed, clenching his fists, having just agreed to collaborate with Fujijiro. The sudden loss of his supply source to Cao Dapeng was utterly intolerable. Xiao Wang, gather a group of brothers for me tomorrow. I must confront this Cao Dapeng, Zhang Yaozong declared coldly. His monopoly over the barnacle trade in the area was not solely due to the support of Mr. Niu's company. Without a measure of ruthlessness, it would have been impossible to maintain such dominance for so many years. The next day, when Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue arrived at Cao Dapeng's courtyard, they found that local villagers had already delivered a substantial quantity of barnacles. Manager Lu, these are the ones, Cao Dapeng said as he moved the sorted barnacles onto Lu Qingyu's vehicle. Today, several more individuals had come to deliver barnacles, resulting in an additional 30 pounds. Indeed. Lu Qingyu nodded, but today, she exhibited a peculiar demeanor, lacking her usual assertiveness. Even after transferring the payment to Cao Dapeng, she seemed in no hurry to leave. Cao Dapeng, yesterday, I didn't do anything inappropriate, did I? Lu Qingyu inquired, frowning and casting an awkward glance at Cao Dapeng. Although she was the regional supervisor for Ling and Pharmaceuticals, she typically refrained from drinking during social gatherings. Due to a rather embarrassing habit, whenever she indulges in excessive drinking, she tends to lose her composure completely. At times, she shouts loudly, and at others, she weeps uncontrollably. In short, she is capable of committing any number of shameful acts. Recently, with mounting work pressures, she had not experienced such relaxation in quite a while. Thus, in a moment of excitement, she consumed some alcohol yesterday. However, upon awakening today, she found herself devoid of any recollection of the previous night. Lu Qingyu realized that she must have done something disgraceful, yet when she inquired with Han Jiangxue, her friend insisted that nothing was amiss. Left with no choice, Lu Qingyu mustered her courage and asked directly, was anything abnormal? Cao Dapeng inquired, bewildered as he looked at Lu Qingyu. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, he replied, directing a puzzled gaze towards Han Jiangxue. Jiangxue, did she exhibit any unusual behavior last night? Han Jiangxue bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter, but maintained a serious demeanor as she shook her head. No. Everything was perfectly normal. Lu Qingyu thought to herself, this is disastrous. Although the two of them were putting on a facade of normalcy, she was certain that Han Jiangxue had relayed her indiscretions to Cao Dapeng, who was now in cahoots with her, pretending that nothing had transpired. Damn it. I must never drink again, she silently vowed, offering a sheepish smile to Cao Dapeng before turning to board the vehicle. Cao Dapeng, perplexed, found himself at a loss. See you next time. Han Jiangxue chuckled softly, following her into the car. After having pulled Lu Qingyu into the vehicle the previous night, things had gone smoothly at first. However, midway through their journey, Lu Qingyu erupted into tears, nearly overwhelming Han Jiangxue's efforts to calm her. Had it not been for the assistance of the hotel reception, they might not have even managed to enter their room. The atmosphere within the car turned somber and heavy. Xiaxue, tell me honestly, did he witness my disgraceful antics last night? After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyu could no longer restrain herself from asking. Absolutely not. Han Jiangxue sighed in exasperation. As your dear friend, how could I allow you to embarrass yourself in the countryside? You hadn't even had the chance to become intoxicated before I whisked you away. I promise I'm not lying. All right then, Lu Qingyu nodded slightly, reassured that Han Jiangxue, having been her close companion for many years, would not deceive her. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, at that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, jostling Lu Qingyu violently. What is happening? She furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her curiosity as she peered ahead. To her surprise, two vans had suddenly blocked the road ahead, and before their vehicle stood a group of over a dozen young men wielding clubs, each adorned with tattoos, clearly indicating their affiliation with unsavory elements of society. Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. They had only visited Hongshu village a handful of times and had not provoked anyone. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a conflict among the villagers? Should we take a detour? Lu Qingyu suggested. Behind them, they were also intercepted, clearly targeting them. Han Jiangxue shook her head, having already seen through the rearview mirror that a sturdy tree had been placed behind their vehicle, severing their escape route. Evidently, this had been premeditated. However, she and Lu Qingyu had no enemies. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside, and a figure appeared before them. Who are you? Han Jiangxue lowered the car window, casting a cold glance at the ruffian outside. Well, aren't you two lovely ladies? Zhang Yaozong bent down, his gaze sweeping over them. Upon realizing that two strikingly beautiful women were seated within, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Zhang Yaozong sneered, "You've taken our barnacles without paying. Now, you have two choices. First, leave the barnacles and take your car. Second, take the barnacles with you and leave the money behind. So, ladies, which option will you choose?" Zhang Yaozong said with a nonchalant expression. Chapter 58. Speaking frankly, Zhang Yaozong, upon encountering the revelation, shared a glance with Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu, finally grasping the situation. It became apparent that this group was targeting the precious and scarce resources of the sea cucumber. Recently, Lu Qingyu had been acquiring a substantial quantity of sea cucumbers through Cao Dapeng, inadvertently offending local competitors. Furrowing her brow, Lu Qingyu directed her gaze towards Zhang Yaozong, asserting, "We purchased the sea cucumbers ourselves, and the transaction has been settled. What does this have to do with you?" Zhang Yaozong chuckled coldly, replying, "What does it have to do with us? It has everything to do with us. Severing one's means of livelihood is akin to taking away a parent's life." Initially intending to utter a few imposing words to intimidate the two women in the car, he sought to leverage his numbers to seize the sea cucumbers from their vehicle, thereby cutting off Cao Dapeng's sales channel. However, to his dismay, as soon as he opened his mouth, he found himself rambling uncontrollably. "I used to acquire sea cucumbers for 80 to 100 per pound and sell them for 130 to 150, netting a profit of 30 to 50 per pound. Now that you bought them all, where am I supposed to find profit?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Zhang Yaozong instinctively covered his mouth with his hands. Cursed be his loose tongue for revealing such truths once again. Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue exchanged incredulous looks, astonished at the sheer foolishness displayed in business dealings. How could one be so indiscreet as to divulge specific transaction details, especially in front of competitors? What was this man thinking? Meanwhile, the individuals standing behind Zhang Yaozong, including Xiao Wang, were expressions of concern, their gazes towards him laden with disapproval. Although they understood that after several transactions, Zhang Yaozong would undoubtedly profit significantly from the sea cucumbers, the exact figures remained elusive. Yet, here he was, claiming a profit of 30 to 50 per pound or even more. Meanwhile, those who typically gathered sea cucumbers for him barely earned 1 or 2 per pound. Indeed, he was a heartless businessman, but that was not the crux of the matter. Aware of his verbal misstep, Zhang Yaozong waved his hand impatiently, attempting to change the subject. "If you wish to avoid trouble today, call Cao Dapeng and have him come here. As long as he kneels and apologizes, promising to refrain from meddling in the sea cucumber business henceforth, I shall let you go." His primary objective today, accompanied by such a large group, was to dismantle Cao Dapeng's sales network and teach him a harsh lesson. If Cao Dapeng understood the gravity of the situation and ceased his reckless acquisition of sea cucumbers, the market would revert to Zhang Yaozong's control. Regrettably, his earlier slip of the tongue had muddled his plans. Yet, as soon as Zhang Yaozong concluded his statement, a roar of acceleration suddenly echoed from a distance. He turned to see a motorcycle speeding towards him at an alarming rate. Even though a robust tree trunk lay across the road, the motorcycle effortlessly soared over it, coming to a steady halt before him. "Zhang Yaozong, is it? I hear you're looking for me?" Cao Dapeng dismounted, his demeanor calm and composed as he gazed at Zhang Yaozong, an air of authority emanating from him. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, Cao Dapeng received a call from Old Su, requesting his assistance in assessing a pond and appraising its value. Coincidentally, he was also in search of suitable shrimp ponds, so he rode his motorcycle out of the village. Little did he expect that not long after leaving, he would encounter Han Jiangxue's vehicle, which had been halted by a crowd. Zhang Yaozong? Since parting ways at the dock in Nampan village, they had not crossed paths again. Curiosity piqued, Cao Dapeng wondered if his straightforward approach would still hold any weight with Zhang Yaozong. You. Zhang Yaozong stammered, gazing at the suddenly materialized Cao Dapeng, his mind blank. It was one thing for him to blurt out the truth, but now it felt as though Cao Dapeng had appeared as if summoned by magic, faster than even Cao Cao himself. "Cao Dapeng, you've come at just the right moment." Zhang Yaozong took a deep breath, regaining his composure. "The barnacles in this area of Nampan village are my business. Before everyone here, you will kneel and admit your mistake, and compensate me with 10,000 yuan for damages. If you don't, well..." Before he could finish, Cao Dapeng interjected, "Or else what?" Zhang Yaozong clenched his teeth, gesturing to his group of minions behind him. "Otherwise, I will ensure you experience the dire consequences of crossing me." Bang! However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Cao Dapeng's fist flew straight toward Zhang Yaozong's face. The punch was swift, infused with the force of "you better hit hard." And with a single blow, it sent the unprepared Zhang Yaozong hurtling 3 meters away. Simultaneously, 2 of his front teeth departed from his mouth. With a thud, Zhang Yaozong crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. The injury to his mouth was severe, blood gushing forth as the cold wind rushed in, making him acutely aware of something missing in his mouth. Upon touching it, he realized that his 2 front teeth had vanished. Damn. A string of expletives erupted from Zhang Yaozong, and he pointed at Cao Dapeng, bellowing at his surrounding lackeys. What are you waiting for? Get him. Slap. Yet. As Zhang Yaozong's command echoed, the followers who had accompanied him, including Xiao Wang, not only refrained from charging at Cao Dapeng, but also collectively took a step back. Zhang Yaozong, what? Xiao Wang, what do you mean? Attack him. Zhang Yaozong glared at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, crossing his arms, replied nonchalantly, Zhang, the money you provided was merely for me to rally support. You didn't hire me to fight. In this society governed by the rule of law, we pride ourselves on being law-abiding citizens. Zhang Yaozong's eyes widened as he bellowed, Xiao Wang, are you mocking me? Xiao Wang shrugged, not at all. Zhang Zong chuckled. We have exhausted ourselves, only to earn a mere couple of coins for a pound of barnacles, while you casually collect 3 to 5 times that amount. Clearly, it is you, Zhang Zong, who is playing us. Zhang Yaozong. He realized he had just spoken words that could offend someone. In recent days, he had unwittingly upset many with his candidness. The only one who had acknowledged him was the owner of the small business. And the reason the owner recognized him was precisely because he spoke the truth, directly revealing the bottom price for purchasing barnacles. Xiao Wang, as long as you assist me today, we can negotiate business matters amicably. Zhang Yaozong clenched his teeth. He found himself in a precarious situation, forced to acquiesce to Xiao Wang's demands for a price increase. 10 yuan. I will pay you 10 yuan per pound for your services. Additionally, I will provide you with an extra 10,000 as a bonus. What do you say? Not much, Xiao Wang replied, spreading his hands, his gaze drifting towards the approaching vehicle. He paid no heed to the prostrate Zhang Yaozong. Instead, he and his subordinates eagerly made their way to greet the car. A middle-aged man stepped out, donning a light green baseball cap. Hello, Boss Niu. Xiao Wang and his entourage bowed in greeting. Zhang Yaozong, utterly bewildered, could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 59. The importance of closure. As Zhang Yaozong beheld the figure in a baseball cap descending from the luxurious Mercedes, his eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the pain from his lost tooth. For days, Mr. Niu had dispatched individuals in search of him, and Zhang had been evading them. Yet, he never anticipated that Mr. Niu would trace him to this desolate place. Suddenly, Zhang's gaze shifted to Xiao Wang and the others, and enlightenment dawned upon him. Xiao Wang, whom he had treated well, had betrayed him. He had confided in Xiao Wang alone about his arrival in Hongshu village. The scene before him was a clear indication that Xiao Wang had tipped off Mr. Niu. No wonder so many had accompanied him, yet chose to stand idly by. Betrayal had been afoot all along. I am merely a worker, not your pawn. What is there to betray? Xiao Wang turned, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Yaozong, and coldly replied, we have always collaborated with Mr. Niu. He offered a handsome sum for your whereabouts. We are merely conducting a transaction. What is unreasonable about that? With that, he disregarded Zhang and turned his attention to Mr. Niu, exclaiming, Mr. Niu, I have located the person you sought, see? Zhang Yaozong toiled day in and day out collecting barnacles, earning but a meager sum, while Mr. Niu had promised a reward of 100,000 for Zhang's capture, an amount sufficient for a year's wages. Even if Xiao Wang shared a portion with his companions, he would still profit significantly. Why should he toil for Zhang Yaozong, the greenhorn's wife? Patience, we shall settle the accounts later, Mr. Niu murmured, nodding before casting a frigid glance at the fallen Zhang Yaozong. He then approached the car's rear and opened the trunk. First, he donned a pair of disposable gloves, then unwrapped a boxing glove set, slipping them on. After a few test punches, he deemed his strength insufficient. He retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk and steadily advanced toward Zhang Yaozong. This trash? You dare strike? Mr. Niu glared at Zhang, whose 2 front teeth were missing, then turned to Cao Dapeng. Indeed. Cao nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes, pondering whether Mr. Niu harbored a grudge against Zhang. Well done, Mr. Niu declared, eyeing Cao Dapeng. Such filth deserves a thorough beating. I shall leave the barnacle market in this area to you. With that, he ignored Cao and crouched, delivering punch after punch to Zhang Yaozong's head. Though as General Niu swung his fists, he unleashed a torrent of curses. After a flurry of punches, he grew weary of idle chatter, delivering a relentless barrage that soon transformed Zhang Yaozong into a grotesque figure, his face resembling that of a battered swine, with even his 2 front teeth knocked out. General Niu, I was wrong. I truly apologize, Zhang Yaozong cried, clutching his head in despair. Yet General Niu paid him no heed, continuing to rain down blows. When his fists grew weary, he seized a baseball bat and directed his wrath toward Zhang Yaozong's body, striking with fervor until Zhang lay on the ground, rendered speechless by pain. Finally, he paused, gasping for breath. Damn it! This is exhausting. General Niu exhaled deeply, gazing at Zhang Yaozong, who resembled a lifeless corpse, feeling a sense of relief as the pent-up anger within him was finally released. After years of marriage, despite the dwindling affection for his wife, he accepted her decision to divorce him. However, her infidelity, especially with one of his subordinates, was utterly intolerable. After a brief respite, he returned to his Mercedes, discarding the baseball bat, boxing gloves, and disposable gloves into a nearby filthy ditch. He retrieved a plastic bag filled with cash from the trunk and tossed it to the astonished Xiao Wang and his companions. Here's 500,000. Take that trash to the hospital. The medical expenses are on me. The rest is for you to divide. With that, he drove away in his Mercedes, executing a swift turn and disappearing from sight. All right, General Niu. Thank you, General Niu. Take care. Xiao Wang stood rooted for a moment, finally snapping back to reality as he waved in the direction of the departing car. He smiled as he pulled out a stack of money from the plastic bag, beginning to distribute it on the spot. Come on, brothers, you've worked hard. Everyone gets a share. There is enough for all. Thank you, Brother Wang. The group of younger men beamed as they held their 1,000 yuan notes, thrilled by the unexpected windfall for merely accompanying him without doing anything. While dividing the money, Xiao Wang remarked, "Let us ensure we see this through, brothers. Afterward, let us clear the fallen trees from the road so it doesn't disrupt the villagers' normal traffic." Understood, Brother Wang. They responded eagerly. One of the younger men pointed at the unconscious Zhang Yaozong lying on the ground. Brother Wang, what about this Zhang Yaozong? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the motionless figure, now barely recognizable. They were astonished by General Niu's ruthlessness. However, any sympathy for Zhang Yaozong was eclipsed by the knowledge of his betrayal. Zhang Yaozong? Xiao Wang lit a cigarette, squinting at the unfortunate man beneath him, and said nonchalantly, "We must follow General Niu's orders. But a scoundrel like him doesn't deserve to be sent to a major hospital. Brothers, let us take him to the town clinic instead. If necessary, we can spend a little money to have him dealt with there." Mr. Niu generously bestowed 500,000. Yet the hospitals in the city are notorious for their insatiable greed. If this scoundrel were to receive proper treatment, little would remain of that sum. However, he has acquaintances at the local clinic. After all, it is merely superficial injuries that require only a bit of bandaging. All right then, Brother Wang. Upon hearing the reasoning, the younger men promptly hoisted Zhang Yaozong into the van. Together, they lifted the sturdy tree that had obstructed the road aside, and even produced water they had prepared in advance to cleanse the bloodstains from the ground. Once satisfied that the road was clear, they all climbed into the van and, with a cheer, departed the scene. In an instant, the perilous stretch of wilderness was left with only the three onlookers, Cao Dapeng and his companions, exchanging bewildered glances. So, it appears that Zhang Yaozong had an affair with his superior's wife? After a brief silence, Han Jiangxue regained her composure and cast an inquisitive look at Cao Dapeng. The earlier scene had been too brutal, leaving her mind blank until this moment when she finally exhaled in relief. It must be so, Cao Dapeng mused, rubbing his nose, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Infidelity is often conducted in secrecy, and it is evident that Mr. Niu's ability to uncover his wife's betrayal likely correlates with the candid nature of the revelations. Chapter 60. The confident baiter despite a minor mishap. It fortunately resulted in no harm done. The business of barnacles between Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu remained unaffected. After offering some comforting words to Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue, the two lovely ladies reluctantly departed. Riding his motorcycle, Cao Dapeng made his way to the location sent by Old Su, Li Jiawan. Yesterday, Old Su had amassed a significant catch, selling it at a handsome profit. Realizing that Cao Dapeng was making a fortune from the fish pits, he decided not to linger at the dock, opting instead to drive around the nearby villages in hopes of securing a pit for himself. After all, he had been engaged in the fish trading business for years and had successfully operated several pits. Upon arriving at the scene, Cao Dapeng noticed two vehicles parked beside the shrimp pond, where Old Su was embroiled in a heated argument with another fish merchant. Old Zhang in business. There is a principle of first come, first served. I had my eye on this pond first, and your sudden price hike is quite unreasonable. Old Su glared at a middle-aged man with an unfriendly demeanor. Old Su, your words are misplaced. Business operates on mutual consent. I offered a higher price, and the pond owner is willing to deal with me. What is the issue? The man, referred to as Old Zhang, appeared to be rather seasoned in the trade, unperturbed by Old Su's ire, and grinned as he continued. To be honest, your offer is rather stingy. It's no surprise the pond owner would prefer my deal. Old Su, taken aback, could find no retort. He was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Upon inspecting the shrimp pond earlier, he had cast a net to test the waters, discovering a decent catch and estimating a price of 8,000 yuan. However, upon announcing his price, Old Zhang had immediately upped the ante by 1,000, inciting Old Su's frustration, while 8,000 would at least ensure he wouldn't incur losses. With Old Zhang's offer now at 9,000, securing the pond would require him to increase his bid by several hundred, if not 1,000 yuan or more. This made the prospect of profit rather bleak. Yet, parting with this pond was not easy for Old Su, so he decided to call Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, your timing is perfect. Come, help me assess whether this shrimp pond is worth 9,000. In the midst of their quarrel, Old Su suddenly spotted Cao Dapeng on his motorcycle, a sight akin to a beacon of hope, and rushed over to him. 9,000? Cao Dapeng glanced at Old Su, then at Old Zhang and the pond owner nearby, before directing his gaze towards the pond itself. Beneath the shimmering surface of the water, a few golden light symbols floated up. However, despite the pond's size, the golden symbols were few and far between. Not even a taiji or a great sword symbol was present. Having accompanied Old Su in numerous fish trading ventures recently, Cao Dapeng had a good grasp of the prices for different fish. After a rough estimate, he concluded that the catch from the shrimp pond would fetch at most 6,000 yuan. Clearly, securing the pond at 9,000 would result in a significant loss. Dapeng, what do you think? Old Su looked at Cao Dapeng with eager anticipation. Though the acquaintance with Cao Dapeng has been brief, his capabilities command profound respect. Whether it be harvesting from the sea or confronting challenges, everything Cao Dapeng has undertaken has yielded success thus far. With an air of pretentiousness, Cao Dapeng wandered near the shrimp pond and remarked to Lao Su that if he wished to claim it for 9,000, then let him do so. After all, retreating a step opens up vast horizons. During this time, Lao Su had lent considerable assistance to Cao Dapeng, and thus he could not bear to see Lao Su suffer a loss, subtly offering a word of caution. Oh, perceptive as he is, Lao Su understood that Cao Dapeng implied the shrimp pond was evidently not worth 9,000. Although he initially hesitated, upon hearing Cao Dapeng's words, his resolve was solidified. Lao Su strode confidently towards the pond owner and Lao Zhang, declaring, "This pond is simply not worth 9,000. I shall not claim it." Lao Zhang, if you wish to take it, then so be it. At this proclamation, the pond owner's expression darkened. Lao Su, if you cannot meet the price, then so be it. How can my pond not be worth 9,000? As the owner, he naturally sought to sell his pond at a favorable price, hoping for a quarrel between Lao Su and Lao Zhang to leverage a higher bid. However, to his astonishment, just as negotiations were underway, a young man appeared, prompting Lao Su to withdraw from the bidding entirely. Indeed, Lao Zhang scoffed, pulling 9,000 from his pocket and handing it to the pond owner. "Count it. I hereby claim this pond for 9,000. He too recognized the potential of the pond, believing the catch would be substantial. Though the profit may not be vast, there was certainty in making money. He eagerly anticipated Lao Su's withdrawal, and now that it had come to pass, he hastily secured the deal with the owner. As he exchanged money, he cast a derisive glance towards Lao Su and Cao Dapeng, his gaze laced with mockery. "Lao Su, you truly seem to regress with each passing day. To bid on a pond and consult others, if you must consult. Shouldn't he be an experienced fisherman rather than a young lad? Does he even know the full range of fish? How could you entrust him with a valuation? It's utterly laughable." The pond owner, counting the money while nodding in agreement, echoed, "Indeed, today's youth cannot even distinguish grain. How many are truly reliable?" Their banter reflected a shared belief that Lao Su's decision to consult Cao Dapeng was foolish in the extreme. Lao Su dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "I am not short on funds, but I refuse to engage in unprofitable ventures, since you have claimed it. I wish you the best of luck." With that, Lao Su turned to Cao Dapeng, his face transforming into a smile. "Dapeng, I have my eye on another pond not far from here, but I feel a bit uncertain. Since we're here, could you help me assess its value?" Having witnessed Cao Dapeng's impressive catch in Nampan village the previous day, Lao Su felt a surge of eagerness. Though he had opted not to pursue this pond, he believed he would not rest until he tested the waters with another shrimp pond today. "All right, I happen to have some free time." Cao Dapeng shrugged. Having shown no interest in the pond owner or Lao Zhang throughout the exchange, the shrimp pond presents a lucrative venture, one that will undoubtedly require the continued assistance of Lao Su. Aiding Lao Su is, in essence, aiding Cao Dapeng himself. Additionally, another shrimp pond resides within this village, not far from here. Soon enough, Cao Dapeng accompanied Lao Su to the vicinity of this new pond. This pond is even larger than the previous one. "What do you think of this pond? I cast my net this morning, but the catch was modest, so I dared not set a price indiscriminately." Lao Su offered Cao Dapeng a cigarette, respectfully igniting it with a lighter, his gaze filled with anticipation as it turned towards Cao Dapeng. Taking a deep drag, Cao Dapeng earnestly observed the expansive shrimp pond before him. Chapter 61. The helpful Cao Dapeng's gaze was far from ordinary. Upon a single glance, a multitude of golden light symbols materialized before him, the majority adorned with the visage of renminbi. The sheer number of these symbols eclipsed that of the previous shrimp pond by several folds. Yet, what truly exhilarated Cao Dapeng was the discovery of a magnificent sword symbol amidst the countless lights. This shrimp pond was indeed a treasure. Dapeng, what do you see? Speak to me. Old Su, standing beside him, observed Cao Dapeng frozen in place at the pond's edge, his eyes wide as saucers, yet silent. Anxiously, he urged him to respond. Cao Dapeng did not answer immediately. Instead, he inquired, "How much will the pond owner sell it for?" 1,002. Old Su replied without reservation, sighing, "This pond is larger than the last, and the owner insists that they have a substantial catch. They refuse to sell for less than this price, and I am powerless to change that." 1,002. A smile crept onto Cao Dapeng's face as he playfully draped his arm over Old Su's shoulder. "I assure you, at that price, this shrimp pond is a bargain. The reason you didn't catch any fish earlier is precisely because of the pond's vastness. The schools of fish are likely congregated elsewhere, making them difficult to catch." With that, Cao Dapeng casually gestured in a direction. "If you doubt me, why not cast your net over there and see for yourself?" Oh, Old Su's interest was piqued. As a seasoned fisherman, he could usually discern where fish were plentiful. Although the area Cao Dapeng indicated appeared to have some seaweed and was markedly inferior to where he had previously cast his net, Old Su, intrigued by Cao Dapeng's fervor, took up his fishing net and proceeded towards the designated spot. Bending down, he meticulously prepared the net, gripping one end against his chest while raising the other high above his head. "Here we go." Old Su, in perfect harmony with his movements, executed a graceful throw, and the net unfurled like a fan, forming a large circle as it descended into the pond. What skill! Observing this, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Clearly, Old Su was an experienced fisherman. "Not at all," Old Su humbly replied with a smile. "In my youth, I learned a few tricks from my father while fishing at sea." His modesty was overshadowed by the intense focus he now directed at the spot where he had cast the net. As the net sank, the previously tranquil water surface began to ripple. Could it be? There is indeed something here? Old Su blinked in disbelief. Sensing that the moment was right, he began to retrieve the net, only to find it extraordinarily heavy. Several sea bass leaped out from the pond. Unhurriedly, Old Su continued to pull the net towards the shore, each movement deliberate and steady. As soon as the fishing net landed, numerous sea fish weighing over 5 pounds began to leap about. Lao Su focused his gaze and noticed that among the catch were not only sea bass but also a small grouper and 2 obscured fish. Goodness! The variety in this pond is indeed remarkable. How about that? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Securing this pond will undoubtedly yield profit. Cao Dapeng approached, grinning broadly. "Well, I'm getting a clearer picture now." Lao Su nodded thoughtfully, assessing the haul, increasingly convinced of Cao Dapeng's judgment. Immediately, Lao Su called the owner of the shrimp pond over again. 12,000, I'll take this pond. Lao Su declared to the owner. "All right. I have a water pump as well. We need to discuss the details." The pond owner, a straightforward man, readily agreed to transfer ownership upon seeing Lao Su produce the cash. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Lao Su expressed his gratitude to Cao Dapeng and intended to return to fetch his vehicle, also planning to call a few individuals for assistance. After all, managing such a large pond alone would be quite the challenge. "Lao Su, you need help?" Cao Dapeng volunteered eagerly. "You?" Well, that is a bit embarrassing. Lao Su chuckled awkwardly, looking at Cao Dapeng. "I can only offer 600 for labor. You might find it unworthy." "Lao Su, what are you saying? We're friends after all. Since I'm free today, I'll call 2 more people to assist you. How does that sound?" Cao Dapeng replied without hesitation. It was a jest. 600 was indeed beneath his interest. However, the prospect of fishing in the pond, where every catch could translate into substantial funds in his bank account, was enticing. Accumulated over time, he could potentially earn more than Lao Su. Most importantly, this pond harbored significant treasures. He had to lend a hand. As for Xiang and Afu, 600 was not an insignificant sum for them. "All right." Seeing the sincerity in Cao Dapeng's eyes, Lao Su couldn't refuse and nodded. "Then you can bring 2 or 3 more people along. We'll agree on 600 each. Of course, since you've rendered me such a great service today, if the fish catch proves profitable, I'll give you all a bonus. Sound fair?" Lao Su was a man who preferred to see results before committing. Although Cao Dapeng confidently asserted that fishing in the pond was a guaranteed win, the initial expenditure of 12,000 meant that until the haul was realized, anything could happen. If there were losses, 600 wouldn't matter much, but anything beyond that would be painful. Naturally, if, as Cao Dapeng suggested, they indeed profited, rewarding the helpers would pose no issue. Absolutely. Cao Dapeng nodded with a smile and promptly called after Xiang. Given the size of the pond, draining it would require considerable time, and by the time it was emptied, it would likely be evening. After a moment's thought, Cao Dapeng also called his elder brother, Cao Dahai, who immediately agreed upon hearing there was 600 involved. As for Lao Su, he too made a phone call, having arranged for 3 individuals to meet in Nampin village, intending to confront the pit together later that evening. Once all was set, Lao Su and Cao Dapeng proceeded towards their previous location, planning to relocate both the vehicle and the tools for the confrontation. Upon their return, they found Lao Zhang had already procured several high-capacity water pumps, which began to roar as they extracted water. "Oh, isn't that Lao Su?" Upon seeing him, a gleam of triumph flashed across Lao Zhang's face. "What is this expression? Have you secured the new pond?" The notion of snatching a shrimp pond from Lao Su filled Lao Zhang with satisfaction, his words dripping with arrogance. "Yes, I have acquired the shrimp pond of the second son of the Li family," Lao Su replied, casting a calm glance at Lao Zhang as he spoke in a low tone. Chapter 62. Old Zhang is ready to open what? You have taken over the pond of Li's second son? Goodness, how much did you pay for it? Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Old Su. Old Su took a puff from his cigarette and replied, 12,000. What of it? 12,000? Old Zhang's mouth fell open, and he soon erupted into laughter. I wouldn't dare take on Li's second son's pond for even 10,000. Not just me. But perhaps even Li's second son himself wouldn't guarantee that his pond could yield a catch worth that much. Unlike Old Su, who specialized in leasing ponds for fishing, Old Zhang had made a decent profit over the years from this trade. He had assessed Li's second son's pond, and though it appeared vast, the quantity of fish within was uncertain. The pond owner standing nearby also joined in the laughter. Li's second son hardly manages it. I recall that 6 months ago, there were quite a few dead fish floating in his pond. Old Su, look at my pond. You wouldn't take it for 9,000. Yet you insist on tackling the expensive one. For the sake of pride, isn't that just throwing money away? Clearly, both men believed that Old Su's 12,000 investment in Li's second son's pond was a foolish decision. They grinned, eagerly anticipating Old Su's downfall. Fortunately, having just caught a net full, Old Su had come to believe in Cao Dapeng's words. He brushed off their jibes with a smile and said to Old Zhang, "What if my pond breaks even?" Old Su still trusted Cao Dapeng's expertise in assessing ponds. While he couldn't predict how much profit he would make, he believed recouping his investment was feasible. Break even? Old Zhang scoffed. If your 12,000 pond breaks even, I will eat dung upside down. All right then, I shall wait. Old Su chuckled, ignoring the 2 men, and drove off towards Li's second son's shrimp pond. Such is the nature of gambling. Before the results are in, everyone is an expert. But the water holds infinite possibilities. Until the outcome is revealed, words are meaningless. Old Su understood that only by thoroughly draining Li's second son's pond could he silence the mockery of Zhang and his companion. As for Cao Dapeng, he merely passed through and had no desire to involve himself in their quarrel. He was focused on seizing the opportunity to obtain the coveted sword talisman. The shrimp pond was indeed sizable, and Cao Dapeng and Old Su had brought in several high-powered pumps, working in unison to expel a significant volume of water from the pond. However, even so, draining it completely would likely take until nightfall. As preparations neared completion and boredom set in, Cao Dapeng rode his electric bike back home to rest, planning to call for help once the water had been drained later that evening. Ding. Upon returning home, a few messages popped up on WeChat. One was from the food, drink, and fun group, consisting of 4 members, including himself, Lu Qingyu, Han Jiangxue, and Han Jiangxue's cousin, He Chang. The message was from Han Jiangxue, Dapeng. We have arrived home safely. Upon the emergence of this news, the disgruntled lamentations of He Chang ensued, reproaching the trio for their exclusion. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng could only offer a resigned smile, responding with an OK emoji while tagging Xinxing Taibao. I will assist someone with their fishing endeavors tonight. Care to join? He Chang replied, apologies, but I have plans to go fishing. Let's reschedule. With that, he fell silent, although he held a fondness for fishing. The arduous task of tackling the pond was beyond his capabilities. Cao Dapeng exited the group chat, only to find messages from Han Jiangxue and Lu Qingyu awaiting his attention. Han Jiangxue wrote, Dapeng, your sister-in-law as shredded squid is absolutely delectable. My little yellow bike can also facilitate sales. Perhaps you could inquire with my sister-in-law about a potential collaboration? The thought of promoting shredded squid sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Cao Dapeng. He nearly overlooked the fact that Han Jiangxue was not only a fishing aficionado but also a prominent internet influencer with a substantial following. If her little yellow bike featured the squid on Douyin, it would indeed provide a commendable source of income for his brother and sister-in-law. However, such an endeavor would necessitate obtaining a business license and adhering to food safety regulations, requiring approval from the Market Regulatory Authority. Blinking in contemplation, Cao Dapeng replied, "All right. I shall discuss this with my sister-in-law." His sister-in-law, Su Ling, worked at a seaweed factory, earning merely 4,000 yuan a month. If the shredded squid could achieve significant sales, it would far surpass the benefits of factory work. Turning his attention to Lu Qingyu's message, he read, "Dapeng. Thank you for your hospitality. I had a delightful time. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by the barnacle situation. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Cao Dapeng responded with a wry smile, "We are friends. It's no trouble at all." Lu Qingyu promptly replied, "And to be candid, did we really not engage in anything last night after I had a few drinks?" Cao Dapeng, taken aback, responded with a bewildered. Lu Qingyu continued, No worries. I must attend a meeting now. We shall chat later." Cao Dapeng shook his head in exasperation and opened Douyin, mindlessly scrolling through short videos. As he perused, he stumbled upon Han Jiangshua's account, promptly liking and following her before continuing to swipe through more content. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that he was roused by a call from Lao Su. He immediately summoned his brother, Cao Dahui, along with Afu and Axiang. The four donned their boots, equipped with gear, and made their way toward Lijiawan. To enhance efficiency, Cao Dapeng even brought along the upgraded dragnet from home. A minor incident occurred as they departed. Noticing Cao Dapeng was about to leave, the guard dog, Xiaohe, insisted on accompanying them. Given the proximity of Lijiawan to their Hongshu village, Cao Dapeng, with a hint of reluctance, allowed Xiaohe to trot along behind them. "What? You intend to promote your sister-in-law as shredded squid? While it's palatable for personal consumption, would it truly sell?" On the way, Cao Dapeng conveyed Han Jiangshua's thoughts to his elder brother, eliciting a look of astonishment from Cao Dahai. "How can one know without trying?" Cao Dapeng replied with a smile. "Obtaining a business license is quite straightforward nowadays. As for food hygiene and safety, we can consult the Market Supervision Bureau and adhere to their requirements. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. You should first discuss this with your sister-in-law. If she is willing, why not give it a shot?" "All right. I shall return and speak with her," Cao Dahai said, scratching his head, reflecting on how his younger brother, a university student, indeed had a myriad of ways to make money. Just a few days ago, he had initiated a business involving barnacles, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was contemplating profiting from squid shreds. However, he pondered, would that venture truly yield a profit? Lost in thought, the four of them rode their motorcycles to Lijiawan. As they passed by the shrimp pond leased by Old Zhang, they noticed that the water had been nearly drained. Many fish that had been hiding within were now leaping out of the water, reminiscent of carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Old Zhang, accompanied by several young men, was energetically calling everyone to help with the excavation. It seemed that the boastful Old Zhang from earlier was indeed preparing to open for business. Chapter 63. Old Zhang's anxiety. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the moon hung in the sky. Though not full, it shone with an exceptional brightness. Old Zhang, who was busy attending to the gathering of people engaged in fishing, glanced up and spotted Cao Dapeng passing by. He had a vague recollection of the young man. It was during the day that Lao Su had consulted Cao Dapeng, ultimately leading Old Zhang to acquire this shrimp pond. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Cao Dapeng. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng approaching with a group, Old Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, this must be Lao Su's crew. I advise you all to settle your payments with Lao Su before you start working, lest you find yourselves in a predicament with losses later on. Haha." With the pond's water drained, revealing an abundance of fish, his confidence soared, and his words brimmed with arrogance. Cao Dapeng, seated on his motorcycle, merely let out a soft laugh, choosing to disregard Old Zhang entirely and continued onward with his companions. However, the ever-watchful Xiaohe, upon hearing Old Zhang's banter, couldn't help but halt, panting in irritation. He blinked, stealthily made his way behind Old Zhang, and raised his hind leg. With a swift motion, a stream of dog urine splashed onto Old Zhang's shoes. By the time Old Zhang realized he had been urinated upon, Xiaohe had already snatched a sea bream and dashed off in pursuit of Cao Dapeng. Good heavens! Whose dog is this disgusting creature, urinating on me? If I catch you again, I shall make a meal of you. A gust of sea breeze wafted through, carrying the pungent odor of urine that invaded Old Zhang's nostrils, leaving him seething with frustration. Having just spent 9,000 yuan to secure the pond, he felt compelled to oversee the operation personally. Otherwise, his investment would be in vain. Despite his anger, Old Zhang could only channel his frustrations into the task at hand. "Everyone, let us put in the effort. I'll treat you all to drinks once we finish," he called out, rallying the team. "All right," the crowd responded, continuing to lift the fish haul. Yet, as they cast the net once again, a stark realization struck them. The quantity of fish began to dwindle significantly. "Old Zhang, the catch seems a bit scant, Someone in the dark began to voice their doubts. "Look over there. The water seemed devoid of fish," another remarked, shining their headlamp towards the distant water. "That has to be expected." Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, "There are certainly plenty of fish here. They've probably tired from jumping and are now hiding in the water. Don't worry, we'll search thoroughly and ensure we catch every last one." With that, he led the group deeper into the shrimp pond, dragging the large net behind them. The night was pitch black, and the villagers assisting were focused on their footing, oblivious to the flicker of unease that crossed old Zhang's face. With his years of experience in fishing, he knew that even with the second or third net cast, the catch should not be so meager. The current situation felt awry. It was impossible. The yield from this shrimp pond should be far greater than this. Old Zhang consoled himself and gritted his teeth, resolutely continuing to pursue a bountiful catch with the others. After all, the money had already been spent and the guests had been invited. If they failed to yield a substantial catch, all his previous expenditures would be in vain. There was no room for doubt. They must act decisively. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng arrived at the shrimp pond belonging to Li's second son, accompanied by a group of people. Upon their arrival, they discovered that old Su had already summoned 3 helpers, including his wife and 2 villagers from Nampan. Come, Dapeng, hurry over. There's a wealth of goods here." Old Su eagerly approached Cao Dapeng, handing out cigarettes as he greeted him. Although old Su was typically frugal, he was remarkably generous towards Cao Dapeng. After Cao Dapeng departed, old Su remained at the pond, watching as the water level gradually receded. As the water diminished, the fish that had been concealed beneath the surface began to leap into view. Just a casual net cast had already yielded at least 100 pounds of fish. Crucially, as he surveyed the pond, he noted that many fish were still frolicking about, indicating that the catch was even more abundant than he had anticipated. Regardless of profit, under the current circumstances, it was clear that this pond would not incur a loss. "All right, let us get to work," Cao Dapeng exclaimed, accepting a cigarette and surveying the pond before him. When he again spotted the symbol of a grand sword amidst a sea of currency signs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Afu, Asyang, hold the net and move east. Big brother, you come with me to the west. Old Su, you'll manage the center." Old Su had initially intended to fish himself, but seeing the superior drag net presented by Cao Dapeng, he acquiesced to his direction. Together, they began to systematically scour the expansive pond. 20 yuan credited to the bank card. 36 yuan credited. 87 yuan credited. As Cao Dapeng touched the shimmering fish, his bank card notifications surged with incoming funds. The exhilarating sensation of these transactions was truly delightful. Observing the seemingly endless catch in the net, old Su couldn't help but beam with joy. How absurd. Old Su claimed this pond was devoid of fish. He must be blind. This catch exceeds my expectations by far. An investment of 12,000 yuan was substantial for him, had he incurred a loss. He would have faced his wife's ire upon returning home. But now, witnessing the abundance of lively fish, he felt completely at ease. As time passed, through their collective efforts, the expansive shrimp pond had been thoroughly netted. The bountiful catch was weighed and loaded into the fish transport vehicle. While the fish were mostly ordinary, their sheer quantity had filled old Su's vehicle to capacity. As Lao Su weighed the catch, he made a rough estimation in his mind. Thus far, his harvest could yield no less than 28,000, and with his own dealings, the profits would be even greater. The labor costs were practically negligible. The crucial point was that there were still some corners of the shrimp pond that had not been thoroughly cleaned. Even the scraps could fetch a considerable sum. With that thought, Lao Su turned to Cao Dapeng and said with a smile, "Dapeng, you and the others should first pack the remaining fish into the barrels. I have already contacted a buyer. Let's sell this load of fish. Will you wait for my return?" The fish truck could no longer accommodate the catch. It was imperative to transport the load out to clear space. Although the remaining fish were few, they were still valuable. Chapter 64. The prickly fellow with a resounding roar. The fish truck surged forward as Lao Su pressed down on the accelerator, swaying gently as it advanced. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle passed by the shrimp pond rented by Lao Zhang. "Oh, Lao Zhang, still at it? How's the harvest coming along?" Lao Su halted the truck, poked his head out, and regarded Lao Zhang with a teasing expression. Previously, Lao Su had considered Cao Dapeng's successful catch during the tide merely a stroke of luck. However, after witnessing firsthand Cao Dapeng's exceptional skill in handling the fish today, Lao Su was convinced that Cao Dapeng possessed an understanding of fish that surpassed even his own as a seasoned fisherman. Given that the second son of the Li family had struck gold in his shrimp pond, it was reasonable to assume that this pond before him was not far from yielding similar results. Just look at it. This pond is significantly smaller than his own. And since Lao Zhang had begun working on it quite early, he should have completed his tasks by now. Why was he still wandering about searching for a catch? It was evident that he had not achieved the desired outcome. Standing in the pond, Lao Zhang's face had darkened with despair. Upon hearing Lao Su's remarks, he raised his head and cast a glance towards him. You wrapped up so soon on such a large pond? It seems you might be facing losses, haha. A wave of frustration washed over Lao Zhang. Since the first net, the catch had dwindled alarmingly, despite searching the pond thoroughly with his crew. They had found not a single additional fish. So far, they had barely scraped together a few 100 pounds of fish, all of which were common sea varieties, fetching a meager 5,000 to 6,000 at best. Yet, he had invested 9,000 in leasing this pond, and with labor costs added, he faced a significant loss. The earnings from the past half-month would likely need to be sacrificed to cover the deficit. However, upon spotting Lao Su's truck, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Though he had suffered considerable losses, if Lao Su had also encountered misfortune, it might ease his own heartache. With this thought in mind, he regarded Lao Su with newfound anticipation. Apologies for disappointing you, Lao Su grinned broadly, boasting, I initially thought this pond would yield little. But it seems my perspective was far too narrow. My fish truck couldn't even accommodate the catch. I had to sell a load first before returning for another. Can you believe it? Lao Zhang was taken aback. What? A truck that large couldn't hold it all? How much fish did they pull from the Li family's pond? No. Lao Su must be exaggerating. A single truckload would fetch at least 20,000. How could that be possible? A loss is a loss. Why the need for boasting? Lao Zhang scoffed. If bragging could bring wealth, I'd already be a billionaire. Lao Su chuckled, gazing at Lao Zhang as if he were a fool. What's the point of boasting? Truth cannot be disguised, and lies cannot become reality. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Lao Zhang was left in disbelief. How could Lao Su speak with such confidence, as if he truly had an abundance of fish? Could it be that Lao Su had indeed struck gold? It seemed improbable. In the humble shrimp pond owned by the second son of the Li family, the potential catch barely amounted to a few thousand yuan. Observing the scene with skepticism, the irritable Lao Zhang could no longer contain his frustration. He set down the water bucket and trudged through the mud towards the riverbank. Having wagered with Lao Zhang earlier in the day, Lao Su, at this moment, felt no urgency. He leisurely exited his vehicle, leapt onto the truck bed, and opened one of the lids. Addressing the approaching Lao Zhang, he remarked, Look here, the catch is so plentiful it barely fits, and there's not enough oxygen for them. I must rush to deliver them, or the fish will lose their value. Lao Zhang, astonished, was taken aback by the sight before him. The truck was filled entirely with fish heads. While they were of a similar variety to those he had caught, they were considerably larger. Most importantly, the sheer quantity was astounding. The truck was indeed brimming with fish. Lost in his thoughts, he heard Lao Su's voice. Haha, today's luck is on my side. Thanks to Dapeng's advice to choose the second son of the Li family's pond. You wouldn't believe it. The second son of the Li family is regretting his decision and insisted I pay the electricity fee. Do I really care about that little amount? I just transferred him an extra 200 yuan. Lao Zhang remained silent. Lao Su continued, But speaking of which, Lao Zhang, didn't you say this pond had a substantial yield? Just how many fish did you catch, and what profit did you make? Lao Zhang, still silent, elicited a sigh of helplessness from Lao Su. All right then, I won't keep you any longer. I need to hurry and deliver these fish. See you later. From Lao Ang's ashen expression, Lao Su discerned that Cao Dapeng's judgment had indeed been correct. The shrimp pond evidently yielded little. Otherwise, with Lao Zhang's boastful nature, he would have been bragging about his haul by now. It appeared that Lao Zhang had likely suffered a significant loss. Disinterested in further conversation with Lao Zhang, Lao Su leapt down from the vehicle, took the driver's seat, and drove the fish truck forward amidst a cacophony of noise. There was no time for pretense. Lingering any longer with Lao Zhang would surely result in the death of the fish, leading to nothing but disappointment. Watching as Lao Su's fish truck gradually faded into the night, Lao Zhang stood frozen for a considerable time before finally grinding his teeth and muttering a curse. Torn between concern for his brother's finances and envy of his brother's success, he had initially thought that suffering a loss alone would be disheartening. However, he had not anticipated Lao Su's extraordinary catch, leaving him feeling even more despondent. In the end, he bore the brunt of the misfortune alone. Lao Zhang, we have searched 3 times already. There is truly nothing left. I even counted river clams for you. Shall we call it quits? A voice from the direction of the shrimp pond interrupted his reverie. The workers shared his frustration. They accepted the labor. But the current predicament was that the pond contained little fish. Continuing the search was nothing short of a waste of time. It could not simply end like this. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, You surely haven't searched meticulously. Perhaps there are still treasures hidden among those seaweeds. I shall accompany you. With that, he discarded his cigarette butt and strode purposefully towards the shrimp pond. Meanwhile, in the shrimp pond of the Li family's second son, following old Su's departure, Cao Dapeng and the others took the opportunity to rest in a chosen spot. Although their buckets could hold quite a bit, it might still prove inadequate. And after such an extended period of labor, a brief respite was of little consequence. Only Cao Dapeng seemed to possess boundless energy, remaining invigorated even after several hours. At that moment, he navigated through a patch of mud and finally came to a halt. Before him, in the diving area, a creature with bluish-green eyes and a body covered in spines watched him warily. Suspended above this creature was a luminous symbol bearing a grand sword. Chapter 65. The evolution of the title chart. Before me floated a peculiar creature, adorned with spines akin to a hedgehog, motionless in the diving zone. Its eyes wide with curiosity fixed upon me. Its back bore a hue of yellow-brown, while its belly contrasted starkly in white. A diminutive mouth occasionally revealed two prominent fangs, rendering it both unattractive and endearingly clumsy. Indeed, this spiky entity, illuminated by the radiance of a grand sword talisman, was none other than the renowned pufferfish, also known as the bubblefish or blowfish. When provoked, its body could inflate to a spherical shape, yet the pufferfish harbors potent toxins. An explosive reaction would render it utterly unusable. Thus, the pufferfish has become a delicacy that many crave yet fear. Cao Dapeng was astonished to encounter such a creature in the shrimp pond. Alas, he had not brought his come-bite-my-hook bait. Otherwise, it would have been a simple task to ensnare this oblivious fish. Nevertheless, Cao Dapeng was undeterred. In the blink of an eye, his swift hands reached out toward the adorable pufferfish. As if struck by lightning, before the pufferfish could muster its indignation, it found itself whisked away by an inexplicable force into another realm. Fortunately, the surrounding water mitigated its anger. With a sigh of relief, Cao Dapeng watched as the pufferfish was secured in a bucket. Capturing such a creature was indeed no trivial feat simultaneously. A luminous talisman inscribed with a grand sword swiftly merged into his being, encircling his wrist before ultimately residing upon his tidal chart. As the tides of the ocean vary each day, Cao Dapeng consistently carried this tidal chart to aid in planning his daily endeavors. Little did he anticipate that this grand sword would become affixed to his timepiece. Boom! In an instant, the tidal chart shimmered with golden light. Cao Dapeng observed that the chart had acquired a golden halo, which, although not part of the physical timepiece, resembled its form. Surrounding this halo were not the markings of time, but rather an array of symbols. Among them were the renminbi, the grand sword, the yin-yang symbol, and handwritten characters. In addition to these, musical notes, arithmetic symbols, and a horse's head symbol, accompanied by an ellipsis, hinted at the presence of numerous new symbols. At the center of the dial, two hands indicated distance and direction. What a remarkable treasure map this was! Witnessing this transformation, Cao Dapeng gasped in astonishment. Previously, his search for unique symbols relied solely on chance. Discovery was fortuitous or futile. For instance, had it not been for Lao Su's assistance today, he would have overlooked the grand sword hidden within the shrimp pond. However, with this evolved compass, the quest for special symbols would henceforth become significantly easier. Rumbling sounds soon echoed from nearby, signaling the return of the fish transport vehicle as Lao Su approached once more. Dapeng, how goes the situation? The voice of old Su echoed from the riverbank. Not bad. I've just caught a pufferfish. A faint smile graced the lips of Cao Dapeng as he held the treasure-seeking compass, his spirits quite elevated. Naturally, such joy was meant to be shared. What? You've got a pufferfish? Exclaimed the onlookers, intrigued by the announcement. It was not long before old Su's delighted voice rang out, drawing others closer. Upon witnessing the pufferfish in Cao Dapeng's bucket, their faces broke into broad smiles. Wealthy individuals had a penchant for such delicacies, despite its toxicity, when prepared correctly. The flesh was remarkably delectable. Amidst laughter, they resumed their treasure hunting. After thoroughly scouring the shrimp pond, old Su finally declared the day's fishing expedition concluded. Come, everyone. You've all worked hard today. He beamed, distributing a pack of cigarettes to each person, along with 1,000 yuan for everyone. Today's harvest was splendid. Thank you all. Originally, each was supposed to receive 600, but with such a bountiful catch, old Su generously rounded it up to 1,000 each. As for Cao Dapeng, he directly transferred 2,000 yuan. Without his guidance, old Su would have likely overlooked such a lucrative pond, let alone earn a profit. Let us go. I've reserved a restaurant in town. Let us indulge in some barbecue. Old Su enthusiastically beckoned the group. With spirits high from their successful day, a celebration was in order. Indeed, today we feast. Old Su's wife chimed in with a grin. Before their outing, she had worried about her husband's gambling tendencies, fearing he might overindulge. Little did she expect that the shrimp pond owned by the Li family's second son would yield such a bounty. Today, they had struck it rich. Thus, the group departed, some driving, others riding motorcycles, after exchanging pleasantries with the disgruntled Li family's second son, taking along their fishing gear and catches. As they passed by old Zhang's shrimp pond, They noticed it was nearly deserted, with only old Zhang still lingering, seemingly reluctant to leave. Hey, old Zhang. It's already noon. Aren't you wrapping up? Old Su couldn't help but shout. Not yet. I'm busy. Old Zhang replied impatiently, his back turned to them. He had heard the sound of the fish truck and even the conversations among Cao Dapeng and his companions. Clearly realizing that old Su had profited immensely while he had come away empty-handed after hours of effort. Suddenly, a dark shadow leaped towards him, squatting beside him to relieve itself before strutting over to Cao Dapeng with a swagger. The sight left old Su and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, Dapeng. Your dog is remarkably astute, isn't it? Can it truly comprehend human language? Old Su gazed incredulously at Cao Dapeng. Earlier in the day, he had wagered with old Zhang, who explicitly stated that if he managed to recoup his losses, he would perform a handstand while consuming excrement. Now, it seemed that Cao Dapeng's dog had directly bestowed upon old Zhang a fresh pile. This dog is truly impressive. Haha, my little black seldom behaves this way. Perhaps today it simply couldn't contain itself, Cao Dapeng chuckled. Just as everyone was laughing, a sudden scream erupted from old Zhang by the shrimp pond, causing him to involuntarily step back. With keen eyes, Cao Dapeng clearly observed that old Zhang's foot had landed squarely upon that pile of dung. Chapter 66. Young man, you wouldn't want to dig for pearls, would you? Ha ha ha. As the old saying goes, misfortune befalls those who are already unfortunate. Old Zhang has truly been beset by calamity. Observing old Zhang's disheveled appearance, old Su, driving the fish canning truck, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Cao Dapeng, who typically maintained a professional demeanor, found himself grinning widely. He simply could not contain his amusement at the antics of his little black companion. Amidst the laughter, old Su led everyone to a barbecue restaurant in town. He instructed his wife to stay behind and attend to Cao Dapeng and the others while he drove off to sell the fish catch from the truck that very night. Boss, start with 2 crates of beer, 30 skewers of beef, 30 skewers of lamb, and let us have some more. Old Su's wife glanced at the menu, methodically placing her orders. Today, with such a bountiful catch, her spirits were high, and since Cao Dapeng and the others had lent a helping hand, she felt it only right to treat them well. 1 charcoal-grilled oyster for each of us. Let us add some stir-fried conch meat after placing a substantial order. She handed the menu to Cao Dapeng, inviting him to select some dishes of his liking. Although it was old Su and his wife's treat, the guests did not wish to be overly presumptuous. Each of them ordered 1 or 2 dishes before handing the menu back to the restaurant staff. Though it was already midnight, the nightlife in this coastal town seemed to be just beginning. The restaurant was not far from the Nampan village dock, where many fishermen, after unloading their catches or completing their labor, would flock to dine, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The barbecue restaurant boasted exceptionally fresh ingredients, sourced directly from recent slaughters of cattle and sheep. Outside, a large array of fish tanks displayed seafood transported from the harbor. Other ingredients had already been skewered and were sizzling on the grill, while oysters and conch required patrons to select them personally. This oyster is quite large. I'll take this one. And this one too. Old Su's wife busily organized the selections with a small net bag. Cao Dapeng, seated on a stool and initially at leisure, suddenly noticed that the tide chart in his hand was emitting a golden glow. Cao Dapeng frowned slightly, only to see the golden dial suddenly come to life with 2 pointers. In the blink of an eye, the pointers abruptly halted. Yet the direction and distance indicated were entirely different from before. One pointer pointed towards the symbol for the renminbi. With a dazzling burst, the symbol illuminated to reveal a value of 18,000 yuan. Astonishingly, the distance indicated was merely 3 meters. As for the other pointer, it directed towards the fish tanks filled with ingredients nearby. Witnessing this spectacle, Cao Dapeng found himself momentarily bewildered. Could it be? This was merely a barbecue restaurant. While some ingredients in the tanks might be pricey, they surely did not amount to 18,000 yuan. What is going on? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow and stood up, making his way directly to the area designated for selecting ingredients. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a rather large phoenix conch in the fish tank displaying sea conchs, prominently adorned with a large RMB symbol hovering above it. Adjacent to it, a value of 18,000 was clearly displayed. It was evident that this was the phoenix conch he sought. Dapeng, what else do you wish to eat? Feel free to choose. Today, we indulge. At that moment, old Su's wife had just selected a sizable emperor conch and, noticing Cao Dapeng's arrival, greeted him warmly. In recent days, she had certainly heard plenty about Cao Dapeng from her husband. Moreover, had it not been for Cao Dapeng's assistance in watching their pond, the couple would not have had such a bountiful harvest. This young man before her had a promising future. Their paths would undoubtedly cross again, and thus she felt inclined to be generous. No, it's not necessary, Cao Dapeng replied, waving his hand and pointing to the phoenix conch. I find the shell of this phoenix conch quite appealing. I wish to purchase it to display. Indeed, that shell is quite beautiful. In the direction of Cao Dapeng's finger. Old Su's wife also noticed the phoenix conch and could not help but nod in agreement. The seaside was abundant with various seashells, and many enjoyed collecting them. Some factories even specialized in acquiring them for crafting artisanal pieces. Surprisingly, this could be quite lucrative, she mused. It was evident that Cao Dapeng was educated, possessing an appreciation for such refined artistry, unlike themselves, who were simple folk, preoccupied with daily necessities. Nonetheless, since he had an affinity for it, she thought, why not gift it to him? After all, to tourists, the phoenix and emperor conchs appeared expensive, but to the locals, they were relatively affordable. Boss, please package this phoenix conch for us. Old Su's wife immediately called out to the owner of the barbecue shop. No, sister-in-law, this is for my personal enjoyment. I will pay for it. Don't worry, I won't be shortchanging you today. Cao Dapeng chuckled heartily, urging the owner to weigh and package the conch. Before Old Su's wife could settle the bill, he promptly transferred the funds for the phoenix conch to the owner. The total was merely 100, a trivial amount. Observing this scene, Old Su's wife couldn't help but nod approvingly. She thought to herself that her husband had good judgment. Cao Dapeng was indeed a commendable individual. Young man, you're not hoping to find a pearl inside it, are you? Just then, a sarcastic voice emerged from a nearby table. The two turned to see a middle-aged man, shirtless, embracing a young woman while mockingly glancing at Cao Dapeng as he enjoyed his barbecue. At this comment, all eyes turned towards Cao Dapeng. Upon seeing the phoenix conch in his plastic bag, laughter erupted around them. Young lad. You can't possibly believe that all phoenix conchs yield pearls, can you? That would be more improbable than winning 1,000,000. Last month, our local customs discovered a queen conch, which contained a pearl valued at over 3 million. It is likely that this individual has come across that news. As you mentioned, it is indeed a queen conch, yet an endangered species. The conch served at this barbecue establishment, however, is merely an ordinary one. Cao Dapeng, I must say, he truly believes that. A conch, no matter how exquisitely the owner prepares the flesh, could never be worth 18,000. And as for artwork, although this shell possesses a certain aesthetic appeal, it hardly justifies such a price. The only conceivable value would stem from the presence of a pearl. Young people must remain grounded and avoid lofty aspirations. If a pearl were to be found within, would I still be here running a barbecue restaurant? At that moment, the owner of the barbecue stand, who was not far away, cast a knowing glance at Cao Dapeng with a smile. Chapter 67. The appearance of the conch pearl shocks all. The owner of the barbecue shop wore a benevolent smile, devoid of any mocking intent. As a villager who had lived by the sea for many years, he had once indulged in dreams of wealth during his youth. He had fantasized about opening conchs and prying open clams, believing that even a single pearl found within could yield a handsome profit. However, as the years passed, he had opened countless conchs and clams, wearing out several knives in the process, only to find nothing but disappointment. Gradually, the barbecue shop owner relinquished his dreams. He concluded that rather than pinning hopes on such elusive treasures, it would be far more pragmatic to sell a few more skewers of grilled delicacies. In his estimation, Cao Dapeng's intention to purchase the conch was clearly to seek a pearl. This thought echoed among the diners surrounding him, who shared similar sentiments. One patron could not restrain himself and jested, "Young man, why not pry it open now and let us witness the spectacle?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, the meat inside the conch could serve as a dish as well. I tell you, if there's a pearl inside that conch, I'll eat excrement upside down." The barbecue shop was abuzz with chatter, and all eyes were suddenly drawn to Cao Dapeng. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, who was embracing a beautiful woman, appeared to possess some status. Having consumed a few bottles of liquor, he could not resist the urge to deride Cao Dapeng further. Bark, bark, bark. It seemed that the small black dog, sitting beside a nearby table, sensed the man's malice towards Cao Dapeng and could not help but rise, barking angrily at him. "Hey, foul mutt." Upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the small black dog, the bare-chested man's expression shifted dramatically. "Shohei." Cao Dapeng waved his hand, signaling the dog to be quiet. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of it all. Were people truly this crude nowadays? Casually jesting about eating excrement upside down? Yet, with everyone's gaze fixated on him, Cao Dapeng realized that if he did not open the conch, he would likely be unable to enjoy his barbecue in peace. "Boss, do you have a knife?" Cao Dapeng turned to the barbecue shop owner. "Dapeng, you can't be serious about opening a pearl, can you?" The shop owner's wife, Old Su, widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Cao Dapeng. She had initially thought he intended to take the conch home as a mere ornament, but now, seeing his earnest demeanor, she wondered if he truly believed there was a pearl inside. This was utterly ludicrous. while pearls could indeed be found in conchs, the probability was significantly lower compared to other mollusks. This was precisely why conch pearls commanded such high prices. For instance, the well-known mellow pearl is harvested from the mellow shell, with a single carat fetching anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands. Yet, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, akin to winning the lottery. This young man, Cao Dapeng, certainly had a bold imagination. Sure, the barbecue shop owner replied with a chuckle, calling out to the staff inside. Come, bring this brother a knife. Who knows, he might actually uncover a magnificent pearl. As his words fell, laughter erupted in front of the barbecue shop. Cao Dapeng, indifferent to the situation, observed as the waiter brought over a fruit knife. He then returned to his seat, holding the phoenix conch in his hand. Dapeng, are you serious? Cao Dapeng blinked in curiosity. Let's just have some fun. Who knows, we might get lucky. Shrugging his shoulders, Cao Dapeng, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding diners, gently inserted the fruit knife into the opening of the phoenix conch and, with a swift motion, struck it against the concrete floor. In an instant, the large conch was split in two, resembling kindling, with a rush of liquid spilling forth. The tender conch meat revealed itself before him. As he carefully extracted the meat with the blade, he was astonished to uncover a delicate, pale pink pearl resting atop one of the conch halves. My goodness, there truly is a pearl, Cao Dapeng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. What? There is really one inside. This is a fortune. No way could I be this lucky. As the small pearl was picked up by Cao Dapeng, the diners around them widened their eyes in disbelief, with several even rising from their seats. The burly man, who had been embracing a beautiful woman, loosened his grip around her waist and hurried over to Cao Dapeng's side, his mouth agape at the sight of the pearl. Though not as exquisite as a major gem, this pearl was far superior to an ordinary one. This is a sea conch pearl. A specimen of this size could easily fetch 20,000. Darling, I want that. The man's girlfriend, who had been intently watching Cao Dapeng open the conch, tugged at his arm, playfully demanding attention. Hold on, Xiaomei, do you know how much that pearl is worth? The man snapped, shaking her off. This is a sea conch pearl. It could sell for at least 20,000. 20,000? Xiaomei's eyes widened at the mention of such a price. Her gaze clearly filled with desire. The surrounding diners looked at Cao Dapeng with a mix of envy and disbelief. They had come to enjoy a barbecue, spending hundreds for a lively experience, while Cao Dapeng had merely spent 100 on a phoenix conch, only to unearth a pearl valued at 20,000. The disparity between people was stark. Good heavens, I've been opening shells for years and never encountered such fortune, while this fellow strikes gold. The barbecue shop owner stood frozen in shock, lamenting the loss of a 20,000 yuan phoenix conch snatched away by another. The pain was palpable. Who could understand? 20,000, my goodness. How much fish would Lao Su have to catch to earn that amount? Meanwhile, Lao Su's wife gazed at Cao Dapeng, equally dumbfounded. Their family had labored for years, earning only meager wages. Today, fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to secure a modest profit with great effort. That should suffice, right? Yet, what transpired next? Cao Dapeng casually purchased a phoenix snail and stumbled upon a treasure worth 20,000 yuan. A significant gain. This young man. Might I acquire that pearl from you? I offer 22,000. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from a distance. As the crowd turned to investigate, they beheld a resplendently dressed young woman striding gracefully towards them in high heels. Could it be that this is Jiang Wanqing, the proprietor of Wang Heilu? Someone recognized her and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Wanqing approached Cao Dapeng, her enchanting eyes fixating on the delicate pinkish-white pearl in his hand. Chapter 68. Expenditures escalated. Jiang Wanqing's beautiful eyes quivered slightly, as time seemed to rewind a decade. Back then, her fiancé gifted her a similar sea conch pearl. Their wedding date had been set, but tragically, he perished at sea during a storm and never returned. Memories, like smoke, faded away. Jiang Wanqing thought all was lost to the winds of time. Yet today, in this modest barbecue shop, she encountered a delicate pinkish-white sea conch pearl. 22,000, will you sell it? Jiang Wanqing withdrew her gaze and turned back to Cao Dapeng. I'm afraid. Cao Dapeng's expression turned somewhat awkward. He had initially intended to present this small treasure to Lu Qingyu as a token of gratitude for assisting him with a significant loan of over 200,000. After all, the pearl was worth merely 18,000, already deposited into his bank account. To him, it was no more than an ordinary pearl. However, before Cao Dapeng could complete his thought, Jiang Wanqing interjected, 30,000. I truly adore this pearl. Well, if that's the case, 30,000 it is. Cao Dapeng nodded, promptly retrieving his phone to add the beautiful shop owner on WeChat. One must be adaptable in life. He could express his gratitude to Lu Qingyu another day. Originally valued at only 18,000, selling the pearl for 30,000 meant an immediate gain of 48,000. Nearly sufficient to repay Lu Qingyu. Furthermore, from Jiang Wanqing's gaze, filled with stories and longing, Cao Dapeng sensed her genuine desire for the pearl. Thank you. In a matter of moments, before the astonished crowd, Jiang Wanqing transferred 30,000 to Cao Dapeng, taking the pinkish-white sea conch pearl from his hands. Amidst a chorus of shock, she gracefully exited the barbecue shop in her high heels. Goodness, that pearl is worth at most 20,000. Yet Boss Jiang spent 30,000 on it. This is what it means to be wealthy. What is exorbitant for us is mere pocket change for her. Truly deserving of being the owner of Wang Heilu. As Jiang Wanqing departed, the vast barbecue shop erupted in exclamations. Subsequently, the patrons cast envious glances at Cao Dapeng, tinged with jealousy. To stumble upon a pearl while enjoying barbecue, and to effortlessly sell it for 30,000, who wouldn't feel a pang of envy? The most frustrated of all was the shop owner. Moments ago, he had lectured Cao Dapeng about the importance of humility and hard work. After years of digging up clams and conchs without finding a single pearl, he was on the verge of acquiring one, only to have it snatched away by Cao Dapeng. 30,000. That could sustain his barbecue shop for over a month. What a grievous loss. Yet, in the next moment, the shop owner thought he had misheard. The previously shirtless man approached him and exclaimed, "Boss, how much for these sea conchs? I'll take 3 to have a look." The barbecue restaurant owner, taken aback by the sudden surge of interest from the patrons, soon found himself surrounded by eager customers. "Boss, give me 2 phoenix conchs," one exclaimed. "Don't just stand there, I want 3 phoenix conchs. Open them for me." Another shouted. "What? No phoenix conchs left? The emperor conch will suffice. Bring me 2. In an instant, nearly all the customers in the barbecue joint had risen to their feet, clamoring to purchase the sea conchs available. Clearly, they believed that since Cao Dapeng had uncovered pearls worth 30,000 from the phoenix conchs, perhaps fortune would smile upon them as well. The restaurant owner, initially hesitant, was struck dumb. What if there were pearls among the conchs? That could lead to his fortune. However, the enthusiasm of the customers was overwhelming, leaving him little time to refuse as they began to gather the conchs themselves with small nets. The owner shook his head in disbelief. Typically, these conchs took days to sell, yet within mere minutes, they were snatched up entirely. The customers, fearing he might change his mind, took it upon themselves to collect, weigh, and even transfer the payments without needing a single prompt from the owner. "Alas, I shall just continue being a humble barbecue restaurant owner," he sighed, grabbing his knife to begin opening the sea conchs and shells for the eager patrons. With a swift motion, he expertly wielded his knife, honed over years of practice, slicing through the conchs and shells with precision. Each time he opened one, the customers surged forward, meticulously searching for treasures within. Unfortunately, not everyone possessed the same fortune as Cao Dapeng. As the last conch was split open, revealing nothing, a collective sigh of disappointment filled the air. "I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. What a waste of $200. One lamented. "No way, this meat can't go to waste, boss. Please stir-fry the conch meat for me." While the patrons had initially approached the situation with a sense of adventurous curiosity, they were left disheartened by the empty results. In hopes of salvaging the experience, they decided to repurpose the conch meat into a dish. The restaurant owner, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of conch meat, wondered how long it would take to prepare it all. He swore that in all his years of operation, his signature dish of stir-fried conch with pickled bamboo shoots had never been in such demand. Little did he realize that this surge in popularity would arise in such an unexpected manner. With a bittersweet smile, the owner resigned himself to the task at hand, tearfully accepting the customer's orders and preparing to stir-fry the conch meat in a flurry of activity. Before long, plates of stir-fried sea conch with sour bamboo shoots and perilla appeared before each guest. As they gazed upon the fragrant conch meat, their eyes inevitably drifted towards Cao Dapeng, and a collective sigh echoed among them. Alas, while others profited 30,000 from selling conch, they found themselves only able to afford a single plate for their own enjoyment. With a resounding clap, the owner of the barbecue restaurant personally delivered a platter of grilled fish to the table of Cao Dapeng and his companions. "Boss, we didn't order this dish," old Su's wife remarked, blinking in confusion at the restaurant owner, wiping the sweat from his brow with a white towel draped around his neck. The owner grinned and replied, "This young man is my lucky star. Consider this dish a gift from me. Please enjoy." With that, he returned to his station. Had it not been for Cao Dapeng discovering pearls within those sea conchs, the owner might not have enjoyed such a lucrative day. Although he did not earn as handsomely as Cao Dapeng, the barbecue restaurant owner certainly benefited from the good fortune and felt compelled to express his gratitude. What a sumptuous feast. Thus, when old Su drove back to the barbecue restaurant, he was greeted by a table brimming with delectable offerings. Particularly, upon seeing the large platter of grilled fish at the center, his gaze involuntarily shifted to his wife, and he mused inwardly, this woman, usually so frugal, has suddenly become so generous today. This expenditure seems rather extravagant. Chapter 69. Is Jiang Wanqing in distress? Old Sue, you're back. Sit down indeed. The boss has treated us to a platter of grilled fish, exclaimed Old Sue's wife, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing her husband return. Grilled fish. Is there really such a delightful occurrence in this world? Could it be that they are trying to clear out expired ingredients at a discount? Old Sue blinked in astonishment, feeling as though he were in a dream throughout the day. Earlier, with Cao Dapeng's assistance, he had made a handsome profit from shrimp farming, and now, to top it all off, the boss had gifted them such a generous dish. Had the Mazu goddess, whom he had worshipped for so many years, finally granted him favor? Why had all this good fortune converged upon this very day? Upon hearing this, everyone at the table burst into laughter, leaving Old Sue perplexed. As if he had missed some crucial moment, his wife gestured towards the surrounding tables. Just look at what they are all eating. Huh? Old Sue furrowed his brow, following the direction of his wife's finger, only to find that almost every table at the barbecue restaurant was adorned with a plate of pickled bamboo shoots and perilla stir-fried conch. Could it be that the pickled bamboo shoots and perilla stir-fried conch were the signature dishes of this establishment? That seemed improbable. He had dined here numerous times, and this dish was hardly ever ordered by the locals living by the sea. What was going on? Old Sue, just now, Dapeng purchased a phoenix conch, and guess what? His wife stifled a smile at her husband's bewildered expression. Dapeng opened it and found a pearl worth 30,000. Old Sue's eyes widened in shock, his speech faltering. What? A 30,000 pearl? His wife nodded, her face beaming with pride, as if she were more elated than if she had found the pearl herself. Indeed, the owner of Wang Hailu bought it for 30,000 right on the spot. Everyone witnessed it and then cleared out all the conch and clam dishes from the barbecue restaurant. Otherwise, why would everyone be feasting on stir-fried conch? The diners around them felt a sting of embarrassment, their spirits dampened by the blatant mockery in such an open display. Old Sue, on the other hand, thought to himself. After a long day of hard work, he had barely made a profit of less than 20,000 from his shrimp farming endeavors. Meanwhile, in a mere moment, Cao Dapeng had acquired a pearl valued at 30,000. How astonishing was that? Old Sue surveyed the surroundings again. Indeed, every table was graced with a plate of pickled bamboo shoots and stir-fried conch, and the guests wore peculiar expressions. Clearly, his wife had spoken the truth. Dapeng, you truly are brimming with luck. Old Sue's gaze shifted back to Cao Dapeng, hastily raising a glass of beer to fill for him. Come, Dapeng. Let me toast to you. Let us collaborate earnestly. Who knows, we may prosper together. A stroke of good fortune once or twice may be ascribed to chance. But in Cao Dapeng, he saw an abundance of fortuitous blessings. This was no mere coincidence, it was a testament to his prowess. Lao Su firmly believed that by continuing his collaboration with Cao Dapeng, he would undoubtedly bask in the glow of shared success. What luck we have today. If we encounter any challenges in the future, we shall tackle them together. Cao Dapeng responded with a modest smile, exuding an air of humility. However, Lao Su was a seasoned veteran in this region, well acquainted with the bountiful shrimp ponds and the best coastal foraging spots, possessing an intimate knowledge of the land. Should he persist in his partnership with Lao Su and explore more shrimp ponds, he might just stumble upon catches adorned with unique symbols. After hours of diligent foraging, the group found themselves famished, indulging in a hearty meal for an entire hour before finally returning to their respective homes. Reclining comfortably on his bed, Cao Dapeng opened his bank account, marveling at the fruits of his labor. His savings had swelled to 240,000, drawing him nearer to settling his debt with Lu Qingyu. Nonetheless, Cao Dapeng was not one to relish the idea of being in debt. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to transfer 100,000 to Lu Qingyu. She had extended her helping hand during his most challenging times. If he possessed the means to repay even a portion of his debt now, it was only fitting to do so. The remaining 150,000 could wait until he had accumulated enough savings to settle it more comfortably. Ding! Almost immediately, Lu Qingyu's WeChat notification lit up. Lu Qingyu, what? You sent me so much money, are you planning to live off nothing? Lu Qingyu, just take it back for now. I'm not in need of money. At that moment, Lu Qingyu had just finished a long day at work, shedding her clothes to luxuriate in her bath, savoring a glass of red wine when she noticed the substantial transfer from Cao Dapeng. To her, 100,000 was a trifling sum. Yet she recognized the significance it held for someone like Cao Dapeng, who had grown up in a fishing village. How had he managed to amass such wealth in such a short span? As she pondered this, she was met with a message from her so-called savior, who reassured her. Rest assured, I made a small fortune today. I'm returning a portion of what I owe, and I still have liquid assets. This won't interfere with our business. Almost instantly, he sent a cheerful goodnight sticker. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but wonder if their relationship was merely that of business partners. After a moment of hesitation, She typed out a lengthy response, but ultimately deleted it all, settling for a simple, "Congratulations. If you strike it rich, don't forget to take me along. It's getting late. You should rest. I'm enjoying a bath. Good night." Accompanying her message was a delightful, endearing good night sticker. Regrettably, after waiting several minutes, Lu Qingyu received no further reply from him. What a straightforward man. She huffed before turning her attention to Douyin, scrolling through short videos. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng, having concluded his conversation with Lu Qingyu, began browsing his WeChat moments. Years after graduation, his former classmates had largely ceased to post updates, and as he scrolled through, he found a plethora of advertisements. Yet, a red dot on his moments beckoned his attention, and he couldn't resist clicking it. As Cao Dapeng pulled down, a dynamic post leaped before his eyes. It was a post from Jiang Wanqing, the owner of Wang Heilu. Jiang Wanqing had shared two photographs. One depicted the moonlight cascading upon the ocean waves, with a pair of feet visible beneath the water's surface. The other showcased a delicate pink pearl cradled in her hands, the very shell pearl she had purchased for herself. Accompanying the two images was a poignant caption, "My dear, come accompany me to chase the waves once more." Cao Dapeng, perplexed, recalled overhearing a plethora of gossip about Jiang Wanqing, the beautiful restaurant owner, during dinner. It was said that her fiancé had encountered a tragic accident at sea before their marriage. Since then, Jiang Wanqing had been deeply affected and had not remarried. Now, having spent 30,000 to acquire her own pearl, she ventured alone to the seaside at night, sharing such a melancholic message. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing was contemplating despair? Chapter 70. Accompanying sister Jiang Wanqing to the sea, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brows, enlarging the photograph sent by Jiang Wanqing. Upon careful scrutiny of the rocky formations within the image, he swiftly discerned that Jiang Wanqing must be situated near the mangroves at the juncture of Hongshu Village and Nan'an Village, a location he had noted during his last excursion to catch seafood. With this realization, Cao Dapeng wasted no time, hastily dismounting from his bed and mounting his motorcycle, making a beeline towards the mangroves. Upon nearing the vicinity, he indeed spotted a white BMW parked along the outer road, precisely the vehicle belonging to Jiang Wanqing from their barbecue outing. Cao Dapeng halted his motorcycle and promptly made his way towards the sea, scanning the surroundings. He soon observed a graceful figure leisurely traversing the shallow waters. One hand held a bucket while the other grasped a seafood clamp, occasionally bending down as if meticulously searching for something. Goodness, he initially thought she might be contemplating a reckless act in the dead of night, but it turned out she had come here to forage for seafood. Cao Dapeng shook his head in resignation, secretly relieved. Indeed, overthinking can lead one astray. On his journey, his mind had conjured numerous scenarios, even envisioning administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, yet he had never anticipated Jiang Wanqing would be shellfishing. "You are Cao Dapeng?" Just as he prepared to turn and depart, Jiang Wanqing's voice resonated from nearby. The beautiful proprietor was gazing at him with a curious expression, dressed in a black dress. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping her figure in a pristine halo, bestowing upon her an ethereal quality. Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved. "What a coincidence. I came here to enjoy the breeze, and you are here too, Boss Jiang." As he spoke, he removed his shoes, padding barefoot towards Jiang Wanqing. Since he had already arrived, leaving abruptly seemed rather impolite. Thus, he decided to be a bit bolder. "Yes, I came to catch some crabs. Look, I've gathered quite a few." Jiang Wanqing appeared in high spirits, eagerly sharing her bounty with Cao Dapeng by offering him the bucket. Earlier at the barbecue restaurant, after purchasing the conch pearl from him, for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to visit the seaside. Initially feeling somewhat downcast, her mood had lifted considerably upon discovering several crabs. As she usually busied herself with business and had few genuine friends, encountering Cao Dapeng again felt serendipitous, prompting her to engage in amiable conversation. "Two hermit crabs and a rock crab, impressive, Boss Jiang," Cao Dapeng remarked, glancing into the bucket and giving her a thumbs up. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the water, creating ripples that disturbed the surface. Cao Dapeng's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, reaching out with his right hand to seize the silhouette beneath the water. In the next moment, as his hand emerged from the water, a writhing eel was caught within his grasp. What remarkable skill! Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and she regarded Cao Dapeng with a newfound curiosity. "Cao Dapeng, I never anticipated you possessed such prowess in fishing. Do you often venture to the sea?" Eels are not easily captured. Even when held, an inexperienced person can easily lose their grip. From Cao Dapeng's technique, Jiang Wanqing discerned that this man before her was likely quite adept at fishing. "Indeed, I have been relying on fishing for income lately," Cao Dapeng shrugged, casually tossing the eel into Jiang Wanqing's bucket. "Here you go, Boss Jiang." Is that appropriate?" Jiang Wanqing expressed mild surprise, gazing at Cao Dapeng. Do you realize this eel is worth at least 300 yuan? As a restaurant owner, she understood well the delicacy of eel meat, particularly favored by men for its nourishing properties, making it highly sought after. The market price ranges from 150 to 200 yuan per pound, and this particular eel likely weighed at least a pound. Cao Dapeng was merely a villager from the vicinity. How could he simply give away such a valuable catch? It is merely an eel, a stroke of fate for us to know each other. Besides, Boss Jiang, you purchased my pearls at a high price today. Gifting you a 300 yuan eel is trivial. Cao Dapeng waved his hand with a smile. After all, Jiang Wanqing had just spent 30,000 yuan on his pearls. Offering a 300 yuan eel seemed insignificant in comparison. It's simply a gesture of friendship. Very well, I shall accept this eel. Jiang Wanqing was not one to be overly sentimental, smiling as she nodded. However, I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. She looked at Cao Dapeng and said, I heard you mention that you frequently fish. Instead of selling your catch to others, why not sell directly to my restaurant, Wanghelu? My prices will surely exceed those of the fishmongers. What do you think? Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. Although her acquaintance with Cao Dapeng was brief, her intuition told her that this man was trustworthy, prompting her desire to collaborate with him. After all, Wanghelu required a substantial amount of fish daily from fishermen. Whether sourced from others or from Cao Dapeng, it made little difference. Then I would indeed be profiting. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for opening a path to wealth. Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng beamed. Typically, when he fished with Afu, the catch varied, and selling to nearby fishmongers merely covered costs. However, selling directly to Wanghelu would yield significantly higher profits over time. No need to call me Boss Jiang all the time. Jiang Wanqing shot a playful glare at Cao Dapeng. I sense a connection between us, and considering I am a few years your senior, you may call me Sister Wanqing. Cao Dapeng readily complied. All right, Sister Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing shook the bucket in her hand, her smile broadening. Very well, I accept you as my younger brother. Since there is still time, would you like to accompany me to the sea once more? Although it was entertaining for someone to gather shellfish by the sea, it felt rather solitary. At this moment, with Cao Dapeng, an expert in this endeavor, Jiang Wanqing's enthusiasm surged. She was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Well, since I can't sleep, let's take a stroll over there. Suddenly adopting a wealthy woman as her sister, Cao Dapeng felt quite elated, though regrettably, he had brought no equipment today. Nevertheless, his skills were commendable. Casting his gaze over the shallow waters, he led Jiang Wanqing towards the areas abundant with fish. Since they were to indulge in this adventure, they would do so wholeheartedly. Nothing brings more joy than the thrill of gathering shellfish by the shore. Chapter 71. The Allure of Musical Notes. Wow, what a colossal octopus. Dapeng, please help me catch it. This way, this way. So many little crabs, let us get them into the bucket. I'll catch this little fish. Cao Dapeng, accompanied by Jiang Wanqing, ventured into the shallow waters teeming with fish. As they filled their bucket with one catch after another, the usually aloof beauty, Jiang Wanqing, transformed into an adorable little girl, gleefully wielding a shellfish catcher. Joy is indeed contagious. Observing Jiang Wanqing's delight, Cao Dapeng felt an inexplicable happiness swell within him. Together, they managed to capture several significant catches, much to Jiang Wanqing's exhilaration. The expansive beach echoed with her melodious laughter. Oh, what is this, a conch? Before long, they arrived at a rocky area, where Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she spotted a sizable conch nestled between two stones. Sister, let me. Upon seeing the conch, Cao Dapeng's eyes widened with excitement. Above it, he noticed a new symbol. Indeed, a musical note was suspended above the conch, a sight he had never witnessed before. Cao Dapeng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the tidal evolution chart on his wrist, and he saw the pointer indicating the musical note. He had been so engrossed in playing with Jiang Wanqing that he almost missed out on a fortune. With a swift motion, Cao Dapeng bent down and shifted one of the stones aside, revealing the conch in his palm. Simultaneously, the musical note above the conch transformed into a stream of light and entered his body, swirling through his meridians before settling between his lips and teeth. A musical note? What purpose does this serve? Cao Dapeng blinked in bewilderment. In his previous life, he was tone-deaf and had often been ridiculed by his ex-girlfriend, and his past memories seemed devoid of any musical talent. Regrettably, his mind offered no hints. Lost in thought, he heard Jiang Wanqing's disappointed murmur nearby. Conchs are 100 yuan per pound, yet this one is devoid of flesh. It's a dead shell. Cao Dapeng snapped back to reality, realizing Jiang Wanqing had taken the conch from him. It was empty, evidently a shell that had been lifeless for some time. However, perhaps due to its collision with the stones, a small opening had formed at the tip, rendering it a natural musical instrument. Sister, don't throw it away. Everything in existence has its value. As Jiang Wanqing prepared to toss the conch back into the sea, Cao Dapeng quickly intervened. He blinked and took the conch from her grasp, bringing it to his lips and gently blowing into it. As his breath flowed, a cascade of enchanting notes emerged from the conch. How lovely! Jiang Wanqing, standing nearby, observed with wide, curious eyes that sparkled with intrigue. Then, she fell silent, standing still as she attentively listened to the personalized melody crafted by Cao Dapeng. The sound of the conch, though imbued with a subtle melancholy, took on a melodious quality under the skilled breath of Cao Dapeng, particularly beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight. The performance of such a melody added an unexpected touch of romance. Jiang Wanqing found herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the serene ambience was shattered by a cacophony from the sea. Both Jiang Wanqing and Cao Dapeng quickly shifted their attention toward the water, where a surprising array of fish had materialized from the previously empty depths. Stone crabs, flower crabs, and three-eyed crabs scuttled about, claws raised in a spirited dance. Adding to the spectacle, schools of flatfish emerged from the shallows, while numerous shrimp waved their antennae, meandering through the water. Even the starfish swayed gracefully with the gentle ripples, exuding an enchanting rhythm. This vibrant display of marine life seemed to come alive, as if dancing in joyous celebration. My goodness, they are absolutely adorable, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly wielded her beachcombing tongs, diving into the task of collecting the bounty. Hurry, Dapeng, lend me a hand. All right, sis, Cao Dapeng replied with a resigned smile. He realized that the lively crabs and shrimp were likely drawn to the captivating notes he had played. Remarkably, the skill bestowed by those musical notes was rather refined. Playing a simple tune not only dispelled worries but also attracted such an abundance of fish, far surpassing the efficacy of previous tools. Without any gear, Cao Dapeng bent down to assist Jiang Wanqing in gathering their catch. In the inky darkness of the night, with the sea breeze caressing the moonlit shore, the siblings diligently collected their haul for a full 20 minutes, finally filling Jiang Wanqing's modest bucket to the brim. She had initially come just for fun, never anticipating that, accompanied by Cao Dapeng, she would end up with an overflowing bucket of treasures. Dapeng, you truly are a lucky star, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, her face radiating joy. Through their earlier conversation, she had learned that a significant portion of the recent fish purchases in town had been sourced by Cao Dapeng. Today's beachcombing had revealed just how fortunate he was. Well then, Dapeng, I'll be expecting your delivery tomorrow. After meandering along the shoreline for a while longer, the time grew late and fatigue set in. Jiang Wanqing and Cao Dapeng decided to conclude their day at the beach. As they parted ways, Jiang Wanqing rolled down the window of her BMW, leaning out with a smile directed at Cao Dapeng, reminding him not to forget the delivery the next day. She was curious to see what kind of treasures the fortunate Cao Dapeng would bring her after such a fruitful outing. No problem, sis. See you tomorrow, and drive safely. Cao Dapeng waved goodbye until her BMW vanished into the night, after which he mounted his motorcycle and returned home. Although a mishap occurred late at night, it did not result in any casualties. Instead, it opened up a new sales channel, and Cao Dapeng emerged with a bountiful harvest. Brother, rise and shine. Today you must help me with the fish traps. Xiang has gone out to sea, and I cannot manage it alone. Early the next morning, Cao Dapeng was roused from his blissful dreams of gold coins by the voice of Afu. Ever since Cao Dapeng took on the responsibility of delivering barnacles to the city, the task of collecting the fish traps had been entrusted to Afu. However, during the past few days, Huang Jiaxiang, who had been idling at home, had also lent a significant hand. Now that Xiang was out at sea fishing, handling the 5 traps and bringing such a substantial catch ashore alone proved to be quite a daunting task. Chapter 72, a touch of encouragement for the fishing gear. All right. Cao Dapeng responded enthusiastically, and in a sudden burst of energy, he sprang upright from his bed. After a simple breakfast, he set off towards the seaside alongside Fu. Huang Jiaxiang, having parted ways with them the previous night, had only managed a few hours of sleep before embarking on a fishing expedition at dawn. However, despite Huang Jiaxiang heading out to sea, the small boat they had originally used remained with Fu. Cao Dapeng and Fu soon arrived at the small islet where they had previously set their traps. My goodness, brother, we have had an explosive catch for an entire week, Fu exclaimed in amazement, pulling one of the traps and witnessing the lively fish within. For a fisherman along the shore, sporadic bountiful catches are not uncommon, yet to have a week of consistent success, returning each time with full nets, was truly remarkable. Moreover, in addition to the 5 traps set by Cao Dapeng, he had emulated a xiang by placing 2 traps nearby, which also yielded a considerable catch. How peculiar. When fortune smiles, who can resist its embrace? Fu, it seems this year is destined for us to prosper. Let us not dawdle, let us get to work. Cao Dapeng chuckled while patting Fu's shoulder, secretly thinking that this was merely the beginning. With the saying the trap is my home, and all are fond of it, he mused that not only a week but even a year of trapping would result in daily bountiful returns. However, Cao Dapeng astutely noted that the majority of the catch consisted of eels. Little did he know that the presence of these 5 special traps had been a source of discomfort for the local fish. Various species vied to enter, but many, too large to fit, were forced to retreat in frustration. The smaller fish, yearning to enter, had to compete not only in strength but also in speed, resulting in a fierce struggle for entry. Ultimately, only the eels remained, for their slender bodies allowed them easy passage into the traps. Moreover, eels were notoriously aggressive, often resorting to formidable displays of their jaws to fend off other fish. In this relentless cycle of self-sacrifice, even Cao Dapeng found himself in awe. Together with a Fu, they swiftly emptied the catches from several traps into their water bucket. Cao Dapeng's 5 traps yielded primarily eels, while the other ordinary traps provided a fair amount of shrimp and crabs. With a sudden splash, as Cao Dapeng was collecting the eels, he unexpectedly discovered a floating golden emblem. Upon gently touching it, the emblem seamlessly merged into his being. As the prompt flashed in his mind, Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with immense joy shortly thereafter. This enhancement skill was remarkable. Did it not imply that the previously acquired fishing gear, such as the fortunate sea crab trap, could be replicated daily? Not to mention, if the quantity of the current traps continued to increase, the volume of fish he could harvest each day would be significantly substantial. With this thought, Cao Dapeng became thoroughly exhilarated. Meanwhile, Ah Fu was still marveling at the work. Containing his excitement, Cao Dapeng categorized the fish caught in the traps and placed them into buckets, then returned the emptied traps to the sea. After completing these tasks, he departed from the small island reef with Ah Fu, intending to sell this batch of fish to settle debts. Brother, shouldn't we sell over there? However, as they reached the shore and saw Cao Dapeng carrying the water bucket, yet not heading towards the fishmongers, Ah Fu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah Fu, from now on, we shall sell our catch directly to Wang Heilu, not to these fishmongers. Cao Dapeng replied with a nonchalant shrug and a faint smile. The same catch could fetch several hundred more at Wang Heilu. Why should he let these middlemen profit off the difference? Wang Heilu, the same place where Boss Jiang spent 30,000 on your pearls yesterday? Upon hearing this, Ah Fu's mouth fell open in astonishment, his gaze fixed incredulously on Cao Dapeng. Soon after, admiration filled Ah Fu's eyes. Truly, his leader, Cao Dapeng, was remarkable. Not only had he sold 30,000 worth of pearls yesterday, but he had also managed to establish a connection with Wang Heilu, thereby opening a new market. Could it be that Boss Jiang also harbored affection for his esteemed brother? Ah Fu scratched his head, thinking to himself that indeed, Brother Dapeng was quite popular with the ladies. Nevertheless, he was too indifferent to ponder further. One thing was certain. Following Cao Dapeng meant a feast was guaranteed. Thus, the two mounted their motorcycle, transporting the fresh catch straight to Wang Heilu in town. Meanwhile, at Wang Heilu, since the inception of the seafood restaurant, Jiang Wanqing had developed a habit of conducting a thorough inspection of the establishment each morning. Only by ensuring each aspect was under her control could she operate with peace of mind in the evening. However, upon reaching the storeroom, she discovered Manager Zhang, responsible for procurement, standing there with a furrowed brow. Upon noticing Jiang Wanqing's arrival, Manager Zhang quickly approached her with urgency. President Jiang, we have a serious issue, he exclaimed, his expression fraught with concern. Today, when I went to procure fish, I found that all the eels had been purchased by the people from Guanlan Pavilion. They are attempting to monopolize the market, leaving us with a stock shortage. What? At this news, Jiang Wanqing's countenance darkened. Guanlan Pavilion was a newly opened seafood restaurant in town, directly competing with Wang Heilu in every aspect. The dragon eel and eel noodle salad were Wang Heilu's signature dishes, which sold out almost every night. Presently, the Guanlan Pavilion has monopolized all the sea eels, evidently aiming to tarnish the reputation of their competitors at Wang Heilu. Manager Zhang, before darkness descends, please take another stroll to the nearby village and see if you can procure some sea eels from the villagers. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow and addressed Manager Zhang. However, he shook his head persistently, stating, I have already inquired with each and every one, yet the situation remains perplexing. They claim that recently, acquiring sea eels has become increasingly challenging. Jiang Wanqing continued, sea eels typically inhabit shallow waters, residing within the crevices of rocky reefs, making their capture significantly arduous. Establishments like Wang Heilu and Guanlan Pavilion generally procure sea eels from local fishermen, with their daily purchases being quite limited. In some respects, it is far more difficult than collecting barnacles. If the local fishermen are unable to supply sea eels, then Wang Heilu will undoubtedly face a grave predicament. At that moment, a breathless waiter rushed over, exclaiming, General Jiang, there is someone outside named Cao Dapeng, who claims he wishes to sell you his catch. Chapter 73, Boss. Bring me a plate of eel. Upon hearing the name Cao Dapeng, Jiang Wanqing, who had been wearing a frown, felt her brow gradually unfurl. and a faint smile began to grace her lips. The previous evening, the two had spent time by the seaside, managing to catch a considerable amount of fish. Moreover, she vividly recalled Cao Dapeng's adeptness at capturing eels. She could not help but wonder if the younger brother she had recently acknowledged had managed to procure some eels today. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. For reasons unknown, she held the belief that Cao Dapeng would bring her good fortune. Much like the previous night, President Jiang, we have nearly exhausted our fish acquisition for today. If we continue to stock up, we may struggle to sell everything. Unless it's eels, we truly have no shortage of other fish. Manager Zhang, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows slightly at the mention of someone seeking Jiang Wanqing to sell fish. He was responsible for procurement at Wang Heilu, and if others, like Cao Dapeng, bypassed him to supply the establishment, it would disrupt the established order. Never mind, let us first see what he has to offer. Jiang Wanqing cast a casual glance at Manager Zhang before leading two attendants toward the back door of Wang Heilu. The establishment boasted two entrances. The front welcomed guests, while the back provided direct access to the storerooms and kitchen, primarily used for transporting fish. Over the years, the air had become saturated with the pungent scent of fish. Enduring the unpleasant aroma, Jiang Wanqing soon arrived at the back door, where she found Cao Dapeng and his companion, both waiting patiently with 4 buckets in tow. Sister Wanqing, today we caught quite a few eels in the traps. Take a look at their quality. Upon seeing Jiang Wanqing, Cao Dapeng eagerly presented the bounty he had brought, lifting the catch before her. Eels? So many? Jiang Wanqing's mouth fell agape at the sight of a full bucket of eels, her eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. The market had been nearly stripped bare of eels by the time of her arrival, and she had been fretting over how to manage that evening's needs. Yet, unexpectedly, Cao Dapeng had delivered such a splendid surprise. Eels were quite costly, and the substantial quantity before her was more than sufficient to meet Wang Heilu's demands for the night. Cao Dapeng, you are indeed my timely rein, if it were not for the presence of others. Jiang Wanqing would have been tempted to envelop Cao Dapeng in a warm embrace. I might have overdone it a bit. Sister Wanqing, if you find it too much, take whatever you need. I can sell the rest elsewhere. Cao Dapeng, misunderstanding her excitement, assumed he had brought in excess. After all, eels were a luxury not everyone could afford, and it was understandable that others might not purchase such a large quantity. Siblings are siblings, but business is business, and must remain separate. Such a delightful catch, how could I possibly complain? Jiang Wanqing, sensing Cao Dapeng's misinterpretation, quickly reassured him with a smile. What we need most at Wang Heilu is eels. Take as many as you have. I desire all these eels, priced at 230 per pound. What do you think of the price? Typically, eels in the market range from 150 to 200 per pound, but today, owing to the significant assistance from Cao Dapeng, Jiang Wanqing has directly raised the price to 230 per pound. 230. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang, standing nearby, couldn't help but slightly change his expression, his gaze shifting between Jiang Wanqing and Cao Dapeng. Although it is understandable for Cao Dapeng to raise the price slightly for the sake of maintaining a long-term partnership, 230 seems excessively high, does it not? What is the true relationship between Cao Dapeng and Jiang Wanqing? Why has he been calling her sister when I have never seen them together before? Nevertheless, with such a substantial supply of eels, they need not worry about selling them at Wang Heilu tonight. Very well, I will heed your words, sister. Cao Dapeng grinned, gesturing toward the other catches. Sister, look at these. I want them all. Jiang Wanqing waved her hand, interrupting him before he could finish. I will take all these catches, Dapeng. You have truly helped me immensely today. She then instructed Manager Zhang to call someone over to weigh and settle the payment. The total for the eels amounted to 50 pounds, calculated at 230 each, resulting in a total of 11,500 yuan. Adding the other catches in the barrels, Cao Dapeng remarkably earned 15,000 yuan in one go. If he manages to collect the traps well, it could prove just as lucrative as the pit profits. What delighted both Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu even more was Jiang Wanqing's next statement. Dapeng, from now on, we will take all the eels you have at Wang Heilu. At this price. All right, sister, then I shall see you tomorrow. Cao Dapeng waved goodbye to Jiang Wanqing, his smile radiant as he rode off on his motorcycle with the beaming Ah Fu towards Hongshu village. Watching Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu depart, Jiang Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the abundance of eels before her. Wang Heilu was safe tonight. Manager Zhang, Cao Dapeng is my brother. From now on, when he comes, regardless of the catch, you are to purchase it at today's price. Do you understand? Jiang Wanqing turned to Manager Zhang, ensuring clarity to avoid any misunderstandings in her absence. Yes, President Jiang. Manager Zhang replied awkwardly, nodding vigorously. After a long day of anxiety, having only acquired a few pounds of eels, he could hardly argue when Jiang Wanqing, with a single effort, secured 50 pounds. The day passed swiftly. As night fell, the front of Wang Hele grew lively. Zhao Guanlan parked his car, hands behind his back, leisurely strolling into the establishment, observing the bustling scene at the various tables. A cold smirk crept onto Zhao Guanlan's lips. This coastal town, having just begun to develop its tourism industry, offered limited market opportunities for mid to high-end restaurants like Wang Hele and Guanlan Pavilion. In order for Guanlan Pavilion to thrive, it must either eliminate or acquire Wang Hele. Otherwise, it would struggle to establish itself in the area. After a period of contemplation, Zhao Guanlan decided to approach the matter by focusing on the dish of eel, gradually undermining the reputation of Wang Hele. In doing so, their establishment, Guanlan Pavilion, would become the most popular restaurant in the vicinity. With the eventual development of tourism in the area, Guanlan Pavilion would reap even greater profits. Welcome. Here is our menu. Please place your orders, sir. Zhao Guanlan, accompanied by the waiter, chose a prominent seat. As he glanced at the menu presented by the waiter, he waved his hand dismissively and stated, "I have a penchant for eel. Bring me a bowl of eel shreds with noodles and a plate of dragon eel. I require nothing else." Chuckling to himself, he recalled how he had purchased all the eels available in the nearby market that very morning. Now, he was curious to see what Wang Hele would serve as dragon eel in the absence of eels. After all, the signature dish of Wang Hele was the dragon eel. Without it, how could they possibly compete with Guanlan Pavilion? Chapter 74, Delicious and Nutritious. Zhao Guanlan is impressed. Zhao Guanlan cast a playful glance at the waiter, anticipating a reply of apology, stating that the long dragon eel was sold out at Wang Hele. He imagined himself engaging in a debate, questioning how it could possibly be sold out when the establishment had only just opened its doors. However, much to his surprise, the waiter approached him with a smile, saying, "Sir, we have upgraded our menu. The long dragon eel is now available in both a basic version and an upgraded version. Which one would you prefer? Basic and upgraded versions? What does that mean?" Zhao Guanlan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The waiter explained, "The basic version is our original signature dish. The upgraded version features premium sea eels, each weighing a pound, offering a superior taste and enhanced benefits." Curious, Zhao Guanlan inquired about the prices of both versions. The waiter replied, "Currently, the basic version is priced at 666, while the upgraded version is 999. What do you think, sir?" Zhao Guanlan couldn't help but scoff. He had assumed Wang Hele was introducing some novel concept, but it turned out to be merely a classification based on the weight of the eels. To him, this was nothing more than a ruse concocted by Jiang Wanjing to disguise the shortage of eels at Wang Hele. He imagined that the basic version consisted of inferior 2 or 3-ounce specimens, while the price hike of the upgraded version to 999 would undoubtedly deter many potential buyers, thus obscuring the reality that there were few eels available. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Zhao Guanlan declared, "Then I shall sample the upgraded version. Bring me a plate of the long dragon eel." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." The waiter nodded and swiftly made his way to the kitchen. In the meantime, Zhao Guanlan surveyed his surroundings once more, noticing that many tables did indeed lack the long dragon eel dish. Though some patrons were enjoying eel stir-fried noodles, it appeared that few were indulging in them. Further confirming his suspicions, Wang Hele was out of sea eels today. "Sir, here is the eel stir-fried noodles you ordered. Enjoy." Just then, a waiter arrived at a nearby table, presenting a bowl of eel stir-fried noodles. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Guanlan couldn't help but frown slightly, for he noticed that the portion of eel strips in the bowl was quite generous. As he observed, the customer at that table picked up their chopsticks, gave the noodles a cursory stir, and began to eat. With just one bite of the noodles intermingled with eel strips, the man exclaimed in delight, as expected of Wang Hele. "These eel noodles are truly delectable." Initially preoccupied with his phone while eating, he soon became engrossed in the dish, slurping it down with gusto. Within 2 minutes, the entire bowl of eel noodles had been devoured. Zhao Guanlan thought to himself, "Goodness, it's just a bowl of eel noodles. Is it really necessary to eat so extravagantly?" It's as if he were a starving ghost returned to life. Zhao Guanlan's throat twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but swallow. The customer beside him was relishing his meal so much that Zhao felt a pang of hunger himself. "Sir, your eel noodles have arrived." At that moment, the waiter returned, carrying a bowl of noodles. The preparation of eel noodles is not particularly complicated, and the service is swift. In no time at all, the dish was ready. Zhao Guanlan redirected his gaze, taking a moment to examine the bowl of eel noodles before him. To his astonishment, the quantity of eel strips in his bowl was not noticeably diminished. In fact, it seemed to exceed what he typically received at Guanlan Pavilion. Hadn't the purchasing manager informed him that all the eels in the market had been completely bought out? How was it that the portions at Wang Hele were still so generous? Lost in thought, A delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils, prompting Zhao to swallow once more, momentarily forgetting the unsavory thoughts swirling in his mind. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Once he took that first bite, he found himself unable to stop. In fact, his manner of eating became even more exaggerated than the customer before him. Within a mere minute, he had polished off the entire bowl of eel noodles. Delicious. It was truly exquisite. Not only was the meat succulent and flavorful, but the warmth and vitality it brought to his body was an experience he had never encountered before. This was Zhao Guanlan's first visit to Wang Heilu, and he had not anticipated that such a simple dish of eel noodles could be prepared so exquisitely. No wonder his own establishment struggled to attract customers. It seemed that the culinary skills at Wang Heilu were indeed exceptional. For a moment, Zhao even contemplated the idea of enticing Wang Heilu's chef to join his own restaurant. After a while, the upgraded dish of dragon eel that he had ordered was brought to him by the waiter. As he glanced at the platter, his eyes widened in surprise. There, in the large dish, lay 3 eels, coiled like dragons into 3 circular formations. As someone in the restaurant business, he could immediately tell that the 3 eels weighed over a pound each. 3 pounds of eel would typically fetch only 600 or 700 yuan in the market. Yet Wang Heilu was selling it for an astonishing 999 yuan, indeed a lucrative profit. However, something felt amiss. Hadn't it been stated that Wang Heilu did not offer eels? How could they serve eel noodles and also provide such substantial eels? What was going on? Had he simply arrived too early? At that moment, Zhao Guanlan's mind was filled with questions, and he even suspected that his purchasing manager had deceived him. Yet, as the steam rose from the dish, he dismissed those thoughts and picked up his chopsticks to eat. The firm, flavorful meat and the rich aroma instantly captivated his palate. The experience of the dragon eel surpassed that of the eel noodles he had just enjoyed, even in Zhao Guanlan's subconscious. He felt that the dish priced at 999 was not expensive at all. Rather, it was quite a bargain. Burp. It was unclear how much time had passed. But with an involuntary and satisfied belch, Zhao Guanlan's meal finally came to an end. Oh, isn't that General Zhao? What brings you to our Wang Heilu establishment? Just then, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking, a graceful figure appeared before Zhao Guanlan. At that moment, he felt as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. Wishing fervently to find a crevice to hide in, it was undeniably embarrassing. General Jiang, what a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Guanlan dabbed his mouth with a napkin and forced himself to maintain an air of composure as he looked towards Jiang Wanqing. Chapter 75. The Superior Dragon Eel. Sister plans to raise the price. It is often said that rivals are one's greatest enemies. Those who are most unwilling to see your success are frequently your competitors. This is particularly true in the restaurant business, where a careless visit to a rival's establishment is akin to an open challenge. However, Zhao Guanlan found himself in an awkward position today. He had intended to witness the downfall of Wang Heilu, only to discover that he was the one who ended up as the fool, contrary to his expectations. Wang Heilu's dragon eel was not only in stock but of an even higher quality than before. At this moment, he finally understood why his own establishment, Guanlan Pavilion, was perpetually overshadowed by Wang Heilu. The flavor was truly exceptional. Rising to his feet, Zhao Guanlan smiled and remarked, I have long heard of Wang Heilu's unparalleled dragon eel. As a food enthusiast, I simply could not resist the temptation to sample it today. I must say, Boss Jiang, your dragon eel is indeed remarkable. He even gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Is that so? Then I must extend my gratitude for your compliments, Mr. Zhao. Jiang Wanqing responded with her arms crossed. Her gaze towards Zhao Guanlan, laced with playful mockery. If the earlier shortage of eel was merely coincidental, then Zhao Guanlan's presence here was certainly not by chance. It was evident that he was scheming behind the scenes. Had it not been for Cao Dapeng's timely delivery of fresh dragon eels, she would have been at a loss on how to deal with Zhao Guanlan. Fortunately, all ended well. Jiang Wanqing blinked, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mirth. Since Mr. Zhao enjoys our Wang Heilu's eel, I hope you will come by more often to support my business. Zhao Guanlan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded vigorously, of course. He proceeded to settle his bill, eager to leave. After suffering such humiliation today, he truly wished to return to Guanlan Pavilion and have a serious discussion with Manager Qian about what had transpired. Hold on. Just as Zhao Guanlan was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Miss Jiang, is there something you need? Zhao Guanlan furrowed his brow, looking back at Jiang Wanqing with confusion. Yet, Jiang Wanqing simply smiled, casually retrieving a pack of tissues from the counter and handing it to Zhao Guanlan. Mr. Zhao, wipe your nosebleed. As business people, we must maintain our integrity and not indulge excessively. My dragon eel is not just any ordinary dish, but if one's constitution is too weak, it becomes difficult to benefit from such nourishment. You should take care of your health. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, drew the attention of many in the restaurant, who now regarded Zhao Guanlan with knowing glances. Zhao Guanlan, taken aback, instinctively touched his nose, only to find his fingers smeared with blood. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the dragon eel that he hadn't even noticed the blood flowing from his nose. Looking at the blood on his fingers, he felt utterly humiliated. It was already embarrassing enough to have his plans thwarted. Now, to have a nosebleed while dining at someone else's restaurant was simply mortifying. Thank you for your concern, Miss Jiang. I must be feeling unwell. Zhao Guanlan hurriedly snatched the pack of tissues from Jiang Wanqing's hands, cleaning up the blood from his nose while hastily striding out. In the distance, he could faintly hear the mocking laughter of the customers. How amusing it was that someone could bleed from the nose just from eating eel. It seemed he had frequented massage parlors too often and was now in a state of depletion. Hilarious. The esteemed general manager Zhao from Guanlan Pavilion has even come to Wanghalu for eel. It appears the eels here are indeed delectable. Wait staff, bring me a plate as well. Goodness, does it work that well? I must give it a try. Boss, bring me a plate of the dragon eel. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhao Guanlan nearly stumbled down the steps. Damn it, not only did he fail to expose Wanghalu's shortcomings, but he inadvertently provided them with free advertising. What a colossal loss. Qian, just wait, I won't let you off easily. Zhao Guanlan's teeth ground in frustration. He was tempted to call manager Qian and demand an explanation. Yet, at that moment, he felt a surge of agitation and a fiery discomfort brewing in his lower abdomen. Sigh. Zhao Guanlan exhaled deeply, hesitating briefly before turning and entering a nearby massage parlor. Having indulged in too much eel, his temper was quite flared, and he needed a means to cool off. Although Zhao Guanlan's mishap tarnished his own image, it undeniably served as a robust advertisement for Wanghalu's dragon eel. As Zhao Guanlan departed, a considerable number of customers in Wanghalu indeed ordered the dragon eel. This scene astonished even Jiang Wanqing. She was well aware of her own restaurant's signature dish. While it was delicious, it was hardly so exquisite as to induce nosebleeds, nor so delightful that diners would lose themselves in applause. Yet, the peculiar events of today were undeniably strange. Not only did Zhao Guanlan suffer a nosebleed from the eel, but nearly everyone who ordered the eel noodles or dragon eel in the restaurant was singing its praises. Consequently, when Jiang Wanqing checked Mate 1, she found an influx of positive reviews. Blinking in surprise, she couldn't resist having the kitchen prepare a bowl of eel noodles for herself. After quickly finishing the bowl before her, she finally understood the customers' reactions. It was delectable, simply irresistible. The chef in the kitchen was still the same seasoned master, and his culinary skills had evidently remained unchanged. The remarkable taste of the eel noodles could only be attributed to one reason. The batch provided by Cao Dapeng was of a significantly superior quality compared to the previous supply. Even the small eels weighing merely a couple of taels were delightful, let alone the hefty dragon eel weighing a pound. Brother, are you asleep? Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath and promptly dialed Cao Dapeng's number. At that moment, Cao Dapeng was lounging in bed, bored as he scrolled through short videos. After returning from Wanghalu, he had delivered the barnacles collected from the villagers to the city, and after a series of errands, it was already quite late when he returned home. Taking advantage of his free time, Cao Dapeng successfully added an extra fish trap, utilizing the opportunity presented by the fishing gear enhancement. Just past midnight, he unhesitatingly set up yet another trap. Now, he possessed 7 traps, allowing him not only to harvest from the original small reef, but also to experiment with placing traps in other locations. However, Cao Dapeng was taken aback when Jiang Wanqing called him at such a late hour. What's up, sister? He casually inquired. Nothing much, Jiang Wanqing replied with a smile. Her lips pursed. The sea eels you provided received tremendous feedback from customers. I tasted them myself, and they are significantly better than before. By the way, do you know the owner of Guanlan Pavilion? Jiang Wanqing was not typically talkative, but today's thrilling experience compelled her to share every detail with Cao Dapeng, recounting the entire sequence of events in an enthusiastic strain. Such remarkable results? Cao Dapeng listened in astonishment. He never anticipated that the eels he supplied would exhibit such a pronounced difference in taste and nutritional benefits. Could it be due to the fish traps? He pondered, glancing at the newly added everyone loves it fish trap. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. After an animated conversation, Jiang Wanqing, in high spirits, told Cao Dapeng, continue supplying me tomorrow. I've decided to raise the price by 30 yuan on top of the original amount. Make sure to deliver. Initially, she intended to increase it by 20 yuan, but since 250 sounded unappealing, she opted to raise it directly to 260. With the quality of the eels being so exceptional, she believed it would not be long before the news spread among customers, and prices for the panlong eel could be raised again. Chapter 76, General Jiang, I no longer wish to continue 261 pounds. This time, I have struck it rich. Upon hearing this price, Cao Dapeng was elated for quite some time before finally drifting off to sleep. With just a few of his traps, he could effortlessly catch 30 to 50 pounds of eels each day. This meant he could rake in 7 to over 10,000 a day. And even after sharing a portion with a foo, he would still pocket several thousand with ease. The best part was that all he needed to do was set the traps and return the next day to collect his catch, incurring virtually no cost whatsoever. This venture was truly a no-risk, high-reward endeavor. In the following days, Cao Dapeng focused on enhancing his various traps, steadily increasing their number from 5 to 12 through a series of incremental improvements. Additionally, he and a foo scouted 2 more reef locations, rich in eels, where they successfully deployed 4 more traps. As a result of this expansion, the yield of eels rose from 30 to 80 pounds. Unfortunately, even with so many traps, the limited supply of eels in the vicinity meant he could not expect more. Nevertheless, Zhang Wanxing was more than willing to purchase all the eels provided by Cao Dapeng at the agreed price of 261 per pound, settling the payment immediately. After several days of observation, she had ascertained that the eels Cao Dapeng supplied were of exceptional quality, predominantly weighing around a pound each. Even during the Golden Week of National Day, while she raised the price of her upgraded panlong eel from 999 to 1,299, customers continued to flock to her establishment, with many returning patrons eagerly requesting this signature dish. Whenever diners encountered others also indulging in the panlong eel, even if strangers, they would share knowing smiles, a camaraderie understood only by those who have savored its extraordinary effects. To put it plainly, men who partake find it irresistible, while women experience the same allure. If both men and women indulge, it could lead to an overwhelming scenario, one that their beds might struggle to accommodate. As a successful gentleman, who could possibly resist such temptation? In stark contrast, the nearby Guanlan Pavilion was failing to attract similar acclaim. Manager Qian, are you merely idling away? Zhao Guanlan summoned the procurement manager, Qian, and unleashed a torrent of criticism. I instructed you to procure premium eels, yet what you have brought me is nothing but rubbish. Each weighs a mere 2 or 3 taels. How am I to price these? Hoping to capitalize on the influx of patrons during the National Day holidays and seeing the price hike at Wanghelu, Zhao Guanlan had also made a slight increase. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. While tourists enjoyed the panlong eel at Wanghelu, those dining at Guanlan Pavilion were met with dissatisfaction and complaints. In the mere span of 3 days, Zhao Guanlan discovered that his restaurant's Meituan review page had accumulated over 100 identical negative reviews. Despite his efforts to have the charming customer service representatives contact each dissatisfied patron individually, the customers remained obstinate in refusing to retract their critiques. In truth, the panlong eel at Guanlan Pavilion was not lacking in flavor or quality. Previously, such intense feedback had not been encountered. The current surge in negative reviews was solely attributable to the exceptional taste and quality of the panlong eel at Wanghelu. Many patrons flocked there out of admiration, only to find themselves confronted with overwhelming crowds. After enduring a lengthy wait, they discovered that the eel was completely sold out and, in desperation, were compelled to seek alternatives at the relatively comparable Guanlan Pavilion. Comparison breeds discontent. Having tasted the panlong eel at Wanghelu, the experience at Guanlan Pavilion felt like the heavens and the earth. The price points of the 2 establishments were quite similar, which only served to exacerbate the patrons' frustrations. Zhao Guanlan, filled with indignation, redirected his ire towards Manager Qian. Manager Qian, looking quite aggrieved, implored, Zhao, I too desire a hefty sea eel. I've already raised the price to 220, but the fishermen can only deliver eels weighing a mere 5 taels at best, with most being merely 2 to 3 taels. I am at a loss. Zhao Guanlan. Manager Qian blinked and added, Zhao, could it be that our panlong eel is inferior not due to the quality of our eels, but rather because our culinary skills do not match those of Wanghelu? Zhao Guanlan. This audacious fellow was indeed speaking the truth. After sampling the panlong eel at Wanghelu, he had requested several revisions from his chefs, yet they could not replicate that elusive flavor. Furthermore, in certain aspects, the efficacy was undeniably lacking compared to Wanghelu's. A sense of suspicion crept into his mind. Could it be that the panlong eel at Wanghelu contained some undisclosed medicinal herbs? If memory served correctly, the chef at Wanghelu was from his hometown, was he not? With a narrowed gaze, Zhao Guanlan turned to Manager Qian and coldly declared, if you can entice this master chef to join our ranks before the National Day celebrations conclude, not only will I overlook your previous shortcomings, but I shall also grant you a 10% raise. A chef is the heart of a restaurant. If he could successfully lure the chef from Wanghelu, Zhao Guanlan would have no cause for concern regarding customer traffic or profitability. All right, I shall endeavor to do so. Manager Qian responded, his expression brightening as schemes began to form in his mind. On the fourth day of the National Day holiday, early in the morning, Cao Dapeng and a food diligently gathered the traps they had set, hauling a large bucket of sea eels to the back entrance of Wanghelu. Originally, Cao Dapeng had intended to take his niece, Ran, to the city for some holiday fun. However, reflecting on the bustling crowds typical of holiday tourism, coupled with the frenetic pace at Wanghelu, he reluctantly abandoned that plan. Sister Wanqing, all the fish we caught today are right here. Please take a look, he said, grinning at Jiang Wanqing, who had personally come to greet him. I trust your goods implicitly. Jiang Wanqing, without casting a glance at the fish catch in the bucket, instructed manager Zhang to weigh it and calculate the payment. Her beautiful eyes, however, were fixated on Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, you've worked hard during this period. Once the National Day festivities conclude, I shall treat you to a meal. Thanks to Cao Dapeng's assistance, not only had the conspiracy at Guanlan Pavilion been deftly resolved, but they had also successfully elevated the reputation of their Wanghelu's long dragon eel during the holiday. After this busy spell, she felt compelled to reward this fortunate younger brother appropriately. President Jiang. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. President Jiang, I apologize, but I wish to resign and take a few days off. At that moment, Chef Lu Yuliang of Wanghelu, dressed in casual attire and patting his ample belly, earnestly presented his resignation to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing? Manager Zhang? Cao Dapeng? Chapter 77, The Temporary Stand-In. Cao Dapeng Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brows in confusion, directing her gaze towards Lu Yuyang. Master Lu, has something happened at home? Lu Yuyang scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. It's nothing really. I've just been feeling a bit under the weather lately and thought I might take a break to visit the hospital for a checkup. Jiang Wanqing looked intently at Lu Yuyang. I truly apologize, Master Lu. I understand your need for rest, but the Wanghelu is currently in a bustling period and cannot afford your absence. How about this? You assist me for 3 more days. And once the National Day festivities conclude, you can go for a thorough examination at the hospital. I will cover all your medical expenses. What do you think? Lu Yuyang felt quite uncomfortable under Jiang Wanqing's scrutiny, his gaze flickering. President Jiang, please don't be so polite. Just let me go. I've already made an appointment with the hospital. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, he said no more and departed from Wanghelu without hesitation. To become a chef, one must possess a health certificate, and the benefits at Wanghelu are quite commendable, offering employees free annual health checkups. Lu Yuyang had no significant health issues, merely a touch of fatty liver. His sudden departure was entirely due to the irresistible offer from Guanlan Pavilion. Manager Qian, a fellow villager, had stated that at Guanlan Pavilion, the minimum monthly salary would be 30,000, and with commendable performance, there would be additional quarterly bonuses. Lu Yuyang, not particularly young anymore, felt that remaining at Wanghelu would lead to stagnation. However, seizing this opportunity to switch jobs could significantly enhance his earnings. Currently, the Panlong eel was immensely popular. If he didn't make the move now, future opportunities could vanish. Moreover, Manager Qian was a compatriot if he joined Guanlan Pavilion. With Qian handling procurement and himself managing the kitchen, there would be ample chances for additional income. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuyang resolutely submitted his resignation to Jiang Wanqing. He hastily left Wanghelu, took a turn, and glanced back to see that Jiang Wanqing had not pursued him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and stride towards the nearby Guanlan Pavilion. Guanlan Pavilion beckoned to him, promising the chance to showcase his culinary prowess with the Panlong eel. Today, he must impress the owner to secure the position of head chef. Back at Wanghelu, Manager Zhang, watching Lu Yuyang depart, anxiously turned to Jiang Wanqing. President Jiang, the Panlong eel relies entirely on Chef Lu's expertise. Guests come specifically for our Panlong eel. Now that Chef Lu has left, what are we to do? You ask me, and I ask whom? Jiang Wanqing crossed her arms, her expression filled with irritation. She sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. Lu Yuyang had worked at Wanghelu for 3 years. She believed she had treated him fairly. Yet, now, during the busiest time of the National Day holiday, he chose to abandon his post. Wasn't he this akin to pushing money away? Furthermore, at this moment, every restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the chefs were overwhelmed. Where could she possibly find another chef to fill in? Sister Wanqing, how about this? I am quite proficient at cooking, so I can cover for you for 3 days. During this time, you should find a skilled chef, and once you do, I will gracefully step aside. What do you think? Cao Dapeng shrugged, offering a helpless smile. He was a soft-hearted individual, and seeing Sister Jiang Wanqing as Wanghelu in trouble, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Moreover, he and Jiang Wanqing were partners. If issues arose at Wanghelu, it would adversely affect the price of his eels. Brother, don't be foolish. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Cao Dapeng, her expression tinged with a bitter smile. I appreciate your good intentions, but the clientele at Wanghelu is exceedingly discerning. The price of the long dragon eel is quite high. They cannot be easily satisfied. Her words were already quite gentle. A dish costing over 1,000 yuan must be exquisite in taste, aroma, and presentation. Any deficiency would render it unworthy of serving. Thus, a professional chef was essential. No matter how well Cao Dapeng could cook, in her eyes, he remained an amateur and would not meet the demands of Wang Heilu. Whether it works or not can only be determined through trial. Sister Wanqing, have you yet to taste my culinary skills? I happen to have some free time today, so allow me to showcase my talent. Cao Dapeng was unfazed. He had fresh eels on hand. He selected a few prime specimens and, under manager Zhang's guidance, proceeded to the kitchen of Wang Heilu. Cao Dapeng was already a familiar face at Wang Heilu. Everyone was aware of his good rapport with Jiang Wanqing, and no one dared to stop him. General Jiang, what do you think? Is this acceptable? Manager Zhang looked at Cao Dapeng entering the kitchen and then at Jiang Wanqing. His expression fraught with helplessness. Well, Dapeng is merely trying to assist me. Besides, we cannot find a chef at the moment. Let him have a go. Seeing Cao Dapeng's determination, Jiang Wanqing had no choice but to nod in agreement. With the grand opening of Wang Heilu just hours away and no suitable chef in sight, they could only gamble on this uncertain option. If Cao Dapeng failed to prepare the long dragon eel, she would have to forego that dish. In Jiang Wanqing's view, the essence of business lay in reputation. If they could not produce the desired flavor, it would be better not to serve the dish at all. Never compromising on customer satisfaction was the reason Wang Heilu had thrived for so many years. What is that delightful aroma? How exquisite it smells. However, it wasn't long before an enchanting fragrance wafted from the kitchen, causing Jiang Wanqing and manager Zhang, standing at the kitchen entrance, to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Regardless of Cao Dapeng's culinary skills, the mere scent was enough to make one's mouth water. Jiang Wanqing and manager Zhang exchanged glances, sensing the hope reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that Cao Dapeng's artistry could indeed help them navigate this crisis? Come, Sister Wanqing, manager Zhang. My long dragon eel is ready. Please, do indulge. While they were momentarily lost in thought, Cao Dapeng emerged from the kitchen, proudly presenting the long dragon eel before them. The moment Jiang Wanqing's gaze fell upon the dish on the table, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Within the circular basin, the three lively eels, moments ago writhing with vigor, have now undergone a magnificent transformation into a dragon, majestically coiling in place. The segments of eel form the dragon's body, intricately entwined, while the head, crafted from the eel's flesh, stands prominently at the center, seemingly howling at the heavens. Surrounding the sinuous dragon is a creamy broth, complemented by accompaniments fashioned into rocks, creating an impression of a dragon lurking in the depths, poised to ascend to the skies. The entire presentation is vividly lifelike, with vibrant hues as though a dragon has truly materialized before one's eyes. This arrangement is nothing short of a masterpiece. Jiang Wanqing gazed in disbelief at Cao Dapeng, astonished to discover that her acquaintance, this younger brother by adoption, possessed such remarkable culinary artistry. Chapter 78, Mr. Zhao, just watch. The freshwater eel, when placed directly in a hot oil pan, curls up rapidly into a dragon-like shape due to the high temperature, hence it is referred to as panlong eel. In contrast, the marine eel is more delectable when steamed or braised, and it also makes for a nourishing soup. Jiang Wanqing gazed in a daze for a while before finally picking up her chopsticks and placing a piece of eel into her mouth. Its texture resembled that of a turtle, though it was somewhat less chewy, offering a smooth and exquisite taste that left her wanting more after just one bite. Dapeng, tell me the truth, did you graduate from New Oriental? This is incredibly delicious, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, savoring several more pieces before turning to Cao Dapeng. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, manager Zhang, who stood by, could no longer contain himself after she finished and eagerly grabbed his chopsticks to indulge, nodding repeatedly in praise. This flavor is simply extraordinary, far superior to what Master Lu prepares. Seeing the two of them gazing in amazement at Cao Dapeng, a Fu, standing nearby, wore a proud expression. Of course, my brother Dapeng's skills surpass those of any chef. Cao Dapeng shrugged modestly, saying, not really. To be honest, I'm a foodie myself. I often experiment with culinary delights in my free time. After doing it for a while, one naturally improves. Self-taught and exceptionally talented. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled, and she gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Dapeng, I believe your culinary skills are more than sufficient for you to become the head chef at my restaurant, Wang Heilu. You could be my partner. What do you say? Jiang Wanqing could see that this younger brother of hers possessed great talents and was not lacking in opportunities to earn a living. However, whether it was fishing or foraging, such endeavors were inherently unstable. If he could join her in running a restaurant, Wang Heilu might reach new heights. Not really. Cao Dapeng spread his hands in a gesture of reluctance. Doing it occasionally is enjoyable, but I cannot bear the thought of working in a kitchen filled with smoke every day. I'm quite laid back by nature. I'll help you out for 3 days. But you need to find a reliable chef soon. As for the panlong eel, if you find it satisfactory, I can teach him how to prepare it. If Cao Dapeng desired stability, he would have sought work in the city long ago rather than lingering in Hongshu village. Besides, he earned a fair amount from fishing and foraging on the beach, enjoying the freedom of time. He had no desire to become a round-bellied chef inhaling greasy fumes day in and day out. All right then, you can cover for me for now. I need to find a dependable chef. Jiang Wanqing replied with a helpless smile, ultimately agreeing with Cao Dapeng's suggestion. Regardless, with Cao Dapeng's culinary expertise, Wang Heilu should be able to withstand the onslaught during the final 3 days of the National Day holiday. Thus, she found herself indebted to Cao Dapeng once again. Cao Dapeng casually retrieved a set of car keys from his pocket and tossed them to Aftu, saying, Afuel. The task of transporting the barnacles has now been entrusted to you. Although Wang Heilu primarily operates in the evenings, we are currently in the peak season. After a day's work, one is left quite exhausted. If I were to deliver goods to Lu Qingyu during the day, I would truly become a beast of burden. Sure thing, bro. You can count on me. Afu replied with a smile as he accepted the keys. He had long desired to drive the pickup truck that Lu Qingyu had gifted to Cao Dapeng, and now he finally had the opportunity, much to his delight. Meanwhile, within the confines of Guanlan Pavilion, under the introduction of Manager Qian, Liu Yang had arrived at the kitchen and met Zhao Guanlan. Master Liu, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here. Zhao Guanlan greeted him warmly, shaking his hand. I have sampled your culinary skills. That dish of dragon eel is indeed exceptional. With you at Guanlan Pavilion, we have gained a significant advantage. Rest assured, with our sincere collaboration, we can further enhance our revenue. You flatter me, General Zhao. Liu Yuliang replied, his heart soaring with joy. He had not anticipated such courtesy from the esteemed owner of Guanlan Pavilion. Dragon eel is my specialty. You can be assured that with my presence, Guanlan Pavilion will flourish. Liu Yuliang declared confidently. That sounds splendid. Zhao Guanlan exclaimed with delight. However, he then led Liu Yuliang to the storeroom, pointing to the eels in the water barrels, and expressed his concern, Master Liu, our stock is here. But they are somewhat small. Do you think this will affect the taste? Even though he had instructed Manager Qian to raise the price by 10 yuan. The weight of the eels had not significantly increased. The heaviest ones weighed only 5 to 6 taels, while most were still in the 2 to 3 tael range. Liu Yuliang glanced at the eels in the barrels and reassured him. Do not worry, General Zhao. The delectable dragon eel at Wang Heilu is not solely due to the size of the eels. It is primarily due to my exclusive secret recipe, with my unique formula. Even these smaller eels will still be delicious. Hearing this, Zhao Guanlan's worries were finally put to rest. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. He smiled and said to Liu Yuliang, Master Liu, you will have plenty to do this evening. Since we still have some time, how about we head next door for a massage to rejuvenate ourselves? Liu Yuliang was a valuable asset, one whom Zhao Guanlan had hired at great expense. The success of Guanlan Pavilion during the upcoming National Day festivities hinged on this individual. Therefore, Zhao Guanlan was determined to treat Liu Yuliang with utmost care. Only by securing his presence could they hope to surpass Wang Heilu. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed, Liu Yuliang replied. His spirits lifted at the mention of a massage. After feigning a refusal once, he allowed Zhao Guanlan and Manager Qian to lead him into an upscale massage establishment next door. As dusk gradually descended, Liu Yuliang finally emerged from the massage parlor. Donning a chef's attire with an air of seriousness, he addressed the nearby sous chefs, urging them to commence their tasks. Today marked his inaugural day at Guanlan Pavilion, and he was determined to showcase his culinary prowess to command the entire kitchen and meet Zhao Guanlan's expectations. With the waitstaff presenting the customer's orders, Liu's gaze fell upon a dish of dragon eel. With a grand gesture, he directed the sous chefs to place the prepared eels into the pot, initiating the cooking process. Under his meticulous guidance, a plate of steamed dragon eel and black bean sauce soon appeared at the window between the kitchen and the dining area. I'll take it. Initially, the waitstaff intended to serve the dish, but Zhao Guanlan, seated not far away, swiftly took the initiative and personally carried the dragon eel to the ordering customer. The dish before him, albeit slightly smaller in size, mirrored the one he had previously enjoyed at Wang Heilu. He was eager to observe the patron's reactions to the meal. Chapter 79. Master Liu, have you not performed well? Sir, this is our newly hired chef's specialty, the dragon eel. Please enjoy. Zhao Guanzhong personally presented the dish to the customer, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. All right, thank you. The customer nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, noticing Zhao Guanzhong standing motionless beside him, seemingly in no hurry to leave, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Is there something else you need? He mused silently. The service at Guanzhong Pavilion is quite commendable, The individual before me appears to be the owner, personally serving the dish. Yet, how can I dine peacefully with you standing there, staring at me? Oh, nothing else. Please enjoy. Zhao Guanzhong, eager to witness the customer's dining experience, realized that his presence was inappropriate. He offered a wry smile and stepped back, but chose a discreet spot to observe the first customer's culinary journey. He watched as the customer picked up his chopsticks and began to sample the dragon eel. Eating meticulously and steadily, the customer's facial expressions remained unchanged throughout the experience. This sight caused Zhao Guanzhong to frown deeply. He had savored Lu Yuyang's dragon eel before, and it was nothing short of extraordinary. In his eyes, even the most refined aristocrats would devour this dish with gusto. Yet, this customer appeared far less animated than he had envisioned. Could it be that he was expressionless? Puzzled, Zhao Guanzhong continued to watch until the customer finished the meal, scanned the payment code, and departed from Guanzhong Pavilion. Ding! Suddenly, Zhao Guanzhong's phone vibrated. A notification popped up on Mate 1 Review. Upon opening it, his expression darkened instantly. An ID named Cousin Who Likes His Cousin had given Guanzhong Pavilion a 1-star review. The comment read, "Dear friends, be sure to check the reviews before ordering. The eel here is mediocre and not worth the price. Caution is advised." Zhao Guanzhong. He had anticipated that after bringing Lu Yuyang over from Wang Heilu at a premium price, customers would be impressed by the dragon eel and that any negative reviews on Mate 1 would soon be overshadowed by 5-star ratings. To his dismay, he never expected to receive another negative review. This is impossible. The dragon eel prepared by Lu Yuyang was undeniably exquisite. How could it possibly merit a poor review? What on earth was happening? While Zhao Guanzhong was lost in thought, complaints arose from nearby customers. Fortunately, I ordered the eel noodles. The taste is no better than that of a roadside eatery, and perhaps even less enjoyable. Ah, indeed, one should not eat while traveling. I feel like I've paid for a torment. What an absolute disgrace at Guanlan Pavilion. For 1,000 yuan, they served me this rubbish. Don't even mention a pound. This eel doesn't even weigh 8 taels. Such a scam. At this moment, many patrons who ordered eel noodles and panlong eel began to voice their grievances. As a newly established restaurant, Guanlan Pavilion boasted a far more upscale decor compared to Wang Heilu. Some diners came from online orders, while others were merely attempting to find a table after being turned away from Wang Heilu, expecting that such lavish furnishings would guarantee delightful cuisine. To their dismay, the taste was rather mediocre. Observing the frowns of departing guests, Zhao Guanlan felt increasingly restless. If it were just a couple of negative reviews, it could be attributed to personal taste. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, with so many patrons expressing disappointment and even lamenting the steep prices, the situation became quite serious. "Master Lu, I'm hungry. Please serve me a portion of panlong eel," Zhao Guanlan declared as he made his way to the kitchen, directly addressing Lu Yuyang. He had to personally sample the dish to discern where the issue lay. "Certainly, Mr. Zhao. Please hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly," Lu Yuyang responded, his pride swelling upon seeing Zhao Guanlan personally place an order. "Look at that. Our culinary skills are so impressive that even someone of Mr. Zhao's stature is tempted." With that, Lu Yuyang rolled up his sleeves and beckoned his assistants to continue cooking. Before long, he personally served his signature dish to Zhao Guanlan. "Mr. Zhao, enjoy your meal." Lu Yuyang smiled warmly. "Thank you, Master Lu, for your hard work." Zhao Guanlan nodded, though his reaction lacked the enthusiasm of earlier. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and tasted the dish. However, as soon as the eel touched his palate, he froze. While it was indeed sea eel, the texture bore no resemblance to what he had savored the previous day. Although the flavor was similar and quite acceptable, it was an entirely different experience compared to yesterday. "Master Lu, did you not execute it well? This is not the same texture I had yesterday." Zhao Guanlan furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Yuyang. Earlier in the day, he had invited Lu Yuyang to a massage parlor, only to find that this fellow had unapologetically chosen the establishment as premier service, indulging for a full 2 hours. Zhao Guanlan had assumed this fellow excelled in certain aspects, but upon seeing the bill, he realized the truth. This man had indulged thrice in one day. With such a mediocre dish now, could it be that his earlier exploits had hindered his performance? Not at all. I have prepared this panlong eel for 20 years, and it has always tasted the same. Lu Yuyang blinked in confusion. As a chef with years of experience, he rarely tasted his own dishes after cooking. Moreover, after so many years of indulging in food, even the most delectable dishes lost their allure to him after long hours in the kitchen. Thus, despite the success of Wang Heilu, he hadn't tasted a single bite, having grown weary of it all. Yet, seeing Zhao Guanlan's expression, he sensed discontent with his culinary skills. Pausing momentarily, Lu Yuyang picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece himself. "It tastes just fine. For many years, I have adhered to the practices of Lu Yuyang. The only distinction lies in the diminutive size of the eels here, yet this does not detract from their flavor. Zhao Guanlan. Though both of us are chefs utilizing identical ingredients, why does the outcome differ so drastically? Furthermore, it is perplexing that while Wang Heilu receives an abundance of praise, my establishment is inundated with negative reviews. Little do they know, although this dragon eel dish is a signature offering of Lu Yuliang and possesses a commendable taste, Wang Heilu's previous pricing was quite accessible, thus garnering numerous accolades. Recently, however, with the introduction of Cao Dapeng's distinctive eels, the texture and flavor have naturally ascended to a higher echelon, resulting in even more commendations. Yet, at Guanlan Pavilion, the taste remains unchanged, and despite the exorbitant pricing, utilizing merely small eels, one would be hard-pressed to find favorable reviews. Unyielding in his skepticism, Zhao Guanlan furrowed his brow and opened Meituan to search for Wang Heilu, eager to discern the evaluations in the absence of Lu Yuliang. However, upon accessing the comments section, he was utterly taken aback. Chapter 80, A Feast for the Senses. Wanghai Tower's popularity. The cousin infatuated with his younger cousin. The long dragon eel at Wanghai Tower is simply exquisite. I couldn't resist going back for more after my first taste, and fortunately, I brought my girlfriend along, so we headed straight to the hotel. A resounding 5-star review is a must. The cowherd awaiting the weaving maiden, the long dragon eel is truly exceptional. Those who have tasted it will understand its allure. After dinner, I returned home and worked for an hour, with customers praising my skills. A 5-star review is essential for those seeking a male technician to visit. Please message me privately for details. A good Samaritan in precision poverty alleviation. Wanghai Tower comes highly recommended. I happen to be on a business trip nearby, and the food is absolutely delightful. Enough said, my friends. I'm off to do some charity work. Zhao Guanlan, observing these chaotic comments about Wanghai Tower, felt utterly bewildered. What kind of nonsensical reviews were these? The numerous 5-star ratings were indeed quite glaring. Furrowing his brow, he casually clicked on one of the accompanying images, and his frown deepened further as he realized the long dragon eel in the picture bore no resemblance to the one he had consumed just yesterday. He had just poached Lu Yuyang and Jiang Wenqing's talent. How could they have found a replacement chef so swiftly? Moreover, judging by the presentation, it appeared that the culinary skills surpassed those of Lu Yuyang. Master Lu, tell me honestly, is there a chef at Wanghai Tower more skilled than you? Is that long dragon eel not your creation? Zhao Guanlan cast a disapproving glance at Lu Yuyang, feeling deceived. If Lu Yuyang was indeed the mastermind behind that long dragon eel, why had he been met with a barrage of negative reviews upon arriving at his establishment? The crucial point was that Lu Yuyang's arrival had not affected Wanghai Tower in the slightest. From the sheer volume of these reviews, he could tell that Wanghai Tower was enjoying a bustling evening. Mr. Zhao, what does this mean? Lu Yuyang's expression darkened with confusion. Just moments ago, he had been referred to as Master Lu, and now he was being called Chef Lu. The fickleness of these owners was astounding. Take a look. Zhao Guanlan, tired of idle chatter, handed his phone to Lu Yuyang. Wanghai Tower had introduced a new long dragon eel dish that was selling remarkably well. Now, take a glance at the dishes you just prepared. Nearly all the feedback is negative. Lu Yuyang. He compared the reviews of both restaurants repeatedly and found it to be true. Most critically, even as a seasoned chef, he had to concede that the new offerings at Wanghai Tower were artistically presented. Yet, having worked at Wanghai Tower for 3 years, he had never encountered such a talented individual there. What is going on? Mr. Zhao, is it possible that someone is deliberately posting negative reviews about us? Lu Yuyang blinked, casting a guilty glance at Zhao Guanlan. He too was perplexed as to what had gone awry. Zhao Guanlan. He had tasted the long dragon eel at Wanghai Tower, and it was on an entirely different level compared to what he had experienced today. The negative reviews were not contrived. It was simply that Lu Yuyang's cooking was indeed lacking. Lu Yuyang, tell me the truth. Did Jiang Wenqing find out I was poaching talent and deliberately set you up to sabotage me? Have you not yet revealed your secret recipe? Zhao Guanlan cast a stern glance at Lu Yuyang. What? Lu Yuyang appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't it merely about preparing a dish? Why was it turning into a game of 36 stratagems? Zhao, please, do not jest. Lu Yuyang forced a wry smile. Do you truly believe I am jesting? Zhao Guanlan's expression grew increasingly austere. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that his plans were once again unraveling. With only 2 days until the National Day holiday, how could his Guanlan Pavilion possibly surpass the Wang Heilu? Enjoy your meal, and do come again. Thank you, thank you. It pleases us that you enjoy it. Do visit often. Meanwhile, the entrance of Wang Heilu was teeming with patrons. The influx of visitors had already been substantial in recent days, and it was unclear how word of mouth had spread. But customers were arriving in ever-increasing numbers. Observing the bustling scene, Jiang Wenqing, the proprietor, felt her smile teetering on the edge of becoming a mere fade. Ever since the debut of Cao Dapeng's new dish, the panlong eel, there had been a flurry of astonished exclamations from customers, with reviews surpassing those of Lu Yuliang's offerings. Jiang Huaqing could easily envision that the crowd tomorrow would exceed that of today. Cao Dapeng was indeed her lucky star. Dapeng, you've worked so hard. Amidst the clamor, Cao Dapeng finally completed his tasks, though he felt utterly drained. There was no seafood eel left to prepare. He removed his apron, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. Thankfully, he had only agreed to cover for Jiang Huaqing for 3 days. If this continued, he would truly become a workhorse. Huaqing, you must expedite the hiring process. Cao Dapeng urged Jiang Huaqing. I am working on it. I am. She replied, massaging his shoulders with a gentle smile. I am in contact with some friends. I should have news in the next couple of days. She sighed involuntarily. Cao Dapeng's culinary skills were exceptional. If Wang Helo could secure a chef of his caliber, she would have no need to worry about Guanlan Pavilion and the potential decline in patrons. Unfortunately, since he had made it clear that this was a temporary arrangement, she had to hasten to find a permanent chef. Otherwise, Wang Helu would struggle to operate normally. General Manager Jiang. Just as Jiang Huaqing prepared to bid farewell to Cao Dapeng, a shadow flickered under the dim lights, revealing the breathless figure of Lu Yuliang, who had resigned earlier that day. With a fawning smile on his face, he addressed Jiang Huaqing. General Manager Jiang, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and there is nothing wrong with my health. With the National Day rush approaching, how about I return to work tomorrow? Oh, isn't this Chef Lu? Jiang Huaqing was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing Lu Yuliang, a teasing glint danced across her features. Chef Lu, which hospital did you visit? The results came back remarkably quickly. If you're unwell, you should rest for a couple more days. After all, health is the foundation of one's endeavors. If anything were to happen to you, it would be considered a work-related injury, and I could not bear that burden. Jiang Huaqing shook her head, firmly rejecting Lu Yuliang's request. During the day when Lu Yuliang departed, she sensed something amiss. After some careful contemplation and inquiries through connections, she discovered that Lu Yuliang had not gone to the hospital for a checkup or rest, but had succumbed to the temptations of Zhao Guanlan and was lured to Guanchuan Pavilion. Such a fickle individual, Jiang Huaqing saw no reason to offer refuge. Please, don't. President Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuliang grew anxious. President Jiang, I am in excellent health. There is no issue. I am capable. Chapter 81. The Influencers Check-In. With malicious intent, with a sudden thud, Lu Yuliang collapsed before Cao Dapeng and Jiang Huaqing, his face etched with desperation. Jiang, I was wrong. I should not have left during the busiest time at Wang Helu. I beg you, grant me another chance. He had envisioned a leap to a better life by transitioning to Guanlan Pavilion at the peak of Wang Helu's success. However, to his dismay, after only a day at Guanlan Pavilion, he was unceremoniously dismissed by Zhao Guanlan. As it was merely his first day, despite toiling throughout the night, he received no wages, effectively working for free. Moreover, Wang Helu was renowned for its exceptional benefits within the region. If Jiang Huaqing did not offer him refuge, he would be at a loss for where to find such a favorable opportunity again. Too late. Jiang Huaqing crossed her arms, gazing down at Lu Yuliang with an air of indifference. Water flows downhill, and people strive to ascend. Lu Yuliang, I can comprehend your desire for a higher salary. I will not forcibly retain you if you wish to leave Wang Helu, but you could have communicated your intentions beforehand, rather than fabricating a feeble excuse of needing a medical checkup and abruptly quitting. She shook her head. You come and go as you please. But Wang Helu is neither a shelter nor a welfare institution. With that, she turned away, addressing Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, please escort him to the finance department to process his wages for this month. Understood, General Jiang. Manager Zhang nodded eagerly, his gaze toward Lu Yuliang rife with disdain. You left when Wang Helu needed you most, and now you wish to return after being cast out by Guanlan Pavilion? Such good fortune does not come without cost. In his eyes, Lu Yuliang, a fickle individual, had earned his current misfortune. Observing Lu Yuliang's rapid descent from grace, Cao Dapeng could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, there was no sympathy on his face. After exchanging a few brief words with Jiang Huaqing, he mounted his motorcycle and headed toward Honshu village. Each person has their destiny. One must learn to respect the fates of others. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Upon returning home, Cao Dapeng took a quick shower and laid down on his bed. As he opened his phone, he discovered a flurry of messages from Lu Qingyu. Dapeng, I heard you become a chef at a restaurant? Are you considering a career change? Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Have you thought of opening a restaurant in Tian'an City? I could invest. Cao Dapeng chuckled at Lu Qingyu's messages, pondering briefly before responding. No? It's just that a friend's restaurant faced some issues. and I'm filling in temporarily. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. After a long and exhausting night at Wang Heilu, fatigue overcame him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber, his eyelids heavy from weariness. The following morning, Cao Dapeng rose early, calling upon a Fu. The two set out in a small boat to check the traps they had set on the nearby reefs the previous day. Without surprise, the catch of the day in the net was entirely composed of lively and fresh sea eels. Good morning, Chef Cao. Upon arriving at Wang Heilu with a large bucket of sea eels, Cao Dapeng was greeted warmly by everyone from Manager Zhang to the ordinary staff, all of whom approached him with smiles, addressing him as Chef Cao. These individuals were seasoned employees of Wang Heilu, although the spiral eel had always been their signature dish. They had never witnessed such a bustling scene as the one from the previous night. To their astonishment, while scrolling through Douyin after work, they discovered that many netizens were enthusiastically recommending Wang Heilu's spiral eel, with a deluge of positive comments beneath each video. Furthermore, numerous netizens had made plans in the comments section to visit Wang Heilu. Their establishment was thriving. With the prosperity of Wang Heilu, their salaries and commissions would naturally rise, prompting everyone to treat Cao Dapeng with exceptional courtesy, nearly venerating him. Let us all work diligently. If we perform well, President Jiang will reward you with bonuses. Cao Dapeng smiled helplessly, encouraging the team before immersing himself in the kitchen. As night descended upon this coastal town, the doors of Wang Heilu swung open, and tourists flocked in. Waiter, bring me a bowl of sea eel noodles. For the spiral eel, just the basic version will suffice. We want the upgraded spiral eel, everyone. Let us indulge our taste buds tonight. In no time, Wang Heilu was bustling with patrons, a lively scene. Even Jiang Wanqing, the owner, had to don a server's uniform to assist the guests, as the influx of visitors was overwhelming. At that moment, a group of boldly dressed, selfie-taking young women entered the establishment, immediately whipping out their phones to capture the interior of Wang Heilu, chattering away to themselves. Clearly, these were local influencers who had come to capitalize on the restaurant's newfound fame. Welcome, ladies. Please, come on in. Jiang Wanqing's demeanor grew increasingly warm as she welcomed the influencers. Nowadays, restaurants had transformed into hotspots for social media check-ins. The more influencers that visited, the more popular the establishment became. With these influencers arriving to document their experience, the reality of Wang Heilu's popularity was undeniable. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wanqing hurried to the kitchen to instruct the staff to prepare a few extra dishes for the influencers. Meanwhile, a girl with double eyelids and an unmistakable influencer visage chose a discreet corner to sit. Xiao Yuan, remember, General Zhao is a significant figure if I satisfy him. My live streaming competitions for the next month will be assured victories. Pay attention to my cues. The influencer said seriously to her assistant seated across from her. Don't worry, sister. I know how to gauge the situation. Upon hearing this, the assistant, Xiao Yuan, gently smiled and casually gestured an OK sign. Observing this, the internet celebrity, with her striking features, nodded in affirmation, retrieved a phone stand, and placed her Apple device upon it, initiating the live stream. Good evening, dear family. Welcome to CNNV John's live broadcast, she exclaimed. At this moment, I find myself in the most bustling restaurant in Tiannan City, the Wang Heilu. I have heard that their pan long eel is exceptionally delectable, and shortly, I shall indulge in a taste for all of you. The internet sensation, CNNV Jiang, waved at the viewers in the live stream, her face adorned with a quintessentially charming smile. Chapter 82, The Complete Performance. The enchanting fairy sauce is actually live streaming. I have heard that the panlong eel at Wang Heilu is quite nourishing. I wonder if that is indeed the case. How enviable. A friend of mine dined there yesterday, and despite the frequent quarrels between the couple, they appeared surprisingly harmonious today. Is the panlong eel truly that magical? Fairy Sauce was once a sensational food broadcaster on Douyin, captivating numerous fans with her sweet and adorable appearance, complemented by a charming lisp. Unfortunately, after a brief romance with the second-ranked influencer last year, she was abruptly discarded when he grew weary of her. Left with no choice, Fairy Sauce resolved to return to the path of live streaming. However, after such a prolonged hiatus, the popularity of her streaming room had significantly dwindled. By a stroke of fortune, she encountered Zhao Guanlan. If she diligently followed Zhao Guanlan's instructions to tarnish the reputation of Wang Heilu, he promised to assist her in regaining her ranking. With some clever maneuvering, she could reclaim her status as a prominent internet celebrity. With this thought in mind, Fairy Sauce maintained her smile, shifting the camera to focus on the menu presented by the waiter. I would like a steamed hairtail crab, curry-breaded chicken, 2 servings of eel noodles, and an upgraded panlong eel, please. Before countless online viewers, Fairy Sauce placed her order. Certainly beautiful. The waiter took the menu and headed to the kitchen to relay the order. Before long, An array of delectable dishes was presented at their table. Gazing at the visually appealing and aromatic dishes, Fairy Sauce could not help but swallow hard. Yet she forced herself to remain composed, recalling her mission. With a gentle smile, she first captured each dish from the table with her camera at angles of perfection, garnering a flurry of likes from the viewers in the live stream. Indeed, this restaurant's cuisine appeared exquisite. No wonder it was so popular. I, too, wished to visit and check it out. Envy surged within me, prompting an impulsive order for takeout. As the late-night temptations unfolded, who can truly understand, dear friends? Observing the barrage of comments, Fairy Sauce couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Nevertheless, her delicate face maintained an innocent and sweet smile. She winked at her assistant seated across from her and then turned the camera towards herself. All right, dear friends. Fairy Sauce is about to begin her meal. Her voice was exceptionally sweet, and combined with her radiant smile, the viewers were visually delighted. Meanwhile, as Fairy Sauce engaged with her audience, her assistant, Xiao Yuan, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, noting the absence of cameras nearby. Cautiously, she retrieved a miniature box from her bag. Seizing the opportunity, she opened the box and discreetly placed 3 sea cockroaches into the central panlong eel dish. To avoid drawing suspicion, she even stirred the contents with a spoon. With everything completed, Xiao Yuan silently exhaled in relief and signaled an okay gesture towards Fairy Sauce across the table. The enchanting Fairy Sauce, upon receiving the hint, was not in a rush to touch the plate of dragon eel. She maintained her composure, casually picking up a piece of curry chicken and placing it onto her own plate. One must commit fully to the performance, as the meal had only just commenced. Discovering cockroaches in the dishes of Wang Heilu at this early stage would render the act utterly contrived. Only halfway through the meal would the revelation of a cockroach in the dragon eel truly heighten the effect. Furthermore, Zhao Guanlan's tips had yet to arrive, which was why she remained unhurried in her performance. Within the frame, the Fairy Sauce gracefully indulged in the delectable offerings on the table, pausing to evaluate each dish for the audience after tasting. Her rosy lips and melodic voice had viewers in the live stream salivating. However, seeing her savoring other dishes while neglecting the fabled dragon eel left the viewers in a state of anxious anticipation. Fairy Sauce, do take a bite of that dragon eel. I've heard it does wonders for a woman's beauty. They clamored. We came here for the dragon eel. What are you waiting for? I want to know the true experience of the dragon eel. The moment had arrived. Observing these comments, the Fairy Sauce felt a surge of delight, though she continued to feign innocence. I've heard the dragon eel is quite potent. I'm hesitant to try it. She playfully suggested. If you truly wish for me to taste it, perhaps a radish or a huazi would suffice. I will gladly indulge for you. Her sweet, soft voice was almost unbearable to listen to. Suddenly, the live stream erupted with brilliance as a golden rocket shot up from the bottom of the screen. Where does the beauty teach the flute? A large radish for the host. With the appearance of this gift effect, the chat was flooded with exuberant comments. The Fairy Sauce. Mid-meal, couldn't help but shine with excitement in her eyes. She flashed a sweet smile toward the viewers, saying, Thank you, handsome, for the large radish. Now, I shall eat the dragon eel for you. With that, the camera focused on the dragon eel, centrally placed on the table. The user with the ID Where Does the Beauty Teach the Flute was none other than Zhao Guanlan, the owner of Guanlan Pavilion. At that moment, he was seated within his establishment, watching the live stream of the Fairy Sauce. Despite his puzzlement over the inexplicable deliciousness of the dragon eel from Wang Heilu and the identity of their chef, such details were no longer of consequence. Since the dragon eel from Guanlan Pavilion was unpopular, the one from Wang Heilu must meet its demise. If cockroaches were to infest Wang Heilu's dragon eel, who would dare to consume this signature dish? Without it, what could Wang Heilu possibly use to compete with his Guanlan Pavilion? Jiang Wanqing, oh Jiang Wanqing. A captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Zhao Guanlan wore a sinister grin. Reputation is a fragile construct, painstakingly built, yet effortlessly shattered in an instant. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the enchanting fairy delicately picked up a piece of eel with her chopsticks and placed it onto her plate. In the presence of the audience, she feigned a taste, savoring the morsel with exaggerated delight. Although her assistant had carelessly introduced a cockroach into the eel stew, she had the foresight to select only the outer portion, allowing her to indulge without concern. As a consummate actress, she was committed to authenticity. She would first relish a piece of the eel, extolling its exquisite flavor to her viewers, only to later discover the unwelcome intruder within. Such a narrative would undoubtedly resonate with greater realism. However, upon taking a tentative bite of the eel, her eyes widened in astonishment. The texture, the flavor, was it truly this delectable? Chapter 83. The script should not unfold this way. Fairy Sauce could not resist smacking her lips. As a professional mukbang streamer, she had traversed the vast expanse of the country, sampling the 8 culinary traditions of China, and had indulged in an array of delectable dishes. However, it was her first encounter with the exquisitely tender and flavorful panlong eel that truly captivated her. Initially intending to merely take a token bite, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the dish, and after savoring the first piece, she could not help but reach for another, placing it directly into her mouth. The eel's flesh was succulent, and the broth harmoniously melded with the eel segments, awakening her taste buds and compelling her to swallow with delight. It was delicious, truly divine. At that moment, Fairy Sauce was utterly immersed in the exquisite flavors of the panlong eel, completely oblivious to her prior arrangement with Zhao Guanlan. To everyone's astonishment, this loquacious streamer was rendered speechless. Can you believe it? Having watched her mukbangs for a year, it was the first time witnessing her eat in silence. It was evident that the food was extraordinarily delightful. Oh, how it made my mouth water just watching her. The viewers in the live stream chat were undoubtedly food enthusiasts. And as they observed Fairy Sauce, who had just been chattering incessantly, now quiet and focused, devouring one piece of eel after another, they too could not help but swallow in anticipation. Through the screen, they could see that the panlong eel from Wang Heilu was indeed exquisite. Had it been merely average, Fairy Sauce might have taken a dainty nibble before offering a perfunctory remark and moving on to the next dish. If the flavor were commendable, she would indulge a few more bites and provide ample commentary. Yet now, she was consumed in silence, consuming piece after piece without pause. What did this signify? It indicated that the rumors about Wang Heilu's panlong eel were true. It was so delicious that it rendered one speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao Guanlan, also watching the live stream, observed Fairy Sauce's expression of sheer enjoyment and could not help but nod in approval. He mused that she was indeed a seasoned mukbang performer. Her every gesture, combined with her rapturous expression, made anyone watching believe that the panlong eel was delectable. However, Zhao Guanlan remained unfazed. Prior to their arrival, Fairy Sauce had divulged the script to him. According to the script, she would first extol the virtues of the panlong eel, tantalizing the audience's appetites, and then, under their eager gazes, would discover a cockroach within the dish. Such a stark contrast would have a significant impact. Fairy Sauce had successfully completed the initial step, and the twist was imminent. Once a cockroach was found within the panlong eel, his plan would come to fruition perfectly. With this thought in mind, Zhao Guanlan could not resist sending a gift worth 1,000 yuan on Douyin, a gesture of appreciation for Fairy Sauce's acting. It also served as a subtle reminder for her to transition to the next segment. However, lost in the ecstasy of the panlong eel, Fairy Sauce was oblivious to the live stream chat, let alone the gifts Zhao Guanlan had sent. Thank you, Yuan Gu, for the Douyin gift. Seated across from the enchanting Fairy Sauce was her assistant, Xiao Yuan, who was equally engrossed in the live streaming session. Upon noticing the arrival of gifts, she promptly expressed her gratitude with a loud voice, yet her heart was brimming with anxiety. Moments earlier, she had placed 3 cockroaches into the soup, intending for Fairy Sauce to discover them after savoring a piece of meat. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. To her astonishment, after Fairy Sauce consumed a piece of eel meat, she fell silent, neglecting to cast a glance in Xiao Yuan's direction, and instead continued to devour her meal with gusto. It was one thing to eat the meat, but to her dismay, Fairy Sauce even picked up a spoon to indulge in the soup. Wait. There are cockroaches in there, Xiao Yuan thought. Fairy Sauce, are you overacting a bit? As she watched Fairy Sauce continue to sip the soup and eat the meat, Xiao Yuan felt utterly helpless. Just then, she spotted a gift from Zhao Guanlan, a Douyin #1, and seized the opportunity to express her thanks loudly. She hoped to use this moment to alert Fairy Sauce about the cockroaches lurking within the dish. However, oblivious to her assistant's hints, Fairy Sauce seemed to have forgotten her purpose for being there, her gaze fixated solely on the eel. Initially, she exhibited the demeanor of a refined lady, savoring every bite. But gradually, she realized that such restraint was too taxing. She boldly brought the plate of eel closer, indulging in hearty bites of meat and generous sips of soup. Pure bliss. As a prominent eating broadcaster, Fairy Sauce possessed an insatiable appetite. This modest meal was but a trifling matter for her, amidst the astonished gazes of countless viewers. The ample plate of eel, along with its accompanying soup, swiftly vanished into Fairy Sauce's belly. "Ah, how delightful," she exclaimed, licking her lips in satisfaction, her face radiating enjoyment. Subsequently, she turned the camera towards the now empty plate and cheerfully declared, "Brothers and sisters, I only completed middle school and lack the words to express this, but in a nutshell, the eel from Wang Heilu is absolutely delicious. You must come and try it." Having been an eating broadcaster for many years, she had uttered many insincere statements on camera, yet at this moment, her eyes sparkled with genuine sincerity. Witnessing Fairy Sauce's enthusiastic consumption for the first time, it was evident that the dish was indeed delectable. With just one day left until National Day, she mused, "I must go and try it myself." I can no longer resist. The viewers, witnessing the now barren plate, were quick to flood the comments with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Guanlan, watching the live stream, was left dumbfounded, eyes wide open. This isn't right. Fairy sauce, according to our agreed-upon script. You were supposed to discover the cockroaches and then denounce Wang Heilu for its sanitation issues. Why are you now devouring everything in front of all these viewers? Are you trying to sabotage me? After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Guanlan's expression darkened. Fairy sauce was a major internet celebrity, although her popularity had waned. Her influence was still unparalleled. With her live stream promoting Wang Heilu, would it not become even more popular? Damn it. I spent 2,000 yuan for you to expose Wang Heilu's sanitation concerns, and now you're broadcasting this? What on earth is going on? Zhao Guanlan's anger intensified with each passing moment, and in a fit of rage, she smashed her phone into 1,000 pieces. Sister, you. Meanwhile, within the confines of Wang Heilu, her assistant, Xiao Yuan, seated across from the enchanting fairy sauce, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at her. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Those cockroaches were not mere props. They were live creatures that she had personally placed inside. Good heavens. What had she just witnessed? Fairy sauce had actually consumed all 3 of those cockroaches. Chapter 84. Dapeng, do you want the shrimp pond? Fairy sauce licked her lips. Her expression one of lingering satisfaction. She suddenly felt that her years as an eating broadcaster had been in vain. If she could indulge in such exquisite delicacies every day, life would truly be a joy. Blinking, she then noticed her assistant sitting across from her. Assistant Xiao Yuan stared at her with wide eyes, as if she had never seen anything like it before. Fairy sauce couldn't help but furrow her brows. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? This food is so delicious, eat more. Assistant Xiao Yuan replied, goodness, my sister, you just swallowed 3 cockroaches and you're still saying it's delicious? However, the live stream was ongoing, and Xiao Yuan dared not speak openly, merely pointing to the empty box that had held the cockroaches, casting a meaningful glance at Fairy sauce. Sister, was it good? Why yes. Fairy sauce instinctively wanted to nod in praise, but as her gaze fell upon the transparent box in Xiao Yuan's hand, a shocking realization struck her, and her eyes widened in horror, even larger than Xiao Yuan's. Wait, she had come to Wang Heilu to collaborate with Zhao Guanlan, intending to exploit the opportunity to frame Wang Heilu for food safety issues. If she recalled correctly, Xiao Yuan had placed the cockroaches in the dish of dragon eel before they had even begun eating, and she had just consumed it all. Soup and meat alike? Which meant those cockroaches had entered her stomach. Realization washed over Fairy sauce, leaving her utterly bewildered. She was an eating broadcaster, but she certainly did not eat everything. Oh my goodness, those disgusting sea cockroaches had been entirely swallowed. Moreover, she was supposed to showcase the presence of cockroaches in Wang Heilu's dragon eel live on air, but now that the cockroaches were in her stomach, how could she present that to everyone? This. Fairy sauce's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and the more she thought about it, the more nauseating it became. Yet, she was still live streaming. How could she dare to speak carelessly? She quickly smiled and waved at the camera, although her smile was somewhat forced. Dear viewers, I am full now. That concludes today's culinary segment. I need to visit the restroom. Goodbye. Saying this, she hastily ended the live stream and dashed towards the bathroom. As she ran, she crudely poked her throat with her fingers. As a professional eating broadcaster, inducing vomiting was a necessary skill. Since she had just eaten, if she acted quickly enough, she could expel those 3 cockroaches from her stomach. Ugh. As she entered the restroom, the smell hit her, and the urge to vomit surged forth. She bent over the toilet and began to heave violently. While throwing up, she observed her vomit, but to her dismay, after a considerable amount of time, not a single cockroach emerged. Sister, are you all right? Assistant Xiao Yuan rushed in with a bottle of mineral water, her face filled with concern. And no, I'm fine. Fairy sauce took the mineral water, rinsed her mouth, and spat it all out. With a deep sigh, the fairy-like girl pressed the flush button of the toilet and turned to her assistant, Xiao Yuan, stating, I've expelled everything. It's not a big deal. As a professional food broadcaster, how could she possibly admit to having consumed 3 cockroaches? Impressive, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Sister, you are truly fierce. But how do we explain this to Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao? The fairy-like girl was momentarily stunned, then slapped her forehead in exasperation. Previously, she had made a pact with Zhao Guanlan, promising that if she could successfully tarnish the reputation of Wang Heilu, he would consider her his #1 supporter. However, not only had she failed to accomplish that, but she had also ended up with a belly full of cockroaches. What kind of misfortune was this? It was as if calamity had knocked on her very door. Moreover, with the National Day holiday drawing to a close, her earlier enjoyment of the dish of dragon eel during the live broadcast now felt like a misstep, as indulging in further unsavory antics would seem excessively deliberate. The losses were indeed substantial. On the verge of tears, the fairy-like girl could not help but dial Zhao Guanlan's number, only to be met with an incessant busy tone. Opening her fan group, she was greeted by an uproar among her followers, who were buzzing with speculation about her abrupt departure from the stream. Why did the fairy-like girl suddenly rush to the restroom? Is she unwell? Surely the hygiene at Wang Heilu is not an issue? Of course not. I just saw several influencers dining there, and judging by their expressions, the dragon eel must be delicious. They had no problems, so neither would she. You can tell you're a newcomer. The seasoned fans know that the fairy-like girl has a short intestine. So it's perfectly normal for her to dash to the restroom shortly after a meal. Each word from her fans felt like a dagger piercing her heart. Sister, what should we do next? Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's voice broke her reverie. What else is there to do? Back to the hotel. With a cold expression, the fairy-like girl huffed and, disregarding her assistant, strode out in her high heels. The collaboration with Zhao Guanlan was utterly ruined. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Zhao Guanlan and the fairy-like girl were both feeling as miserable as if they had dined on sea cockroaches, while Cao Dapeng and Jiang Wanqing felt as satisfied as if they had feasted on king crab. In this age of abundant information, the influence of internet celebrities on restaurants is undeniably significant. Thanks to the promotional broadcasts by these female influencers, an increasing number of people became aware of Wang Heilu's signature dish. Even after the National Day festivities concluded, the restaurant continued to enjoy a surge in popularity for several days. While the over 1,000 yuan dragon eel dish may be out of reach for many, the affordable eel noodles priced at just a few dozen yuan were accessible the most. Even the eel noodles at Wang Heilu were notably superior to those at other establishments, and following such promotion, the restaurant's reputation was firmly established. Jiang Wanqing, true to her word, after navigating various challenges, finally managed to recruit a highly skilled chef who had previously worked at a prestigious restaurant, offering a handsome salary. With the support of the head chef, Cao Dapeng, who had been temporarily filling in, finally found himself free from his duties. However, before his departure, Jiang Wanqing graciously presented him with a red envelope containing 6,600 yuan as a token of gratitude for his assistance over the past few days. Emerging from Wang Heilu in high spirits, Cao Dapeng returned home, indulged in a refreshing bath, and slept soundly until noon the following day. He leisurely rose, stretched contentedly in the yard, and savored the moment. Being a chef is no easy feat, particularly in a bustling establishment like Wang Heilu, which can be utterly exhausting. Thankfully, he had regained his freedom, gazing at the azure sea, a mere 100 meters away, and basking in the warm sunlight that graced the sky. He reveled in the beauty of this liberated world. Yet, before long, a raspy voice interrupted his reverie. Dapeng, do you want the shrimp pond? Chapter 85. The unfortunate Cao Yulin, would you like a shrimp pond? Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, yes. Owning a shrimp pond had long been a cherished aspiration of his. Previously, his endeavors at the beach yielded a considerable catch. But many of the fish were too small to fetch a good price. If he had his own shrimp pond, he could easily transfer the smaller ones there, allowing them to grow and ultimately command a better price. Moreover, he had recently accumulated a fair amount of savings. The reason he hadn't repaid Lu Qingyu immediately was that he was contemplating first leasing a shrimp pond, with the intention of repaying his debts once he turned a profit. However, when he discerned the identity of the visitor, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Uncle Yulin, standing at the entrance of Cao Dapeng's yard, was none other than his neighbor, Cao Yulin. The latter's shrimp pond spanned an impressive 20 acres, adjacent to the former Cao Dapeng's pond. Regrettably, during a period of hardship, Cao Dapeng had been compelled to sell his own 10 acres of shrimp pond at a mere fraction of its value. Ah, Dapeng, Cao Yulin began. I'm considering transferring my shrimp pond. I heard you were looking to lease one, so I thought of you. We've been neighbors for years. How does 200,000 for a 10-year lease sound? Cao Yulin entered with a cheerful demeanor, offering Cao Dapeng a cigarette. A 20-acre shrimp pond is quite substantial in Hongshu village. Cao Yulin had contemplated selling his pond for over a year, yet no one in the village had shown interest. Recently, upon hearing that Cao Dapeng had struck it rich at sea and had even befriended a wealthy woman, he pondered whether he could transfer the pond to him. His grandson was soon to start elementary school, and should he sell for 200,000, it would assist his son in acquiring a home in the city, thus enhancing their future prospects. 200,000? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow slightly. The proposed price for the 20 acres of pond seemed to fall within a reasonable range. Indeed, Cao Yulin replied with a smile, the pond and all the fish within it would be yours. Is that acceptable? For the villagers, 200,000 is no trifling sum. Many would struggle to produce such an amount at once. Furthermore, the risks associated with shrimp farming are considerable. A loss could be devastating for the villagers of Hongshu. Aware of this, Cao Yulin had decided to include the fish catch as a form of incentive in the offer to Cao Dapeng. The prospect of acquiring a 20-acre shrimp pond, inclusive of its aquatic inhabitants, for a total of 200,000 was indeed a significant temptation for Cao Dapeng. That sounds promising, Uncle Yulin. Let us take a look. Cao Dapeng nodded in agreement. Cao Yulin was a man of integrity. During the time of Cao Dapeng's parents' passing, he had offered ample assistance. However, in recent years, their relationship had become somewhat distant due to various circumstances. The proposal now presented by Cao Yulin was imbued with sincerity, and should the opportunity arise, Cao Dapeng was genuinely inclined to take over the shrimp pond. Very well, let us go and have a look. Seeing Cao Dapeng's apparent willingness to lease his pond, a smile finally broke across Cao Yulin's dark features. Thus, the two walked side by side and soon arrived near the shrimp pond belonging to Cao Yulin's family. Adjacent to this pond, separated by a dirt road less than 2 meters wide, lay the former shrimp pond of Cao Dapeng's family. As they stood there, Cao Dapeng spotted the new owner of his family's pond, Huang Zhiping, standing with his hands on his hips. At that moment, Huang Zhiping's pond was actively being drained. And beside him was a fish tanker, whose driver, Cao Dapeng recognized as Lao Zhang, the fish dealer he had encountered while assisting old Su in the neighboring village. It was evident that Huang Zhiping intended to sell the fish harvested from the pond. However, after suffering significant losses last time, Lao Zhang was cautious and had arranged with Huang Zhiping to settle payment based on the quantity of fish harvested. This arrangement meant that he would not bear any risk. Huang Zhiping's family was among the wealthiest in Hongshu village, known for their frugality and shrewdness. Otherwise, they would not have taken advantage of Cao Dapeng's misfortunes to lease the pond at a low price, concerned that he might sell fewer fish. Huang Zhiping agreed to Lao Ang's terms, but insisted on personally overseeing the entire draining process to ensure no mistakes occurred. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng and Cao Yulin, Huang Zhiping's eyes brightened, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Yulin, you wouldn't be considering leasing the pond to Cao Dapeng, would you?" Being a resident of Hongshu village, Huang Zhiping had learned that Cao Yulin had been seeking someone to take over the pond for the past 6 months. He had planned to wait for the price to drop further before making a move. However, he was taken aback to find that Cao Yulin had brought in Cao Dapeng. Rumor had it that Cao Dapeng had recently been quite profitable, especially with the bustling business at Wanghelu in town, where he had been supplying eels daily, evidently reaping financial rewards. Cao Dapeng, who had been surveying the pond, contemplating the potential yield from the 10 acres before him, instinctively furrowed his brow upon hearing his name. When he turned and saw the very brat he had encountered previously, his expression darkened. The last time he had worked on a pond, he had not only lost everything but had also been left with a heap of misfortune. Even now, the thought of that incident filled Lao Zhang with frustration. He had not anticipated running into Cao Dapeng here. "Haha, Lao Zhang, Uncle Zhiping, you are all here," Cao Dapeng nonchalantly acknowledged, stating, "I was just thinking about leasing a pond, and Uncle Yulin is also looking to sell, so I came to take a look." "Ah, Cao Dapeng, they say you've struck it rich lately, and it seems to be true," Huang Zhiping replied with a teasing smirk, adding, "But having money doesn't mean you can do charity. Don't you know that Cao Yulin's shrimp pond has notoriously poor feng shui? Ask him if he has made any money in the last 2 years." "Huang Zhiping, what does my selling the pond have to do with you? Stop spouting nonsense." Upon the utterance of those words, Cao Yulin, who stood nearby, immediately darkened in countenance. This was due to the undeniable truth in Huang Zhiping's statement. In recent years, Cao Yulin had encountered a series of misfortunes. The fish catch from his shrimp pond consistently failed to coincide with favorable market conditions. When the prices soared, he found his pond lacking in fish and resolved to purchase a greater quantity of fry, anticipating considerable profits. However, when the following year brought an abundant catch, the market prices plummeted to alarming lows. After a year of diligent aquaculture, he realized that after deducting costs, he had earned not a single cent, but rather incurred additional losses. Conversely, when he decided to curtail his investment in fry, the market for fish unexpectedly surged. Chapter 86. Casting a net for a trial. Since acquiring this shrimp pond, Cao Yulin has scarcely caught a break over the years. His sole opportunity for fortune arose last year. After a protracted wait for prices to soar, a lack of proper care resulted in a substantial die-off of fish, leaving him with little to show for a year of labor. The mere recollection of these misfortunes fills Cao Yulin with profound sorrow. Determined to rid himself of the burden, he resolved to sell the 20 acres of shrimp pond. In truth, fishermen like Cao Yulin, or farmers engaged in aquaculture and related agricultural pursuits, often face similar tribulations. The agricultural and aquaculture sectors are plagued by significant market lag. When market prices surge, farmers eager for profit expand their production. Yet, once production capacity increases, oversupply inevitably leads to a plummet in prices the following year, amplifying the risk of financial loss for farmers. This phenomenon has little to do with luck. While Cao Yulin's face darkened with frustration, Huang Zhiping wore a smug grin. He turned to Cao Dapeng, chuckling, "Dapeng, I advise you to proceed with caution. His shrimp pond has incurred losses year after year, yielding little in the way of fish." "Not necessarily." Cao Dapeng shrugged, surveying the expanse of Cao Yulin's pond. Admittedly, he recognized the dearth of valuable fish in the 20 acres, yet his interest lay not in the fishery's yield. Besides, although most of the catches were of little worth, once they fell into his hands, their value would double. Ultimately, he would incur no loss. Moreover, he had just detected a fish with handwritten symbols floating within the pond. For that symbol alone, he was determined to take over this shrimp pond. With this thought in mind, Cao Dapeng turned to Cao Yulin, smiling, "Uncle Yulin, I will take the pond." "Ah, really?" Upon hearing this, Cao Yulin's expression brightened. Villagers often seek auspiciousness in their dealings. And after Huang Zhiping's disparaging remarks about the pond's fortune, he had feared Cao Dapeng would hesitate. Now, witnessing Cao Dapeng's eagerness to proceed, he felt a sense of relief. However, not far away, Huang Zhiping interjected once more, "Dapeng, you ought to think carefully. In my pond, a casual cast yields dozens of fish. But if you cast a net in Yulin's pond and catch even a single fish, consider yourself fortunate." "Zhiping." Cao Yulin fumed at these words. "Our transaction is none of your concern." Yet Huang Zhiping ignored him, instead casting a mocking glance at Cao Dapeng, tauntingly remarking, "Look at this. Anyone seeking to catch fish first tests the waters. Such a large shrimp pond, and you plan to take it without casting a net? You must be quite the fool with money to burn." Huang Zhiping had long desired to lease Cao Yulin's shrimp pond, but had hesitated due to the steep price, hoping to wait until Cao Yulin could no longer hold out, thus snagging a bargain. Yet he never anticipated the sudden emergence of Cao Dapeng. Should Cao Dapeng be allowed to take charge of this shrimp pond, his expansion plans would amount to nothing but a futile endeavor. He has been closely monitoring the shrimp pond owned by Cao Yulin, which has yielded little in terms of fish catch. Thus, he could not resist employing a provoking strategy to deliberately incite Cao Dapeng. If Cao Dapeng fails to catch anything, he might very well abandon his intention to lease the pond, leaving the entire Hongshu village with only him, Huang Zhiping, as a viable candidate for the lease. However, upon hearing his words, instead of provoking Cao Dapeng, it was the fishmonger, old Zhang, standing nearby whose expression fell. The last time he had visited Nampian village to collect fish, he had cast a net as well. Yet, what was the outcome? Although he had caught plenty while casting, it was only after finishing with the pond that he realized there were hardly any fish to be had. Huang Zhiping's remarks were like daggers to his heart. Casting a net? Perhaps it was worth a try? Cao Dapeng stroked his chin, glanced at the anxious Cao Yulin, and then at the sneering Huang Zhiping. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Uncle Yulin, how about this? I shall cast a net at random, and if I manage to catch even a single fish, I will lease the pond for 200,000. Cao Yulin's lips quivered at the thought. "What if you catch nothing?" "Nothing at all?" Cao Dapeng jested. "In that case, you could grant me a discount of 10,000. Cao Yulin paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right. In business, one party is willing to take the risk while the other is willing to bear the consequences." Cao Dapeng's willingness to overlook Huang Zhiping's instigation and still express a desire to lease the pond touched Cao Yulin deeply. If he were to catch no fish and had to offer a 10,000 discount, it would not be a significant loss. As long as he could make a deal, he would consider it a profit. Seeing Cao Yulin nod in agreement, Cao Dapeng approached the fishmonger, old Zhang, with a smile and said, "Old Zhang, would you mind if I borrowed your net?" Old Zhang, feeling somewhat begrudging, thought to himself that if casting a net were truly effective, he wouldn't have to engage in such transactions based on the quantity of fish caught with Huang Zhiping. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to be stingy and reluctantly nodded. "It's just a net. Go ahead." "Excellent." Cao Dapeng expressed his gratitude and took the frequently used fishing net from old Zhang's vehicle. Under the curious gaze of others, he proceeded to the shrimp pond owned by Cao Yulin, beginning to survey the area and assess the situation. Yet, after a considerable time of observation, he showed no inclination to cast the net. A mere scholar with no practical skills, Huang Zhiping scoffed. "I doubt he even knows how to cast a net. If he manages to catch a fish, I shall write my name backward." Old Zhang, standing by, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that such words should not be uttered. The last time he made a bet, he ended up in a rather embarrassing predicament. Nevertheless, old Zhang was curious as to why, after such a long time, Cao Dapeng had yet to cast his net. Cao Dapeng was not incapable of casting a net. He retained memories of casting nets alongside his parents and brother. Moreover, he had learned the technique of snowflake top from old Su during their last outing together. He refrained from hastily casting his net, patiently awaiting the approach of the eel adorned with handwritten symbols. As the fish drew nearer, Cao Dapeng deftly prepared his fishing net. Turning to the other three with a smile, watch closely. No sooner had he spoken than he harmonized his movements, transforming the net into a grand circle and casting it into the shrimp pond before him. The net, though not large, swiftly sank beneath the surface upon contact with the water, soon disappearing from sight. Standing still, Cao Dapeng waited for 2 minutes before calmly beginning to retrieve the net. Chapter 87. Indiscriminate Exchange. Come, let us go and take a look. As Cao Dapeng prepared to retrieve his net, Huang Zhiping, standing nearby, also urged old Zhang to join him, eager to witness Cao Dapeng's potential misfortune. If Cao Dapeng failed to catch any fish, it would spell trouble for the shrimp pond owned by Cao Yulin, who would then be forced to sell at his whim. Old Zhang's lips curled slightly, his mind replaying the scenes of his recent losses, yet he still followed along. Meanwhile, Cao Yulin appeared somewhat anxious. If Cao Dapeng came up empty-handed, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Cao Dapeng slowly began to pull in his net. Just as the fishing net was about to breach the surface, the previously tranquil waters suddenly stirred. There is something. Upon witnessing this, Cao Yulin's expression transformed into one of elation. How is this possible? Huang Zhiping, standing beside him, was taken aback. It seemed that Cao Dapeng had indeed caught something. In a moment of distraction, Cao Dapeng hastened his movements, and within moments, the net was drawn ashore, revealing 2 fish, neither too large nor too small, flopping about within. Among them was the very fish that had caught Cao Dapeng's eye, bearing handwritten symbols. The fish, known for its exquisite taste and nutritional value, particularly the swim bladder's gelatin, is renowned among women for its beauty-enhancing properties. Such fish can fetch prices ranging from dozens to hundreds of yuan, and in the case of premium gelatin, even exceeding 10,000. However, the fish before him was evidently of ordinary quality, weighing merely around 2 pounds. As Cao Dapeng touched it, the golden symbol hovering above the fish transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. Entry: Indiscriminate Exchange. Note: within a radius of 10,000 miles, catches can be exchanged indiscriminately. This can be done once a year. Skills adorned with handwritten symbols are typically innate talents. Indiscriminate exchange? This entry seems rather formidable. Upon seeing the text appear in his mind, Cao Dapeng's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his face. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted back by Huang Zhiping's voice. They say you're lucky, but today, I've truly witnessed it. Huang Zhiping regarded Cao Dapeng with a complex expression. Just a moment ago, he had boasted that Cao Dapeng would catch not a single fish, yet, in such a short span, not only had Cao Dapeng caught fish, but he had also landed 2, one of which was the prized fish. A gust of sea breeze swept by, and Huang Zhiping felt as though an invisible slap had struck his face. "Ha! I told you there was something. Stop your foolish chatter." Beside them, Cao Yulin beamed with delight, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness Cao Dapeng had caught fish, otherwise he would have incurred a loss of 10,000 yuan. With this in mind, he quickly turned to Cao Dapeng. "Dapeng, since you've caught fish, what do you think about this shrimp pond? Let us cut to the chase. I'm eager to sell it. Whoever wants to raise fish can do so. I have no desire to continue." With 2 fish landed, including 1 prized specimen, this was indeed a promising omen. Cao Dapeng grinned as he glanced at Huang Zhiping, then turned to Cao Yulin and declared, "Uncle Yulin, I stand by my word. I shall take over your shrimp pond." Hearing this, the weight on Cao Yulin's heart finally lifted. "I will go find the village head so we can finalize the contract," he said, turning to head toward the village chief's home. In the village, any transactions involving land or property typically require the involvement of the village head or other prominent figures to serve as intermediaries or guarantors, ensuring credibility. Moreover, the ownership of the shrimp pond fundamentally belonged to the village collective, thus necessitating the village head's intervention. "Dapeng, it's not that I'm criticizing you," Huang Zhiping remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he watched Cao Yulin leave. Despite the size of Yulin's shrimp pond, it hardly yields a substantial catch. He gestured toward his own pond, adding, "You could try draining his pond. That 20-acre expanse might not produce as much as my 10 acres. Let me put it this way. My pond guarantees a minimum yield of 2,000 pounds. If not, I will change my surname." Uncle Zhiping, with all this talk, I assume you wish to acquire that shrimp pond as well? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow, casting a cool glance at Huang Zhiping. He had tolerated this man for too long. When the Cao family faced misfortune, Huang Zhiping had seized the opportunity to acquire their shrimp pond at a low price. Now, he stood before him, boasting about the superiority of his own pond. Was this not a source of irritation? Furthermore, in the entire Hongshu village, few could afford to take on Cao Yulin's shrimp pond. Huang Zhiping's insinuations clearly indicated he did not want Dapeng to acquire it, given his character. It was evident he was not acting in Dapeng's interest, but rather because he too aspired to secure the pond, albeit at a price that met his expectations. Me. Desire his wretched shrimp pond? Huang Zhiping's gaze faltered momentarily before he resolutely shook his head. I must be out of my mind. My pond is quite profitable. Why would I want a money-losing venture? Is that so? Cao Dapeng replied with a mocking smile, casually inspecting Huang Zhiping's pond, and retorted, I wouldn't be so sure. Your pond might not yield even 2,000 pounds this year. Huang Zhiping's pond originally belonged to his family, and Cao Dapeng's parents had diligently tended to it over the years, even gifting all the equipment to Huang Zhiping. Without these contributions, Huang Zhiping would not have earned such profits in recent years. Cao Dapeng had initially wished to ignore Huang Zhiping, but the latter's incessant provocations became unbearable. With his patience exhausted, Dapeng invoked a newly acquired term from his mind. Boom. In an instant, the two shrimp ponds nearby seemed to warp as if space itself had distorted in the blink of an eye. The catches from both ponds appeared to undergo a miraculous transposition. However, this scene was visible only to Cao Dapeng, while Huang Zhiping and old Zhang remained blissfully unaware. Huang Zhiping continued to boast, Dapeng, you're mistaken. For the past 3 years, my pond has consistently yielded at least 2,000 pounds, and this year will be no exception. Old Zhang nodded beside him, affirming, I can assure you that the fish catch is entirely mine. The fish raised in the shrimp pond are indeed exceptional. Is that so? We shall see. Cao Dapeng shrugged, non-committal, for he had already covertly swapped the fish catch from the shrimp pond. As the three conversed, Cao Yulin returned, accompanied by Huang Zhizhong, the village head of Hongshu village, who was a relative of Huang Zhiping. Both held printed contracts, along with signing pens and seal ink, and approached Cao Dapeng. Huang Zhizhong nodded towards Huang Zhiping and old Zhang before turning his attention to Cao Dapeng, saying, Dapeng, once you press your handprint, there shall be no turning back. Are you certain you wish to lease Yolin's shrimp pond? Chapter 88. The flavor of the sea indeed. I shall claim this shrimp pond. Cao Dapeng smiled and nodded, meticulously reviewing the contract in front of everyone. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he affixed his signature in several designated places. And after signing, he pressed his seal beside each name. Following suit, Cao Yulin also signed and sealed the document. The 2 copies of the contract were formally completed, and Cao Dapeng requested Cao Yulin's bank card number, promptly transferring 200,000 yuan via the mobile banking app. This spectacle filled the onlookers with envy. They were well aware of the Cao family's previous circumstances. Just 2 months had elapsed, and Cao Dapeng's account had swelled by 200,000. It appeared that his association with a wealthy patroness was indeed genuine. Ah, how I regret not accepting my ex-girlfriend's offer to become her family's son-in-law years ago. If I had, I might be residing in a grand villa by now. Village chief Huang Zhizhong sighed quietly, a hint of regret flickering across his face. In his youth, he too had cherished a girl, but ultimately rejected the notion of becoming a son-in-law, only to discover later that her family had benefited immensely from a property redevelopment, acquiring several houses. Alas, he had missed a golden opportunity for wealth. With matters concluded, he waved his hand dismissively, clasping his hands behind his back as he turned to leave the shrimp pond. Dapeng, from this day forth, this pond belongs to you. We shall converse later. With an additional 200,000 in his account and the successful sale of the shrimp pond, Cao Yulin's smile could hardly be contained as he waved at Cao Dapeng and hurried towards his home. He had to share this splendid news with his wife. Boom. Just as the two departed, a golden light materialized in Cao Dapeng's mind. The flavor of the sea, will you utilize it? The flavor of the sea? Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback by the text. He recalled that during his collection of the traps, he had acquired a skill named the flavor of the sea, which he had yet to employ. He had previously scoffed at the increasingly whimsical nature of the system's rewards, yet here it was, manifesting at this very moment. Use. Cao Dapeng decisively clicked confirm. In the next instant, the golden light flashed and vanished into the shrimp pond. He couldn't help but gaze ahead, observing that while the surface of the 20-acre pond appeared unremarkable, the bottom was teeming with hidden currents. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the fish, which had only recently acclimated to their new environment. With the introduction of the flavor of the sea, they seemed to spring back to life. As if withered wood had encountered the warmth of spring, it became clear to him that the flavor of the sea might enable the pond to replicate a marine environment. This would greatly facilitate future aquaculture. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng's heart swelled with joy. Cultivating marine fish was far more complex than freshwater fish. Not only did one have to manage the salinity of the water, but also the temperature, among other factors. If these parameters were not meticulously controlled, it would lead to significant mortality among the fish. Previously, Cao Yulin had been incurring losses, which was likely due to inadequate oversight in this regard. Alas, neglecting the wisdom of the elders can lead to immediate repercussions. While Cao Dapeng reveled in the joy of his newfound skills, the sardonic voice of Huang Zhiping echoed nearby. Huang Zhiping, with a mocking gaze, remarked, "I warned you, the feng shui of Cao Yolin's shrimp pond is poor. You, my friend, should brace yourself for losses." Cao Dapeng merely chuckled, choosing to disregard the taunt. He gestured towards the opposite shrimp pond and said with a smile, "Uncle Dapeng, I see you've nearly finished pumping the water. It's time to drain the pond." "Ah, I nearly forgot." Huang Dapeng and Lao Zheng then recalled that their purpose today was indeed to drain the pond. They had been so engrossed in observing Cao Dapeng and Cao Yulin's dealings with the shrimp pond that they almost overlooked their own significant task. Turning their attention, they noted that the water level in the pond was nearly at the bottom, with numerous fish leaping energetically to the surface, creating quite a commotion. "Humph, Dapeng. Allow me to show you what a bountiful harvest looks like," Huang Dapeng proclaimed with delight, promptly instructing Lao Zhang to summon others to assist with the draining. Shortly thereafter, Lao Zhang brought several young men to lend a hand. Initially, they transported bucket after bucket of fish to the shore, and the quality was commendable. However, it wasn't too long before Lao Zhang and Huang Dapeng noticed that the yield was dwindling. Lao Zhang frowned. "This shouldn't be the case, Dapeng. It seems your pond's catch is rather meager." "Impossible," Huang Dapeng replied, his expression darkening. "My pond cannot possibly yield so little. I'll fetch a large net." Wei examined it thoroughly, and I refuse to believe this. With that, he rode his electric scooter home to retrieve a sizable dragnet. The group then worked in unison to comb through the entire pond, yet the result was disheartening. Only small fish and shrimp were caught, barely worth any money at all. Huang Dapeng stood there, utterly stunned. Owning the shrimp pond had always been a source of pride for him. He had anticipated a yield of at least 2,000 pounds this year, but now, after Lao Zhang's weighing and tallying, they had barely surpassed 1,000. This was an entire 50% less than the previous year. How could it amount to so little? "Oh dear, Uncle Dapeng, it appears the harvest is less than satisfactory," came Cao Dapeng's laughter from the sidelines. "Aren't you fond of feng shui? Perhaps you should consult a geomancer to assess your situation," he added. "And do keep your surname. The Cao family doesn't lack for members." With that, he paid no further heed to the bewildered duo. Carrying the 2 fish he had caught back toward his home, Huang Dapeng, who had previously taken advantage of the situation and attempted to outsmart Cao Dapeng, felt a sense of satisfaction watching Huang Dapeng's expression, which resembled a frostbitten eggplant. Justice prevails, and retribution is inevitable. It is not that it does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. As Cao Dapeng made his way home, he encountered Cao Dehui and Su Ling, who had just finished their workday and were heading home, promptly making their way to Cao Dapeng's courtyard. "Dapeng, I hear you have spent 200,000 to purchase the shrimp pond from Uncle Yulin?" Cao Dahai inquired with genuine concern, casting a worried glance at his younger brother. "Do you realize that whatever is raised in that pond incurs losses? Such a significant matter, and you didn't consult me beforehand." Standing nearby, Su Ling's face also reflected anxiety. "We still owe Miss Lu money. If we suffer losses, how will we repay her?" The news spread rapidly through the village, and on their way home from work, the couple learned of Cao Dapeng's hefty investment in the shrimp pond belonging to Cao Yulin. Chapter 89. A daily bounty of fish ever since the family fell into a mountain of debt 3 years ago. Cao Dahai and Su Ling have approached every endeavor with utmost caution. With empty pockets, they lacked the confidence to pursue any venture. Recently, Cao Dapeng had informed his elder brother and sister-in-law that Han Jiangqiwei was willing to assist them in selling squid strips, yet the couple hesitated for several days, ultimately lacking the courage to proceed. Consequently, Cao Dapeng had to abandon his attempts at persuasion. Now, upon hearing that Cao Dapeng had actually spent 200,000 to purchase the shrimp pond belonging to Cao Yulin, Cao Dahai and Su Ling were filled with anxiety. After all, they were all from the same village, and it was common knowledge that Cao Yulin's shrimp pond seemed cursed, suffering losses year after year. Their family had only just begun to see some improvement. They could not bear to witness Cao Dapeng fall into a pit of despair. Seeing the worried expressions of his elder brother and sister-in-law warmed Cao Dapeng's heart. He smiled and reassured them, "Brother, sister-in-law, I have inspected the shrimp pond, and it poses no significant issues. It's merely that Uncle Yulin has not managed it properly. Success is determined by human effort, and I believe that with diligent care, this pond will soon yield profits." "Goodness, you truly bought it." Upon hearing this, Cao Dahai and Su Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, not only did I purchase it, but I also caught 2 fish from the pond." With a mischievous grin, Cao Dapeng produced the 2 lively fish from the bucket and handed them to his sister-in-law. "Su Ling's sister-in-law, let us steam this mullet for dinner. The fish gel is beneficial for women, enhancing beauty and complexion. The mullet is indeed a prized delicacy." As Su Ling gazed at the vibrant fish in her hands, a smile flickered across her face. Once the belle of the village, she had aged considerably over the years. toiling under the sun to support her family after giving birth to her daughter, Ran. A nourishing dish of mullet would certainly do her body good. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Ling realized something was amiss and shot a glare at Cao Dapeng. Her little brother-in-law was deliberately steering the conversation away. She had unwittingly fallen into his trap. However, since he had already contracted the shrimp pond, even if she and Cao Dahai wished to dissuade him, it seemed futile. With a resigned sigh, she declared, "All right. You two brothers continue your discussion. I will go prepare dinner." With that, she carried the two fish toward her kitchen. "Dapeng, what kind of fish do you plan to cultivate in the shrimp pond?" Once Su Ling had departed, Cao Dahai furrowed his brow. Concern etched on his face as he turned to Cao Dapeng. As the elder brother, it was natural for him to worry about such matters. "I haven't decided yet." Cao Dapeng scratched his nose and replied with a smile, "There are still some fish caught in the pond. I'll clean them out by the end of the year. Once I have a clearer idea, I can introduce the fish fry next year." Today, he had transported 2,000 pounds of fish from the neighboring Huang Jiping's pond. So he was in no rush to implement his next plan. Moreover, he was eager to observe how the flavor of the sea would influence the catch in the shrimp pond. Once the efficacy of this skill is confirmed, it shall not be too late to decide which fish to cultivate. Very well, since a shrimp pond has been established, it is imperative to manage it diligently. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inform me. Cao Dahai nodded. His younger brother, possessing strong opinions and capabilities, had taken on the responsibility of the shrimp pond. Thus, it is only fitting that he dedicates himself to its proper care. Perhaps, with their joint efforts, the two brothers might indeed turn their fortunes around. "Father, uncle, it's time for dinner. Come quickly." The brothers engaged in conversation for a while longer until Ran dashed over, calling them to the table. One must admit, the meat of the fish was delightfully exquisite, prompting Ran to nod repeatedly in approval, exclaiming how delicious it was. Observing his niece relish the meal with such enthusiasm, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. Ran. "Our family now has a shrimp pond. In the future, if you wish to eat any fish, just ask your father to catch it directly from the pond. There will be plenty." Their family had not been in the best circumstances for the past 3 years. Now that Ran was in the 3rd grade and growing taller, it was essential to supplement her nutrition as their situation improved. "That is wonderful. Does that mean we'll have fish to eat every day?" Upon hearing this, Ran joyfully jumped up. Although they lived by the sea and had access to common fish, something as premium as the fish they were discussing was not always affordable. Cao Dahai and Su Ling exchanged amused glances. Cao Dahai remarked, "You have yet to profit from the shrimp pond and are already thinking about feeding the family. If we consume it all, how will we earn any money? Such notions are not feasible." Su Ling nodded in agreement, addressing Cao Dapeng. "Your brother is correct. While our circumstances have improved, we are merely at the beginning. Let us focus on recouping our investment before indulging." Evidently, this couple remained concerned about the potential losses from the shrimp pond. All right. I shall heed the advice of my elder brother and sister-in-law." Cao Dapeng sighed in resignation. Unwilling to argue further, he glanced at his little niece and couldn't resist patting her head. Ran, have you eaten your fill? Would you like to accompany your uncle to the shrimp pond?" "Absolutely. I want to go. I'll bring Xiaowei along." Ran eagerly nodded in agreement. Woof, woof, woof. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaowei, who had been waiting outside the gate, barked excitedly, wagging its tail and trotting over to join them. "We shall go and take a look as well." Cao Dahai and Su Ling, despite their concerns, stood up, ready to accompany them to the shrimp pond. Although they were apprehensive, Cao Dapeng had invested 200,000 to lease 20 acres of shrimp pond, and honestly, they felt quite proud of him. 3 years prior, when their parents had fallen into misfortune, their family's shrimp pond had to be sold at a low price. Now, with the younger brother having reclaimed a larger pond for the same amount, the Cao family had regained its standing in Hongshu village. Contemplating this, they felt compelled to see the shrimp pond that Cao Dapeng had acquired. Meanwhile, at the shrimp pond, old Zhang had already departed in his fish truck, laden with the day's catch. Yet Huang Jiping remained standing there, unable to fathom how his splendid shrimp pond could yield a mere 1,000 pounds of fish, a situation that defied all logic. Turning his gaze towards the 20 acres of shrimp pond recently acquired by Cao Dapeng, Huang Jiping's frustration intensified. It was one thing for his own pond to fail to produce a bountiful harvest, but the fact that the pond he had meticulously planned for an entire year had been usurped by Cao Dapeng was utterly infuriating. The mere thought of it left him feeling suffocated with indignation. Just because you've made a bit of money, you've forgotten your own name. The more he mulled over it, the angrier he became, and he unceremoniously discarded the cigarette but he held, striding purposefully towards the area where Cao Dapeng had set up his equipment. "Cao Dapeng, oh Cao Dapeng, if I cannot profit, you shall not prosper either." Chapter 90. The little black dog encounters a villain. Aquaculture of marine fish is considerably more intricate than that of freshwater species. It necessitates specialized equipment to maintain water temperature and to introduce sea salt, thereby preserving the environment of the shrimp pond. Over the past year, in his quest to acquire this 20-acre shrimp pond at a low price, Huangji has occasionally tampered with the equipment. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Cao Yulin to have lost so many fish. Today, after incurring significant losses from fish sales, Huangji intends to vent his frustrations on the fish in this pond. He is resolute in his belief that if the shrimp pond continues to suffer losses, Cao Dapeng will no longer wish to cultivate here. Woof, woof. Just as Huangji stealthily approached the pond, ready to execute his plan, a shadow darted out from the darkness and lunged directly at him. Startled, Huangji stumbled, losing his balance and falling headlong into Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond with a splash. Fortunately, having grown up by the sea, he is adept at swimming. After a few strokes, he resurfaced, sputtering and spitting out water. To his dismay, not far away stood a black dog, glaring at him with anger, as if poised to pounce once more. Damn it, whose dog is this? Letting it run wild and bite people. I swear I'll steal for dog meat, Huangji exclaimed, picking up a stone with the intent of confronting the little black dog. Yet, the dog remained steadfast, glaring at Huangji without a hint of fear. Little black. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from a distance. Cao Dapeng, accompanied by his brother and sister-in-law, was approaching. They had just been discussing the shrimp pond and had reminded Little Black to patrol the area well, as it now belonged to their family. To their surprise, as soon as the words were spoken, Little Black darted forward like a flash of lightning. Upon their arrival, they noticed Huangji, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Oh, isn't this Uncle Jiping? Your shrimp pond is all dried up. What brings you to my family's pond? Cao Dapeng scrutinized the disheveled Huangji, deep in thought. Huangji's pond had indeed been drained earlier that afternoon. It was curious that he was not at home, but instead here, near the equipment. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. Is this your dog? Huangji, still fuming, pointed an accusatory finger at Little Black. Why aren't you keeping it in check? What if it bites someone? Can you take responsibility for that? Haha, Cao Dapeng chuckled, noticing Little Black wagging its tail and nuzzling against him, oblivious to Huangji's ire. Uncle Jiping, you misunderstand. My Little Black is a good dog. He specializes in biting bad people. Huangji seethed with anger. What do you mean by that? Cao Dapeng remarked. Uncle Jiping, are you planning to bathe in your own shrimp pond? What do you mean by coming to my pond to fetch water? Huang Jiping, taken aback, felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he recalled his initial intentions. If it weren't for your dog pouncing on me, I wouldn't have fallen in. He retorted indignantly. Is it so wrong for me to come over and enjoy the scenery at night? With that, he huffed, drenched and disheveled, trudging back towards his own yard. However, a voice from behind him carried a pointed undertone. Xiaohei, well done. This shrimp pond belongs to our family. If we catch anyone causing mischief near our pond in the future, let them have it. I will stand by you. The voice was intentionally raised, clearly audible to Huang Jiping. Observing Huang Jiping's retreating figure, Cao Dahai and Su Ling exchanged glances. Dapeng, what did Uncle Jiping do to provoke you? It seems there is some discord between you two, Cao Dahai inquired curiously. The two had been at work during the events at the pond and were not fully informed. Nothing much, Cao Dapeng waved his hand dismissively. That old fellow keeps saying that the feng shui is poor here, which is nothing but a jinx for me. Besides, big brother and sister-in-law, you saw the equipment right here. Why would he come to our shrimp pond at such an hour? I strongly suspect that Uncle Yolin's losses were due to this fellow's underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Cao Dahai and Su Ling pondered thoughtfully. Although Huang Jiping was affluent in Hongshu village, his reputation was rather tarnished, having indulged in questionable activities in his youth. Given their knowledge of him, Cao Dapeng's suspicions might indeed hold water. This man could very well be up to no good. From now on, the three of us should take turns patrolling daily to ensure he doesn't find any loopholes, Cao Dahai stated sternly. His younger brother, Cao Dapeng, had only just secured the lease for the shrimp pond and had yet to see profit. As the elder sibling, he would not allow anyone to disrupt their endeavors. Indeed, the pond requires vigilant oversight, Su Ling concurred, standing firmly with Cao Dapeng. I want to join too. I want to patrol, chimed in the little girl Ruan, raising her hand excitedly. Count me in. I want to bring Xiaohei along. Now in the 3rd grade, she might not fully grasp adult matters. Yet her heart brimmed with a sense of justice. Hearing that someone might harm Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond, she was eager to assist. All right, my Ruan is wonderful. Cao Dapeng affectionately tousled her hair, feeling an immense warmth in his heart. With such a family by his side, he felt he wanted for nothing. Once they began to earn, he would ensure that his elder brother and sister-in-law shared in the prosperity, providing them with a better life. A large family meandered around the shrimp pond, And along the way, Cao Dapeng frequently gestured towards the pond, offering his relatively expert opinions. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng's attention was captivated by the fish within the pond. He observed that, in just a short span of time, the fish seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Although their sizes remained unchanged, they appeared remarkably spirited, almost indistinguishable from the wild fish caught in the sea. It seemed that the taste of the sea had quite an impressive effect. After conversing with his brother and sister-in-law for a while longer, the group returned to their respective homes. Cao Dapeng enjoyed a refreshing shower and had just settled into bed when his phone buzzed with a message. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Lu Qingyu. Chapter 91. Lu Qingyu in disguise. Dapeng, you must personally deliver the barnacles tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss with you. Upon receiving Lu Qingyu's message, Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback. Important matters? What could Lu Qingyu possibly need to discuss? Nevertheless, he had previously promised her that he would deliver the barnacles himself. Having spent the recent National Day holiday assisting at Wanghelu, he felt a bit remiss in his commitment. Considering he had some free time, Cao Dapeng pondered briefly before responding with an enthusiastic OK emoji. The following morning, Cao Dapeng rose early and called upon Afu to accompany him as they set out on their boat to the nearby reefs, meticulously collecting their traps one by one. In addition to the sea eels designated for Wanghelu, he refrained from selling the smaller fish and shrimp caught in the traps, instead choosing to place them in a bucket and transfer them directly to his own shrimp pond. After a night of acclimatization, Cao Dapeng surveyed the fish in his pond anew, noticing their vitality seemed to have improved, and perhaps they had even grown larger. He shook his head, wondering if it was merely an illusion. Brother, with such a large shrimp pond, aren't you worried about incurring losses? Afu expressed his concerns while observing the recently acquired pond. After all, the shrimp pond belonging to the Cao family had gained a notorious reputation in the village. Its failure to sell over the past year was attributed to the widely held belief that the pond was ill-fated. Fear not, that was merely Uncle Yolin's lack of care. Cao Dapeng reassured him with a pat on Afu's shoulder. In my hands, this pond will yield bountiful harvests. In the future, whenever we collect traps or go beachcombing and encounter small fish or shrimp, we shall toss them all into this pond and harvest together at year's end. All right, Brother Dapeng. Afu beamed with delight upon hearing this. Regardless of what others might say, he unwaveringly believed in Cao Dapeng. After all, in the 2 months he had worked alongside Cao Dapeng, he had already earned a considerable sum, surpassing the incomes of many villagers. While others might face losses in managing this pond, Afu was convinced that Cao Dapeng possessed the means to succeed. Look how far we've come in such a short time. Initially, we were just scavenging for fish by chance along the shore, but now, not only do we deliver sea eels to Wanghelu daily, but we also earn a significant profit just from barnacles. And now, Cao Dapeng has even taken on a 20-acre shrimp pond. As long as I continue working with him, my life will only improve. After sharing a few more words, Afu rode off on his motorcycle to deliver the selected sea eels to Wanghelu, while Cao Dapeng returned home. By midday, fishermen from surrounding villages began arriving at Cao Dapeng's house, each bringing their gathered barnacles. Ever since he had taught that brash individual a lesson, the barnacle business in Hongshu village had essentially been monopolized by Cao Dapeng. Moreover, with Cao Dapeng's daily cash settlements, never delaying wages, and offering fair prices, the number of fishermen delivering goods has naturally increased. Although the quantity has not risen significantly, Cao Dapeng has noticed that the quality of the barnacles has notably improved. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. After bidding farewell to the fishermen, Cao Dapeng closed the gate and drove his pickup truck towards the Ling and Pharmaceutical Group, where Lu Qingyu was located. Inside the office of Ling and Pharmaceutical Group, Lu Qingyu, contrary to her usual demeanor, was not clad in her typical professional attire but instead wore a casual pink dress. At that moment, she was retouching her makeup in front of a mirror. Gorgeous. Captivated by her own beauty reflected in the glass, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on the mirror. Just then, a sudden vibration from her phone, which was resting nearby, interrupted her moment. It was a voice message from a contact named Lifesaver. Long time no see. President Lu, I've arrived. Where are you? Listening to the message 3 times, Lu Qingyu's face lit up with a smile as she responded with a voice message. I'm on my way, just a moment. With that, she set her phone down, stood up, and twirled in front of the nearby full-length mirror a couple of times. Once satisfied that her outfit was flawless, she grabbed a small handbag, slipped into her high heels, and sashayed towards the elevator. As she passed through the lobby on the first floor, her attire instantly drew the attention of numerous colleagues. What's up with President Lu today? She is dressed so stylishly. I wonder, she usually wears work attire, even for social events. It's as if the sun has risen from the west today. To be honest, she looks much more ladylike in this outfit. Employees whispered among themselves, occasionally snapping photos and sharing them in the company group chat, gossiping about the unexpected transformation. Unperturbed by the attention, Lu Qingyu casually summoned 2 workers and approached Cao Dapeng. "You two, move these goods into the warehouse." "Yes, President Liu." The 2 laborers, not daring to procrastinate, promptly weighed the barnacles and transported them to the warehouse in front of Cao Dapeng. Lu Qingyu surveyed Cao Dapeng with her beautiful eyes, her smile laced with concern. "Dapeng, you've lost weight after a few days. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast." "A feast? President Liu, didn't you mention having important matters?" Cao Dapeng looked at Lu Qingyu in surprise, secretly admiring her. Lu Qingyu was indeed strikingly beautiful. With a change of attire, her style transformed entirely. From a corporate professional, she now resembled a charming girl next door, exuding an air of innocence. He thought to himself how capricious women can be. Important matters? Lu Qingyu paused, then suddenly recalled, "Of course. But we can't just talk shop, can we? Let us go. I've booked a private dining place where we can eat and chat." Yesterday, she learned from a fu that Cao Dapeng had already departed from Wang Heilu, yet he failed to present her with a barnacle, instead offering a flimsy excuse. Perhaps he even sent a fu to deliver goods on his behalf. Well, so be it. Cao Dapeng shrugged helplessly. Lu Qingyu was his esteemed client, and considering he owed her over 100,000, he could not afford to refuse her hospitality. Initially, he intended to drive his pickup, but Lu Qingyu insisted he accompany her in the passenger seat of her luxurious Land Rover, dressed exquisitely and personally driving him to dinner. Cao Dapeng felt a bit overwhelmed by her attention. "Ms. Liu, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" "Don't call me Ms. Liu. Just like before in Hongshu Village, refer to me as Qingyu." Lu Qingyu shot him a glance as she drove, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Have you grown distant after just a few days apart?" Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng's heart raced with unease. Chapter 92. He is Spider-Man's brother in this day and age. Discussing finances can strain relationships, while delving into emotions may jeopardize monetary matters. Lu Qingyu's enthusiasm today left Cao Dapeng somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, being single and possessing little in terms of wealth, he decided to dismiss any further thoughts. "Look at you." Observing Cao Dapeng's awkward demeanor, Lu Qingyu chuckled with a hint of exasperation. "I won't tease you any longer. The reason I invited you today is to share some splendid news." "Splendid news?" Cao Dapeng exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed." Lu Qingyu beamed. "Thanks to the diligent efforts of our research team, our first batch of barnacle pain relief medication has hit the market, receiving positive feedback from numerous hospitals and pharmacies. Every beginning is challenging, but with such a successful launch, the future is surely bright. And you played a part in this. So I must treat you to a delightful meal." "That is wonderful news." Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng finally understood. Promoting traditional Chinese medicine had always been Lu Qingyu's passion, and the successful introduction of the barnacle pain relief medication was indeed a cause for celebration. "What about Han Jiangxue? Shouldn't she be included in such a momentous occasion?" Cao Dapeng inquired, glancing at Lu Qingyu with a smile. Han Jiangxue was Lu Qingyu's close friend, and logically, she should not miss out on such a significant event. "Ah, she is quite the busy bee these days." Lu Qingyu shrugged with a sigh. "Recently, Xiao Xue went to Jiangbei for some fishing competition and probably won't return for a few days." "I see." Cao Dapeng nodded, now enlightened. He recalled how Han Jiangxue had been messaging him almost daily, but her sudden silence had caused him concern. He had not realized she was preoccupied with the competition. As the two conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a restaurant named Shangyue Building. The establishment, adorned with opulent Chinese decor, exuded an air of luxury that suggested it was not an ordinary dining venue. Indeed, as Cao Dapeng followed Lu Qingyu out of the car, he noticed that the parking lot was filled predominantly with high-end luxury vehicles. Meanwhile, not far away, a young girl of about 8 or 9 years old was leaning against the window of a Porsche, her delightful, almond-shaped eyes suddenly brimming with excitement. "Spider-Man's brother. He is Spider-Man's brother." Seated in the driver's seat was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Observing his daughter's animated gestures, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you talking about, Yao Yao?" "Let us go. The food here is excellent." Lu Qingyu flashed a radiant smile at Cao Dapeng. "Previously, you treated me. So today, I shall be the host. Order whatever you desire." "All right then, I shall indulge today." Cao Dapeng's spirits lifted, feeling grateful for the opportunities that had come his way after having recently secured a 20-acre shrimp pond. With a promising future ahead, he felt it was indeed time to relish the moment. Woof, woof, woof. As he followed Lu Qingyu, preparing to leave the parking lot for the restaurant entrance, a formidable black pit bull suddenly leaped from a luxury car, menacingly charging towards her. Upon encountering such a fearsome creature, Lu Qingyu's complexion drained of color, and her body instinctively recoiled. In an instant, A strong and warm hand appeared at her waist, lifting her upright before she could regain her composure. Almost immediately, a wretched howl from the dog pierced the air. Following the sound, Lu Qingyu's mouth fell agape as she witnessed the ferocious dog that had lunged at her being sent flying by a powerful punch from Cao Dapeng. The pit bull crashed heavily onto the ground 2 meters away, yelping in pain, struggling to rise but unable to maintain its footing, trembling as it lay there. Clearly, Cao Dapeng's strike had inflicted serious injury upon the dog. Oh no! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Qingyu suddenly understood the implications. Anyone who frequented the Yuanyu building was likely to be wealthy or influential. The adage "it is wise to consider the owner when dealing with a dog" rang true. And while Cao Dapeng had saved her, he was likely to offend someone of consequence. A sharp, scathing voice pierced the air. "What on earth are you doing? In broad daylight, why have you harmed my baby?" From the luxurious vehicle, a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman emerged, glaring at the two with a fierce countenance. Unfazed by the woman's accusations, Cao Dapeng calmly replied, "Do you possess a dog license? You take your dog out without a leash?" Raising serious suspicions about the legality of your ownership. Kindly present your documentation, or this matter will not conclude here. What dog license? You injured my baby, and you think you have the right to argue? The middle-aged woman, momentarily taken aback by Cao Dapeng's interrogation, became enraged and reached for her phone to call the authorities. Seeing the escalating situation, Lu Qingyu quickly interjected with a conciliatory smile, "Sister, he was only trying to protect me. How much is your dog worth? I will compensate you, if that is acceptable." Having finally managed to bring Cao Dapeng out for a meal, she did not wish for an incident involving a dog to mar their dining experience. "What is this about the worth of a dog? This is my baby. He is my son." The middle-aged woman shot a furious glare at Lu Qingyu, clearly intent on not letting the matter rest. "Dear, what is going on? Why aren't you coming over? Our guests are nearly all here." At that moment, a man in a suit approached from the parking lot, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon seeing him, the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed over. "Darling, you must take charge. Someone has harmed our baby, and I fear for his life. They must be punished severely." "What? Baby is in distress?" The middle-aged man's expression hardened as he swiftly followed her to the scene. Upon seeing the trembling pit bull lying on the ground, his face darkened significantly. The pit bull was brought back from abroad, and had often kept his wife company. Today, however, it had suffered a grievous assault. "Quick, call a veterinarian." The middle-aged man instructed the aristocratic lady, before turning his attention to Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lu Qingyu was taken aback. "Mr. Li?" This individual was none other than Li Mingrui, the general manager of Huamin Group, one of their distributors at Ling and Pharmaceutical. Just a couple of days ago, they had dined together, preparing to finalize a long-term partnership regarding the barnacle pain relief medication. This was indeed troubling. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be General Manager Lu from Lingyan Group. Upon spotting Lu Qingyu, Li Mingrui's expression turned frosty. "I had no idea that General Manager Lu could be so tyrannical, to allow your subordinates to mistreat a dog like this. It seems we must reconsider our collaboration between Huamin Group and your esteemed company." Chapter 93, Boomerang. Li Mingrui, seeing Cao Dapeng dressed in ordinary attire, mistakenly believed him to be merely a subordinate of Lu Qingyu, and thus dismissed him entirely. Recently, they had become a cooperative channel for Ling and Pharmaceutical as traditional Chinese medicine. And at a recent banquet, Lu Qingyu had lavished praise upon the company's CEO, emboldening her arrogance in his presence. Upon sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lu Qingyu quickly interjected, "Mr. Li, this is merely a misunderstanding. How about this? I will fully cover the medical expenses for your beloved baby. And I sincerely apologize once again. I hope this incident does not affect our collaboration." The promotion of traditional Chinese medicine is inherently challenging. Losing the Huamin Group as a partner would be disastrous for her, as she could not fathom the dire consequences that the Tinghu pain relief medicine would face. Their efforts over the past 2 months could easily be rendered futile. Ms. Lu, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed." Li Mingrui retorted with a shake of his head and a cold smirk. "One must not overlook small acts of kindness nor indulge in minor evils. As a medical professional, maintaining kindness is the bare minimum. A single leaf can herald the autumn. If you can turn a blind eye to your subordinate's cruelty today, tomorrow you may, in the pursuit of profit, compromise the integrity of your medicines. The health of the populace is paramount and allows for no errors." His determination was unwavering. "I, Li Mingrui, am not in need of money. If he does not sincerely apologize to my baby today, I fear our collaboration must come to an end." Lu Qingyu faltered, her expression clouded with difficulty as she found herself at a loss. Cao Dapeng was not her subordinate, but a dear friend. Moreover, had he not intervened to save her, the injury to that pit bull would not have occurred. How could she possibly demand an apology from him when he had done nothing wrong? Were it not for the development of the Tinghu pain relief medicine, she would not be so subservient. Suddenly, the silence of the expansive parking lot was broken by the sound of 3 claps. It was unexpected that the general manager of Woman Group would, in broad daylight, distort the truth and pursue personal gain. With a leader like you, Woman Group truly suffers a grave misfortune. The 4 individuals, caught in a stalemate, turned towards the voice and beheld an elegant middle-aged man, accompanied by a charming little girl, making their way toward them. Yo-yo? Upon seeing the little girl, Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu's eyes brightened. This girl was none other than the child they had rescued from a dilapidated community previously. Spider-Man brother. Yao Yao sprinted towards Cao Dapeng, her face alight with joy. After the chaos of their last encounter, she had intended to express her gratitude alongside her grandmother, but Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu had vanished. She never expected to encounter him here today. Mr. Jiang? Upon noticing the bespectacled man beside Yao Yao, Li Mingrui's expression shifted dramatically. The stern, cold visage suddenly transformed into a beaming smile. Oh, Mr. Jiang, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Li Mingrui smiled as he extended his hands, ready to shake hands. General Jiang, after your long journey, I have prepared a banquet at Shuangyue Tower to welcome you. There's no need for that. However, faced with Li Mingrui's outstretched hands, Jiang Wenwei remained indifferent, coldly retorting, Mr. Li, with your blatant distortion of truth and self-serving motives. I cannot share a table with someone like you. Distortion of truth? What do you mean, General Jiang? Li Mingrui's face turned awkward, his hands suspended in the air, reluctantly withdrawing while his brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Wenwei snorted, just moments ago, my daughter and I witnessed your vicious dog attack a person. This young man acted nobly to protect that lady's safety. Yet, you, Mr. Li, refuse to discern right from wrong, leveraging your status to coerce an apology. Is this not a distortion of truth for personal gain? As he spoke, Jiang Wenwei gestured to his daughter, Yao Yao, show Mr. Li the video you recorded earlier. Okay. Yao Yao obediently nodded, opening the video on her phone, clearly displaying the scene of the unleashed dog attacking. Earlier, in the car, upon seeing Cao Dapeng, Yao Yao had wanted to thank him and capture footage of her hero, inadvertently recording the entire incident. Upon seeing the footage, Li Mingrui's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he forced a smile. General Jiang, you see, it's all a misunderstanding. Now that we can clarify, everything will be fine. Li Mingrui's complexion changed more rapidly than the weather in June. He quickly turned to Lu Qingyu, apologizing, I am sorry, Ms. Lu, for jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation. This was entirely my wife's fault. She failed to manage our pet properly, leading to this incident. I apologize. And let us continue our collaboration, shall we? Were it not for the representatives from the headquarters standing before him, he would not have offered an apology. However, with Jiang Wenwei's visit being crucial to his future prospects, he had to maintain a proper demeanor. Noticing Jiang Wenwei's still stern expression, he quickly turned to his wife. Why are you still in shock? Hurry and apologize to both of them. The middle-aged woman, taken aback, thought, just moments ago, my husband defended me, and now, in the time it takes to make a phone call, I must apologize. What is going on? I think not. Jiang Wenwei shook his head, speaking calmly, Mr. Li. You made a valid point earlier. A single leaf can indicate autumn. Your wife's aggressive behavior today must have been a long-standing issue. One should not overlook small acts of kindness, nor should one commit minor evils. Today, Mr. Li, in your attempt to protect your wife and dog, you have exploited your position to jeopardize the interests of the group for personal gain. If a greater temptation arises in the future, I have no doubt you would sacrifice the entire group to preserve your own interests. Li Mingrui, left speechless, could only stare in disbelief. Isn't that what you just said? How is it that you are now turning against yourself? Jiang Wenhui remarked, tossing the boomerang back at Li Mingrui with a smile. Our Wanmin group cannot allow such a person to oversee any region's operations. Therefore, Mr. Li, you might as well return and draft your resignation. We cannot tolerate your presence here any longer. Please, no. Li Mingrui's unease grew with each word, and upon hearing Jiang Wenhui demand his resignation, he instantly panicked. General Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding, truly. However, Jiang Wenhui paid him no mind, turning instead to Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu with an air of elegance. The cacophony of barking is rather overwhelming. If you do not mind, shall we relocate our discussion to a more serene environment? Chapter 94, signing the long-term contract with a resounding slap. Li Mingrui turned away in anger as he watched Cao Dapeng and the others depart, completely disregarding his presence. Li Mingrui, why did you hit me? The middle-aged lady exclaimed, clutching her face in disbelief as she gazed at her husband. They had been a loving couple for many years, and this was the first time he had struck her. You wretched woman, I have spoiled you for long enough. Li Mingrui glared at his wife, his voice laced with venom. After enduring so many years to reach my current position, now my future is jeopardized because of your dog. Jiang Wenwei was a high-ranking official sent from headquarters, and it was already a blessing that he had only submitted his resignation. If he continued to cause trouble, Li Mingrui feared he would find it impossible to maintain a foothold in the pharmaceutical industry. He could hardly fathom that his esteemed position as a regional manager could vanish due to a mere dog. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Shangyue building, Lu Qingyu and Cao Dapeng accompanied Jiang Wenwei and his daughter Yao Yao to their reserved private room. Jiang Wenwei graciously presented his business cards to Lu Qingyu and Cao Dapeng, smiling as he said, "A month ago, had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have lost my daughter. Here is my card. Please do not hesitate to reach out if there is anything I can assist with. I will do my utmost to help." Jiang Wenwei's gaze towards Cao Dapeng was filled with gratitude. Having spent years working away from home, he had been unable to care for his daughter Yao Yao after the passing of his wife, entrusting her to his parents. He had urged them more than once to move out of their dilapidated neighborhood, but they had lived there for decades and were reluctant to leave behind their friends and neighbors. The recent fire incident had instilled a profound sense of fear in Jiang Wenwei. Had his daughter not been rescued, he could hardly imagine how he would survive in the next life. The kindness shown by Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu was a tremendous blessing, and he felt indebted to them beyond measure, for Yao Yao was his very life. "Mr. Jiang, you are too kind," Cao Dapeng replied, shrugging as he affectionately tousled Yao Yao's hair. "In the face of such danger, I believe anyone would lend a hand if they could. Perhaps this is our destined connection." "Indeed, perhaps it is." Jiang Wenwei chuckled heartily before turning to Lu Qingyu and inquiring, "Miss Lu, I gathered from Mr. Lee's comments earlier that your company has a partnership with our Wanmin Group?" Lu Qingyu nodded with a smile. "Precisely, Mr. Jiang. Our Ling and Pharmaceuticals has recently developed a barnacle pain relief medication, and the market feedback has been quite favorable. We are eager to explore a collaboration with your esteemed company." "Barnacle pain relief medication?" Jiang Wenwei exclaimed in surprise. "I have heard of it. It holds significant research value, even in Japan and South Korea. The market demand is exceptionally strong." He gazed at Lu Qingyu and smiled, saying, "To be candid, my visit from the capital is primarily to conduct research on the market for traditional Chinese medicines, such as the Tinghu Jitong medicine. For an extended period, traditional Chinese medicine has been overshadowed by Western pharmaceuticals, finding it increasingly difficult to gain a foothold. However, in the past 2 years, there have been notable advancements in traditional medicine, leading to a gradual expansion of the market for Chinese patent medicines, even exhibiting an upward trend. Thus, Jiang Wenwei contemplated whether it would be possible to cultivate this area further. Contemplating this, Jiang Wenwei pondered aloud, "General Manager Lu, Mr. Cao, what do you think of this proposal? Our Wanmin Group is willing to sign a 5-year contract with your esteemed company, granting you priority access to all traditional Chinese medicines in our group during this period. Should market feedback be favorable, we can consider renewing the contract. What do you think of 5 years? 5 years. Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. The pharmaceutical market evolves rapidly, and most collaborators tend to sign 1-year contracts. By the end of a year, a new best-selling medication might emerge, leading to the signing of new agreements. She never anticipated that Jiang Wenwei would be willing to commit to a 5-year contract. This represented a tremendous opportunity for Ling and Pharmaceuticals. "Is there anything unsuitable?" Jiang Wenwei gently inquired upon noticing her silence. No. Lu Qingyu quickly regained her composure, smiling as she extended her hand to Jiang Wenwei. "The terms you have proposed are too generous. I must accept." At that moment, a server arrived with drinks. Lu Qingyu promptly poured a glass for Jiang Wenwei and another for herself, cheerfully stating, "Then, General Manager Jiang, here's to a fruitful collaboration." "To a fruitful collaboration," Jiang Wenwei replied with a slight smile, raising his glass and draining it in one go. If it were any other collaborator, he would have naturally opted for a 1-year or even quarterly contract. However, Lu Qingyu was different. She and Cao Dapeng had rescued his daughter, and he had observed her steadfastness in confronting Li Mingrui's challenges. Jiang Wenwei could discern the admirable character of both Lu Qingyu and Cao Dapeng. He felt assured in this partnership. "I have some matters to attend to in another room, so I will not disturb you further. Please feel free to reach out anytime." After concluding the business discussion and engaging in a few casual exchanges with Lu Qingyu and Cao Dapeng, Jiang Wenwei took his daughter by the hand, preparing to take his leave. As someone who had experienced such situations, he understood that while Lu Qingyu and Cao Dapeng did not appear to be romantically involved, it was not appropriate for him and his daughter to linger as uninvited guests during their meal. "Yao Yao, say goodbye to your brother and sister." "Goodbye, Brother Dapeng." "Sister Qingyu." Yao Yao pouted, her expression one of reluctance. She waved at Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu, showcasing her smart electronic watch. "Brother Dapeng, Sister Qingyu, We have added each other on WeChat. You must contact me when you have time. Yes, indeed, Yao Yao. Observing Yao Yao's adorable demeanor, both Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu were utterly charmed, promptly nodding in agreement with smiles. Upon receiving the promises from both individuals, Yao Yao's mood transformed from overcast to radiant. She grasped Jiang Wenhui's hand and skipped joyfully out of the private room where they had gathered. Ouch. That hurts. Lu Qingyu, why are you pinching me? Just as the father and daughter had exited, Cao Dapeng suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Looking down, he discovered that Lu Qingyu had been gripping his arm tightly without him noticing. Dapeng, I'm not dreaming. Lu Qingyu blinked her eyes, her lovely face brimming with excitement. Our Ling and Pharmaceutical has actually secured a 5-year contract with Wanmin Group, and we have preferential rights for our dedicated counters. Dapeng, do you think this could be a blessing in disguise? Cao Dapeng, while he was unsure about the notion of a blessing in disguise, he was acutely aware of the intense pain in his arm. I must say, Lu Qingyu, if you wish to speak, please do so without resorting to physical means. Might I kindly request that you release your grip? Chapter 95, The Weeping Lu Qingyu after drinking my apologies. Lu Qingyu quickly released her grip, grasping the wine bottle to pour a glass for Cao Dapeng, followed by one for herself. With both hands cradling her glass, she raised it towards Cao Dapeng and declared, Dapeng, today you have rendered me a tremendous service. This toast is my heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Cao Dapeng, she would not have acquired such a wealth of fresh barnacles, let alone developed a pain-relieving product from them. Moreover, if Cao Dapeng had not risked his life to rescue Yao Yao, their Ling and Pharmaceutical would not have secured a 5-year distribution contract with the formidable Wanmin Group. Although Jiang Wenhui lacked any famous adage, Lu Qingyu understood that all these accomplishments were merely to honor Cao Dapeng's reputation. Indeed, Cao Dapeng was her lucky star. Every encounter with him seemed to herald fortuitous events. Who are we to each other? Were it not for your generous support back then, I would not have arrived at this point today. Cao Dapeng smiled gently, raising his glass to clink with Lu Qingyu's before downing the contents in one swift motion. Faced with an onslaught from numerous relatives, had Lu Qingyu not promptly produced over 200,000 to extricate him, his entrepreneurial aspirations might have faltered before they even began. By the way, I just contracted a shrimp pond spanning 20 acres. I'll repay you the money I owe in due time, all right? Cao Dapeng candidly shared his recent venture into shrimp farming. Contracting a shrimp pond? That is splendid news. Do not concern yourself with financial matters, Lu Qingyu replied, her eyes brightening at the revelation. She mused to herself that Cao Dapeng was indeed a capable individual within such a short span. Not only had he repaid half of what he owed her, but he also managed to secure a shrimp pond. Thus, it appears we are both graced with good fortune. Come, let us drink to this. With her spirits soaring after confirming the collaboration with Jiang Wenhui, Lu Qingyu filled Cao Dapeng's glass once more and downed her own glass of white liquor with gusto. This scene left Cao Dapeng astounded. Had Han Jiangxuan not mentioned that Lu Qingyu seldom drank? Why was she so enthusiastic today? Lu Qingyu, clearly in high spirits, continued to urge Cao Dapeng to drink with her, their cups clinking in lively camaraderie. However, as several glasses were consumed, Cao Dapeng noticed that Lu Qingyu's demeanor began to shift. Dapeng, do you know why I have devoted myself to promoting traditional Chinese medicine? At this moment, Lu Qingyu, slightly intoxicated, radiated charm under the soft glow of the room's lights. Yet, without a hint of decorum, she draped her arm around Cao Dapeng's shoulders, her captivating eyes gazing dreamily at him. Is it because of your grandfather? This topic had previously surfaced in their conversation when discussing Yao Yao's neighborhood. Lu Qingyu's grandfather was a venerable traditional Chinese physician in Tian'an City, and her fervent commitment to the field of traditional medicine was largely inspired by him. Indeed, it is because of my grandfather. Lu Qingyu nodded, seemingly recalling something, and sighed. My grandfather was exceptionally kind to me since childhood. You have no idea. I was particularly playful as a child, and my parents often scolded me. However, my grandfather had a gentle temperament. No matter what I did, he would always smile. Lost in the memories of my youth, I recalled that it was only when I turned 10 that I witnessed my grandfather's anger for the first time. He locked himself in his room for 3 days and nights without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, just a couple of years later, my grandfather passed away. Cao Dapeng sat quietly beside her, refraining from interrupting. He understood that Lu Qingyu was opening her heart to him, expressing her emotions, and at that moment, being a good listener was all that was required. Lu Qingyu continued, I had never seen my grandfather like that. And it was only after I matured that I learned he had been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for decades, saving countless lives with his unique remedies. Yet, despite being such a renowned physician, he was deemed to be practicing medicine illegally simply because he lacked a medical license. If it weren't for some interveners, he would have faced severe consequences. Cao Dapeng sighed in response. Your grandfather's plight is likely the predicament faced by many traditional Chinese doctors. Despite their healing abilities, they often find themselves branded as illegal practitioners, which is undoubtedly a significant blow to anyone. Contemplating this, Lu Qingyu continued, after that, my grandfather never treated another patient or prescribed another remedy. Later, I realized that those who accused him of illegal practice did so merely out of a desire to acquire our family's unique formula, and after my grandfather refused, they sought revenge. Lu Qingyu looked at Cao Dapeng, her expression unusually earnest. In that moment, I understood that our traditional medicine has not declined, nor is it inferior to Western medicine. As long as we, the younger generation, continue to strive, one day we shall elevate it to new heights. Cao Dapeng could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine has developed over 5,000 years, accumulating an immense wealth of healing experience. If it is not scientific, then what is? If it could cure the ailments of the ancients, why can it not heal the modern populace? Yes, Lu Qingyu nodded, sighing. However, saying it is one thing. When I truly immersed myself in this profession, I realized how arduous it is. The transmission of traditional knowledge has been severed. Local herbal medicines are being monopolized by foreigners, and countless fakes abound domestically. In such an environment, striving for progress is exceedingly difficult, far from ordinary difficulty. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, and they fell uncontrollably, creating a poignant scene that stirred Cao Dapeng's heart with compassion. Qingyu, you are remarkable, he encouraged her. The Tinghu pain relief medicine has already made its mark in the market. If we continue to persevere, the future will undoubtedly be brighter. Lu Qingyu shook her head. I know you are just trying to comfort me. Even if the barnacle painkiller achieves success, its impact on traditional Chinese medicine remains negligible. To gain widespread recognition for herbal remedies, it is imperative to continually develop new products. However, I find myself at a loss for the next steps to take. If Han Jiangxue were present, she would likely find Lu Qingyu's current state rather familiar. Lu Qingyu exhibits a duality of character. Under normal circumstances, she is resolute and decisive, approaching challenges with a commendably optimistic outlook. Yet, upon consuming alcohol, it is as though she transforms into an entirely different person, sinking into a profound despondency from which she cannot extricate herself. Lu Qingyu lifts her gaze, tears welling in her eyes as she looks at Cao Dapeng with an air of poignant vulnerability. Dapeng, life is so challenging. What do you think I should do? Cao Dapeng, initially intending to be a sympathetic listener, finds the situation increasingly unsettling. And you, Lu Qingyu, please don't look at me like that. It's a bit overwhelming. Chapter 96. The Sturgeon Fish Gel Project. Noticing the glistening tears in Lu Qingyu's eyes, Cao Dapeng hurriedly remarked, Qingyu, have you considered that if we transform traditional Chinese medicinal formulas into health-preserving milk teas, it could greatly enhance the promotion of traditional Chinese medicine? Health-preserving milk tea? Lu Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Please elaborate. Cao Dapeng continued, the current situation for traditional Chinese medicine is quite challenging. The most difficult aspect lies in restoring people's confidence in it. As long as individuals are willing to believe in traditional Chinese medicine, there remains hope. Trust is perhaps the most crucial element. Lu Qingyu pondered this thoughtfully. Cao Dapeng went on, to establish that trust, we must seize opportunities that allow everyone to engage with traditional Chinese medicine easily, enabling them to experience its wonders firsthand. Consequently, the number of individuals who believe in it will undoubtedly increase. Lu Qingyu nodded vigorously, seemingly enlightened by his words. However, Cao Dapeng added, currently, I believe that health-preserving milk tea is the most effective approach. We can create specialized milk teas based on traditional health formulas tailored to various symptoms in different demographics. If they prove beneficial, they will surely be well received. For instance, take fish gel. It is known to enhance beauty for women, who represent the largest consumer market. If we capitalize on this, I am convinced we will succeed. Cao Dapeng originally intended to console Lu Qingyu, but as their conversation progressed, he discovered a significant business opportunity. He recalled the sturgeon he had caught in the fish pond yesterday, whose flesh was remarkably delectable, especially the swim bladder. If transformed into fish gel and incorporated into milk tea, even in small quantities alongside other medicinal ingredients, it would certainly find a substantial market. Moreover, this would allow for extensive sturgeon cultivation in a shrimp pond, a truly fortuitous endeavor. Initially, Lu Qingyu had succumbed to a melancholic state after consuming some alcohol. But upon hearing Cao Dapeng's words, she felt revitalized. This idea is brilliant. How did I not think of it? Lu Qingyu exclaimed, her enchanting eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Cao Dapeng, her spirit alight with excitement. Dapeng, you truly are my lucky star. With that, she poured more wine into their glasses and declared, Dapeng, let's toast to your brilliant idea. Cao Dapeng, feeling the effects of the previous drinks, Winston said, perhaps we should call it a night? Lu Qingyu shot him a reproachful glance. Today, I am treating you. What are you afraid of? Drink up. She raised her head and downed her drink with gusto. Cao Dapeng, helpless, shook his head. Under Lu Qingyu's watchful gaze, he had no choice but to follow suit and finish his drink as well. The long-standing dilemmas that had troubled Cao Dapeng began to clear, thanks to his enlightening conversation with Lu Qingyu. Coupled with the fact that they had just signed a 5-year contract with the Woman Group, Lu Qingyu was in high spirits. She then pulled Cao Dapeng into a celebratory drinking spree. As the cups of white liquor continued to flow, Lu Qingyu began to shed tears once more. In that moment, Cao Dapeng finally comprehended why, during their first drinking session at his home, Han Jiangxue had abruptly seized Lu Qingyu and rushed her to a hotel halfway through her drink. When Lu Qingyu indulges in alcohol, she does not merely sip, she drinks incessantly, and when intoxicated, she becomes both weepy and unruly. Cao Dapeng realized he had unwittingly invited chaos into his life. With no option left but to prevent further drinking, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Lu Qingyu, hoisting her out of the private room. Dapeng, put me down. I want to drink more. I want to drink more. Lu Qingyu exclaimed, clinging to Cao Dapeng's shoulder. Her cries drawing the attention of many onlookers. Paying no heed to their curious gazes, Cao Dapeng strode directly to the front desk. Please, settle the bill. He instructed the attendant. Certainly, sir. The staff member, upon checking the room number, noted their status as gold members of the establishment and replied, Sir, we have already deducted the amount automatically. Cao Dapeng had initially braced himself for a painful expenditure, but since Lu Qingyu was a member, he was relieved to save some money. Thus, amidst a sea of peculiar stares, he carried Lu Qingyu out of the restaurant, just as their designated driver arrived. The driver cast an envious glance at Cao Dapeng before taking the wheel and driving them away. The younger generation has become increasingly audacious in their pursuits. Such a beautiful girl, it is a shame she is with that pretty boy. Is it now so brazen to rent a room? Youth truly has its advantages. After Cao Dapeng and Lu Qingyu departed, the patrons at the restaurant couldn't help but muse over the spectacle. Cao Dapeng escorted Lu Qingyu back to her villa, gently removing her high heels and assisting her onto the bed. I want more. I want more. Lu Qingyu, now reclining, continued to clamor for more alcohol, restlessly shifting about. Cao Dapeng's lips twitched in annoyance. Without further ado, he delivered a swift strike to the nape of her neck. The once raucous bedroom fell silent instantly. Lu Qingyu, get a good night's sleep, he sighed in relief. As he emerged and closed the door behind him, he spotted his brother A Fu, who had driven a pickup truck over from Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group. Brother Dapeng, how much is this villa per square meter? A Fu, lowering the car window, gazed in at the villa, his eyes filled with envy and admiration for Cao Dapeng. Truly, his brother Dapeng is making remarkable progress. In such a short time, he has already shared a bed with Lu Qingyu. Just look at the exquisite decor of this villa community. It seems that a lifetime of hard work would scarcely suffice to afford it. What price per square meter? Cao Dapeng blinked, settling into the passenger seat. He had been too preoccupied with managing Lu Qingyu's antics to notice the villa's splendor before, but now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself momentarily taken aback. In such a luxurious villa district, one might presume that prices start at a minimum of 8 million. Even though Lu Qingyu holds the position of regional manager at Lingnan Pharmaceutical, it remains uncertain whether she could afford such an abode. It appears that Lu Qingyu hails from an extraordinary lineage. Lost in contemplation, Cao Dapeng noticed Ah Fu gazing at him intently, his eyes brimming with a knowing glint that only men understand. Ah Fu, he quickly interjected, in life and in our endeavors, the most crucial aspect is to remain grounded. Rest assured, by aligning with me, we will eventually construct a villa of our own. Indeed, the grand villas of the city seemed a distant dream. Yet, there was ample land in Hongshu village, where building a large villa facing the sea amidst the beauty of spring would undoubtedly be far more delightful than here. I believe in you, brother Dapeng. Ah Fu beamed, pressing the accelerator as he sped toward Hongshu village. In his heart, he mused that with the support of a wealthy patron like Lu Qingyu, the dream of erecting a villa in Hongshu village could indeed become a reality. As night descended, around 10 o'clock, piercing screams echoed from within the opulent villa, the frantic cries of Lu Qingyu reverberating through the night. Chapter 97, Cultivating Catfish and Qitang Dapeng. Dapeng, are you there? Today at Shangyue Tower, did I do something inappropriate? Dapeng, how did I find my way back home? In Hongshu village. Late at night, Cao Dapeng had just finished his shower and was preparing to rest when a flurry of WeChat messages popped up. Seeing a barrage of questions from Lu Qingyu, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but laugh. He never expected the charismatic CEO of Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group to reveal such an endearing side. Blinking, he intentionally replied with a question mark. What does that mean? Lu Qingyu responded, asking if she had done anything embarrassing. Cao Dapeng replied, not really. I just want to know how much you remember. Lu Qingyu recalled, I remember you proposed an excellent plan regarding catfish gel, suggesting a collaboration. You would manage the catfish cultivation, and I would research the milk tea recipe within 6 months. As for the rest, I can't recall. Cao Dapeng found it amusing. At least she remembered the most crucial details. The rest was inconsequential. Lu Qingyu replied with confusion. Cao Dapeng sent a goodnight sticker and set his phone aside. For someone who had been drinking, it was particularly awkward to have their memories recounted, and he felt a twinge of sympathy. However, suppressing his feelings was causing him discomfort. And he couldn't resist sending another message. Well, I saw you laughing and crying, and you even wanted me to hug you high up. All in all, you were quite adorable. After sending this, Cao Dapeng let out a long sigh. Refreshing. Meanwhile, back at the villa. After Cao Dapeng sent a goodnight message and did not respond further, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but throw her phone onto the bed. This was a disaster. My embarrassing moments must have been fully witnessed by him. With a face of despair, Lu Qingyu regretted her decision to invite Cao Dapeng for dinner. Let alone drink with him. Now everything was ruined. She felt she had made a fool of herself in front of him. After sitting on the bed lost in thought for a while, Lu Qingyu picked up her phone and saw another message from Cao Dapeng. What? Crying and laughing. Wanting him to hug her high up? Given her state, how could she claim she was adorable? Cao Dapeng, thank you. Looking at Cao Dapeng's WeChat ID, she gritted her teeth and changed his nickname to the savior who must never drink with me again. However, after tossing and turning in bed several times, a smile inexplicably crept onto her face, and she quickly modified his nickname to the savior who praises my cuteness. Staring at the nickname for a while, Lu Qingyu soon fell into a drowsy sleep. The following day, when Cao Dapeng arrived at the entrance of Ling and Pharmaceutical, pulling a cart of barnacles, the usually confident Lu Qingyu could not bring herself to meet his gaze. Dapeng, I have transferred the money to you. I have another meeting, so I shall not linger in conversation. Travel safely. Upon transferring the funds for the barnacles to Cao Dapeng, Lu Qingyu contemplated turning away. The memory of last night's embarrassing display rendered her unable to muster the courage to face him. A voice called out from behind, Lu Qingyu, regarding the barramundi. Does it still stand? Without turning her head, she waved her hand dismissively, affirming, of course it stands. You focus on nurturing the barramundi. I shall handle the rest. All right. Goodbye. With Lu Qingyu not denying the previously agreed upon barramundi plan, Cao Dapeng smiled and got into his pickup truck, driving away with a sense of purpose. Along the way, he called both Lao Su and A Fu, instructing them to prepare for the clearing of the pond. Though a specific aquaculture plan had not been established earlier, and the clearing was initially scheduled for the end of the year, the decision to cultivate barramundi necessitated immediate action. How could one raise barramundi without first clearing out the chaotic assortment of fish in the shrimp pond? Moreover, the catch from that pond was primarily comprised of mature fish from the neighboring Huang Zhiping's household, amounting to a hefty 2,000 pounds. As it was now mid-October, there was little time to waste. When Cao Dapeng returned to Hongshu village in his pickup, A Fu was already at work with the pump, draining the water. Lao Su, having received the news, had also driven the fish transport truck to the site, casually smoking while meandering near the shrimp pond. Noticing the 20 acres of shrimp pond belonging to Cao Dapeng, Lao Su's professional instincts kicked in, and he seized a net to cast before the assembled crowd. Indeed, it was heard that Cao Dapeng had only recently contracted the pond, and now he was set to clear it. A considerable number of villagers had gathered to witness the spectacle, including Huang Zhiping from next door, who eagerly anticipated a moment of ridicule for Cao Dapeng. Positioning himself at the forefront of the crowd, Zhao Yulin, the former pond owner, stood at the back, feeling somewhat uneasy yet curious, wanting to see how things would unfold. Last year, many fish had perished in Yolin's pond, which had not received new fry since, suggesting a meager yield remained. I suspect Cao Dapeng feels uncertain and thus intends to clear the pond in advance. Having spent 200,000, he could not afford to face a total loss without any catch. The villagers gathered near the pond exchanged idle chatter. Currently, Cao Dapeng was the talk of the town in Hongshu village, with myriad opinions circulating. They were eager to see whether this suddenly prosperous figure would stumble in his venture with Zhao Yulin's pond. If this pond yields 1,000 pounds, I'll eat the muck from the pond, Huang Zhiping boasted triumphantly before the crowd. However, scarcely had he spoken when someone exclaimed, the net has been cast, and there's something in it. Huang Zhiping, taken aback, thought, what could possibly be in there? Previously, when Cao Dapeng cast his net, he only caught 2 fish. How much surprise could Lao Su's casting yield today? However, as he gazed at the fishing net held by the elderly Su, he noticed that as the net gradually approached the shore, the commotion within it grew increasingly vigorous. It was certainly not just 2 fish. There appeared to be at least 7 or 8 fish. With a splash, amidst the curious glances of the onlookers, old Su finally hoisted the entire net ashore and began sorting through the catch. He picked up the fish while counting them. To his astonishment, there were 10 fish in that single haul, and they were all quite sizable. Dapeng, it seems your shrimp pond is quite bountiful. At this moment, Old Su also noticed the returning Cao Dapeng, pointing at the fish in the bucket and smiling at him. Not too shabby, Cao Dapeng shrugged and chuckled, asking, Old Su, how many fish do you think this shrimp pond could yield? Old Su shook his head and turned his gaze back to the pond, saying, It's hard to say, but I'm certain it has at least 1,000 pounds. With such a vast pond, 2,000 pounds is not out of the question. Standing nearby, Huang Zhiping, and at the back of the crowd, Zhao Yulin, both expressed disbelief. 2,000 pounds? How could this pond, which has suffered losses for several years, possibly contain such a yield? Chapter 98. Free labor plus one impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, Huang Zhiping shook his head and voiced his rebuttal. This shrimp pond spans a full 20 acres. Last year, a pair of fish perished, and this year, Yulin has hardly tended to it. If we can yield 1,000 pounds, it would be a cause for celebration. Huang Zhiping's eyes fixed on Cao Dapeng and Old Su, a cold smile curling his lips. With such a vast shrimp pond, you can casually cast a net and boast of 2,000 pounds. Truly, your claims are nothing but fanciful exaggerations. You fishmongers are all talk, utterly unreliable. The last time old Zhang cast his net, he claimed my family's shrimp pond could yield 2,000 pounds. But what was the result? We barely managed 1,000. Recalling this incident, Huang Zhiping's heart ached. He had initially believed that his shrimp pond could yield 2,000 pounds, envisioning a substantial profit by year's end. Little did he anticipate that after a year of hard work, he would only end up with a mere 1,000 pounds. Even now, the bitterness gnawed at him. The shrimp pond belonging to Cao Dapeng was one he had personally tended. There was no way it could possibly yield 2,000 pounds. I think it's highly unlikely. Perhaps they were just fortunate with this one catch. Has Yulin's shrimp pond ever surpassed 2,000 pounds in all these years? Who can say for certain? The villagers of Hongshu, standing nearby, heard Huang Zhiping's fervent assertions and began to voice their opinions. Originally hiding in the background, Zhao Yulin grew displeased upon hearing the skepticism surrounding him. What are you all saying? Zhao Yulin strode confidently to the forefront, declaring, How could it be that my shrimp pond cannot yield 2,000 pounds? If you do not believe me, do you not trust Old Su and Dapeng? Old Su has been collecting fish in our village for many years. Has he ever misjudged? With this statement, the crowd fell into uncertainty, their gazes shifting toward Cao Dapeng. After all, this was indeed Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond, and the outcome, profit or loss, did not significantly concern them. Cao Dapeng grinned widely, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Huang Zhiping. Uncle Zhiping, it seems you are quite invested in my family's shrimp pond. Cao Dapeng chuckled, suggesting, How about this? Since you were so concerned, let us make a wager. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, while hearing is often misleading. Once the water is drained, you can join me at the shrimp pond to help with the catch. If we do not net 2,000 pounds, I shall give you $800. However, if we exceed 2,000 pounds, consider it your good deed for the day, and I shall owe you nothing. Cao Dapeng was fully aware of the shrimp yield in his own pond. Initially, he had intended to confront the challenge alone, but the villagers had a penchant for meddling, especially Huang Zhiping, who continuously added to his troubles. It seemed the lesson from their previous encounter had not been sufficiently learned. With Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangshu absent, handling such a considerable task would require ample assistance, and Huang Zhiping could use the opportunity to stretch his muscles. Not exceeding 2,000 pounds, and I receive 800? Exceeded 2,000, and I get nothing? Huang Zhiping's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, it seems you have ensured a win-win scenario for yourself. I refuse to participate in this wager. Cao Dapeng's face still bore a smile. In that case, if the catch does not exceed 2,000 pounds, I shall consume the mud from the bottom of the pond and proclaim for 1 minute over the village loudspeaker that Uncle Zhiping is remarkable. Conversely, should the catch exceed 2,000 pounds, you shall face the same penalty. What do you say? Initially, Cao Dapeng intended to engage in a light-hearted jest. But since Huang Zhiping was so oblivious to the nuance, he had no choice but to escalate the stakes. This is intriguing. Very well, I accept this wager. Huang Zhiping's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially upon hearing that if he won, Cao Dapeng would publicly declare his prowess over the village loudspeaker. The villagers currently exalted Cao Dapeng's various talents, and Huang Zhiping was the first to dispute this. Should he emerge victorious this time? He was eager to see how Cao Dapeng would maintain his bravado in the village thereafter. To prevent any retreat from Cao Dapeng, Huang Zhiping addressed the crowd, saying, Since this is the case, everyone, bear witness to our agreement. We must uphold our word and not resort to deceit, or we shall be met with misfortune. With little entertainment in the village, the onlookers were drawn into the excitement of the gamble between Cao Dapeng and Huang Zhiping. No problem. Whoever cheats shall be deemed a coward. I relish this spectacle. I, Huang Yukai, shall serve as your referee. In an instant, the atmosphere around the expansive fish pond became vibrant and animated. Lao Su pulled Cao Dapeng aside, expressing concern. Dapeng, are you not perhaps taking this too far? It's merely a matter of digging a pit. It shouldn't warrant such animosity. Lao Su believed himself to be quite the gambler. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Cao Dapeng would possess an even greater appetite for risk, wagering so significantly over his own shrimp pond. Such a large pond. Merely laboring would be rather dull. I'm merely adding some excitement for everyone. Lao Su, rest assured, I am well aware of my intentions. Cao Dapeng patted Lao Su on the shoulder, his demeanor unwavering. Observing this, Lao Su ceased his counsel. After all, the last time he assessed the shrimp pond, he had misjudged its potential. Had it not been for Cao Dapeng's insistence, he would not have profited so greatly. Cao Dapeng's willingness to purchase the shrimp pond for 200,000 indicated its intrinsic value, considering the fish he had recently sourced online. It was conceivable that this pond could indeed yield 2,000 pounds of fish, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The water from the shrimp pond was swiftly drained by the high-speed pump, leaving much of it empty. At that moment, Cao Dahai and Su Ling returned home from work. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng intended to clear the pond, they wasted no time gathering tools and brought along their daughter and little Black, arriving in a grand procession. Dapeng, weren't we supposed to wait until the end of the year to clear the pond? Why are we doing it today? Cao Dahai questioned, puzzled by his brother's impulsive nature. Brother, it was that we hadn't planned adequately. I've now clarified my thoughts and secured a collaborative project. Let us clean the pond first. It will facilitate the breeding of new fish. New fish breeding? At this, Cao Dahai's interest was piqued. He knew that his brother, Cao Dapeng, had a multitude of ideas, and it appeared that yet another opportunity for prosperity was unfolding. Indeed, Cao Dapeng nodded slightly, intending to explain a few things to his brother, when he heard Huang Zhiping's urging voice from a distance. Hey, Dapeng, it's getting dark. I've been watching the shrimp pond drainage. It's nearly done. Are you going to get to work or not? Of course, I must. Cao Dapeng grinned. Turning to his brother and sister-in-law, brother, sister-in-law, let us get to work first. We can talk about things at home. All right. Given the crowded surroundings, where chatter filled the air, Cao Dahai refrained from asking further questions. He and his wife, Su Ling, took the dragnet and descended into the shrimp pond. I want to help too. I want to catch fish. Ran Ran, who had just returned from school, unexpectedly appeared, wearing rain boots and following suit. Woof, woof. Xiaohong wagged its tail and barked a couple of times before hastily joining in as well. Chapter 99, The Indefatigable Huang Zhiping under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Cao Dapeng, along with his brother and sister-in-law, swiftly arranged the dragnet. Although Huang Zhiping sensed something amiss, the thought of witnessing Cao Dapeng's humiliation before the entire village spurred him on as he grasped the net and moved toward the opposite side, accompanied by Afu. The four of them each held onto a corner of the net, quickly forming a vast encirclement as they began to draw in the nearby fish from the sea. Meanwhile, the little girl Ran, clutching a bucket, commenced her own fishing at the periphery, joyfully depositing each fish she caught into her container. As a child of the seaside, catching fish was a skill honed from an early age. Despite being only in the 3rd grade, Ran was as adept as any adult. Woof woof. Even the little black dog took on a role in this endeavor. It scampered through the shallow waters, wagging its tail, and each time it reappeared before Ran, it would present her with a fish, which it promptly dropped into her bucket with a satisfying plop. The villagers watching from the shore were utterly amazed, marveling at how clever this dog was. They speculated about where Dapeng had found such a remarkable creature, wishing their own dogs were as capable, lamenting their pet's incessant mischief. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The net's up!" The crowd turned their gaze and gasped in astonishment as they beheld the fruits of Cao Dapeng and his companion's labor. The first haul had been successfully drawn in. Countless fish flailed within the net, creating a dazzling spectacle. My goodness, there were so many. At this rate, they might indeed be looking at 2,000 pounds. Hey, Yulin, what are your thoughts? For the villagers, the abundance of fish in the first haul was not unexpected. Yet witnessing this occurrence in what had once been Cao Yulin's shrimp pond felt as rare as the sun rising in the west. Who should I ask? I can't believe the catch this year is so plentiful. Cao Yulin gazed at the overflowing bounty with a conflicted heart. On one hand, having sold the pond to Cao Dapeng, he naturally hoped for a substantial yield. To have too little would feel like a disservice to Dapeng. Yet, on the other hand, an excessive haul would leave him feeling like he had suffered a great loss. With the first net revealing such an abundance, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or to mourn. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that Huang Zhiping must be feeling quite miserable at this moment. Just look at Huang Zhiping's face. Dark as coal, barely discernible as dusk approached. Presently, he stared at the lively fish before him, his mood akin to having consumed something foul, just days prior. During his own first net catch from his shrimp pond, he had not pulled in nearly as many fish. Could it be that Cao Dapeng had indeed struck it rich? Was it possible that this shrimp pond could yield 2,000 pounds of fish? It shouldn't be possible. Not long ago, I had just manipulated things myself. This 20-acre fish pond could hardly yield a significant catch. Perhaps fortune smiled upon me, coincidentally gathering the fish in this particular spot. The next net will surely yield less. Huang Zhiping could only console himself thus. Uncle Zhiping, stop dawdling. Help with the catch. The voice of Cao Dapeng urged him from the side, snapping him out of his reverie. Huang Zhiping suddenly realized that he had wagered with Cao Dapeng. If this shrimp pond did not yield 2,000 pounds of fish, he would have labored in vain. He had been fooled. Yet, with so many eyes watching, if he did not hasten to weigh and pack the catch, the outcome of his bet with Cao Dapeng would remain uncertain. Although feeling aggrieved, Huang Zhiping gritted his teeth, bent down, and began to assist Cao Dapeng in packing the fish. Before long, a bucket of fish was filled, and Cao Dapeng was about to carry it to the shore. However, just as he was about to move, Huang Zhiping stopped him. I will do it. With those words, Huang Zhiping picked up the water bucket and made his way to the bank, asserting, you all focus on packing the fish. I will handle the buckets. Huang Zhiping had his own motives. Cao Dapeng and that old Su clearly had a good relationship if he allowed Cao Dapeng to transport the catch. They might secretly conspire to fabricate their accounts, leaving him at their mercy. The best course of action was for him to carry the buckets personally, thus ensuring he could monitor the weight of each load and preventing them from cheating. The only cost, of course, was a bit of physical exertion. As Huang Zhiping continued to transport 5 or 6 buckets, he began to feel breathless. This fellow has so many tricks up his sleeve. Cao Dapeng saw through the act but chose to remain silent. After all, he had managed to secure a free laborer who was working so diligently. Why would he expose the ruse? All he could do was cheer Huang Zhiping on, with bucket after bucket of fish being brought ashore. The weight of the first haul was revealed to be an astonishing 230 pounds. Such an abundant catch elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Huang Zhiping felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. When he had fished just 2 days prior, his first haul had only been 150 pounds. And now Cao Dapeng's first haul had reached 230 pounds. Given this trend, he could not determine whether the shrimp pond contained 2,000 pounds. But he was certain it surpassed 1,000. Uncle Zhiping, you've worked hard. Come on, let us continue dragging the net. Cao Dapeng's voice broke through Huang Zhiping's thoughts. Although he felt a pang of discomfort, Huang Zhiping suppressed his frustration and accompanied Cao Dapeng as they continued to drag the net deeper into the shrimp pond. However, he never anticipated that after such a substantial first haul of 230 pounds, the second haul would be significantly less, right? Yet, when the second net was cast, the final tally revealed an astonishing increase of 240 pounds, surpassing the first haul. Together, the two nets nearly approached 500 pounds. This Cao Dapeng must be extraordinarily fortunate to have such an abundant catch. For the subsequent 2 hours, Cao Dapeng found himself in a state of bewilderment. Each net cast yielded a catch that did not significantly diminish, consistently weighing around 200 pounds. As the nets piled up, the expansive shrimp pond had been cleared of half its contents, while the tally on the shore had already surpassed 1,000 pounds. This indicated that in 10 acres of the shrimp pond, the haul had reached 1,000 pounds. Should they thoroughly clear the remaining half of the pond, it was highly probable that the total catch could reach 2,000 pounds. It seemed that in the wager between him and Cao Dapeng, he was likely to lose. What could be done? Just as Huang Zhiping was engulfed in a flurry of conflicting emotions, a voice nearby interjected. It has been quite a labor, Uncle Yulin. Perhaps the fish are concentrated here, and the remaining half of the shrimp pond may not yield such a bounty. Let us exert ourselves and strive to clear this pond as soon as possible. Huang Zhiping. Chapter 100. My family's mud is abundant, Uncle Zhiping. Please eat heartily, there remains half of the pond. Although Huang Zhiping harbored a sense of foreboding, convinced that he was likely to lose this wager, there was no turning back now that they had progressed halfway. He could only muster his courage and continue alongside Cao Dapeng, tirelessly fishing. Perhaps Cao Dapeng was right. There might not be many fish left in the remaining shrimp pond. However, Huang Zhiping's mental fortitude began to crumble rapidly. The subsequent half of the shrimp pond yielded a substantial catch, and each time they gathered the large net, the tally revealed an astonishing 100 pounds. After 10 successive hauls, they had accumulated another 1,000 pounds of fish, combined with the previous catch, reaching the 2,000 pounds stipulated in their bet. To make matters worse, the shrimp pond was not yet fully cleared. At least 2 or 3 more nets needed to be cast to conclude the endeavor. He had utterly lost the bet to Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, you are remarkable, I concede. Observing the ledger kept by old Sue, which meticulously recorded the types and weights of the catch, Huang Zhiping chose to admit defeat. Hold your horses, Cao Dapeng grinned. The pond is not finished yet, Uncle Zhiping. Surely you do not wish to back out now? Let us complete the remaining portions of the pond first. What a farce, having managed to secure a free laborer. Huang Zhiping could not simply concede while the shrimp pond remained unfinished. Cao Dapeng asserted, since this is a wager, it must be settled unequivocally. Uncle Zhiping, do you not wish to know how much fish my family's pond will yield tonight? Huang Zhiping opened his mouth, eager to declare that he had no interest in the outcome of Cao Dapeng's pond. Yet, as the wager was made between them, and with so many witnesses present, Huang Zhiping, despite his reluctance, could only grimace in silence and follow Cao Dapeng to continue their fishing. In the remaining territory, the catch was meager, consisting mainly of scraps, totaling just over 100 pounds, after accounting for the fish caught by Ran Ran and Xiaohei. It turned out that Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond produced a total of 2,200 pounds. This exceeded Cao Dapeng's earlier estimate by an additional 200 pounds. The villagers present were left in stunned silence. When Yulin managed this pond, he had never seen such a bounty. Last year, he had barely reached 2,000 pounds. But for reasons unknown, a significant number of fish had perished 6 months ago. No one could have anticipated that after being transferred to Cao Dapeng's stewardship, the shrimp pond would yield such remarkable productivity. Yulin, this is a staggering loss for you. It seems you are not destined for wealth. Several villagers mocked, glancing at Cao Yulin with amusement. Cao Yulin's face darkened, his mouth twitching in dismay. Had he known that this shrimp pond could yield 2,000 pounds, he would have cleared it and sold the catch beforehand. What a grievous loss. Yet, what good was it to lament now? The shrimp pond has now become Cao Dapeng's. And no matter how many fish are produced, it no longer concerns him. Perhaps this is simply his fate. Sigh. Cao Yulin waved his hand, feeling too weary to say much, and quietly walked back home with his hands clasped behind him. It seems that the flavor of the sea indeed has a profound effect on the fish. Cao Dapeng, on the other hand, felt a sudden jolt of astonishment. When he first exchanged for the shrimp pond from Huang Zhiping, he anticipated a yield of 2,000 jin, yet in merely 2 days and nights, it had surged to 2,200 jin. The allure of the sea is truly irresistible. Originally, cultivating the pompano would take about a year. But with the blessing of this flavor of the sea, it might even be possible to shorten the period by 3 months, or perhaps achieve a higher yield than others at the time of harvest. Contemplating this, Cao Dapeng's heart brimmed with hope. Zhiping, this pond has produced a total of 2,000 jin. You must honor our bet with Cao Dapeng, for you have lost. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. It was the result of the pond clearing, and the villagers began to tease Huang Zhiping. Faced with their gaze, Huang Zhiping suddenly felt at a loss, his face betraying his embarrassment. According to the bet he had made with Cao Dapeng, if the pond exceeded 2,000 jin, he would not only have to provide free labor for Cao Dapeng but also consume the pond's bottom himself, and even shout for a minute on the village committee's loudspeaker, proclaiming Cao Dapeng's prowess. In comparison to the latter two punishments, Huang Zhiping suddenly realized that the 800 yuan labor fee seemed rather insignificant. Uncle Zhiping, my family's pond has plenty of mud. Eat your fill. After finishing the accounts with old Sue and accepting a transfer of 35,000 yuan, Cao Dapeng turned around, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Huang Zhiping. This fellow, always scheming against others, must be properly educated today to ensure he remembers this lesson. Dapeng. I was merely joking. Huang Zhiping spread his hands, speaking with a bitter tone. I may not have contributed much, but I have toiled. Given that I helped you with the pond for free, Dapeng, could you do me a favor and let this matter slide? At this moment, there were still dozens of people standing by the pond, and if he were to shout for a minute on the loudspeaker, how could he ever show his face at the village committee again? Woof woof. Just then, before Huang Zhiping could finish, a bark erupted from the darkness. Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards him. Caught off guard, Huang Zhiping lost his balance and stumbled directly into Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond. The pond was nearly devoid of water, filled mostly with muck. He fell face first into the mud, and as his face met the foul sludge, countless stinking particles invaded his mouth and nostrils. Ugh, tui. Huang Zhiping struggled to rise from the muck, desperately spitting out the mud from his mouth. He was so enraged that he nearly cursed, only to discover that laughter echoed from the pond's edge. Goodness, Dapeng, your dog is truly remarkable, one exclaimed. Aha, Zhiping. It seems you've eaten mud whether you wanted to or not. Zhiping, what does the pond muck taste like? Is it palatable? The villagers, perched above, watched with amusement, laughing heartily. Initially, they had come merely to witness a spectacle, anticipating that Huang Zhiping would shamelessly wriggle out of the situation. However, to their astonishment, the dog from Cao Dapeng's household had pounced directly on Huang Zhiping. sending him tumbling into the muddy pond. The sight of him, mud-covered and disheveled, was indeed quite vivid. "Xiaohei, you were truly honest," Cao Dapeng remarked, patting the approaching dog, intending to reward him with a few bones upon returning home. He turned to gaze at Huang Zhiping, who stood in the shrimp pond, exasperated. "Uncle Zhiping, Ma Zhu is watching from above. As men, we must uphold our word. Therefore, according to our agreement, shouldn't you make a trip to the village committee?" Huang Zhiping. Chapter 101. Procuring goods from the sea. Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond yielded an impressive 2,000 pounds of fish. Truly remarkable. Upon returning home and refreshing himself with a cool shower, he heard the voice of Huang Zhiping emanating from the village committee's loudspeaker. One must concede that Huang Zhiping possesses a remarkable tenacity. After a thorough cleansing, he indeed proceeded to the village committee to fulfill his wager. In coastal communities, the reverence for Ma Zhu is profound. Thus, despite Huang Zhiping's reluctance, he had no choice but to muster his courage and proclaim Cao Dapeng's prowess in front of the entire village. He had no desire to offend Ma Zhu, nor did he wish for this incident to tarnish his future as a fisherman. "Cao Dapeng, today you have triumphed. However, let us not forget this moment. Time will reveal everything." With a grim expression, Huang Zhiping exited the village committee, seething with indignation, and struck his fist against the wall by the roadside. Despite being a prominent figure in Hongshu village, with his uncle serving as the village chief, he was accustomed to respect and deference from others. Yet today, he had suffered a tremendous humiliation in front of the entire village populace. As he passed by Cao Dapeng's courtyard, he paused upon hearing conversation from within. "Mullet? This fellow intends to cultivate mullet?" Huang Zhiping furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had faced defeat at Cao Dapeng's hands twice, he could not deny that Cao Dapeng possessed a certain acumen regarding fish stocks. Not to mention, during this period, Cao Dapeng had profited significantly from selling eels and trading barnacles. There were even whispers of his acquaintance with affluent women from the city. This man was evidently driven by profit. If he was venturing into mullet aquaculture, the potential for lucrative returns was undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, mullet roe is notoriously expensive. With his own 10 acres of shrimp pond recently cleared and disinfected, Huang Zhiping contemplated the idea of cultivating mullet as well, wondering if he too could reap considerable rewards. This thought invigorated him. There was a farm in the neighboring town that specialized in mullet aquaculture, boasting a plethora of mullet fry. If he could act swiftly and purchase all the fry before Cao Dapeng could, what would he do then? With this scheme in mind, Huang Zhiping hastened back home and retrieved his telephone directory, searching diligently. The Huang family was a notable clan in Hongshu village, and over the years, thanks to his uncle Huang Zhizhong's influence, Huang Zhiping had made many acquaintances. While his mobile contacts included numerous individuals, some were merely transient connections without saved details, necessitating a search through the directory. "Zhiping, what are you up to?" came the voice of his wife, Baiyujia. At that moment, Baiyujia's expression was far from pleasant. The news of her husband's recent disgrace had spread throughout the village, and she had clearly heard the announcement over the loudspeaker. It was no wonder her mood was soured by such a humiliating event. "Mind your own business," Huang Zhiping scolded aloud and continued to rummage through the items. TCH. As if that was too humiliating enough, Baiyujia, with her arms crossed, leaned against the bedroom door, wearing an expression of disdain. "Found it." Soon, Huang Zhiping located the phone number of the owner of the eel farming facility in the neighboring town from the phone book. He let out a hearty laugh and dialed the number directly. "Hello, who is this? What is the matter at such a late hour?" A languid voice emerged from the phone. "Is this Mr. Chen from the Chishui Town Eel Farm?" Huang Zhiping inquired with a smile. "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I'm interested in procuring some eel fry. I wonder what your situation is regarding that." "Eel fry, you say?" Mr. Chen's voice came through the line. "The market for eels has been quite favorable lately. I've nearly sold out. There should still be around 5,000 to 6,000 fry in the pond. If you're interested, I can give you a good deal." 5,000 to 6,000? Huang Zhiping blinked, probing further. "Are you indicating that you don't plan on continuing your farming?" "Of course, I intend to keep farming," Mr. Chen replied. "However, the cost of eel farming is high, and not many around here can bear that risk. The fry are hard to sell. I was thinking of clearing out this batch and then scaling back, raising and selling them myself." "Oh, I see." Huang Zhiping nodded vigorously. The market for eel gelatin has always been robust. However, due to the challenges of farming and the average economic strength of the area, few are willing to take the plunge. Yet, this very circumstance indicates a substantial profit. If he acquired those 5,000 fry, even if half survived by next year, he would still make a considerable profit. With dozens of villages around, there was only one seller of eel fry. If he waited for Cao Dapeng to stock up, his chance would vanish. With this thought, Huang Zhiping hastily declared, "Mr. Chen, please reserve those 5,000 fry for me. I'll come to discuss it with you tomorrow." "All right." Sure, I'll be waiting. Mr. Chen nodded before hanging up the phone. Huang Zhiping was elated, jumping for joy at the prospect of seizing the opportunity to profit while Cao Dapeng struggled to find a source for fry. Yujia, tonight I shall engage in a grand battle with you. In his exuberance, Huang Zhiping noticed his wife, by Yujia, at the doorway, and could not help but boast with pride. Enough. You should first go wash yourself 3 times and rinse your mouth 3 times. Tonight, we're sleeping in separate beds, by Yujia remarked with evident disdain, turning to retreat into the adjacent room. Having consumed foul mud, did he still wish to be affectionate with me? That would surely lead to a night of nightmares. Huang Zhiping, just as he had finally ignited a flicker of hope, he was once again deeply pierced by the scornful gaze of his wife. Cao Dapeng, life stretches long ahead. We shall see. Huang Zhiping gritted his teeth, suddenly aware of an unpleasant taste in his mouth, and thus took his toothbrush, squatting in the courtyard, brushing his teeth repeatedly. At Cao Dapeng's home. At this moment, under the dimly lit moonlight, Cao Dahai, Su Ling, their family, along with Afu and the recently returned Xiang, gathered together, engaged in a lively conversation. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng intended to cultivate ribbon fish, Cao Dahai and Su Ling's eyes sparkled with interest, recognizing the considerable profit it could yield. After all, who along the coast is unaware of the high value of ribbon fish, particularly the fish glue that can fetch a handsome sum? Should they successfully farm the ribbon fish, the harvest next year would surely be substantial. However, Cao Dahai furrowed his brow as he turned to Cao Dapeng, expressing his concern. Dapeng, cultivating ribbon fish poses no issue, but to venture into the sea in search of them seems rather impractical, does it not? Even seasoned fishermen cannot predict the species or quantity of fish they will catch on any given outing. I never anticipated that my younger brother, Cao Dapeng, would consider scouring the ocean for ribbon fish to raise. Chartering a boat for such an expedition entails significant expense if nothing is caught. It would be akin to throwing money away. Chapter 102. How much cargo can be loaded in 3 hours for 2,000? Brother, you simply do not understand. Cao Dapeng chuckled as he glanced at Cao Dahai. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he elaborated. The ribbon fish typically resides in the murky depths of 30 to 70 meters. I've been gathering information and observing for a while now. It appears that any fishing vessel returning from the northeastern waters usually has ribbon fish in their catch. Thus, I surmise that if we venture there, we should be able to haul in quite a number of them. Cao Dapeng's confidence was not derived from diligent inquiries. Rather, he was relying on his upgraded tide chart, which indicated the presence of ribbon fish several kilometers northeast of their village. He had resolved to charter a boat for this endeavor. While purchasing fish fry from a hatchery was an option, Cao Dapeng preferred to catch them directly from the sea, believing that fish selected through natural means would possess superior resilience and appearance. Regrettably, they currently lacked a fishing boat, thus chartering one was their only recourse. Big brother, your reasoning seems quite sound, remarked Afu, who sat nearby, nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding. He then turned to Huang Jiaxiang and inquired, Xiang, aren't you planning to head out to sea? How's the market looking lately? The market is just SOSO, Huang Jiaxiang replied, taking a puff from his cigarette as he regarded the group. However, Dapeng's comments have reminded me that vessels returning from that area indeed have reported ribbon fish. Yet, Huang Jiaxiang cast a questioning look at Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, chartering a boat is not inexpensive. Even for one from our village, it would cost approximately 2,000 yuan, and we would only have 3 hours. Anything can happen at sea, but to locate the ribbon fish within that time frame could result in a loss. Having frequently gone out to sea for fishing, Huang Jiaxiang, though working as a laborer, had accumulated a wealth of experience. Hearing Cao Dapeng's intent to seek ribbon fish filled him with concern for his younger brother. How will we know unless we try? Cao Dapeng shrugged and smiled. 2,000 yuan for 3 hours is reasonable. Let us set sail once to test our luck. Even if we come back empty-handed, we can consider it a day of relaxation at sea. If worst comes to worst, we can always return to purchase fry. With the tide chart in hand, Cao Dapeng felt assured against potential losses, yet he understood his companion's apprehensions and could only express his optimism. All right, Dapeng, you have grown quite resolute, Cao Dahai sighed, resigned to his younger brother's determination. Fine, the shrimp pond is yours to decide. But let's agree on this. If we don't catch many ribbon fish, we will procure from the neighboring town. I know of a farm that specializes in raising ribbon fish. Does that sound agreeable? To be frank, ever since their parents perished at sea, Cao Dahai had developed an aversion to risk. However, seeing his brother's unwavering resolve, he felt it unwise to dissuade him further. This younger brother of mine, despite his outwardly cheerful demeanor, possesses a stubborn streak. He is the type who will not turn back until he has faced the wall. Teaching him through words proves futile. He learns swiftly through experience. Only when he encounters some setbacks will he truly grasp the lessons at hand. All right. Cao Dapeng nodded, deciding to attempt venturing out to sea once. If they failed to catch the hairtail fish, he would heed his elder brother's advice and procure from the aquaculture farm instead. As matters were settled, the sun began to set, and knowing they needed to leave early for the sea, everyone returned to their respective homes. Su Ling, entwining her arm with Cao Dapeng's, led him back to their courtyard. Dapeng, do you think your brother is being overly reckless? Finding fish in just 3 hours is already ambitious. Expecting to catch hairtail fish seems rather presumptuous. As a sister-in-law, there were certain things Su Ling felt uncomfortable voicing directly, so she could only express her concerns to her husband once they were home. After 2 months of hard work, the Cao brothers had finally turned their fortunes around. And just as they were beginning to see improvement, Cao Dapeng's impulsiveness had taken them by surprise. Youngsters certainly have daring spirits. Cao Dapeng chuckled helplessly, patting Su Ling's hand. My dear, Cao Dapeng is ambitious and has studied marine science. Perhaps he knows more than we do. With a wink, he added, let him have his chance. If it doesn't work out, we can always head to the aquaculture farm later. Right now, he's quite enthusiastic, and none of us can deter him. Su Ling pondered this, too weary to dwell on it after a long day's work. At that moment, their little one, Ran, had already fallen asleep. Utterly exhausted and peacefully dreaming, the couple then entered the bathroom together, enjoying a refreshing bath before finally settling into bed. With a swift motion, Su Ling turned off the light, planning to turn over and sleep. However, in the darkness, a figure suddenly pressed down upon her. After a full day of work. Aren't you tired? Tired? Not at all. Besides, we earned 2,000 today. We should celebrate. Oh, you're so eager. Take it slow. Take it slow, you're pulling my hair. Before dawn had fully broken, a series of phone calls urged Cao Dapeng to rise hastily from bed. After a quick splash of water on his face, he grabbed a few rice dumplings and hurried toward the gate. Dapeng, brother. As soon as he stepped outside, Ah Fu and Ah Xiang were already waiting. You haven't eaten yet, right? My sister-in-law made these dumplings. Go ahead and have some. Cao Dapeng shared the dumplings from the plastic bag with Ah Fu and Ah Xiang. It had been a long time since he had risen so early, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, the boat for their fishing expedition would not wait for anyone. It was still Cao Dapeng's first time at sea, and he felt a thrill of excitement, almost forgetting as the three prepared to set off. Cao Dapeng slapped his forehead and hurried back to retrieve the trawl net he had prepared the night before joining the two as they made their way to Nampan village. Fishing at sea required nets, and Cao Dapeng's trawl net was quite exceptional. Once cast, its yield would far exceed that of an ordinary net. With this all-encompassing network, how could one possibly worry about lacking stock? In Cao Dapeng's excited reverie, the trio had already arrived at the neighboring Nampan village. Nampan village is the sole port in the vicinity from which nearly all vessels set sail. Fortunately, Huang Jiaxiang frequents this area and has relatives here. The three of them parked their motorcycle at Huang Jiaxiang's relative's home and proceeded directly to the port. Huang Jiaxiang, accompanied by Cao Dapeng and Ah Fu, skillfully approached a small fishing boat and, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, offered it to the captain. Morning, Brother Xia. This is Cao Dapeng from our village, just as we agreed last night, Huang Jiaxiang said with a beaming smile, addressing the captain who was squatting on the deck. Chapter 103, The Rush for Fry. The captain of the vessel, named Lu Mingxia, was nicknamed Shrimp Brother by his classmates due to his slender physique resembling that of a bent-back shrimp, a consequence of his meager childhood meals. As he grew older, the name Shrimp Brother overshadowed his real name, which few could recall. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Shrimp Brother squinted at Cao Dapeng. Are you Cao Dapeng? I've heard you've been quite fortunate lately. The village of Nampan was not far from Hongshu village, and for the past couple of months, tales of Cao Dapeng's lucrative sea ventures and his alliance with affluent women had been circulating widely. Furthermore, with Huang Jiaxiang working on his boat, Shrimp Brother was well aware of Cao Dapeng's reputation. Shrimp Brother's vessel was modest, primarily employing 2 or 3 crew members for fishing expeditions, earning whatever they could. Occasionally, during idle moments, if city dwellers or outsiders wished to hire his boat for a sea excursion, he would gladly oblige for a fee of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Thus, when he learned that Cao Dapeng intended to charter the boat, he readily agreed. After all, earning 2,000 yuan for a day at sea was an opportunity too good to decline. Moreover, having heard so many legends about Cao Dapeng's luck, he was curious to witness it firsthand, perhaps hoping to share in the good fortune bestowed by the sea goddess Ma Zhu. Shrimp Brother, right? Nice to meet you. Thank you for your hard work today. Cao Dapeng grinned widely and promptly shook hands with Shrimp Brother. Of course, since you are Ah Xiang's friend. You are my friend as well, Shrimp Brother replied with a smile, pulling out his phone to display the payment code. Let us be clear from the outset. You pay first. As for how much we catch at sea, that's not my concern. Is that acceptable? Not a problem. 2,000, right? I'll transfer it to you. Cao Dapeng responded eagerly, transferring the amount without hesitation. All right, let's board. Seeing Cao Dapeng's promptness in payment, Shrimp Brother felt a surge of goodwill, quickly beckoning the 3 men aboard. He appreciated clients who were straightforward with money, as the unpredictable nature of fishing could lead to unforeseen circumstances, and it was often the captain who bore the brunt of any financial disputes. What surprised Shrimp Brother, however, was that while most charterers brought little aboard, Cao Dapeng arrived equipped with his own fishing nets. In all his years at sea, he had never encountered such a situation, leaving him both bemused and amused. Hey, isn't that Dapeng? Are you heading out to sea? As the 3 men stepped onto the deck, a familiar voice broke through the fog. Mouse? Cao Dapeng turned to see his old classmate, Lu Hao, on a nearby boat. Lu Hao, a native of Nampan village, also made a living from fishing. Recently, he had been diligently working at sea and had earned a decent sum. However, every time he returned to the village, he was met with myriad rumors about Cao Dapeng, a thorn that had lodged itself in his heart. He never anticipated encountering Cao Dapeng at the dock today. Moreover, it appeared that Cao Dapeng had indeed chartered a boat for a fishing trip, an endeavor in which Lu Hao excelled. Indeed, feeling a bit idle, I thought it would be delightful to venture out to sea and see what fish I might encounter. Cao Dapeng smiled faintly, casting a casual glance at Lu Hao. You're being rather distant. Lu Hao reproached. I own a boat. If you wish to go out to sea, simply let me know. Given our camaraderie, there is no need for you to squander your money. Moreover, my boat is spacious and the experience is splendid. Haha, I merely feared it might hinder your business. Cao Dapeng replied with polite nonchalance. I've already made arrangements with Brother Xia. Since you brought it up, I shall certainly contact you next time. With a hum, Brother Xia piloted the fishing boat, steering it toward the depths of the ocean as per his direction. Chasing the tide for luck is one thing, but expanding to the open sea is quite another. Lu Hao scoffed as he watched Brother Xia's boat recede into the distance. While he might not outshine Cao Dapeng in beachcombing, navigating the seas was indeed his forte. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the vast waters, the locations of fish, their species, and their habits were all familiar to him. His years spent fishing had not been in vain. With the bulk of catches located to the south, it was sheer folly to venture north. A competitive spirit ignited within Lu Hao. He quickly summoned 2 workers aboard and took his position at the helm, setting course for the southern waters. The charter would take roughly 3 hours. If he managed the timing adeptly, he might just return to see Cao Dapeng empty-handed. As these thoughts danced in his mind, Lu Hao felt a surge of excitement. In the eastern sky, the sun gradually ascended, banishing the gray mist. In the gentle morning light, Huang Zhiping briskly emerged from his home, driving his van toward Qingshui town. After years of marriage, it was the first time he and his wife had slept in separate rooms. Initially, he felt a bit out of sorts, but with the door to her room closed, he had no choice but to sleep alone. However, Huang Zhiping discovered that sleeping alone afforded him surprisingly restful slumber. Remarkably, upon waking, his back no longer ached, nor did his legs feel sore, as if he had shed several years. That troublesome woman, always disdainful of me. From now on, I shall sleep separately. Huang Zhiping grunted, accelerating his vehicle until he soon arrived at the mullet breeding farm in Qingshui town. Mr. Chun, greetings. I'm Huang Zhiping, the one who called you yesterday. Huang Zhiping approached with enthusiasm, warmly shaking hands with the farm owner, Mr. Chin. Hello. Mr. Chin beamed with a welcoming demeanor, even offering him a cigarette. He led Huang Zhiping directly to the fish fry cultivation base. Look here, the remaining 5,000 fish are all right here. If you're interested, I can let them go for a reasonable price, 1 yuan per fish, Mr. Chin explained. Old Huang, you've come at just the right time. You clearly understand the market. These mullet fry are quite affordable now. Come winter, the price will rise to 3 or 4 yuan each. Is that so? Huang Zhiping was taken aback, reflecting that Cao Dapeng truly had a knack for timing. Upon recalling Cao Dapeng, Huang Zhiping promptly exclaimed, Boss Chun, are these the fish fry you have available? Is there no one else who has placed an order? Not at the moment, Chun replied, shaking his head. However, it is difficult to say. There was a young man who expressed interest in reserving 3,000, but he has yet to finalize the deal due to his indecision. Regardless, it is first come, first served. If you find the price agreeable, we can proceed with our collaboration. Should it not be to your liking, let us part amicably. There will always be opportunities for discussion in the future. Chin had merely spoken in passing, confident that his fish would sell without issue. Even in the unlikely event that they did not sell, he could anticipate a substantial profit once they matured next year. However, upon hearing these words, Huang Zhiping instinctively connected them to Cao Dapeng, mistakenly believing that he intended to place an order. Thus, with a grand gesture, Huang Zhiping declared, Boss Chun, I shall take all 5,000 fish fry. Chapter 104. Cao Dapeng personally prepares the bait at this moment. Huang Zhiping's mind was consumed with thoughts of the lucrative catch of mullet, prompting him to unhesitatingly transfer 5,000 yuan to the owner of the fish farm. In this vicinity, there existed but a single aquaculture facility, and given the high mortality rate of fish fry, committing to 5,000 fish at once seemed a bold, yet calculated risk. Even if only 2,000 survived by the time of harvest next year, the profits would be substantial. Cao Dapeng, oh Cao Dapeng, I am eager to witness where you procure such a multitude of fry. I must also express my gratitude for your suggestions. A cold smirk flickered at the corners of Huang Zhiping's mouth, his face alight with arrogance, as he envisioned Cao Dapeng's despair. How delightful. Allow me to assist you in loading these fish. With the sale of 5,000 fry, the owner of the fish farm, Mr. Chun, was in high spirits, promptly picking up a large net to assist Huang Zhiping in the loading process. His establishment boasted specialized fish transport vehicles, far more professional than those of ordinary fish traders. Upon receiving an order, they could even deliver directly to the customer's doorstep, providing on-site guidance for fish rearing. In these times, exceptional service is paramount. Meanwhile, on the boundless ocean, as the fishing vessel sped forth, the brisk sea breeze invigorated Cao Dapeng with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It was the time for fishermen to set sail, and a myriad of boats could be seen racing towards the southern waters, creating a magnificent spectacle. Moreover, through the surging waves, Cao Dapeng could glimpse schools of fish darting beneath the surface. In contrast to freshwater fish, the oceanic species were astonishingly diverse and vibrantly colored, an aesthetic delight to behold. Most importantly, each fish bore a golden symbol above it. To Cao Dapeng, these fish represented wealth. The vast ocean, for him, was an inexhaustible treasure trove. One day, I shall conquer the entire sea. As he gazed upon the breathtaking scene, a surge of ambition welled within Cao Dapeng. Currently, he was merely an ordinary fisherman, still burdened by debt and at the nascent stage of his career. Once his shrimp pond was established and income stabilized, he would save enough to purchase his own fishing vessel. At that point, he could navigate freely without seeking assistance from others. In an instant, a multitude of plans flooded Cao Dapeng's mind, invigorating his spirit. However, he was soon jolted back to reality by the violent rocking of the fishing boat. Ugh! The turbulent sea caused the vessel to sway dramatically, and within half an hour of his maiden voyage, Cao Dapeng succumbed to seasickness. Clutching the railing as he retched over the side, "Brother Dapeng, are you all right?" A Fu inquired with concern upon witnessing Cao Dapeng's distress. "Is this your first time at sea?" Huang Jiaxiang asked curiously, having assumed from Cao Dapeng's confident declarations the previous day that he was an experienced sailor, only to discover he was, in fact, a novice. "No, I haven't been on a boat for a long time since my school days. I am unaccustomed to it." Cao Dapeng accepted the mineral water that Afu handed him, rinsed his mouth, and smiled helplessly. In his previous life, he had only ever ridden a small boat on the Danshui River, which was incomparable to a sea vessel. However, the former occupant of this body had indeed ventured out to sea a few times while attending Shanghai Ocean University. "Wow, Dapeng, look!" Huang Jiaxiang was about to offer some comforting words to Cao Dapeng when he heard Afu exclaim. The three quickly turned to follow Afu's pointing finger and were astonished to see a school of fish beneath the fishing boat, swimming in formation towards the rear. Curiously, the direction they were headed was precisely where Cao Dapeng had just vomited. "Goodness, Dapeng, did you just bait the fish?" Huang Jiaxiang exclaimed, momentarily stunned. While it was true that vomit could attract fish, it was mostly a joking glitch. The vastness of the ocean meant that a small amount of vomit would be diluted in no time. Yet, he never expected to witness such an occurrence today. "Quick! Tell Brother Xia to stop. There are plenty of fish," Afu urged excitedly. With the money already spent, whether or not they caught mullet was inconsequential. They had to haul something in, lest they return empty-handed. "All right." Huang Jiaxiang chuckled helplessly and hurried to the cockpit to instruct Brother Xia to halt the boat. "What? Dapeng baited the fish? Is that even possible?" Brother Xia was taken aback upon hearing the commotion. After all, he had been piloting the fishing boat and had not looked too far out. In just half an hour, they had discovered a catch? Unfortunately, he had to navigate the vessel, allowing Afu and Jiaxiang to proceed with the netting. Before long, the fishing boat circled back to the spot where Cao Dapeng had been sick, and Afu and Jiaxiang were startled by the sight before them. A dense swarm of fish was eagerly feasting on the peculiar bait produced by Cao Dapeng. There were easily dozens, if not hundreds, in sight. "Let me do this. We can't let them escape." Huang Jiaxiang, an experienced fisherman, quickly retrieved his netting gear and cast it into the sea. With a splash, as the net plunged into the water, it opened up, forming a large net pouch. The fish, caught in the frenzy of feeding, were swept along with the waves and surged into the net. Typically, the nets on the fishing boat were of the drifting or large trawling variety. The fisherman would throw the net while the boat moved forward, casting as they went until the netting was fully deployed. However, with the fish gathered in this specific spot, there was no need for such methods. A fixed net would suffice to capture them all. It's so heavy. You too, stop dawdling and help me. As the fish surged in, Huang Jiaxiang felt the weight beneath him and shouted urgently at Cao Dapeng and Afu. Got it. Seeing this, Cao Dapeng and Afu hurried over, positioning themselves on either side of Huang Jiaxiang as they began to haul the net upwards. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his put-in-effort skill, Cao Dapeng quickly assisted. And with a resounding thud, dozens of greedy fish were pulled onto the deck, thrashing about incessantly. Pomfret, Spanish mackerel, sardines. Quite a bounty indeed. Observing the fish flopping on the deck, smiles broke out on the faces of Huang Jiaxiang and Afu. This outing at sea was not in vain. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng stood by, bemused, realizing that his mere bout of seasickness had somehow drawn in such a multitude of fish. However, recalling the incident with the little black fish that had eagerly licked him, he found it less surprising. This was a good omen. Cao Dapeng remarked cheerfully. This is indeed a promising start. Perhaps today we might truly encounter a school of mullet. At his words, Afu and Huang Jiaxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 105, waiting by the tree stump for a rabbit. Cao Dapeng was indeed fortunate, a sentiment wholeheartedly shared by Afu and Xiang. However, this was their inaugural venture into the vast ocean, where anything could transpire. The likelihood of locating and capturing flounder within a mere 3 hours was exceedingly slim. Prior to their departure, Afu and Xiang had even braced themselves for an idle outing, ready to accompany Cao Dapeng for a leisurely cruise at sea. But the situation had dramatically changed. Just half an hour into their maritime journey, they had already caught an impressive number of fish. Cao Dapeng's luck remained steadfastly remarkable. Cao Dapeng was not mistaken. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Now that they had secured several fish to start with, perhaps fortune would smile upon them today, leading them to the flounder they so desired. With this thought in mind, the two were filled with anticipation for the voyage ahead. Don't just stand there. Let's put these fish away. They represent money. In the midst of their reverie, Cao Dapeng had already risen and was methodically placing each fish into the live well designated for storage. With each fish he handled, a notification sound resonated in his mind. By the time all the fish had been stowed, Cao Dapeng's bank card had swelled by 1,500 yuan, nearly recouping the cost of chartering the boat. Cao Dapeng was indeed a remarkable individual. Such luck was extraordinary. Within the cockpit, Brother Xia heard Xiang mention that they had caught over 40 fish. A glimmer of admiration flickering in his gaze. These were wild sea fish, which would fetch a handsome price at the dock. It was said that Cao Dapeng from Hanshu village was extraordinarily lucky, and today he certainly proved that to be true. Stop. Stop. Shortly thereafter, Xiang dashed into the cockpit. Addressing Brother Xia. Brother Xia, Dapeng wants to set a net in this area, so please slow down. This area? Sure. Upon hearing this, Brother Xia glanced at the nearby schools of fish, nodding in silent agreement. As a seasoned captain, he frequented these waters and had indeed previously caught a substantial number of fish in this vicinity. It appeared that this university graduate, well-versed in marine matters, truly understood the ocean's nuances. The fishing vessel gradually reduced its speed, while on deck, Huang Jiaxiang adeptly began replacing the large trawl net brought by Cao Dapeng onto the mast. To facilitate marking, floats were tied along the edges of the net for easier retrieval. Once he had skillfully completed the setup, Huang Jiaxiang swiftly deployed the net. And as the fishing boat continued its forward journey, Cao Dapeng's lengthy net was cast into the sea. The net began to sink, yet the floats remained buoyant, preventing it from being swept away by the waves. Brother, there really are flounder in this spot. Afu approached Cao Dapeng, peering curiously into the depths below. There should be. Cao Dapeng replied, crossing his arms with a resigned shrug. Flounder are not schooling fish. They tend to be more dispersed. There may be flounder in the vicinity, but the exact quantity remains uncertain. The inclusiveness of the vast oceanic network is remarkable. As this net is cast, numerous fish catches from the surrounding waters, including sea snails, are drawn into its embrace. However, the purpose of Cao Dapeng's expedition is to attract mullet, and thus he has meticulously baited his hooks with enticing lures. With these two extraordinary tools at his disposal, he is confident that a bountiful catch awaits him. Xiang, inform Brother Shrimp that we should proceed eastward for about 300 to 500 meters before casting another net. Cao Dapeng remarked, glancing at the tide chart on his wrist. Since they are already out at sea, it is only prudent to cast multiple nets within the limited time available. After all, when it comes to fishing, as Han Xian once said, the more, the merrier. Although he possesses only one net, the vessel is equipped with others. As long as they locate the right areas frequented by fish, even a standard fishing net can yield a substantial harvest. All right, Xiang grinned. promptly notifying Brother Shrimp to change locations and continue casting nets. Over the next half hour, under Cao Dapeng's guidance, the fishing boat ventured to 4 different spots, deploying nets at each location. If it were not for the limited fishing gear on board, he would have continued casting nets. Alas, the ocean teems with golden opportunities, and the sight of glimmering catches is simply irresistible. With all the nets now cast, they must patiently await their bounty to fill the nets. Meanwhile, on the southern sea, Lu Hao piloted his own fishing vessel, stopping shortly after setting sail, much to the bewilderment of his 2 crew members. Today is not a good day. Let's cast some nets nearby and call it a day. Lu Hao fabricated an excuse, instructing his workers, "You 2 try casting a net in this area." All right. The 2 crew members nodded, without further hesitation, beginning to cast their nets. After all, their fixed wages ensured that the quantity of fish caught was not their concern. Proximity to shore allowed them to finish early. As seasoned fishermen, they quickly deployed several nets under Lu Hao's guidance in the local waters. Time to haul in the nets. After about an hour, Lu Hao returned to the first netting spot and commanded his crew to retrieve the nets. This area was familiar to him. Although the variety of catches was not as rich as those from the open sea, the quantity was still respectable, primarily consisting of flounder, small pomfret, and some mackerel. Though these fish are relatively inexpensive, a large quantity can still yield a substantial profit. Wow, today's haul is impressive, dozens of flounder. The third net also produced a significant catch of mackerel, a favorite among northerners for making dumplings. The harvest was indeed promising. After another half hour, Lu Hao navigated the fishing boat in a wide arc, checking all the nets he had cast, perhaps due to recent fishing efforts concentrated in the open sea. The nearby waters were relatively undisturbed, resulting in a commendable catch of at least 300 to 400 fish. Setting aside the cost of fuel and labor, he stands to earn a considerable profit. Well, it's time to wrap up and head home. After hearing the reports from his crew, Lu Hao smiled with satisfaction, steering the fishing boat as he prepared to turn back. He was quite eager to see whether his bountiful catch would outshine that of Cao Dapeng, who was venturing out to sea for the first time, and whether he would return empty-handed. The thought of teasing that fellow upon their reunion brought a grin to Lu Hao's face, prompting him to hasten his speed, anxious not to miss the opportunity to cross paths with Cao Dapeng. Meanwhile, in the northeastern waters, as the time drew near, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by a Fu and a Xiang, set out to the designated spot to begin gathering their catch. Chapter 106. Disturbing the eel's nest with a resounding clang. Leveraging the principle of the mast and pulley, the lengthy net of several dozen meters was soon hoisted aboard the vessel by the trio. As the massive net landed on the deck, a Fu and a Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Within the tangled mesh, numerous palm-sized eels were energetically flopping about, displaying remarkable vigor. These eels, significantly larger than the farmed fry, had survived the rigors of natural selection, embodying robust life force. To their surprise, they had managed to haul in such a bounty, predominantly consisting of eels. Brother Dapeng, you really struck gold this time. You actually caught eels. A Fu gazed at Cao Dapeng with admiration. Impressive. After all these years at sea, you are the most extraordinary fisherman I have ever encountered. Huangjia Xiang, visibly astonished by the catch on deck, couldn't help but give Cao Dapeng a thumbs up. His limited education rendered impressive the highest praise he could muster. Stop dawdling. Quickly separate them. We must not squander such fine fry. Cao Dapeng grinned, beckoning the 2 to assist in sorting the catch. Although the net had yielded a diverse array of fish, his primary concern lay with the eels. The more eels he secured, the sooner he could launch his 20 acres of shrimp pond. 10 yuan credited to bank account. 15 yuan credited to bank account. With each fish sorted, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Cao Dapeng paid them little mind as he continued to bag the fish. Suddenly, he paused. What was this? A pomfret? One of the fish had a peculiar green, seaweed-like symbol hovering above it. Gently touching the symbol, it merged into his consciousness. This is a seaweed plant. Note, it can purify water quality, maintain temperature and pressure, balance the aquatic ecosystem, and is a delicacy for herbivorous fish. Would you like to use it? Upon reading this information, Cao Dapeng's spirits lifted. Although eels were carnivorous, having the seaweed in his shrimp pond could enhance water quality and ecological balance. Furthermore, apart from the eels, he could also rear some herbivorous fish like snapper. With 20 acres at his disposal, the seaweed would undoubtedly yield explosive results. This seaweed, perhaps, was the greatest treasure of the day. Cao Dapeng mused, as the awestruck voices of a Fu and a Xiang echoed in the background. Brother Dapeng, you've truly discovered the eel's nest. How come there are so many eels? Haha. These are far superior to the farmed fry. Your luck is remarkable, Dapeng. Cao Dapeng smiled broadly. What can I say? When luck comes, it's unstoppable. Subsequently, the trio urged Shrimp Brother to navigate the boat to other netting spots. The first haul was bountiful, owing to Cao Dapeng's extraordinary net and bait, resulting in a substantial catch. However, other fishing grounds are not as miraculous. Fortunately, Cao Dapeng chose an excellent spot. The locations where they cast their nets are largely frequented by the coveted ribbonfish, yielding a substantial catch. The three of them worked diligently, spending over 40 minutes to secure all the fish into the live well. As the time to return to the dock approached, Brother Xia shouted, rallying the trio towards the pier. Along the way, a Fu and a Xiong beamed with delight, although the nets had only gathered about 500 or 600 ribbonfish. When combined with other catches, the total was quite considerable. Calculating that 2,000 yuan covered 3 hours, such a yield was certainly profitable. Brother, when we have time, let us do this again. Chartering a boat is exhilarating. A Fu grinned at Cao Dapeng, attributing their fortune to luck that day. Cao Dapeng shrugged, feigning resignation, however. This quantity of fish is still insufficient. Once we have the opportunity, we shall venture out to sea again. Since they intended to cultivate ribbonfish, they had no fear of quantity. These few hundred ribbonfish were hardly enough, yet they could report back to their elder brother and sister-in-law with satisfactory news. With such a bounty, it was likely that their elder brother would not impede their next maritime expedition. As the trio engaged in conversation, the fishing vessel gradually approached the harbor. The boats that had ventured far into the sea that morning were not yet returning, while those near the shore had mostly returned. Several vessels were docked, and workers were continuously unloading cargo from the decks. These fish would promptly be dispatched to various seafood markets or nearby seafood restaurants, ensuring no concerns about sales. Lu Hao was also directing his crew in unloading their catch. After deducting labor and fuel costs, he had netted nearly 5,000 yuan from this trip, which he considered quite satisfactory, given that he had not ventured far offshore. The greater the storms, the more valuable the fish. Deep-sea catches commanded higher prices. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of Cao Dapeng, he spotted Brother Xia's boat slowly approaching, instantly brightening Lu Hao's mood. Dapeng, how was your outing? Lu Hao teased, glancing at Cao Dapeng with curiosity. Oh, do not mention it. I was seasick as soon as I boarded. Cao Dapeng sighed dramatically. This seafaring venture is truly not a profitable endeavor. Haha, once you grow accustomed to the swaying, it becomes manageable, Lu Hao shrugged. Judging by Cao Dapeng's pallor, it seemed he had indeed suffered from seasickness, which likely meant a meager catch. Just as Lu Hao prepared to continue his banter, the sound of a diesel engine filled the air as a fish truck pulled up before them. Dapeng, it seems you've had another bountiful day. Fishmonger Lao Su, having received a call from Cao Dapeng, hurried over. Having profited from the catch near Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond the previous day, he was in particularly high spirits. Just a modest haul. I've got a few small ribbonfish, perfect for releasing into my shrimp pond. Cao Dapeng spread his hands, feeling somewhat fatigued after 3 hours on the boat. Nevertheless, he beckoned to Aftu and Ah Xiang, and the three of them together began to load the juvenile mullets, along with other catches, onto Old Su's fish truck. There was no alternative. With so many fry to transport to Hongshu village while ensuring their survival, they could only rely on Old Su's vehicle. Ordinarily, after draining the shrimp pond, it would be prudent to disinfect and thoroughly clean it. However, there was no need for concern regarding Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond. After finishing with the fish last night, they had already replenished it with water. Calculating the time, the pond should be nearly full by now. What? Mullets? Lu Hao, standing nearby, froze upon hearing this. The value of mullets is considerable, and he was taken aback to learn that Cao Dapeng's expedition was primarily aimed at mullets. In the next moment, as he watched Cao Dapeng and the others transporting bucket after bucket of juvenile mullets from the boat, his expression turned distinctly peculiar. Chapter 107. The Return of the King. This fellow has managed to procure such an abundance of mullet fry. Lu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed that Cao Dapeng, a novice embarking on his first fishing expedition, would yield no more than a meager catch in such a brief span of 3 hours. Even if he did manage to catch something, it would undoubtedly be rather embarrassing in Lu Hao's presence. He had prepared a plethora of derisive remarks. However, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Merely observing the group transporting the fish, it became evident that they had gathered several hundred mullet fry during this excursion. With the boat rental costing merely 2,000 yuan for 3 hours, this would completely recoup their expenses. Goodness, could it be that Cao Dapeng's luck is simply extraordinary? Mouse, I'm nearly done here. Until we meet again, please send my regards to Meichi. While Lu Hao was lost in thought, Cao Dapeng and his companions had already transferred all the fish from the boat into Old Su's fish transport truck. Cao Dapeng waved at Lu Hao and departed from the dock at Nampan village. Lu Hao, goodness, what do you mean by sending my regards to Meichi? Are you insinuating that you had a history with my wife? Clenching his fists, Lu Hao's expression fluctuated between green and pale. Wait a moment. An idea suddenly struck him, and he exclaimed, Cao Dapeng has gathered so many mullet fry. He must be preparing to cultivate them. He recalled that in recent days, Cao Dapeng had spent 200,000 yuan to lease a shrimp pond with poor feng shui, and now, having acquired such an extensive quantity of mullet fry, it was highly probable that he intended to engage in mullet farming. After all, if successful, the profits from mullet cultivation would be significant. I've heard that the 20 acres of shrimp pond have been perpetually unprofitable. Mullet are notoriously difficult to raise. Cao Dapeng, revel in your moment of triumph. Next year, you shall have cause to weep. Lu Hao snorted derisively. His mood considerably brightened. As his stomach growled, he strolled back toward his home. Have you heard? Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village sold 2,000 jin of fish last night after draining his pond. I just heard old Su mention it. He made quite a profit yesterday. Ha. I heard someone lost a bet and had to shout for a minute through the village committee's loudspeaker, praising how incredible Cao Dapeng is. Lu Hao, whose spirits had just begun to lift, found his hunger dissipating at the sound of such discussions. Truly, Cao Dapeng's luck is unparalleled. In Hongshu village, on the dirt road between Cao Dapeng and Huang Zhiping's shrimp ponds, a crowd of villagers had gathered, curiously watching as Huang Zhiping poured bucket after bucket of mullet fry from his transport truck into the freshly cleaned shrimp pond. Hey Zhiping, you're making quite the investment this year by cultivating mullet. I've heard these creatures have stringent requirements for water quality and temperature, making them challenging to rear. Fortune favors the bold. The risks of mullet farming are high, but so are the rewards. When it comes to fish farming, Zhiping truly excels. Though Hongshu village was small, any noteworthy event would invariably attract a gathering of onlookers, especially those with shrimp ponds. As soon as they heard that Huang Zhiping had received a significant influx of fry today, they all rushed over to witness the spectacle. However, none of them anticipated that this year Huang Zhiping was preparing to cultivate mullet at this particular time. With November fast approaching, the southern winter, though not excessively frigid, poses significant challenges for the aquaculture industry. Especially for these juvenile fish, should they fail to withstand the rigors of winter, the pond owner would incur substantial losses. Contemplating this, they could not help but admire Huang Zhiping's audacity. Taking such considerable risks certainly warranted his potential for profit. In these times, people's culinary expectations are burgeoning. Even marine fish have become increasingly rare. I am inclined to try my hand at mullet. Even if the culinary aspect does not yield sales, merely selling fish gelatin would not be a loss. Huang Zhiping grinned broadly at the crowd. He was unperturbed by the prospect of others emulating his venture into mullet farming. As the sole mullet aquaculture facility in the vicinity had its last 5,000 fry residing in a shrimp pond, for others to procure stock, they would likely have to pay a premium. Moreover, throughout the entire Hongshu village, few possessed such audacity, thus he had no need to fret about competition. Isn't that the vehicle of Boschan from the Chishui Town mullet farm? At this moment, Cao Dahai and Su Ling were also tidying up, preparing to ride their motorcycle to work. However, as the couple stepped outside, they noticed a fish transport truck parked next to Huang Zhiping's shrimp pond. Having previously engaged in aquaculture, Cao Dahai naturally recognized Boschan's vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, the couple exchanged glances, instantly sensing trouble. Just last night, Cao Dapeng had discussed plans for mullet farming with them, and now, early this morning, Huang Zhiping had procured such a significant quantity of mullet fry. Clearly opposing their family's interests, Cao Dahai blinked, hastily approaching Mr. Chen with a smile. Boschan, your business seems to be thriving. He ventured cautiously. My brother has recently acquired a pond nearby, aiming to cultivate a few mullet as well. How many fry do you have left? Perhaps we could arrange something in the future. Dahai. Before Cao Dahai could finish, he was interrupted by Mr. Chen. Unfortunately, with winter approaching, I was considering expediting my sales. Huang Zhiping has purchased the last 5,000 fry from my farm. I do have some other fry available. Would you care to take a look? What? Huang Zhiping bought them all. Upon hearing this, Cao Dahai was immediately alarmed. His brother, Cao Dapeng, required a substantial quantity of fry for his 20 acres of shrimp ponds, and with Boschan's farm being the only mullet resource in the area, what would become of Cao Dapeng now that Huang Zhiping had acquired all the fry? Dapeng, I told you not to venture into the sea. It would have been far better to buy fry directly. Cao Dahai was in a state of agitation, with the fry from the aquaculture facility completely sold out. If Cao Dapeng failed to secure a significant number of mullet, the plans they had agreed upon just yesterday would be dashed within a day. With this thought, Cao Dahai swiftly took out his phone to call Cao Dapeng. However, after several attempts, no one answered. It seems that matters have nearly returned to normal. Yet why is there no answer to the phone? This truly drives a person to despair. Cao Dahai's mind was a tumult of confusion. Just then, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from a distance. Dahai. Su Ling approached, pointing towards the village entrance, its old Su's truck. And behind it are Dapeng and the others. What? Dapeng is back? Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng quickly lifted his gaze. He saw, behind the fish transport truck, his brother Cao Dapeng, accompanied by a Fu and a Xiang, leisurely riding their motorcycles towards him. This was not all. Old Su's fish truck, instead of heading elsewhere, had made its way to the shrimp pond adjacent to their home. The shrimp pond had been completely drained last night, leaving not a single fish behind. The reappearance of Old Su's fish truck raised a plethora of questions. Chapter 108. The fry that can endure the winter. Cao Dapeng has become the center of attention in Hongshu village, especially after making quite an impression last night at the pond. With his arrival, the gaze of the crowd, which had previously been fixed on Huang Zhiping, swiftly shifted towards Cao Dapeng. Having just cleared the shrimp pond yesterday, one could only wonder what Cao Dapeng was up to today with his fish transport truck. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they murmured amongst themselves. Huang Zhiping, who had been basking in the admiration of others, quickly sensed the shift in atmosphere and raised his head, following the direction of the collective gaze. His eyes fell upon Cao Dapeng riding a motorcycle, accompanied by the transport truck of Old Su, leaving him momentarily stunned. He was aware that Cao Dapeng intended to procure mullet fry, but he had already purchased all 5,000 fry from Boss Jen's farm. So what was the meaning of Cao Dapeng's arrival with the fish truck? Could it be that this fellow had managed to acquire some fry as well? But where could he have obtained them? Before Huang Zhiping could ponder further, Cao Dapeng stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Dapeng, how was your trip out to sea? I tried calling you, but no one picked up. Is that so? Cao Dapeng halted his motorcycle and retrieved his phone, revealing a string of missed calls. He smiled at Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, saying, I must not have heard it while on the road. Everything went well. I managed to catch a few hundred mullet fry, all very suitable for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had Cao Dapeng truly caught several hundred mullet fry in just 3 hours at sea? While the couple was momentarily lost in thought, Old Su's fish transport truck came to a stop. In front of the gathered crowd, Cao Dapeng called upon Afu and Xiang to assist with unloading the cargo. Seeing this, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling hastily set aside their vehicle and rushed over to help. Goodness, these are indeed mullet, exclaimed Cao Dapeng and Su Ling in unison as they peered into the barrels filled with palm-sized fish. Cao Dapeng laughed heartily. Such sizable fish are resilient. They will surely survive the winter. Dapeng, your luck is truly remarkable. As an older brother, he had been deeply concerned, initially fearing that Cao Dapeng would suffer a loss of 2,000. Just moments ago, he was worried about the availability of fry, but now, after a single outing, Cao Dapeng had managed to catch so many fry, effectively recouping his expenses. In a year's time, when these fry grow, the profits would be unimaginable. Of course, compared to Huang Zhiping's thousands of fry, a few hundred seemed modest. However, these fry had undergone natural selection and demonstrated a strong adaptability to their environment, boasting an exceptionally high survival rate. In this regard, Cao Dapeng had not lost at all. Rather, he had turned a profit. Indeed, the quality of these fish is impressive, remarked Manager Chen, a seasoned expert in mullet cultivation, subtly nodding in approval as he observed the mullet in Cao Dapeng's water tank. He has been cultivating mullet for several years now, and he can discern whether a fish will survive with just a glance. The fish that Cao Dapeng brought from the sea are vibrant and full of life, boasting a significantly higher survival rate than those from his own farm. However, he cannot help but admire the skill it takes to locate such a bounty of mullet in the ocean. It is certainly not mere luck. At the very least, one must possess a profound understanding of the fish's living habits. Contemplating this, he cast a deep glance at Cao Dapeng. This young man from Hongshu village is quite remarkable. A few hundred fish may not seem like a substantial number, but with the assistance of Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, they were swiftly placed into the shrimp pond at Cao Dapeng's residence. Observing the successful transfer of so many mullet, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling finally felt relieved and waved goodbye to Cao Dapeng before mounting their motorcycle and heading off to their respective workplaces. They had been so preoccupied with helping that they would soon be late. My elder brother and sister-in-law truly care for me. Watching Cao Dapeng and Su Ling depart, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he has made quite a bit of money recently, it is not a stable source of income. He can only work alongside Afu, this solitary man. As for his elder brother and sister-in-law, they could only join him in activities like yesterday's pond work. There was no other way. Cao Dapeng, being the eldest, has a family to support, and without a reliable income. Even if Cao Dapeng wished to partner with his own brother for prosperity, Cao Dapeng would likely be reluctant. The previous calamity with the squid business was a testament to this. Once I establish stability, I will surely bring my brother and sister-in-law along to prosper. Cao Dapeng mused internally, and it appeared that this endeavor would commence with the shrimp pond before him. Gazing at the pond, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. While others might see it merely as a means of aquaculture, Cao Dapeng envisioned myriad possibilities. In the moment of contemplation, Old Su drove away in his fish transport vehicle, and the villagers of Honshu began to gather around Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond. They observed that the mullet brought from the ocean adapted seamlessly to their new environment, energetically swaying their tails, brimming with vitality. Hey, these mullet look like they will thrive. With both Dapeng and Jiping cultivating mullet, should we not consider doing the same? Are you deaf? Did you not hear? The hatchery is out of fry. What are you going to cultivate? The villagers engaged in lively discussion. It was then that Cao Dapeng realized, while he was out at sea procuring supplies, that Huang Jiping had secretly gone to the hatchery to sell mullet fry. This fellow seems to be competing with me. Oh, Uncle Jiping, you are cultivating mullet too? Cao Dapeng turned to find Huang Jiping glaring at his shrimp pond, his expression dark as if someone owed him a significant sum of money. Cao Dapeng pretended to stroll over to Huang Jiping's pond and, observing the fry in the water, nodded appreciatively. So many fry. It seems Uncle Jiping has grand ambitions. Oh, Uncle Jiping, do take a look. That fish appears to have become still. Huang Jiping, having risen early with grand aspirations, initially intended to purchase 5,000 fry before Cao Dapeng, hoping not only to reap a substantial profit for himself, but also to leave Cao Dapeng without a source of supply. Little did he anticipate that while he was at the hatchery securing his stock, that crafty Cao Dapeng had ventured directly into the sea for his procurement. Those fry he had just observed were each the size of a palm, with even larger specimens present, ensuring their survival through the winter posed no challenge whatsoever. The quality of those fish far surpassed the diminutive fry he had acquired. Chapter 109. Han Jiangxue bubbles up haha. After all, they are just fish fry. Losing a few is quite normal. We do have 5,000 of them, so it's not a significant issue. Huang Jiping's lips twitched, forcing an awkward smile that was more pitiful than a frown. As soon as he spoke, several villagers nearby began to chatter. Jiping, look over here. Several are floating up. You all are too anxious. You just cleared the pond and then added the fry. It's not surprising that some have perished. That is not true. Look at the shrimp pond at Dapeng's place. Those newly introduced fish are lively and full of spirit. Huang Jiping. These villagers truly have a knack for hitting the nail on the head. The 5,000 fry he had purchased were all slender and tiny, only recently introduced to the pond, so losing a batch was entirely expected. Of course, one fears comparisons. He had indeed noticed the fry in Cao Dapeng's pond, each one wriggling its tail with exuberance, radiating vitality. Contemplating this, Huang Jiping waved his hand impatiently. Are you all idle? Go back to what you were doing. My fry have just been introduced to the pond. They can't withstand this commotion. Off you go. Thus, he directly issued a dismissal. The villagers, seeing Huang Jiping's irritable demeanor, shook their heads and dispersed in small groups. As they reminisced about Huang Jiping's words from the previous night broadcasted over the village loudspeaker, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huang Jiping, initially wanting to see Cao Dapeng's embarrassment, he ended up becoming the biggest fool himself. He opened his mouth, disregarding the fry in the shrimp pond, and with his hands clasped behind his back, stormed towards his home in a huff, failing to outsmart him. He had hoped to seize Dapeng's fry. What a foolish dream. Thankfully, Dapeng was clever. Otherwise, Huang Jiping would have truly been outwitted. Aftu and Xiang, noticing that the fry in the pond were in good condition, exchanged a few remarks as they watched Huang Jiping walk away, then cheerfully returned home with their red envelopes to catch up on sleep. They had risen before dawn that day, and while on the boat, it was mainly the two of them who had been busy, leaving them quite exhausted. In no time, the expansive shrimp pond area was left with only Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng smiled faintly to himself. In the next moment, that ray of light, this is a seaweed, transformed into a brilliant glow, immersing itself in the 20 acres of shrimp pond before him. With keen eyes, Cao Dapeng quickly discerned that wherever the light fell, there lay the original patches of seaweed in the pond. After being nourished by this golden light, the seaweed appeared even more vibrant, swaying energetically, and the water quality nearby seemed to improve significantly. The fry that had just entered the shrimp pond wiggled their tails, darting playfully among the seaweed, thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, it is essential to remember that the mullet is a carnivorous species. Merely introducing them to the shrimp pond was only the first step. The seagrass in the shrimp pond merely serves to regulate the pond's environment. To fatten the mullet, continuous feeding is essential. With this thought in mind, Cao Dapeng rode his motorcycle to the dock in Nantan village, purchasing 100 pounds of small fish and shrimp that the fishermen had sorted out, and released them into his own shrimp pond. Seafood generally becomes more expensive as it grows larger, and fishermen often either release small fish and shrimp back into the water or sell them at a low price. Such a catch is hardly worth much and is perfectly suitable as feed for the mullet. However, Cao Dapeng noticed that these once listless small fish and shrimp, upon entering his pond, quickly regained their vitality and began to swim towards the seagrass. Clearly, the breeding capacity of his pond was extraordinary. Once these small fish and shrimp began to reproduce, the pond would form a complete ecological chain, alleviating his concerns. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng felt a surge of joy as he rode his motorcycle back to his yard. Woof, woof, woof. Upon his return, the little black dog squatting at the door immediately stood up, wagging its tail excitedly as it approached him. Here, have a treat. Cao Dapeng casually tossed a piece of leftover fish and patted the little black dog before heading inside to lie down and drift into a deep sleep. After a tiring day at sea, dealing with seasickness and fishing, he was thoroughly exhausted. Nevertheless, since the shrimp pond was his responsibility, he had persevered to this moment. Now that everything was settled, Cao Dapeng enjoyed a blissful slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He was awakened in the afternoon by the persistent ringing of his phone. Han Jiangxue. Upon seeing the caller ID, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow slightly. Since the National Day holiday, Han Jiangxue hadn't contacted him for quite some time. Why was she suddenly reaching out? Blinking in confusion, he answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a cheerful voice greeted him. Dapeng, I heard you've been making quite a fortune lately, even acquiring 20 acres of shrimp pond. Clearly, this news had come from Lu Qingyu. Oh, it's just average. Enough to get by, Cao Dapeng replied with a smile. Jiangxue, I heard from Qingyu that you went to Jiangbei for a competition recently. How did it go? Don't even mention it. Han Jiangxue sighed in exasperation. A dark horse suddenly emerged this time, and I could only manage to secure second place. Second place is still commendable. In fishing, luck plays a significant role. Cao Dapeng, not particularly versed in fishing competitions, sensed her disappointment and offered words of comfort. Indeed, luck is an undeniable aspect of fishing. Perhaps it was simply a matter of bad luck for me this time. Han Jiangxue pouted and nodded, suddenly recalling someone's seemingly perpetual good fortune, her eyes brightening. Dapeng, I've been wanting to go out and clear my mind. May I bring a friend to your shrimp pond for fishing? This time, I must win against her. Cao Dapeng, perplexed, blinked and replied, Wait a moment, Han Jiangxue. This friend of yours isn't the dark horse you just mentioned, is she? Smart. Han Jiangxue huffed. Just tell me if it's possible or not. Not possible. Cao Dapeng quickly shook his head. You see, my shrimp pond has just been cleaned, and today I went out to procure a batch of mullet fry. The pond isn't suitable for fishing at the moment. Once I get another supply and the pond stabilizes, I'll invite you all over to have some fun. The 20-acre shrimp pond before him was not merely a farming facility for Cao Dapeng. He envisioned inviting Han Jiangxue and her cousin Yichang to enjoy themselves once the pond was stable. With their promotion, his shrimp pond might even become a favored fishing spot, yielding considerable venue fees. However, since the fry had just been introduced, it was prudent not to startle the fish. Despite the presence of seaweed and marine flavors. What? You went out to sea? On the other end of the line, Han Jiangxue seemed to overlook the main point. Upon hearing went out to sea, her excitement only intensified. Chapter 110. By chance, I found myself again with a wealthy woman indeed. I just returned from the sea today, having caught some grouper fry. Cao Dapeng responded candidly, yet he sensed an unusual tone in Han Jiangxue's voice. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard her exclaiming excitedly over the phone, Going out to sea is exhilarating. Fishing in the shrimp pond lacks excitement. You've reminded me. I should fish directly from the boat with her. That would be fair. Fishing from a boat? Cao Dapeng was taken aback, pondering how Han Jiangxue, a true fishing aficionado, would choose to fish at sea. For him, the ocean was a means of survival, while for her, it seemed merely a matter of pride. As Cao Dapeng contemplated this, Han Jiangxue cheerfully continued, Cao Dapeng, please arrange for a boat over there. I'll transfer you the necessary funds. When you head out to sea, bring me along. I want to compete in sea fishing with her. Han Jiangxue was inherently competitive, particularly in her areas of expertise. Losing the recent contest had left her in a sour mood. If she could reclaim her pride through sea fishing, it would certainly brighten her spirits. Are you certain? Cao Dapeng replied, punctuating his uncertainty with 3 question marks. In all honesty, chartering a boat was quite costly, starting at 2,000 yuan, unless he had a reward. The expense was not something an average person could manage. However, upon reflection, if Han Jiangxue were to charter the boat for fishing, he could seize the opportunity to cast a few nets and harvest some grouper fry, effectively reducing his own costs. After all, he was quite adept at netting. Except for the final haul, he could easily spare time for them to fish. Wait a moment, if this were the case. It seemed he had inadvertently found himself yet again in the company of a wealthy woman. Absolutely, I'm certain. Han Jiangxue affirmed decisively, I'll contact her first. And once it's confirmed, I'll get back to you. With that, She abruptly ended the call. Merely 5 minutes later, Cao Dapeng received a WeChat message from Han Jiangqiwei confirming that the other party was willing to join her for sea fishing in the coming days. Upon reading this, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, when fortune arrives, it is unstoppable. Since Han Jiangqiwei was on board, how could he possibly refuse the opportunity presented to him? Thus, Cao Dapeng promptly reached out to the shrimp vendor to provide the wealthy client with an exceptional experience. He negotiated with the vendor for an additional hour at the cost of 500 yuan. Without hesitation, the vendor agreed, even offering an extra half hour as a gesture of goodwill. Today, he had witnessed Cao Dapeng's remarkable luck. Moreover, with Cao Dapeng bringing him business, it was only logical to accept the offer. After finalizing the arrangements with the vendor, Cao Dapeng promptly replied to Han Jiangqiwei, 2,500 yuan for 4.5 hours. However, we must set out early, so you'll need to arrive a day in advance. You will arrive here tomorrow, setting sail at 5 in the morning. How does that sound? Excellent. Han Jiangqiwei readily transferred 2,500 to Cao Dapeng. The following day, Han Jiangqiwei, driving her rugged Wrangler, accompanied by her friend as she referred to her, checked into a hotel in town before heading straight to Hongshu village. A wild-looking Wrangler and a stately Land Rover Range Rover entered the village, instantly drawing the attention of numerous villagers. Ah, the familiar scent. Amidst the curious gazes of the villagers, Han Jiangqiwei joyfully stepped out of her Wrangler, unable to resist the urge to open her arms and inhale the refreshing sea air. After a busy period preparing for the competition, she could finally take a moment to unwind. Man, come down quickly. The scenery here is quite lovely. Han Jiangqiwei called out to the girl in the other vehicle, flashing a warm smile. Just as her words fell, a man and a woman emerged from the Range Rover. The woman, tall and graceful, was none other than Li Man, the champion who narrowly defeated Han Jiangqiwei in the recent competition. The two, having not met before, quickly exchanged WeChat information and became good friends. In contrast to the voluptuous Han Jiangqiwei, Li Man appeared somewhat frail, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. As dusk fell, the crimson glow filtered through the clouds, casting its light upon the nearby sea, where the waves shimmered with colorful ripples. A flock of white seagulls soared through the sunset, evoking a poetic image reminiscent of ancient verses. The newly arrived Li Man was captivated by the breathtaking scene. Indeed, it was beautiful. A smile graced her fair complexion as she leisurely took out her phone to capture the moment. Cough, it's all a stench. Utterly unpleasant. However, the next moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted the serenity. It was a tall man who had exited the vehicle with Li Man. Holding a white handkerchief to his nose and commenting, Man, the conditions in this village are quite poor, and the smell is dreadful. Are you certain you wish to stay here? Li Man's expression darkened immediately. Qin Luo, if you find it unfavorable, you may drive back. I can manage on my own. The tall young man quickly lowered the handkerchief and replied with a smile, Man, I'm merely concerned for you. After all, your health is not at its best, and Uncle Li specifically entrusted me to take care of you. How could I leave now? If you wish to enjoy this place, I shall accompany you. Despite his words, the disdain in his demeanor was unmistakable. Suddenly, as Qin Luo attempted to utter a few kind words, a shadow darted towards him, startling him into retreating a few steps. Han Jiangqiwei, who had been admiring the scenery, turned around upon hearing the barking of Xiaohei, smiling brightly as she waved at the dog. Xiaohei, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Originally glaring at Qin Luo, the little black dog's demeanor softened instantly upon seeing Han Jiangqiwei. Its tail wagged enthusiastically as it scampered towards her, nuzzling its head against her lovely legs as if they were far more delightful than any bone it had ever gnawed. You've gained some weight after a few days, Han Jiangqiwei remarked, casually retrieving a can of dog food from her bag and offering it to the little black dog. The aroma of the dog food was rich and enticing. After merely tasting a lick, the dog was utterly captivated, settling before Han Jiangqiwei and savoring the treat with great pleasure. Han Jiangqiwei chuckled at the sight, proudly stroking the dog's head, with the delectable food before it. The little black dog seemed to forget any prior grievances, contentedly munching while enjoying her gentle caresses. What an adorable little dog! Li Man was drawn to the little black dog as well, crouching down to tentatively pat its head. Noticing that the dog was not aggressive, she joyfully engaged with it. Due to her frail health, her family was exceedingly strict, forbidding her from keeping even a dog. Thus, encountering the little black dog was a delightful novelty for her. Man, dogs are dirty. Qin Luo, standing nearby, was about to caution Li Man to keep her distance from the dog when a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Xiaoxiwei? You all arrived without a word. Come in quickly. It was Cao Dapeng, who had emerged from the courtyard upon hearing the dog's barking. Chapter 111. What is the meaning of life if one cannot eat? Come in, everyone. Please make yourselves at home. Cao Dapeng greeted warmly. I have nearly finished preparing the meal. Once we indulge in a hearty feast and take a moment to rest, we shall set out for sea fishing. Han Jiangxue was indeed a benefactor to Cao Dapeng. Had it not been for her introduction, he would never have encountered Lu Qingyu, nor would he have secured the business of barnacles. It can be said that Cao Dapeng's current success is largely attributed to Han Jiangxue's assistance. This time, with her arrival, he saved on chartering a boat, and naturally, he intended to extend his utmost hospitality to this wealthy lady. Is the food ready? Today, we shall surely feast. Upon hearing about the meal, Han Jiangxue's spirits lifted instantly. She had previously savored Cao Dapeng's culinary skills and found them utterly irresistible. In truth, her visit to Hongshu village was motivated not solely by her desire to compete with Li Man, but also by her longing for Cao Dapeng's exquisite cooking. Allow me to introduce you. This is Li Man. Man, this is Cao Dapeng, whose fishing skills surpass even mine. As they entered, Han Jiangxue made the introductions. Hello. I hope we can exchange techniques sometime. Li Man nodded politely at Cao Dapeng. Her willingness to visit Hongshu village stemmed from Han Jiangxue's claim that there was someone who fished even better than she did, combined with her own eagerness to try sea fishing, leading her to agree without hesitation. Upon their first meeting, she observed that despite Cao Dapeng's modest attire, he exuded a refreshing aura, leaving a favorable impression. As the group moved further in, the dilapidated state of the courtyard became apparent. Although Cao Dapeng had tidied up the place, it still bore the hallmarks of rural life, appearing somewhat disheveled. Man, are you sure you want to dine here? Perhaps we should go to Wang Heilu instead? I've heard their food is quite good, Qin Luo remarked disdainfully, scrutinizing the courtyard with a frown. He found it difficult to comprehend why Li Man, a prominent figure from the Li family and a notable fishing influencer, would choose to forego the comforts of city life to dine in such a remote fishing village. Just look at all the mosquitoes and flies. In such a dreadful environment. Can we even eat here? Wang Heilu, do you know why it was so popular during the National Day holiday? Because at that time, Cao Dapeng was the head chef there. Ordinary folks rarely get the chance to enjoy his cooking, and yet you expressed disdain. Before Li Man could respond, Han Jiangxue, standing nearby, was quick to defend Cao Dapeng. Clearly displeased by the criticism, she retorted directly in front of Li Man. Cao Dapeng is the chef at Wang Heilu? Li Man exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Han Jiangxue crossed her arms with pride. Man, you will see for yourself shortly. If you utter a single word of dissatisfaction, I, Han Jiangxue, will take your surname. Li Man, intrigued, broke into a smile, exclaiming, I simply must try it. Turning to Qin Luo, she impatiently remarked, if you do not wish to remain here, you may leave. Initially seeking solitude to clear her mind, she had been compelled by her father to bring Qin Luo along, ostensibly for her safety. But it felt more like surveillance to her. She despised the sensation of being monitored, particularly when Qin Luo incessantly complained about everything, which greatly dampened her spirits. She wished for him to depart immediately. That's not possible. I promised Uncle Li before we set off. Qin Luo's voice rose in urgency upon hearing her words. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Man. If you don't want to eat, you can wait in the car and not disrupt our meal. With that, she ignored him and followed Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue inside. As they walked, she apologized. I'm truly sorry. My driver lacks social graces. No worries. Why would we hold a driver accountable? Cao Dapeng responded, waving his hand dismissively. Miss Li, Jiangxue, please take a seat. I will bring out the dishes. Throughout the exchange, he hardly spared a glance at Qin Luo. After all, he was merely an affluent young master. What was there to be impressed by? Guests who treated him well were warmly welcomed, while those he deemed unworthy received his indifference. Today, Han Jiangxue was his esteemed guest, and he was determined to honor her. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood at the entrance, utterly perplexed. A driver? Wasn't he the esteemed chief physician at Tiannan City People's Hospital? How had he been relegated to the status of a mere chauffeur? Furthermore, this Cao Dapeng, with his rustic appearance, hardly resembled the esteemed chef of Wang Heilu. There had to be some misunderstanding. Concealing his frustration, Qin Luo found himself in a quandary. Leaving felt impossible, yet remaining was equally uncomfortable. He could only pace at the entrance, casting furtive glances at Li Man within the courtyard. Given her congenital ailment, she needed to be extra cautious. He had promised Uncle Li to ensure her safety. Inside, however, none of the three acknowledged his presence. Han Jiangxue urged Li Man to sit, then followed Cao Dapeng into the kitchen. In mere moments, the table was laden with an array of dishes prepared by Cao Dapeng. Steamed ribbon fish, a seafood medley soup featuring barnacles, scallops, and squid, the much-praised sour bamboo shoot stir-fried beef that Han Jiangxue had raved about before, and the recently popular pandragon eel from Wang Heilu. The spread was nothing short of lavish. Dapeng, is this the signature dish of Wang Heilu, the pandragon eel? Han Jiangxue gazed at the dish with fervent anticipation, her voice quivering with excitement. She had seen this dish countless times on Douyin during the National Day holiday. Even while she was in Jiangbei, rumor had it that the Pandragon eel imbued men with vigor and beauty in women, not to mention its exquisite flavor. To her astonishment, Cao Dapeng had personally prepared this dish for her today. Indeed, under such circumstances, you have all worked hard along the way. Come now, do not stand idle. Indulge in my culinary creations. Cao Dapeng smiled gently, gesturing for the two to eat freely. Then I shall not hold back. Han Jiangxue, being quite familiar, swiftly picked up her chopsticks and seized a piece of the spiral eel, placing it into her mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of a squirrel, as she nodded repeatedly. Delicious, truly exquisite. Han Jiangxue exclaimed joyfully. It seems this journey was not in vain. Man, why are you dawdling? Do taste it. As she spoke, she personally served a piece of the sea eel to Li Man. This, thank you. Li Man gazed at the array of dishes on the table, her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue. Coming from a noble family herself, she had savored numerous delicacies. Yet, it must be said, the dishes prepared by Cao Dapeng were a marvel to behold, a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, worthy of being described as art. It appeared Han Jiangxue had not deceived her. Cao Dapeng truly could be the renowned chef of Wang Heilu. However, with her health in disarray, she pondered whether she should indulge in such delights. Nevertheless, she dismissed her reservations. If one could not relish the pleasures of life, what meaning did existence hold? Li Man grasped her chopsticks and placed the piece of sea eel into her mouth. Chapter 112. The human is inferior to the dog. Instantly, the segments of eel, infused with the savory broth, erupted with an astonishing flavor within Li Man's mouth. With just a single bite, she fell in love with the dish, remaining silent as she picked up her chopsticks once more to savor another piece, relishing each morsel. Typically reticent, she became even more taciturn in the presence of exquisite cuisine. However, at that moment, Han Jiangxue was too engrossed to notice Li Man. She had long anticipated the opportunity to taste Cao Dapeng's culinary prowess. With an array of delicacies laid before her, nothing could be more tantalizing. Take your time, savor it. Observing the two beautiful women before him indulging without restraint, Cao Dapeng found himself both amused and bewildered. At that moment, Xiao He also approached, nuzzling against Cao Dapeng's calf with an expression of yearning, clearly eager for a taste. With a sigh of resignation, Cao Dapeng tossed a piece of fish into the air. As the fish soared, Xiao He leaped and caught it mid-flight. Understanding the situation, Xiao He proudly trotted to the entrance, wagging its tail while relishing the treat. How delightful. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, who was lingering at the entrance, suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, causing him to pause. With his keen sense of smell, he quickly pinpointed the source of the fragrance, the piece of fish before Xiao He. Good heavens, what kind of fish is this, and why does it smell so divine? Gurgle. Having traveled a long way, Qin Luo had intended to treat Li Man to a lavish meal at Wang Heilu, thus arriving with an empty stomach. Yet, confronted with the tantalizing scent, his stomach betrayed him with a loud grumble. Under his watchful gaze, Xiao He swiftly devoured the fish, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, Xiao He returned to the courtyard, resuming its routine of nuzzling against Cao Dapeng for more. Come, Xiao He, hear us more. This scene caught Han Jiangxue's attention, and she casually tossed a piece of squid into the air. Woof! Xiao He sprang into action, catching the squid with precision, before racing back to the entrance to enjoy its prize contentedly. Standing at the doorway, Qin Luo felt the enticing fragrance of seafood wafting into his nostrils, provoking further growls from his stomach, and he could hardly resist the urge to lick his lips. Suddenly, he realized that he was living a life inferior to that of a dog. He hadn't anticipated that Cao Dapeng's culinary skills were so exceptional. It was known that Li Man was quite particular about her meals, often resembling a cat, nibbling only a bite or two before losing interest. Yet now, he glanced towards the three in the courtyard. Since Li Man had picked up her chopsticks, her mouth had scarcely paused. Goodness, is this truly the Li Man he knew? Even more embarrassing was the sight of the little black dog darting back and forth between the dining table and the entrance, each time returning with a morsel of gourmet delight in its mouth. The little black dog resembled a needle, incessantly pricking at Qin Luo's heart, or perhaps a hand that occasionally delivered a playful slap to his face. At this moment, Qin Luo felt a twinge of regret within. Had he known that Cao Dapeng's culinary creations were so delectable, he would have insisted on entering to savor the dishes. However, after his earlier boastful remarks, he could only stand at the entrance, watching enviously as the three indulged in their feast. The distance from the doorway to the table was merely 10 meters. Yet for Qin Luo, it felt like an entire world apart. Ah, how delightful. Approximately half an hour later, Han Jiangxue finally set down her chopsticks. stretched her arms wide, and luxuriated in a satisfying yawn, her ample bosom undulating with her unabashed movements. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a meal so gratifying. Feeling utterly content, Han Jiangxue turned to her companion, Li Man, and asked, Man, what do you think of the food? It's delicious, exceptionally so. Li Man couldn't help but praise Cao Dapeng as she too laid down her chopsticks, her fair complexion brightening with a radiant smile. Due to her health, she was often restricted in her dietary choices, which led to a waning interest in food. The delightful dishes she could not partake in were overshadowed by tasteless alternatives. For her, dining had merely become a means to appease her body's hunger. Yet today, Li Man finally relished the flavors she had long been deprived of. More importantly, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that after enjoying Cao Dapeng's meal, her body felt remarkably at ease, brimming with vitality, a sensation she had never experienced before. She had not anticipated such unexpected joy from her visit to Hongshu village. Dapeng, didn't you acquire 20 acres of shrimp ponds? Could you take us on a tour? After satisfying her appetite, Han Jiangxue, with a slight bulge in her stomach, playfully patted her abdomen and looked at Cao Dapeng with a cheerful smile. Having consumed so much, she felt the need to stand and digest. She had heard from Lu Qingyu about Cao Dapeng's recent acquisition of the shrimp ponds and was filled with curiosity. Of course, I'll take you to see them. Cao Dapeng rose and led Han Jiangxue and Li Man toward his shrimp ponds. He had discreetly checked on his phone earlier and discovered that Li Man was also a fishing influencer, boasting a follower count on Douyin that rivaled Han Jiangxue's. If he wished to manage his shrimp ponds successfully, he would undoubtedly need the assistance of these two prominent online personalities for promotion. Woof, woof, woof. As the three walked ahead, the little black dog wagged its tail and followed closely behind. Qin Luo wished to join them and share a few words. But each time he attempted to approach, he was met with the dog's bared teeth and a fierce glance. From the earlier scene of the dog lunging for food, Qin Luo was certain that this rural mutt, once provoked, would prove to be a formidable opponent. Reluctantly, he fell silent and trailed behind the trio and the dog from a distance. Before long, the group arrived at the vicinity of the shrimp ponds. Behold, this is the shrimp pond of my family. Cao Dapeng gestured towards his 20-acre shrimp pond and smiled at Han Jiangxue and Li Man, saying, We have just released the fish into the pond. When you have some free time, you are welcome to come and enjoy yourselves. I will prepare a delicious meal with the fish you catch. However, I do hope you can help me promote this place, encouraging fishing enthusiasts to come and visit. After savoring Cao Dapeng's delectable dishes, Han Jiangxue and Li Man found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, although the sun had already set, they could still discern the lively fish swimming about in the pond, even in the dim light. The sight filled the two fishing aficionados with joy, prompting an urge to cast their lines immediately. Certainly, we are old friends. I will even take a short video for you. Han Jiangxue pledged with a pat on her chest. Such a splendid fishing spot deserves ample promotion. Count me in. Li Man, standing nearby, nodded in rare agreement. Her motivation was clear. Cao Dapeng's culinary skills were simply too delectable to overlook. Red Tree Village not only offered fishing opportunities, but also delicious cuisine, making it impossible for Li Man to miss another chance to return. However, not far away, Huang Zhiping was busy casting bait into the pond. The small fish fry he had purchased were not substantial enough to serve as food for the larger shrimp, necessitating the use of bait for feeding. While he was engaged in this task, he noticed Cao Dapeng approaching with two beautiful ladies, and envy filled his gaze. He wondered when he, too, might have the company of a wealthy woman. Yet, the voice nearby jolted him from his daydream. Dapeng, your shrimp pond is indeed remarkable. These mullet appear vibrant and delicious. Just look at my pond. There are numerous dead fish floating on the surface. Huang Zhiping interjected, I just brought in the small fish fry. And having a few dead specimens in a newly cleaned pond is quite normal. You know, city girls simply do not understand. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the dead fish bobbing in his own pond, a pang of regret washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for the fish fry to acclimate, especially with winter still on the horizon. Chapter 113. The guest of Zhao Guanlan under the melancholic gaze of Huang Zhiping. Cao Dapeng returned to his doorstep after a leisurely half-hour stroll with two beautiful women. Let us meet directly at the pier at 5. Han Jiangxue waved goodbye to Cao Dapeng before driving off with Li Man towards the hotel. They had previously agreed to board the boat at 5 in the morning. It was still only a little past 7 in the evening, leaving them ample time. Moreover, compared to freshwater fishing, deep-sea fishing requires significant stamina, so both she and Li Man needed to rest and rejuvenate at the hotel while they still could. Qin Luo, Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue are my good friends, so I would appreciate it if you could show them some respect in the future. If you continue to act so aloof tomorrow, you need not accompany me. Li Man's expression turned serious on the way back to the hotel. After sharing a meal, She regarded Cao Dapeng and Han Jiangxue as friends, and she disdained Qin Luo's pretentious demeanor in front of them. All right, as long as I can stay by your side. I won't say a word, Qin Luo replied, driving with a resigned smile. Having finally gained the approval of Uncle Li and accompanied Li Man on this outing, he was determined not to squander the opportunity to win her favor. Man, I heard the dragon eel at Wanghelu is quite good. How about we go try it out? He suggested as they arrived in town. After a delightful meal with Han Jiangxue and Li Man, he realized he hadn't eaten anything and his stomach was already growling. I'm full. I'll head back to the hotel. You can go eat by yourself. Li Man shook her head, dismissing him as she opened the car door and walked into the hotel with Han Jiangxue. Wait, Man. After finally getting a chance to go out, you reject me. Qin Luo clenched his fists as he watched her retreating figure. Just you wait. I will win you over eventually. If you're not going, I shall go alone. I've heard that the dragon eel can nourish and invigorate. I wonder how effective it truly is. Qin Luo scoffed, driving directly to the entrance of Wanghelu. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? If not, I regret to inform you that our dragon eel and eel noodles are completely sold out for today. If you wish to dine with us, please make a reservation for tomorrow. A server greeted him with a smile as he approached the door. What? It's only this early. And everything is sold out? Qin Luo was taken aback. It was barely 8 o'clock, prime dinner time, and yet the signature dishes of Wanghelu were all gone. I'm sorry, but we do require reservations in advance. The server shrugged, looking apologetic. Since the dragon eel had gained popularity during the National Day holiday, the restaurant had been bustling with patrons, particularly many middle-aged men who had become regulars at Wanghelu. To avert the potential for overcrowding, Jiang Wanqing instituted a policy requiring reservations in advance. Anyone wishing to savor the renowned panlong eel must typically secure their spot at least a day prior. Yet, despite this precaution, the moment the slots for panlong eel were released, they would rapidly be snatched up. It was unavoidable. The allure of the men's refueling station was a temptation few could resist. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Luo retreated to his vehicle. He had come specifically for the panlong eel, and with the eel noodles no longer available, there was little reason for him to dine there. As he passed through the town earlier, he had noticed a restaurant named Guanlan Pavilion, its decor seemingly even more extravagant than that of Wanghelu. Perhaps it held culinary delights worth exploring. With that thought in mind, Qin Luo drove to the entrance of Guanlan Pavilion. In contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Wanghelu, Guanlan Pavilion appeared noticeably quieter. However, Qin Luo harbored no doubts regarding this. To him, the more opulent the establishment, the steeper the prices. Given that this area of Hongshu village was somewhat remote from Tianan City, few could afford high-end cuisine. Yet, Qin Luo had a penchant for fine dining. Welcome. Please. Come in. At the entrance, the owner Zhao Guanlan personally greeted the arriving Qin Luo, hastening toward him. The owner's luxurious Range Rover suggested he was no ordinary individual. Thank you. What are your signature dishes? Qin Luo inquired with a slight nod, noting the distinct difference in service quality here compared to Wanghelu, where the waitstaff's demeanor had been rather mediocre. In contrast, the hospitality at Guanlan Pavilion exuded sophistication and elegance, affirming its higher caliber. Good day, sir. Our signature dishes include panlong eel, king crab, and a seafood medley, along with Thai-style curry chicken. Please, let me know what you would like to try. Zhao Guanlan, recognizing Qin Luo's refined attire, promptly presented the establishment's most exquisite offerings. Very well, I shall have one of each, Qin Luo replied, his stomach growling and his appetite leaving little room for deliberation. He preferred not to choose. Instead, he ordered a variety. Not necessarily intending to finish them all, but ensuring he sampled each dish, relishing the experience. Certainly, please hold on. Zhao Guanlan beamed, menu in hand, rushing toward the kitchen. After all, a patron arriving in a Range Rover and ordering so many dishes was a rare encounter for him. Since the conclusion of the National Day holiday, Guanlan Pavilion had seen a drastic decline in customers. Although the town still attracted tourists, the majority flocked to Wanghelu, leaving few to patronize his establishment. Consequently, Zhao Guanlan had been compelled to dismiss the previous chef and had invested heavily to recruit a new one from the city, hoping to revitalize the restaurant's fortunes. Master Son, today we have a distinguished guest. You must perform exceptionally well. Do you understand? Zhao Guanlan said earnestly to Chef Sun, his expression serious. At last, a wealthy patron has graced us with his presence. It is imperative that we provide impeccable service. Surely, a friend of such affluence must also be of considerable means. If we can win the favor of this esteemed guest, the fortunes of Gu and LNG may very well flourish. Very well, just watch and see. Master Sun chuckled, casting a glance at the menu before summoning his kitchen staff to commence their bustling preparations. The ambience of this restaurant is quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Zhao Guanlin sat comfortably, sipping tea while surveying the elegant decor of Guanlin. His table offered a splendid view through the adjacent glass. He beheld the expansive seascape, granting him a broad vista. Qin Luo pondered to himself, both Winghilu and Guanlin are establishments here, likely sharing similar seafood supplies. Yet, it was evident that Guanling's decor surpassed that of Winghilu. Perhaps, the sautéed eel here is even more delectable than that offered across the way. Sir, your order has arrived. Just as Qin Luo was admiring the scenery beyond the window, he noticed Zhao Guanlin approaching, accompanied by two beautiful waitresses, each bearing exquisite dishes before him. Chapter 114. In an opportune sound, Qin Luo's eyes gleamed slightly. The beautiful waitress at Guanlin Pavilion was a sight to behold, and the dishes presented were of exquisite quality. The colors and arrangements rivaled those of any five-star restaurant in the city. Thank you. Qin Luo graciously nodded and began to indulge. Famished from his journey, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his hunger, yet years of upbringing taught him the importance of maintaining elegance, especially in a high-end dining establishment. Despite his hunger, he maintained a refined demeanor as he savored the delectable feast before him. The king crab was, as always, remarkably fresh. However, upon tasting the recently popularized panlong eel, Qin Luo could not help but furrow his brow. He had certainly sampled this dish before, and the version at Guanlin Pavilion bore no distinction from those he had previously enjoyed. He could not fathom why it was receiving such fervent acclaim online. Perhaps it was merely a marketing ploy, nothing more than that. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer, as his hunger prevailed. After approximately half an hour, Qin Luo finally satiated his appetite, yet a considerable amount of food remained on the expansive table. Check, please. Qin Luo gestured. And Zhao Guanlin promptly approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, Sir, may I ask if our restaurant's cuisine has met your expectations? Qin Luo nodded. The flavors are quite delightful, possessing a hint of Southeast Asian influence. Zhao Guanlin's eyes sparkled with delight as he instinctively gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly have a discerning palate, sir. Our chef indeed has experience working in Southeast Asia. Qin Luo offered a polite smile but said little more. After settling the bill, he elegantly departed. Safe travels. Zhao Guanlin personally escorted Qin Luo to the door, only releasing a long breath once he watched the luxurious vehicle glide away. Judging by the earlier interaction, the newly hired chef's son seemed to possess commendable skills. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Guanlin murmured to himself, I wonder about the background of this affluent young man. It would be splendid if he could attract some wealthy friends to Guanlin Pavilion. The chef he had hired at a premium price had not only worked at numerous prestigious restaurants domestically but also possessed overseas experience, reportedly spending several years in Bharat and Southeast Asia. This businessman clearly appeared to be wealthy, yet he was not overly critical, indicating his satisfaction with the dishes. It seemed Zhao Guanlin had indeed made the right choice in selecting Chef Sun. Lately, Zhao Guanlin had been enduring a period of darkness. In a bid to restore the popularity of Guanlin Pavilion, he had not only changed chefs, but also made significant adjustments to the ingredients, particularly the sea eel. With the local supply depleted, he was forced to procure it at high prices from other regions. Now, having done all he could, the survival of Guanlin Pavilion rested solely on fate. Meanwhile, Qin Luo returned to the hotel he had booked, arriving at the entrance. Welcome. Upon entering, the front desk staff greeted him with a bow. Qin Luo initially intended to respond politely with a nod, but at that moment, an awkward sound suddenly pierced the air. To his utter embarrassment, he had let out a flatulent sound in front of a crowd. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp cramp in his abdomen. As a doctor, he understood all too well what was transpiring. Damn it. I should never have eaten in such a backward place. Without a second thought, Qin Luo clutched his stomach and dashed towards his reserved room. Indeed, he was suffering from acute gastroenteritis. If his suspicions were correct, it must have been the meal from the Guanlin Pavilion that was the culprit. As the food hygiene was questionable, Qin Luo gritted his teeth in frustration, reflecting that he should have brought his own provisions. Despite all precautions taken, he had still fallen victim to this predicament. Who could have imagined that such an opulently decorated establishment as the Guanlin Pavilion would serve such unclean food? Fortunately, he ran fast enough and successfully reached the toilet in his room, where he promptly relieved himself. Over the next 2 hours, Qin Luo made countless trips back and forth, until his stomach felt completely empty, yet still urged him to go. In desperation, he ordered takeout and consumed some montmorillonite powder, before collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained. Fishing trips and pursuing Li Man were the last things on his mind. All he desired was to lie in bed and enjoy a restful sleep. After clutching his stomach for a solid 6 or 7 hours, Qin Luo was finally awakened by the alarm on his phone. It was now 4:30 in the morning, and according to his prior agreement with Cao Dapeng, they needed to arrive at the Typhoon village dock before 5. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated that accompanying Li Mianman on her fishing expedition would be the better choice. After all, given her frail constitution, should any issues arise, he, as a doctor, could lend assistance. With this thought in mind, he quickly tidied up his attire in front of the mirror, took the remaining montmorillonite powder, and hurried downstairs. Qin Luo, why are you only arriving now? Upon reaching the ground floor of the hotel, he found Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue waiting for him for quite some time. Noticing Qin Luo's pale complexion, Li Mianman frowned and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Luo maintained a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart at her concern for him. For this very reason, he resolved to protect Li Mianman closely. "Let us go, we're off." He beckoned the two to get into the vehicle, and they set off towards the Typhoon village dock. When the trio arrived at the dock, they found Cao Dapeng had also just arrived on his motorcycle, accompanied by a Fu and a Xiang, while Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman were there for a fishing competition. Cao Dapeng's purpose was to gather juvenile flatfish. With so many fish fry to collect, he could not manage it alone. He needed seasoned fishermen like Huang Jiaxiang and helpful hands like a Fu. However, to contribute to the atmosphere, Cao Dapeng also brought along the fishing rod that Han Jiangxue had previously gifted him. "Here is our chartered vessel. Are you two ready?" Cao Dapeng, accompanied by several individuals, approached Brother Xia's boat and, as customary, tossed him a pack of cigarettes before turning to smile at Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman. Brother Xia cast a glance at Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman, his eyes filled with envy. It is said that Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village has become involved with a wealthy woman. Could the two beauties before him be the affluent lady spoken of? Though he was merely a boatman, he could discern that the fishing gear in the hands of Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman was of considerable value. "Of course," Han Jiangxue exclaimed, shaking her backpack and gesturing toward Li Mianman. "Mianman, what about you? Once we're out at sea, don't you dare back down." "I'm all set." Li Mianman took a deep breath, cradling her equipment, and nodded with a smile. However, just as her words left her lips, an inopportune sound interrupted the moment. "Li Mianman? Han Jiangxue? Cao Dapeng? We were just about to board the boat and head out to sea, and you choose this moment to let one rip. What is the meaning of this?" Qin Luo. Chapter 115. I am a doctor at this moment. Qin Luo felt an overwhelming urge to plunge into the sea. Typically, he prided himself on being noble and elegant, maintaining a demeanor of grace and gentlemanly conduct. Yet today, what had gone awry? It was one thing to pass gas at the hotel reception, but to do so in front of so many people, especially before Li Mianman, was utterly mortifying, an embarrassment that transcended all bounds. "Qin Luo, are you feeling unwell?" Li Mianman raised an eyebrow, gazing at him. "If you're not feeling well, perhaps you should return to the hotel." "No worries, I am in perfect health." Qin Luo shrugged and smiled. "As a doctor, I can assure you that flatulence is a normal bodily function, is it not?" Li Mianman was taken aback. From the deck, the voice of Brother Xia could be heard. He, puffing on a cigarette and forming smoke rings, glanced at Qin Luo with a grin. "Let me tell you, the sea can be turbulent and cold. Never trust every single one of your bodily functions." Having spent years at sea, he had witnessed all sorts of scenarios. Many people experience discomfort due to unfamiliar conditions, and coupled with seasickness, vomiting and diarrhea are common occurrences. Observing this young man, though dressed decently, appeared pale and weak. It was evident his digestive system was not in good shape. If he were to accidentally release something other than gas, the situation would be truly embarrassing. "Rest assured, I am a doctor and fully aware of my condition," Qin Luo replied, forcing a smile. "What do you mean by not trusting every one of my bodily functions? Am I supposed to fear a bowel movement?" He was a doctor, equipped with medication. Such minor issues were hardly a concern. Given Li Mianman's frail health and the complexities of the sea, he resolved to stay by her side regardless. "Very well, that is enough talk. Let's all board the boat." Brother Xia shook his head in resignation. Time was of the essence, and he was disinclined to engage in banter with this so-called Dr. Chain. He promptly beckoned everyone to embark. With a resounding roar and a tremor, Brother Xia steered the fishing boat further into the ocean. The sun had yet to fully rise, casting a grayish hue across the sky. As the boat surged forward, the waves mingled with the sea breeze, tousling the hair of those aboard. "Ah, how refreshing." Han Jiangxue stood at the railing, closed her eyes, and spread her arms wide, embracing the gusts of wind, unable to suppress a jubilant shout. The exhilaration of being at sea was utterly delightful. Li Mianman followed suit, opening her arms to fully immerse herself in the experience. Joyful smiles adorned their faces, as the vast, boundless ocean brought them a profound sense of relaxation and enjoyment, seemingly dissipating the grievances that had previously weighed heavily on their hearts. This wretched fishing boat reeks of fish. What is there to celebrate? Qin Luo, standing nearby, pinched his nose with one hand while clutching his stomach with the other. His expression one of disdain. Of course, he only murmured his thoughts internally, refraining from voicing them to avoid displeasing Li Man. In such a dismal environment, he found it truly unbearable. A sudden spasm gripped his abdomen, followed by an untimely sound. Qin Luo, in a flurry, turned his head to glance at Han Jiangxue and Li Man beside him, noticing they were still lost in their own worlds, seemingly oblivious to his indiscretion. He sighed with relief. Thankfully, the tumultuous waves of the sea masked his embarrassment. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. The biting sea breeze surged in, as if penetrating his clothing and invading his very core. At that moment, Qin Luo felt his stomach churning uncontrollably, completely beyond his command. The situation was dire. "Excuse me, may I inquire where the restroom is?" Seizing the moment while Han Jiangxue and Li Man were absorbed in the scenic beauty of the sea, Qin Luo discreetly approached the helm and asked the helmsman, "Brother Xia." "What?" The wind was too strong and Brother Xia, hard of hearing, failed to catch his words. "I said, is there a restroom on the ship?" Qin Luo, with no other option, raised his voice. "What? What did you say?" "The wind and waves are too loud. Speak up." Brother Xia shouted from the cockpit. "Where is the restroom?" Qin Luo finally bellowed, suppressing the discomfort within him. His shout drew the peculiar gazes of everyone aboard the vessel. "Qin Luo, the restroom? Ha ha, little brother, feeling unwell, are we?" Upon hearing this, Brother Xia could not suppress his laughter. "I knew your stomach would be bothering you. Regretting it now? Are you?" "Qin Luo, I can hardly hold it in. Why are you rambling? Moreover, with so many eyes upon me, how utterly mortifying." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Brother Xiao promptly pointed toward the back of the ship and shouted, "Just walk to the very back. The small room on the left, is it?" "Thank you." Qin Luo, clutching his stomach, expressed his gratitude to Brother Xia even in such a critical moment, before hastily making his way toward the restroom. Upon opening the small door, he couldn't help but frown at the state of the facilities inside. Was this restroom on the ship not excessively filthy? The odor was unbearable. Little did he know, Brother Xia's fishing vessel was already quite decent, as it at least boasted a proper restroom. Many older fishing boats lacked dedicated toilets, offering only portable commodes, which were far less convenient. Some small coastal wooden boats merely had individuals relieve themselves over the edge, casting waste directly into the sea. Never mind. Although Qin Luo had a penchant for cleanliness, his body, in this moment of dire need, ultimately succumbed to the reality of the situation. About 10 minutes later, he finally felt a semblance of relief. He attempted to rise and exit, but as he pulled up his trousers, another spasm gripped his stomach. With a resigned sigh, he squatted back down. Meanwhile, on the deck of the fishing boat, the waves danced, and the sea breeze tousled the hair of the beautiful woman. Cao Dapeng has become a skilled photographer, capturing various poses of Han Jiangxue and Li Man. Han Jiangxue had previously witnessed Cao Dapeng's photographic prowess during their outing at the fish pond. For women, a journey devoid of beautiful photographs is akin to a journey untraveled. Initially, Li Man expressed skepticism, but as Cao Dapeng presented her with several stunning images, she was ultimately captivated by his composition and angles. She pulled Han Jiangxue along, and the two beauties switched between poses, occasionally jolted by the vigorous rocking of the fishing boat, which left them startled, all of which Cao Dapeng expertly documented. As a photographer, he was truly professional. Often, spontaneous movements proved more enchanting than meticulously staged shots. It was no wonder that my brother Dapeng was so appealing to the ladies. Meanwhile, not far away, a Fu and a Xiang stood quietly, hesitant to approach. To them, Han Jiangxue and Li Man belonged to an entirely different realm, devoid of any shared topics. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their admiration. "All right, enough with the photos for now. It's time to cast the net." Shortly thereafter, Cao Dapeng noticed the appearance of shimmering golden light and promptly ceased his shooting, calling out to a Fu, "Tell Brother Xia to pause for a moment." Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue and Li Man exchanged curious glances, their clear eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chapter 116. The contest begins. Though Han Jiangxue and Li Man are adept anglers, residing in a bustling metropolis, they have yet to encounter fishermen casting their nets upon the sea. Thus, their spirits are ignited by the spectacle before them. Cao Dapeng nods, indicating that this time, they have not ventured northward, but have instead arrived at the nearby southern coastal waters. By the guidance of the tidal chart and the shimmering golden symbols dancing upon the surface of the sea, Cao Dapeng is aware that this area is home to numerous mullet. In a brief moment, the fishing vessel comes to a halt. Under the curious gazes of Han Jiangxue and Li Man, Cao Dapeng deftly begins to cast his net, his movements quickened by the experience of previous outings. Before long, He successfully casts the net and instructs Afu to relay a message, directing the boat to sail approximately 300 meters southeast before casting again. The sight leaves Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman in awe. Cao Dapeng, you seem to possess an intimate knowledge of these waters, exclaims Han Jiangxue in astonishment. Indeed. My brother Dapeng is a prodigy in all matters maritime. Afu interjects with a grin, eager to praise. His understanding of fish behavior is truly remarkable. Last time you were out, you missed it. Wherever he casts the net, he invariably finds a bountiful catch of mullet. Huang Jiaxiang nods in agreement while tending to the net, adding, moreover, Dapeng's luck is unparalleled. Just wait and see. Today's expedition will surely yield a splendid bounty. As these words echo, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman exchange glances, their eyes reflecting newfound admiration for Cao Dapeng. A diligent man possesses an irresistible charm, and one who is earnestly engaged in his work exudes even greater allure. They watch him with rapt attention as he commands with confidence and executes his tasks with precision. Momentarily entranced. All right, we are nearing the conclusion of our net casting, Cao Dapeng declares as he casts the final net into the ocean. He then claps his hands and rises, stretching leisurely. Checking the time, he notes that it is nearly 6 o'clock. Dear ladies, are you not here to engage in a fishing contest? He addresses Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman. From this moment, you shall have 1 hour for your competition. Within this hour, it will not be a contest of weight, but of quantity. Whoever reels in the most fish shall claim victory. Is that agreeable? This journey is not solely for the purpose of stocking supplies. He must also accompany the 2 young ladies in their fishing endeavor. Given that Han Jiangxue has financed the boat, it is only fitting that Cao Dapeng attends to their needs as well. Oh, how could I have nearly forgotten? Han Jiangxue exclaims, smacking her forehead in realization. Caught up in taking photographs and observing Cao Dapeng's net casting, she almost overlooked the fact that she had come out to compete with Li Mianman. However, Han Jiangxue winks playfully at Cao Dapeng, a smile gracing her lips. Dapeng, it would be rather dull for just the 2 of us to compete. Since you've already cast the nets, why not let the 3 of us engage together for a bit of merriment? Having witnessed Li Mianman's fishing prowess firsthand, she acknowledges, albeit silently, that Li Mianman is indeed an exceptional angler. As Cao Dapeng engaged in fishing, Han Jiangxue had personally witnessed his prowess and thus thought it fitting for him to showcase his skills. With Cao Dapeng present, should he falter, it would alleviate any embarrassment for her, as it would be pleasant to have someone to share the burden of defeat. Conversely, if he were to triumph, it would prevent Li Mianman from monopolizing the spotlight, truly a win-win situation. Me? Cao Dapeng indicated himself, shaking his head with a smile. This is a contest between the 2 of you. I have no place in it. I shall serve as the referee. Sounds splendid. Li Mianman's enchanting eyes sparkled as she turned to Cao Dapeng. I've heard from Xiaoxue that your fishing skills are quite remarkable. Rather than waiting for an opportune moment, let us compete today. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Participation is what truly matters. Her soft, melodious voice made it difficult for Cao Dapeng to decline. If I participate, who will officiate? He spread his hands, tacitly agreeing. Ah, the referee? That can be arranged. Just as Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman were about to summon a Fu and a Xiong to officiate, a voice suddenly chimed in from behind. I'll do it. I'll be the referee. The 3 turned to see Qin Luo smiling and waving at them. In their earlier excitement, they had nearly forgotten that there was another person on the boat. Qin Luo, are you all right? Li Mianman furrowed her brow, gazing at him with concern. At that moment, Qin Luo appeared pale, his entire demeanor exuding an inexplicable weakness. Moreover, he had been in the restroom for half an hour longer than expected. I'm fine. Perhaps I just have a slight stomach upset. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. Fortunately, I brought some medicine, and I'm nearly recovered. Yet, internally, he seethed with frustration. In a fit of anger while in the restroom, he had opened his phone and left a 1-star review for the restaurant. Furthermore, he had directly contacted the local Market Supervision Bureau, demanding strict penalties. Had it not been for the distress caused by last night's meal, he could have enjoyed the day on the boat with Li Mianman. Over an hour had passed. If he lingered in the restroom any longer, it would be tantamount to taking a trip out to sea just to visit the lavatory. Are you certain? Han Jiangxue crossed her arms, clearly displeased as she regarded Qin Luo. Our competition is quite important. Do not hinder us. Of course not. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly, the bravado of the previous day having dissipated. I'll set a timer on your phones, and besides, our 2 other companions will bear witness. There will be no delays. Very well. Han Jiangxue grimaced slightly. Just stand there without moving. We'll prepare and then commence. Okay. Qin Luo gestured an okay sign, retrieving his phone to start the timer. Meanwhile, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman each selected a fishing spot, leisurely unpacking their array of equipment. They set up their line reels and guides on site, and prepared their pre-arranged fish nets and specialized sea fishing bait, laying them aside. Do not speak. The adage that a man is judged by his attire and a horse by its saddle holds true. As the equipment is gradually arranged, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman have undeniably transformed into professional fishing competition contenders. In contrast, Cao Dapeng appears rather amateurish. Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman sit on either side of the deck, while Cao Dapeng occupies the center, armed with nothing but a fishing rod, a gift from Han Jiangxue. Beneath him rests a small stool, worn smooth from years of use during fish sorting aboard the vessel, alongside a humble bucket of water. The overall impression is distinctly amateurish. Standing in the center of the deck, Qin Luo cannot help but scoff at the stark contrast before him. He glances at the trio and inquires, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Cao Dapeng and the others respond in unison. "Excellent. 3, 2, 1. Qin Luo exclaims loudly, signaling the commencement of the competition. Chapter 117. Today's luck is truly poor as Qin Luo's voice faded, and enveloping silence descended upon the expansive deck of the fishing vessel. Each person reluctant to disrupt the fishing contest between Cao Dapeng and his companions. Without uttering a word, Han Jiangxue promptly cast 2 buckets of pre-prepared Antarctic krill bait into the sea. Though it was her inaugural experience of sea fishing, Han Jiangxue evidently had done her homework. Fishing in the ocean is markedly different from freshwater angling. The ocean's waves are vigorous, its currents robust, and its vastness far surpasses that of freshwater. Ordinary bait, when tossed into the sea, is rendered futile. Even this premium Antarctic krill will be swiftly diluted by the surging waves if not used generously. Thus, to create an effective fishing spot, one must liberally scatter bait, ensuring the nearby fish are drawn in. After setting the bait, Han Jiangxue made 2 more casts before pausing to quietly await a bite. Meanwhile, Li Mianman's preparations mirrored those of Han Jiangxue. The sole distinction lay in Li Mianman's unhurried demeanor, as if she were indifferent to the competition's outcome. This was also her first foray into sea fishing, and she, too, was curious about the quantity of fish she could catch within an hour. "Mianman, give it your all." In the center of the deck, Qin Luo alternated his gaze between Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman, silently cheering on his beloved goddess. Not far off, Afu and Axiang seemed oblivious to the presence of the beautiful women, their eyes fixed intently on Cao Dapeng, eager to witness the surprises he might unveil. "Dapeng, you've got a catch." Just a few moments later, Afu could no longer contain his excitement. Qin Luo's brow furrowed slightly. His beloved Li Mianman had yet to reel in a fish, and he wondered how Cao Dapeng could be so fortunate. However, he found himself involuntarily glancing over at Cao Dapeng. At that moment, Cao Dapeng stood up, vigorously tugging on his fishing rod as if engaged in a spirited struggle with a fish. Suddenly, he yanked the rod sharply, and a fish soared through the air in a magnificent arc before landing on the deck, flopping energetically. It was a yellow grouper, weighing less than 2 pounds, a species of rockfish, but due to its diminutive size, it held little value in the market. With a light sigh, Cao Dapeng reflected on his bait. "Come bite my hook," only to catch a mere ordinary yellow grouper. What a mundane catch. What is the fuss about? Cao Dapeng shook his head in resignation, unhooked the fish, and tossed it into a nearby bucket. Then, with a mere token gesture, he baited another live shrimp and cast it back into the sea. This scene left both Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman in a state of disbelief. As seasoned anglers, they had yet to land a single fish, while Cao Dapeng had already made a catch. Although the yellow grouper was of little worth, it was still a catch nonetheless. "Cao Dapeng, show some humility." 2 individuals silently exchanged their grievances, and then, almost in unison, cast some bait into the vast ocean. As Cao Dapeng felt a tug on his line, an air of tension enveloped them both. However, merely 2 minutes later, a commotion erupted on the deck once more. They turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment, as they beheld Cao Dapeng, who had just lowered his fishing hook, reeling in yet another grouper. Goodness, how extraordinarily fortunate Cao Dapeng was. Within just 10 minutes of the outing, he had already caught 2 substantial fish. Was such prowess even permissible? It is essential to note that they were on the open sea, a realm vastly different from freshwater lakes or fishing competitions. The depths concealed an unknown abundance of fish. As both men stood in awe, a voice of disappointment broke through the atmosphere. "Oh dear, what terrible luck today. I've caught a fake grouper. A real one would have sufficed." Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman exchanged glances, incredulous at the absurdity of the remark. Is this even a rational statement? They mused. We are competing based on the quantity of our catch, not the market value of the fish. If this is deemed bad luck, what then are we? While Li Mianman maintained her composure, Han Jiangxue had already inserted earplugs to shield herself from further disruptions to her focus. Unbeknownst to them, Cao Dapeng felt a tinge of disappointment himself. The distinction between genuine and counterfeit grouper is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The genuine grouper, Adorned with cloud-like patterns, grows rapidly and boasts exquisite flavor, making it highly sought after. Conversely, the counterfeit, known as the brown marbled grouper, may be larger in size but lacks palatability. With a resigned sigh, Cao Dapeng cast the counterfeit grouper into the bucket, his gaze returning to the sea before him. In his eyes, the surging waves concealed a multitude of fish, each shimmering with golden symbols. Among them, one symbol took the shape of a moon. Taking a deep breath, he silently vowed that even if he were to catch nothing more, reeling in that lunar symbol would render his day worthwhile. Yet, as is often the case, what one fears tends to manifest. Just as Cao Dapeng was reflecting on his fortune, he suddenly felt his fishing rod tremble violently in his grip. The earlier catches had released a tantalizing scent into the water, drawing nearby fish towards him in a frenzy, resulting in not one but two fish simultaneously biting his hook. Goodness, were these two not engaging in a rather unfair contest? Faced with the sizable catches, Cao Dapeng found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. One was a hefty mackerel, weighing around 10 pounds, perfect for mincing and making dumplings. The other was a substantial bluefish, also known as the shoes pigtooth fish, which typically prefers solitude. Today, however, it had joined the fray, shoving aside a school of smaller fish to lay claim to Cao Dapeng's hook. Nonetheless, this bluefish was incredibly valuable, fetching a market price of 100 yuan per pound. Ah, well then, Cao Dapeng let out a helpless sigh. After all, there was still ample time. Fishing, above all, demands patience. He gradually rose to his feet, gripping the fishing rod tightly, and began to meander slowly. With a combined weight exceeding 20 pounds, the heft of the two fish was considerable, and one misstep could easily render the rod useless. Suddenly, there were two sharp sounds. After a few minutes of strolling, Cao Dapeng sensed the moment was right and began to reel in the rod. In an instant, the two large fish landed on the deck. Remarkable! A double catch. Big Chingy, brother Dapeng. This one must weigh over 10 pounds. As soon as the two hefty catches were aboard, a Fu and a Xiang hurriedly approached. Hearing their exclamations, Li Man, who was seated nearby, couldn't help but glance over at Cao Dapeng. Chapter 118. Complaints about Guanlan Pavilion. Li Man considered herself an adept angler. Encountering two fish simultaneously during a fishing endeavor was, in truth, a rare event, even as a professional competitor with years of experience. She had only encountered such a phenomenon once before. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that on a fishing boat, Cao Dapeng could land two fish at once. Was this truly a stroke of bad luck? If one were to catch a fish right at the outset, it might be attributed to fortune. But within a mere 10 minutes to reel in multiple catches, including a double header, indicated something far beyond mere chance. Sometimes, luck is a form of skill. The Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village appeared to possess a prowess in fishing that surpassed her expectations. Determined not to be outdone, Li Man inhaled deeply, diverting her attention from Cao Dapeng, and turned her focus entirely upon her own fishing. As a professional alongside Han Jiangxue, who had recently triumphed in a national fishing competition, it would be quite embarrassing to come up empty-handed before an amateur today. Little did she know that due to a certain individual's come bite my hook lure, the nearby fish had flocked to Cao Dapeng's side. Despite the superior bait that she and Han Jiangxue had cast, it proved ineffective. Not a single fish was drawn to their lines. Frustratingly, on the deck, Qin Luo, the judge, clenched his fists in anger. He had initially believed that Cao Dapeng was merely an ordinary villager, unlikely to make a significant impact against seasoned competitors. He had even anticipated delivering a few sarcastic remarks after the competition. However, to his astonishment, merely 10 minutes into the contest, Cao Dapeng had already caught several fish, each larger than the last. At this rate, all the glory would belong to him. Qin Luo had even noticed that Li Man's gaze was fixated on Cao Dapeng. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. What Qin Luo and Li Man found commendable and delightful was, at this moment, a mere commonplace occurrence for Cao Dapeng. In fact, he felt somewhat exasperated. What he truly desired was the moon-marked red melon seed fish. Yet the other fish clamored eagerly around his hook, pushing aside the very catch he longed for. Don't crowd around me. I'm merely here as a spectator today. Go over there where they are competing. In a short span, Cao Dapeng helplessly reeled in two flounders, lamenting his misfortune as he fished. The fish he wished to catch remained elusive, while those he had no interest in continually surfaced. What kind of absurdity is this? Li Man. Cao Dapeng was commendable in every regard, save for one flaw, his penchant for taunting his opponents while fishing. Each word he uttered struck deep into the heart. Li Man could no longer endure the situation. She hastily retrieved a pair of earplugs from her pocket and inserted them into her ears to prevent her heart from shattering any further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Jiangxue was in no better state. In just a short while, she had poured a substantial amount of premium bait into the sea, yet there were still no results. Oh dear fish, my beloved fish, Why do you not bite? She lamented. Is the food I offer unpalatable? Please, come to me. Han Jiangxue sat there, appearing as calm as a mountain, while internally she was a whirlwind of anxiety. 20 minutes had elapsed, and not a single fish had taken the bait. Surely, she was not experiencing the most embarrassing fate of seasoned anglers, coming home empty-handed, was she? At that moment, a sudden exclamation from the deck shattered her thoughts. Brother Dapeng has caught another one. A Fu's voice rang out, and there stood Cao Dapeng, visibly excited, his gaze fixed intently on a crimson silhouette beneath the water. Indeed, the fish that had taken the bait was the elusive red watermelon seed, having bravely navigated through numerous challenges to reach its destination. To Cao Dapeng, this red watermelon seed resembled a youthful maiden adorned in a crimson gown, swaying gracefully, before finally succumbing to his grasp. With a satisfying plop, he placed the captured fish into the bucket, and as he did so, a golden moonlight symbol, suspended in mid-air, merged into Cao Dapeng's being. Meanwhile, at the Guolan pavilion, Zhao Guolan was furrowing his brows, feeling far from elated. This morning, his phone had incessantly vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a flood of notifications from Meituan and Dianping. To receive customer feedback promptly, he had set up notifications, ensuring he would be alerted to any new messages. To be honest, he had been overjoyed the previous night when Guolan Pavilion received numerous favorable reviews across various platforms. However, upon waking this morning, he had anticipated more positive feedback, only to be taken aback by what he found. The 5-star reviews from yesterday had inexplicably transformed into 1-star ratings. Withdrawn praise. My girlfriend and I dined at their establishment and suffered from a night of gastrointestinal distress. We are just now recovering. The hygiene issues at this restaurant are severe. I advise everyone against taking the risk. Another lamented, I must leave a negative review. I nearly fell ill. I regret not checking the reviews before dining. One comment even jested, the owner claimed their chef hails from Southeast Asia, but I suspect from Bharat. The level of distress is undeniably reminiscent of a certain Indian flair. Reading these comments, Zhao Guolan felt completely disheartened. While 1 or 2 negative reviews might be attributed to malicious intent, the sheer volume of complaints, all citing gastrointestinal troubles, clearly indicated a problem with their own food. What was even more troubling was the review from an ID named Slowly Falling in Love with You, which stated they had spent thousands on a meal that resulted in distressing gastrointestinal issues. If his memory served him right, the only customer who had splurged such an amount the previous day was the wealthy individual driving a Range Rover. Even this individual has left negative reviews, which indicates that there are indeed significant issues with the hygiene of our food. Zhao Guanlan immediately summoned Chef Sun and, without preamble, inquired, Chef Sun, speak honestly with me. Did you fabricate your credentials? You claim to have worked as a chef in Southeast Asia for 3 years. How much of that is true? Of course it is true. Chef Sun blinked and replied, Director Zhao, is there a problem? Zhao Guanlan produced his phone and handed it to Chef Sun, saying, take a look at this. It is filled with negative reviews. Explain to me why all the customers who have dined on your dishes are suffering from diarrhea. Diarrhea? That's normal. Chef Sun appeared puzzled and continued, Director Zhao, when I inquired yesterday, you emphasized the importance of authenticity. I have employed genuine Southeast Asian methods. Our focus is on being authentic. Chef Sun elaborated, I spent a considerable amount of time in Bharat, and my techniques are derived from there. People from our region often experience stomach issues when visiting that area. Zhao Guanlan was speechless. Director Zhao. Just as Zhao Guanlan was about to continue his argument with Chef Sun, a server hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Director Zhao, the health inspection officials have arrived. They say they received complaints alleging that our establishment has food safety issues, and they require us to undergo an inspection. Zhao Guanlan was left in utter disbelief. Chapter 119. Above the Moon, the Municipal Supervision Bureau? How did they arrive here? Zhao Guanlan was overwhelmed. For those in the hospitality industry, such as restaurant owners, the last thing they wished for was to engage with departments like the Municipal Supervision Bureau. With the officials now present in his Guanlan pavilion, it felt akin to shoving mud into his trousers, neither excrement nor anything less. Quick, lead me to them. Zhao Guanlan glared resentfully at Master Sun and hurriedly followed the waiter to greet the bureau officials. However, as he reached the lobby, he found a throng of personnel from the bureau already congregated there. May I ask how to address the team leader? Zhao Guanlan forced a smile, hastily producing a pack of cigarettes and offering them to the foremost individual. I'm afraid I do not smoke, Zhang, the team leader, replied coldly, casting a glance at Zhao Guanlan before producing a search warrant. You are Zhao Guanlan, correct? We, from the Municipal Supervision Bureau, have received public complaints alleging serious issues with food hygiene and safety here. Numerous customers have reported experiencing gastrointestinal distress. We must conduct a thorough inspection of your establishment. And until the results are in, Guanlan Pavilion cannot operate. We hope for your cooperation. What? Cannot operate? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanlan was utterly stunned. Please, don't. He quickly explained, this team leader, I recently hired a chef skilled in Southeast Asian cuisine. Perhaps the spices, like curry, don't sit well with many. But it's not a major issue. Whether it's a problem or not is not for you to decide. We must await the test results. Zhang snorted. Dismissing Zhao Guanlan as he signaled to his team, commenced the operation. He had received a call from Qin Luo, who held considerable influence in Tian'an City. It seemed that Guanlan Pavilion had offended Qin Luo. Everything must proceed by the book, with a meticulous investigation from start to finish. Boom. Above the ocean. Standing on the deck, Cao Dapeng felt a golden light coursing rapidly through his body, swirling around his meridians for 3 full cycles before finally converging into his eyes. Above the moon. Note, by gazing at the moon, one can observe the weather conditions within a 100-mile radius for the next 24 hours. So this lunar light symbol is a weather forecast? Cao Dapeng blinked in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The movements of the ocean and the surrounding climatic changes are intricately linked to the moon. Although meteorological satellites are advanced today, conditions over the ocean, particularly in the deep sea, can be complex and rapidly changing, often shifting several times within a single day. Now endowed with this, above the moon, weather forecasting ability, he would no longer need to worry about the weather when venturing out to sea. In the event of extreme conditions, he could evacuate in advance, preventing potential disasters. This is truly a remarkable gift. Thoughtfully, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but gaze up at the sky. At that moment, the light was bright, and only the sun hung high above. Yet, this is merely the perspective of an ordinary individual. However, Cao Dapeng possesses the extraordinary ability to discern the moon concealed among the clouds. Although its radiance has faded, he perceives a segment of text floating in the sky. In 2 hours, moderate to heavy rain. Cao Dapeng's expression falters, astonishingly, even in daylight. He is able to glimpse the weather forecast. In 2 hours, moderate to heavy rain will arrive. He hastily glances at his phone, realizing it is nearly 7 o'clock. In just 2 hours, the downpour will commence. He must catch the mullet fish within this time frame and lead everyone away from this place. With this thought, Cao Dapeng gathers his focus and turns his gaze to Han Jiangxue and Li Mianmian beside him. It has been over half an hour, and both remain empty-handed. Naturally, his fishing hook is irresistibly attractive, and the fish are flocking to his side. It is no wonder they have not caught anything. To enable them to catch fish, there is but one solution. He must cease fishing himself. Cao Dapeng blinks, then gracefully takes a seat. After symbolically casting his line a few times, he lets out a resigned sigh, lamenting his poor luck today, as there are hardly any good catches. Oh well, I shall fish no more, he declares, picking up his fishing rod and idly entertaining himself with his phone. Meanwhile, the fish congregated beneath the boat stare intently at Cao Dapeng. Yet, as they wait in vain for the hook to drop, the impatient fish flick their tails and drift away to other waters. What a show-off! Observing Cao Dapeng, who has seemingly caught a multitude of fish, almost filling his bucket, Qin Luo cannot help but snort in disdain. Today's spotlight has been entirely seized by Cao Dapeng, leaving no room for him. However, noticing that Cao Dapeng has become engrossed in his phone, showing no intention of continuing to fish, Qin Luo glances at the time. With nearly 20 minutes remaining in the competition, there may still be hope for Li Mianmian. In the race between the tortoise and the hare, perseverance surely leads to victory. Qin Luo's gaze shifts to Li Mianmian, as he silently cheers her on. If Li Mianmian were to discover that Qin Luo likened her to a tortoise, one can only imagine her reaction. Suddenly, amidst Qin Luo's moment of distraction, a commotion erupts on the surface of the sea. Li Mianmian, who had been seated on her stool, suddenly brightens with excitement. Gripping her fishing rod tightly, she begins to reel in her catch. After a wait of a full 40 minutes, she has finally hooked a fish. Wow, it's here, it's finally here. At the same time, Han Jiangxue, seated on the other side, leaps with joy, eagerly brandishing her net to scoop up the fish still thrashing in the water. As a professional competitor, having waited so long, her exhilaration at finally landing a catch is palpable. From that moment on, the large fishing boat transforms into a showcase for Han Jiangxue and Li Mianmian. As seasoned anglers, the two take turns reeling in their catches, each one larger than the last. In fact, Li Mianmian even manages a double catch, creating a thrilling atmosphere that leaves the onlookers aboard the boat utterly dazzled. The sky felt heavy, and what kind of fish could this be? As the competition time drew near, Li Mianmian cast her line once more, only to soon feel a tremendous force transmitting through the fishing line into her hand. She grasped the rod tightly, her exquisite eyes narrowing in concentration. With her years of fishing experience, she surmised that the catch she had hooked weighed at least 20 pounds. The mere thought of it made her take a deep breath, her excitement mounting. After all, this was the ocean. Fishing here was far more exhilarating than in freshwater lakes. With such immense strength, one could only wonder what kind of fish she would reel in. Li Mian rose to her feet, her legs firmly planted in a stable stance, gathering her strength as she slowly began to reel in the line. In the frothy waves, a struggling silhouette emerged before her eyes. It was an oddly shaped large fish, flat-bodied, with a broad and horizontally aligned snout. Two prominent head fins extended from its pectoral fins towards the front. Its tail was long and whip-like, and its gill openings were wide. At first glance, it resembled a gigantic bat soaring through the air. Li Mian widened her eyes in astonishment. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a fish. Chapter 120, The Beautiful Coral Sea. What Li Mian did not realize was that the fish was known as the devil fish, named for its pectoral fins that had evolved into two prominent head fins, resembling the antennae of a devil. However, due to its overall shape, which more closely resembled an enlarged bat, this fish is also referred to as the batfish. This particular devil fish had initially aimed for Cao Dapeng's fishing hook. But alas, it was too late, having traveled a long way only to find the hook gone. Famished, it caught the scent of bait and wandered towards Li Mian's spot, inadvertently becoming ensnared by her line. Yet, this devil fish was no ordinary catch. Despite Li Mian's prolonged efforts, she found herself unable to tame its strength. Realizing it had been tricked, the devil fish began to thrash violently, its immense power far beyond Li Mian's control. At that moment, the waves churned, and the fishing boat rocked incessantly. The devil fish continued to struggle, pulling with such force that Li Mian lost her balance on the deck. In the blink of an eye, both she and her fishing rod plunged into the turbulent sea. And as a non-swimmer, Li Mian was swiftly engulfed by the water, disappearing without a trace. Mian, Qin Luo, who had been attentively watching her, shouted in alarm upon witnessing this scene. However, Qin Luo was merely a doctor. He could save lives, but was not adept at swimming. Man has fallen into the sea, he exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Oh no, this is disastrous. A Fu and a Xiang, who had been crouched beside Cao Dapeng admiring the catch in the bucket, exchanged worried glances upon hearing his words. Although proficient in swimming, they understood that recklessly plunging into the sea without proper equipment was exceedingly perilous. What? Cao Dapeng, engrossed in his phone, furrowed his brow in concern. Turning around, he realized that Li Mian's fishing spot was devoid of any presence. This was the ocean. Even close to shore, it was vastly different from freshwater rivers, and without prompt action, there was a genuine risk to her life. With this thought, Cao Dapeng cast aside his phone onto the deck, leapt into the water without a second thought. Be careful, Dapeng. A Fu and a Xiang called out urgently behind him. But Cao Dapeng was already beyond heeding their warnings. Once submerged, he transformed into a fish himself, swimming amidst the rolling waves. Yet, there was no sign of Li Mian on the surface. It was likely she had sunk. With this in mind, he dove deeper, heading towards the ocean floor. Silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Li Mian felt a void in her mind, hearing nothing but the sound of the water. Was she about to perish? Unable to control her descending body, she initially flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to swim, but upon realizing the futility of her struggle, she surrendered to the depths. As she descended, Li Mian suddenly spotted a multitude of bizarrely shaped corals nearby, resembling miniature mountains, standing sentinel in this underwater realm. Amidst the corals, there existed a multitude of fish, vibrant and unrestrained, swimming gracefully in their aquatic realm. How enchanting! Li Mian could not help but exclaim in wonder. A silent sigh escaped her heart. To perish in such a breathtaking locale felt, in a sense, a death without regret. Since her birth, she had been burdened with congenital heart disease, unable to engage in the pleasures of life or savor its delights, her sole passion being fishing. Over the years, her existence had been one of discontent, devoid of companionship. Yet, during her brief sojourn in Hongshu village, she experienced her happiest days. Little did she anticipate that such joy would be so fleeting. Now, everything had come to an end. However, just as Li Mian was on the precipice of closing her eyes, she suddenly felt a powerful hand gripping her arm tightly. Turning her head, she beheld a familiar silhouette appearing beside her. Cao Dapeng. It was he. Almost immediately, she felt his arm encircle her waist, lifting her swiftly towards the surface of the water. Resting her head against Cao Dapeng's chest, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. She closed her eyes and gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. On the deck of the fishing boat, the crew members were in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove, anxiously darting about. I told you not to come. Yet you insisted, and now calamity has struck. If anything befalls Man, how shall I explain it to Uncle? Qin Luo was both furious and anxious, continually scanning the waters for any sign of Li Man. Do not panic. Han Jiangxue, recognizing the gravity of the situation, furrowed her brow in concern, yet spoke with conviction. Cao Dapeng is an excellent swimmer. He will undoubtedly rescue Man-Man. We must have faith in him. Han Jiangxue held great confidence in Cao Dapeng. During her previous visit to Hongshu village to gather barnacles, it was he who had saved her. And she believed that with his intervention, any peril would be transformed into safety. Meanwhile, Ah Fu and Ah Xiang had already cast down the ropes, donning life jackets, ready to plunge into the sea to effect a rescue. Just then, amidst the tumultuous waves, two heads unexpectedly emerged. Brother Dapeng, it's Brother Dapeng and the others. Ah Fu, who was preparing to dive in, shouted in exhilaration upon spotting the two figures. As he called out, he hurled the rope in Cao Dapeng's direction. Brother Dapeng, over here. As his voice echoed, the others on the deck turned their gazes toward the scene. Through the rolling waters, Cao Dapeng was seen clutching Li Man-Man in one arm while vigorously paddling towards them with the other, like a valiant warrior battling the sea. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cao Dapeng continued to swim, holding Li Man-Man close until he finally approached the shrimp boat. He grasped the rope, securing it around both their waists, while on the deck, Ah Fu and Ah Xiang relentlessly tightened the rope, employing the principle of leverage to gradually hoist the pair aboard. With a resounding thud, Cao Dapeng and Li Man-Man successfully landed on the deck. Man-Man? Man-Man? Cao Dapeng, disregarding his own need for rest, hurried to examine Li Man-Man, only to find that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. It appeared that she had inhaled a considerable amount of seawater when she fell into the ocean. With this thought in mind, Cao Dapeng, ignoring the distinction between genders, crossed his hands and placed them upon Li Man-Man's chest, rhythmically performing chest compressions. As a student of a marine university and a fisherman raised by the sea, such emergency resuscitation was a skill everyone possessed. What are you doing? Qin Luo, standing not far away, finally awoke from his stupor of shock. Seeing Cao Dapeng's hands moving over his goddess, he rushed over in a panic. Step aside. I am a doctor. I am here to save her. Despite having witnessed many dramatic scenes in the hospital, this particular situation was unprecedented for Qin Luo. Overwhelmed with confusion, his mind was a blank, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Given that Li Man-Man was already on the boat, he could not allow Cao Dapeng to continue his rescue efforts. As a doctor, it was his duty to save her. However, just as Qin Luo reached the deck, he witnessed Li Man-Man lying there, suddenly expelling a significant amount of seawater from her mouth. Her eyes, under the gaze of everyone present, slowly fluttered open. Chapter 121. Qin Luo, you should help too. I am not dead. Li Man-Man, lying on the deck, opened her eyes and stared blankly for a while before regaining her senses. Her gaze fell upon the group of individuals standing before her, each face etched with concern. Ultimately, her eyes lingered on Cao Dapeng. The memories in her mind gradually returned, replaying like a film. In her moment of near death, it was Cao Dapeng who, disregarding the peril, had rushed to the coral sea to rescue her. The coral was so beautiful. Cao Dapeng, so handsome. Man-Man, do you feel unwell? Shall I give you a checkup? As she was lost in thought, a voice reached her ears. Qin Luo had approached her, carrying a medical kit and already taking out a stethoscope, preparing to examine her. No need. Li Man-Man quickly sat up, shaking her head with a smile. I'm fine. With that, Li Man-Man stood up and bowed in gratitude to Cao Dapeng. Thank you, Dapeng. If it weren't for you, I would probably be finished by now. Having just faced the brink of death, Li Man-Man remained composed, her voice still soft and gentle. Cao Dapeng, both amused and exasperated, replied, Is fishing more important or your life? In the future, don't get too absorbed in fishing. Many anglers have drowned over the years. Just the other day, Han Jiangshui's cousin almost got dragged into the sea by a fish. Standing nearby, Han Jiangshui chimed in, exactly. No matter what happens, life comes first. Li Man-Man nodded obediently. I understand. In the past 2 years, there had indeed been numerous cases of anglers drowning. One couple, while fishing in the wild, had tragically both fallen into the water and perished. Li Man-Man had always considered herself a skilled angler, never anticipating such a perilous experience today. However, recalling the stunning coral she had seen underwater, she suddenly realized that such adventures might not be so bad after all. All right, as long as you're fine. That's what matters. You scared me to death earlier. Seeing Li Man-Man appear untroubled, Han Jiangxue let out a long sigh of relief. Li Man-Man and Qin Luo were people she had brought along. What would she do if anything happened to them? Noticing that Li Man-Man was drenched and her constitution was frail, Han Jiangxue hurriedly said, Man-Man, your clothes are soaked. I happen to have a spare sun protective outfit. Shall we change? Li Man-Man nodded obediently, following Han Jiangxue to the cabin to change. When the two re-emerged before the group, Li Man-Man had donned a clean black sun protective outfit, while Cao Dapeng had no spare clothes. Fortunately, Brother Xia often went out to sea. and there were some unused fishermen's work clothes in the cabin. Cao Dapeng didn't mind and readily changed into a set. It was now 7:30, and after the recent scare, it was evident that the fishing competition could not continue. As the clock approached another hour, torrential rain threatened to pour down. Cao Dapeng instructed Xiaogu to navigate the fishing boat to the spot where they had previously cast their nets. With a creaking sound, the ropes were pulled taut, and the fishing nets submerged in the sea were dragged aboard by a Fu and a Xiang. "I want to help too. Count me in," I exclaimed. Seeing the lively fish flouncing within the nets, the previously subdued atmosphere aboard the vessel transformed into one of exuberance. Although the fishing competition had ended without success, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman, on their maiden voyage, were now intrigued by the abundant catch. They eagerly gathered around to assist Cao Dapeng in sorting the fish. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood at a distance, frowning in disdain. Clad from head to toe in designer labels, he was keen to avoid the pungent odor of fish. "So many mullet!" Han Jiangxue exclaimed as she picked up the mullet fry, her astonishment directed at Cao Dapeng. "Cao Dapeng, you are truly remarkable. It seems we've stumbled upon a mullet haven." Although aware that Cao Dapeng had set out to catch mullet, Han Jiangxue understood the vastness of the ocean and the multitude of fish it harbored. Capturing such a significant number of mullet was no simple feat clearly. Cao Dapeng possessed an intimate knowledge of this maritime expanse. Using the net is indeed efficient. To haul in so many fish at once is impressive. "Dapeng, you truly excel." Li Manman, seated nearby, offered her unreserved praise. After an hour of fishing, she and Han Jiangxue had only managed to catch a mere 10 fish, while Cao Dapeng had effortlessly netted hundreds. "Luck seems to be on my side." Cao Dapeng chuckled as the boat, under Xia Ji's guidance, was steered to another location for casting the nets. With the assistance of a Fu and a Xiang, another large net was pulled aboard. "Goodness, Brother Dapeng, this haul is explosive," exclaimed a Fu and a Xiang, their eyes widening as they observed the net's contents. To their astonishment, the catch not only brimmed with fish but boasted that an astonishing 90% were mullet. It was well known that Cao Dapeng's endeavor was to capture mullet, and the sheer volume caught indicated that this outing was indeed a resounding triumph. "How incredible!" Han Jiangxue and Li Manman gasped, their admiration for Cao Dapeng deepening. If the first catch had been a stroke of luck, the subsequent net brimming with mullet indicated something more profound. Cao Dapeng's understanding of mullet far surpassed their own knowledge of fishing. "Come on, let's hurry and collect them. We mustn't let them perish," Han Jiangxue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before hastening her efforts to extract the mullet from the net and place them into the live well. Li Manman followed suit, assisting in sorting the catch. However, even with their combined efforts, the sheer volume of fish made it a daunting task. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Manman, and she turned to Qin Luo, calling out, "Qin Luo, what are you standing there for? Come help us." "Help?" Qin Luo responded, momentarily taken aback. "Is there a misunderstanding? I am here to accompany Li Manman in fishing, and sorting the catch is undoubtedly the laborious task of the fisherman. Why should I lend a hand?" However, feeling the unkind gaze of Li Manman, Qin Luo dared not refuse and could only grit his teeth and nod. "I'm not very skilled at this, but I'll give it a try. Please don't mind if I'm slow." With that, Qin Luo stepped forward. He glanced at the mullet on the deck and then at his designer clothes and shoes, silently lamenting that by the time the fishing boat docked, his outfit would likely be ruined. Strength in numbers, sorting the catch is hardly a technical job. With the addition of Qin Luo, the esteemed doctor, the subsequent nets full of mullet fry were swiftly sorted by the group. After a rough count, Cao Dapeng realized they had nearly 800 mullet, a significant increase compared to their first outing. Adding the fish caught earlier on the deck, this trip was indeed profitable. "All right, we've finished hauling in the nets. It's about time we head back." Cao Dapeng stretched and called out to Han Jiangxue and Li Manman. "Head back?" Han Jiangxue glanced at her watch, pouting. "Dapeng, didn't we charter the boat for 4.5 hours? It's barely past 8. We have plenty of time." Cao Dapeng looked at the moon hanging in the sky and sighed. Given the weather, it won't be long before a heavy rain falls. It will be troublesome to return once that happens. "What? Heavy rain?" Han Jiangxue couldn't help but look up at the sky. At that moment, although 2 dark clouds loomed above, the rest of the sky remained clear. With such weather, how could it possibly rain? "You're just worrying about your fish fry. If you want to go back, just say so. Don't make excuses." Just then, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. On such a sunny day, how could it possibly rain? Chapter 122. A gathering storm. The speaker was none other than Qin Luo, who had just finished sorting the catch. In truth, Qin Luo longed to disembark the fishing vessel more than anyone else. Ever since boarding the boat, he had made frequent trips to the restroom. After assisting with numerous tasks, the exertion had warmed him up, and as his attention shifted, his stomach felt less discomfort. However, his designer clothes were now soiled, and with a gentle inhalation, He could detect the pungent scent of fish. At that moment, he yearned to return to the hotel, shed his garments, and indulge in a refreshing bath. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon witnessing Cao Dapeng's confident demeanor, he couldn't resist chiming in with a remark. No sooner had he spoken than he felt the piercing gaze of someone warning him. Li Man, her eyes sparkling with mirth, turned to Cao Dapeng and said, "We are all novices here. The weather at sea can change in an instant. I believe we should heed Dapeng's advice." She then glanced at Han Jiangxue. "Shui, let us reschedule our fishing trip for another day. For now, let us return and assist Dapeng with unloading the catch, shall we?" Han Jiangxue, who had finally ventured out to sea, had initially hoped for some leisure time. Upon hearing this suggestion, she found it reasonable. "All right then, let us head back." She looked at Cao Dapeng, however. "You must treat us to a meal." Before their departure, she had scarcely eaten, and now, after several hours of labor, her stomach was audibly protesting. At the mention of food, Li Man's spirits lifted instantly. She turned her enchanting gaze towards Cao Dapeng, her smile radiant like a crescent moon. "Shui is right, Dapeng, you must treat us." "Not a problem." Cao Dapeng responded with a hearty laugh, thumping his chest. He instructed a food to inform Brother Shrimp to set sail for home. With a resounding roar, the vessel, laden with an abundant catch, made its way towards the dock at Nampan village. Throughout the journey, Cao Dapeng frequently lifted his gaze to observe the shifting sky. As they drew closer, he noted the increasing density of dark clouds. The once clear sky had become heavily overcast, and the winds and waves at sea had intensified. Good heavens! Judging by this weather, it truly seems it may rain. As the fishing boat docked, the entire sky over Nampan village had turned pitch black, as if the night had reasserted itself. Standing on the deck, Han Jiangxue and Li Man exchanged astonished glances with Cao Dapeng. To be frank, when Cao Dapeng had predicted rain, they had been skeptical. After all, the sky had been clear, and their weather app showed no alerts for rain. They had agreed to return early merely to support Cao Dapeng, hoping to indulge in his culinary delights. However, they had not anticipated such a dramatic change in the weather as soon as the boat had anchored. It seemed that, indeed, rain was imminent. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, standing nearby, felt his lips twitch involuntarily as a gust of sea breeze struck him, as if delivering a sharp slap to his face. Is it possible? Cao Dapeng predicted rain, and now the weather seems to affirm it. Has this fellow's tongue been gilded? How could he have been so accurate? Reflecting on his earlier doubts, Qin Luo felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Had he known it would come to this, he would have kept his mouth shut. What left him even more speechless was that after a long journey with the sea breeze, his stomach was beginning to feel uneasy. Blinking rapidly, he quickly suggested, Man, it seems rain is imminent. We should return to the hotel. You fell into the water earlier and need a hot shower, or your body won't withstand it." Li Man huffed. "You weren't saying that just now. You seemed eager to stay on the boat." Qin Luo hastily protested, "I didn't mean to. All right." Li Man interrupted him, saying, "Qin Luo, you're not feeling well either. You should head back to the hotel and rest. Dapeng has caught so many fish today. Xiao Xue and I need to help him put them into the shrimp pond." Standing beside them, Han Jiangxue chimed in, "Indeed, Cao Dapeng still owes us a meal. We're not going back." Qin Luo realized that these two lovely ladies appeared to have taken a liking to the fishing enthusiast, showing no intention of leaving. He cast a glance at Cao Dapeng, who was busy transferring fish from the boat to the fish truck, pondering what charm this simple countryside fisherman possessed to attract the attention of two beauties. Meanwhile, his own feelings were a tumultuous mix. However, his body betrayed him. His stomach was churning once more. If he didn't return to the hotel to procure some medicine, he risked embarrassing himself in front of Li Man. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Fine, I'll head back to the hotel first. I'll change my clothes and come back to pick you up." Saying this, he hastily moved, almost wishing he could fly back to the hotel. In truth, Qin Luo wanted to run, but he feared his rear would betray him. So he tightened his legs and quickened his pace. It wasn't until he was seated in his Range Rover that he exhaled deeply, honked the horn, and impatiently drove towards the hotel. This wealthy young master was ill-suited for physical labor. Watching Qin Luo's awkward departure, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but chuckle. Forget him. The rain is about to pour. Let us get to work. Li Man shook her head, not even glancing at Qin Luo, before turning back to assist Cao Dapeng with the fish. Over the years, her father had always arranged for someone to be by her side when she went out. Now that Qin Luo had left, she felt a surprising sense of joy. Moreover, Cao Dapeng had saved her life. What was wrong with helping him a bit? After all those years of her father forbidding her from doing anything, helping others now gave Li Man a sense of accomplishment she had never experienced before. However, the heavens were not favorable. Just as they began to transport the fish, raindrops started to fall from the sky. Initially, it was just a light drizzle. But within 5 minutes, the rain intensified. "Come on, Don't catch a cold. Everyone put on your raincoats. Dapeng, you are indeed a true deity. When you instructed me to bring raincoats on such a sunny day, I was perplexed. Little did I anticipate that it would actually rain. Old Su, distributing raincoats to everyone, could not help but give a thumbs up to Cao Dapeng. He hails from Nampan village, merely a few hundred meters from the dock. Upon receiving Cao Dapeng's call requesting several raincoats, he initially thought it was a jest. Yet, who could have foreseen that within a mere half hour, the weather would shift so dramatically, and it would genuinely rain? It is well known that the weather here is notoriously unpredictable, and inaccurate forecasts are commonplace. Now, with Cao Dapeng's remarkable prediction, one cannot help but marvel at his prowess. Indeed, he is a distinguished scholar in marine studies, possessing exceptional abilities. As for myself, I merely happened to guess correctly. Cao Dapeng waved his hand and addressed the crowd, urging, "Let us exert ourselves and transport the catch back swiftly." He glanced skyward at the moon, obscured in the clouds, acknowledging that the next 2 hours would bring moderate to heavy rain, and this was merely the beginning. It is imperative to hasten the transfer of these fish to the shrimp pond. Otherwise, they would perish, rendering all of today's efforts futile. Chapter 123, Torrential Rain. Together we watch today's catch surpasses our last, yet thankfully, Cao Dapeng is surrounded by numerous helpers. As the rain intensifies, Xiaogu and Old Su step forward to assist. Together, they swiftly transfer hundreds of mullet fry into the fish transport vehicle. Old Su drives the vehicle, clattering towards Hongshu village. Originally, Cao Dapeng intended to ride his motorcycle. But under the insistence of Han Jiangxue and Li Manman, he reluctantly hands his motorcycle to Xiang and joins the two ladies in Han Jiangxue's jeep. As they embark, the sky seems to have ruptured, unleashing a torrential downpour that cascades mercilessly to the ground. The rain is fierce, enveloping the world in a thin veil of mist, obscuring visibility. Han Jiangxue activates the windshield wipers, yet even so, the rain renders the glass nearly indistinguishable. Fortunately, Hongshu village and Nampan village are in close proximity. Under normal circumstances, the drive would only take 5 or 6 minutes. Otherwise, they might find themselves stranded here today. Dapeng, you truly are remarkable. If we had heeded your advice, we would have been trapped at sea. Han Jiangxue exclaims, driving while marveling at their fortunate escape. Indeed. How did such a heavy downpour suddenly ensue? Watching the torrential rain from the back seat, Li Manman feels a twinge of relief in her beautiful eyes. Navigating such a storm on the road is perilous. Had they been at sea, they would have been utterly helpless. Sitting beside them, Cao Dapeng shares similar sentiments of unease. Fortunately, thanks to the moonlight talisman he acquired, he had foreseen the weather accurately. Had they delayed even half an hour, the situation could have been dire. Nevertheless, he remains optimistic. With this timely weather forecast, future sea outings will be considerably safer. Lost in thought, Han Jiangxue has already driven alongside their shrimp pond. It is still just past 9 in the morning. Her elder brother and sister-in-law have already left for work. The three of them exit the vehicle and begin unloading the mullet from Old Su's transport. Within minutes, Aftu and Xiang arrive on their electric bike. Drenched by the relentless rain, their faces flushed from the downpour. However, they pay no mind to their discomfort and immediately join in to help unload the cargo. This is the spirit of the villagers. While they lead ordinary lives, they unite to lend a hand when someone is in need. Under the collective effort, the fry leap from the transport into Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond. The heavy rain causes many fish to breach the surface, creating a spectacular sight. After a brief period of adjustment, the newly introduced mullet fry soon swim about normally, just like the other fish. In other ponds, such circumstances might lead to significant losses. However, thanks to the seagrass in Cao Dapeng's pond, they encounter no such issues. Wow, how beautiful! Han Jiangxue and Li Manman were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Unable to contain their excitement, they took out their phones to capture the spectacle of the fish leaping before their eyes. All right, the catch is all unloaded. It's pouring outside. Let's hurry home. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Cao Dapeng chuckled helplessly and beckoned everyone to head to his home. Great. I'm starving. Upon hearing of the impending feast, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman snapped back to reality, eagerly making their way towards the Wrangler. However, Afu, Xiang, and Old Su insisted on leaving, having finished their work. They drove off to their respective homes. Old Su, having met Han Jiangxue before, naturally did not want to linger as a third wheel. Cao Dapeng, not being a young man anymore, recognized that either of these two beauties would be a tremendous blessing for any man. He felt it necessary to give the young one some time alone together. With Xiang's repeated nudges, Afu also wisely decided to depart. In no time, the vast shrimp pond was left with just 3 individuals inside the Wrangler. Cao Dapeng chuckled again, leading the 2 lovely ladies back to his courtyard. What woof! Little Black was squatting under the eaves at the entrance, gazing at the torrential downpour. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng alight from the vehicle, He eagerly wagged his tail and rushed over to greet the trio. In the blink of an eye, Little Black had become drenched. Quick, let us head inside. Cao Dapeng was charmed by Little Black's adorableness and hurriedly ushered the two ladies and the dog into the courtyard. The heavy rain showed no signs of relenting. Cao Dapeng brought in several fish from the car. He placed the large green fish into the shrimp pond, while a true snapper and red melon seeds remained in the bucket. A simple steaming would yield a delightful meal. After shedding his raincoat, he prepared to start cooking. Meanwhile, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman stood beneath the eaves of the courtyard, watching the rain cascade down. They exchanged a glance, hesitating to speak. After a few moments of silence, it was Han Jiangxue, feeling more familiar with Cao Dapeng, who finally called out, "Dapeng, our clothes are completely soaked. Could we possibly borrow your bathroom for a shower?" Girls tend to cherish cleanliness, and after working so hard on the boat, they had perspired considerably. Although they had donned raincoats upon reaching the shore, the fierce wind and rain rendered them almost as ineffective as being without. Now, drenched and with clothes clinging uncomfortably to their skin, they could no longer bear it. Moreover, with no one else around except for Cao Dapeng, Han Jiangxue mustered the courage to voice her request. "A shower? If you don't mind, go ahead." Cao Dapeng chuckled resignedly upon hearing this. The village's bathing facilities were far from the comfort of the city, being quite rudimentary. Nevertheless, with both Han Jiangxue and Li Manman requesting it, he had no reason to refuse. Just a quick wash will suffice. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman instantly brightened, taking each other's hands as they headed directly into Cao Dapeng's bathroom. The bathroom, though modest in size and rather rudimentary in its amenities, appeared remarkably clean and tidy under the diligent organization of Cao Dapeng. As Han Jiangxue and Li Manman exchanged glances and approached the entrance of the bathroom, they paused. Han Jiangxue said, "You go ahead." Li Manman shook her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, replying, "No, you go first." Han Jiangxue, uninterested in further debate, promptly closed the bathroom door and smiled at Li Manman, saying, "We are sisters. Let us go together." Li Manman, perplexed, could only respond with a confused expression. Chapter 124. Qin Luo's concerns. Women are a marvelous species. Regardless of their differences, they can swiftly find common ground through a few exchanged words. The bathroom at Cao Dapeng's residence was somewhat cramped, and initially, Li Manman felt a bit bashful. However, under Han Jiangxue's insistence, she reluctantly followed suit and began to undress alongside her. Before long, the sound of gentle water cascading filled the bathroom, accompanied by the laughter of the two women. Unfortunately, the distance between the bathroom and the kitchen was rather vast at that moment. Cao Dapeng was preoccupied with preparing a meal and entirely missed witnessing such a delightful scene. "Answer the phone, please." Meanwhile, at the town's hotel, Dr. Qin Luo braved the torrential winds and rain to return. He found himself crouched over the toilet, anxiously dialing Li Manman's number. Regrettably, after numerous attempts, no one answered. Qin Luo had initially believed that the sudden downpour, though heavy, would soon cease. He had intended to return to the hotel, freshen up, and then fetch Li Manman back to the city. However, he never anticipated that the rain would intensify rather than abate. In this small town, although the roads were paved, the drainage system was poorly constructed. In a short time, the streets had become inundated with water. With such a torrential downpour and his own stomach discomfort, he found it impossible to go and retrieve Li Manman. He thought to call her, seeking reassurance, but after so long, it was as if she had vanished, refusing to answer his calls. What could Manman possibly be doing in such weather? Surely, she was being bullied by that despicable fisherman, Cao Dapeng? Qin Luo pulled up his trousers, gazing out at the relentless rain with a furrowed brow, filled with concern. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless. The mere thought of his beloved goddess confined in the same space as Cao Dapeng amid such inclement weather weighed heavily on his heart. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through. Qin Luo, inadvertently, answered the call. A familiar voice echoed through the line. "Haha, is this Mr. Qin?" "Hello, I am Zhao Guanlan, the manager of Guanlan Pavilion." Zhao Guanlan spoke with an ingratiating tone. Earlier that day, his establishment had been shut down by the Municipal Inspection Bureau, who stated that it could only reopen once the inspection results were cleared. With so many employees to consider, a day of closure meant a day of losses. The National Day holiday had already yielded little profit, and he could scarcely afford such a setback. After much effort, Zhao Guanlan had discovered that the reason for the inspection's fervor was a complaint lodged by someone named Qin Luo. This Qin Luo was none other than the affluent gentleman who had attended the previous night's event in a luxurious Land Rover. Zhao Guanlan sought Qin Luo's contact information, intending to offer a monetary settlement to avert further trouble. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. Our restaurant has just changed chefs. and I regret any inconvenience this may have caused you. How about this? I will return the money to you in full, and you can cancel the complaint. Business has been tough these past 2 years, Zhao Guanlan said, his voice laced with humility. Do you think I am in need of money? Qin Luo, already in a foul mood from not receiving a call from Li Man, was infuriated by Zhao Guanlan's call. I, Qin Luo, despise those who lack hygiene. Since there is a problem with your establishment, let us proceed according to the proper protocol. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Damn it. If it weren't for the meal I had at Zhao Guanlan's restaurant last night, would I have found myself in this predicament? The closure of Guanchuan Pavilion was well-deserved. As he simmered with anger, another wave of pain surged through his abdomen, prompting Qin Luo to gasp and hastily rush to the restroom. Though his stomach was empty, he felt that squatting on the toilet was the only way to find some relief. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, while the sound of dripping water echoed in the bathroom. Han Jiangxue and Li Man indulged in a long, soothing shower for an entire hour until the hot water ran out in Cao Dapeng's home. After a refreshing wash, they finally realized something. Both of their faces flushed crimson, akin to having consumed alcohol. In their eagerness to cleanse themselves, they had forgotten that their change of clothes was left at the hotel. Now, having removed their dirty garments and finished their bath, they found themselves without a change of attire. What should they do? Surely, they couldn't put on those soiled clothes again. That would render their bath utterly futile. However, without fresh garments, how could they face Cao Dapeng? Moreover, they were in Hongshu village, with no delivery services available. For a moment, the two women exchanged wide-eyed glances, enveloped in an awkward silence. Dapeng. After a brief pause, Han Jiangxue mustered her courage and called out. What is it? Cao Dapeng had already prepared steamed snapper and roasted ribs, with rice waiting in the cooker, anticipating the two beauties to join him for dinner. He was taken aback by their prolonged absence in the bathroom. An hour had passed, and there was still no sign of Han Jiangxue or Li Man. With no other option, he tossed a piece of rib to Little Black, who stared at him with eager eyes. Watching the dog gnaw on the bone was a rather delightful distraction. Just then, he heard a voice from the bathroom. Dapeng? We didn't bring any change of clothes. Han Jiangxue's voice echoed from within. Do you have any clothes at your place? Cao Dapeng replied incredulously. You didn't bring any clothes, and yet you both decided to take a shower? However, as the thought crossed his mind that the two lovely ladies found themselves in such a predicament because of him, Cao Dapeng blinked and remarked, I have a few newly purchased short-sleeved shirts and shorts that I haven't worn yet. Would those suffice? Being a solitary man, he lacked any women's clothing at home. His brother and sister-in-law were both at work. Although he possessed a key, it would be rather inappropriate to retrieve clothing without prior consent. After some contemplation, he recalled that he had recently ordered several short-sleeved shirts and shorts online, which he had washed but not yet had the chance to wear. That works. Please fetch us 2 sets. Someone responded from the bathroom. All right, just a moment. Cao Dapeng nodded and hurried back to his room to retrieve the 2 unworn sets of clothing before making his way to the bathroom. However, upon reaching the door, he paused. How do I give them to you if I have the clothes in my hands? He inquired. With a creak, the bathroom door opened slightly, and a slender, fair arm reached out from within. Hand them over. Chapter 125. Restarting the Squid Project. Before long, the bathroom door swung open once again, and a waft of fragrant shower gel enveloped the air. Cao Dapeng beheld Han Jiangxue and Li Man, elegantly clad in his attire, standing before him. With his tall stature and robust frame, his short-sleeved shirt enveloped both women just enough to cover their figures, exuding an aura of alluring charm, especially if they were to wear nothing beneath. However, at that moment, they complemented the ensemble with his loose-fitting athletic pants, which added a refreshing touch of youthfulness. How do we look? Is it fitting? Han Jiangxue playfully twirled around with Li Man, her face aglow with a smile as she inquired. Cao Dapeng nodded approvingly. Indeed. You both look splendid. It appears that you can pull off any attire with grace. He beamed at the two, then continued. Now that you have finished bathing and changed into fresh clothes, shall we proceed to dine? Dine? Absolutely. The mention of food snapped Han Jiangxue and Li Man back from their whimsical reverie, and they eagerly followed Cao Dapeng to the dining table. To their delight, Cao Dapeng had prepared a sumptuous feast: steamed red melon seeds, braised snapper, succulent braised pork ribs, and blanched greens. How delightful it smells. Come, man, let us indulge. Han Jiangxue exclaimed, bending down to inhale the aroma before confidently approaching the rice cooker to serve herself. After 2 days of camaraderie, Li Man shed her initial shyness and joined in, comfortably settling down to partake in the meal. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Yet it did not hinder the trio from enjoying their feast. Instead, they savored both the food and the picturesque view of the rain, which lent an air of romance to the atmosphere. Before long, The three of them leaned back in their chairs, hands resting on their full bellies, gazing vacantly at the torrential downpour beyond the window. Dapeng, when will this rain cease? Han Jiangxue sighed, glancing from the window to Cao Dapeng. Her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. She yearned for the rain to stop, yet simultaneously wished for it to persist. It may take a few more hours. Do either of you know how to play poker? Perhaps we could engage in a game of dodiju? Cao Dapeng mused, casting a glance at the moonlit sky, estimating that at least 5 hours remained before the rain would relent. The prospect of sitting idly for such a duration seemed rather dull, thus he proposed the game. Dodiju? What is that? Han Jiangxue and Li Manman turned to him, curiosity lighting their expressions. Li Manman blinked innocently, having led a sheltered life with few friends. And though she had heard of the game, she had never played it. My goodness, you have never played dodiju? Han Jiangxue exclaimed in astonishment. Then chuckled, it's quite simple. I will teach you. Dapeng, could you fetch a deck of cards? Certainly. Cao Dapeng replied with a smile. Retrieving a pack of playing cards from the cabinet, he cleared the table of dishes and wiped it down, and against the backdrop of the rain, the three of them began their spirited game of poker. The rules of dodiju are simple yet delightful. Li Manman, not lacking in wit, grasped the intricacies after merely 2 rounds. As the game unfolded among the 3 players, the loser was required to affix a small note to their forehead. By the time the torrential rain outside began to subside, both Han Jiangxue and Li Manman found their foreheads adorned with a plethora of notes, resembling 2 charmingly comical zombie maidens. Man, the rain has ceased. It is time for us to return, Han Jiangxue remarked, glancing out the window, stifling a yawn, and stretching her arms languidly. At that moment, the downpour had nearly abated, with only sporadic droplets falling from the sky. In the west, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a resplendent glow over the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. All right, Dapeng, let us conclude our game for today and resume another time, Li Manman said, casting a wistful glance outside, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Over the years, she had felt like a caged canary, and it was only in these past few days that she seemed to comprehend the essence of living. Truth be told, she was loath to leave this place. However, her father had granted her merely 2 days of respite, and the time had come for her to depart. Well then, should you wish to play again, feel free to visit me at Hongshu Village, Cao Dapeng shrugged, standing up to escort the 2 ladies to the gate. Little Black wagged its tail and followed suit, occasionally weaving between Han Jiangxue and Li Manman, as if reluctant to see them go. Just then, the sound of an electric scooter horn echoed nearby. The trio turned to see Cao Dapeng's sister-in-law, Su Ling, returning home from work on her little electric steed. Oh, you are heading back. Wait, I have something for you, she called out as she noticed Han Jiangxue and Li Manman standing at the entrance. In the midst of her words, Su Ling halted her scooter and opened her gate. When she reappeared, she bore 3 plastic bags in her hands. Xiaoxue, I remember you enjoy the squid strips I make. Take some home to savor, she said with a cheerful smile, handing 1 bag to Li Manman, while the remaining 2 were offered to Han Jiangxue. Since you are friends with Mr. Liu, you should also give her a taste. Su Ling had been aware of their visit the previous day, but chose not to intrude, allowing her brother-in-law Cao Dapeng the opportunity to interact with the young ladies. Now, witnessing their impending departure, she felt compelled to present them with a token of her affection. Squid strips, Han Jiangxue exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of the plastic bag. This is my favorite. Thank you, sister-in-law. She promptly tore off a piece in Su Ling's presence and savored it with delight, all the while inquiring, Sister-in-law, your squid strips are so delectable. More people should know about them. I can assure you that once it is placed online, many will undoubtedly make a purchase. Are you harboring any concerns? Regarding this matter, Su Ling shyly scratched her head. We are merely ordinary fishermen and possess little knowledge about such things. Although she was aware that Cao Dapeng's acquaintances were quite remarkable, the thought of engaging in business filled her with trepidation, fearing losses, which is why she had previously refrained from responding to Cao Dapeng. Over the years, they have accumulated debts, and the couple has genuinely become apprehensive. They simply aspire to lead a humble life. Oh, leave the task of obtaining a business license to me. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue confidently declared, you can entrust the sales to me. You only need to focus on production. The profits will be yours to keep. As long as I can enjoy squid shreds every day, how does that sound? No sooner had she spoken than Li Manman chimed in. Count me in for the online sales. These squid shreds are indeed quite delightful. At that moment, Li Manman was also savoring the taste of the squid shreds. Chapter 126. Playing poker in his clothes? Dapeng look. Flattered by the praises of Han Jiangxue and Li Manman, Su Ling felt a surge of delight within her. However, lacking experience in business, she found herself at a loss for ideas and turned to Cao Dapeng for assistance. Sister-in-law, I believe we could try our hand at making squid strips. Cao Dapeng had long wished to persuade his brother and sister-in-law to venture into the squid strip business. Previously, his savings were meager, and the uncertainties of the future made him hesitant, especially since his brother and sister-in-law already had stable jobs. However, the situation had changed. With only a small amount left to repay Lu Qingyu, settling the debt by year-end seemed feasible. If he could seize this opportunity today to convince his sister-in-law. Once the squid strip business took off, the profits would far exceed what his brother and sister-in-law earned working in the factory. With a twinkle in his eye, Cao Dapeng seized the moment to persuade her. Sister-in-law, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman are renowned influencers on Douyin. Once they promote our product, the demand will surely surge. But we cannot expect them to assist us for free. How about this? We handle production while they manage sales. And they can take a 10% share of the profits? We can register as individual entrepreneurs with Han Jiangxue's help. And as for the necessary equipment, I can procure it. All you need to do is focus on making the squid strips. What do you think? In Cao Dapeng's perspective, as long as he could control the costs and risks, he would alleviate Su Ling's concerns, allowing her to cast aside her fears. Yet, even with this reassurance, Su Ling remained hesitant. With a hint of desperation, Cao Dapeng implored, Sister-in-law, little Ran is still young. You cannot allow her to remain in the village forever, destined for the same fate as you. Working for others offers no future. Only by becoming one's own boss can one truly earn a living. Besides, many endeavors may not yield immediate success, but without taking the first step, success will always elude you. We can give the squid strips a trial run for 10 days or half a month. If things go well, we continue. If not, we can simply stop with minimal loss. However, if we succeed, Ranran's life will surely improve. Won't it? Upon hearing these words, Su Ling's previously hesitant gaze sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, over the years, they had focused solely on repaying debts, often skimping on their own needs, leaving their daughter, Ran, feeling inadequate at school. If she and Cao Dahai continued to toil in the village factory for a lifetime, their situation would remain bleak. Cao Dapeng was a man of vision, and these remarkable women possessed extraordinary potential. With their assistance, even a modest attempt at the squid strip venture could lead to a significant transformation in their lives. You have all made compelling points. I will give it a try. Su Ling resolved, biting her lip and nodding in agreement. Sister-in-law, we must keep our word. Shall we finalize this? Cao Dapeng swiftly sought her affirmation. Yes, it's settled. I will discuss it with your brother tonight. Su Ling replied earnestly, raising her head. Great. Then it's decided. Cao Dapeng grinned widely. It was clear to him that, despite his brother's confident demeanor, many decisions ultimately rested in Su Ling's hands. Now that Su Ling has nodded in agreement, it seems highly likely that this matter has been settled. As Su Ling expresses her willingness to engage in the squid jerky business, smiles emerge on the faces of Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman. After all, to them, it matters little who benefits from their efforts. Cao Dapeng's elder brother and sister-in-law are genuinely kind-hearted. If they can extend even a modicum of support to this couple, it brings them great joy. While the three converse, a sudden blast of a horn interrupts them. Turning around, they see Qin Luo driving a Range Rover, having just arrived. Phew, the rain has finally ceased. Man, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. Uncle has been urging me several times. Shouldn't we head back? Qin Luo, now dressed in a fresh outfit, drove over as soon as the rain stopped. However, upon seeing the attire Li Man is wearing, he is momentarily taken aback. The clothing she dons is clearly masculine, unmistakably belonging to Cao Dapeng. Goodness, what on earth transpired during the afternoon I was away? Oh, Li Man exclaims, turning to wave at Cao Dapeng. Dapeng. We're heading off now. Han Jiangxue follows suit, waving at Cao Dapeng and Su Ling. I'll take my leave as well. Dapeng, sister-in-law, if you need assistance with obtaining a business license, feel free to reach out to me. All right, take care on the road. Cao Dapeng nods, watching as the two vehicles depart. Dapeng, did I act impulsively just now? As the Wrangler and Range Rover disappear from view, Su Ling, who had been brimming with courage moments ago, suddenly appears deflated. Sister-in-law, don't say that. Cao Dapeng responds with a resigned smile. You and my brother are still young. Youth is the time to explore opportunities. Besides, we're merely working in our spare time. It won't interfere with your jobs, so what is there to fear? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Ling feels significantly reassured. Just then, Cao Dapeng's phone vibrates. He picks it up and sees Jiang Wanqing's name on the screen. Smacking his forehead, he recalls that the plan for the day was to take Han Jiangxue and the others out to sea for fishing, and upon their return, have Afu gather the traps and deliver the eels. However, as fate would have it, Their plans were thwarted by the unrelenting rain, leaving the traps uncollected. Cao Dapeng quickly answers the call, smiling as he says, "Sister Wanqing, I sincerely apologize. We went out to sea this morning, and it's been pouring since we returned, leaving me no time to deliver the eels to you." Jiang Wanqing's voice comes through the line. "It's all right. I just wanted to check on the eels. If there are none, I'll inform the clients in advance. It's no trouble." Cao Dapeng sighs. "I'm not sure at the moment. I'll head over to check now. If I have any, I'll deliver them directly to you. Is that agreeable?" "Certainly. I'll await your arrival." After hanging up the phone, Cao Dapeng grabbed a bucket and called on Afu, making their way directly to the location of the cage. Meanwhile, on the road back to Tian'an City, Qin Luo, who had been holding back his frustration throughout the journey, could no longer contain himself. He turned to the passenger seat where Li Man was seated and inquired, Man, the rain today is quite heavy. What were you up to at Cao Dapeng's place?" At that moment, Li Man was leisurely seated in the back, engrossed in her phone while charging it. Upon hearing his question, she casually replied, "Oh, we didn't do much. Just play poker with Cao Dapeng." "Poker?" Qin Luo's eyelids twitched, and he nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. Goodness. She was wearing Cao Dapeng's clothes and playing poker at his house on a rainy day? Was this the kind of poker he had in mind? How many people were playing? Qin Luo forced himself to ask, his lips twitching slightly. How many could there be? Han Jiangxue was there. So it was just the three of us. 3. Qin Luo's heart sank. He had just noticed that Han Jiangxue was also wearing clothes belonging to Cao Dapeng. Chapter 127 Farewell. Sister Wanqing. Qin Luo had been working in the hospital for several years and was well aware that some nurses exhibited rather chaotic behavior. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that Li Man, who appeared so refined and gentle, was entangled in such antics. On a rainy day, she dared to play cards with Cao Dapeng, and what's more, it was a 3-person game. This was simply outrageous. Man, when you are out and about, you must remember to protect yourself and heed safety precautions. If you were to contract some disease, the treatment could be quite troublesome. Qin Luo clenched his teeth, enduring for a few minutes before he could no longer contain himself. He even contemplated urging Li Man to undergo a comprehensive examination at the hospital. Li Man, confused, thought, protect myself? Safety precautions? Contracting a disease? What on earth is he talking about? Furrowing her brow, she quickly realized that Qin Luo had misunderstood her. The card game she referred to was entirely different from what Qin Luo had in mind. Qin Luo, your thoughts are truly sordid. Li Man shot him a glare, too weary to explain, and returned her attention to her phone. My thoughts. Qin Luo was bewildered, pondering how his good intentions had been misconstrued. Yet, upon glancing at Li Man's icy demeanor in the rearview mirror, he suddenly comprehended that he had overthought the situation. Could it be that Li Man, along with Han Jiangxue and Cao Dapeng, were indeed just playing cards? Ahem, my apologies, Man, I misunderstood. I sincerely apologize, Qin Luo stammered, feeling exceedingly awkward. But before he could finish, Li Man interrupted him. Enough, Qin Luo. There's no need to say more. Thank you for accompanying me today, but unless something significant arises, please refrain from bothering me in the future. With a huff, Li Man dismissed him, her disdain palpable. She loathed being constrained or controlled by anyone. Little did she expect that an innocent afternoon of playing cards with Cao Dapeng would lead Qin Luo to form such a distorted impression of her. The very thought revolted her. She had never held any particular fondness for Qin Luo, and now she was even less inclined to spare him a glance. Oh no! What have I done? My careless words have irreparably offended this young lady. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng was blissfully unaware that his casual afternoon of playing cards with Li Man had sparked unnecessary misunderstandings. He and Afu rode a motorcycle to the seaside, where they located the small boat belonging to Xiao's family. Armed with a bucket, they maneuvered the boat toward the place where they had set the traps. Brother, do you think the eels will have perished? Afu's face was etched with concern during their journey. The traps had been placed yesterday, and after enduring a night followed by a day of torrential rain, the eels trapped within might be at risk of dying due to lack of water or food during the low tide. If that were the case, they would be unable to supply their catch to Wang Heilu. Let us hope for the best, Cao Dapeng shrugged, smiling. Don't worry, they're not so easy to kill. Eels are different from their freshwater counterparts. They can survive for several hours even when out of seawater. The freshwater eel, unlike its counterparts in the sea, can survive for a few days out of water. However, if it remains submerged for too long, it may ultimately drown. While the two conversed, they had already rowed to a small island reef. Following a day of torrential rain, the sea level remained quite elevated. Cao Dapeng and Afu each raised a trap, only to find the eels within not only unharmed but also lively and writhing energetically. Remarkable. Brother, they're all alive, exclaimed Afu in astonishment. Indeed, this has salvaged quite a bit of our losses. Cao Dapeng nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He relied on delivering eels to Wang Hela daily for a considerable income. Losing these eels would have meant significant financial damage. What thrilled Cao Dapeng even more was the sight of 2 eels in the trap, each adorned with luminous symbols resembling books. Fortuitously, he had come today. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire. With a silent sigh of gratitude, he and Afu transferred the eels from the trap into a water bucket. Upon touching one of the book-like symbols, a golden light surged into his mind. Shenong Bin Chao Jing, note, one of the ancient 3 canons, comprising 365 varieties of medicinal herbs, including 120 superior herbs, 120 medium-grade herbs, and 125 inferior herbs. Suddenly, while Cao Dapeng was momentarily lost in thought, the book transformed into countless golden fragments that cascaded into his consciousness. In an instant, he felt an influx of intricate and wondrous knowledge. The Shenong Bin Chao Jing. He had unexpectedly acquired extensive knowledge about traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. This encompassed not only the shapes and classifications of various drugs, but also detailed information about their origins, harvesting times, and more, exceedingly thorough in its depth. Cao Dapeng marveled at the fortune of an ordinary fisherman, like himself, receiving such a treasure. Yet, in an age where traditional medicine waned and counterfeit products proliferated, he pondered the practicality of possessing such knowledge. Shaking his head in resignation, he had no aspirations of becoming a physician. He might end up embroiled in legal troubles like Grandpa Lu Qingyu. With a soft sigh, he then touched another eel bearing a book-like symbol, wondering if this one would also yield a valuable tome. Upon contact, a rush of text filled his mind. Complete compendium of classic formulas and fundamentals of medicinal cuisine. In the next moment, this book shattered into fragments, enriching his consciousness with a plethora of classic prescriptions and medicinal cuisine recipes. Cao Dapeng found himself in a state of bemusement. He truly had no desire to practice medicine. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes diagnosis through observation and inquiry, and merely possessing knowledge of herbs and formulas would be of little use. Nevertheless, the fundamentals of medicinal cuisine were indeed beneficial. Preparing nourishing dishes for himself would certainly be advantageous. Brother, everything is ready. Shall we set off? The excited voice of Afta resonated nearby. Clearly, the sea eels had survived, which brought immense joy to Afu. All right, let's go. Cao Dapeng nodded, resubmerging the fish trap into the ocean. With a bucket of sea eels in hand, he followed Afu to the next location for setting the trap. These beloved versions of the traps proved to be remarkably effective. Despite the passage of time, not a single eel had perished. All were still lively and vibrant. After Cao Dapeng and Afu collected all the eels into the bucket, they mounted their motorcycle and headed towards the Wanghai Tower in town. Dapeng, how was the harvest? Just as they arrived at the entrance of Wanghai Tower, they spotted Jiang Wanqing approaching them, adorned in an elegant, understated dress, a smile gracing her face. Chapter 128. The new cuisine of Wang Helu. The dress adorned Jiang Wanqing, accentuating her exquisite curves and exuding femininity. With just a subtle application of makeup, her gentle smile radiated an enchanting charm. Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, hastily placing the 2 buckets of sea eels before Jiang Wanqing, and grinning, remarked, "Fortunately, these sea eels are still alive." He glanced at the weather and inquired with concern, "Sister Wanqing, with such heavy rain today, I hope it won't affect tonight's business?" He had caught the eels himself, but the relentless rain throughout the day might deter the primary clientele of Wang Helu, who typically traveled from Tiannan City for leisure. If the restaurant were to lose substantial customers and still bear the cost of so many eels, it would spell a loss for Wanqing. "You probably have yet to comprehend the prowess of the panlong eel," Jiang Wanqing chuckled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. While coordinating with manager Zhang from the procurement department and Fu, she led Cao Dapeng directly into Wang Helu, casually selecting a seat, pouring him a cup of hot tea. She smiled and said, "The panlong eel has become renowned throughout Tiannan City, even reaching neighboring cities with its marvelous reputation. Just a few days ago, several business owners drove all the way here just to savor the panlong eel." Cao Dapeng was astonished. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Indeed." Jiang Wanqing replied with a playful tone. "What do men earn all that money for, if not for women? This panlong eel is in such high demand. They cannot get enough of it." As she spoke, she noticed Cao Dapeng's awkward expression and suddenly remembered that this fellow had no girlfriend. Quickly shifting the topic, she said, "Dapeng, did you hear? Today, the Guanlan Pavilion was shut down by the city's Market Supervision Bureau due to food hygiene issues." "Oh, that's actually good news for Wang Helu," Cao Dapeng responded, somewhat surprised. He had been preoccupied with managing his shrimp pond and had not kept up with local affairs. However, with only 2 major restaurants in town, the closure of Guanlan Pavilion meant that Wang Helu effectively had no competition, which was certainly advantageous. Therefore, Dapeng, I was thinking of capitalizing on this momentum to elevate the reputation of Wang Halo even further. Jiang Wanqing propped her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Cao Dapeng. The panlong eel has become our signature dish. What do you think about creating another similar cuisine? This way, we can maintain the novelty for our customers. As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Wanqing's gaze grew even more fervent. Wang Halo was the culmination of her years of dedication, and having finally achieved such success, she was determined to fortify its standing. Yet, she understood the reality. A great restaurant cannot thrive on a single signature dish alone. To ensure sustainable growth, it must consistently innovate. Jiang Wanqing had witnessed Cao Dapeng's culinary prowess firsthand. A single dragon eel can yield immense benefits for Wang Halo. If we were to introduce several similar dishes, Wang Halo would truly establish a solid foundation. New culinary creations. Cao Dapeng mused, gently touching his nose. Naturally, he was delighted to witness the flourishing of Wang Halo. After all, he considered himself one of its suppliers. The more prosperous the establishment became, the more profitable it would be for him as well. However, the idea of a new culinary direction. Cao Dapeng glanced out the window and suddenly remarked, Sister Wanqing, winter is approaching. What do you think about developing a medicinal cuisine series? Would that be beneficial? Medicinal cuisine? Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened. I think it's worth exploring. Although winter in the south is not as harsh as in the north, people still pay great attention to health during this season, and medicinal cuisine is a favored approach for many in pursuit of wellness. In fact, in numerous rural households, many prepare their own medicinal dishes. That said, the remarkable yin-yang balancing effects of the dragon eel could, in a sense, also be classified as medicinal cuisine. Through her observations over the past month, Jiang Wanqing noted that people today are not short on money, but rather on health. If they could focus on a medicinal cuisine theme, it might solidify Wang Halo's reputation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wanqing gazed at Cao Dapeng with anticipation. Do share your thoughts. Do you have any ideas for the medicinal dishes we should create? Cao Dapeng smiled and replied, Let me first see what seafood Wang Halo has. Internally, he mused about the myriad of medicinal dishes he had in mind. Even a few of them would likely yield significant results. Although he initially intended to keep these ideas for his own enjoyment, he felt no qualms about sharing a few with Jiang Wanqing since she expressed interest. Thus, the siblings returned to the warehouse below, where they examined the various seafood in the water barrels, and Cao Dapeng couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, Wang Halo had a bountiful selection of seafood. Eureka! Cao Dapeng spotted an eel that resembled the dragon eel and, glancing at the other seafood, he smiled and said, In winter, the focus is primarily on nourishment. Previously, the dragon eel catered mainly to men. Why not create a dish specifically for women? Cao Dapeng suggested, for instance, we could prepare an eel medicinal soup, which would greatly benefit women by nourishing their blood and promoting overall health. Additionally, we could make a seafood porridge with clams and crabs to enhance digestion and boost metabolism. Of course, we could also combine seafood with chicken for a seafood and young chicken dish, which would also be beneficial for men. In the blink of an eye, Cao Dapeng enumerated a plethora of fresh medicinal cuisine recipes, leaving Jiang Wanqing wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. Nearby, Manager Zhang was busy checking the inventory with paper and pen when Jiang Wanqing snatched it from him and handed it to Cao Dapeng. My dear brother, you truly are a blessing to me. Quickly write down all the ingredients required for the dishes and be specific about the medicinal herbs needed. I will have someone prepare them right away. Manager Zhang, what a sight. It seems that Wang Halo is about to unveil new dishes again. Moreover, from what I gather, it appears that we will not only be sourcing seafood but also medicinal herbs in the future. Very well. Cao Dapeng let out a helpless smile, took up a pen and paper, and without hesitation, penned several relatively simple herbal recipe formulations for Jiang Wanqing. He not only listed the required herbs, but also specified the quality needed, providing a detailed account. Of course, given the presence of many onlookers, he refrained from disclosing the exact proportions. Jiang Wanqing examined the herbs, finding them beyond her comprehension. So she opted to take a photograph with her phone and handed the note to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, please procure these herbs immediately. Let us conduct a trial today. Her fortunate brother is a busy man, and seizing the opportunity to have Cao Dapeng present, she intends to make the most of it and ensure that he prepares these dishes to savor their flavors. Chapter 129. The Secret of the Great Fire at Wang Halo. All right. Mr. Jiang, I shall attend to it immediately. Manager Zhang glanced casually at the prescription, which Jiang Wanqing could not decipher, and he, being a rough individual, understood even less. However, Manager Zhang recognized that Cao Dapeng was no ordinary person. Even a simple dish of dragon eel could elevate Wang Halo to unprecedented heights. Now, with the introduction of numerous medicinal dishes, should they succeed, Wang Halo would undoubtedly ascend to even greater acclaim. As the procurement manager of Wang Halo, the more prosperous the business became, the more profit he would reap. With the lessons learned from the past, Manager Zhang was wholeheartedly devoted. Traditional Chinese medicine was gradually declining, yet in the southern regions, particularly around Tianjin City, many still held faith in its efficacy. Additionally, the surrounding mountains were abundant with various medicinal herbs, ensuring a steady supply for local apothecaries. Upon exiting Wanghelu, Manager Zhang did not venture far before arriving at a traditional medicine shop. Please prepare 10 portions of each of these herbs, he instructed, handing the list to the pharmacist. Despite Cao Dapeng's unwavering confidence, it was a new culinary endeavor, and errors were to be expected. Purchasing extra portions was a prudent measure. Moreover, if the experiments were successful, they could prepare more dishes in advance for future needs. Angelica, astragalus, roasted licorice. The pharmacist scrutinized the list and furrowed her brow, looking at Manager Zhang with confusion. Who provided you with this prescription? Aside from the names of the herbs, there are also various seafood items included. This appears to be the work of an amateur, lacking even the proportions of the ingredients. It is essential to understand that traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions adhere to the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. Each herb serves a specific purpose, and the correct dosages yield desired effects. A slight deviation can lead to significant errors. The formula before her was, at best, amateurish, with one component clearly resembling the classic astragalus and angelica soup. Yet, without the correct proportions, it would hold little benefit for anyone. Is there a problem? Manager Zhang inquired, furrowing his brow. Are these herbs unavailable for purchase? Not at all. You may certainly buy them, the pharmacist reassured him, shaking her head as she began to prepare the herbs. However, these should not be consumed indiscriminately. Most of them are tonic herbs, which pose no harm. I recommend you consult a qualified traditional Chinese physician for a proper prescription. Although the prescription was unprofessional, it did not contain any restricted medications, allowing the pharmacy to fulfill the order. After all, local villagers occasionally brought their own remedies to the shop for concoction. Traditional medicine shops were not particularly profitable, and it was rare for someone to purchase herbs, thus, it was unreasonable to turn them away. Moreover, these tonic herbs were generally harmless. Before long, the pharmacist had neatly packaged the various herbs and handed them to Manager Zhang. The total cost was merely a little over 200 yuan. After settling the bill, he hurriedly made his way back to Wanghelu. Just as he departed, another figure entered the traditional medicine shop. Dear beauty, what kind of medicine did that person just procure? Please, may I have a dose as well? Zhao Guanlan remarked with a cheerful smile directed at the pharmacist. Today, the Guanlan pavilion was closed, and despite Zhao Guanlan's attempts to leverage various connections, he found himself at a standstill. Resigned to the situation, he decided to take a leisurely stroll after the rain had ceased, feeling somewhat confined indoors. To his surprise, he wandered near the Wanghelu establishment. Curious about the day's clientele at Wanghelu, he noticed Manager Zhang hastily approaching the pharmacy. As the proprietor of Guanlan Pavilion, Zhao was well aware that many broth recipes required traditional Chinese herbs to enhance flavor. To ensure the broth's richness, numerous establishments sourced authentic herbs from the market. Intrigued by the specific herbs employed by Wanghelu, he followed Zhang into the pharmacy. May I ask who you are? The pharmacist furrowed her brow slightly, regarding Zhao with curiosity. Well, you see, Zhao Guanlan fabricated a casual excuse, feigning helplessness. My elderly father has not been well lately. That gentleman was a brother of mine, and he mentioned a remedy he stumbled upon, claiming it would benefit my father. I find it hard to believe. So I thought I'd inquire about the herbs he obtained, hoping to consult an experienced traditional physician. I would appreciate your understanding. Feigning difficulty, Zhao discreetly retrieved 100 yuan bill from his pocket. There's no need for that, the pharmacist replied, shaking her head. These are merely common nourishing herbs, nothing extraordinary. She observed Zhao, noting his dignified appearance and eloquence. Considering Manager Zhang's selection of herbs rather amateurish, she decided to prepare a portion of the herbs Zhao had inquired about, advising, do not consume these haphazardly. You truly ought to consult a traditional physician. That will be 30 yuan. Let me give you 70 back. Please take it. All right. Thank you. Zhao Guanlan exclaimed, elated as he accepted the herbs and quickly departed the pharmacy. In town, there was an esteemed clinic run by an experienced traditional physician. Zhao had previously suffered from significant hair loss, but after receiving treatment from this clinic, while his hair may not have regained its former fullness, at least the shedding had ceased. Therefore, he held a deep trust in the skills of the physician. Old Shou, could you kindly examine these herbs for me? If one were to brew a soup, what effects might they yield? Zhao placed the herbs before the seasoned physician. Let me take a look, Old Zhou replied. Recognizing Zhao, he unwrapped the herbs, glanced briefly, and smiled, saying, there is nothing to worry about. These are simply standard nourishing herbal prescriptions. Observing Zhao, he began to combine the herbs, explaining, see here, astragalus, angelica, white atractylotes. When these ingredients are combined, they create astragalus and angelica soup. Behold, the revered ingredients, Angelica sinensis, Ligusticum chuanqiang, Rehmannia glutinosa, and Paeonia lactiflora, collectively known as the four substances decoction, renowned for its efficacy in addressing women's menstrual irregularities. Moreover, several additional herbs were included. In the blink of an eye, Elder Zhou skillfully arranged the medicinal materials purchased by Zhao Guanlan into 7 or 8 distinct prescriptions, each possessing its own unique therapeutic properties, leaving Zhao in a state of astonishment. He had not anticipated that such diverse combinations of these herbs could yield such a myriad of benefits. The exquisite dragon eel at Wanghela boasts remarkable nourishing effects. Could it be that one of these restorative prescriptions was employed? Zhao Guanlan, thoughtfully touching his nose, suddenly experienced an epiphany. A smile graced his face as he turned to Elder Zhou, saying, "I kindly request that you prepare these prescriptions for me, detailing the effects of each. They will be of great significance." Concurrently, Manager Zhang returned to Wanghelu, brimming with enthusiasm, carrying a collection of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. "General Jiang, Mr. Cao. Here are the herbs you requested. Please let me know if there are any concerns." Manager Zhang placed the herbs before Jiang Wanqing and Cao Dapeng. Chapter 130. The nourishing effects of medicinal cuisine: the astragalus from Jin Province, the angelica from Guangdong, and the cooked Rehmannia from Jiaozhuo, and the Sichuan chuanqiang from Dujianjian. Cao Dapeng meticulously opened each of these herbal packages, revealing an array of peculiar traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients before the onlookers. The faint aroma of herbs wafting through the air. With just a glance, he could discern the origins of each herb, the time of harvest, and the myriad processes involved in their preparation, a wealth of information flooding his mind. A flicker of surprise crossed Cao Dapeng's heart, quickly followed by a sigh of relief. Possessing such knowledge, he felt secure against the deceptions of counterfeit medicine. The herbs were indeed authentic. Nodding in approval, he strode confidently into the kitchen, carrying the medicinal ingredients. "Mr. Cao, the eel has been cleaned thoroughly," announced Wu Yuliang, the chef hired at a premium by Jiang Wanqing, who now humbly assumed the role of a mere assistant. With a respectful demeanor, he presented all the necessary ingredients for Cao Dapeng's soup. Wu Yuliang's gaze towards Cao Dapeng was filled with curiosity and reverence. During his first visit to Wanghelu, he had underestimated this young man, considering his culinary skills ordinary. However, after witnessing Cao Dapeng's mastery with the dragon eel dish, his perception shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng was venturing into medicinal cuisine once more, Wu Yuliang was brimming with intrigue, eager to discover how this new culinary endeavor would unfold. "Thank you." Cao Dapeng shrugged and began his preparations in front of Wu Yuliang. Due to Lu Yuliang's betrayal, Jiang Wanqing had learned from her past mistakes. When Wu Yuliang joined their ranks, he not only negotiated a lucrative salary, but also signed a confidentiality agreement. Now, with only the three of them in the kitchen, Cao Dapeng felt no fear of his secret recipes being divulged. He proceeded to weigh the herbs he had just acquired, placing them into a clay pot in the precise sequence and proportions dictated by the medicinal recipe. Wu Yuliang stood by, fully engrossed in the process, mentally noting the weight and order of each herb. After all, the essence of medicinal cuisine lay within these ingredients. Even a slight misstep could drastically alter the flavor and efficacy. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing watched Cao Dapeng's every movement with rapt attention, becoming entranced. For reasons unknown, she found great pleasure in observing him cook. Each step was executed with meticulous precision, everything in perfect harmony. The seemingly ordinary ingredients transformed under Cao Dapeng's deft hands into culinary masterpieces that tantalized the senses. Before long, the eel that had once frightened her had morphed into a fragrant pot of medicinal eel soup. Similarly, scallops and tender chicken were skillfully transformed into a series of aromatic seafood porridge and rich meat broths. Jiang Wanqing mused to herself about which fortunate young woman would one day have the privilege of marrying a man like Cao Dapeng. "Come, Sister Wanqing, old Wu. Do taste and see how it fares." In a moment of distraction, Cao Dapeng had already prepared several medicinal dishes, placing them before Jiang Wanqing and Wu Yuliang. The two exchanged glances and silently nodded, picking up their chopsticks and spoons to savor each dish. Jiang Wanqing, lacking expertise in cooking, found the seafood porridge and soup delightful and refreshing, yet struggled to articulate her thoughts beyond that. In contrast, Wu Yuliang, a professional chef, remained silent as he savored the last dish, the seafood and young chicken, before giving Cao Dapeng a thumbs up in admiration. "Mr. Cao, your culinary skills are truly exceptional," he exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Though a variety of medicinal ingredients were used, the herbal taste is subtle, allowing the original flavors of the ingredients to shine through. "I assure you, these medicinal dishes will undoubtedly be a hit." Having only sampled each dish lightly, he had yet to fully grasp their medicinal effects. However, from a culinary perspective, Wu Yuliang recognized that these dishes surpassed his own signature creations by a significant margin. Your satisfaction is all that matters, Cao Dapeng shrugged, directing his gaze at Wu Yuliang. Why don't you give it a try, old Wu? After all, I merely provided the recipes. I'm not here to serve as the chef at Wang Heilu. It is essential for you to grasp the essence for the establishment to thrive. Wu Yuliang was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded, feeling a bit shy. All right, I'll give it a shot. If I make any mistakes, I hope Mr. Cao will guide me. Despite his age and experience, he felt like a novice before Cao Dapeng. Nevertheless, he welcomed this opportunity. After all, one must continue to learn and embrace new culinary creations. This was a rare chance bestowed upon him by fate. Thus, under Cao Dapeng's guidance, Wu Yuliang replicated the dishes according to his instructions. Being a skilled chef, he was adept at controlling the heat. The principle of medicinal food being derived from the same source suggests that cooking and preparing medicine can often follow similar methodologies. Before long, the delightful dishes reappeared before the trio. Cao Dapeng sampled each one. Although they lacked the depth of flavor he achieved, they were still satisfactory. Everything seems fine. He nodded in approval. Tonight, let's put them to the test and see how the customers respond. Seeing Cao Dapeng's nod, Jiang Wanqing's face brightened with a smile. As darkness enveloped the sky, despite the heavy rain that had fallen throughout the day, Jiang Wanqing's expectations proved accurate. The flow of customers to Wang Heilu remained steady. With no time to prepare a new menu, she instructed the waitstaff to present the dishes as samples, showcasing them to the patrons one by one. Trusting in the culinary prowess of the eel dish, and enticed by the visually appealing presentation of several dishes, the tantalizing aroma wafted into the air even before approaching. Who could resist the allure of such exquisite cuisine? Soon, numerous servers hurriedly delivered orders to the kitchen. Although Cao Dapeng initially planned to take his leave, he was compelled to stay by Jiang Wanqing, who requested his guidance for Wu Yuliang. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty, even though Wu Yuliang was an experienced chef. He had only just commenced his journey into the realm of medicinal cuisine. Moreover, for the diners, the first impression holds immense significance. With Cao Dapeng providing his insights, Jiang Wanqing felt reassured. Reluctantly, Cao Dapeng shrugged and took his place beside Wu Yuliang, offering occasional guidance. Chapter 131. Sister Wanqing's plea before using the angelica root. It is advisable to dry fry it briefly in a hot pan. This way, the flavor will not be overwhelmingly strong. Old Wu. It is also acceptable to add this medicinal herb once the soup has begun to boil. After all, several medicinal dishes are involved, and despite Wu Yuliang's extensive experience, it is challenging to remember all the procedures at once. Fortunately, with Cao Dapeng's guidance at hand, Wu Yuliang felt a sense of relief. It must be said that the servers' promotional efforts were quite effective. Upon hearing that these medicinal dishes could invigorate blood and energy, many diners eagerly placed their orders. Consequently, orders began to pour in one after another. Initially, Cao Dapeng stood by to offer advice, but as time went on, he joined in the cooking. The bustling business at Wang Heilu created an undeniable sense of high demand that, even though manager Zhang had procured plenty of medicinal ingredients, he found himself compelled to return to the herbal shop for more without needing Jiang Wanqing's prompting. What? 50 pounds of each? The beautiful pharmacist, preparing to close for the day, was taken aback to see manager Zhang return. While it was not unusual to request 10 portions during the day, given that many herbs might take time to take effect due to unclear differential diagnosis or improper ratios, now manager Zhang was asking for 50 pounds at once. Even a medicine jar could not accommodate such a quantity. Wasn't it said that the elderly gentleman was unwell? The pharmacist blinked, took a deep breath, and confirmed. Are you certain you want 50 pounds? Absolutely. Manager Zhang replied urgently. I need it immediately, and if all goes well, we might establish a long-term partnership for bulk purchases of these herbs. The pharmacist was taken aback. Not only was he requesting 50 pounds of herbs, but he was also talking about a long-term business relationship for large-scale procurement. This felt more like a business negotiation. Something was amiss. Didn't you say your elderly gentleman was unwell? Do you really need to buy so many herbs? Manager Zhang furrowed his brow, looking at the pharmacist with confusion, and said in a low voice, What elderly gentleman? My father passed away 2 years ago. I am the purchasing manager of Wang Heilu. What do you mean by suddenly mentioning my father? As the purchasing manager, Zhang was adept at reading the room, and quickly sensed that the pharmacist's demeanor had changed significantly since their first encounter. The pharmacist suddenly realized the misunderstanding. No wonder this individual was buying so many herbs. It was for the restaurant's cooking, making everything reasonable. However, after a brief pause, the pharmacist recounted in detail the incident involving Zhao Guanlan requesting her for herbs. All right, I understand, said manager Zhang, his expression darkening. From the pharmacist's description, it was highly likely that the person purchasing the herbs was Zhao Guanlan from Guanlan Pavilion. This Zhao Guanlan, unable to create delicious dishes, was always scheming in dubious ways. Previously, it was merely a matter of poaching Lu Yuliang at a high price, but now they audaciously follow closely behind, procuring medicinal herbs. This cannot stand. I must promptly report the situation to General Jiang. With this thought, Manager Zhang, with a grim expression, summoned several aides and hurriedly made his way towards Wang Heilu with the herbs in tow. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Guanlan Pavilion, although the establishment had ceased operations, Zhao Guanlan had summoned Chef Sun to collaborate on a new version of the spiral eel dish. In his view, the primary reason Guanlan Pavilion's version lacked the allure of Wang Heilu's was due to the herbal formula. If they could unearth an appropriate recipe from the formulas provided by Old Show, perhaps they could create a dish akin to Wang Heilu's spiral eel. Even if it were merely comparable, it would significantly enhance Guanlan Pavilion's business. Xiaozong, here is the new recipe for you to try. Chef Sun chuckled as he presented the newly prepared spiral eel before Zhao Guanlan. This was already the fifth iteration crafted according to Zhao Guanlan's specifications. It must be said that Zhao Guanlan was quite daring. These were all medicinal herbs, and yet he was willing to taste them without fear of adverse reactions. Oh, let me give it a try. Zhao Guanlan paused momentarily before scooping a spoonful of broth into his mouth. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he expelled the soup into the trash bin. Yuck, why is it so bitter? The flavor is all wrong. Let's start over, Zhao Guanlan exclaimed. His face contorted with displeasure. Chef Sun's lips twitched as he thought to himself, given that these were all medicinal herbs, how could there not be bitterness when brewed together? Nevertheless, since Zhao Guanlan insisted on trying, they would proceed. After all, he wasn't footing the bill for these ingredients. Thus, the kitchen of Guanlan Pavilion echoed with Zhao Guanlan's retching sounds from time to time. Wait a moment, Chef Sun, why does this broth taste solely of Angelica? Oh, this flavor is quite pleasant, yet it still pales in comparison to Wang Heilu's. Spitting out a mouthful of herbal residue, Zhao Guanlan found himself in dismay. For many, tasting new dishes is an enjoyable experience. However, at this moment, Zhao Guanlan was thoroughly disheartened. With the addition of various herbal formulas, each tasting felt akin to consuming culinary abominations, leaving him to question the very essence of existence. Damn it. How can Chef Sun fail to replicate that flavor with the same herbs? This simply could not stand. With Guanlan Pavilion currently idle, he resolved to experiment further tonight. Regardless of the circumstances, rinsing his mouth, he addressed Chef Sun. Let us continue. Chef Sun, witnessing Zhao Guanlan's determination, couldn't help but admire his tenacity. It was no wonder he could run such a large restaurant. One had to respect his resolve. As it happened, the medicinal dishes were rather palatable, quite nourishing. The new offerings at Wang Heilu were commendable, rumored to provide benefits for women. I shall bring my wife next time. The cuisine here was becoming increasingly refined. The eel medicinal soup was delightful, surpassing that of the sea eel. Within the confines of Wang Heilu, each table occupied by patrons who had ordered the newly introduced dishes was abuzz with praise for the recently unveiled medicinal cuisine series. Not only were the dishes delectable during the meal, but patrons also felt a profound sense of well-being afterward, their vitality noticeably rejuvenated, leaving them utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang made his way to the kitchen, where he recounted the details of the pharmacy's affairs to Cao Dapeng and Jiang Wanqing. Rest assured, the essence of medicinal cuisine lies in the precise ratios of various herbs and the timing of their incorporation. Merely possessing the herbs without the secret recipe would render it impossible to achieve such remarkable effects. Noticing Jiang Wanqing frown, Cao Dapeng instinctively offered words of comfort. Secretly relieved that he had kept certain elements to himself, otherwise, the new dishes he and Jiang Wanqing had painstakingly created might have been easily replicated by Zhao Guanlan. Sister Wanqing, the customers have nearly finished their meals, so I shall take my leave, Cao Dapeng remarked, stretching languidly as he smiled at Jiang Wanqing. Aware that it was nearing closing time for Wang Heilu. Wait, Jiang Wanqing suddenly recalled something, her eyes sparkling as she grasped Cao Dapeng's arm and led him towards her office. Come with me, I have something to discuss. Cao Dapeng, taken aback, wondered what could be so urgent as to necessitate a private conversation at such a late hour. Chapter 132. Entering the city with my sister-in-law while Cao Dapeng was still in a state of confusion. Jiang Wanqing had already taken his arm and unceremoniously led him into her exclusive office. With a resounding thud, the door to the office closed behind them, leaving the spacious room occupied solely by the two of them. Dapeng, please take a seat. Just give me a couple of minutes. Jiang Wanqing smiled as she pressed Cao Dapeng onto the leather sofa and proceeded to her desk, where she opened her computer and began typing furiously. Seemingly engrossed in her task, Before long, with a soft whirring sound, the printer beside the computer spat out several sheets of paper. Here. All you need to do is put your ID and name on these 2 contracts and affix your signature, Jiang Wanqing said, presenting Cao Dapeng with a signature pen and an ink pad, placing the 2 pristine contracts before him. Contracts? What do you mean? Cao Dapeng exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the documents only to discover they were share transfer agreements. Jiang Wanqing crossed her arms and settled herself on the armrest of the sofa, a delightful fragrance wafting over. Dapeng, you have significantly aided Wang Heilu. Without your help, we would not have the dragon eel or the numerous medicinal dishes we have today. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, gazing earnestly at Cao Dapeng, and smiled softly. You have assisted me immensely, and I cannot let you do so without recompense. Consider this your technical investment. I will transfer 200,000 to you, and in addition, by signing this contract, you will receive 10% of annual dividends from Wang Heilu. What? 200,000 plus 10% dividends from Wang Heilu? Cao Dapeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely lent Jiang Wanqing a hand a couple of times, yet she was offering him such substantial benefits. Sister, what are you doing? Cao Dapeng responded helplessly. I regard you as my sister. That's why I helped you. It's just a few medicinal dishes. There's no need for such formality. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanqing's hand covered his mouth. With a serious expression, she looked down at him and stated, even among dear brothers, one must keep accounts clear. If you genuinely consider me your sister, then sign the contract. Besides, this contract isn't just a formality. In the future, whenever you have the time, come to Wang Heilu to offer your insights and create new dishes. That's how you'll truly be an investor in terms of skills. As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing took out her phone and directly transferred 200,000 to Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. Jiang Wanqing truly was generous. 200,000 was no small sum, and she offered it to him so readily. All right, I will sign. He sighed, realizing he had no reason to refuse after everything that had been said. Without even reading the specifics of the contract, he picked up the pen and signed his name in the designated area, along with his fingerprint. Look at your forlorn expression. It's as if I'm making you sign away your life. Jiang Wanqing chuckled, shaking the signed contracts in her hand. Well then, dear Dapeng, from this moment on, you are a shareholder of Wang Heilu. On behalf of Wang Heilu, I welcome you. With that, she playfully extended her hands. In the future, please take good care of Jiang. Cao Dapeng was both amused and bewildered. He had just shaken hands with Jiang Wanqing when, unexpectedly, she leaned forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. She then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Lucky Star brother, thank you. Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, Jiang Wanqing had already released him and waved goodbye, saying, All right, the matter is settled. You may leave now. Take care on your way. Cao Dapeng felt a sense of unease, sensing something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate what it was. However, the thought of receiving 200,000, which would not only allow him to repay his debts to Lu Qingyu but also enable him to reap dividends from Wang Heilu annually, lifted his spirits. He rode his motorcycle towards Hongshu village. After receiving the payment, Fu returned to the village, having unknowingly worked at Wang Heilu until 11 o'clock. As Cao Dapeng approached his home, he noticed that his elder brother and sister-in-law had been waiting in the yard for quite some time. Ah, Dapeng, you have finally returned. Upon seeing him, Su Ling and Cao Dahai quickly stood up with fans in hand, beaming as they approached him. Brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Cao Dapeng halted his motorcycle, looking curiously at the pair. Well, Su Ling glanced at her husband and smiled. I have discussed the matter of making squid shreds with your brother, and he has no objections. Standing nearby, Cao Dapeng awkwardly nodded. Yes, I trust Dapeng. Su Ling continued. I also spoke with Miss Han Jiangxue. She has asked me to visit the city tomorrow, where she will assist me with the procedures. Sounds good. Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng's spirits lifted. After I finish collecting the gooseneck barnacles tomorrow, you can ride with me to the city. Perfect. Relieved by Cao Dapeng's agreement, Su Ling pulled Cao Dahai along as they headed outside, bidding farewell to him. We shall retire for the night now, Dapeng. Make sure to rest early. All right. Cao Dapeng nodded, watching as his brother was led away by his sister-in-law, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. His elder brother truly was quite the character. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Once the squid shreds business took off, they would no longer have to endure their previous impoverished existence. Life was indeed improving step by step, wasn't it? With a shrug, Cao Dapeng returned home, enjoyed a hot shower, and fell into a deep slumber. The following noon, several tricycles came to a halt at the entrance of Cao Dapeng's yard. Villagers from nearby hamlets, who had come to harvest gooseneck barnacles, gathered, each carrying their catch. After a day of heavy rain the previous day, the villagers had been unable to venture out to collect barnacles. However, thanks to the rain, They discovered early this morning that the crevices of the rocks were now filled with large barnacles, much to their delight. Thus, after a morning of diligent harvesting, they brought their bountiful catch to Cao Dapeng. These look splendid. Cao Dapeng glanced at the barnacles within the buckets and couldn't help but nod in approval. Today's barnacles were indeed of superior quality, requiring no sorting whatsoever. Without hesitation, he weighed them for the fisherman and promptly transferred the payment. As he watched the fisherman depart with cheerful expressions, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Dapeng, when are we setting off? Turning around, Cao Dapeng was startled to see a woman adorned with makeup, clad in a vibrant orange floral dress, approaching him with a hesitant gaze. It was none other than his sister-in-law, Su Ling. Normally, she donned the factory uniform and rarely indulged in embellishments, so this sudden transformation nearly left him unrecognizable. Oh, we'll be leaving shortly. Please, get in the car. Cao Dapeng quickly responded, regaining his composure. Chapter 133, The Gifted White Mouse. The transformation of the city is truly remarkable. As Su Ling gazed out at the towering skyscrapers passing by her window, she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The last time she visited Tiannan City, it was to prepare furniture for her marriage to Cao Dahai. Later, when she became pregnant with her daughter Ran and faced the tragedy of her in-law's maritime accident, she and her husband were consumed with the toil of repaying debts and never returned to the city. Today, accompanying Cao Dapeng back to Tiannan City, Su Ling felt as if she had stepped into a different era. Indeed, after 3 years of hardship, she felt almost like a country bumpkin. Sister-in-law, once the squid strips start making money, let my brother buy a car to take you shopping every day. Cao Dapeng glanced at the contemplative Su Ling and couldn't help but smile. He silently sighed within, recognizing that Su Ling had endured so much alongside his brother. A woman of her caliber was truly rare. Dapeng, do you really think those squid strips will be profitable? Upon mentioning the squid strips, Su Ling's expression grew tense. Having spent years working in the village, she felt uncertain about venturing into business. Rest assured, you need only focus on production. We'll handle the sales and marketing. Cao Dapeng reassured her with a smile. You know, Lu Qingyu and Han Jiangxue are quite discerning when it comes to food. They've tasted all kinds of delicacies. Yet even they cannot praise your squid strips enough. What does that indicate? It shows that your culinary skills are truly exceptional, so have faith. Su Ling bit her lip, feeling a surge of confidence. Dapeng, after hearing you say that, I feel as though I could be a boss. Straightening her posture, she mused about how articulate her younger brother-in-law was, pondering why he hadn't attracted any girls. It had been 3 years, surely. Dapeng should have moved on from his previous relationship. She wondered which of the girls he favored, and resolved to seize opportunities to play matchmaker. While they engaged in conversation, the pickup truck arrived at the entrance of the Ling and Pharmaceutical Group building. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, Cao Dapeng spotted a beautiful woman in a pink skirt waving cheerfully at them. Dapeng, I'll take care of your sister-in-law. You go upstairs to find Qingyu. She seems to be experimenting with some milk tea. As a 5-star chef, you must help her taste it. Han Jiangxue flashed a grin at Cao Dapeng. And before he could respond, she whisked Su Ling away in her jeep, departing with an air of confidence. It wasn't until they had driven quite a distance that Han Jiangxue finally exhaled deeply, a smirk playing on her lips. Xiaoxue, what are you laughing at? You seem a bit mischievous. Su Ling noticed the expression on Han Jiangxue's face and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about the expression on Cao Dapeng's face when he tastes Lu Qingyu's custom milk tea, Han Jiangxue replied, stifling a giggle. Early that morning, Lu Qingyu had enlisted her as a willing test subject. Originally, it was said that Lu Qingyu was going to venture into the milk tea business, and she was filled with anticipation. However, after arriving at Ling and Pharmaceutical Group and tasting her best friend's homemade milk tea, Han Jiangxue was consumed with regret. What Lu Qingyu concocted was not milk tea at all, but rather a brew reminiscent of medicinal tea. Nay, it was nothing short of pure traditional Chinese medicine, far more unpalatable than the herbal teas of eastern Guangdong. Thus, upon hearing that Cao Dapeng had brought Su Ling to this place, she felt as though she had clutched a lifeline, rushing down the building in haste. Heh, I can already envision Cao Dapeng's face twisted in despair. Han Jiangxue chuckled to herself. Cao Dapeng, oh Cao Dapeng, it seems we shall share both fortune and misfortune together. Why does it feel like this girl's smile is a bit peculiar? At the foot of Ling and Pharmaceutical Building, watching Han Jiangxue and Su Ling depart, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He soon shook his head, handing over the barnacles to the warehouse manager who had hurried over, before striding into the building with 2 plump fish in hand. The moment he stepped through the entrance, he felt a multitude of gazes directed at him. Indifferent to the attention, he approached the front desk and inquired, "Where can I find General Manager Liu?" The receptionist promptly replied, "Hello. General Manager Liu is in Laboratory 9 on the 22nd floor. Just turn left when you get there." Cao Dapeng nodded. revealing a charming smile that showcased his 8 pearly teeth. "Thank you." With that, he entered the elevator, and as soon as he did, whispers began to circulate in the lobby. "Look, Cao Dapeng is back. Do you think he is in a relationship with General Manager Liu? I've known her for years, yet I've never seen her wear a dress for anyone before. Indeed, this young man is quite handsome. He clearly has a slim figure when dressed. But I wonder how many abs he has." At that moment, Cao Dapeng was blissfully unaware that his arrival had sparked a flurry of gossip across several WeChat groups within Ling and Pharmaceuticals. Exiting the elevator, he hardly needed to search. The scent of medicine guided him directly to the room occupied by Lu Qingyu. There, he found her clad in a white lab coat, intently standing before a clay pot, occasionally adding ingredients to the mix. The adjacent table was adorned with an array of assorted herbal materials, alongside numerous cups brimming with various shades of milk tea. "Dapeng, you're here." Sensing someone behind her, Lu Qingyu turned around swiftly. Upon recognizing Cao Dapeng, a radiant smile blossomed on her slightly perspiring face. Come, Dapeng. This is my latest formulation, the goddess tea for beauty and rejuvenation. You must try it." In the next moment, Lu Qingyu approached him with a cup of dark, murky milk tea, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, evoking in Cao Dapeng's mind the image of Pan Jinlian sweetly urging Wu Dalong, "Darling, come drink your medicine." At that instant, Cao Dapeng finally comprehended why Han Jiangxue had regarded him so oddly downstairs. He had unwittingly transformed into a willing test subject. "Haha, Qingyu. Do you see what I have brought for you?" Cao Dapeng chuckled heartily, refusing to accept the cup of peculiar cuisine offered by Lu Qingyu. Instead, he waved the fish in his hand, stating, "Did we not say we would concoct a traditional Chinese medicine milk tea? How could we do so without the fish maw of the mullet?" With that, Cao Dapeng placed 2 fish on the cutting board and turned to Lu Qingyu, saying, "Why don't we start anew? A fresh beginning allows us to control the proportions, ensuring it is not overly unpalatable. If I were to simply serve as your guinea pig, I fear I would flee faster than Han Jiangxue." To his surprise, you even brought mullet. Splendid. I happen to have some recipes left by my grandfather. Let us give it a try. Lu Qingyu quickly produced all the prescriptions she had unearthed from the old residence and laid them before Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng glanced at the recipes, instantly feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. No wonder Lu Qingyu was so eager to experiment with the new tea today. It appeared she intended to forcefully blend these formulas with the milk tea. Cao Dapeng felt a twinge of sympathy for Han Jiangxue, who had departed not long ago. Chapter 134, The Birth of Herbal Milk Tea. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the significance of the 5 flavors in nurturing the 5 vital energies. These 5 flavors are sour, bitter, sweet, pungent, and salty, corresponding to the 5 vital organs: the liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each linked to the elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Foods imbued with these flavors undergo digestion in the gastrointestinal tract, transforming into the corresponding energies that nourish the respective organs. By employing the principles of the interplay of the 5 elements, a harmonious balance within the organs can be achieved, ultimately leading to recovery from ailments. However, the medicinal prescriptions presented by Lu Qingyu predominantly feature bitter and pungent herbs as the primary ingredients, lacking any harmonizing components, which raises skepticism about their palatability. "We do not require these herbs for now. Allow me to draft a list of ingredients to see if you can gather them," Cao Dapeng stated. Taking up a piece of paper and pen, promptly composing an extensive list of herbs before Lu Qingyu. Upon reviewing the list, Lu Qingyu was taken aback. Longan, chestnuts, red beans, black sesame, honeysuckle, rose petals. She blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Cao Dapeng, are you certain this is for herbal milk tea? These ingredients are typically favored by young women. What purpose do you have for them? They seem unrelated to herbal milk tea. Who says this isn't herbal milk tea?" Cao Dapeng retorted, casting a glance at Lu Qingyu. The principle of food and medicine sharing a common source holds true. Anything edible falls within the 5 elements and serves as a medicinal ingredient for the body. Moreover, the foods people are particularly fond of often indicate a deficiency of that flavor in their constitution. These ingredients may be favored by women, yet they are also beneficial medicinal herbs for their health. You have a pharmacy at your disposal, so why not verify if these herbs are available? Lu Qingyu was left in a state of astonishment. Although her grandfather was a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Lu Qingyu herself lacked expertise in this domain. Eyeing Cao Dapeng with suspicion, she promptly instructed someone to fetch the herbs from the adjacent cabinet. Before long, a plethora of Cao Dapeng's requested ingredients appeared before Lu Qingyu, albeit differing from her expectations. Whether it was longan or rose petals, they were not fresh fruits or blossoms, but rather specially processed dried goods. The efficacy of fresh longan and dried longan varies significantly. Fresh longan, being high in moisture, has a milder medicinal property and a weaker nourishing effect, often causing heat when consumed in excess. In contrast, dried longan, with its concentrated sugars, possesses a much more potent nourishing strength, though it can also induce heat if consumed excessively. While Lu Qingyu was momentarily lost in thought, Cao Dapeng had already commenced weighing the herbs with precision. He effortlessly scooped various ingredients onto the scale, then combined them seamlessly. Throughout the process, he neither added nor subtracted, as if his hand were an extension of the scale itself. Cao Dapeng never anticipated that one day his swift hand would align with the principles outlined in the Compendium of Materia Medica. With just a glance, he could effortlessly grasp the desired weight of each ingredient. After meticulously matching a prescription, Cao Dapeng placed all the ingredients into a clay pot. Once the water reached a boil, he added the specially cut fish bladders of the croaker. Furthermore, red dates and goji berries were included. After simmering for approximately half an hour, Cao Dapeng transferred the medicinal broth into another clay pot, adding fresh milk to the mixture. As the milk began to bubble, his custom-made milk tea was finally ready. Come, Lu Qingyu, sample the divine elixir I have crafted for replenishing energy and enhancing beauty. Cao Dapeng poured a cup of the freshly brewed milk tea and offered it to Lu Qingyu. How fragrant! Let me try. At that moment, Lu Qingyu gazed at Cao Dapeng with newfound admiration. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. The earlier Cao Dapeng moved with such fluidity, reminiscent of a master chef or an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. For a fleeting moment, Lu Qingyu could not discern whether he was a chef or a physician. However, setting aside these thoughts, the cup of milk tea before her was undeniably aromatic. Even the scent alone was enticing. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Qingyu grasped a straw and gently took a sip. Although the tea was slightly hot, the sweetness of the longan, the floral notes of the rose, and the flavors of the other ingredients flooded her palate with delight. Each flavor was distinct yet harmoniously intertwined, creating a novel taste experience. The unique richness of the tea provided Lu Qingyu with immense enjoyment. This is exquisite. Upon awakening from her reverie, she looked expectantly at Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, do these herbs truly possess the beauty-enhancing properties you mentioned? This cup of milk tea was simply too delicious. If it indeed had beautifying effects for women, Lu Qingyu was certain that it would become immensely popular upon its release. Yet, how had Cao Dapeng acquired such knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, beyond merely cooking? Oh, how fragrant! Just then, a series of shuffling footsteps echoed from the entrance, accompanied by an elderly voice filled with astonishment. Longan, rose, honeysuckle. Qingyu, you must be using the qi tonifying and blood-nourishing formula, right? Wait, something seems amiss. What is this prescription? Cao Dapeng turned to see an elderly man in a tang suit, leaning on a cane, standing at the door with a look of curiosity. Grandpa Huang? Upon seeing the elderly man, Lu Qingyu, who had already been bubbling with excitement, immediately brightened up and hurried towards him, presenting the cup of milk tea. Grandpa Huang, please give it a taste. The elder obediently took a sip, smacking his lips before commenting, you've also added chestnut, astragalus, and poria. This concoction is indeed suitable for women who have trouble with late nights and poor temperaments. And fish gelatin? Qingyu, your thought process is commendable. This formula will also work wonders for women with sallow complexions, restoring their radiance. Quite impressive. The elder's excitement grew with each word he uttered, to the point where he could not help but let out a hum of discontent. Had your grandfather not clung so steadfastly to the old traditions and imparted his medical knowledge to you, the Lu family traditional Chinese medicine hall would not have fallen into obscurity. Lu Qingyu, flattered by the praise, felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly clarified, Grandpa Huang, this formula is not my own creation. It was recently developed by my friend, Cao Dapeng. By the way, allow me to introduce you. Turning towards Cao Dapeng, Lu Qingyu continued, this is Mr. Huang Qi, the esteemed former president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Tian'an City and a dear friend of my grandfather. I had intended to invite Grandpa Huang to assist us today. Chapter 135. Emergency situations. Lu Qingyu possessed a certain level of self-awareness. Prior to experimenting with the medicinal milk tea, she had already called Mr. Huang Qi, intending to seek his guidance. However, to her surprise, Cao Dapeng arrived first. Huang Qi was the former president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tian'an City and a provincial expert at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, enjoying a special state allowance each year. Having just retired this year, numerous hospitals were eager to rehire him. Yet, after a lifetime of hard work, Huang Qi longed to find a place to enjoy his retirement. Nevertheless, upon receiving Lu Qingyu's call, he set aside his affairs and unhesitatingly came to offer his assistance. Old Lu had cherished this granddaughter deeply in his lifetime. How could Huang Qi refuse her request? Oh, are you also a practitioner of traditional medicine? Huang Qi furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Cao Dapeng. Having begun his medical studies at the tender age of 7 and with years of clinical experience, he was indeed well-versed in his field. From the milk tea prepared earlier, it was evident that the individual handling the medicinal herbs had an exceptional grasp of their properties. Such proficiency could not be achieved without extensive research into traditional Chinese herbal medicine. Not at all. I am merely a humble fisherman from a village, Cao Dapeng replied, shrugging with a modest smile. There are many medicinal herbs in the village, and I've read a bit about traditional medicine, so it was all rather accidental. He merely dabbled in herbal knowledge and culinary medicine. Never did he expect to encounter the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association today. Akin to brandishing a sword before Guangdong or wielding an axe in front of Liu Ban, it is well known that traditional Chinese medicine is profound and intricate, encompassing various disciplines such as the I Ching, Taoism, the 5 elements, Yin and Yang, as well as the 6 Qi. To become a competent practitioner, one must possess astronomical knowledge of the heavens, geographical understanding of the earth, and insight into human culture. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere quack rather than a true physician. Is that so? What a coincidence, Huang Qi said, his expression warm as he regarded Cao Dapeng, and without further inquiry, he leaned on his cane and approached the experimental table. As his eyes scanned the recently acquired herbs, his murky gaze suddenly brightened. What Lu Qingyu aimed to create was a medicinal milk tea that not only held therapeutic value, but was also palatable for consumption. The ideal approach would involve herbs that served both medicinal and culinary purposes, much like those before him. If they relied solely on herbs meant strictly for medicinal use, widespread promotion would be impossible. Huang Qi's personal visit was precisely to remind Lu Qingyu of this essential point. However, he had not anticipated that someone had already taken this step ahead of him. Dapeng, Qingyu, you must have other formulas, right? Don't mind me, continue your work. And I shall serve as your humble guinea pig today. Huang Qi smiled gently, choosing to sit on a nearby chair. His eyes filled with eager expectation as he looked at the two. He had arrived too late to witness the earlier process, and now he was keen to observe closely. Wonderful. With you, esteemed elder, present, I feel much more at ease. Lu Qingyu exclaimed joyfully. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Qi and Cao Dapeng each harbored their own thoughts. She eagerly pulled Cao Dapeng along, murmuring, Dapeng, didn't you mention you had several medicinal recipes? Let us proceed, for today is a rare occasion with Grandpa Huang's presence, and we must seize this opportunity. Well, fine then. Cao Dapeng glanced towards the distant astragalus, steadfast as a mountain, and then at the close at hand Lu Qingyu, reluctantly nodding in agreement. After all, he had foolishly boasted earlier about experimenting with a new formula alongside Lu Qingyu. Once uttered, words must be honored, even if it meant kneeling to fulfill them. Next, Cao Dapeng utilized various herbs, such as polygonatum, osmanthus, mulberry, and burdock root, meticulously combining them in a specific sequence and proportion within the clay pot to brew. These herbs served diverse remedies, some for white hair, others for appetite loss, and some for insomnia and irritability. By adjusting the ratios, distinct therapeutic effects could be achieved. Meanwhile, the astragalus, seated not far away, observed every movement of Cao Dapeng with keen intensity, his gaze growing increasingly bright. Although Cao Dapeng relied on a scale to measure the herbs, it was evident that he possessed an extraordinary precision in handling them. Each time he prepared the medicine, the quantities were spot on. Such meticulous control was a rarity, even among seasoned pharmacists with 5 or 6 years of experience. Moreover, his technique in brewing the herbal tea revealed a profound understanding of the principles of herbal preparation. He knew precisely when to use each herb and how much to add, with every step executed flawlessly. If this were merely coincidence, it was certainly an extraordinary one. A prodigy. The term suddenly surfaced in the mind of the astragalus, and his gaze towards Cao Dapeng grew fervent. Akin to a young man filled with youthful vigor unexpectedly encountering a beautiful maiden in her bath, the astragalus felt a burgeoning desire to take him as a disciple. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes innate wisdom. Currently, it faces severe suppression by Western medicine, leading to a perilous fate of potential extinction. Many experts within the field have been significantly influenced, with medical universities now categorizing their programs according to Western models, resulting in a widespread phenomenon where practitioners lack essential knowledge of both medicine and herbs. They may spout theoretical jargon, but once in clinical practice, they are utterly confounded. A doctor who is unfamiliar with medicinal substances, how can they claim to heal others? Yet this young man before me possesses such a solid foundation in traditional herbal knowledge. With just a bit of guidance, he is bound to achieve greatness. Come, Grandpa Huang, please have a taste. During the astragalus's reverie, Lu Qingyu had already presented several cups of distinct herbal teas before him. The astragalus nodded, tasting each cup with a spoon. accurately identifying the herbs in each brew as though reciting treasured memories, and even elucidating clearly on their effects on the human body. Remarkable, Lu Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Grandpa Huang, does this mean these herbal teas can truly be promoted? Certainly, the astragalus affirmed with a nod, his gaze remaining fixed on Cao Dapeng. Just adhere to today's proportions, neither more nor less. He then smiled and continued, Dapeng, have you considered delving deeper into the realm of traditional Chinese medicine? Today's youth often exhibit impatience, seeking speed over precision. Finding a reliable successor is exceedingly challenging. Huang Qi's refusal to accept the reappointment from those prestigious hospitals stemmed from a significant reason: his desire to establish a mentorship program at the opportune moment. In traditional Chinese medicine, the genuine practitioners can only be cultivated through the age-old apprenticeship model. Just then, the sudden vibration of his mobile phone pierced through his thoughts. What? All right, I will be there shortly. With a furrowed brow, Huang Qi ended the call and turned to Cao Dapeng, saying, Dapeng, you possess a notable talent in traditional medicine. Should you find yourself interested in this field, feel free to reach out to me. Qingyu has my contact information. He continued, Gentlemen, I must attend to an urgent matter. So I take my leave. With that, Huang Qi leaned on his cane and hurriedly departed from the Ling and Pharmaceutical Building. Despite his retirement, he found it difficult to turn down a life-saving medical case when it arose. Chapter 136. Critical condition even in retirement. Grandfather Huang remains restless. The moment he hears of a challenging ailment, he unhesitatingly rushes to provide treatment. Observing Huang Qi's hasty departure, Lu Qingyu sighed helplessly and turned to Cao Dapeng, saying with a smile, Dapeng, Grandfather Huang is indeed a medical luminary in our Tiannan city. Nearly all the experts and professors here have benefited from his guidance. Are you truly certain you do not wish to take him as your mentor? Cao Dapeng shrugged his shoulders. Although saving a life is akin to constructing a magnificent pagoda, and being a doctor is a noble act of virtue, he preferred the life of a carefree fisherman. Life is fleeting. Living for oneself brings greater joy. In his past life, Cao Dapeng had toiled diligently, only to be burdened with illness and heavy mortgage debts. What had he truly gained? Rather than laboring tirelessly for little reward, he found solace in the thought of being an untroubled fisherman, spending his days by the sea, raising fish, occasionally sailing out to embrace the waves, waking naturally from slumber, and counting money until his hands ached. Wasn't such a life appealing? You live quite freely, Lu Qingyu remarked, astonished. It was well known that Huang Qi held an unparalleled status in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Tiannan City, with many vying to become his disciple. Yet, here was Cao Dapeng, turning down such an opportunity. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be enraged. However, Lu Qingyu soon burst into laughter. Her own grandfather had dedicated his life to traditional medicine, ultimately facing near imprisonment and dying in discontent. Living as carefree as Cao Dapeng was indeed admirable. How wonderful it would be if I could live as freely as you. Lu Qingyu gazed at Cao Dapeng with envy, then broke into a radiant smile. All right, Dapeng. Since Grandfather Huang has spoken, your milk tea recipe is bound to be a sensation. Could you write down the recipe and the process? It would facilitate our collaboration with the Wanmin Group. Lu Qingyu's Lingnan Pharmaceutical Company specialized in the research and development of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet the costs of promoting a traditional herbal milk tea business through rented storefronts were exorbitant. A direct partnership with the Wanmin Group would alleviate such financial burdens. Since signing a contract with Wanmin Group, the sales of Tinghu tablet had been remarkably successful. If they could promote these herbal milk teas, it would significantly advance the cause of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, with the booming delivery business, it would indirectly aid Wanmin Group's promotion. Surely, Jiang Wenwei of Wanmin would not refuse such an opportunity. Absolutely, Cao Dapeng responded, observing Lu Qingyu's childlike delight, which brought him joy as well. He promptly wrote down the recipes and preparation methods for the herbal milk tea and handed them to Lu Qingyu. By the way, Qingyu, he said, winking at her, I still owe you 150,000. I happen to have the funds today, so I shall repay you now. That was quick. Lu Qingyu gazed at the array of milk tea recipes before her, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Cao Dapeng. So many precious formulas. And you just offer them to me without hesitation. Do you truly believe I would take your 150,000? She waved her hand dismissively. You should keep that money for your own affairs. Consider it a royalty for the rights to these recipes. With this arrangement, I find myself profiting. Though Lu Qingyu possessed no knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, the esteemed evaluations from Huang Lao, coupled with her years of business acumen, assured her that once Cao Dapeng's herbal milk tea hit the market, it would undoubtedly be a resounding success. The profits would far exceed the mere 150,000. Even selling the formula alone could yield over $1 million. Given Cao Dapeng's generosity, She felt no shame in foregoing the sum. With a twinkle in her eyes, Lu Qingyu continued, "This is merely the first payment. Once the project is solidified, you will need to sign a partnership contract with me. You are now my collaborator in this herbal milk tea venture." Cao Dapeng, caught between amusement and disbelief, reflected on the wisdom of the ancients. There is treasure in books. Knowledge indeed creates wealth. He had not anticipated that the two luminous book symbols he acquired yesterday would not only resolve his debts but also inadvertently lead to significant financial gain. These symbols were likely the most lucrative tokens he had encountered in some time. Buzzing interrupted his thoughts as his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Han Jiangshui. As he answered, a mischievous chuckle resonated from the other end. "Chef Cao, how does the milk tea crafted by our boss Qingyu taste?" Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback but replied with a grin, "It is exceptionally delicious. I am quite satiated. Just now, I was discussing with Qingyu when our herbal milk tea would officially launch." "Are you certain?" The voice on the other end faltered slightly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tiannan City People's Hospital, Han Jiangshui furrowed her brows in skepticism. This was not how she envisioned the conversation going. She had expected Cao Dapeng, with his culinary expertise, to criticize Lu Qingyu's creation mercilessly, lamenting his disappointment. Yet, the current dialogue seemed to diverge from her anticipated script. "Of course. I wager you've never tasted such delectable milk tea," Cao Dapeng interjected, then continued, "By the way, Xiaoxua, how is the matter regarding my sister-in-law progressing?" "Sister-in-law? It is nearly complete," Han Xiaoxue replied, smacking her forehead as she realized she had been so focused on witnessing Cao Dapeng's reaction that she almost neglected her duties. "The business license has been successfully registered, and I just accompanied her for the health examination required for the health certificate. We are presently at the People's Hospital." She glanced at Su Ling beside her, adding, "Sister-in-law is a bit carsick and wishes for you to drive here and take her back to the village. It will give her time to recover." "What? My sister-in-law is carsick?" Cao Dapeng was momentarily startled, having not considered this factor. Noticing the late hour, he nodded decisively. "All right. I will set off immediately to bring my sister-in-law home." Outside the wards of Tiannan City People's Hospital, a group of esteemed experts stood with palpable tension, their anxious gazes fixed upon a middle-aged man seated in a chair. This man was none other than Li Guofeng, the chairman of the Fengling Group and a significant taxpayer in Tiannan City. His daughter suffered from congenital heart disease and had undergone numerous treatments at their hospital. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the specialists had yielded no results. From the perspective of Western medicine, the only recourse was a heart transplant. However, the risks associated with such a procedure were daunting, and the patient herself appeared reluctant to proceed. In desperation, they summoned the venerable traditional Chinese medicine master, Mr. Huang Qi, hoping that his expertise might prove beneficial. If even Mr. Huang could not offer assistance, it seemed that Mr. Li's daughter might truly be beyond salvation. Chapter 137. I wish to meet someone, Uncle Li. Man's condition cannot be delayed any longer. In the corridor, Qin Luo anxiously gazed at Li Guofeng, speaking in a hushed tone. "Have you not noticed that Man's episodes grow increasingly severe? At this rate, she may not endure much longer. I am a specialist in cardiology, and transplant procedures have become exceedingly advanced. Trust me, if you are willing, I can immediately contact other hospitals. Within 30 minutes, we could secure a suitable heart." Indeed, lying in the hospital room was none other than Li Man. Ever since their return from Hongshu village, she had been suffering immensely. Had she not been brought in promptly today, her life would have been in grave peril. "Qin Luo, thank you, I understand." In response, a flicker of helplessness crossed Li Guofeng's weary face as he sighed softly. "I have urged Man many times, yet she refuses to comply. I am at a loss." He shook his head. "Let us wait for old Huang to conduct his treatment and reassess the situation." Li Guofeng's wife had passed away early, leaving him with only Li Man as his daughter. Unfortunately, she had been born with congenital heart disease. Over the years, he had consulted nearly every expert in Tiannan City in hopes of curing her, but all efforts proved futile. In the entirety of Tiannan City, only old Huang's medical expertise offered some relief, managing to stabilize Li Man's condition to a certain extent. However, Li Guofeng recalled that many years ago, old Huang had mentioned that even with optimal care, Man's organ function could only be sustained for 12 years. This was the reason he had acquiesced when she expressed a desire to see the sea a few days prior, since he could not cure her. He wished for her to experience joy. Yet, Li Guofeng never anticipated that upon returning from Hongshu village, her condition would deteriorate so drastically. Creaking open, the door to the hospital room revealed old Huang, his visage weary as he exited. "Old Huang, how's my daughter?" Upon seeing him, Li Guofeng sprang up, rushing to old Huang with an anxious expression, as though awaiting a death sentence. Sighing, old Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Li Guofeng with resignation. Man is inherently frail. It seems she has caught a chill, the cold dampness infiltrating her body, overwhelming her heart. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Speak. Li Guofeng inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon old Huang. Man's current condition is exceedingly dire. She may not survive until the end of the year. Old Huang lamented. Li Man had been his patient for over a decade, and throughout these years, he had tirelessly sought treatment methods, yet all attempts had been in vain. What? Although Li Guofeng had sensed this outcome, hearing the words aloud caused him to stagger, nearly collapsing. Uncle Li, Qin Luo, standing nearby, quickly moved to support Li Guofeng, urgently proclaiming, the ailments that traditional medicine cannot heal, we in Western medicine may be able to address. Seizing the moment, while circumstances remain relatively stable, I believe we can proceed with the heart transplantation. With a fresh heart, Man could potentially extend her life by at least a decade. Li Guofeng opened his mouth, yet remained silent. Huang Qi merely chuckled at this notion, dismissing it with a wave as he nodded towards Li Guofeng and made his way outside. There was little point in further discussion. In the realm of Western medicine, nearly every organ in the human body can be replaced. Any malfunctioning part can be exchanged for a new one. As long as the compatibility is successful, there exists the possibility of renewed life. However, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, such an approach is seen as detrimental to the natural order. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes that the 5 internal organs house 5 corresponding spirits. Each organ is associated with distinct mental activities. For instance, the heart holds the spirit, the liver contains the soul, the spleen nurtures intention, the lungs harbor the corporeal soul, and the kidneys embody willpower. If any of these organs are compromised, the associated mental functions are inevitably affected. A straightforward example would be that if kidney energy is abundant, a person will possess strong memory and resolve. Conversely, if kidney essence is deficient, memory deteriorates, and one finds it difficult to concentrate on any endeavor. Each individual's organs harbor unique energies, which naturally resist foreign hosts. If transplantation is forcibly conducted, even if the patient survives, they will endure immense spiritual and physical suffering daily. Many individuals who have undergone organ transplants often experience nightmares, sometimes even dreaming of the previous host of the organ. Over time, their tempers may become exceedingly volatile, accompanied by rejection reactions in other parts of the body, causing excruciating pain. Thus, in many successful transplant cases, despite survival, patients rely on medication to alleviate their suffering. Yet ultimately, they cannot withstand the newly introduced organs and, unable to sustain life for long, succumb once more. Huang Qi had done all he could. What remained was beyond his control. Observing Huang Qi's departing figure, Li Guofeng hesitated, unwilling to part from his daughter. He swiftly entered the hospital room, gazing at his daughter lying on the bed, his heart aching as he spoke. Man. Perhaps we should know. The pallid Li Man shook her head resolutely, her voice weak but firm. Dad, everyone has their own fate. We must choose to accept it. I understand what heart transplantation entails. It is too cruel. I do not agree, and if you proceed with this, I will never forgive you. Hearing this, Qin Luo, who had entered alongside them, became frantic. Man, but if you don't, you will die. Li Man offered a faint smile. Everyone will die. It is merely a matter of time. Qin Luo, feeling powerless, turned to Li Guofeng. Uncle, what do you think? Li Guofeng gazed intently at his daughter, memories flooding back of his wife's dying instructions to care for their daughter. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless in this moment. Very well. Let us heed Man's wishes. He shook his head, a tender expression gracing his weary face. He looked at his daughter and asked, Man, is there anything you wish to eat or do lately? Since their time together was limited, he resolved to make her as happy as possible in the days that remained. As a father, it was all he could do. Father, I wish to meet someone to express my gratitude. Li Man blinked her eyes, and for reasons unknown, a figure suddenly emerged in her mind. Oh, who is it? Li Guofeng was taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at his daughter. Due to her frail constitution, he had always been quite strict with her throughout her upbringing, resulting in her having but a few friends. Now, she desired to meet someone? Well, his name is Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village. I am delighted to know him, and I wish to meet him, Li Man said weakly. The mere mention of Cao Dapeng brought a smile to her lips. She recalled a moment by the Coral Sea, realizing that her life was fleeting, apart from her father. She had no true companions. Cao Dapeng was the sole person who illuminated her brief existence, teaching her the essence of joy. Thus, if she had to choose someone to meet, it seemed that only Cao Dapeng would suffice. Cao Dapeng? Li Guofeng's expression stiffened, acutely aware of the happiness that blossomed on his daughter's face at the mention of his name. It struck him like a blow. akin to watching a prized cabbage he had nurtured for years being trampled by a pig. Yet, the thought that his daughter had yet to experience romance at her age tugged at his heartstrings, invoking a sense of guilt within him. Very well, Cao Dapeng it is. Li Guofeng nodded, turning to Qin Luo with an inquiry. Do you have his contact information? I shall reach out to him. Qin Luo. Chapter 138. Wishing your entire family hospitalized once again, it is Cao Dapeng. Qin Luo clenched his fists, astonished that after years of knowing Li Man, the one she yearned to see the most in her time of peril was not him, but rather the fisherman Cao Dapeng, whom she had only recently encountered. Was a mere outing at sea of such significance in her heart? However, with Li Guofeng close at hand, despite his inner turmoil, Qin Luo maintained his composure. Uncle Li. I know Cao Dapeng. I shall call him, he asserted, reaching for his phone to contact Cao Dapeng. No need. I will call him myself, Li Guofeng replied, shaking his head as he requested Cao Dapeng's number and dialed it immediately. At that moment, Cao Dapeng was driving his pickup truck on the way to the People's Hospital when an unfamiliar number rang in. He answered it without hesitation. Hello, is this Cao Dapeng? Li Man is currently in the hospital and needs you. Li Man. Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback, then replied. I do not know if Li Man is in the hospital, but I certainly hope your entire family resides there for a lifetime. With a decisive click, he hung up the call. The prevalence of information leaks these days is alarming, he thought, frowning. He had only known Li Man for 2 days. Though they exchanged contact information, why would she call him when she was ill? It was certainly not his place to intervene. It must be a scam. There are far too many fraudulent schemes nowadays. One could easily lose everything. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Li Man's fragile health might have led to her personal information being compromised during a hospital visit. With this concern in mind, he promptly sent her a voice message via WeChat. The call connected swiftly, and he inquired directly, Man, have you been to the hospital recently? Your personal information may have been leaked. A scammer just called me, claiming you were hospitalized, and I wished ill upon his entire family. Before he could finish, a robust male voice resonated from the other end. Is it possible that Man really is in the hospital? And in critical condition? Cao Dapeng was taken aback. The male voice sounded eerily similar to that of the scammer who had just called him. He glanced at his phone. Indeed, it was Li Man's WeChat ID. Dazed, he hesitated. Who are you? The voice replied, I am the scammer whose family you just wished ill upon. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at the People's Hospital, Li Guofeng, who had just been abruptly disconnected, was seething with rage. As the chairman of the Fengling Group, he was accustomed to being the one to end calls. He never anticipated being hung up on today, and to add insult to injury, the caller had cursed his entire family to be hospitalized. Such audacity was utterly unacceptable. Li Guofeng had never endured such indignation in his life. Just as he simmered with anger, the sound of his daughter's WeChat call echoed from the bedside cabinet. His daughter, Li Man, was receiving an intravenous infusion and was incapacitated, so he answered the phone directly. To his surprise, it was Cao Dapeng on the line. Taking a deep breath, Li Guofeng addressed Cao Dapeng. So it's you, Cao Dapeng. My daughter's heart condition has relapsed, and it's quite serious. She is currently hospitalized in room 9 on the 11th floor of the Municipal People's Hospital. I don't know why she wishes to see you. I've conveyed the message. It's up to you to decide what to do next. With that, Li Guofeng hung up the phone abruptly. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. Li Man was truly in the hospital. Moreover, from the conversation, it seemed her condition was quite dire. Finally, you've arrived. As Cao Dapeng pondered the unfolding situation, his pickup truck reached the entrance of the Municipal People's Hospital, where Han Jiangxue and his sister-in-law, Su Ling, had been waiting for a while. Upon spotting Cao Dapeng's vehicle, Han Jiangxue and Su Ling hurried over. What? Man's heart condition has relapsed? Both Han Jiangxue and Su Ling knew Li Man, and Cao Dapeng relayed the recent events to them. Upon hearing this news, they were both shocked and immediately thought to purchase some items to accompany Cao Dapeng in visiting Li Man. Though their acquaintance with Li Man had not been long, they had enjoyed their time with her, and the thought of such a young woman suffering from a severe illness stirred their compassion. At that moment, however, Cao Dapeng suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching. Elder Huang? Upon seeing Huang Qi, who was leaning on a cane, Cao Dapeng was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, during their visit to Ling and Pharmaceutical Group, Huang Qi had left due to an urgent matter. But Cao Dapeng had not anticipated that Huang Qi would also be heading to the Municipal People's Hospital. Cao Dapeng? Huang Qi, caught in his own thoughts, recognized the voice calling him and noticed Cao Dapeng and the others, his expression briefly shifting to surprise. Aren't you supposed to be with Qingyu, researching the formula? What brings you to the hospital? Oh, a friend of mine has experienced a relapse of heart disease, so I came to check on her. Cao Dapeng shrugged, then inquired. Elder Huang, I heard from Qingyu that your medical skills are quite remarkable. I wonder if you could assist with this heart condition. Heart condition? Huang Qi chuckled wryly, recalling his own powerlessness in front of Li Man. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "To be honest, I just treated a heart disease patient. Unfortunately, I can only alleviate the symptoms temporarily. I cannot cure it." Speaking of this matter brought Huang Qi downcast. Nevertheless, he held a favorable impression of Cao Dapeng and even considered taking him as a disciple. While he may not be able to cure Li Man's heart condition, he had alleviated and treated many heart disease cases over the years. He looked at Cao Dapeng and said, "Which ward is your friend in? I happen to have some free time. I can accompany you to see her. I frequent this hospital, so I can guide you." "That would be immensely appreciated." Upon hearing these words, Cao Dapeng's expression transformed into one of profound joy. According to Lu Qingyu, Huang Qi is a luminary within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in Tian'an City, renowned for his expertise in internal medicine. If an esteemed elder like Master Huang were to intervene, it is conceivable that Li Man's heart condition might be remedied. Cao Dapeng promptly remarked, "It should be in room 9 on the 11th floor of the inpatient department." The 11th floor of the inpatient department. Huang Qi nodded, suddenly recalling something, and looked at Cao Dapeng with disbelief. "What room number did you say?" Cao Dapeng replied, "Room 9. Huang Qi, realizing, exclaimed, "Room 9? That is precisely where Li Man is." It turns out that Cao Dapeng has sought my assistance for none other than Li Man, a case I find myself utterly helpless against. Chapter 139. Bold ideas. Your friend is afflicted with congenital heart disease. Her condition is exceedingly grave, and I am powerless to assist, though I can take you to see her. Huang Qi's lips twitched, a wave of embarrassment crossing his aged visage. "Ah? How do you know Huang Lao?" Cao Dapeng and the others were taken aback. Could it be that Huang Lao possessed some divination skills? "Your friend, Li Man, is it?" "She has been my patient for many years, and despite my extensive research and treatment, I have yet to find a cure." Huang Qi sighed in resignation. He had initially hoped to showcase the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine before Cao Dapeng, perhaps even take him on as a disciple. However, he never anticipated that Cao Dapeng's friend would be his own patient, Li Man. He was acutely aware of her medical condition. Her heart had deteriorated significantly, and her spleen and kidneys were also severely compromised. Frankly, the mere fact that Li Man had survived until now was a testament to his utmost efforts. How could he, who could not even cure a single patient, dare to take on a disciple? Alas, Huang Qi sighed once more, leading the way while briefly explaining Li Man's condition to Cao Dapeng and the others. Their expressions grew grave upon hearing the news. Li Man may not survive until the end of the year, and with November fast approaching, she had but 2 months left. The thought of her blooming youth soon to wither weighed heavily on their hearts. "Huang Lao, is there truly no hope?" Cao Dapeng could not restrain his inquiry. Huang Qi shook his head, responding helplessly, "As long as she can still eat, there is hope. Traditional Chinese medicine possesses many secret remedies. Alas, many have been lost to the ravages of time. Otherwise, there might be a chance. Due to wars and various other factors, countless medical practices and prescriptions have either vanished or survived only in fragments, leaving practitioners at a loss when faced with complex ailments." Although his formula for the quick-acting heart-saving pill was effective, it merely provided temporary relief, its efficacy diminishing over the years. As they conversed, the group reached the vicinity of Li Man's hospital room. "Huang Lao, what brings you here?" The experts and professors, still present, were taken aback upon seeing Huang Qi return. Was it not said that Li Man was beyond saving? What could Huang Lao possibly want now? "These individuals are friends of Li Man. I am merely guiding them." Huang Qi grunted, leaning on his cane as he turned to Cao Dapeng and the others. "Now she is still conscious. You may enter." "Thank you." Cao Dapeng nodded and led Su Ling and Han Jiangxue into the room. "Did I not make myself clear? Without my permission, no one is allowed to disturb my daughter." Li Guofeng, who had been chatting with his daughter at the bedside, exclaimed angrily upon hearing someone enter. "This is a special care unit. You, Qin Luo," standing to the side, had intended to scold as well, but when he turned his head, he was rendered speechless. Cao Dapeng, was he not supposed to be in Hongshu village? How could he suddenly appear here? Qin Luo believed he was experiencing an illusion and could not help but rub his eyes, looking again in disbelief. It was not only Cao Dapeng who had arrived, but also Su Ling and Han Jiangxue. What on earth was happening? It had barely been 10 minutes since the phone call. "Dapeng, am I dreaming?" Li Man, lying on the bed, also noticed the three standing at the door, and a flicker of astonishment passed through her weary eyes. Soon after, a smile broke out on her pale face. She had not anticipated that she would encounter Cao Dapeng again in her lifetime. "You are Cao Dapeng?" Li Guofeng, who had been feeling quite dismal, turned to scrutinize the young man before him upon seeing his daughter's expression. Having heard he was from Hongshu village, He had assumed he was just an ordinary fisherman, yet he found that the young man named Cao Dapeng was rather handsome. Well, his daughter still had good taste. However, recalling that Cao Dapeng had mistaken him for a fraud, and noticing that the two beside Cao Dapeng were equally striking, Li Guofeng's mood plummeted once more. You all converse. Considering his daughter's long-held desire to see Cao Dapeng, Li Guofeng suppressed his discontent and turned to Su Ling and Han Jiangxue, saying, Ladies, if it is convenient, could you step outside with us? Su Ling? Han Jiangxue? Uncle Li, we came together. We are all friends of Man. Han Jiangxue quickly clarified. Man needs peace to recuperate. Too many people will only create noise. Li Guofeng stated firmly. His daughter clearly wished for a private conversation with Cao Dapeng. How could they discuss anything with them lingering about? Well, fine then. Han Jiangxue and Su Ling. Seeing Li Man, who had been just fine a few days ago, now so frail, could only nod in agreement and followed Li Guofeng outside. Qin Luo, why are you still standing there? However, as they reached the doorway, Li Guofeng suddenly paused, turning to look at Qin Luo, who was standing beside the hospital bed. He was acutely aware that Qin Luo had an interest in his daughter, or perhaps in the Li family's influence. Nevertheless, given the current situation, what was Qin Luo doing standing there? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Uncle, Man's condition is still unstable and requires constant supervision. No need for that. With Cao Dapeng here, we shall wait outside. Li Guofeng interrupted before Qin Luo could finish. Well, very well. Qin Luo hesitated to speak further. He dared not oppose Li Guofeng. He turned to Cao Dapeng and warned, Cao Dapeng, Man's situation is quite serious. I hope you will speak gently and not provoke her. Do you understand? Cao Dapeng, uninterested in Qin Luo's admonitions, nodded and replied, I can understand human speech. You. Qin Luo was instantly enraged, but as a doctor, he knew that Man could not endure any stress. With Li Guofeng present, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow him out of the hospital room, even going so far as to close the door behind them. In an instant, the spacious hospital room was left with only Cao Dapeng and Li Man. Dapeng, I am truly sorry. Today, I simply wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. I did not anticipate that my father had caused you distress. I sincerely apologize. Li Man blinked her eyes and hurriedly extended her apologies to Cao Dapeng. It's nothing, as fate would have it. My sister-in-law is at this hospital today for her health certificate, and I happened to pass by. Cao Dapeng shrugged. Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, she was a vibrant beauty, and now she lay on the brink of death? As he gazed at Li Man before him, a memory flashed in Cao Dapeng's mind of that fateful night when Xiaohe was nearly struck by Su Ling at the village entrance. That night, Xiaohe had been on the verge of demise, yet after seemingly licking its own secretions, it miraculously revived. Indeed, he had acquired a body impervious to toxins. If mere secretions could sustain Xiaohe, might it be possible for Li Man to? No, what if she were to drink a bit of his blood? Would her condition improve? The thought startled Cao Dapeng, yet as he observed Li Man's pale complexion, an unsettling urge began to stir within him. What if it were to succeed? Chapter 140. The provocation of Cao Dapeng gazing upon the enchanting beauty before him. Cao Dapeng found it unbearable to remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, Man, I have recently developed a delightful beverage. Would you care to try it? A delightful beverage? Li Man, lying on the hospital bed, blinked her eyes in curiosity. Strangely enough, had it been anyone else, she would likely have shown little interest. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an irresistible urge to engage whenever Cao Dapeng spoke. I want to drink it. Li Man obediently nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Cao Dapeng. But it seems you haven't brought it with you, right? Of course I have. Close your eyes. I shall present you with a surprise. Cao Dapeng shrugged, his expression earnest. All right. Li Man complied wholeheartedly, closing her eyes while her heart brimmed with curiosity about the surprise Cao Dapeng had in store. Having tasted his culinary creations before, she knew they were exquisite. Surely, the beverage he had concocted would be equally delightful. To savor Cao Dapeng's artistry one last time before departing would be a fitting culmination. Lost in her thoughts, Li Man suddenly felt something, resembling a finger, gently penetrate her lips. Just as she contemplated opening her eyes, she felt a drop of liquid cascade onto her tongue. This liquid was thick and somewhat sweet. With merely a sip, she became enamored. Typically reserved, she now said nothing, merely keeping her eyes closed as her lips enveloped Cao Dapeng's index finger, audibly sucking as if indulging in the most tempting delicacy imaginable. It's delicious, truly exquisite. At that moment, Li Man's mind was a blank slate, completely absorbed in the experience, unable to extricate herself. However, seated at the bedside and observing Li Man fervently sucking on his finger, Cao Dapeng wore a perplexed expression. He had not anticipated the pain of biting his own finger, nor the fact that Li Man resembled a vampire, zealously drawing his blood. Would he not be drained completely if this continued? Suddenly, a series of blaring alarms erupted from the array of monitors on either side of the bed. The previously smooth lines began to oscillate violently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cao Dapeng hastily withdrew his finger from Li Man's mouth. He wondered, surely my blood cannot harm her. Yet, Li Man, having consumed his blood, did not open her eyes. Instead, she languidly licked her lips and, astonishingly, fell asleep. What is happening? Cao Dapeng was utterly bewildered, a sense of panic creeping into his heart. Bang! The door to the hospital room was suddenly thrust open. And upon hearing the commotion, Qin Luo rushed in with Li Guofeng and a multitude of experts. Upon witnessing the abnormal readings on the monitors, their expression shifted dramatically. Cao Dapeng. Qin Luo firmly grasped Cao Dapeng's clothing, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, have I not already warned you? Man is currently in a fragile state. Do not provoke her. What exactly did you say to her? With an innocent expression, Cao Dapeng replied, I said nothing at all. Qin Luo, in a fit of rage, pointed towards the doorway, commanding, get out. Leave at once. Do not hinder our efforts to save her. As he spoke, he ordered for Cao Dapeng to be forcibly ejected from the room. His gaze fell upon the array of instruments surrounding him, his heart heavy with anxiety. If anything were to happen to Li Man, he would be unable to proceed with the heart transplant. And any hope of solidifying his relationship with the Li family would vanish, rendering his previous plans futile. That wretched Cao Dapeng had ruined everything. Dr. Qin, look. The blood pressure is steadily rising. It appears to be approaching the standard value. Suddenly, an expert pointed at the blood pressure monitor, trembling with excitement. Upon hearing this, every gaze in the room turned towards the monitor. To their astonishment, both systolic and diastolic pressures, which had previously been alarmingly low, were now visibly increasing, seemingly on a trajectory towards the normal range. It is well understood that blood pressure is a critical indicator. If the levels normalize, there may still be hope for the patient's heart. Look, the blood sugar levels have stabilized. My goodness, the electroencephalogram is fluctuating around the standard value. The standard deviation is decreasing. The heart rate appears to have returned to normal. Breathing frequency, normal. In an instant, the atmosphere in the previously tense hospital room transformed as the experts and professors stood in stunned silence. Moments ago, they had heard the alarming sounds of the instruments and feared that Li Guofeng's daughter was beyond saving, just as they were preparing for an urgent rescue. They could hardly believe that within mere minutes, Li Man's vital signs had returned to near normal levels. If one were unaware of her condition, they might easily mistake the patient lying in the bed for an individual in perfect health. What on earth is happening? What transpired just now? Could the instruments be malfunctioning? Qin Luo furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. After years in the medical field, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. I shall take a look. At that moment, Huang Qi, standing a short distance away, slightly furrowed his brow, leaning on his cane as he approached the bedside. Huang Qi held a prestigious position in Tian'an City, and none dared to obstruct him. Especially given the uncertainty surrounding the instruments, the Western doctors found themselves helpless, relying solely on the expertise of the esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. Mr. Huang Qi. Old Huang, man. Li Guofeng clenched his fists, anxiety etched across his face as he looked to Huang Qi. However, Huang Qi, with a grave expression, ignored him, closing his eyes to carefully assess Li Man's pulse. After 3 long minutes, under the watchful eyes of those present, Huang Qi rose and moved to the opposite side of the bed, placing his fingers on Li Man's other wrist. Another 3 minutes passed before Huang Qi finally opened his eyes. Yet, within those weathered eyes, a profound incredulity took hold. This is impossible. Huang Qi was utterly astonished. Having devoted his life to medicine, he had witnessed miraculous recoveries and even encountered a renowned healer who snatched patients from the clutches of death using massive doses of aconite. However, what lay before him was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. No one understood Li Man's condition better than he did. She had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Yet now, the left wrist pulse, indicative of the heart, liver, and kidneys, was steady. The right wrist pulse, representing the lungs, spleen, and kidneys, was also normal. It was as if Li Man's internal organs, once desiccated, had been rejuvenated, bursting forth with newfound vitality. She appeared as healthy as a girl of 17 or 18. Chapter 141. He must be an expert in medicinal cuisine. Old Huang. What is the condition of my daughter? Please, say something. After taking her pulse, Huang Qi was momentarily stunned. Li Guofeng, standing beside him, urged him anxiously. Li Man was his beloved daughter. And although he was aware that her time might be limited, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Huang had previously assured him that his daughter would live to a certain age, and now there were still 2 months left. Huang Qi finally regained his composure, casting a complex gaze at Li Guofeng. He opened his mouth, struggling for a moment, before finally saying, Guofeng, your daughter's health is quite normal. Just as normal as any ordinary person. What? Li Guofeng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily suspecting he had misheard. Normal? This was the most coveted yet elusive word he had longed to hear for over 20 years. Throughout the years, he had only been confronted with abnormalities. Yet now, he had heard the word normal from Huang Qi's lips. Wait, as normal as an ordinary person. Does that mean my daughter is fine? Li Guofeng could hardly believe it and pressed on. Old Huang, what do you mean by that? Given the gravity of the situation, he felt it was best for Huang Qi to clarify. The meaning is quite simple, Huang Qi replied solemnly. Man's pulse is entirely normal. From the pulse reading, her heart is functioning well, and her other organs are no different from those of a healthy individual. To put it plainly, from this moment on, Man's heart condition is cured. Although Huang Qi himself found it hard to believe, he could not deny the undeniable truth. What? This revelation left not only Li Guofeng in disbelief, but also the doctors present, including Qin Luo. After all, the People's Hospital boasted the most advanced equipment in the city, and they had employed every possible tool to ascertain Li Man's condition. Congenital functional heart disease, aside from heart transplantation, had no other remedy. Now, without a transplant, to claim that Li Man's heart was comparable to a healthy one, how could that be possible? I must see for myself. Qin Luo furrowed his brow and quickly placed his hand on Li Man's wrist. While Western medicine did not approach pulse diagnosis as comprehensively as traditional Chinese medicine, it could still analyze basic characteristics through pulse data. Suddenly, Qin Luo realized that Li Man's pulse was indeed within the normal range. Something is amiss. What had transpired just moments ago? How could the ailing Li Man's heart suddenly be sound? Other experts and professors stepped forward, employing their respective methods to reassess Li Man, even rebooting the equipment. To their astonishment, all of Li Man's vital signs appeared perfectly normal. In an instant, the group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Cough, cough. At that moment, Li Man, lying on the bed, suddenly let out a light cough and slowly opened her eyes. Man. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Guofeng hurriedly approached, his face etched with concern. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? He fervently wished for Li Man to return to a state of normalcy, yet the reality before him seemed almost surreal. I'm not uncomfortable at all. Li Man blinked, and to his astonishment, the pallor of her face began to fade, gradually restoring a healthy hue. Furthermore, Li Guofeng noticed a newfound sparkle in his daughter's eyes, brighter than before. I feel invigorated, to the point that I wish to get up and walk, Li Man declared with a smile. Li Guofeng turned to Huang Qi, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that the effects of Huang Qi's acupuncture were simply delayed? Huang Qi, equally perplexed, suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Man, asking, Man, did Cao Dapeng do anything to you just now? Huang Qi was well aware of his own medical prowess. He could not achieve miraculous results. Prior to the malfunction of the equipment, the only other person Li Man had interacted with was Cao Dapeng. For reasons unknown, Huang Qi's mind drifted back to an incident he had witnessed that afternoon at Ling and Pharmaceutical Group. Cao Dapeng's profound knowledge of medicinal herbs and his extraordinary health-preserving recipes suggested that if he was not well-versed in herbal medicine, then no one truly was. Given Cao Dapeng's deep understanding of medicinal materials, he must possess some insight into traditional Chinese medicine. Otherwise, how could he dare to concoct medicinal dishes? Though Huang Qi found this notion somewhat implausible, it was the only hypothesis he had, prompting him to inquire boldly. Dapeng? Li Man was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing around the room, only to realize that Cao Dapeng was no longer present. That guy finished his drink and left, she sighed, a sense of disappointment creeping in. Dapeng didn't do anything to me. He merely had me drink a special beverage he concocted. Special beverage? Huang Qi's interest was piqued, and he gazed intently at Li Man. Could you describe it in detail? What was it like? Li Man furrowed her brow. I didn't see it, but it was rich, fragrant, and quite delightful. After drinking it, I felt a warm sensation throughout my body and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Is there a problem, Grandpa Huang? Not at all. Huang Qi inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. This is fantastic. Look, Guofeng, he said, turning to Li Guofeng. It was not I who saved your daughter, but that young man named Cao Dapeng. What he gave her was not merely a drink, but a secret medicinal dish. It is precisely because she consumed his herbal remedy that Man's ailment has been cured. What? Cao Dapeng? Li Guofeng was taken aback. Wasn't Cao Dapeng just a fisherman from Hongshu village? How could Huang Qi imply that he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine? A young master of such a field seemed utterly implausible. Standing nearby, Qin Luo scoffed derisively. Let us not forget that Cao Dapeng is merely skilled in cooking. What does he know about traditional Chinese medicine? Even if we take a step back and entertain the notion, as suggested by Elder Huang, that he possesses a profound understanding of medicinal cuisine, we have yet to observe him presenting any broths or elixirs. From whence, then, does his medicinal fare originate? If such concoctions truly exist, how could their effects manifest so swiftly? Upon this assertion, other esteemed experts echoed their agreement. Dr. Qin articulated a valid point. The efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine has always been gradual. How could one expect such immediacy? Did that individual even possess a medical license? Elder Huang, I hold you in high regard, yet such claims should not be made lightly. It is nothing short of fanciful nonsense indeed. The majority present were practitioners of Western medicine. And in their eyes, traditional Chinese medicine is merely superstition and regression, with only their modern medical practices deemed scientific. Although Elder Huang's medical skills are commendable, such exaggerations are rather excessive. Nevertheless, the inexplicable rapid improvement in Li Manman's condition remains a mystery to them all. Chapter 142. The request of Huang Qi, who says traditional Chinese medicine is slow to take effect. Just as a group of Western medical experts engaged in heated debate, a cold snort echoed through the room. Following the sound, they turned to see Huang Qi, his expression grave, proclaiming, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a differential diagnosis and tailored treatment. As long as the physician makes an accurate diagnosis and administers the appropriate remedy, the results can be immediate. Huang Qi continued, his voice steady. The reason people perceive traditional Chinese medicine as ineffective is twofold: the prevalence of mediocre practitioners and the rampant counterfeit medicinal materials. It is not the fault of traditional Chinese medicine itself. Take this rapid-acting heart rescue pill, for instance. Acute heart disease is indeed urgent, is it not? One pill can sustain life, something even Western medicine may struggle to achieve. Furthermore, treatments such as acupuncture and bone setting typically yield swift results. Where is the slowness in traditional Chinese medicine? Casting his gaze around the room, Huang Qi's tone grew more fervent. I have personally witnessed Mr. Cao Dapeng's profound understanding of medicinal materials. He is a master of both herbs and medicinal cuisine, and I believe it is entirely plausible that he carries a concoction for treating heart disease. If I had merely suspected this earlier, I can now assert, based on Li Manman's account, that her heart condition was indeed healed by Cao Dapeng. No one else could have achieved such a feat. It was no wonder that when Huang Qi sought to take Cao Dapeng as his disciple, Cao Dapeng had been dismissive. He must possess genuine skill and looks down upon my modest abilities. Indeed, given the miraculous event that transpired with Li Manman today, Cao Dapeng could very well assume the role of a master himself. Master? At this thought, Huang Qi smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I've been so engrossed in our discussion. Where is Mr. Cao? Without further regard for the astonished onlookers in the hospital room, he leaned on his cane and hurriedly made his way outside. Qin Luo, the crowd. Surely, they could not have misheard? That unassuming village fisherman had received such high praise from the esteemed Mr. Huang? Just moments ago, he was referred to as Cao Dapeng. And now he was being elevated to Mr. Cao? Could he truly be the legendary figure from folklore? No, it was utterly impossible. Qin Luo shook his head, his gaze still filled with disbelief. Having studied medicine for many years, he was confident in his expertise in cardiology, yet what he had witnessed today far surpassed his understanding. After years of hard work abroad, was he truly outmatched by a villager from a small fishing community? Gritting his teeth, Qin Luo turned to Li Guofeng. Uncle Li, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions. It would be wise to observe for another week and assess the situation further. What if something unexpected occurs? Unexpected? Li Guofeng interrupted, casting a cold glare at Qin Luo. What do you wish for my daughter to experience in the way of unexpected? It seems you may be the one facing an unexpected turn. Regarding Mr. Huang Qi, Li Guofeng held a deep trust. After all these years, had it not been for Huang Qi's assistance, his daughter would not have survived to this day. Yet, he could not fathom how the seemingly unremarkable Cao Dapeng could cure his daughter's terminal illness. It is simply astonishing. Man, how do you feel? Li Guofeng once again gazed at his daughter. Dad, I am very hungry, terribly hungry. I wish to eat. At that moment, Li Manman was brimming with energy. Although she initially intended to personally seek out Cao Dapeng for clarification, her stomach growled incessantly, prompting her to look at Li Guofeng with eager eyes. It's a good sign that you wish to eat. I shall find someone to prepare a meal for you. Just relax and lie down, Li Guofeng exclaimed with delight. His daughter's appetite signified a genuine improvement in her health, reinforcing Huang Lao's assertions. He promptly rose to contact the chef to arrange for a meal. In passing, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Cao Dapeng. At the entrance of the hospital building, Cao Dapeng and his companions stood anxiously, caught in indecision. They had intended to visit Li Man, but did not anticipate her sudden deterioration. Dapeng, surely Man will be all right. Su Ling, with her brow furrowed, gazed at Cao Dapeng with concern. Fear not. Man is blessed with fortune and should be fine. Cao Dapeng reassured Su Ling, shaking his head. Although the medical equipment in the ward had shown irregularities, he remained optimistic. After all, his blood was reputedly impervious to toxins, and he had revived Xiao He. Thus, assisting Li Man should logically pose no challenge. Even if a cure eluded him, it should not exacerbate her condition. However, given the current situation, he could not depart until he knew the outcome. Man had promised to continue competing with him. She would be fine. Han Jiangxue, standing nearby, chose to trust Cao Dapeng as well, though she, too, was curious about what he had said to Li Man that had stirred such considerable commotion. Oh dear, Mr. Cao. Please wait. Just as the three of them were engulfed in unease, a voice suddenly called out from a distance. They turned to see Huang Qi, leaning on a cane, hurrying toward them. Huang Lao? Is Man all right? Cao Dapeng's expression grew serious as he approached Huang Qi with eager inquiries. She is perfectly fine, not at all harmed. Huang Qi chuckled. With Mr. Chao's remarkable abilities, how could Li Man possibly be in peril? Cao Dapeng, perplexed, noted Huang Qi's reaction, surmising that his blood had indeed made an impact. If all went as expected, Li Man should be unscathed. Oh, Huang Lao, I did nothing. Cao Dapeng quickly refuted. Mr. Cao, you are being modest. I understand. Huang Qi laughed amiably. You wish to remain low-key to avoid any trouble. I comprehend. Cao Dapeng thought. What do you truly understand? I possess no medical skills, merely blood. That happens to be quite effective. Today was merely a fortunate encounter with Li Man. Should this secret be revealed, would he not become a coveted prize? That must not happen. Observing Cao Dapeng's silence, Huang Qi said, Mr. Cao, I have an unorthodox request that I hope you will consider. Bowing respectfully, he continued, I wish for you to accept me as your disciple. I aspire to further explore the principles of medicinal cuisine. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, Huang Qi has devoted his entire life to the study of herbal remedies. It can be said that traditional Chinese medicine has become his very existence. Yet today, this lifelong researcher suddenly realizes that his understanding of medicinal materials is still woefully inadequate, prompting him to seek out Cao Dapeng as a mentor in his quest for further knowledge. Such a pursuit gives life its true meaning. What? You wish to take me as your teacher? Cao Dapeng exclaimed in astonishment, pondering whether the elderly gentleman had lost his senses. Just moments ago, he had been eager to have Cao as his disciple, and now he sought to learn from him instead. What had he accomplished that warranted such reverence? Moreover, he sincerely felt unqualified to assume the role of a teacher. Oh no, old Master Huang, you cannot do this. You would be reducing my lifespan. Besides, I truly know nothing. Cao Dapeng's expression was one of helplessness. Meanwhile, Su Ling and Han Jiangxue, who stood nearby, were utterly bewildered. What had they just witnessed? A venerable elder, a titan in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, was seeking to be taught by Cao Dapeng? Could it be that Cao Dapeng had genuinely cured Li Man's heart condition? They acknowledged that while Cao Dapeng was indeed skilled in culinary arts and knowledgeable about medicinal cuisine, this was not the same as practicing traditional Chinese medicine. What on earth was happening? Chapter 143. Dried squid. In the astonished gaze of Han Jiangxue and Su Ling, Huang Qi, with a look of regret, raised his head and earnestly looked towards Mr. Cao. I understand that Mr. Cao does not wish to accept me as a disciple. However, I plan to collaborate with the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association to establish a mentorship program aimed at nurturing a new generation of authentic practitioners. Your profound understanding of medicinal herbs and culinary medicine surpasses mine. Might I invite you to become a mentor in our program? To enlighten the youth about the knowledge of herbal medicine during your spare time? Though Huang Qi yearned to become a disciple, he understood that such relationships often depend on fate and cannot be forced. Thus, he contemplated inviting Cao Dapeng to serve as a teacher in his mentorship program. Given the pressing circumstances facing traditional Chinese medicine, which is at risk of losing its lineage, he believed that with Cao Dapeng's assistance, their program would undoubtedly flourish. Mr. Huang, you overestimate me. I merely know how to cook a few dishes and do not dare to teach others about herbs, Cao Dapeng replied, bemused. If you wish to enjoy herbal tea, you can wait for the milk tea from Qingyu to be released. If you seek medicinal cuisine, you may visit our Wanghalo to sample it. As for teaching, I must decline. Cao Dapeng envisioned constructing his own villa by the sea, living as a carefree fisherman, and felt little interest in anything beyond that. Wanghalo. Very well, Huang Qi murmured, nodding in resignation. He felt somewhat disheartened by Cao Dapeng's refusal. Yet, life stretches on, and patience is key. Moreover, he had heard of Wang Haler recently and initially dismissed it as mere marketing hype. However, with Cao Dapeng's involvement, it might indeed hold merit. It seemed he ought to venture out more often. Mr. Cao. Just then, a loud call echoed from a distance. Li Guofeng strode towards the group with purpose. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope for your understanding. In front of Su Ling and Han Jiangxue, Li Guofeng bowed deeply to Cao Dapeng. Li Guofeng was clear about his grievances. Although Cao Dapeng had previously displeased him, there were reasons behind it. His daughter, Man, was his treasure. Now that Cao Dapeng had saved her, he felt he must personally express his gratitude. Oh, it was nothing. After all, we are all friends of Man. Cao Dapeng replied, taken aback by Li Guofeng's profound gesture of respect. Mr. Cao, you humble yourself. Man is my life. Li Guofeng insisted, shaking his head, his expression earnest. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not be polite with me. Li Guofeng considered offering a substantial monetary reward to express his gratitude, but felt that such a gesture would be inappropriate. After a moment's thought, he produced his business card and handed it to Cao Dapeng. Feel free to contact me anytime for any matter. I assure you, I am not a fraudster. And in Tiannan City, I will do everything within my power to assist you. On the journey back to Hongshu village, Su Ling marveled at the business card belonging to Cao Dapeng, exclaiming in astonishment that Foling Group was indeed a major enterprise in Tiannan, encompassing various sectors such as real estate, shopping malls, and logistics. She was taken aback to learn that Li Man was his daughter. Looking incredulously at Cao Dapeng, she asked, Dapeng, have we struck a fortune? Even now, Su Ling felt as though she were dreaming. She had merely gone to the city to obtain a business license and health certificate, yet she encountered so many influential figures, renowned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine and high-ranking executives, all showing great respect towards Cao Dapeng. What kind of people did her little brother-in-law associate with? Growing up in a fishing village, Su Ling felt as though she had glimpsed a world that was not meant for her eyes. Dapeng, others' achievements belong to them. They have little to do with us. He smiled, reassuring her. We should focus on living our own lives well, which is far more important. Moreover, I believe that as long as we work diligently, one day we will also expand our squid jerky company into a formidable enterprise. Su Ling nodded earnestly, affirming, yes, I will certainly devote myself to making squid jerky. This trip to the city exposed Su Ling to the vast disparity between urban and rural life. Indeed, she felt content living with Cao Dapeng in the fishing village. Yet her daughter, Ran, was still young. She could not allow her daughter to endure the same life she had. For Ran's sake, Su Ling resolved to strive hard while she was still young. In the following days, with the assistance of Han Jiangxue, all necessary procedures for the squid jerky were completed, and Cao Dapeng procured a batch of production and packaging equipment for his brother and sister-in-law. Dapeng, you needn't involve yourself. We can manage just fine. In the yard of Cao Dazai's home, Cao Dapeng was busy cleaning fresh squid just brought in from the dock. Being close to the dock allowed Hongshu village to procure large quantities of fresh squid at the most economical prices. Once the squid was brought home, Cao Dazai and Su Ling would promptly remove the innards, wash them thoroughly, and soak them in water for a while. After rinsing off the salt, Su Ling would place the squid meat in a steamer for cooking. Following the steaming process, she would focus on eliminating any fishy odor and seasoning. She preferred the original flavor, adding minimal additional ingredients. Nevertheless, to cater for sales, she prepared 2 distinct flavors. After seasoning, the squid would be dried. However, Su Ling had yet to master the drying machine purchased by Cao Dapeng, aside from a portion placed in the dryer. She still preferred to lace them out in the yard to sun-dry. Once all these tasks were completed, it was nearly time for work. Su Ling and Cao Dazai would ride their motorcycle to their jobs, and upon returning in the evening, they would continue their work. As it was their first venture into business, the equipment was brand new, and Cao Dapeng, along with his brother and sister-in-law, had been experimenting with it over the past few days. Dapeng, how does it taste? On that day, Su Ling excitedly approached Cao Dapeng, holding a piece of squid shreds. After a week of trials, she had finally achieved a texture and flavor reminiscent of her previous attempts. It was chewy yet not tough, with a flavor perfectly balanced, not too salty, nor too bland. Not bad at all, sister-in-law, Cao Dapeng remarked as he took a bite, giving a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, I believe we should stick with this flavor. It will undoubtedly be a bestseller. Su Ling's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Cao Dapeng nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Tomorrow, I will present the samples to Han Jiangxue and the others. If they agree, I think we can officially commence our business. I apologize for the late update. I have been spending the past few days at the hospital. Earlier today, while traveling, I nearly lost my phone, which contained all my drafts. I have just retrieved it after a rather chaotic day, seeking some solace. Chapter 144. The influencer's sales surged the following day after collecting barnacles. Cao Dapeng arranged to meet with Han Jiangxue and Li Manman at a CAF, presenting them with the latest squid strips crafted by his sister-in-law, Su Ling. The culinary offerings delighted Han Jiangxue, a true gourmand, who sang praises of the two varieties of squid strips. As for Li Manman, after days of thorough examinations, all her health metrics were reported normal, despite the incredulity of experts like Qin Luo. They had to concede the undeniable truth. A condition they believed could only be remedied through heart transplantation had miraculously improved, thanks to some unknown remedy employed by Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, your sister-in-law's squid strips are absolutely delectable. The original flavor is my absolute favorite, Li Miaman exclaimed, her joy evident upon seeing Cao Dapeng once more. Her health had significantly improved, allowing her to indulge in life's pleasures like any ordinary person, which filled her heart with happiness. Even more remarkably, since the moment she had sucked on Cao Dapeng's finger, she had grown increasingly gentle and obedient towards him. Observing the two, Han Jiangxue spoke earnestly. Man and I will first insert a soft advertisement for these squid strips into a short video, posting them on Xiaohuang to gauge our fans' purchasing power. If the feedback is favorable, Man and I will visit your Hongshu village live to showcase the entire production process. This way, we can ensure a substantial surge in sales. Her suggestion took Cao Dapeng by surprise. He had not expected Han Jiangxue to possess such acumen in marketing. She proposed to utilize video advertisements for preliminary testing, adjusting based on customer feedback, and only after sufficient data had been gathered would they launch a broader promotional campaign. This strategy not only safeguarded the reputation of the squid strips but also managed initial costs effectively, an excellent approach indeed. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Cao Dapeng smiled, promptly agreeing with Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman. On Douyin, the account of the fishing influencer Han Jiangxue suddenly released a fishing-themed video that evening. As soon as the video was published, the comment section flooded with enthusiastic fans. Finally, Han Jiangxue has updated her video. First to comment, liking before watching. Thought you went missing after finishing second place. As a professional angler with captivating looks and a stunning figure, Han Jiangxue had amassed nearly 1 million followers on Douyin. Her regular videos alone garnered considerable advertising revenue. With the release of this video, the metrics of likes, shares, and comments began to skyrocket at an astonishing pace. However, when fans clicked to watch the video, they found themselves in a mix of laughter and disbelief. Set against the backdrop of a small fishing boat on the sea, Han Jiangxue was shown reeling in catch after catch. Yet, just at the most thrilling moment, the scene abruptly shifted, revealing Han Jiangxue gleefully devouring a bag of squid strips. As seasoned online acquaintances, the fans are well aware that this is merely an advertisement that Han Jiangxue has taken on, although the insertion of this ad feels rather abrupt. My unconditional support for Xiaoxue compels me to purchase a pack. I happen to have a penchant for squid strips, so I shall order 2 packs to savor. The late-night temptation is simply excessive. I cannot resist, and I too must place an order to indulge. Those who can timely follow Han Jiangxue's short videos are essentially true fans. Coincidentally, it is the middle of the night, and who can withstand such a sight? Thus, within no time, many netizens flocked to Han Jiangxue's homepage to click on the little yellow card and place their orders. However, at that moment, the comments section of this short video erupted unexpectedly. My goodness, you must rush to Man's Douyin and see. The videos posted by these two individuals feature the same fishing boat. Not only is it the same vessel, but they are also promoting identical squid strips of the same brand. What is happening? Are the champions of the fishing competition so closely acquainted in private? Douyin operates as a big data platform. If you linger on a video for a sufficient duration, it will continuously recommend related content. Han Jiangxue and Li Manman share a considerable overlap in their fanbase, as they have nearly released identical fishing videos, thus igniting an interactive exchange between their respective followers. Han Jiangxue and Li Manman are among the most skilled and captivating anglers, and with these two prominent influencers personally endorsing Su Ling's squid strips, orders began to flood in at an alarming rate. By the following noon, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman promptly shared the back-end order data with Cao Dapeng and Su Ling. Remarkably, within less than a day, Dapeng had placed 2,000 orders. Could this possibly go awry? Gazing at the order data on her phone, Su Ling was taken aback. Despite her mental preparations, witnessing such numbers made her heart race uncontrollably. Each order of squid strips is priced at 30 yuan. 2,000 orders amount to 60,000 yuan. Even after accounting for various costs, a substantial profit could be reaped. This is certainly far superior to her previous factory job. What could possibly go wrong? Cao Dapeng, bemused yet concerned, hastily reassured her, sister-in-law, 2,000 orders are hardly a significant figure for these two major influencers. Moreover, many have yet to see the video. As the advertising effect fully ripens, the order volume is likely to soar even further. He smiled at Su Ling. Our immediate task is to expedite production while maintaining quality. Once we gain the consumer's approval, we will have taken a significant step toward success. The future only promises to improve. Cao Dapeng had not anticipated that what began as a mere trial with short videos would yield such immense resonance from Han Jiangxue and Li Manman. Should the subsequent sales perform well, relying solely on this small workshop run by the elder brother and sister-in-law would be insufficient. Contemplating this, Cao Dapeng chuckled. Sister-in-law, we are just getting started. Have you considered resigning and establishing your own factory to become a boss? What? A major boss? Su Ling widened her eyes. Having toiled for many years solely with the intention of earning a living, never once contemplating the prospect of becoming a business owner, she shook her head. Still feeling an air of disbelief, it truly had never crossed her mind. At present, her only desire was to complete the 2,000 orders at hand. As she spoke, she called out to Cao Dapeng, who was busy in the kitchen. Dapeng, haven't you finished eating? Hurry up and come help. I can't manage this alone. Right away, came the prompt reply, and Cao Dapeng hurriedly emerged, standing beside Su Ling to assist in drying the squid. Observing the industrious couple, a smile blossomed on Cao Dapeng's face. For 3 years, his elder brother and sister-in-law had upheld this household, and now they were finally on the cusp of a prosperous life. Chapter 145, Double Joy. For the past 3 years, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling have devoted themselves immensely to this family. While Cao Dapeng may have been oblivious in the past, now that he possesses the ability to earn, he cannot allow his elder brother and sister-in-law to continue living in poverty. The opening of the squid strip business is merely the first step. In due course, as circumstances permit, Cao Dapeng will undoubtedly enhance the quality of life for his elder brother and sister-in-law. I shall lend a hand. With a grin, Cao Dapeng approached to assist in cleaning the freshly processed squid. As for Xiao Ranzan, she was equally considerate, often feeding the discarded innards to Little Black, who devoured them with great relish. However, the quantity of squid innards was overwhelming, and Little Black could not consume them all. Instead, it took the innards directly to Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond, tossing them in with abandon. After all, the fish in the pond are carnivorous, and these discarded innards would serve as a fine meal for them. In the ensuing days, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman received over 2,000 orders daily. Consequently, the local courier, overwhelmed by the surge in deliveries, granted Cao Dapeng the privilege of placing orders and even generously provided them with numerous packaging boxes. It is noteworthy that Haoshu village is relatively remote, and the volume of deliveries here pales in comparison to other regions. Now that the courier has a significant client in the Cao family, their performance has soared, prompting them to diligently maintain this new partnership. After 3 days, the first batch of squid strips had been delivered to the fans. The quality, meticulously selected by the discerning palates of Han Jiangxue and Li Manman, proved to be exceptional in both texture and flavor. The initial batch garnered an abundance of positive reviews, with returns being negligible. I told you, Dapeng, our sister-in-law's squid strips are absolutely delectable. Han Jiangxue exclaimed joyfully in the squid entrepreneurship group. I believe if Xiaoxue and I were to live stream the entire process at your location, the sales would multiply tenfold. Li Manman concurred, sharing her perspective. After all, their current promotion relied solely on short videos. While their following is substantial, many viewers are drawn merely to the videos, with a smaller portion actually shopping through the link provided. Not so fast. Cao Dapeng interjected with a smile. With the current volume of orders, my brother, sister-in-law, and I are already overwhelmed. Once we stabilize our small workshop and have the capacity to expand production, we can increase our promotional efforts then. Although the order volume had surged, the space in Cao Dapeng's courtyard was limited, and their production capacity constrained. With only the 3 of them and his brother and sister-in-law having daytime jobs, the current orders were already at their maximum capacity. While Cao Dapeng wished to encourage his brother and sister-in-law to resign and devote themselves entirely to the squid strip venture, they were still somewhat reluctant to let go of their current jobs. There is no rush in such matters. We must wait until the squid jerky project stabilizes before broaching this topic. Indeed, with so many orders, we are already quite content. Su Ling, present in the group, promptly chimed in with a smile, suggesting we discuss it further once we achieve stability. In these past few days, Su Ling has been both busy and joyful, deriving an inexplicable sense of accomplishment from the appreciation her meticulously crafted squid jerky has garnered from so many. Each evening, upon returning home from work, her first task is to prepare the squid jerky, and before retiring for the night, she eagerly opens Douyin to peruse the myriad of favorable reviews left by customers. The sheer volume of praise has brought her unparalleled happiness, so much so that even Cao Dapeng's old back has begun to feel the strain. Early the next morning, the couple rises at dawn, seizing the time before work to clean the squid purchased by Cao Dapeng from the dock. Their days are filled with frenetic activity. This is compounded by the fact that every day, the delivery driver arrives to transport substantial quantities of goods, drawing the attention of numerous villagers to the bustling activity at the Cao family home. Goodness, the Cao brothers have struck it rich. One tending to shrimp ponds and the other selling squid jerky. Clearly, they have amassed considerable wealth. It is astonishing that so many people are purchasing squid jerky. Has society regressed in its tastes? Who can say? Judging by the volume of shipments, the Cao family must be earning quite a bit. Such as village life. Any stirrings in a household become common knowledge within 3 days. Especially when it comes to matters of profit, once news spreads, envy, jealousy, and all manner of gossipers emerge. Consequently, each day, a throng of inquisitive villagers gathers at the entrance of Cao Dahai's home, incessantly asking questions. Su Ling, however, can hardly be bothered to engage with them, occasionally offering perfunctory responses. Many even offer to lend a hand, but Su Ling declines them all. How these folks behaved when the Cao family was in distress, either exploiting the situation or turning a blind eye. Even Ranran faced ridicule and bullying at school from her peers. Now, witnessing the family's newfound prosperity, they all come crawling back, but Su Ling has little interest in their overtures. She has come to understand the essence of life. The opinions of outsiders are inconsequential. What matters is cherishing the simple joys of life with Cao Dahai. Watching their daughter grow, which surpasses all else. With Cao Dapeng's assistance, their fortunes have finally begun to improve, and Su Ling deeply cherishes this progress. Cao Dapeng wholeheartedly supports Su Ling's approach. Should the workshop expand in the future, hiring villagers to assist would be entirely reasonable. However, given that they have only just begun to establish themselves, hastily inviting these individuals into their operations could lead to chaos. Moreover, as the old adage goes, a grain of kindness begets a sack of resentment. If they allow others to profit, those individuals may show respect. But should a day come when business falters or they need to part ways, it is likely that resentment will fester, leading to disparaging remarks behind their backs. Cao Dapeng has experienced such treachery far too often. Thus, all must unfold at a measured pace. Dapeng, I have wonderful news for you. A chime resonated. A message from Cao Dapeng's WeChat vibrated, revealing a note from Lu Qingyu. With a smile, Lu Qingyu announced, "We have officially established a collaboration with the Waman Group for the herbal milk tea. The formula for the tea is currently being standardized and disseminated to various pharmacies. And the first batch of herbal milk tea has begun its promotion, receiving remarkably positive feedback. Is that so? This is wonderful news." Upon hearing this, Cao Dapeng was instantly elated. With the assistance of Han Jiangxue and Li Man, his sister-in-law's squid shreds had made an auspicious beginning. Now, with his partnership with Lu Qingyu on the herbal milk tea flourishing, it was indeed double happiness arriving at his doorstep. Furthermore, Cao Dapeng held shares in both projects. And with the returns from Wang Heilu, he found himself in a position where, even without any active involvement, he would still receive a substantial annual dividend. Given the current circumstances, financial concerns were no longer an issue for him. Previously, Jiang Wanjing had provided him with 200,000, and combined with his recent earnings, he had amassed several 100,000 in savings, making the prospect of constructing a 2-story villa in the village entirely feasible. However, rather than focusing on building a villa, Cao Dapeng yearned to purchase a fishing boat of his own. This way, he could venture out to sea whenever he pleased, sailing independently without relying on others. Chapter 146. Typhoon warning. Cao Dapeng's parents had always aspired to possess a large fishing vessel, one that could venture into the sea to harvest a greater bounty of fish. Unfortunately, due to the unpredictable nature of the ocean, their dreams were met with tragic misfortune. Now, however, Cao Dapeng found himself rekindling that very desire. The prospect of owning a fishing boat was indeed enticing. At present, he had already cultivated a shrimp pond spanning 20 acres, while his elder brother and sister-in-law had established a small workshop for squid strips. If he were to acquire his own fishing vessel, he could rely on his keen vision to embark on fishing trips, not only bringing back a substantial supply of fresh materials for his brother and sister-in-law, but also ensuring a steady supply for his shrimp pond. Moreover, during his time at Shanghai Ocean University, he had fortuitously obtained a fishing boat license, the details of which were still vivid in his memory, thus sparing him the trouble of re-examination. With these thoughts in mind, Cao Dapeng promptly contacted Huang Jiaxiang, asking for his assistance in locating a seller. After all, as a first-time boat buyer, there was no need to invest in a new vessel. A used boat would suffice for practice. When the time was ripe, he could always purchase a larger fishing boat. "Goodness, you're actually buying a fishing boat?" Huang Jiaxiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Cao Dapeng had only recently made significant strides, having contracted a 20-acre shrimp pond, and now he was contemplating the acquisition of a fishing vessel. Unlike him, who had toiled for many years and remained a laborer for others. However, in recent times, Huang Jiaxiang had been fortunate to join a fu in setting traps, which had yielded him a considerable amount of extra income. Should Cao Dapeng acquire a fishing boat, he could easily align himself with him. For working under someone like Cao Dapeng would undoubtedly be more gratifying than laboring elsewhere. Leave this matter to me. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Huang Jiaxiang assured him, thumping his chest with confidence. As a frequent sailor with numerous acquaintances among boat owners, and being from the same village as Cao Dapeng, he was unlikely to be deceived. All right, I will treat you to a meal later. Cao Dapeng responded with a smile, patting Huang Jiaxiang on the shoulder as he personally escorted him to the gate. With the seasoned fisherman Huang Jiaxiang on his side, it was likely that he would secure his own fishing vessel within a week. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted from Cao Dapeng's wrist. Cao Dapeng glanced down to see the golden tide chart, marked with a lunar symbol, flickering to life. A weather alert. Frowning slightly, he looked up and noticed a line of text forming in the moon's glow above. Within 24 hours, a Category 11 typhoon will pass through, with heavy rainfall persisting for 72 hours. What a revelation! A Category 11 typhoon was approaching tomorrow. Cao Dapeng was taken aback. It was now November. While typhoons were not uncommon, most remained over the ocean, rarely making landfall. Thus, despite having seen the weather forecast in recent days, Cao Dapeng hadn't thought much of it. He never anticipated that just as he entertained thoughts of purchasing a fishing boat, fate would intervene so abruptly. A typhoon of such magnitude is no trifling matter. Once confronted with its fury, one may find travel rendered impossible, necessitating a stockpile of provisions at home. The shrimp pond. Cao Dapeng's expression turned momentarily grave. The impact of a typhoon on the shrimp pond is significant. On one hand, typhoons are often accompanied by torrential rain, lasting for 10 hours, which will inevitably elevate the water level of the pond, potentially leading to breaches in the banks. On the other hand, the water quality and environment of the shrimp pond could also be adversely affected. A moment's negligence could result in the demise of the recently acquired fish. In Cao Dapeng's pond, there exists the essence of the sea, and the environment therein does not concern him overly. Yet, the risk of a dam breach due to such a formidable typhoon weighs heavily on his mind. Thus, seizing the moment before the tempest strikes, he resolved to lower the water level. With this thought, Cao Dapeng borrowed a pump from his neighbor and approached his shrimp pond, preparing to drain some water to provide a buffer against the impending storm. Hey, Dapeng, what are you up to? As he arrived by the pond, his neighbor Huang Jiping, who was also surveying his own pond, gazed at him in curiosity. In recent days, Huang Jiping's spirits had been fairly buoyant. Although he had lost a significant number of the 5,000 fry he purchased earlier, those that survived had adapted well, with few turning belly up now. If the current growth trend continues, he anticipated a lucrative harvest come spring, provided they weathered the winter. He had heard whispers that the market for the fish was currently outstripped by demand, and barring unforeseen circumstances, prices were expected to rise next year. The profit margins for these fish were considerable. If all went well, he might earn more than with his previous ventures. However, as Huang Jiping observed Cao Dapeng with the pump, he furrowed his brow. What on earth is he doing with that pump? Haha. I saw on the weather forecast that a typhoon is approaching, so I thought I'd drain a bit of water as a precaution, Cao Dapeng replied candidly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. Fishermen and farmers alike are ultimately at the mercy of nature. When the heavens refuse to provide, they are left powerless. A typhoon? Huang Jiping was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but soon burst into laughter. Dapeng, you almost made me forget. There is indeed a typhoon coming in the next couple of days. He chuckled, but it's already November, at most. We'll just experience some wind and rain. There is no need for such measures. Amused, he thought it was only a weather forecast causing concern. Even though typhoons do occur in November, most are confined to the southern seas, often dissipating before making landfall. Meteorologists had also suggested that this typhoon would primarily bring heavy rainfall, a phenomenon well familiar to fishermen who grew up by the sea. From his years of experience, he believed that the shrimp pond would not be significantly affected. Moreover, he consistently deepened his own pond with an excavator each year, and the surrounding embankments were considerably higher than those of others, alleviating any concerns he had about the possibility of his shrimp escaping. He chuckled, thinking it was merely a precaution. If the impact were indeed minimal, he would reinstate the water in a couple of days. Cao Dapeng shrugged and began draining the water, feeling helpless. After all, it was challenging to persuade a stubborn ghost. He had made an effort to be benevolent, yet Huang Jiping remained ungrateful. Should any mishap occur, he could not be held accountable. By the way, with Huang Zhiping having constructed such elevated embankments, perhaps there was no need for excessive worry. He should humbly learn from others and consider raising his own embankments as well. Chapter 147. Tempestuous winds and rains thus, under Huang Zhiping's disdainful gaze. As the water pump worked to lower the water level, Cao Dapeng wielded a shovel, commencing the elevation of the dam surrounding the shrimp pond. Fortunately, the previous owner of this pond, Cao Yulin, had endured considerable misfortune in the past. In anticipation of potential disasters during typhoon seasons, he had taken the precaution of stacking sandbags around the pond over the years, resulting in a substantial accumulation of supplies. When Cao Dapeng assumed ownership of the shrimp pond, fearing that he might incur losses, Cao Yulin generously transferred these sandbags along with the pond. These sandbags proved to be a significant boon. Cao Dapeng meticulously piled them in the lower-lying areas, then used plastic sheets from the courtyard to cover them, compacting soil atop with a shovel until a rudimentary dam took shape. By the time it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Cao Dahai and Su Ling, upon finishing their work, learned of Cao Dapeng's efforts to fortify the shrimp pond. Without a hint of doubt, the couple hastened to assist him. After observing his recent endeavors, they had become utterly convinced of his acumen. After all, while others ventured out to sea, often returning with meager catches, Cao Dapeng had demonstrated an uncanny ability to locate schools of mullet. What may have been a stroke of luck once became a consistent success, capturing numerous mullet fry on 2 separate occasions. This indicated that Cao Dapeng possessed genuine knowledge of the ocean. The weather forecast had warned of an impending typhoon, and with Cao Dapeng's resolute confidence, it seemed highly probable that the storm was indeed approaching. Moreover, after successfully securing such a large shrimp pond this year, their family had finally begun to thrive. They could not afford to be plunged back into poverty by a single tempest. Better safe than sorry. Even the slightest chance warranted precaution. Thus, after they completed their tasks at the pond, upon returning to the courtyard, Cao Dahai and Su Ling, heeding Cao Dapeng's advice, relocated their previously purchased equipment from the makeshift shed of asbestos tiles to a sturdier storage room. These tools were vital for their livelihood and could not suffer any loss. Once all was set in place, Cao Dapeng drove into town to procure a substantial supply of essential goods. The forecast predicted relentless heavy rain for 72 hours, a span of 3 days and nights. He had to ensure that he, along with his brother and sister-in-law, would have sufficient provisions during this period. In fact, to guarantee entertainment, he even purchased several portable chargers for their mobile devices. As for the traps he had set, Cao Dapeng made a quick call to a Fu, requesting that he retrieve them in advance. Dapeng, come quickly and check the latest news. As Cao Dapeng parked the pickup truck gifted to him by Lu Qingyu in his courtyard, he saw Cao Dahai rushing towards him, phone in hand. Look, just now, a typhoon has made landfall in eastern Guangdong. Cao Dahai pointed at the news article on his phone, astonished as he turned to Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, do you think this typhoon could actually reach us? Though he trusted Cao Dapeng's judgment, a sliver of hope lingered within him. Yet, as he gazed at the news on his phone, worry began to creep in. Once the typhoon made landfall, not only would there be fierce winds, but torrential rain as well. Such disastrous weather would not only impede their ability to work at the factory, but would also severely disrupt the production of their squid strips at home. Don't worry, brother. We have prepared everything. Even if it comes, we are not afraid. Cao Dapeng reassured, patting his brother's shoulder and gesturing towards the provisions he had brought home. Look, these supplies will last us a week. Take some back to stock up. Hey, you've prepared quite a bit, Cao Dahai exclaimed, his eyes wide as he surveyed the truck filled with bags and bundles, silently admiring his brother's thoroughness. Just as the two siblings were conversing, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the small red flags hanging from the utility poles to flutter wildly. Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai looked up, their expressions frozen in surprise. They distinctly sensed that this wind was different from the usual. It had grown noticeably stronger. It seemed the typhoon truly might be approaching. Damn this weather. Could it be that Cao Dapeng was right? Meanwhile, not far away, at the entrance of Huang Zhiping's home, he furrowed his brow as he observed the sudden onslaught of fierce winds. Having lived in Hongshu village for many years, he had witnessed the weather preceding a typhoon. Based on his experience, the current conditions suggested that the typhoon might indeed pass through their village. However, Huang Zhiping quickly shook his head, chuckling. It's already November. Even if a typhoon does come, I'm not worried. Over the years, I've dug my shrimp pond quite deep, and the embankment is sturdy. What is there to fear? With that, he turned and returned inside his home. Clearly, he had immense confidence in his shrimp pond. Even if a typhoon passed by, it would only last a few hours or a couple of days in winter, having little impact on his pond. As night deepened, the villagers of Hongshu village drifted into slumber. However, the winds in the sky grew increasingly fervent, forming a massive convective cyclone above Tiannan City. By the latter part of the night, torrential raindrops began to pour down relentlessly, as if the heavens had opened a great floodgate. Once this rain commenced, it showed no signs of relenting. The deluge continued throughout the night, and by the time morning arrived, people found that the rain showed no signs of abating as they prepared for work. The weather forecasts on their phones had all shifted to warnings of heavy rain. Wait. What? We don't have to go to the factory today? All right, we'll wait for further notice. Cao Dapeng and Su Ling had just finished a simple breakfast and were preparing to head to the factory when they received a call from the management, announcing an unexpected day off due to the typhoon. The couple exchanged glances, both wearing resigned smiles. It must be said that Cao Dapeng is truly professional. Just yesterday, he dedicated an entire day to preparing for the impending typhoon, and lo and behold, it has indeed arrived today. As he gazes out at the tumultuous winds and torrential rain, both Cao Dapeng and Su Ling feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, they stocked up on ample supplies yesterday. Otherwise, this dreadful weather would have undoubtedly affected them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the yard, Cao Dapeng, clad in a raincoat, braves the fierce winds and rain as he makes his way to his shrimp pond. Barking can be heard behind him. It is Xiao He, wagging his tail, undeterred by the heavy downpour, following Cao Dapeng to the pond. Having only contracted the shrimp pond for less than a month, and having even ventured out to sea twice to cultivate the fish, Cao Dapeng is determined not to let his previous efforts go to waste due to this typhoon. However, as Cao Dapeng directs his gaze towards his shrimp pond, he cannot help but be taken aback. Chapter 148. No major issues at this moment. The tempest raged fiercely, and torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly from the heavens. The expansive shrimp pond resembled a vast cauldron of boiling water, bubbling incessantly. Fortunately, Cao Dapeng had utilized a pump the previous day to drain a considerable amount of water. After a night of relentless downpour, the water level in the pond had risen significantly. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that enduring 3 days of rainfall would pose no grave problem. Cao Dapeng's gaze pierced through the tumultuous water surface, and he could distinctly see that the seagrass previously in the pond had thrived and multiplied substantially during this period. The immense precipitation would typically result in drastic alterations to the water quality. Nevertheless, the gentle sway of the seagrass ensured that, despite the rain cascading upon the surface, the ecological environment at the bottom of the pond remained remarkably healthy. Behold, while the raging storm lashed outside, the fish within the pond appeared utterly undeterred, swimming freely among the seagrass as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, thanks to the diligent efforts of Xiao He, the fry of the Japanese eel had grown considerably, now boasting a size much larger than when Cao Dapeng first introduced them. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the eels were unharmed, he was confident that once they weathered this winter, he would be able to sell them at a lucrative price come next year. As the winds intensified around him, Cao Dapeng felt as though he might be swept away. He abandoned his musings and turned to walk back toward his home with Xiao He in tow. Uncle Dapeng, on his way back, he spotted a figure clad in a raincoat. The rain fell so heavily that the surroundings were shrouded in a mist, obscuring the person's features. Only when he was a mere 2 meters away did Cao Dapeng recognize the figure as Huang Dapeng, the owner of the neighboring shrimp pond. Ah, Dapeng, you've come to check on the pond too. How is everything? Is your pond all right? Huang Dapeng, struggling through the storm, was caught off guard upon hearing someone call his name. Upon realizing it was Cao Dapeng, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, though the storm concealed his complex expression. Huang Dapeng had not anticipated that the fierce winds and relentless rain would show no sign of abating after a night of turmoil. Given the current trajectory, it seemed likely that the tempest would persist for the next 3 days. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease lingered in Huang Dapeng's heart, prompting him to don his raincoat and come to check on the situation. He was surprised to encounter Cao Dapeng here. Haha, no worries. Thankfully, I reinforced the dam yesterday, and everything is under control. Cao Dapeng chuckled heartily, casting his gaze toward Huang Dapeng's shrimp pond nearby. Due to the incessant downpour, the oxygen levels at the pond's bottom had dwindled, causing the eels that had previously settled to occasionally surface for fresh air. However, through the curtain of rain and splashes, Cao Dapeng observed that the water quality in Huang Dapeng's pond had begun to deteriorate after such a heavy deluge. Yes, I also came to take a look, he replied. Huang Dapeng nodded in acknowledgement, following Cao Dapeng's gaze towards his own shrimp pond. He had indeed noticed the sight of the mullet swimming to the surface, which he deemed quite natural given the heavy rain the fish needed to breathe. With a smile, he remarked, "Look, these fry in my pond have completely adapted. They are all lively and healthy, without a hint of trouble. Moreover, my pond is quite deep, and this amount of rainfall poses no threat at all. I believe you were simply overreacting yesterday." At this moment, Huang Dapeng had surveyed the condition of his shrimp pond. Despite the torrential rain throughout the night causing the water level to rise significantly, the high embankment of his pond ensured ample reserve, alleviating any concerns of flooding. Everything appeared to be normal. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. Cao Dapeng shrugged, uninterested in Huang Zhiping's pretentious display. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed with his dog, Xiaohei, heading towards his own home. The fierce winds of the typhoon lashed against his face, akin to relentless slaps. And soon his cheeks were flushed red. In such weather, venturing outside was a torment. It was far more pleasant to remain indoors, indulging in sleep or scrolling through short videos. Certainly, if he had a wife to cuddle with in bed, engaging in cherished activities would be even more delightful. Suddenly, just as Cao Dapeng removed his raincoat, the lights in his house flickered and then went out. The power had unexpectedly failed. Fortunately, he had purchased several portable chargers. Otherwise, boredom would have been unbearable. With an unchanged demeanor, he leisurely changed into another outfit, retrieved a fully charged power bank from yesterday, plugged it into his phone, and began to enjoy watching videos. May the goddess Mazu bless us and let this typhoon pass swiftly. Not long after Cao Dapeng left the shrimp pond, Huang Zhiping, who had appeared confident moments before, now bore a trace of worry on his brow. He clasped his hands together and directed a silent prayer towards the sea. Although he felt assured about his shrimp pond, the sight of the relentless rain unsettled him inexplicably. After completing his prayer and casting another glance at his pond, relieved to see no mullet belly up, he hastened back towards his house. Damn it, why is there a power outage now? He exclaimed. My fridge is packed with meat. It will spoil. However, just as Huang Zhiping stepped through the doorway, his wife, Bai Yujia, was already berating him from within the house. At this moment, despite the typhoon's passage, the temperature remained unseasonably warm for November, necessitating refrigeration for many ingredients. With the power out, those perishables in the fridge would likely deteriorate within a day. Huang Zhiping, who had felt a sense of reassurance after praying, now found himself anxious upon hearing his wife's complaints. If the power was out, it underscored the typhoon's destructive force. Surely, nothing would happen to his shrimp pond, would it? No, it wouldn't. The weather forecast has indicated that the typhoon will last only 2 or 3 days, and the shrimp pond can withstand it. Huang Zhiping quickly shook his head, dispelling the dreadful thoughts from his mind. My dear, what shall we have for lunch? He called out to his wife, attempting to divert his attention. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. I wonder where all the energy you've saved is going. As soon as he finished speaking, an irate voice echoed from within the house. Bai Yujia exclaimed, what else is there to eat? We still have 5 pounds of pork in the fridge. Let us do it for lunch. Although Hongshu village is near the sea, Huang Zhiping does not particularly enjoy fish. He finds pork far more flavorful. Consequently, their home is well stocked with pork, readily available for cooking whenever the desire strikes. However, with the power outage in the village, it seems that the couple will have to consume all 5 pounds of pork in the near future. Chapter 149. Is that not the fish from my home? For the next 2 days and nights, the relentless storm continued to rage. The entirety of human technology appeared feeble and impotent in the face of such catastrophic weather. Many areas in Tiannan City, including the vicinity of Hongshu Village and the neighboring Qingshui town, experienced widespread power outages. However, due to the typhoon, the outside world was not only besieged by torrential rain but also buffeted by fierce winds, rendering outdoor work utterly impractical. Any damage to the electrical grid could only be rectified once the typhoon had either subsided or come to an end. Fortunately, after 3 days and nights of heavy rainfall brought by the typhoon, it finally departed, albeit reluctantly. While some rain still lingered in the sky, it was significantly diminished compared to the previous 3 days. When people opened their courtyard doors and beheld the scene outside, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of water that seemed bottomless, particularly in the formerly low-lying areas, which had transformed into vast oceans. To their surprise, many discovered that the floodwaters were teeming with live fish. Goodness, there are fish. Old man, don't just stand there, quickly fetch a bucket to catch some. We have lunch sorted. Could they have been swept here by the typhoon? My dear, do you not know that fish blown in by a typhoon are unsafe to eat? They could cause diarrhea. What nonsense. These fish are alive. Perhaps they escaped from someone else's fish pond. Enough chatter, let us catch them. Who cares whose they are? We'll eat them. They're alive? Then there is no problem. Step aside, I'll take charge. For the fishermen residing by the sea, typhoons were nothing new. Occasionally, it was not uncommon to find an abundance of fish washed ashore after a storm. Initially, many were filled with excitement, urging their relatives to join in the rush to collect the fish. However, in recent years, after numerous individuals suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress post-consumption, the enthusiasm for gathering fish had considerably waned. After all, with the proliferation of factories nearby, who could ascertain whether these fish had been contaminated. Of course, there were still those enticed by the prospect of a bargain, unable to resist the allure of the plentiful seafood lining the streets, and they gathered large quantities. Those fortunate enough often faced no consequences, while the unfortunate could contract acute gastroenteritis, or worse, find themselves hospitalized. Nevertheless, among the fish scattered along the streets of Hongshu village, some had perished with ruptured innards, yet many remained alive and vibrant, witnessing the fresh, lively fish. The villagers found it impossible to resist the temptation of collecting the free catch, and soon they emerged with basins and buckets, eager to seize the opportunity. Dapeng, I heard from the experts that fish washed ashore by a typhoon are unfit for consumption. They could cause diarrhea. Perhaps we should refrain from collecting them? Simultaneously, Cao Dapeng called for his brother and sister-in-law to join him in heading to the nearby beach to search for fish. With the typhoon just having passed, the streets and alleys of Hongshu village were filled with plentiful catches. However, observing the eager villagers, sister-in-law Su Ling could not suppress her concern. Do not touch the dead ones, just let us gather the live ones. Cao Dapeng smiled broadly as he addressed his elder brother and sister-in-law. Initially, he had no intention of venturing out to catch fish. However, upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly observed a peculiar phenomenon. All the sea fish adorned with golden symbols were remarkably alive, while those that had perished bore no markings whatsoever. What did this signify? It indicated that these living fish possessed value. They were wholesome and fit for consumption. Furthermore, his purpose in collecting these fish was not solely for sustenance. He owned 20 acres of shrimp ponds where he could nurture them. Should they thrive, it would be splendid. If they succumbed, they would merely serve as nourishment for carnivorous fish. In any case, he had nothing to lose. Why should he not seize such a splendid opportunity? With that thought in mind, Cao Dapeng grasped a water bucket, accompanied by his dog Xiao He, and waded through the waterlogged path towards the area marked by golden symbols. Ding. 20 yuan credited to bank account. Ding. 33 yuan credited to bank account. Ding. 28 yuan credited to bank account. In no time, as Cao Dapeng continued to collect fish, his bank account began to accumulate funds. What woof! Xiao He, trailing behind Cao Dapeng, had transformed into a swimming prodigy, tirelessly paddling his limbs as he swam back and forth in the water. Whenever he emerged before Cao Dapeng, he would proudly present a fish still gasping for breath. Observing the industrious duo, Cao Dahai and Su Ling exchanged glances and promptly joined the fish-collecting endeavor. Indeed, Dapeng was correct. They had shrimp ponds, so they could simply nurture these fish there. Jiping, wake up. Come out and catch fish. There are plenty right outside our door. Meanwhile, in the Huang Jiping household, the slumbering Jiping was roused by the voice of his wife, Bai Yujia. Sleepily, he opened his eyes. These past 3 days had felt more confining than a prison. The first day's meals consisted solely of pork mixed with rice, and by the second day, the meat in the refrigerator had largely spoiled. Left with no choice, the couple resorted to a meager diet of rice mixed with soy sauce. With the tempest raging outside, they had nowhere to go, and the couple could only exchange glances, leading to bouts of boredom and inevitable quarrels. Perhaps due to his recent fatigue, Jiping found himself frequently bested by Bai Yujia. Now, as noon approached, he felt a twinge of pain in his back, reluctant to rise. Fish? However, upon hearing that fish were present outside, Jiping instinctively sat up in bed. He hastily donned a pair of shorts and slipped on his slippers, making his way outside. Goodness, so many. As he reached the doorway, he beheld his wife Bai Yujia, who was diligently scooping something from the standing water with a bucket. In a matter of moments, several fish had already filled the container. Their area was relatively low-lying, resulting in significant water accumulation, and many people had even resorted to using inflatable rafts as a means of transportation. Jiping cast a cursory glance and noticed that nearby neighbors had all entered into the fish-catching mode. As the one most adept at scheming, he could hardly endure this situation. Immediately, he joined his wife, Bai Yujia, in the fray. With a few fish caught here and there, Huang Jiping was reveling in his fortune. Nothing brings greater joy than having a windfall land in one's lap, especially when it is so readily accessible. However, as he continued to gather, within mere minutes, his expression suddenly froze. Something was amiss. Despite having collected several fish, the majority were nothing but mullet. Moreover, these mullet bore a striking resemblance to the fry from his own shrimp pond. This couldn't be true, could it? In an instant, a most unpleasant thought surged into his mind. Chapter 150, Flowing into Common Households Dam. Could it be that these mullet have escaped from our own shrimp pond? Such a thought suddenly surged into Huang Jiping's mind, startling him. After painstakingly purchasing 5,000 fry, he had watched as nearly 1/3 perished over the course of a month. He was counting on the remaining fry to survive the winter, hoping to sell them for a handsome price next year. If all the fry from the pond were to escape, it would result in a significant loss. Jiping, stop dawdling. Quickly gather the fish. I see many more outside. If we delay, others will seize the opportunity, urged his wife, Yujia, who was happily collecting fish. The villagers lacked profitable skills, yet their expenses were not trivial. Finding such a windfall felt like a rare chance that could not be missed. Observing her husband staring blankly at the water, she felt compelled to hurry him along. Truly, he was slow in everything but certain matters. Gathering fish? What if these fish genuinely are from our pond? How else could there be so many mullet? Huang Zhiping pondered anxiously. Of course, they might also have come from Cao Dapeng's pond, for in the entire Hongshu village, only their 2 families raised mullet. If the fish were from Cao Dapeng, it might ease his mind somewhat. However, Huang Zhiping recalled that just 2 days prior to the typhoon, Cao Dapeng had reinforced his pond, while he had made no preparations at all. The thought only deepened his unease. Stay here and collect the fish. I'm heading to check our shrimp pond. Without heeding Yujia's puzzled expression, Huang Zhiping strode towards their pond. Hey, what are you doing? That area is flooded. You can't possibly swim over, Yujia shouted, but then an alarming thought struck her. Wait a moment. You don't mean to say these mullet could belong to us? The shrimp pond was a vital source of income for their household. The thought of such a grave possibility sent Yujia into a flurry. Grabbing a bucket, she hurried after Huang Zhiping towards their pond. As the couple pressed on, they found the water along the path growing deeper, reaching knee level in many areas. Yet, the deeper they ventured, the more anxious they became. Where could this water be coming from? It could be the torrential rains brought by the typhoon. But there was an even more dreadful possibility, the water from nearby shrimp ponds overflowing, resulting in an accumulation that could not drain away swiftly. And their shrimp pond was perilously close. The couple, trembling with trepidation, ventured forth. As they pressed on, Huang Zhiping, losing patience, decided to swim through the flooded waters. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the threshold of his own shrimp pond. The sight before him struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly dismayed. Following his gaze, he beheld his 10-acre shrimp pond, its water level surging far beyond the surrounding embankments, completely engulfing the area. The narrow dirt path that separated their home from Cao Dapeng's was also barely visible, submerged beneath the relentless tide. Yet, this was not the gravest predicament. To his horror, he discovered numerous lifeless fish floating belly up on the surface of the water. Near the edge of his pond, adjacent to Cao Dapeng's property, he witnessed an astonishing sight, a multitude of mullet fry, akin to carp leaping the Dragon Gate, desperately flinging themselves toward Cao Dapeng's pond. Even those unfortunate enough to fall midway continued to thrash their tails, as if his own pond were a hellish abyss and Cao Dapeng's a paradise. In utter disbelief, Huang Zhiping stood frozen. When he finally regained his composure, the pent-up frustration within him erupted, yet all he could utter was the name of a green plant. Oh dear, my fish, he lamented. Zhiping, what shall we do? At that moment, Yujia, struggling with a water bucket, approached from behind. Upon witnessing the multitude of dead fish bobbing on the surface of their pond, and the sight of many fish slipping away through the breached embankment, she could no longer contain her tears. It dawned on her that the mullet fry she had so joyfully collected earlier were, in fact, all from their own pond. What can we do now? You go collect the fish and tell everyone they belong to us, so they don't take them. I'll fetch some tools to seal the breach. Huang Zhiping's expression darkened. His worst fears had materialized. The pond was overflowing, and who knew how many fish had escaped? However, there was little they could do at this point. They could only attempt to block the breach and raise the embankment to minimize losses. All right, despite Yujia's usual assertiveness. She felt utterly lost in the face of this calamity. The thought of neighbors collecting fish from their pond made her frantic. As she hurried back with her bucket in hand, she called out to the nearby fishermen. Hey, don't take any. Those mullet are ours. I don't care about the other fish, just leave the mullet alone. Our pond is leaking. Yet, the villagers, delighted with their catch, paid her no heed. Yujia, your family is being rather domineering, don't you think? How can you prove those mullet belong to you, and not to Cao Dapeng? Besides, in my view, they are not yours or his. They must have been swept here by the typhoon. Someone retorted. Indeed, the streets are teeming with fish, now left unattended. So on what grounds do you claim them as your own? Look at the family of Cao Dapeng. Have they uttered a word about it? Clearly, these fish were bestowed upon us by the goddess Mazu. What nonsense are you spouting? It is quite possible that the typhoon brought them from elsewhere. You cannot assert that these fish belong to your family simply because you raise mullet. Behold, there is even a dead fish here. Do you wish to claim it? Yujia, witnessing the villagers eagerly scrambling to collect the fish, felt a surge of despair and burst into tears. Meanwhile, Huang Zhiping, not bothering with Yujia's lamentations, focused on the pressing matter at hand. He needed to swiftly seal the breach in his shrimp pond to prevent further fry from escaping. Chapter 151, Uncle Zhiping. Speak with evidence. Huang Zhiping was consumed by anxiety, racing homeward like a frenzied swimmer, akin to a fish leaping through tumultuous waves. He vowed that never in his life had he swum with such fervor. Huang Zhiping had never anticipated that the shrimp pond, which he had once boasted about with such pride, would suffer such catastrophic losses this year. He resolved that he must act swiftly to seal the breach before all the fish completely abandoned the pond. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to return home, numerous fish fry in his pond were already gasping for breath, leaping desperately towards Cao Dapeng's pond with reckless abandon, each jump akin to a warrior charging into battle. The water quality in Huang Zhiping's pond had deteriorated severely. Remaining there would lead only to their demise. In stark contrast, Cao Dapeng's pond appeared as a paradise, exuding an inexplicable allure. Before long, Huang Zhiping tumbled back to his own doorstep. He retrieved the plastic fishing boat he had purchased for several hundred yuan and began loading it with construction debris and sandbags from his property. Over the years, Huang Zhiping had accumulated a substantial fortune, erecting a 3-story house, yet he had been reluctant to dispose of the leftover materials. Ironically, they now served a purpose. After loading the sandbags and debris, Huang Zhiping pushed the boat back toward his shrimp pond, encountering numerous pond owners from Hongshu village along the way, each wearing a somber expression. The village was home to many shrimp ponds, and the recent typhoon had inflicted considerable damage on their livelihoods as well. However, their ponds primarily contained common seafood, which was less valuable than Huang Zhiping's stock. Fortunately, some had managed to sell their fish right before the storm, thus avoiding disaster. Upon hearing of Huang Zhiping's significant losses, their initial sorrow was somewhat alleviated. After all, this was a man who habitually took advantage of others. It was about time he faced some repercussions. My pond lost quite a few fish too, but seeing Huang Zhiping in such a predicament brings me solace. Enough talk. I'll catch as many fish as I can. Is that a mullet I see? Every word exchanged among the villagers pierced Huang Zhiping's ears like daggers, each remark deepening his frustration. Even more infuriating was the realization that many of his fish had swum into Cao Dapeng's pond. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng was reveling in the situation, enthusiastically collecting fish alongside the others. Indeed, for Cao Dapeng, each wild fish he gathered represented a financial gain. Who could resist the allure of money? With each fish he caught, his bank account swelled, even if it was just a few dozen yuan here and there, accumulating into a substantial sum over time. As the fish in the bucket reached capacity, the agile little black dog appeared at just the right moment, nudging the sea fish toward his family's shrimp pond. Meanwhile, the streets and alleys of Hongshu village were flooded, making it nearly impossible for people to navigate. However, for the little black dog, it was of no consequence. With 4 legs paddling vigorously, he moved with remarkable speed. Witnessing this scene, Cao Dapeng felt a swell of gratitude. This little black dog was indeed his invaluable assistant. From a distance, he could also see his shrimp pond. Fortunately, prior to the arrival of the typhoon, he had taken the precaution of raising and reinforcing the dam. After 3 days and nights of relentless storms, the water level in the pond had merely matched the height of the outer dam, teetering on the brink of overflow. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would pose significant risks. Had it been another family's pond, the fish would have likely escaped to roam freely. Yet, in Cao Dapeng's pond, the scenario was quite the opposite. Not only were the fish within perfectly content and showing no desire to escape, but many fish from neighboring ponds, surprisingly, had leapt in groups into his pond. Faced with the turmoil of the storm, the water quality in many shrimp ponds had altered, while the seaweed in Cao Dapeng's pond, with its purifying properties and oceanic essence, offered an ideal refuge for these fish. This unexpected boon was beyond Cao Dapeng's anticipation. However, his focus soon shifted to an abalone before him. Suspended above the abalone was a golden symbol. Unlike the bizarre shapes he had encountered previously, this symbol was, astonishingly, a character. The character you? What could this mean? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow and promptly tossed the abalone into the bucket. With a resounding boom, the golden character transformed into a radiant beam and merged into Cao Dapeng's being. You character. Optimize tools daily, making the world a better place. Optimize tools. As Cao Dapeng beheld the reminder in his mind, a spark of intrigue ignited within him. This skill resembled the luminous symbol of the great sword he had previously acquired. However, the great sword was highly random, imbued with an element of luck. In contrast, the U character appeared to be specifically designed for tool optimization, allowing for designated enhancements, which was far more convenient than the great sword's capabilities. Indeed, with this U character, could he not transform waste into treasure? A smile unfurled across Cao Dapeng's face, as this character instantly uplifted his spirits. Just then, a raucous voice broke the moment. Cao Dapeng, all my mullet have swum into your shrimp pond. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Cao Dapeng looked up to see Huang Zhiping standing before him, his expression dark and accusatory. Uncle Zhiping, your words do not please me, Cao Dapeng replied. Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow and spoke with a chilly tone. Currently, the shrimp ponds in our Honshu village have all been ravaged by torrential rains. Not only did your family's pond breach, but my own has also been inundated. I am at a loss regarding how many fish from my pond have escaped. You seek to hold me accountable. To whom shall I turn for recompense? Cao Dapeng, maintaining his composure, continued. Moreover, one must adhere to the principle of evidence. You claim that the fish from your pond have swum into mine. Do you possess any proof? It cannot simply be a matter of your word compelling me to provide compensation. As he spoke, Cao Dapeng's attention was suddenly drawn to a fish gliding through the puddle before him. With remarkable speed, he seized the opportunity, swiftly capturing the fish and tossing it into his bucket. He then shook the bucket containing the fish and remarked with a smile directed at Huang Zhiping, Uncle Zhiping. I trust you are not suggesting that this fish in my bucket also belongs to your pond? Chapter 152. Dapeng, do you need a fishing boat? Now that the typhoon has just subsided, the streets and alleys are littered with various sea fish, some washed ashore from the ocean, others from distant locales, or perhaps even from the nearby shrimp ponds that overflowed. Moreover, the water level in Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond has indeed just reached the height of the dam, making it plausible for the fish to escape. Thus, Huang Zhiping cannot definitively claim that the fish that have run away belong to him. Cao Dapeng, we shall see. This matter is far from over. Seeing that he could not refute Cao Dapeng, and with fish continuously slipping through the gap in his own pond, Huang Zhiping pushed his small boat toward the direction of the pond, disregarding any quarrel with Cao Dapeng. At this point, his only recourse was to seal the breach in his pond swiftly to avert greater losses. This Huang Zhiping, he acts as if the entire village owes him a fortune. Dapeng, we are not afraid of him. As Huang Zhiping departed, Su Ling and Cao Dahai approached, rallying behind Cao Dapeng. However, the couple's eyes were filled with concern. With many ponds overflowing, it was possible that Cao Dapeng, having just contracted the shrimp pond, had suffered severe losses as well. Dapeng, what about our fish? Su Ling and Cao Dahai looked anxiously at Cao Dapeng. Rest assured, we reinforced the pond beforehand. Look, although the water level is quite high, it has not completely overflowed. Even if some fish escape, it won't be many. Besides, all our stock came from the ocean, if need be. We can always venture out to sea again. Cao Dapeng shrugged nonchalantly. Internally, he chuckled, for his shrimp pond was a veritable treasure trove. Fish from other locales would be delighted to find their way to his pond. There was no chance they would flee. In the aftermath of the torrential rains brought by the typhoon, everyone faced potential losses, but Cao Dapeng would not suffer any such fate. Not only would he avoid losses, but he would also emerge significantly wealthier. Over the next 2 days, the rains finally ceased, and with the villages organizing manpower for flood control, the accumulated water in Honshu village gradually drained into the low-lying sea. Seizing this opportunity, Cao Dapeng also utilized a pump to expel some water from his shrimp pond. There was no choice. The volume of rainfall was unprecedented, and if he did not act quickly to drain the excess water, he feared the surrounding dam might collapse. Should that happen, even with the presence of seaweed and marine delicacies, the fish might not survive. While draining the water, Cao Dapeng took a moment to inspect his pond and discovered that, following the heavy rainfall, the number of fish had increased by at least 700 or 800. Of course, he could only feign indifference to this fortunate turn of events, even going so far as to sigh and lament the supposed heavy losses of his pond. After all, many pond owners had incurred losses during this storm. One cannot boast of newfound wealth in a time when others are suffering. Just look at Huang Zhiping's household next door. Although they have managed to seal the breach in their pond, they have lost over 500 fish. As for the fish that managed to escape, an analysis of the harvest by the Huang Zhiping couple revealed that there were at least 300 to 400. Not to mention those that had jumped into Cao Dapeng's pond, along with the fish that had recently died after being purchased. Currently, if Huang Zhiping's shrimp pond houses 2,000 fish, it would be considered a stroke of good fortune. Boom. While Cao Dapeng was lost in thought, he noticed Huang Zhiping arriving with a 3-wheeled dump truck loaded with soil. In front of Cao Dapeng, Huang Zhiping directly unloaded a full load of dirt onto the earthen path that separated their 2 shrimp ponds. Uncle Zhiping, what are you doing? Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow at this sight. What else could I be doing? Huang Zhiping shot him an irritated glare and replied coldly. I need to raise this road a bit higher to prevent my fish from escaping whenever a typhoon strikes. Huang Zhiping was not one to suffer losses lightly. The recent heavy rains had inflicted considerable damage to his shrimp pond, leaving him so distressed that he could hardly eat. After much contemplation, he decided to reinforce the area around his pond, particularly the roads separating his and Cao Dapeng's properties, which needed to be elevated by at least 10 to 20 centimeters. He harbored serious suspicions that most of the fish he lost had ended up in Cao Dapeng's pond, yet he had no proof. Hey, that is a brilliant idea. Cao Dapeng immediately gave Huang Zhiping a thumbs up, exclaiming, then it's a favor from Uncle Zhiping. But since this road is used by everyone, make sure to pack it down well to avoid inconveniencing others. Cao Dapeng had also considered raising the area around his pond, but with 20 acres of shrimp pond, it was no small undertaking. With Huang Zhiping's assistance, he would save at least a third of the workload, for which he felt grateful. Huang Zhiping, despite receiving praise from Cao Dapeng, he found himself unable to feel any joy. Beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle horn pierced the air. Cao Dapeng then saw Xiang, riding his motorcycle with a cheerful smile, approaching him on the road as dusk fell. Dapeng, do you want a fishing boat? As the motorcycle came to a halt, Xiang beamed at Cao Dapeng. A fishing boat? Upon hearing this, Huang Zhiping, who was preparing to continue hauling dirt with the three-wheeler, furrowed his brow in curiosity. Cao Dapeng, taken aback, quickly offered Xiang a cigarette and inquired, "What do you mean? Have you found a seller?" Indeed. Xiang, seated on his motorcycle, puffed out smoke as Cao Dapeng lit the cigarette. You know the person? It's the shrimp brother from last time. He is planning to upgrade to a larger boat and wants to sell this one to raise some funds. Since I heard you were interested in buying, I thought I'd discuss it with you first. So it was the shrimp brother. Realizing this, Cao Dapeng felt enlightened. The shrimp brother's boat was approximately 14 meters long and 3.6 meters wide, a standard trawler that, while not suitable for deep-sea voyages, would adequately meet his needs for coastal fishing. If the price is reasonable, it would indeed be worthwhile to make the purchase, given his familiarity with the matter. How much is he planning to sell it for? Cao Dapeng blinked, intending to inquire further when he suddenly felt the gaze of Huang Zhiping from a distance. His voice halted abruptly as he waved to Xiang, suggesting they take a trip to Nampan village for a face-to-face discussion. All right, let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiang smiled broadly and, accompanied by Cao Dapeng, headed straight for Nampan village. Huang Zhiping, what had he just heard? This young man, Cao Dapeng, actually intends to buy a fishing boat. It is worth noting that even a second-hand fishing boat is not inexpensive. Where did Cao Dapeng acquire such funds? Reflecting on the recent rumors circulating in the village, Huang Zhiping spat in disdain at the receding figure of Cao Dapeng, exclaiming, always relying on women, that pretty boy. He then resumed driving his dumper tricycle, collecting more soil. Chapter 153, The Marvelous Use of Exceptional Characters. Xiang, carrying Cao Dapeng, traveled along a bumpy road and soon arrived at the dock of Nampan village. The nearby fishing boats were primarily anchored here. Just a few days prior, a typhoon had struck, and it was this vast harbor that had spared many vessels from the storm's wrath. Upon their arrival, Xiang and Cao Dapeng found that Brother Xia had yet to arrive. Instead, a middle-aged man with a briefcase was busily advertising second-hand boats, clearly a broker specializing in such transactions. Upon spotting Xiang, the broker's eyes lit up, and he approached with eagerness, exclaiming, Xiang, weren't you looking to purchase a boat a few days ago? Have you found anything of interest? If not, do come and take a look at my offerings. I have a number of new arrivals just in these past days." With a jovial demeanor, the broker offered a cigarette as he spoke. In the coastal area near Hongshu village, various livelihoods thrived. Some relied on fishing, while others profited from buying low and selling high, much like this broker who connected sellers and buyers for a commission. Thanks to Cao Dapeng's earlier commission, Xiang had become acquainted with this intermediary. "No, thank you. We've already made contact with someone and are planning to meet soon," Xiang replied with a genial smile, intending to decline the broker's offer. However, the broker's eyes sparkled at this news. Planning to meet? Well, that doesn't mean a deal has been struck yet. As long as you haven't purchased a boat, there are options to explore. The broker insisted, buying a fishing vessel is a significant investment. It warrants comparing various options. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it later. I assure you, I have an extensive selection of fishing boats, ranging from wooden vessels costing 20 to 30,000 to fiberglass boats valued at over 100,000. Whether you're interested in shrimp trawlers or tuna boats, I can certainly introduce you to the most suitable options within your budget. As a seasoned salesman, his persuasive rhetoric left the honest and straightforward Xiang somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, and he glanced at Cao Dapeng for guidance. After all, it was Cao Dapeng who would be making the purchase. Really? Where are your boats? Could you show us? Cao Dapeng inquired with a resigned smile, following the broker's lead. Since Brother Xia had yet to arrive, it seemed prudent to entertain the broker's offer, lest he become persistent. Moreover, Xiang had previously disclosed that Brother Xia intended to sell his boat for 200,000, which Cao Dapeng found somewhat steep. "Certainly. They are right over there. Let me show you." The broker replied with enthusiasm, leading the pair to a cluster of fishing boats. These vessels, moored at the dock, bore the marks of age and use, their second-hand nature evident in their worn appearance. "Look here, this one, that one, and even over there. Prices range from 20 to several hundred thousand. I handle all of these. If any catch your eye, I can negotiate with the seller on your behalf. The broker's gaze was fixed intently on Cao Dapeng, eager for his sale. At this moment, he realized that the true buyer of the boat was not Xiang, but rather the young man named Cao Dapeng standing before him. Moreover, he had heard numerous rumors about Cao Dapeng, suggesting that this lad had attached himself to a wealthy woman and had been making quite a profit lately. Such a lucrative target was one he could not afford to overlook. However, no matter how eloquently he described the boats, Cao Dapeng, fixated on the fishing vessels, could not help but slightly furrow his brow. The reason was that he suddenly discovered that whenever his gaze settled on a particular boat, detailed information about its various components would accurately manifest in his mind. Furthermore, he could also clearly discern whether each boat possessed the necessary documentation and any incidents it had encountered at sea. Although he considered himself an outsider in the realm of fishing vessels and could not comprehend these data, hovering above each component were corresponding ratings, accompanied by an option to optimize. At that moment, Cao Dapeng finally grasped the significance of the optimization character, realizing its remarkable convenience. Blinking in astonishment, he regained his composure and addressed the intermediary, stating that the engine of this fishing boat was inadequate and outdated. As for this one, the propeller was too small and probably wouldn't suffice. Brother, this boat must be quite old, right? I suspect it lacks complete documentation as well. With a subtle smile, Cao Dapeng nonchalantly articulated the flaws of each fishing vessel the intermediary had just introduced to him. After all, being second-hand boats, they inevitably possessed certain issues. Those priced lower usually required essential components to be replaced entirely, and their outdated styles were simply not worth it. Conversely, those of comparable quality often lacked documentation and had even been involved in incidents, prompting Cao Dapeng to hesitate in acquiring such vessels. Observing the intermediary's unreliability, Cao Dapeng exchanged a few terse remarks before heading directly towards the fishing boat owned by Brother Xia, as he had already arrived at the dock. Hey, we can negotiate. We have plenty of boats, just make your requests, and I can find something for you. The intermediary shouted at the retreating figures of Cao Dapeng and Xiang. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had initially thought Cao Dapeng was merely a nouveau riche who knew nothing about fishing boats, believing that by embellishing his descriptions, he might manage to profit handsomely from him. Yet, he never anticipated that in just a few words, Cao Dapeng could pinpoint the critical flaws of his boats. This fellow was indeed an expert. He had been careless. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng had approached Brother Xia, scrutinizing the vessel before him. Previously, he had merely regarded Brother Xia's boat as decent, but now, all information regarding this boat clearly emerged in his mind. This vessel had been in use for over 5 years, nearly 6, with the engine replaced once, and the propeller measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters. While the maintenance of other components appeared to be satisfactory, most importantly, the vessel has passed inspection and possesses all the necessary documentation, which will save a great deal of trouble. 150,000, my friend, we are old acquaintances. If it is indeed 150,000, I shall purchase it directly. What do you say? After contemplating for a moment, Cao Dapeng made a direct offer to his acquaintance. 150,000. Dapeng, you truly have a knack for bargaining. Upon hearing this price, a bitter smile appeared on Xie Ji's face. Surely, you can add a little more. I have just replaced the engine. You ought to increase it by at least 20,000. Very well, then it shall be 170,000. Cao Dapeng, being straightforward, nodded in agreement. Xie Ge, goodness, is bargaining now so refreshingly direct? Have I perhaps conceded too much? Chapter 154, Optimization. Turning stone into gold. Although Brother Xia felt a tinge of regret, he knew that a man must stand by his word. Thus, he finalized the deal with Cao Dapeng for a sum of 170,000. After all, selling a fishing boat in such a short time within this vicinity was no simple feat if he were to encounter buyers from other regions. The complex process of interregional transfer would ensue. With the 170,000 combined with his savings from the past years, acquiring a better fishing vessel would become much more feasible. Consequently, Cao Dapeng and Brother Xia signed a purchase contract, with a deposit of 10,000 paid up front. The following day, they proceeded to the Fishing Port Regulatory Bureau in Tianan City to complete the transfer and various formalities. Once the procedures were finalized, Cao Dapeng transferred the remaining 160,000 to Brother Xia in one lump sum. Thus, the small trawler officially belonged to Cao Dapeng. Bravo, Brother Dapeng. You are now a proud owner of a fishing boat. At the dock in Nampan village, Afu, Xiang, and even big Brother Cao Dahai's family, along with little He, wagged their tails excitedly as they boarded the vessel, exploring every nook and cranny. No one could have anticipated that just a few months prior, Cao Dapeng was merely a drifter, and now he possessed such a sizable fishing boat. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Afu gazed at Cao Dapeng with admiration. Brother Dapeng, let me join you on your fishing trips. I have plenty of strength. Cao Dapeng shrugged, draping his arm around Afu's shoulder with a grin. Of course. You're my brother. If you don't come willingly, I'll have to drag you along. It takes a village to raise a child. A lone hero needs 3 helpers. Venturing out to sea involves considerable risk. Relying solely on Cao Dapeng would not suffice. Having Afu by his side, who had accompanied him for many years, was essential. Now that he owned a fishing boat, it was imperative to have his most capable ally with him for peace of mind. Brother, can I join too? Huang Jiaxiang, standing nearby, scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish as he addressed Cao Dapeng. He had been working alongside Brother Xia. But with the sale of Xia's boat to Cao Dapeng and no new vessel in sight, he found himself temporarily unemployed. Seeing Cao Dapeng with a boat sparked his desire to align with him once more. After all, the previous fishing trips with Cao Dapeng had yielded exceptional returns. Perhaps working with Cao Dapeng would be more lucrative than with Brother Xia. Absolutely. Cao Dapeng nodded, smiling. Jiaxiang, we know each other well. I assure you, your earnings will exceed what you made with Brother Xia. Fantastic. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiaxiang's face lit up with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. For someone like him, who worked odd jobs, the constant threat of unemployment loomed large, especially with his family relying on his income. Cao Dapeng's assurance allowed him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Cao Dapeng blinked and turned to his elder brother. Brother, now that we have a shrimp pond and I've acquired a fishing boat, why don't you resign from your job at the factory and join me? Together. As brothers, I am confident we can earn a substantial fortune. In the past, Cao Dapeng had nothing. Gathering shells and setting traps was unpredictable. Hence, he never persuaded his brother to join him. However, the situation had changed. With his own fishing boat, the prospect of a lucrative income from the sea was promising. And if he could bring his brother along, his earnings would surely surpass what he made at the factory. But Cao Dapeng quickly shook his head, glancing at his wife and child with a wry smile. I'm rather timid and fear the sea. However, I've discussed this with your sister-in-law. I'll resign from the factory and focus on producing squid strips. Once the business is stable, I'll have her join me. This way, it will be more secure. The greater the storms, the more valuable the fish. While the potential profits from fishing were high, the risks were equally daunting. In the past, he would have followed Cao Dapeng without hesitation, but circumstances had changed. His parents had perished in a maritime disaster, and now, as a husband and father, he had to consider the consequences of any misfortune. What would happen to Su Ling and Ran Ran if something were to befall him? Cao Dapeng was not naive. He understood that he could not control his brother's decisions, since there were only the 2 of them in the Cao family. If Cao Dapeng chose to venture out to sea, it was his duty as the elder brother to remain at home and support the family. Moreover, the squid strip business was thriving, and he was already quite occupied with purchasing, producing, and selling them, leaving him little energy to accompany Cao Dapeng on fishing trips. Very well. Cao Dapeng nodded thoughtfully and smiled at his brother. If I catch some squid at sea, I will bring some back for you. So you won't have to buy from others. Each had their considerations, and he had done all he could. Since his brother was unwilling to join him on the sea, Cao Dapeng would not press the matter. Besides, with the squid strip business just beginning, it indeed seemed a better option than venturing out to sea. Uncle, I want to go to sea too. At that moment, Ran Ran came over, pulling Su Ling along, her big, expressive eyes gazing eagerly at Cao Dapeng. As soon as she spoke, everyone on the deck burst into laughter. Su Ling was both amused and exasperated. The sea is harsh with wind and sun. What are you, a little girl, doing out there? Ran Ran, with a serious expression, replied. But there are so many fish in the sea, and many beautiful islands and corals. Our textbook says there are numerous islands to the south. In the water there is a brilliant blue. The seabird's droppings are excellent fertilizer. As she spoke, her face radiated with longing. Cao Dapeng affectionately tousled his niece's hair. All right. I promise. But you must study hard first. When school is out, I'll take you out to sea on my boat. How does that sound? Ran Ran's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Cao Dapeng extended his hand. Let us seal our pact. Without a moment's hesitation, Ran Ran intertwined her pinky with Cao Dapeng's, even pressing her thumb down to create a mark. This scene elicited laughter and amusement from the onlookers. The group lingered on the boat for a while before returning to their respective homes. However, that evening, Cao Dapeng rode his motorcycle back to this place. He had essentially purchased Brother Xia's fishing vessel. Yet, to navigate the seas with ease, certain aspects needed refinement. The Weichai engine, rated at 65 points. Should it be enhanced to 80? Enhance. The propeller blades, currently at 60 points, should they also be upgraded to 80? Upgrade. Chapter 155. Setting sail towards the sea under the influence of the superior character enhancement, the once dilapidated fishing vessel has undergone remarkable optimization. Both the engine and the propellers have been rejuvenated, and although the exterior of the boat appears largely unchanged, the core components are nearly indistinguishable from when Brother Shrimp first acquired it. In fact, in terms of performance, it surpasses the vessel he purchased 5 years ago by a considerable margin. During this period, Cao Dapeng also took the opportunity to optimize the comprehensive network and the Come Bite My Hook application that he had replicated using the plus sign. Though he remains uncertain of the results at this moment, having completed all preparations, Cao Dapeng felt at ease and returned home to rest. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, a Fu and a Xiang arrived on motorcycles, ready to set sail with Cao Dapeng. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by Xiaohei, meandered his way to the dock. Initially intending to leave Xiaohei at home, he soon realized that the dog seemed aware of his intentions. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng preparing to leave, Xiaohei wagged his tail excitedly and followed him eagerly. With no choice but to bring Xiaohei along, Cao Dapeng boarded the boat, reasoning that the presence of his canine companion would add some amusement to the otherwise monotonous sea voyage. As Cao Dapeng was about to embark with a Fu and a Xiang, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, he spotted Lin Meiqi and Lu Hao approaching. Lu Hao, the captain of the vessel and employer of 5 or 6 fishermen, walked with an air of arrogance, seemingly boasting to Lin Meiqi about something. However, upon noticing his wife's gaze directed at Cao Dapeng, Lu Hao's earlier exuberance swiftly faded. Recently, during the winter season of the hairtail fish migration, he had been fortunate enough to make several profitable trips at sea. With Lin Meiqi feeling bored at home, he had planned to take her out for a refreshing outing. Yet, to his dismay, they encountered Cao Dapeng at the dock. What a stroke of bad luck. Despite his internal frustration, Lu Hao reminded himself that he was the captain, while Cao Dapeng was merely a fisherman renting a boat. His confidence quickly returned. Dapeng, have you rented Brother Shrimp's boat again? Lu Hao inquired with a smile. I told you before, if you need a boat, just come to me. We're old classmates after all. You needn't spend your money unnecessarily. With his wife, Lin Meiqi, by his side, Lu Hao sought to appear generous while simultaneously belittling Cao Dapeng. He placed his hand around Lin Meiqi's waist and suggested, why don't you come aboard my vessel? We could go together. However, before he could finish, a Fu, standing beside Cao Dapeng, swiftly countered him. Why would we board your boat when we have our own? A Fu scoffed disdainfully. Pointing to their newly acquired fishing vessel, he declared with pride, this boat now belongs to Brother Dapeng. From now on, we can set sail whenever we please. A Fu had long been intolerant of Lu Hao's pretentious demeanor. It was evident to him that Lu Hao was intentionally showing off. In the past, he could overlook it, but now that Brother Dapeng had acquired a fishing boat, why should they continue to indulge this insufferable rat? What? You bought Brother Xia's boat? Lu Hao's expression faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Cao Dapeng, both hailing from Nantan village. Xia's boat was purchased in the same year as Lu Hao's, and though it had aged somewhat, acquiring it would require a substantial sum. Just recently, Cao Dapeng had purchased 20 acres of shrimp pond, and now he had also secured Xia's fishing vessel. This fellow was truly a nouveau riche. Lu Hao's face shifted through various shades of discontent as he unconsciously tightened his grip around Lin Meiqi's waist. Standing beside him, Lin Meiqi was equally astonished. Over the past weeks, numerous tales about Cao Dapeng had circulated, yet she never anticipated that within such a short span, he would have acquired a fishing boat. It was worth noting that just 2 months prior, Cao Dapeng was merely an ordinary man relying on luck while beachcombing for a living. Ha, the rat speaks truly. Cao Dapeng remarked with a shrug, a casual smile gracing his lips as he observed the astonished couple. Renting someone else's boat is indeed inconvenient and costly. I thought to myself, why not purchase my own vessel? This way, I can set sail whenever I please, much more convenient. At that moment, Cao Dapeng was eager to test his optimized fishing boat and had little patience to waste on the startled couple. Well, time is of the essence. We must head out to sea. Let us chat later. With that, he called to Aftu and Xiang and boarded the vessel. Woof, woof. Little Black, baring his teeth and wagging his tail, joyfully followed suit. Aftu and Xiang remained on the deck, organizing and inspecting the fishing gear, while Cao Dapeng made his way directly into the cockpit. With a thunderous roar, the optimized fishing boat set sail into the depths of the ocean. Although operating a boat was merely a memory for him, this was Cao Dapeng's first time behind the wheel, and he was inevitably a bit clumsy at first. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he became familiar with the various operations. Moreover, he discovered that the optimized fishing vessel was remarkably smooth to navigate. This lad truly did buy a boat, as he watched Cao Dapeng enter the cockpit and steer the fishing boat far into the distance. Lu Hao slowly began to accept this reality. He had always believed that he was faring better than Cao Dapeng, and that Lin Meiqi would lead a happier life by his side. With a little diligence, he thought, the gap between him and Cao Dapeng would only widen, perhaps even become a chasm. Yet now, the distance between him and Cao Dapeng was indeed increasing only. He was the one falling behind. Meiqi, let us board the boat. Lu Hao gritted his teeth and pulled Lin Meiqi onto his own fishing vessel. At that moment, other fishermen had also boarded their boats, and Lu Hao, glancing at the fishing boat not far ahead, followed suit closely behind. However, he soon discovered that no matter how fervently he pursued, the fishing boat piloted by Cao Dapeng consistently outpaced him. After a relentless half-hour chase, he found himself no closer to catching up, which left Lu Hao utterly bewildered. His own fishing vessel, acquired around the same time as Brother Xia's, was equipped with the finest engine to ensure optimal navigation. Logically, overtaking Cao Dapeng should have been a trivial endeavor. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he remained unable to close the gap, engendering a profound sense of frustration within him. Just as Lu Hao wrestled with his vexation, he noticed that the fishing boat ahead of him had finally reduced its speed and gradually came to a halt in a certain expanse of the sea. Chapter 156. The spotted prawn. Are they intending to cast their nets here? Lin Meiqi furrowed her brow. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Cao Dapeng's fishing vessel gradually lowering its trawl. Although she had grown up by the sea, this was her first experience venturing out on a boat. He has but limited skills, Lu Hao scoffed disdainfully. This area is merely shallow waters. Catching small fish and shrimp is feasible, but there is no substantial catch to be had. I reckon he has just acquired the boat and is merely testing the waters. As he spoke, Cao Dapeng altered the boat's course and continued forward, simultaneously maneuvering the vessel while calling out to Lin Meiqi, Meiqi, let us press on. The deep sea holds an abundance of hairtail fish awaiting us. Lin Meiqi nodded in agreement. The season was ripe for harvesting hairtail fish, and with a stroke of luck, they could amass a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, Lin Meiqi could not help but cast her gaze towards Cao Dapeng's boat. Her curiosity ignited regarding the quantity of fish he might catch. After all, she had witnessed Cao Dapeng's impressive hauls back in Hongshu village. This scene did not escape Lu Hao's notice, and he felt a shadow darken his expression. Cao Dapeng, today you shall learn what it means to fish professionally, he exclaimed, revving the engine and propelling the boat to its maximum speed. He was determined to reach the fishing grounds swiftly, eager for Lin Meiqi to witness the spectacle of his fishing prowess. Once she beheld his grand catches, Cao Dapeng's modest haul would pale in comparison. Hey, the captain seems a bit off today, he driving the boat so recklessly. One of the hired fishermen remarked. I might as well be tossed overboard. Is Mr. Lu out for a joyride with his wife? We're being blown about like leaves in the wind. On the deck, the hired fisherman wore expressions of discontent. Usually, Lu Hao piloted the boat with steadiness, but today it felt as though he had taken leave of his senses, leaving them on the verge of seasickness. As Lu Hao's vessel departed, Cao Dapeng had fully submerged his trawl. Since arriving at sea, his gaze was met with a myriad of shimmering golden symbols. Yet, the abundance of symbols overwhelmed him, inducing a mild sense of indecision. Reluctantly, he opted to target the larger RMB symbols or those adorned with other emblems, which would not only yield valuable seafood, but also grant him numerous new skills. Upon nearing this maritime region, Cao Dapeng noticed the RMB symbols were particularly prominent, and amidst a cluster of golden symbols, he spotted one bearing a treasure chest motif. Its potential rewards were unknown. Soon, the sound of chains scraping echoed across the deck. As under the guidance of a Fu and a Xiang, the lowered trawl began to rise. It's coming, it's coming. The two men exclaimed with elation as the net was about to be raised. As they rushed to inspect their catch, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As the first net was drawn up today, it revealed an abundant catch teeming with fish. A glance around showcased primarily substantial mantis shrimp, thrashing incessantly. The mantis shrimp, also known as grass shrimp or king prawns, are characterized by their striped patterns in shades of brown and dark green. Male mantis shrimp typically live for about a year and a half, while females may reach 2 years. The spawning season occurs annually from February to April and again from August to November. Now that we have reached November, the spawning period is nearly concluded, and the mantis shrimp are busy storing fat for winter, making them exceptionally succulent at this time of year. Additionally, mantis shrimp are warm in nature and sweet in flavor. Entering the liver and kidney meridians, their flesh is known for its benefits such as replenishing kidney energy, enhancing lactation, detoxifying, nourishing blood, and invigorating qi, making it a seafood delight suitable for all ages. During this season, mantis shrimp can fetch as much as 80 yuan per pound. Afyu, we've struck gold, exclaimed Da Xiang, unable to contain his excitement as he gazed at the mantis shrimp in the net. Indeed, with Brother Dapeng, we're in for a feast. Afyu nodded in agreement. With this haul, They had captured no fewer than several hundred mantis shrimp, promising a handsome profit. While the two sorted their catch, they also discovered a number of red flower crabs and prawns, which were equally in season, much to their delight. In a flurry, Afu and Axiang sprang into action. Meanwhile, Xiaohai, who had been lounging nearby, swayed his tail and trotted over to assist, using his mouth to pluck the shrimp and crabs from the net. In the cockpit, Cao Dapeng steered the vessel forward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At the moment the mantis shrimp were brought aboard, a golden treasure chest symbol appeared before him. Only then did he notice that this treasure chest was adorned with a large sword symbol. It had been some time since he encountered such a sword emblem. Curiosity piqued about the treasures contained within this chest. Suddenly, the treasure chest symbol trembled, and the chest opened, revealing a complete set of black diving equipment before Cao Dapeng. It included a wetsuit, oxygen tank, and goggles, everything one could need. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared before him. Rui diving suit, capable of adjusting comfort based on ocean pressure, temperature, and other factors, boasting exceptional elasticity and strength, providing remarkable protection. Note: the treasure chest has storage capabilities, allowing the equipment to be stored within for convenient access. Upon reading this, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This diving suit is akin to a bulletproof vest, allowing for free swimming beneath the waves and, according to the description, providing a level of defense even against sea creatures like sharks. This is no ordinary treasure, it's a significant windfall. Cao Dapeng grinned widely, and with a mere thought, the diving equipment was once again placed into the golden treasure chest, which transformed into a beam of light and merged into his being. The fishing vessel was relatively modest. Thus, the sudden appearance of such advanced equipment was undeniably conspicuous, making it prudent to store it away for the time being. To his surprise, another treasure chest lay ahead. After some time, as Cao Dapeng navigated the fishing boat across the sea, the tidal evolution chart in his hand began to shimmer, and he suddenly noticed, not far ahead, a resplendent treasure chest glimmering in gold. Moreover, the surface of this chest bore the image of a grand sword. Today, fortune smiles upon me. Cao Dapeng chuckled to himself, steering the boat directly towards that area of the sea. Having spotted it, he deemed it essential to claim it for himself. As the fishing boat came to a halt, without needing any instruction from Cao Dapeng, Afu and Axiang cheerfully began to lower the dragnet. Indeed, the spot chosen by Cao Dapeng was bound to yield a bountiful catch. They were equally eager to discover what treasures this stretch of sea might reveal. Chapter 157, Dawn. The squid slumbers in the eager gaze of Afu and Axiang. Nearly an hour passed before the sinking trawl began to emerge from the depths. Soon, they could hardly contain their excitement as they crouched down to sort through the catch. It's sea bass, Axiang exclaimed in astonishment upon opening the net. Compared to the more exotic mantis shrimp, sea bass was a familiar sight for them, often caught even during casual fishing trips by the shore. However, November marked the peak season for sea bass, renowned for its delectable flesh and high market value, regardless of the type of fish caught. As long as the quantity was substantial, they need not fear losses. Just look at this haul. They had pulled up hundreds of sea bass. Alongside the sea bass, numerous pomfrets of similar size also graced their catch, equally sought after by seafood enthusiasts. Afu and Axiang wasted no time, hurriedly sorting through the bounty. Meanwhile, for Cao Dapeng, a golden treasure chest adorned with a sword motif reappeared before him. As he opened the chest, a sleek black spear gun materialized in front of him. Measuring approximately the length of an arm, this spear gun was crafted from a special material, and according to its description, once fired, it would automatically track its target, ensuring perfect accuracy. Cao Dapeng smiled to himself as he stowed the spear gun away. With a diving suit and a spear gun at his disposal, swimming in the ocean posed little challenge for him. He contemplated the prospect of indulging in some underwater hunting when time permitted, but for now, he had to focus on earning a living and improving his circumstances. Such adventures would have to wait. Lost in thought, Afu and Axiang had nearly finished sorting their catch on the deck. Seizing the moment, Cao Dapeng navigated the fishing boat onward. The November sea promised a bountiful yield, yet in this particular stretch of water, it seemed to be teeming with only sea bass and pomfrets. Cao Dapeng was not picky. To him, all fish represented profit. The fishing boat continued its journey, casting nets and reaping a considerable haul in the ebb and flow of the tides. The sight of their boat brimming with fish delighted Afu and Axiang immensely. While Afu was content, Axiang, who frequently accompanied the boat on fishing expeditions, felt particularly thrilled. Previously, he had fished alongside Shrimp Brother in deeper waters, where the chances of a substantial catch had dwindled due to the increasingly complex marine conditions. Many times, they would haul in bothersome jellyfish and ocean debris instead. However, with Cao Dapeng at the helm, every net cast seemed to yield a bountiful catch, leaving no room for disappointment. It appeared that following Cao Dapeng would lead to significant earnings in the future. A Fu had to admit, Cao Dapeng's luck was truly remarkable. After tidying up the latest catch, Xiang could not help but exhale deeply, admiration evident in his gaze. Indeed, whenever Brother Dapeng set out, there was never a lack of bounty. Afu beamed with delight as he observed the fish catch sorted by the two men. He remarked, Xiang, simply follow Brother Dapeng, and you're sure to reap substantial rewards. Xiang nodded thoughtfully. I don't know why, but following Dapeng gives me a sense of security. Having spent many years at sea, he understood the considerable risks involved. One could say it was a matter of life and death. Nevertheless, he had no choice. His family depended on him for financial support. In the vicinity of Hongshu village, this appeared to be the quickest and most lucrative means of earning a living. Xiang had known Cao Dapeng for some time, and for reasons unknown. He always felt a profound sense of assurance in his presence, which was why he had chosen to accompany him on this voyage. Suddenly, Xiang realized something was amiss. Are we venturing further out? Is Dapeng intending to head into the deep sea? In the past, their excursions with Cao Dapeng typically involved circling around the coral and then returning. However, today, their fishing vessel had clearly surpassed those previous limits and seemed intent on proceeding into deeper waters. It was well known that while deeper seas might yield richer fishing resources, they also posed greater risks. What was Cao Dapeng planning? But then again, why worry? Wherever Brother Dapeng went, they would follow without question. In contrast to Xiang's furrowed brow, Afu appeared indifferent. He had resolutely decided to stick with Cao Dapeng for life. Woof woof, barked the small black dog sitting nearby, seemingly echoing Afu's sentiments and expressing loyalty. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Cao Dapeng calmly navigated the fishing vessel onward. He initially intended to catch another net of sea bass before heading home, especially since daylight had already arrived and there weren't any valuable fish left in the nearby waters. However, he suddenly noticed a considerable gathering of squid in the waters ahead, specifically, the Pacific cuttlefish. Several species of squid exist, but the Pacific cuttlefish is particularly prized for making dried squid strips. Given that his brother and sister-in-law were currently engaged in a business venture and urgently required this type of squid, Cao Dapeng had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. He would catch them without hesitation. Yet, these squids typically reside at depths of 1 to 200 meters and are nocturnal, often surfacing only at night while sleeping hidden among rocks or coral during the day. Fishermen usually opt to fish for squid at night, capturing large quantities at once. Attempting to catch squid during the day would be largely fruitless. However, this was only applicable to other fishermen. For Cao Dapeng, it was of little consequence. What was wrong with fishing during the day? With his remarkable gear, including the all-encompassing net and the come-bite-my-hook lure, even if the squids were asleep, they would have no choice but to awaken and present themselves. Are we stopping to set the net here? Xiang inquired, observing the fishing boat gradually come to a halt, glancing curiously at Afu. Of course. Otherwise, why would Brother Dapeng bring us here for a scenic tour? Afu shrugged and, together with Xiang, proceeded to lower the drag net into the sea. Meanwhile, a fishing vessel was approaching from a distance. Lu Hao, at the helm, was navigating the boat laden with a bountiful catch of ribbonfish, making his way home. Ribbonfish are nocturnal creatures, typically emerging to forage 2 hours after sunset or 2 hours before dawn, making these times prime opportunities for both fishing and netting. Perhaps due to Lu Hao's swift navigation today, he fortuitously encountered a school of ribbonfish, and with several casts of the net, he managed to haul in a considerable catch. Observing his boat brimming with fish, Lu Hao felt elated, boasting profusely to Lin Meiqi along the way. However, as he continued on his course, he spotted a familiar silhouette. The fishing boat anchored ahead was none other than the one recently acquired by Cao Dapeng. What was he doing in this vicinity? It truly seemed that fate had drawn their paths together. Lu Hao's previously jubilant expression darkened abruptly, turning icy in an instant. Chapter 158. A bountiful harvest of squid is that Cao Dapeng's boat? As Lu Hao observed, Lin Meiqi's voice emerged beside him. Clearly intrigued by the presence of the fishing vessel, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Heh. Lu Hao let out a cold chuckle, perceiving the individual as a mere novice, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the sea. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and most fish had already retreated to the depths for their slumber. What catches could possibly be expected? As a seasoned captain, Lu Hao had not idled away his years. He possessed an intimate understanding of this maritime expanse. Fishermen typically set sail either in the afternoon when fish were more active from dusk till evening or early in the morning, just before sunrise, taking advantage of the feeding frenzy that occurred at that hour, which often yielded substantial hauls. At any other time, the effort would scarcely cover fuel costs. Let us go. We've just finished our work. Let's see what Cao Dapeng has managed to catch. Noticing Lin Meiqi's lingering confusion, Lu Hao smiled and steered his fishing boat closer to Cao Dapeng's vessel. As Lu Hao approached, Cao Dapeng had already instructed Ah Fu and Ah Xiang to begin hauling in the nets. As the trawl was gradually lifted from the depths, a plethora of fish revealed themselves, glistening through the mesh of the net. Goodness, it's squid. Ah Fu, with keen eyes, recognized them instantly. To be frank, as daylight broke, he had prepared himself for a day of aerial pursuits, yet he had not anticipated that Cao Dapeng could still uncover squid in these waters. The quantity was remarkable. How curious that squid, typically resting at this hour, had been caught in such numbers. Standing beside him, Ah Xiang assisted in pulling the net while marveling aloud. As an experienced fisherman, he was well acquainted with the habits of squid. Generally, squid are nocturnal creatures, preferring dim light, and thus hide at the ocean floor during the day, surfacing only at night to be active. Logically, at this time, they should be nestled on the seabed, making it implausible for them to enter their nets. Little did they know, many squid were indeed resting among the crevices of the ocean floor, but suddenly, they were stirred by an irresistible allure, awakening one by one, swaying towards the encompassing nets of Cao Dapeng. Consequently, this haul yielded over 100 pounds of fresh Pacific squid. Meanwhile, aboard the nearby fishing boat, Lu Hao and Lin Meiqi stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Didn't Tiyu say it was impossible to catch fish at this hour? How did he manage to catch so many squid? Lin Meiqi inquired. Lu Hao. This question struck a chord, indeed a painful one. Gritting his teeth, he explained, I don't know either. Squid typically emerge at night, resting during the day. Logically, his trawl shouldn't even reach the bottom, let alone capture such a quantity of squid. How on earth did Cao Dapeng accomplish this? The scene before him shattered Lu Hao's understanding of the situation. He pondered deeply, unable to decipher the underlying reasons. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Cao Dapeng's fishing boat had advanced approximately 100 meters ahead, only to cast the net once more. After about half an hour, Lu Hao and Lin Meiqi were astonished to witness a considerable haul of squid being pulled up by Cao Dapeng's trawl. This should not be happening. Lu Hao was utterly bewildered. At this time, it was inconceivable that such an abundance of squid could be present. Yet, Cao Dapeng's actions demonstrated otherwise, affirming that it was indeed possible to catch a large quantity of squid. Could it be that this particular sea area was a hotspot for squid activity, and today, for some reason, they had ventured out? Lu Hao blinked thoughtfully, contemplating the reasons behind it. He could not resist informing the deckhands to cast their nets in the vicinity. Unfortunately, when they retrieved their trawl, they found only 2 shattered jellyfish and a heap of plastic debris. Lu Hao, in the same waters, with the same net. Why did Cao Dapeng catch nothing but squid while he pulled up only trash? This was utterly unfair. Booming sounds interrupted Lu Hao's silent frustration as he saw Cao Dapeng, having caught a substantial amount of squid, steer his fishing boat back towards the dock. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hao steered his own vessel to follow closely behind. Throughout the journey, he repeatedly reassured himself. Although Cao Dapeng had caught a lot of squid, neither the price nor the quantity matched the value of his catch of ribbon fish. He had still achieved a considerable bounty on this outing. However, about an hour later, when both boats docked simultaneously, his composure nearly shattered. The fishmongers who had come to purchase were mostly those who had arrived early, waiting for the boats to land so they could swiftly transport the fresh seafood to various wholesale markets. By now, it was past 10 o'clock, and only a few fishmongers remained at the dock. Lu Hao had believed his ribbon fish would sell readily, but to his dismay, when these fishmongers caught sight of him and Cao Dapeng's boat, they all rushed towards Cao Dapeng's vessel. Hey boss, how much for those shrimp? I'll take 100 pounds. The sea base looks quite plump. Boss, give me a price. I'll also take 100 pounds. Let us pool together. How about 500 pounds? The fishmongers gazed at the catch on Cao Dapeng's deck, their eyes gleaming with desire. They had assumed that by this time, they would be waiting in vain for a good haul. However, they were taken aback to find that Cao Dapeng's boat had a sizable batch of mantis shrimp and several plump sea bass, which appeared to be of excellent quality. Although both mantis shrimp and sea bass were in season this month, the locals had long grown weary of ribbonfish. Even if purchased, the majority are transported via cold chain to the northern regions, yielding minimal profits. However, the case of the mantis shrimp and sea bass is markedly different. Their exquisite flavors surpass that of ribbonfish, rendering them far more popular in restaurants, and their sales are virtually guaranteed. With Cao Dapeng's exceptional catch, how could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Indeed, numerous fishmongers have set their sights on the squid on the deck, eager to acquire them at a lump sum price, but Cao Dapeng resolutely declined. As for the other catches, that is one matter. But these squids are reserved specifically for his elder brother and sister-in-law, intended as raw materials for making shredded squid, thus classified as non-saleable items. Chapter 159. A call from Sister Wanqing. November is the peak season for seafood, with wholesale prices remarkably affordable. Fortunately, The fish catch acquired by Cao Dapeng is of commendable quality. Sea bass at 25 yuan per pound and mannish shrimp at 81 yuan per pound. The assortment of other seafood, though trivial, accumulates to a considerable sum. After excluding the non-saleable squid, Cao Dapeng managed to sell his haul for a staggering 25,000 yuan, all within a mere half hour. The demand was evidently fervent. "Xiang, here's your payment. Offing, in addition to your wages. I shall give you an extra 3,000 yuan to procure some oil when you have the chance." Before departing, Cao Dapeng settled the wages for both Offing and Xiang, handing each 1,000 yuan, along with 3 pounds of mantis shrimp and 2 sea bass. This generous gesture elated both Offing and Xiang, especially Xiang. Previously, while working for Brother Xia, he earned merely 300 to 500 yuan a day, and even then, he received no additional benefits. To make matters worse, wages were often paid monthly, with delays being commonplace. Never had Xiang anticipated that Cao Dapeng would settle payments daily, and with such bountiful gifts. The seafood alone could fetch a handsome sum. The intricacies of human relationships were deftly navigated by Cao Dapeng. After all, Offing and Xiang were his initial partners in entrepreneurship, deserving of such hospitality to ensure their unwavering loyalty in the future. In this regard, Cao Dapeng was anything but stingy, embodying the principle that one must invest to reap rewards. All right, Dapeng, with so much squid, let us assist you in taking it back." Xiang cheerfully acknowledged the payment and, glancing at the remaining 300 pounds of squid, voluntarily offered help. They had arrived on motorcycles, and one person clearly could not manage the load alone. However, with 3 working together, transporting the squid back posed no issue. "Very well, you two can split it." Cao Dapeng smiled and promptly divided the 300 pounds of squid into 3 portions, packing them into bags as they set off towards Hongshu village. The journey was short, so there was no concern about spoilage. Meanwhile, Little Black trailed behind, panting and wobbling. Earlier, Cao Dapeng had fed him a sea bass, and he relished every bite. In stark contrast, Lu Hao's expression was grim. Recently, he had set out to sea early and returned promptly, securing deals with major fish vendors who bought him out entirely. However, today, his curiosity compelled him to watch Cao Dapeng's fishing endeavors and even attempt a few casts himself, causing considerable delays. Now, much time had elapsed, and only a fraction of the ribbonfish aboard his vessel had been sold. Unfortunately, the bulk buyers had already completed their purchases and departed. The remaining fish vendors had been drawn away by Cao Dapeng's success, leaving little interest in his ribbonfish. After all, this commodity thrived on freshness, even with ice preservation. Prolonged storage diminished its value significantly. "Captain Lu, 15 yuan per jean. I'll take all of these ribbonfish." "What is going on?" After waiting for another half hour, a fishmonger finally approached Lu Hao. 15 yuan? Are you robbing me?" Upon hearing this price, Lu Hao's face turned ashen. The market for ribbonfish was relatively good, typically commanding 30 yuan per jean, even with plentiful supply. Yet this fishmonger had halved the price, which was simply outrageous for business. 15 yuan is the price. If you agree, I'll take the whole lot. If not, we can discuss another day." The fishmonger chuckled, offering no further words, and turned to leave. He had been observing the dock for quite some time, and had clearly noted Lu Hao's awkward predicament. If ribbonfish were selling well, Lu Hao wouldn't be in this position. The fishmonger could profit handsomely by purchasing at 15 yuan, and even if this deal fell through, he could simply wait for a fresh batch the next day. "Hey, wait. As expected, just a few steps away, Lu Hao's impatient voice followed. 15 yuan it is. Take this batch away." This was the dock, not some other place. Seafood was abundant here. Having finally encountered a substantial client, Lu Hao knew he could not afford to let this opportunity slip, as it was uncertain when he would sell this batch of ribbonfish otherwise. Although parting with them at 15 yuan stung, he had little choice but to relent. Selling for less was far better than letting them spoil. Besides, he had no freezing facilities at home to store such a large quantity of ribbonfish. Standing to the side, Lin Meichi watched this scene unfold, her mouth agape but voiceless. Both she and Cao Dapeng ventured out to sea, yet while people clamored for his catch, selling at a decent price, her man had to resort to half price. The key was that Lu Hao had been at sea for many years. The comparison left a bitter taste in Lin Meichi's heart. In Hongshu village, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by a Fu and a Xiang, had already laid out over 300 jean of squid in Cao Dahai's yard. Cao Dahai had officially resigned from his job and was now drying squid in his yard when he saw the abundance his younger brother had brought back. "Dapeng, did you catch all of this?" Cao Dahai looked at Cao Dapeng in disbelief. He was aware that his brother had gone out to sea that day and had been somewhat distracted, worrying for him. But he never imagined that Cao Dapeng would return with so much squid. "Of course," Cao Dapeng smiled. "We didn't have a boat before, so we had to buy from others. Now that we have our own, why spend money?" It's just part of the trip. As he spoke, Cao Dapeng turned to his elder brother, grinning. With this raw material, our cost will be reduced. Cao Dapeng shook his head. No, it doesn't work like that. You still burn fuel going out to sea. I'll pay you what it's worth. We must keep clear accounts between brothers. Goodness. This squid isn't from the diving zone. You must have made quite a few trips. As he spoke, Cao Dapeng intended to fetch a scale to settle the matter with Cao Dapeng right then and there. Cao Dapeng, with a resigned smile, reflected on how his elder brother always approached issues from others' perspectives, no matter the situation. Nonetheless, he managed to intervene, saying, "Hold on, brother. My fishing endeavors at sea have yielded plenty. The squid are merely a byproduct of my efforts. How about this?" Observing Cao Dapeng's insistence, Cao Dapeng proposed, "From now on, consider the squid as my investment. During the new year, ensure that you and your wife provide me with a generous share of the profits. If you please." All right, Cao Dapeng conceded, finding merit in this arrangement. Initially poised to argue further, he nodded upon hearing this suggestion. "Then we should draft an agreement." Agreed. However, with so many squid, shouldn't we process them first? Cao Dapeng shrugged, reluctantly acquiescing, reflecting to himself that his brother had not raised such concerns when he had previously invested money to assist him. Buzzing with activity, the two brothers were busy in the yard processing the freshly returned squid when, before long, Cao Dapeng's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed the screen displayed the words Sister Watching. Chapter 160, a special guest. "Hello, Sister Watching." Cao Dapeng answered the call with a smile, explaining, "Afu will deliver the eel to you shortly. He accompanied me out to sea early this morning, and we've only just returned home." He assumed that Jiang Wanqing was calling him out of concern for the delayed delivery. "There's no rush," came Wanqing's cheerful voice from the other end. "Our Wang Heilu doesn't open until the evening. There's plenty of time for the eel." Cao Dapeng blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Dapeng, I've heard that you've purchased a boat and caught quite a haul today," Jiang Wanqing stated directly. "As you know, our Wang Heilu specializes in seafood, and you are a shareholder. Why sell to others when you can sell directly to us? The seafood you bring back can easily be sold at Wang Heilu, and I assure you, I want to treat you unfairly." After chatting for a while, Cao Dapeng learned that manager Zhang, in charge of procurement at Wang Heilu, had seen him selling his catch at the dock and informed Jiang Wanqing, "Sister Wanqing, I have plenty of seafood. I doubt Wang Heilu could handle it all. Besides, I just opened, and my variety isn't extensive yet." Cao Dapeng chuckled helplessly, trying to explain. "That doesn't matter," Jiang Wanqing retorted, pouting slightly. "Wang Heilu is bustling with customers. They not only eat eel but also enjoy the wellness packages you created. As for other seafood, we never worry about sales." After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "From now on, no matter what you catch, set aside 100 pounds of each for me. Would that be acceptable?" Cao Dapeng could only smile resignedly and nod. "Since you say so, Sister Wanqing, it's absolutely fine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing laughed heartily. "All right then. You should rest now. I have a special group of guests to entertain tomorrow evening, so I need to prepare. I won't keep you any longer." With that, she hung up the phone, talking halfway. Cao Dapeng stared at his phone's black screen, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. As a shareholder of Wang Heilu, he found it amusing that while she mentioned special guests, she did not divulge their identities, clearly teasing him. However, with a significant catch to process today, he needed to assist his brother in dealing with the 300 pounds of squid first. 300 pounds of squid is no small amount, even though the brothers, Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai, were seasoned fishermen accustomed to the village's ways. It took them well into the afternoon to clean up 100 pounds. When his sister-in-law, Su Ling, returned from her shift, she was astonished to find the newly purchased freezer overflowing with squid. Goodness, just the other day, Jiang Shui and Man Man mentioned they would come over to do a live stream and sell some goods. I was worried about the workload and didn't agree. Su Ling gasped, looking at Cao Dapeng. "Dapeng, given the current situation, I think we need to hire some help." The squid business had been delayed for several days due to the typhoon weather. Once the typhoon passed, messages poured in from Han Jiangxue and Li Man, with many previous customers eager to repurchase the squid strips. Consequently, orders surged once more, keeping Cao Dahai and Su Ling rather occupied. However, the situation now appears to have transformed. With Cao Dapeng acquiring a fishing vessel, he is able to capture squid in substantial quantities. Meanwhile, the sales channels managed by Han Jiangxue and Li Man have demonstrated remarkable efficacy during this period of observation. Given the current trajectory, scaling up production seems entirely feasible. "I share this sentiment." Cao Dapeng, rubbing his nose, chuckled as he noticed his elder brother and sister-in-law gazing at him earnestly. "Yet, there is no need for haste. We can first enlist a couple of individuals to assist us and assess the situation then. After all, expansion is inevitable. It is preferable to act sooner rather than later. Moreover, Cao Dapeng has observed that through these days of selling squid strips, his sister-in-law, Su Ling, has become increasingly spirited. Indeed, she is exhibiting more and more of a business acumen. After a flurry of activity with his elder brother and sister-in-law, in the afternoon, Su Ling rode her bike to work, while Cao Dahai drove Cao Dapeng's pickup truck, tasked with delivering the barnacles acquired to Lu Qingyu. Now that he is no longer employed, he willingly shares the workload with Cao Dapeng, recognizing the exhaustion that comes with a fishing trip. As dusk approached, the couple returned home and once again became busy. As for Cao Dapeng, he retired to his room for a well-deserved rest. Before dawn the following day, Cao Dapeng took Little Black, along with a Fu and a Xiang, once again setting sail on the fishing boat. Previously, Cao Dapeng was an idle drifter. Now, however, he is the proud owner of a fishing vessel. With the boat at his disposal, any day of idleness would represent a significant loss. The trio, accompanied by a dog, meandered at sea for nearly 3 hours before returning to the dock. This outing yielded a considerable haul, in addition to over 300 pounds of squid for his elder brother and sister-in-law. Cao Dapeng set aside 100 pounds of each type of seafood specifically for Wang Heilu. The remaining seafood was nearly identical to the previous day's catch. As soon as they docked, a swarm of fishmongers converged upon them. There was no way around it. Cao Dapeng had procured his goods based on golden symbols, and the quality of his catch was outstanding. These astute fishmongers could easily discern quality, making it unsurprising that they competed for the bounty. It has been ages since I've seen such fine seafood. This boat truly excels in its catch, one exclaimed. If I recall correctly, it used to belong to Shrimp Brother. Yet I've never seen it yield so much of such quality. Another chimed in. A new captain indeed. I've heard tales of Cao Dapeng's good fortune, but to witness his luck at sea is astonishing. These fishmongers, seasoned in their trade, were keenly aware of their surroundings and well-informed. In just 2 days, they had thoroughly investigated Cao Dapeng's background. Among them was the veteran fishmonger, Old Su, who was the first to approach for wholesale purchases today. How infuriating. How can this fellow catch so many fish? In the distance, Lu Hao, returning from his own sea expedition, gazed enviously at the bustling deck of Cao Dapeng, his eyes aflame with jealousy. Lu Hao's venture into the ocean primarily focused on catching ribbon fish, and while his efforts were commendable, Cao Dapeng's commotion, accompanied by an array of fresh and diverse seafood, rendered Lu Hao's hard-earned catch insignificant. Observing the scene today, it seemed inevitable that he would have to sell his catch at a discount. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng was too preoccupied to notice Lu Hao's predicament. The crowd was overwhelming, leaving him no time to engage in a rivalry. After successfully selling his haul, he also collected the eels and catfish from the traps, along with the several hundred pounds of fish destined for Sister Wan Qing, and loaded everything into his pickup truck, delivering it all to the base of Wang Heilu. Chapter 161. I did not invite you here for a meal. Fortunately, I gave you a call. Otherwise, how many exquisite goods would I have missed? As Cao Dapeng appeared at the foot of Wang Heilu, pulling a cart laden with fish, Jiang Wanqing's gaze towards him was tinged with a hint of melancholy. She specialized in the seafood business, and the quality of seafood was evident at first glance. To ensure the superior quality of seafood at Wang Heilu, Jiang Wanqing often reminded Manager Zhang to be diligent in selecting the best during procurement. Consequently, Manager Zhang dedicated considerable effort each day to this task. However, now, the seafood that Cao Dapeng brought, be it the spiny shrimp, flower crabs, or sea bass, was of unparalleled quality, remarkably fresh, far surpassing Manager Zhang's stock. Haha. This is just the beginning, Cao Dapeng said, scratching his head sheepishly. Sister Wan Qing, as long as you need it, I will reserve my catch for you at the earliest opportunity. That's more like it. Jiang Wanqing replied with a huff, then turned to Manager Zhang. Dapeng is quite the busy man now. Therefore, you will take someone with you tomorrow and drive to the dock to handle the transactions directly with Dapeng. Manager Zhang grinned. No problem, General Manager Jiang. This task is in my hands. In terms of procurement, Manager Zhang was indeed experienced. The seafood that Cao Dapeng provided was significantly superior, and for certain catches, he had to be exceedingly polite to secure high quality. However, with Cao Dapeng as a supplier, everything became simpler. After a brief conversation, Cao Dapeng drove back to the village to assist his elder brother with processing squid. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing needed to make further preparations to host the evening's guests and did not attempt to retain him. As the sun descended beyond the horizon and twilight enveloped the small town, a bus finally swayed to a stop in front of Wang Heilu. An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, descended from the vehicle, followed by a diverse group of men and women. Upon gazing at the distant sea and then at the imposing Wang Heilu, they exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with curiosity. Mr. Huang, we warmly welcome all esteemed members of the traditional Chinese medicine community to Wang Heilu. In the midst of their days, a statuesque woman clad in a cheongsam approached them, her hips swaying gracefully, and confidently shook hands with the elderly man, Jiang Wanqing. Her face radiant with a smile, greeted, "Mr. Huang, we at Wang Heilu are fully prepared. Please come in. Ha. We apologize for any inconvenience we may cause at Wang Heilu." Mr. Huang cupped his hands in gratitude and led the group inside with great enthusiasm. Indeed, it was none other than Mr. Huang Qi, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Tian'an City, and his entourage, who prompted Jiang Wanqing to make special arrangements and reserve a large private room for their reception. As winter approaches, the esteemed Master Wang Hai has recently introduced traditional Chinese medicine health dishes, with the revered Mr. Huang Qi, a distinguished figure in the field of Chinese medicine. Lending his support, Jiang Wanqing firmly believes that her establishment, Wang Heilu, is destined to ascend to new heights. Consequently, she places significant emphasis on this initiative. Under Mr. Huang Qi's guidance and with the assistance of the Chinese Medicine Association, a group of enthusiasts from various backgrounds has been attracted from across the nation to officially establish a Chinese medicine apprenticeship program, advocating for inclusivity. The program has minimal barriers to entry. Thus, applicants range from recent graduates to judges involved in litigation, and even descendants from traditional Chinese medicine families, with some Western medical practitioners joining out of curiosity. Given the diverse backgrounds of the first cohort of students, Mr. Huang Qi and the physicians from the association began with fundamental teachings. When the topic of herbal medicine arose, Mr. Huang Qi suddenly thought of Cao Dapeng and proposed taking the group to Wang Heilu for a hands-on experience. He believed that practical case studies would leave a more lasting impression than mere textbook learning. What does this have to do with teaching us about herbal medicine? Why bring us to a restaurant? Some wondered. However, they were unaware of the remarkable reputation garnered by a certain dish, the panlong eel. During the recent National Day holiday, if memory serves, it was indeed from Wang Heilu. The group followed Mr. Huang Qi into a private dining room, their faces still etched with curiosity. They hailed from all corners of the world, each with different motives for being there. Yet none had anticipated that their Chinese medicine education would lead them to a seaside restaurant, which was quite an unconventional setting. Indeed, today's theme of instruction is herbal medicine. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Mr. Huang Qi smiled subtly. Herbal medicine is a crucial component of our practice. It is even a key indicator of a physician's skill. He continued solemnly, no matter how adept a doctor may be, even if they make an accurate diagnosis and prescribe the right remedies, any error in herbal knowledge could ultimately lead to failure. Therefore, to become an esteemed practitioner of Chinese medicine, one must possess a precise understanding and profound knowledge of herbal remedies. Upon hearing these words, the previously noisy dining room fell into a hushed silence. Observing the stillness, Mr. Huang Qi added, "Many people, when discussing herbal medicine, immediately envision herbs found in deep forests or on sheer cliffs. However, this is a misconception. In the eyes of traditional Chinese medicine, everything in the world can serve as medicine. For instance, in this very Wang Heilu, there are numerous herbal ingredients that you will soon sample." After briefly elucidating his point, Mr. Huang Qi fell silent. Come, Mr. Huang. Dear friends, the medicinal dishes are here." After approximately half an hour, the door to the private room swung open, and Jiang Wanqing, accompanied by the waitstaff, entered, presenting the signature herbal dishes of Wang Heilu before each guest. Within this gathering, there exists not only the signature dish, the panlong eel, but also a variety of seafood porridge and stews previously perfected by Cao Dapeng. As soon as the dishes graced the table, their enticing aroma wafted into the nostrils of every individual present. How delightful! The apprentices, famished from their journey, gazed at the medicinal cuisine before them, unable to suppress their saliva, utterly astonished. Shortly thereafter, each one eagerly grasped their chopsticks and spoons, ready to indulge. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks on the table redirected everyone's attention from the culinary delights to the countenance of an elderly gentleman. Huang Qi, with an air of irritation, proclaimed, "I did not bring you here today merely to feast. We are here to delve into the study of traditional Chinese medicine." The Assembly. Chapter 162. This nourishing dish is exquisite. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. As soon as the dishes were served, they were captivated by the enchanting aroma and exquisite presentation. Had it not been for Mr. Huang's reminder, they would have completely forgotten the purpose of their visit. The atmosphere in the private room turned awkward. Huang Qi smirked slightly and addressed the group. "Each of you may take a bite from every dish, but you must identify the medicinal ingredients within. Whoever names the most herbs may indulge freely." To be honest, Huang Qi remained enamored with the culinary offerings of Wang Heilu, and he was eager to discern the quality of the medicinal dishes crafted by Cao Dapeng. When Jiang Wanqing presented these culinary creations, Huang Qi found his breath quickening in anticipation. With decades of experience in traditional Chinese medicine, he could identify the herbs simply by inhaling their aromas. To his astonishment, the medicinal dishes before him contained such meticulously selected ingredients that it left him both incredulous and delighted. Indeed, he had come to the right place. Nevertheless, as he was accompanied by students, he felt it imperative to seize this rare opportunity to impart a lesson on the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. With a casual gesture, he pointed to a woman in her 30s. "You go first." The woman, clad in a suit, exuded the aura of an urban professional. Prior to joining the traditional Chinese medicine apprenticeship, she had served as a judge. However, a particular case had inadvertently impacted the life of an involved party, leading her to question her profession and seek answers within the realm of traditional medicine. The female judge was taken aback, for she possessed little knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine before her arrival. Indeed, Huang Qi nodded, then turned to lazy Susan, placing a bowl of medicinal congee before her. The judge smiled awkwardly, feeling a tad self-conscious. Yet, summoning her courage, she took a taste in front of the onlookers. Delicious. This was the immediate impression the seafood congee left on her. Just as she instinctively desired a second bite, Huang Qi halted her. It dawned on her that she needed to identify a medicinal ingredient. "I am not well versed in traditional medicine," she blinked, contemplating. "However, I recall hearing from elders in my youth that lotus seeds can calm the heart and dispel heat. That should count as a medicinal ingredient, right? There are lotus seeds in this." Huang Qi nodded approvingly. "Indeed, lotus seeds are indeed a medicinal herb." With that, he turned the bowl of congee towards another bespectacled man. "Your turn." The bespectacled gentleman was a doctor from the emergency department of Tiannan City People's Hospital. Upon hearing that Huang Qi was recruiting disciples, he decided to come and learn, though he was firmly entrenched in Western medicine and harbored skepticism towards traditional practices. After taking a spoonful of the seafood congee, he could not help but silently commend the culinary skills of the restaurant. Red dates." The bespectacled man gazed at the half-piece of red date floating in the seafood congee and promptly remarked, "Red dates can invigorate the blood and replenish energy." Huang Qi cast a fleeting glance at him and continued to spin the turntable. Next, as each medicinal dish rotated before the group, they were allowed to sample it but were compelled to identify one of its medicinal ingredients. The dishes were exquisite, yet under Huang Lao's watchful eye, they could only endure and exhaust their minds to name the herbal components they knew. Regrettably, as novices, they could only mention a few common herbs, struggling to recall specialized ones like Schisandra or Epimedium. The entire experience was a true test of endurance for the new apprentices. The delectable food lay tantalizingly before them, yet they were unable to indulge freely. Was it not a torment? "Very well, I shan't trouble you further." After approximately half an hour, having tested nearly everyone, Huang Qi finally spoke. "You have all mentioned several medicinal herbs, which are indeed correct, but they are merely traditional remedies. In truth, the seafood, the japonica rice, and even some of the ingredients used for soup can be considered medicinal." Huang Qi surveyed the group, stating, "Even the same herb, when paired differently or prepared in another manner, yields entirely different medicinal effects." He then pointed to a bowl of longan soup and addressed the female judge. "This bowl of longan soup nourishes the blood and invigorates energy, making it particularly beneficial for your recovery." The female judge was momentarily taken aback but nodded and promptly drank the longan soup in one go. As the broth entered her stomach, she felt an indescribable comfort wash over her. She had been suffering from irregular menstruation and low blood sugar, often quite particular about her meals, yet strangely, this bowl of longan soup tasted exceptionally delightful. Huang Qi then gestured to the bespectacled man, indicating a bowl of seafood congee. "This congee nourishes yin and yang and alleviates liver stagnation. For someone like you, who often stays up late, it is an excellent tonic. You must not waste it." The bespectacled man was slightly taken aback. Due to his profession, he indeed often burned the midnight oil, and his liver was not in the best condition. He was astonished that Huang Qi could discern his ailments so swiftly. Without hesitation, he drank the bowl of seafood congee in front of everyone. Though people may appear robust on the surface, many are actually in a state of subhealth. Everyone present fell under Huang Qi's discerning gaze, each having their respective health issues pointed out, after which Huang Qi recommended corresponding medicinal dishes. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes symptom differentiation and targeted treatment, and this culinary remedy was no exception. For those in need, it was undoubtedly a superior tonic. In just half an hour, everyone in the private room felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Behold the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine," Huang Qi remarked, observing the radiant expressions of those around him. "Many say that good medicine tastes bitter, yet if the concoction is precisely what the patient requires, it is anything but bitter. Before us lie these medicinal dishes, whose dosages may be slightly diminished. However, Should one consume them incorrectly, not only will they fail to nourish, but they may also ignite a counterproductive effect. As he spoke, Huang Qi rose to his feet, declaring, "Thus concludes today's traditional Chinese medicine class. The hour is late, so let us take our rest at the hotel. And we shall continue our discussions tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the group felt as though a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. This unique lesson in traditional Chinese medicine had finally reached its conclusion. Moreover, after their arduous journey and the recent consumption of nourishing dishes, they now felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, irresistibly yearning for a moment of rest. "Thank you, Elder Huang, for your esteemed presence," Jiang Wanqing expressed, as she resolutely declined to let Huang pay the bill. With a radiant smile, she continued, "Elder Huang, you are indeed an expert in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. What are your thoughts on the dishes at Wanghelu?" Huang Qi nodded in agreement, generously offering his praise. "The proportions are exceedingly professional, and the cooking is executed to perfection." With a playful blink, Jiang Wanqing replied, "Then allow me to treat for tonight's meal. Elder Huang, I have a small request. Would it be possible for us to take a photograph together to display on the promotional wall of Wanghelu?" At this, Huang Qi's brows furrowed slightly, casting a meaningful glance towards Jiang Wanqing. Chapter 163. We seek to learn traditional Chinese medicine, yet you present us with a fisherman? To be candid, as a revered figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in Tiannan City, Huang Qi harbored a profound aversion to having his photograph taken by others, only to have it exploited under his name for deceitful purposes. However, upon hearing the aforementioned statement today, he found himself devoid of displeasure. The medicinal dishes at Wanghelu, whether in terms of the quality of the ingredients or the meticulousness of the recipes, were exceedingly professional, to the extent that he felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. Thus, he saw no issue in associating with such a distinguished establishment. Yet, Huang Qi wore a subtle smile as he turned to Jiang Wanqing, remarking, "Ms. Jiang, I would be more than willing to endorse Wanghelu. However, I do have a small request. His visit to Wanghelu was not solely to expose the students of his apprenticeship program to the world. He also had a significant intention of meeting Cao Dapeng. The awkwardness lay in the fact that although he was acquainted with Cao Dapeng and had obtained his contact information from Lu Qingyu, a sudden meeting could be construed as rather abrupt. From the quality of these medicinal dishes, it was evident that Jiang Wanqing shared a considerable rapport with Cao Dapeng. If she could facilitate an introduction, it would be quite beneficial. Huang Qi cheerfully expressed, "I am quite eager to meet Mr. Cao Dapeng to discuss matters pertaining to medicinal cuisine. Might you be so kind as to introduce us, Ms. Jiang Dapeng?" Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Huang Qi. He was renowned as a master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine throughout Tiannan City, and she could hardly fathom hearing Cao Dapeng's name from the esteemed Huang Qi himself. Moreover, she was not mistaken. Huang Qi had addressed Cao Dapeng with the honorific Mr. Goodness, was this truly her sworn younger brother? Jiang Wanqing blinked in astonishment and inquired, "Mr. Huang, the Cao Dapeng you speak of is the same one I know, isn't he?" Huang Qi replied with a smile, "The Cao Dapeng from Hongshu village." In sheer disbelief, Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. It indeed was her brother, Cao Dapeng. The eminent Huang Qi sought to connect with him through her. However, it must be noted that Cao Dapeng was indeed knowledgeable about medicinal cuisine, which could understandably attract the attention of such a distinguished figure as Huang Qi. Jiang Wanqing addressed Huang Qi, saying, "Mr. Huang, there is no issue with your desire to meet Dapeng. However, he is quite a busy individual at present." As she spoke, she recounted the numerous engagements that had kept Cao Dapeng occupied lately, leaving Huang Qi utterly astonished. He had only met Cao Dapeng twice on the same day, and was aware that he was a fisherman from the village. He had no inkling that Cao Dapeng had since acquired a fishing vessel and was preparing to venture out to sea. Jiang Wanqing smiled and suggested, "Given that the hour is growing late, how about this, Mr. Huang? I shall reach out to Dapeng tomorrow morning. As for whether he can accommodate a meeting with you, we shall see what he says, shall we?" While Huang Qi's endorsement held significant weight for Wanghelu, Jiang Wanqing discerned that Huang Qi and Cao Dapeng must have crossed paths before, as it would be quite peculiar for him to visit Wanghelu for medicinal cuisine without a prior connection to Cao Dapeng. She shares a cordial relationship with Cao Dapeng, yet it would be presumptuous to take matters into her own hands merely due to the business of Wanghelu. While she may reach out to Cao Dapeng, the decision ultimately rests with him. "No problem then. I shall trouble you, General Jiang." Huang Qi, displaying a carefree demeanor, nodded and cheerfully made his way towards the nearby hotel. Regardless of the circumstances, this trip to the seaside to savor authentic medicinal cuisine could be considered worthwhile. The following day, as Cao Dapeng and his companions, a Fu and a Xiang, were galloping across the sea, he received a call from Jiang Wanqing. "What? Old Master Huang is coming to see me?" Upon hearing Wanqing's voice, Cao Dapeng was taken aback. He recalled their previous encounter in Tian'an City, where old Master Huang had expressed a desire to take him as a disciple, which Cao Dapeng had outright declined. However, he never expected that Huang Qi would actually follow him to Hongshu village. This old man is rather stubborn, Cao Dapeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. On the other end of the line, Jiang Wanqing was astonished. How could Cao Dapeng refer to such a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner as old man? All right then, Cao Dapeng sighed, but I am currently at sea, and I won't be back until around 9. If he wishes to meet, he can go to the dock first. Or you can direct them to my home, you know the address. Although he had no intention of practicing traditional Chinese medicine, he felt it would be discourteous not to entertain the elderly gentleman who had traveled so far. Okay, I'll let him know. Jiang Wanqing's face finally broke into a smile upon hearing Cao Dapeng's agreement. She was indifferent to the nature of the exchange between Cao Dapeng and Huang Qi. As long as he was willing to meet with the old master, she would have fulfilled Huang Qi's request. This could potentially be a remarkable opportunity for Wang Heilu. With that thought in mind, Jiang Wanqing promptly contacted Huang Qi to inform him of Cao Dapeng's willingness to meet. Old master, how about I take you directly to his home? There's still time. Jiang Wanqing suggested enthusiastically. Hongshu village? Huang Qi murmured, then shook his head. Let us proceed directly to the dock. I am curious to see what kind of life he envisions, considering he does not wish to pursue traditional Chinese medicine. Subsequently, amid Jiang Wanqing's astonished gaze, he beckoned his group of students to board the bus, heading straight for the dock. As a guest, Jiang Wanqing, serving as the intermediary, naturally joined them on the bus. However, when the bus arrived at the dock, and a crowd of apprentices disembarked alongside the two, they were taken aback by the bustling scene filled with the scent of fish. They had come to study traditional Chinese medicine. And while it was one thing to learn about herbal medicine at a restaurant the previous day, why were they now at the dock? Was there perhaps a connection to traditional medicine here? That seemed unlikely. Old Master Huang could easily discern the confusion in their expressions and smiled, saying, "You should have experienced the effects of last night's medicinal cuisine. Honestly, how did it feel?" As the words fell, the crowd nodded in unison, expressing their admiration. Though they had their discussions and revelries, the medicinal dishes from the previous night were undoubtedly exquisite, and after consuming them, they indeed felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, what relevance did these dishes have to their visit to the dock? Were they expected to purchase seafood and prepare it themselves? While the crowd was lost in contemplation, Huang Qi smiled and proclaimed, "To be frank, the recipes for those medicinal dishes from last night were crafted by a fisherman. I brought everyone here today to introduce you to this expert in medicinal cuisine." The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Such delectable dishes came from the hands of a mere fisherman? Surely, this cannot be true. It is simply unfathomable. Amidst their astonishment, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from a distance. Following the sound, they beheld several fishing boats returning from their morning catch, making their way towards the dock. Chapter 164. Yet to meet Mr. Chow. Pray tell, do you believe that the esteemed herbal cuisine expert spoken of by old Huang might be a scruffy, unkempt fellow? One mustn't judge a book by its cover. Throughout history, true masters have often emerged from the most unassuming backgrounds. Yet, do you ever associate fishermen with renowned physicians? At the dock of Nampan village, under the guidance of Mr. Huang Qi, a group of novice apprentices from the city eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed upon the distant fishing boats, brimming with curiosity. The sun had fully risen, casting its golden rays upon the vast ocean. And as each fishing vessel gradually approached, it was indeed a sight that lifted one's spirits. Here they come, here they come. Aha, mister. Chow's fishing boat has finally arrived. I had called dibs, so don't even think about competing with me. What do you mean by competing? It's first come, first served. Do you not understand? While the crowd was momentarily taken aback, they suddenly noticed that many fishmongers, who had previously been crouched in the corners, sprang up as if they had spotted a mermaid, all rushing towards a docking spot with wild abandon. Each one jostled ahead of the other, as if vying for some rare treasure. This scene left the onlookers utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. At that moment, a fishing boat, under the gaze of countless others, gently docked. As the anchor was dropped and a plank was lowered, the frenzy of fishmongers surged forward. Mr. Chow, I'll take 200 pounds of sea bass. I want the spiny lobster. Yesterday's buyers praised its quality, so bring me 200 pounds. Mr. Chow, you promised me. The fishmongers shouted in unison, even pulling out their phones, ready to transfer funds to Cao Dapeng at a moment's notice. They had no choice. They were loyal customers. Ever since they began wholesale transactions with Cao Dapeng, his catches had sold out at the seafood market, and the buyers had responded favorably, eager to make further purchases. Hence, they had arrived early this morning to wait for him, but alas, they had waited in vain for his boat to dock. Now, witnessing the plank being lowered and the deck laden with luscious seafood, Their patience had worn thin. Such splendid catches must be secured. No rush, no rush. There is plenty of stock today, come one, come all. Observing the frenzied customers, Cao Dapeng could only smile wryly, thankful that he had gathered a bountiful haul today. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Just as someone was about to reach for the batch of squid, Cao Dapeng's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, hey, hey. If you want sea bass, then go for the sea bass. Leave my squid alone. Step aside, he bellowed. The individual hesitated but insisted, such exquisite squid. Mr. Cao, name your price. I'll take it all. Others, hearing this, turned their gazes towards the succulent squid, their eyes gleaming with desire. Indeed, such fine squid. Why not sell it to us, Mr. Cao? Cao Dapeng replied. I have a specific use for these squids. The rest is up for grabs. But these are not for sale, do you understand? Not for sale. Cao Dapeng flipped his eyelids and said with a hint of annoyance. If you wish to purchase these sea fish, do so. Otherwise, do not block the way. Upon hearing this, the fishmongers were left speechless and redirected their focus to other catches. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng enlisted the help of Afu and Xiang, one to weigh the fish and the other to oversee the payments, to maintain some semblance of order amidst the chaos. Such is the nature of a bountiful catch. Upon return, it is met with frenzied demand. This scene, observed from a distance by the apprentices of the master class, left them utterly astounded. They had seen the life at the port on television but had not anticipated the fervor. These fishmongers were indeed fervently dedicated to acquiring seafood. Standing nearby, Huang Qi could not help but smile wryly at Jiang Wanqing, saying, I now seem to understand why Mr. Cao is reluctant to join our traditional Chinese medicine association. This lifestyle appears quite leisurely and carefree. Clearly, Huang Qi had not expected that when Cao Dapeng expressed a desire to merely be a humble fisherman, he meant a fisherman of this caliber, one who owned his own boat, could venture out to sea at will, and return to throngs eager to purchase his catch. The sense of accomplishment he derived from this was not at all inferior to that of practicing medicine. In fact, compared to traditional Chinese medicine, Cao Dapeng could attain a considerable income simply by sailing out to sea. Traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment, then shrugged and chuckled. I had hoped to have him as the chef at our Wanghelu restaurant, but alas, Dapeng only indulges in fishing as a hobby. He simply loves the sea and its bounty. Initially, after Wanghelu's resounding success, Jiang Wanqing had envisioned keeping Cao Dapeng as her chef, but he had steadfastly refused. Now, witnessing this scene, she seemed to grasp his perspective. Compared to a regular chef or a physician, being a captain who could set sail at any time appeared far more liberating. Moreover, Cao Dapeng's luck was astonishingly good, while other boats ventured out for fish. None experienced such lively chaos. Truly, he is my brother, remarkably exceptional in all his endeavors. Jiang Wanqing crossed her arms, her face radiating joy. Old Huang, the esteemed herbal culinary expert you mentioned, could it be that they are referring to Mr. Cao? At that moment, the apprentices, overhearing the conversation between Jiang Wanqing and Huang Qi, turned their curious gazes towards them. It was impossible not to notice Cao Dapeng, surrounded by the fishmongers, as he was undeniably the center of attention. Indeed, Huang Qi replied with a smile, directing his gaze towards Cao Dapeng on the boat. He addressed the gathering. Today, I introduce to you Mr. Cao Dapeng, a renowned herbal culinary expert. Not only is he a fisherman, but he also possesses profound insights into our medicinal herbs. And I must confess, in the realm of herbal cuisine, I am far inferior to him. With that, Huang Qi led the group towards Cao Dapeng's fishing vessel, while behind him, both the female magistrate and the bespectacled Western doctor stood in awe, utterly astonished. What a surprise! It is said that the master of medicinal cuisine is an elderly figure, or at the very least, a middle-aged individual. However, to everyone else's astonishment, the esteemed master mentioned by Mr. Huang appears to be merely a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, he seems to possess a rather vibrant and handsome demeanor. In the blink of an eye, the crowd followed Huang Qi to the front of the boat. Jiang Wanqi was the first to call out, Dapeng, Dapeng. Look who has arrived. Cao Dapeng, who was preoccupied with collecting payments, quickly glanced down upon hearing his name and was taken aback. He had assumed that Huang Qi would only bring along 1 or 2 students for a meal, never anticipating that he would arrive with more than 20 individuals. Such a grand gathering was beyond his expectations. Cao Dapeng blinked in surprise and turned to Huang Qi. Mr. Huang, what is the meaning of this? Oh, Mr. Cao. These are all students from our apprenticeship program. Huang Qi promptly replied with a smile, addressing the crowd. Have you not yet met Mr. Cao? The crowd was left in bewilderment. Chapter 165. Labor at hand goodness. These apprentices from the mentorship class, despite being labeled as such, were not in their youth. Even the youngest among them was over 30. Yet, Cao Dapeng appeared to be in his 20s. To everyone's surprise, the esteemed Mr. Huang Qi addressed Cao Dapeng as Mr. Cao. Greetings, Mr. Chow. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their curiosity piqued, but they still courteously bowed to Cao Dapeng. They followed Huang Qi to acquire knowledge, and as they were under his tutelage, it was only natural to heed Mr. Huang's words. Moreover, the medicinal dishes from the previous evening had indeed produced remarkable effects. If Cao Dapeng was indeed the creator of those dishes, referring to him as Mr. Chow seemed entirely appropriate. Oh, no need for that. Cao Dapeng waved his hand, a look of helplessness on his face. At that moment, the fishmongers were cheerfully settling their payments, each departing the fishing vessel with their respective catches. Soon, the expansive deck was left with only several hundred pounds of squid. Cao Dapeng blinked and turned to Huang Qi. Mr. Huang, seeing as you have so many people here, could you assist me in transporting these squids to my home? My elder brother is busy making shredded squid. Today's fishing expedition had indeed been fruitful, with the haul exceeding 300 pounds. Upon rough estimation, it was at least 500 pounds. Clearly, he could not manage this alone with A Fu and A Xiang, so with Huang Qi's group present, he boldly made his request. Huh? Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Cao Dapeng to ask for assistance. However, upon seeing the pile of fresh squid, he couldn't help but chuckle. Certainly, squid it is. Huang Qi turned to his apprentices and commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly, assist Mr. Chow in handling these squids." Yesterday, I mentioned to you that in traditional Chinese medicine, everything can serve as medicine. In fact, aside from the herbs listed in the Yao Xing Fuan Bin Chao Jing, other items can also be beneficial for the human body. The sea breeze blew at the dock, undeterred by Mr. Huang's impromptu lesson. Pointing to the pile of squid, Huang Qi explained, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the 5 flavors corresponding to the 5 organs. Squid is cold in nature, with a sweet and salty flavor, and it corresponds to the liver and kidneys, though it should not be consumed in excess. It does have the effect of replenishing blood and invigorating energy. Today's lesson will commence with squid. Don't just stand there. Let us work while we learn. The apprentices looked at each other in bewilderment. Cao Dapeng, Jiang Wanqing. Goodness, it's merely assisting with the transportation of squid. Yet you are delivering a lecture on traditional Chinese medicine? Indeed, true to Mr. Huang's character upon his utterance. Although the apprentices initially recoiled from the fishy smell and dirt of the boat, they quickly warmed to the prospect of acquiring knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. One by one, they joined in, under the guidance of A Fu and A Xiang, to begin the task of loading the squid. There was no other choice. Mr. Huang's classroom was uniquely engaging. And to learn, they had to work hard. After all, it was just squid. Let us get to it. Cao Dapeng found himself both amused and bewildered by the unfolding scene. The venerable Mr. Huang had previously urged him to teach at a mentorship class, yet today, he had unexpectedly placed the classroom directly before him. What a spectacle this was! Nevertheless, being a man of practicality, Cao Dapeng felt it would be impolite to decline the labor that Huang Qi had so generously provided. Thus, he addressed the gathering, affirming Mr. Huang's insights. When properly utilized, squid could indeed offer numerous benefits to our bodies. Moreover, squid strips are rich in nutrition. Though you may not grasp the nuances of traditional Chinese medicine, from a Western medical perspective, these squid strips can help in preventing diabetes and arterial hardening. And they can also be beneficial for young women suffering from osteoporosis or menstrual irregularities. Cao Dapeng, emulating the mannerisms of a seasoned expert, spoke with conviction. You all have arrived at the perfect moment. My family specializes in the production of squid strips. I shall soon take you through the process of their creation. Each step bears resemblance to the preparation of medicinal materials, so do pay close attention. Very well, Mr. Chow. The apprentices on deck responded earnestly, nodding as they continued their tasks. They had not anticipated that a mere squid could inspire such elaboration from Cao Dapeng. It seemed that Mr. Huang had not deceived them. Despite his youth, Cao Dapeng was indeed well-versed in the art of medicinal cuisine and herbal ingredients. Perhaps they could truly glean some knowledge from him. Meanwhile, this scene left Jiang Wanqing, observing from a distance, utterly astonished. How could the mundane toil of an ordinary fisherman be transformed into something so sophisticated by Huang Qi and Cao Dapeng? Was this truly the Cao Dapeng she knew? On the deck, a Fu and a Xiang exchanged amused glances, chuckling at how easily these city youths were swayed, caught in a daze by Cao Dapeng's words. Yet, they welcomed the assistance. With so many hands now available, even 500 pounds of squid would be a manageable task. In no time, the apprentices had divided the squid into plastic bags. Cao Dapeng, riding ahead on a motorcycle, led the way, while the apprentices, guided by Huang Qi and Jiang Wanqing, each carried a bag of fresh squid strips and boarded the bus bound for Honshu village. This spectacle left the bus driver perplexed. After years of transporting passengers, he had never encountered anyone bringing aboard such a bounty of seafood. However, since passengers were willing to pay extra, he chose not to question it. resigning himself to the prospect of washing his vehicle a few extra times upon return. Before long, Cao Dapeng led the bus back to Hongshu village in grand fashion. Why is a bus arriving in our village? Villagers wondered. It seemed that Cao Dapeng was behind this, but what could he possibly be planning? The passengers appeared to be city dwellers. The sudden arrival of a bus, especially with Cao Dapeng at the helm, immediately captured the attention of many in Hongshu village. Under the curious gaze of the villagers, the bus, following Cao Dapeng, gradually came to a halt at the entrance of his home. To their astonishment, the villagers soon discovered that the city dwellers aboard the bus were each carrying squid, trailing behind Cao Dapeng as they entered the courtyard of Cao Dahai's residence. This scene left all the villagers utterly bewildered. While they were aware that Cao Dahai and Su Ling were engaged in the preparation of shredded squid and that Cao Dapeng frequently brought back a good amount of fresh squid, the sight of a multitude of people arriving with fresh squid at Cao Dahai's home was truly perplexing. Having lived for decades, they found themselves at a loss to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 166. Mr. Cao, isn't it time for a lesson? At this moment, not only were the villagers of Hongshu village perplexed, but Cao Dahai, who was working in the yard, was equally bewildered by the sight of his brother leading so many unfamiliar faces into the courtyard, each holding fresh squid. What a spectacle had unfolded upon their return from the sea. Ah, brother, Cao Dapeng cheerfully explained, these individuals are students from the traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tianan City. Here specifically to accompany Mr. Huang Qi for an immersive experience in our village's customs. As he spoke, Cao Dapeng turned to address the group of apprentices who had just entered the courtyard, instructing them, now, everyone, please be patient. I will first demonstrate how to prepare squid. Oh no, I mean how to process medicinal herbs. Pay close attention. Leading approximately 20 individuals to a long stainless steel table, he began to showcase the process of handling squid before the enthralled audience. The apprentices, eager to learn, retrieved fresh squid from their plastic bags, mimicking his actions by extracting the innards. For them, having only ever tasted cooked squid, witnessing the spectacle was a novel experience. Their intense curiosity momentarily overshadowed the purpose of their visit. Cao Dahai stood in the courtyard, feeling utterly perplexed. Wasn't this merely about making shredded squid? Why did it involve the preparation of medicinal herbs as well? However, he had heard from his wife, Su Ling, about Cao Dapeng's acquaintance with Mr. Huang Qi. So he promptly offered tea and water to both Mr. Huang and Jiang Wanqing. Thank you, Mr. Huang, being of advanced age, graciously accepted and settled into a chair. Observing his apprentices as they emulated Cao Dapeng in the squid preparation process, not the slightest bit annoyed, in fact, a smile adorned his face. Mr. Huang, is this perhaps a bit inappropriate? Jiang Wanqing, seated nearby, was taken aback by Cao Dapeng's audacious actions. Mr. Huang had brought such a large group to discuss medicinal cuisine and herbs with Cao Dapeng. Yet here he was, having the apprentices serve as free laborers for squid preparation. What is inappropriate? Mr. Huang retorted lightly, addressing Jiang Wanqing with a smile. Mr. Chao's assertion holds merit. The process of making shredded squid bears similarities to the preparation of medicinal materials. Allowing them to experience this will greatly aid them in their future work with herbal concoctions. Mr. Huang sighed, reflecting, in Western medicine, mastering theoretical knowledge and operating equipment accounts for 80 to 90% of success. However, traditional Chinese medicine is different. A qualified practitioner must not only possess diagnostic skills through observation, inquiry, and physical examination, but also know how to prescribe herbs and understand their preparation intricacies. Only by grasping these subtleties can one discern the genuine from the counterfeit. With that, Mr. Huang expressed a hint of resignation. Many medicinal herbs available today are often misrepresented, with inferior products being passed off as genuine. Not only are the origins of these herbs frequently altered, but even the processing methods can involve the use of sulfur, rendering the herbs ineffective for their intended therapeutic purposes. It is a wonder if they can even cure ailments. Perhaps it would be beneficial for these apprentices to try their hand at preparing squid, as mastering the processing of medicinal herbs is indeed a requisite course in this apprenticeship. Jiang Wanqing shook her head in disbelief. In her view, Cao Dapeng had lost his mind, and so had these apprentices, while old Master Huang appeared even more deranged. However, like the saying goes, one is willing to strike, and the other to bear the blows. Since old Master Huang and the apprentices seemed unperturbed, she refrained from voicing her concerns. In the courtyard, under Cao Dapeng's guidance, the apprentices quickly adapted to the task at hand, even without any auxiliary tools. They managed to clean the squid thoroughly. Cao Dahai, initially taken aback, adjusted to the scene before him. After each apprentice finished processing a squid, he would wash it and prepare it for steaming. Remarkably, with the assistance of over 20 individuals, they managed to clean hundreds of pounds of squid in just about 2 hours. The sheer volume was overwhelming, leaving Cao Dahai unable to keep up. prompting him to store some of the squid in the refrigerator for preservation. As the group completed their work, Huang Qi finally rose gracefully and approached Cao Dapeng, whispering, "Mr. Cao, look, we have finished processing the squid. These apprentices are genuinely eager to learn something worthwhile. Shouldn't you consider giving them a lesson?" Huang Qi, despite his age, was no fool. He had made the effort to visit Hongshu village to meet Cao Dapeng, not merely to work for him, but to acquire some genuine knowledge in return for his assistance. Give a lesson? Cao Dapeng blinked, realizing that the old man was quite shrewd. He surveyed the group and smiled. "You've all worked hard and must be quite hungry. Therefore, today, I shall treat everyone to a meal. And in response to old Mr. Huang's request, allow you to become acquainted with an edible medicinal herb." Edible medicinal herb? Upon hearing this, the apprentices, who had been laboring tirelessly, suddenly perked up. Truth be told, while the novelty of handling the entrails had initially intrigued them, they quickly realized they had been duped into serving as free laborers instead of learning to process herbs. Yet, with old Master Huang present, they felt compelled to assist Cao Dapeng. Now, as Cao Dapeng finally seemed ready to impart knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine, and it involved something edible, their curiosity was piqued. Indeed, Cao Dapeng shrugged, teasingly withholding information. "However, I don't have this ingredient on hand. If you wish to partake, you will need to accompany me to gather it. Those interested may join me." The crowd collectively gasped, thinking, after 2 hours of hard labor, we finally expected some compensation. And now we have to fetch the ingredients ourselves for our meal? Cao Dapeng, be a person. The bystander, Huang Qi, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yet he addressed the crowd, stating, "Today, Mr. Cao calls the shots. If anyone wishes to accompany him, feel free to join." As a physician, witnessing the natural habitat of medicinal herbs firsthand would greatly enhance one's understanding of their properties and meridian pathways. Although Huang Qi sensed something amiss, he could not quite articulate it at the moment. Nevertheless, since they were already there, he was curious to discover what Cao Dapeng had in store. "All right. We shall follow Mr. Cao. Lead the way, Mr. Cao, count me in. I shall go as well." Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the apprentices dared not decline. Thus, Cao Dapeng picked up his backpack, equipped with a small shovel and rake, and led the enthusiastic group of apprentices from the city towards the seaside. Chapter 167. The Season of Oyster Consumption. General Jiang, since we have some idle time, why don't we go take a look? Huang Qi, leaning on his cane, playfully glanced at Jiang Wanqing as he observed Cao Dapeng leading a group away. "Certainly." Jiang Wanqing blinked and nodded emphatically. "I am curious to discover what exactly Dapeng is up to." With that, she accompanied Huang Qi, making their way step by step toward the beach. At that moment, Su Ling was returning home from work, accompanied by her daughter, Ran Ran. Upon seeing a large bus parked abruptly at their doorstep and noticing Cao Dapeng seemingly escorting a group toward the beach, Su Ling could not help but inquire of Cao Dahai. "My brother is becoming quite capable." Cao Dahai chuckled helplessly as he regarded his returning wife and daughter. "That Mr. Huang you mentioned last time has come to Hongshu village today with a group of disciples to learn about herbal medicine from Dapeng. As a result, Dapeng has spent the entire morning processing squid with them, and now he has taken them to the seaside." Cao Dahai, intrigued, continued. "Could it be that he is taking them to scrape barnacles?" Although he was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, he had accumulated a significant amount of barnacles recently and was aware of their medicinal properties. "Processing squid for us?" Su Ling was taken aback, hastily setting down her daughter and striding into the courtyard. Upon entering, she was astonished to find the previously empty bamboo baskets now brimming with steamed squid. Moving to a few freezers, she opened them and gasped in disbelief. To her astonishment, their freezers were entirely filled with processed squid. It was known that Cao Dapeng had brought back a considerable amount of squid in recent days. Even if Cao Dahai worked until noon, he would not have been able to finish. Yet now, not only had they completed the task, but the quantity appeared to be even greater than the previous day. "Just yesterday, I was contemplating hiring help, and now Cao Dapeng has returned with so many to assist us." Su Ling was utterly flabbergasted. Her little brother-in-law truly possessed remarkable abilities. "Have you prepared a meal? They've assisted us tremendously, and we ought to provide them with something to eat," Su Ling said, frowning as she looked at her husband. Cao Dahai shrugged. "Dapeng instructed me not to cook. He took the group to the beach, claiming he wanted to familiarize them with medicinal herbs and treat them to lunch. I am quite perplexed." Su Ling blinked and instructed her husband. "You should go buy some fruit. We may not be responsible for the meal, but as hosts, we cannot be negligent. All right, you rest for a bit. I shall go fetch some fruit." Cao Dahai nodded and rode off on his motorcycle to purchase some. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng, accompanied by a group of individuals, arrived at the beach just as the tide had receded, revealing scattered stones along the shoreline. "Mr. Cao, could the medicinal herbs you mentioned be found here?" One curious onlooker inquired. Many had anticipated that Cao Dapeng would lead them to the nearby hills to forage for herbs for medicinal cuisine. But they were taken aback to find themselves at the seaside instead. Indeed, Cao Dapeng replied with a faint smile. Before the crowd, he retrieved a shovel and a rake from his bamboo basket and then squatted down, amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers. He began to search the area with the rake, his attention soon fixating on a particular stone. Swiftly, with a gentle scoop of the shovel, he unearthed what appeared to be a shell resembling a stone. Holding the shell up for all to see, Cao Dapeng proclaimed, "What I have for you today is this." "Is that an oyster?" The crowd's gaze converged on the object in Cao Dapeng's hand, and it wasn't long before someone recognized it. Indeed, what he held was not a barnacle, but an oyster. Many had seen it in the various self-service seafood restaurants of Tiannan City, leading to immediate recognition. "Mr. Cao, are you suggesting that oysters are also traditional Chinese medicinal herbs? I have heard they possess aphrodisiac properties." One of the apprentices blinked, regarding Cao Dapeng with curiosity. Cao Dapeng shrugged and replied, "Of course, in comparison to squid, oysters are indeed legitimate medicinal materials." Addressing the audience with conviction, he continued, "The medicinal history of oysters is extensive, as noted in the Essentials of Herbal Medicine, where it states that oysters have the effects of salty to soften hardness and resolve phlegm, while also stopping cough and controlling sweat, used to treat symptoms like spontaneous sweating, night sweating, nocturnal emissions, and other related ailments. The Compendium of Materia Medica that you are familiar with also mentions oysters, salty, neutral, slightly cold, and non-toxic. Thus, oysters are certainly genuine medicinal herbs. However, it is typically the oyster shell that is utilized in traditional medicine, though the oyster meat can also be employed for medicinal purposes." At this point, Cao Dapeng paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before suddenly focusing on Huang Qi in the distance. With a smile, he remarked, "As for the differences in medicinal efficacy between oyster shells and oyster meat, perhaps we should allow Mr. Huang to elucidate this for everyone." Upon hearing this, the 20 or so apprentices instantly turned their curious eyes toward Huang Qi. They had not anticipated that a mere oyster could conceal such profound knowledge. Both the oyster shell and the oyster meat were, in fact, recognized as medicinal materials. "Haha, Mr. Cao is indeed correct." Huang Qi, feeling gratified as all eyes were on him, stroked his beard thoughtfully. He mused inwardly that this journey to Hongshu village had not been in vain. Just moments ago, he had speculated whether Cao Dapeng had brought everyone to the beach to dig for barnacles, considering that barnacles had recently become a popular medicinal herb, especially since the new remedy derived from barnacles by the team at Luqing US was generating much attention. However, Huang Qi was taken aback by the fact that Cao Dapeng chose to conduct a lesson using oysters. The distinction between the medicinal properties of oyster shells and oyster meat holds significant relevance for the student's understanding of the efficacy and characteristics of traditional Chinese medicinal materials. With a blink of his eyes, and under the curious gazes of the crowd, Huang Qi gracefully remarked that oyster shells do not possess substantial aphrodisiac effects. Nevertheless, they indeed serve to nourish the kidneys, strengthen the spleen, soothe the liver, subdue yang, alleviate acidity, relieve pain, and provide calming effects. Their medicinal benefits are truly diverse, and they continue to be a common ingredient among many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the southern regions. As for the oyster meat. Chapter 168. Free labor. Huang Qi smiled and remarked that the effects of oyster meat and oyster shells are quite distinct, both possessing the ability to soothe the spirit and promote tranquility. However, the benefits of oyster meat are particularly pronounced in blood replenishment. For those suffering from anemia or calcium deficiency, consuming oysters is undoubtedly advantageous. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. No one had anticipated that merely a single oyster, differing in parts, could exhibit such remarkable variations in medicinal efficacy. "All right," Cao Dapeng addressed the group, "it's midday, and I believe everyone is feeling famished. We've covered the necessary lessons, and now the ingredients lie before us. If you wish to hasten your lunch, let us all gather to search for oysters. I must tell you, this is the peak season for oyster harvesting. These oysters can be consumed raw, or, if you prefer, we can prepare them as oyster pancakes or oyster noodles, which are simply delightful. Come on, everyone, let us get to work." Having toiled throughout the morning, Cao Dapeng was already feeling quite hungry. Were it not for the fact that this group had assisted in processing a significant amount of squid, he would have been less inclined to engage in idle chatter. As his words fell, the crowd paused for a moment in surprise, and then, with smiles, they crouched down to scour the beach, seemingly in pursuit of oysters. "Hey, I've found one. Come quickly. There are plenty of oysters over here." The tide had just receded, and Cao Dapeng was not searching aimlessly. He had noticed many golden symbols floating nearby earlier, which was why he had led everyone to this spot. In no time, Several individuals uncovered oysters hidden among the rocks, their excited shouts echoing across the beach. Naturally, this stretch of coastline was abundant with seafood. In addition to oysters, people also discovered various shrimp and crabs, prompting a chorus of delighted exclamations. Instantly, the originally intended herbal medicine class transformed into an unexpectedly enjoyable coastal foraging experience, leaving the apprentices exhilarated and unable to contain their joy. The thrill of coastal foraging lies in the unpredictability of what one may discover next. The inexplicable sense of accomplishment derived from collecting these gifts bestowed by nature fills one with immense happiness. Even Jiang Wanqing, observing the group as they eagerly gathered oysters, found it hard to resist joining Cao Dapeng in the search. She fondly recalled the last time they had gone to the seaside together, where they had enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Head over there, Cao Dapeng instructed as he continued to collect oysters. His stomach growled, leaving him no time to dawdle with the others. Under his guidance, the group found oysters wherever he directed them. In a short while, the 20 or so individuals had gathered over 30 pounds of oysters, along with several unexpected delights like shrimp and crabs, completely filling the bamboo basket that Cao Dapeng had brought along. Of course, had they known that the oysters they collected would also contribute over 200 yuan to Cao Dapeng's bank account, their reaction might have been quite different. Content with the bounty of seafood in the basket, Cao Dapeng led the group back to the courtyard of Cao Dahai's home. Su Ling hurried over to assist Cao Dapeng in handling the oysters. The shells of the oysters are rather intricate, and extracting the meat requires a certain level of skill. Yet, for Cao Dapeng and Su Ling, who have spent years by the seaside, opening the shells and retrieving the meat is a mere trifle. The two deftly wielded their small knives, locating the seams with precision, and with a flick of their wrists, the succulent oyster meat was effortlessly dislodged and fell into the stainless steel basin. The apprentices, observing with wide eyes, were eager to try their hand at it. But after much struggle, they found themselves unable to open the shells, provoking hearty laughter from their peers. Come, everyone, have some jujubes and pomelo. At that moment, Cao Dahai approached, carrying freshly washed jujubes and peeled pomelo, extending a warm invitation to all. The milk jujubes had just come into season, crisp and sweet, with a texture reminiscent of northern pears, albeit slightly larger than dates, making them a delightful treat. While everyone indulged in the fruit, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling meticulously separated the meat from the dozens of pounds of oyster shells. Despite the considerable quantity, the actual meat was not abundant. Cao Dapeng set aside a portion for Su Ling to prepare oyster pancakes, while the remainder was placed into a pot to create a rich broth. With so many guests and time being of the essence, he decided to add a whole batch of noodles, complemented by the fresh broth from the oysters, resulting in a dish of unparalleled deliciousness. This pancake is incredibly fragrant and delectable. The oyster noodles surpass those in restaurants, especially the broth, which is so exquisite. Perhaps it was due to their hunger, or perhaps the knowledge that these oysters were the fruits of their own labor. As Cao Dapeng and Su Ling presented the oyster pancakes and noodle soup to the crowd, everyone dug in with abandon, savoring each bite while showering praises. Huang Qi, too, relished a bowl of oyster noodles, his face radiating contentment. Witnessing the lively scene before him, Huang Qi felt a deep sense of reassurance. He turned to Cao Dapeng, his face aglow. Mr. Cao, look at these students. They are quite eager to learn. However, I'm currently struggling to find a suitable teacher to impart knowledge about medicinal herbs. Would it be possible for them to come to Hongshu Village to study under your guidance? Rest assured, once a week, they will come here, and whatever you teach, they will heed your every word. Hongshu Village is rich in resources, and along the way, Huang Qi had encountered numerous medicinal herbs. Most importantly, Cao Dapeng is an expert in the field of medicinal materials. If he could impart some fundamental knowledge to these children, it would be an invaluable treasure for the mentorship program. Will they truly listen to me? Cao Dapeng asked, astonished. Can they help my brother with the squid? Huang Qi nodded affirmatively. Squid is also an ingredient in medicinal cuisine, so of course they can. Cao Dapeng responded, but I want to be able to pay them. Huang Qi chuckled. You want to need to spend a dime. In fact, our mentorship program will provide you with a teaching stipend each month. They have arrived, and there is no need for you to make a deliberate effort to entertain them. Simply impart some knowledge regarding herbs. What do you think? This is not an issue. Although Cao Dapeng contemplated declining, who could turn down over 20 free laborers? The squid jerky business run by his brother and sister-in-law was already predicated on thin profit margins and high sales volume, with raw materials being sourced at minimal cost. If they could also save on labor expenses, it would essentially amount to operating without any capital investment. Why would he refuse? Cao Dapeng immediately shook hands with Huang Qi, smiling as he said, since I am already in Hongshu Village, feel free to come anytime. Although my knowledge of medicinal herbs may be limited, I assure you that I will share everything I know without reservation. Chapter 169. The Plan of Han Jiangxue, and Li Manman, the mutually beneficial collaboration between Cao Dapeng and Huang Qi unfolded seamlessly. Over the ensuing month, every Saturday or Sunday, Huang Qi would escort his disciples to Hongshu village. Their primary task upon arrival was to assist Cao Dahai and Su Ling in processing the squid. Initially, their involvement mirrored that of Cao Dapeng's rudimentary methods, but as their skills sharpened, they took on the entirety of the steaming and drying processes as well. After completing their tasks, Cao Dapeng would impart knowledge regarding medicinal herbs. The village, with its coastal proximity, also boasted mountainous areas where herbs like fusamatado thrived. Each herb presented an opportunity for Cao Dapeng to conduct an informative lesson, despite the arduous journey and the labor involved. These apprentices found immense value in the herbal wisdom they gleaned from Cao Dapeng, knowledge unattainable elsewhere. Additionally, upon finishing their work, they were treated to the medicinal soup personally concocted by Cao Dapeng, making their efforts worthwhile. In contrast to the mundane curriculum of their other classes, the lessons at Cao Dapeng's felt particularly engaging, leading them to eagerly anticipate their weekly visits, an outcome neither Cao Dapeng nor Huang Qi had foreseen. With her small workshop thriving, Su Ling finally resigned from the seaweed factory. Earning a modest salary of 4,000 to 5,000 a month at the factory paled in comparison to the lucrative earnings from squid processing, where on a good day, she could earn an entire month's wages. Even on average, her monthly income now surpassed what she and Cao Dahai had earned in the previous 2 to 3 months combined, while factory work was always available. Such a profitable opportunity in squid processing was not to be missed. With Su Ling overseeing the household, everything in the courtyard fell into a harmonious order, alleviating Cao Dapeng of considerable responsibilities. His daily routine consisted solely of fishing at sea alongside Aftu and Naxiang. December had arrived, bringing with it a slight chill. Yet it posed no hindrance. Cao Dapeng shifted his fishing hours from morning to evening. The nocturnal activity of fish provided a more fruitful yield, as they congregated more densely, making it easier for him to catch large quantities with a single net. Look, Boss Chow's boat is back. The villagers eagerly awaited the return of his vessel, speculating on the bounty it would bring. For several days, they had endured a tedious wait, cautioning one another not to compete for the catch, lest they face the wrath of others. At the dock in Nanpin village, a throng of fishmongers had gathered. Previously, they had congregated in the mornings. But with Cao Dapeng's altered schedule, they adapted their routines accordingly. Each evening, they would assemble at the dock, awaiting the arrival of his fishing boat, even arranging for someone to stand in if they had other obligations. The multitude of fishing boats in Nanpin village was no small feat. Yet most were either dedicated to catching singular species like ribbonfish or assorted catches of varying quality. While this had sufficed in the past, they now sought only the best. Now, with the presence of Cao Dapeng, it has become customary for him to return with high-quality goods, leading buyers to preferentially choose his fish. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Cao Dapeng leisurely steered his fishing boat into the harbor. He had become exceedingly familiar with this vessel, which, after further optimization, had transformed from a once dilapidated fishing boat into one that excelled in all aspects, offering a remarkably comfortable sailing experience. As he dropped anchor, the waiting fishmongers rushed eagerly towards him. Upon witnessing the catch on the deck, they collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness, it's yellow croaker. The quality is excellent. Boss Chow, I'll take 200 pounds, they exclaimed. You've also caught an impressive amount of wild scallops. I'll take 300 pounds, please. My word, Boss Chow. You've even managed to procure such a bounty of oysters. It's been ages since I've seen wild oysters. I'll take all of these. Amidst their astonishment, the buyers swiftly expressed their intentions. The yellow croaker, also known as cucumber fish or yellow flower fish, is often mistakenly thought to be the juvenile version of the large yellow croaker. However, this is not the case. The large yellow croaker, while originally not considered expensive, has become increasingly costly due to overfishing, driven by its exquisite taste. Although the yellow croaker does not enjoy the same level of acclaim, the December variety boasts a delightful flavor. As for scallops and oysters, their prices have plummeted in recent years due to the rise of artificial breeding and large-scale production. Nevertheless, pure wild scallops and oysters remain highly sought after, especially during winter, a season when people crave nourishing foods. The demand for these seafood delights is exceptionally high. Take your time, one at a time. Cao Dapeng shrugged, methodically weighing and collecting payments. After deducting wages for his crew and fuel costs, he netted a modest profit of over 10,000 yuan. Once he had dealt with this group of fishmongers, Cao Dapeng, with his freshly caught squid in tow, leisurely returned to Hongshu village. As soon as he stepped into his courtyard, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a group video call from Li Manman and Han Jiangxue. Dapeng, I believe we should expedite our live streaming sales plan, Han Jiangxue stated directly. Our fans have been raving about our squid strips and have been urging Man and me to start a live broadcast. I think the production on your end is sufficient now. It's indeed time to go live. As soon as she finished, Man added. Xiao Xue and I discussed that to provide our viewers with a better experience, we should live stream the entire process of catching the squid from the sea to the final production of squid strips. This could yield a more impressive effect. Initially, Cao Dapeng found their suggestions quite reasonable, but as he listened further, he sensed something amiss. Observing the peculiar expressions of the two on screen, he inquired, "Wait a moment. Are you two planning to join me on my boat for the sea expedition?" He was all too familiar with these two. In order to present the entire production process from a first-person perspective to the online audience, it is evident that the intention is to embark on a fishing expedition. The last time I took these two out to sea, it nearly resulted in a calamity. Oh dear, Dapeng, how could you harbor such thoughts about us? Upon having their little scheme unraveled by Cao Dapeng, Han Jiangxue and Li Man momentarily displayed a hint of discomfort on their faces. Nevertheless, Han Jiangxue feigned seriousness, stating, "We are now business partners, discussing official matters. Just imagine. If the viewers could witness us personally retrieving squid from the ocean and then observe the step-by-step process of transforming it into dried squid, wouldn't they feel more inclined to place their orders?" Li Man concurred, adding, "This is actually a request from the fans, Dapeng. I believe this idea has merit." Cao Dapeng, Chapter 170, Live Streaming. We are professionals. You may join me on this maritime venture, but we must establish 3 fundamental rules. Cao Dapeng declared, his brow furrowed and his demeanor serious as he addressed Han Jiangxue and Li Man. In recent times, the production of squid strips had become the primary focus for the elder brother and sister-in-law. To ensure sustainable development, relying solely on short videos for traffic was woefully inadequate. The current circumstances necessitated the adoption of live streaming to broaden the audience for their squid strips. Although Cao Dapeng was aware that Han Jiangxue and Li Man were primarily interested in accompanying him for leisure, he could not overlook their substantial fan base. If they were to employ their unique approach to live selling, the results would undoubtedly be explosive. However, it was imperative for Cao Dapeng to convey his instructions clearly. Seeing him relent, Han Jiangxue and Li Man breathed a sigh of relief, promptly assuring him that once aboard, they would adhere to his directives without fail. Nonetheless, Cao Dapeng recognized the magnitude of their online presence. Venturing into live streaming without adequate stock would be reckless. Even a successful broadcast could falter due to an inability to fulfill orders promptly. Thus, in the ensuing week, he arranged for the elder brother and sister-in-law to recruit 2 additional workers from the village to expedite the production of squid strips. With the assistance of the apprentices from the traditional Chinese medicine class, they managed to accumulate a considerable inventory. Once preparations were sufficiently underway, he invited Han Jiangxue and Li Man to join. Dear viewers, today, Xiao Xue and I will take you to the production base of our squid strips to showcase the entire production process, Han Jiangxue announced. On Saturday, as they traveled towards Hanshu village, Han Jiangxue sped along in a Wrangler. In the passenger seat, Li Man held a selfie stick. Engaging with the live audience as she initiated the streaming mode, she alternated between capturing the scenic views outside the window and turning the camera towards herself, instantly attracting a surge of both loyal and new followers. Many of you may already know that Xiao Xue and I will be accompanying the boat out to sea to demonstrate the squid catching process. Prior to that, we will engage in a sea fishing competition, so stay tuned, she exclaimed. At this announcement, the live stream's chat exploded with excitement. Going out to sea for fishing? How thrilling. It's been a while since we saw both of you. Count on our support. The squid strips you brought are indeed delicious. I've purchased them 3 times already. Looking forward to today's live stream. With the viewers' continuous likes and shares, the audience in Li Man's live stream quickly swelled from several thousand to an astounding 20,000, with numbers visibly rising by the second. Before long, the Wrangler arrived at the dock in Nampan village. Han Jiangxue and Li Man stepped out of the vehicle, and the vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before the camera. It was afternoon, sunlight danced upon the rolling waves, and numerous boats were moored at the dock, creating a picturesque scene that invigorated the spirit. The camera gradually focuses on an unassuming fishing vessel. A robust and sun-kissed young man leaps from the boat, approaching the lens with a charming smile. How strikingly handsome he is. His smile is simply delightful. For some reason, he seems oddly familiar. Perhaps it is the allure of handsome men that evokes such a sense of recognition? As viewers observe Cao Dapeng drawing nearer, many female audience members cannot resist flooding the screen with comments. Today marks the scheduled day for a live-stream sales event, and Cao Dapeng had arrived at the dock early to await Li Man and Han Jiangxue to ensure safety. He had even arranged for Ah Fu to hire a captain to operate the vessel while he remained on deck, ensuring everything would proceed smoothly. The presence of the horse herder stood out prominently at the dock. The moment the vehicle appeared, it caught Cao Dapeng's attention. He had intended to exchange pleasantries with Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman first, but to his surprise, Li Mianman was already live-streaming, her phone raised high. Dear viewers, let me introduce our good friend Dapeng, who is also one of our squid snack suppliers. Today, he will take us out to sea. Seeing Cao Dapeng again brought joy to both Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue, who promptly introduced him to their online audience. With a resigned shrug, Cao Dapeng welcomed them warmly. Welcome, welcome. Ladies, I am all set. Shall we board the boat now? Li Mianman, holding a selfie stick, smiled at Cao Dapeng. Boarding is fine. But you'll need to help us with the equipment. Indeed, there is quite a lot to carry. I cannot manage it alone, Han Jiangxue chimed in. Already moving to the back of the vehicle to open the trunk, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow and followed Han Jiangxue. Upon seeing the array of equipment in the vehicle, he was taken aback. Goodness! In addition to the fishing rods and folding chairs essential for their outing, they had even brought specialized satellite signal receivers, satellite phones, and drones. Furthermore, 2 large bags were crammed full. He could only wonder what they contained. Had they truly brought all their possessions for a mere live stream? We are professionals at this. You know. Hee, Dapeng, you have your work cut out for you. Han Jiangxue chuckled at him, unceremoniously handing over 2 of the hefty bags. Very well then. Cao Dapeng shrugged. Were it not for the live stream, he would have had a word or two for these 2 women. However, today they were the influencers. The key to attracting viewers, and he knew he must cater to their needs. With a resigned sigh, he hoisted one of the large bags and made his way toward the fishing boat, while Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman followed closely behind, each carrying their own fishing gear. Under the watchful eyes of countless online viewers, the trio boarded the fishing vessel. As soon as they stepped aboard, Li Mianman took charge of the live stream while Han Jiangxue busied herself with the broadcasting equipment. With a resounding roar, Cao Dapeng's fishing boat gradually ventured into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the drone brought by Han Jiangxue successfully took flight, revealing the vast expanse of the sea in the live broadcast. The endless ocean surged with rolling waves, while flocks of seagulls soared high above, occasionally diving suddenly to the surface, seeking their prey. The mountains and buildings along the shore receded further away, transforming into a blurred backdrop. Under the lens of the drone, Cao Dapeng's fishing boat appeared as nothing more than a mere speck. This magnificent scene, complemented by Han Jiangxue's timely playback of boundless sea and sky, captivated the viewers in the live stream, drawing in even those who were merely browsing videos, enchanted by the ethereal beauty of the broadcast. Chapter 171. What to do when encountering the Air Force during a fishing live stream. Ah, how magnificent. Having lived inland for 30 years, I have yet to witness the ocean. My heartfelt gratitude to the host for this virtual journey across the sea. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of the ocean always brings tranquility to my spirit. Such breathtaking scenery. The visuals in the live stream continuously shift with the flight of the drone, while the comments section is abuzz with enthusiastic remarks. On the deck of the fishing boat, Han Jiangxue skillfully maneuvers the remote control, with a wide array of interests. Aside from fishing, swimming, and rock climbing, she often takes her drone out for a flight during her excursions into the wild. This time, accompanying Cao Dapeng for a live fishing session, she brought all her equipment along. The streaming experience is indeed explosive. The viewer count has surged from 20,000 to an astonishing 50,000. However, the drone's battery life is limited. After soaring over the sea for a little over half an hour, the power level dwindles alarmingly. Reluctantly, Han Jiangxue guides the drone to descend slowly. The scene shifts back to Cao Dapeng's modest fishing boat, where the camera focuses on the charming visage of Li Mianman. With such a stunning beauty present, the audience remains captivated. At this moment, the boat has traversed a considerable distance. Li Mianman, holding her phone, beams at the viewers, announcing, "Next up is the fishing competition between Han Jiangxue and me. I won against her last time, and she is yet to accept defeat. This time, we shall determine who is superior aboard this vessel." With her words concluded, the camera pivots to Han Jiangxue. Li Mianman continues, "Xiaoxue, let us stick to the usual rules. Irrespective of the size or weight of the catch, we shall only count the quantity. In the coming hour, whoever catches the most fish will emerge victorious. The loser will perform a little show for the viewers. What do you say?" Han Jiangxue shrugs, her face radiating a competitive spirit. "No problem. This time, I shall definitely win." Turning to Cao Dapeng, she adds, "Dapeng, could you please find us a suitable fishing area?" Li Mianman hands the live streaming phone to Cao Dapeng. "You handle the streaming, Xiaoxue, and I will compete." "All right." Cao Dapeng, who is not particularly keen on the live stream, reluctantly complies. He accepts the phone from Li Mianman and surveys the surrounding waters, observing the depths through the undulating waves. Although he is not well versed in streaming, he understands that if no fish are caught, the hard-won audience will quickly disperse. Hence, he deliberately selects a spot known for its relative abundance of fish, ensuring both Han Jiangxue and Li Man can reel in catches frequently. Having chosen the location, Cao Dapeng proceeds to the cockpit, instructing the temporary captain to navigate according to his directions. Come on, what is taking so long? Aren't we supposed to compete? Let us get started. I want to see the fishing contest between Han Jiangxue and Li Man. Switch the camera. The vast expanse of the ocean makes it seem as though one could truly discern where the fish are hiding. In the brief span of time, the live stream had attracted quite a number of viewers, with many expressing their frustrations due to Cao Dapeng's inkling. Unperturbed, Cao Dapeng waited until the fishing boat navigated to his selected fishing grounds before addressing Li Man and Han Jiangxue. All right, ladies, you will fish here for the next hour. Whoever catches the most fish wins. Any objections? None at all. Li Man and Han Jiangxue chorused in unison, with Cao Dapeng's command to commence. The two took up their gear, mirroring their previous outing, and settled on either side of the boat, casting their bait into the sea. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng situated himself in the center, striving to capture both contestants within the live broadcast frame. The audience in the live chat became animated, with some wagering on Li Man's victory and others backing Han Jiangxue, leading to a cacophony of fervent debate among fans. Regrettably, half an hour passed without even a nibble. The more impatient viewers began to voice their discontent. The number of participants in the live stream plummeted from over 50,000 to merely 20,000, leaving primarily devoted fans of Han Jiangxue and Li Man. This was untenable. Observing the sudden drop in viewership, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow. While the two ladies could fish for as long as they wished without the live stream, today was not merely an outing. It was intended to enhance viewer engagement and promote merchandise. If the popularity continued to wane, how could he possibly assist his brother and sister-in-law in selling their products? Cao Dapeng had assumed that both Han Jiangxue and Li Man were adept anglers, confident that finding a school of fish would not pose a challenge. However, the vastness of the ocean proved that even the most seasoned fishermen could encounter the embarrassment of a barren catch. The bait they cast was swiftly scattered by the waves, and any fish that nibbled on the bait turned tail and fled, avoiding the hooks entirely. It appeared that he needed to lend a hand. With a resigned sigh, Cao Dapeng flicked his fingers, sending two beams of golden light into the bait containers of Han Jiangxue and Li Man. The invincible bait pack, when attached to any bait, could elevate its allure, significantly enhancing its capacity to attract fish. This was a skill he had unexpectedly acquired a few days prior while fishing for yellow croaker. As he had been preoccupied with catching fish, he had the chance to use it, but now, he could not bear to see the awkwardness of Han Jiangxue and Li Man as mere spectators. For the sake of the live stream, he had no choice but to sacrifice his bait pack. Why were the fish still unresponsive? He was determined to try again. Han Jiangxue, growing increasingly impatient, scooped a generous handful of bait from her container and once more cast it into the sea before lifting her fishing rod to replace the bait on her hook with a fresh offering. If the bait is soaked for too long, it loses its flavor and must be replaced to entice the sea fish. During her last fishing expedition, she had quite a successful catch, and she couldn't believe that this time she might end up empty-handed. As for the live stream by Cao Dapeng, it had long been forgotten in her mind. As a dedicated angler, once she begins fishing, everything outside becomes transparent. With a splash, a handful of bait was cast into the ocean, and in the blink of an eye, it was scattered by the rolling waves. However, the transformed bait possessed an enchanting allure. The nearby school of fish, previously meandering, suddenly caught a whiff of a uniquely enticing scent and swiftly swam towards the source, tails flicking excitedly. On board the fishing vessel, Han Jiangxue, intently observing the activity, soon noticed that her fishing rod was moving. A bite. Han Jiangxue's face lit up with joy. After a brief moment of anticipation, she grasped the rod and began to carefully reel in the catch. What kind of fish would she hook? Han Jiangxue pondered. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing her actions, were instantly filled with excitement. There was indeed a fish on the line. Chapter 172. Abundant Catch. Booming popularity with a resounding splash, all eyes were fixated on Han Jiangxue as she deftly lifted her fishing rod. A splendid yellow, oval-shaped fish leapt from the depths of the ocean, arcing gracefully through the air before being skillfully reeled in by her. Witnessing this spectacle, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but smile, letting out a relieved sigh. At last, she had made a catch. Swiftly, Cao Dapeng grabbed his phone to capture the moment. As the camera zoomed in, the contours and intricate patterns of the fish became vividly apparent to the audience. Its body was oval and slightly flattened, adorned with a small mouth. The dorsal fin was continuous, featuring shallow notches between the spiny and soft rays, while its vibrant colors, and clear markings rendered it quite endearing. The viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement. "How adorable! What kind of fish is this?" one exclaimed. After a quick search, it was revealed that this was a butterfly fish, typically found near coral reefs and known for its diurnal habits. Their unique breeding method, usually involving monogamous pairs, makes them renowned ornamental fish. Yet, due to overfishing in recent years, their numbers have dwindled. Who would have thought that Han Jiangxue would catch a butterfly fish on her very first cast? Grateful for not having left the live stream, viewers felt exhilarated. Most of the audience were fishing enthusiasts, and witnessing Han Jiangxue reel in such a visually appealing butterfly fish ignited their enthusiasm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Jiangxue expertly unhooked the fish and joyously placed it in her tackle box. "Let us go again," she exclaimed, after a half-hour wait. Catching a butterfly fish had filled her with delight. With a smile, she rebaited her hook and cast it back into the water. Remarkably, within less than 2 minutes, her fishing rod began to tremble once more. It seemed her bait had successfully attracted more fish, unquestioningly attributing this success to her previous baiting efforts. Han Jiangxue confidently reeled in another catch. Compared to the vividly colored butterfly fish, the second fish was rather ordinary, a common sea bass. Nevertheless, she welcomed it and placed it in her tackle box before continuing her fishing endeavors. Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Li Miaman sensed the commotion from Han Jiangxue's side. As seconds ticked away, she could no longer resist the urge to sprinkle her bait into the ocean. To her astonishment, the results were remarkably effective. Within less than 5 minutes of reapplying her bait, her fishing rod came alive with activity. "Look, Miaman has caught something too," someone shouted. "Is that a parrotfish?" "Haha, it's like the donkey of fish, a hybrid of the red devil and the purple firemouth. They are incapable of reproduction, but their beak-like mouth is quite adorable." As Li Miaman landed her catch, the viewers in the live stream shifted their attention from Han Jiangxue to the newly caught fish by Li Miaman. As they recognized the parrotfish, many could not help but unleash a torrent of comments in the chat. Cao Dapeng watched in bemusement, yet with the subsequent arrivals of Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman, the popularity of the live stream began to rebound dramatically, skyrocketing from over 20,000 to 30,000 viewers in a short span. Furthermore, numerous viewers generously bestowed fans tokens, significantly increasing the account's followers as well. The results were quite impressive. Following this, Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman took turns showcasing their catches, and with Cao Dapeng's special bait. The frequency of their catches was remarkably swift. As the fish continued to bite, the chat exploded with excitement, and the viewership surged. Not only did they reel in common species such as sea bass and small yellow croakers, but they also caught a plethora of vibrant and peculiar marine fish, including clownfish, angelfish, and even species like scad and foxfish. Unbeknownst to them, an hour swiftly elapsed, discounting the initial half-hour of inactivity. Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman had effectively fished for only half an hour. With Cao Dapeng's call to stop, the fishing competition concluded, prompting a collective sigh from the online audience, who felt an unexpected sense of longing for more. Without requiring Cao Dapeng and his companions to tally the results, the enthusiastic viewers had already compiled the statistics. In that hour, Han Jiangxue caught a total of 18 sea fish, while Li Miaman, having been slightly delayed in baiting, managed to catch only 10. "Xiaoxue, I concede this round." Li Miaman expressed her acceptance of defeat with a nonchalant demeanor. For her, this excursion to the seaside was less about fishing and more about the meaningful experience of being out at sea with Cao Dapeng. "Hiki, gracious in defeat." Han Jiangxue replied with a smile, having seized the phone from Cao Dapeng to point the camera at Li Miaman. "Now, Li Miaman, you must honor your wager. We have over 80,000 viewers in our live stream. What talent do you plan to showcase for everyone?" Previously, in an official fishing competition, Han Jiangxue had been outperformed by Li Miaman, finishing as the runner-up. Their last outing had also ended unexpectedly, leaving Han Jiangxue eager to reclaim her honor in front of countless viewers. "Talent, you say?" Li Miaman's brows furrowed slightly. Due to her health issues, she had few hobbies aside from fishing and occasionally humming a tune when alone. "Now that we are out at sea and have caught so many fish, I shall sing Big Fish for everyone." Li Miaman beamed sweetly at the camera. Her voice, naturally melodious and refreshing, stirred immediate excitement among her fans in the chat at the prospect of her singing. "All right, dear friends, please welcome Miss Li Miaman as she performs Big Fish for us." Han Jiangxue cheerfully passed the phone to Li Miaman. Without hesitation, Li Miaman accepted the phone, donned the headset, and began to hum softly. The tumultuous waves of the sea roared, yet, with the aid of her earphones, Li Miaman's voice resonated clearly within the live broadcast. It drifted across the corners of the sky as horizon. A great fish glided through the crevices of dreams, gazing at the contours of your slumber. One observes the seamless blend of sea and sky, listening to the winds rise and the rains fall. Although Lee Man-man's voice lacked the ethereal quality of the original artist, it remained exceptionally melodious, coupled with the backdrop of the vast ocean. The song captivated the online audience, who found themselves enveloped in its essence, as if they had transformed into a fish wandering through the depths of the sea. Chapter 173. A return to the coral sea. Lee Man-man's voice was truly enchanting. I felt as though I had transformed into a fish, gliding through the coral. Speaking of which, today, it seemed that both Lee Man-man and Han Jiangxue had caught fish that favored the vicinity of the corals. Could it be that there were actually corals on the seabed? If there were, they must be breathtaking. I longed to see them. I wondered if there were any live broadcasts from the ocean floor today. If so, it would undoubtedly be thrilling. As Lee Man-man finished singing a song, her gaze drifted to the live chat, and she found herself momentarily stunned. To her surprise, amidst the praise for her melodious singing, numerous viewers expressed skepticism about the presence of corals beneath this sea. Indeed, she had been so engrossed in competing with Han Jiangxue for fish that she had overlooked the types of fish they were catching. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that the fish they had caught were primarily from the schools that lingered near the corals. Perhaps, just perhaps, there were indeed corals below. In an instant, vivid memories of the last fishing trip, when she had glimpsed the beauty of the coral sea, flooded her mind. It had been truly magnificent. Man. What's the matter? Noticing Lee Man-man gazing blankly at her phone, Han Jiangxue hurried over, curiosity etched on her face. Xiaoxue. The viewers are saying that we're catching coral fish. They suspect that there are vast amounts of coral beneath this sea. And many wish to see what corals look like, Lee Man-man replied, blinking her eyes as she turned to Han Jiangxue. Corals, huh? Now that you mention it. It is quite possible, Han Jiangxue exclaimed, her brows suddenly alight with excitement. She turned to Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, what do you think? Surely there can't really be corals down there? Cao Dapeng shrugged. Based on the coral fish you've caught, there is an 80% probability that corals exist below. It was amusing. Earlier, he had specifically sought out coral fish for the sake of the live broadcast, as each fish was remarkably charming and visually appealing. Perfect for the camera. Indeed, there was a significant presence of corals beneath this sea. Han Jiangxue, now even more exhilarated, suggested, Dapeng. How about we host a live broadcast from the ocean floor? It would surely draw a massive audience. Live from the ocean floor? Cao Dapeng was taken aback, raising his hands in exasperation. Do you have a diving suit? Any waterproof phones or cameras? Don't joke around. Although this sea is only a few dozen meters deep, it can still be quite perilous. Of course I do, Han Jiangxue retorted playfully. In the next moment, she opened another bag, much to Cao Dapeng's astonishment. Here is the diving suit, and this is a waterproof camera, along with this for signal transmission. The diving suit is tailored to my size. I hope it fits you well. Cao Dapeng was left speechless. No wonder she had brought so many bags aboard. He had assumed they were merely filled with clothing for two lovely ladies. Little did he know, this bag contained professional diving equipment. Han Jiangxue was indeed thoroughly prepared. Wait a moment, could this girl have planned to dive in advance? Hiki, I used to enjoy swimming, and I don't have many hobbies aside from collecting various gear. I've had this wetsuit for 2 years, yet I never found the opportunity to use it until today. Noticing Cao Dapeng's inquiry, Han Jiangxue quickly smiled and explained. She loves swimming, but the last time she accompanied Cao Dapeng to scrape barnacles, she was thoroughly frightened. Naturally, she wouldn't dare to dive alone in the ocean. But the scene of Cao Dapeng rescuing Lee Man-man from the sea was vividly etched in her memory. Just thinking about that moment made her pack the wetsuit and the camera without hesitation. Goodness, she even brought diving equipment. I want to see if the host dives live. I will send a carnival. The show is getting more thrilling. The coral must be stunning. I want to see. As the viewers in the live stream witnessed Han Jiangxue unveiling so much gear, they erupted into cheers. All right, I suppose I can dive. Glancing at the rising popularity of the live stream, Cao Dapeng reluctantly agreed. But you two must stay safely on the boat. Can you manage that? The popularity of the live stream spoke volumes. Moreover, Cao Dapeng was eager to explore the underwater world himself, as he had previously acquired a wetsuit and a spear gun, but had yet to find the opportunity to play with them. It seemed fitting to take the live stream audience along for the adventure. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy about leaving the two stunning beauties, Han Jiangxue and Lee Man-man, behind. Of course, we will behave. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng was going to dive, Han Jiangxue and Lee Man-man quickly nodded in agreement. In fact, Han Jiangxue even handed her wetsuit to Cao Dapeng. No need for that. I have my own. Just wait a moment while I change. Cao Dapeng shook his head and turned towards the cockpit, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. He retrieved his exquisite wetsuit from the golden treasure chest and donned it. He initially intended to take out the spear gun for a bit of fun, but considering the live stream, he decided against it. Goodness, you even have an oxygen tank. When Cao Dapeng re-emerged on the deck, he instantly caught the attention of Han Jiangxue and Li Manman. At that moment, he was clad in a sleek black wetsuit, with an oxygen tank strapped to his back and goggles perched over his eyes, fully equipped for the dive. Strikingly, this attire bestowed upon him an indescribable charm and heroism, leaving the two beauties momentarily mesmerized. "Come on, hand me the camera." Cao Dapeng beckoned to Han Jiangxue. "Oh, certainly." Han Jiangxue, slightly taken aback, swiftly opened her camera and proceeded to attach the signal converter to Cao Dapeng. After establishing the connection between the camera and the livestream broadcaster, she finally handed the camera to him. Standing nearby, Li Manman felt a tinge of concern and insisted that Cao Dapeng secure a rope around his waist. Although she harbored a desire to accompany Cao Dapeng into the sea to behold the coral waters, she refrained from voicing her thoughts so as not to distract him. To think they would truly plunge into the ocean. An exhilarating spectacle is upon us. Dear friends, do lend your support. In admiration of the host's bravery, I have procured a bag of squid strips. I shall also purchase 2 bags of squid strips to show my support. Since the broadcast commenced, the little yellow card has remained in the live stream, yet most viewers merely observe the spectacle, with only a handful of loyal fans engaging. However, upon witnessing Cao Dapeng's intent to dive and share the underwater coral experience, many in the live stream began to explore the little yellow card and place their orders. With a splash, under the gaze of over 100,000 viewers, Cao Dapeng, having prepared everything, leapt into the ocean. Chapter 174. The vivid underwater world. As Cao Dapeng plunged into the ocean, the world around him instantly fell into silence. Aside from the sound of the swirling water beside him, all he could hear was the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Equipped with a diving suit and goggles, everything became significantly more convenient. In that moment, Cao Dapeng transformed into a humanoid fish, propelling himself deeper into the abyss with the rhythmic motion of his legs. The images captured by his camera were transmitted in real time to the live stream, captivating countless viewers with the enchanting underwater realm. What a splendid sensation. It was my first time witnessing such a live broadcast, and I am utterly enthralled. Look over there. So many fish. The comments section erupted with excitement. However, at that moment, Cao Dapeng was oblivious to the live chat. He was merely an emotionless selfie stick, intent only on documenting the wonders of the ocean floor. Having descended over 20 meters, he was suddenly engulfed by a powerful current. Peering ahead, he was taken aback. Approximately 30 to 40 meters away, a multitude of fish, akin to arrows released from a bow, surged towards him with unwavering determination. In the blink of an eye, the shoal abruptly veered back, dashing upward toward the surface, creating a swirling spectacle in the surrounding waters, a breathtaking underwater tableau. These were mackerel, known for their tendency to swim in large schools. The various species include the Chinese mackerel, the Cannes mackerel, and the spotted mackerel. The multitude before him was likely the blue-spotted mackerel, as he could distinctly see the azure spots adorning their bodies, which, when gathered in such numbers, formed a unique beauty beneath the waves. However, these fish were fierce hunters, typically preferring to hunt in packs. It seemed that Han Jiangxue and Li Manman had earlier scattered a considerable amount of bait in this area, luring the school to their vicinity. Alas, they were not fortunate enough to witness this spectacle, having arrived a moment too late. Cao Dapeng had no intention of being swept away by the oncoming shoal. After capturing a few moments on his camera, he shifted his direction and continued his descent into the depths. In a matter of moments, he encountered another school of fish, this time adorned in hues of orange and red, gracefully swimming in unison. These fish were relatively large, measuring between 20 to 40 centimeters in length, with cylindrical bodies that slightly bulged at the back and what appeared to be distinctly jointed wings on either side. These were lionfish, typically nocturnal. Lionfish usually seek refuge in coral reefs or seagrass beds during the day, only emerging at night to forage. Perhaps the bait thrown by Li Manman and her companions was too enticing, rousing even the slumbering lionfish from their rest to wander in search of food. These lionfish appeared somewhat dazed, evidently having not slept well. Yet, one must exercise caution around them. Their dorsal, pelvic, and tail fins are equipped with venomous spines that secrete toxins. A sting from these spines can lead to swelling and fever, and in severe cases, may even result in breathing difficulties, posing a grave threat to human life. Avoiding the schools of fish, Cao Dapeng continued to dive deeper, soon spotting the lionfish, with the coral reef not far ahead. After descending a mere 10 meters, he beheld a vast expanse of oddly shaped coral formations. It was unclear how many years they had existed, but at first glance, they resembled vibrant artificial mountains rising from the ocean floor, their surfaces adorned with a thick layer of algal vegetation. Surrounding these formations, large marine plants also thrived, swaying gently with the ebb and flow of the water. creating a mesmerizing scene. With a sudden pop, a stream of bubbles surfaced, and Cao Dapeng witnessed a large fish, approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long, colliding directly with one of the coral structures. This peculiar creature, known as the bullhead parrotfish, bore a head reminiscent of a bull and was adorned with bluish-green patterns on its skin, a rather unappealing sight. The bullhead parrotfish primarily feeds on algae, often using its robust head to ram into coral to access its food. Just as Cao Dapeng was enjoying the view, he suddenly sensed a disturbance nearby and swiftly turned to investigate. He spotted a large school of fish, roughly the length of his fingers, emerging from a cave formed by a nearby coral reef. They swarmed out in unison, as if heading toward a battlefield. Many of the fish appeared to have their mouths agape, emitting a radiant glow, a truly fascinating sight. Cao Dapeng blinked, momentarily bemused by the scene of the anthias, also known as the Indian fish, which can also be found along the coast of China. These fish primarily feed on Pacific krill and various plankton, and at a maximum length of merely 10 centimeters, they often fall prey to larger fish. An intriguing aspect of these fish is that it is the males, not the females, who take on the responsibility of nurturing their offspring. The males incubate the eggs in their mouths, ceasing to eat until the tiny fish hatch. Meanwhile, the female anthias continues her usual feeding routine. Active primarily at night, the anthias emit a shimmering light in the darkness, proudly showcasing their offspring. It appeared that Cao Dapeng's bait was indeed formidable, enticing even these magnificent male anthias. With a swift flick of his finger, he released a golden glimmer that attached itself to several nearby transparent shrimp. In an instant, the anthias, initially poised to ascend, abruptly changed course and darted toward the shrimp in a frenzy. Cao Dapeng observed intently as some of the anthias, in their desperation, closed their mouths only to reopen them moments later, discovering that the luminous points had vanished, lamentably too late to catch the shrimp, which had already been devoured by their counterparts. Witnessing this spectacle, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle with a mischievous delight. His bait was indeed invincible. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream could not hear Cao Dapeng's playful laughter. They could only perceive the underwater scenes through the lens, devoid of any sound. At this moment, the number of viewers had surged to over 100,000, reaching an astonishing total of 150,000. Countless netizens were captivated by the breathtaking seascape captured by Cao Dapeng, as they were astonished to discover the vibrant and colorful wonders lurking beneath the ocean's surface. The kaleidoscopic coral reefs and the peculiar fish weaving through them possessed an enchanting allure, leaving everyone spellbound. On the deck of the fishing boat, Han Jiangshui and Li Mianmian were equally engrossed, their attention fixated on the mesmerizing images being transmitted. The two stunning women were evidently entranced by the underwater scenery, resting their chins on their hands, their beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of envy and longing. How wonderful it would be if they could also descend to the ocean floor to witness the spectacle with their own eyes. Just then, the scene in the live stream shifted once more. Chapter 175, The Arrival of the Shark. Suddenly, a vibrant, serpentine creature lunged towards the group of snapper, causing immediate chaos among the once orderly school of fish, which began to scatter in all directions. Many of the male snapper, who had been calling out for their offspring, instinctively closed their mouths in fear and swiftly fled. Some, unfortunately, did not escape in time and were entirely consumed, along with their young, by the serpentine being. Is that a sea snake? Li Mianmian blinked, her delicate brows furrowing in concern, for she knew that Cao Dapeng was still beneath the waves. Encountering a sea snake could spell danger. No, it must be a type of moray eel. Han Jiangshui, seated nearby, had already commenced a search for pertinent information on her phone. Han Jiangshui remarked that this was a colorful eel, categorized as an ornamental fish. Yet, it was peculiar that they were out and about at this hour, as it was not yet dark. They should be resting. Oh, that is a relief. Upon hearing this, Li Mianmian sighed deeply, her hand resting over her heart. Indeed, the creature now before Cao Dapeng was a colorful moray eel, aptly named for its dazzling, multicolored appearance that glimmered like a swirling ribbon as it moved through the water. This species of eel is black in its juvenile stage, turns blue upon reaching maturity, and eventually transforms into a vibrant yellow as it ages. Typically, they inhabit coral reefs, preying on smaller fish and shrimp in their vicinity. Notably, the colorful moray eel is a fascinating marine organism capable of changing sex. In their youth, they are black, but when they reach approximately 50 centimeters in length, they adopt a blue hue, indicating they are male. Upon growing to 90 centimeters, they turn yellow and become female. Furthermore, if they surpass 90 centimeters, displaying a bluish-yellow color, they embody both male and female characteristics. Once they fully transition to a golden hue, they revert to being female. The colorful moray eel before them, exhibiting a bluish-yellow coloration, likely represented a hermaphroditic individual. With its emergence, hundreds of snapper were dispersed, After consuming several snapper, it cast a cold, piercing gaze towards Cao Dapeng. However, after merely a few seconds of scrutiny, the eel flicked its body and retreated into its lair, vanishing from sight. Cao Dapeng shook his head in resignation and continued to swim through the depths, camera in hand. The scenery near the coral reefs was breathtaking. Even he found himself entranced, unable to resist circling the nearby corals to take in their beauty. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly captivated by the underwater spectacle. Although no large schools of fish were encountered thereafter, a plethora of vividly colored fish were spotted, such as the butterfly fish and fox fish that Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue had previously caught, now appearing even more charming in the underwater footage. How beautiful! So many exquisite fish. The coral reefs are splendid as well. If only I could bring back a piece. Coral reefs are crucial for protecting species and directly influence the ecology of the surrounding marine life. In the live streaming room, the viewers, while marveling at the underwater scenery, began to engage in a lively debate. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng held his camera, drawing ever closer to the coral reef to allow the audience an intimate glimpse of its intricate details. This particular coral reef had evidently existed for quite some time. Each piece a masterwork, as if bestowed by nature itself as a masterpiece. Suddenly, as Cao Dapeng was capturing images, he noticed a section of orange coral that seemed to move. In the blink of an eye, this arm-sized coral wobbled and swiftly darted away. Could it be? Had the coral come to life? To his astonishment, he realized it was not coral at all, but rather a type of fish. After a brief inquiry, he discovered it was a stonefish, also known as the rosefish. Their coloration can change based on their surroundings, and this one had been resting within the coral, disturbed by Cao Dapeng's presence. The stonefish, with its smooth, scaleless body and crescent-shaped mouth, exhibits a grayish hue with faint stone-like patterns. Its entire appearance resembles that of an exceedingly unattractive toad, blending seamlessly with the rocks when not closely observed. It is crucial to note that it possesses venomous spines on its back, classified among the world's deadliest creatures, hence its nickname, the poisonous fish. However, on the other hand, the flesh of the stonefish is tender and devoid of fine spines, regarded as a delicacy since ancient times, even believed to have therapeutic properties for alleviating muscular pain and restoring vitality. Cao Dapeng felt a twinge of regret for not having brought his spear gun, as he could have captured this exquisite creature for a delightful feast. With a resigned sigh, he continued to wander, capturing the coral scenery in its entirety. Just then, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he was startled to see the group of mackerel had returned, this time swimming with noticeably greater speed. Following their departure, a number of tiny coral fish hastily scurried towards him, accompanied by a significant surge of seawater. Something was amiss. Observing this scene, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow. Look over there. A large fish, 2 to 3 meters long. Wait, that's not just a large fish, it's a shark. Panic surged through him. Cao Dapeng is in danger. Don't just stand there, run. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing the unfolding scene through the camera, were fully aware of the impending danger. Right before Cao Dapeng, a shark, approximately 3 meters in length, was swiftly approaching. A shark. On the deck, Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue were equally taken aback, their faces draining of color. Sharks are the fierce predators of the ocean, and encountering such a creature typically heralds dire consequences. They had only intended for Cao Dapeng to film the coral beneath the waves. Never could they have anticipated such a perilous encounter in these shallow waters. Quick! Pull the rope and bring him up. Han Jiangxue remained relatively composed. Fortunately, when Cao Dapeng entered the water, he had been secured with ropes. If they were to pull him up now, there was still a chance. Wait, Dapeng has already begun to move. However, at that moment, Li Mianman pointed at the camera depicting Cao Dapeng and trembled as she spoke. The binding of the ropes was merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. But if Cao Dapeng maintained his clarity of mind, their hasty attempt to pull the rope could inadvertently hinder his actions. Yet, with the shark swiftly approaching, both Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue felt an urgent sense of desperation. Chapter 176. The obedience charmed Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue anxiously fixated on their phones. In fact, Li Mianman even retrieved a satellite phone, ready to call for help at the slightest hint of danger. Meanwhile, the online viewers in the streaming room were equally transfixed, never anticipating that a seemingly innocuous live feed from the ocean floor would encounter terrifying sharks. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Cao Dapeng swam vigorously towards the surface, the camera in his hand shaking with each stroke, occasionally capturing the ominous silhouettes of sharks trailing behind him. Although Cao Dapeng swam with remarkable speed, the sharks were evidently faster. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them diminished to a mere 10 meters. As the viewers beheld the massive heads of the sharks, a collective gasp of horror escaped their lips. "Wait, look, it's not just one shark," exclaimed a viewer. "There must be at least 20. What on earth is happening? How did so many sharks suddenly appear? This is dire. Cao Dapeng is in grave danger." As the viewers continued to watch, they suddenly realized that, at some point, not just one but over 20 sharks had encircled Cao Dapeng, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, their menacing presence sending chills down the spines of all who observed. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed, and the once clear footage erupted with static, followed by a jarring black screen. Could it be that Cao Dapeng has been consumed by the sharks? This live broadcast might cost him his life. I hope he remains safe. As the stream abruptly cut to black, over 100,000 viewers stared in disbelief, their hearts racing for Cao Dapeng, silently praying for his safety. On the deck, Li Man and Han Jiangxue were equally stunned, never anticipating that at such a critical moment, the data transmission would falter, rendering them unable to see the unfolding events beneath the waves. The thought of over 20 sharks pursuing Cao Dapeng left their faces pale with fear. "Call for help. I'll make the call." Li Man frantically activated the satellite phone, desperate to alert authorities. "By the time help arrives, it may be too late. We should pull on the rope. Perhaps we can bring Cao Dapeng back up." Han Jiangxue, though somewhat calmer, recognized that pulling on the rope was the only viable option available. She regretted her decision profoundly. Had she known, she would never have allowed Cao Dapeng to die for a live broadcast. With a decisive press of a button, Han Jiangxue activated the rope attached to the roller skates, pulling it upward with utmost urgency. "Cao Dapeng, you must be safe," she and Li Man fervently prayed as they watched. Meanwhile, beneath the coral sea, Cao Dapeng was hastily attempting to escape, only to realize that he was being pursued by the very shark he had sought to evade. This, however, was not the only source of his distress. What exacerbated his predicament was the sudden appearance of over 20 sharks pursuing him. These sharks, known as hammerhead sharks, are social creatures that typically gather for rest and sleep. The fact that they had emerged before dusk was likely related to the bait that Cao Dapeng had previously discarded. The bait. In a flash of inspiration, Cao Dapeng flicked his wrist, sending a golden glimmer toward a nearby stretch of ocean. The results were immediate. The hammerhead sharks, originally in hot pursuit, were suddenly entranced by the aroma of the bait, abandoning their chase of Cao Dapeng to pounce on the enticing morsel. In that moment, the crisis was averted, and Cao Dapeng exhaled a silent sigh of relief. However, just as he prepared to swim to the surface to reunite with Han Jiangxue and Li Man, he caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. Among the sharks competing for the bait was one adorned with a golden talisman inscribed with runes. Despite the ferocity of the 20 or so sharks surrounding him, this golden symbol exuded an irresistible allure. Cao Dapeng blinked, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt compelled to approach the talisman. Having donned a reliable diving suit, he had little to fear. To be prudent, he scattered additional bait packages in various directions, causing the frenzied hammerhead sharks to disperse. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity presented by the solitary shark with the golden talisman, he suddenly felt a sharp tug on the rope binding him. Though he wished to move forward, the rope relentlessly pulled him upward. It dawned on Cao Dapeng that his camera had seemingly shut down during this perilous turn of events, and he imagined how worried Han Jiangxue and Li Man must be, resorting to the rope to pull him to safety. Yet, this was hardly the moment for retreat. He blinked again, gazing at the tantalizing golden symbol before him, and decided to detach the rope from his waist. Freed from its constraints, Cao Dapeng felt a surge of lightness and swiftly lunged at the hammerhead shark. With a soft splash, as Cao Dapeng made contact, the golden talisman seamlessly merged with his being. Obedience talisman. Place this talisman on a target creature, and for 5 minutes, it will heed your commands. Usable once per day. As the description materialized in his mind, a smile spread across Cao Dapeng's face. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. It was no wonder that the talisman acquired from the shark possessed such formidable powers. If he were to employ this obedience talisman on these sharks or other marine creatures, he could command an army of them. Moreover, though the talisman could only be used once daily, he possessed a means to duplicate it. With this thought in mind, Cao Dapeng promptly activated a duplication, transforming one talisman into 2. Success. However, just as Cao Dapeng was relishing in his triumph, he suddenly sensed a surge in the currents. Startled, he beheld the scattered hammerhead sharks, which, after devouring the bait, were now ominously converging towards him. Meanwhile, aboard the fishing vessel, Han Jiangxue and Li Man were fixated on the rope, anxiously watching as it was about to be retrieved from the depths of the sea. Despite the urgency of the situation, only a few minutes had passed. If the rope was successfully pulled up, surely Cao Dapeng would be unharmed, wouldn't he? Yet, As they observed the rope being gradually hoisted, their hearts sank when they realized that the end of the rope was utterly devoid of any trace of Cao Dapeng. No. Xiao Shiwei, Dapeng, he wouldn't. Li Mianman stumbled, tears streaming down her face. He always has the best luck. He must be fine. Han Jiangshui clenched her fists, although her pale visage betrayed her true feelings. If it were merely one shark, there would be hope, but the ocean harbored more than 20. Despite Cao Dapeng's remarkable strength and agility, the vastness of the sea rendered survival exceedingly grim. Suddenly, just as their minds were clouded with despair, a colossal wave erupted from the tranquil surface of the water, leaving Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 177. The man riding the shark. Following the gaze of Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman, they beheld a menacing shark suddenly emerge from the ocean, several dozen meters ahead. Astonishingly, upon the shark's back sat a figure, none other than Cao Dapeng, while Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman were still in a state of disbelief. Cao Dapeng was already astride the great hammerhead shark, accompanied by a formidable entourage of sharks, surging through the waves towards their fishing boat. Indeed, earlier, while submerged beneath the surface, Cao Dapeng had the fortune to utilize a command symbol, and remarkably, the hammerhead adorned with a luminescent symbol turned out to be the leader of this group of sharks. With the leader under his control, the other sharks followed closely behind, surfacing in tandem. The waters in this area were less than 100 meters deep, and the distance to the fishing boat was relatively short. In the blink of an eye, Cao Dapeng had arrived at the vessel's side atop the hammerhead shark. He waved to Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman on the deck. But the two were so stunned that they resembled statues, completely oblivious to his gestures. Unable to contain himself, Cao Dapeng called out, "Ladies, could you kindly toss down a rope?" Huh? Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman finally regained their composure, their wide eyes fixed on the proximity of Cao Dapeng. To their astonishment, they were not mistaken. He was indeed riding a shark. Furthermore, there were nearly 20 large sharks trailing behind him. How utterly incomprehensible. Yet, the most comforting thought was that Cao Dapeng was alive, far better than any other outcome. Without a moment's hesitation, they lowered the rope to pull Cao Dapeng aboard. Just then, the hammerhead shark seemed to regain its senses, pondering how it had arrived here with its comrades. However, in a moment of realization, it caught a whiff of a familiar scent and, without further contemplation, charged towards the direction of the bait. As the school of sharks departed, Li Mianman and Han Jiangshui exhaled in relief and turned their attention to Cao Dapeng. They scrutinized him from head to toe, even circling around him, almost tempted to touch him to confirm his presence. To their astonishment, he appeared entirely unscathed. "Dapeng, am I dreaming? How did you command those sharks? They seem to obey your every word." Li Mianman questioned incredulously. This fellow was indeed skilled. Han Jiangshui, however, had no doubts, stating matter-of-factly, "I once thought it fanciful when Zhou Batong wrote a shark in Jin Yang's novels. Yet here we are witnessing such an event unfold in reality. Cao Dapeng, you are truly remarkable." While Li Mianman had only recently become acquainted with Cao Dapeng, Han Jiangshui was well aware of his capabilities. Not only did she witness his prowess while clearing barnacles, but she also recalled his astonishing strength when he scaled a 5-story building barehanded to rescue a little girl in Tiannan City. It was hardly surprising that he could subdue such a large shark. Luck was indeed on his side. Cao Dapeng shrugged, offering no further words. After such a tumultuous ordeal, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. He promptly instructed the captain to continue sailing ahead. Following a thorough inspection, Han Jiangshui discovered that her camera was functioning well. It merely required a recharge. Initially, Cao Dapeng intended for Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman to resume their live broadcast, but after the recent scare, both were still shaken and opted to charge their phones first, planning to go live again once they caught the designated sea fish. After approximately half an hour, Cao Dapeng's fishing vessel reached waters nearly 200 meters deep. In the pitch-black surroundings, he equipped Li Mianman and Han Jiangshui with headlamps, gradually recovering from their earlier fright. Both began their live broadcast. As soon as the stream opened, a flood of fans poured in. What was happening? Were they safe? What about the sharks? Oh my. They were still broadcasting what had transpired. The abrupt end of the previous stream during a perilous moment had left viewers anxious, refreshing the page repeatedly without finding any updates. Fearing the worst, they were astonished to discover the broadcast had resumed. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng again, their astonishment grew, and they eagerly inquired about his escape. Cao Dapeng's extraordinary encounter with the shark was too remarkable to recount verbatim, so he spun a tale of survival instead. He spoke of evading danger by hiding among coral reefs and employing a strategy of misdirection, claiming that a passing school of fish had diverted the shark's attention. Whether the audience believed his narrative was uncertain, but Han Jiangshui and Li Mianman stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What a storyteller Cao Dapeng was. It was a pity he wasn't writing novels. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the chat. It sparked memories among many viewers. What? The fire 3 months ago? I remember only a silhouette from the news. How do you know it was him? I live in Bayonne community. I saw him at the scene. No wonder he looked familiar. He is the hero who saved that girl. I can recognize him. It's definitely him. Incredible! He climbed 5 floors barehanded. No wonder he could defeat a shark. Amazing. He is a hero. We must support him. Previously, when Cao Dapeng met Lu Qingyu, he had also rescued a little girl named Yao during the fire, which had caused quite a stir. However, due to the absence of clear images, the incident eventually faded from public memory. Cao Dapeng had not anticipated that his first live broadcast would lead to his recognition. Alright, let us move on from those events. Cao Dapeng shrugged and addressed the audience in the live stream, stating that venturing out to sea was fraught with challenges and anything could happen. He hoped for their continued support and encouraged those who enjoyed squid strips to click on the little yellow card, assuring them that if it wasn't to their liking, they could get a refund. Speaking thus, Cao Dapeng gestured towards the expanse of the sea beyond the fishing vessel, grinning as he declared, "We have now arrived at the waters teeming with squid. We shall commence our catch shortly, so do not wander off." As his words hung in the air, he observed with keen eyes the burgeoning orders for squid strips on the small yellow cart below the live stream, increasing at a visibly rapid pace. Today's broadcast was already a spectacle. Cao Dapeng had not only evaded a shark, but had also emerged as a heroic savior, garnering immense support from netizens. There was no doubt that, propelled by his admirable courage to rescue others, the quality of the squid strips would be impeccable. While the viewers eagerly placed their orders and flooded the chat with comments, Cao Dapeng pressed a button and began to haul up the trawl net that had been cast into the sea. Chapter 178. Sea hare and squid with a firm tug on the rope. The first catch of the day was finally hoisted up by Cao Dapeng. Han Jiangxue and Li Mianmian swiftly took out their phones to capture the moment, before the net was even fully opened. Viewers in the live stream were astonished to discover an abundance of pale blue luminescence within the enormous dragnet. Wow, why is there so much glow? Could there be fireflies in the ocean? What fireflies? It's surely some bioluminescent fish we've caught. Curiosity piqued, the viewers urged for an unveiling of the catch, wondering aloud about the promised squid and what other surprises might have surfaced. In the enveloping darkness, the glowing entities within the fishing net stood out starkly, igniting a wave of intrigue among many. Han Jiangxue handed her phone to Li Mianmian and, alongside Cao Dapeng, crouched down to examine the net. "Dapeng, what is this? Is it a small squid? I've never heard of squid being luminescent." With a swift motion, Han Jiangxue grasped one of the glowing creatures, unable to resist lifting it up to question Cao Dapeng. The little creature was roughly the length of a finger and bore a resemblance to a squid, making it difficult to distinguish in the dim light. "This is a sea hare." Cao Dapeng chuckled as he glanced at the marine creature in Han Jiangxue's hand, explaining with a smile, the sea hare, also known as the sea unicorn, contains substances that facilitate photosynthesis. Moreover, scientists have discovered that it harbors a particular compound that could potentially serve as an anti-cancer agent. Anti-cancer? How extraordinary! Han Jiangxue exclaimed in astonishment. Although she was an expert angler, the vast array of fish species and the rich diversity of the underwater world meant she had not encountered every type. She was taken aback by the wealth of information hidden within such a small creature. Indeed, Cao Dapeng shrugged with a grin, adding, during their spawning season, they produce a substance known as sea fan, which can alleviate inflammation and heat. It's a popular beverage among people in Southeast Asia. Both Han Jiangxue and Li Mianmian listened with wide eyes, reminiscent of eager school children, while the viewers in the live stream felt as if they were attending an impromptu marine biology class. "Squid." At that moment, Han Jiangxue shouted, having spotted a squid in the net. Cao Dapeng smiled, for this was precisely the location he had chosen to target squid. However, the area also yielded a considerable number of sea hares, which were equally valuable, so he had collected them alongside the squid. "I'll join in," Li Mianmian exclaimed, crouching down with her phone in one hand and a selfie stick in the other, helping to sort through the squid. As she spoke, her voice sweetly resonated. "Everyone, these are freshly caught squid. Soon, we will take them home and show you how they are transformed into squid strips." Her charming tone elicited a flurry of enthusiastic comments in the chat. However, due to the events that transpired in the afternoon, coupled with the revelation of Cao Dapeng's heroic identity as a rescuer, even without their promotional efforts, many individuals have autonomously entered the live stream to place orders. Before long, with the diligent collaboration of the three, the first catch was sorted. At this moment, the fishing vessel, following Cao Dapeng's instructions, navigated to the designated maritime area, and another net was cast into the sea. When the catch was brought aboard, in addition to the primary catch of squid, Cao Dapeng and his companions also sorted through a considerable number of golden threadfish and phoenix tail fish. Given that the live stream was still ongoing, Cao Dapeng seized the opportunity to educate the audience. Behold, this fish with the red tail is known as the phoenix tail fish, aptly named for its tail that resembles that of a phoenix. This fish, being of a modest size, should not concern fish enthusiasts. For women in confinement, consuming this fish can aid in lactation. Amidst the curious gazes of the online viewers, Cao Dapeng picked up a slightly larger fish. Approximately 10 to 20 centimeters in length and entirely adorned in red, he deliberately pointed the fish's belly towards the camera, smiling as he remarked, "Look closely. This fish is embellished with numerous golden lines, quite exquisite, isn't it? This is called the golden thread fish. Its flesh is exceptionally tender. Moreover, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, consuming this fish can help soothe the liver and alleviate symptoms associated with kidney yang deficiency, such as weakness in the limbs. So, gentlemen in need, feel free to purchase some and give it a try." Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with laughter. What an enlightening experience. Who would have thought that watching a live stream could impart so much knowledge? Cao Dapeng truly knows an abundance of information. It is surprising to learn that there are so many nuances to consuming seafood. Originally, some of these fans were drawn by Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman. The newly arrived viewers were largely captivated by the enchanting underwater world, yet they could hardly anticipate that, as they watched, they would also absorb a wealth of previously unfamiliar knowledge. For a moment, this provided a uniquely enriching experience. Subsequently, Cao Dapeng guided everyone in casting several nets across different marine areas, and with each net deployed, they consistently captured a bountiful haul of squid. Each time they sorted through their catch, Cao Dapeng would initiate his marine biology mini-lectures. Curiously, despite the passage of time, the popularity of the live stream had not diminished significantly. Well, that concludes our squid catch for today. We are preparing to head home. As they observed the squid swimming online, Cao Dapeng could not help but stretch contentedly, signaling the end of the day's fishing activities. After all, the hour was getting late, and his brother and sister-in-law were awaiting the processing of the catch. In no time, the fishing vessel, laden with its bounty, majestically approached the pier at Nampan village. "Boss Chow, welcome back. What have you caught today? We've eagerly awaited your return. Boss Chow, come and have a smoke." As the fishing boat docked, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman were engaged in a lively live stream with their online friends when a throng of fishmongers suddenly surged towards them, startling the two beautiful women. Although they had previously gone to sea with Cao Dapeng, they had never witnessed such a remarkable reception for him before. It appeared that these individuals were all drawn to his catch. No, it's unnecessary." Cao Dapeng waved his hand dismissively, addressing the fishmongers courteously. "Gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to today. As you can see, most of the catch consists of squid, along with some sea hares and assorted fish. If any of you are interested, feel free to make an offer. If not, we can always collaborate another day. Today, my primary focus is on assisting Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue with their live stream sales, so I unfortunately lack the time to negotiate with you." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a chubby, bald man interjected, "Hey, isn't that a ribbon fish? Boss Chow, you are truly modest. In that case, I'll take all the small assorted fish over here." The moment he uttered those words, the surrounding fishmongers cast him peculiar glances, their eyes revealing an understanding that only men would comprehend. Chapter 179. No ordinary folks. As a seasoned fishmonger who has long operated along the coastline, one becomes intimately familiar with the flavors and benefits of various fish. This rotund fellow, with his incessant chatter about anchovies and small fish, is clearly fixated on that splendid golden-threaded fish. "Old Wong, if you desire the golden-threaded fish, just say so. There is no need to feign interest in anchovies. We are all men here. What is there to be shy about?" The other fishmongers chuckled, nodding towards Cao Dapeng before hastily disembarking. "Hey, what do you mean by that? I simply want to enjoy anchovies today. My neighbor recently had a child and is struggling with lactation. Procuring some anchovies is entirely reasonable." Observing his fellow merchants depart with knowing smiles, the chubby old Wong became visibly displeased, hastily clarifying his intentions. Yes, old Wong, how considerate you are of your neighbor. A good neighbor in this new era. Might that child share your surname, Wong?" "Haha, old Wong is quite the altruist." As laughter erupted from the distance, old Wong realized he was left speechless. However, one must admit, even those small fish caught by Cao Dapeng are of exceptional freshness. Such fine supplements are a necessity. "Chow boss, ignore our jests. I simply have a genuine fondness for this particular catch," old Wong explained with a smile while packing his purchases. I understand. Cao Dapeng nodded in agreement. Today's catch included squid, sea hares, golden-threaded fish, anchovies, and a handful of unknown small fish. While sea hares are delectable, The most coveted variety is the roe-bearing ones, typically sought after during their breeding seasons in February to March or between July and October. However, it is now December. And without roe, the sea hares lose much of their allure. Clearly, Old Wong was not drawn to the sea hares, while anchovies are known to aid lactation. Even his goodwill could not justify purchasing such a quantity solely for his neighbor. Such excessive attentiveness would imply a deeper connection. Thus, it is highly likely that he seeks to bolster his own health. Once Old Wong completed his transaction, Cao Dapeng waved him off with a grin, saying, "Old Wong, take care of your health. At your age, moderation is crucial." Old Wong, just disembarking, stumbled slightly, nearly straining his back. Oh no. The whole world now knows about Old Wong's vitality issues. If I recall correctly, Cao Dapeng mentioned that golden-threaded fish can remedy kidney yang deficiency. Haha. I am indeed curious about the identity of his neighbor's child. Watching this live stream, the viewers were in stitches, never expecting such amusing events to unfold near the dock. Standing nearby, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman shared a bemused glance, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Brother Dapeng, we've arrived." In a fleeting moment, a familiar voice echoed nearby. A brand new van abruptly halted, and a Fu and a Xiang approached, carrying a multitude of baskets. Considering the substantial presence of Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman, who were bound to attract a plethora of orders during today's live streaming sales, Cao Dapeng had opted not to take a Fu and a Xiang aboard, but instead instructed them to remain at home, assisting in the preparation of squid strips. The van before them was a recent purchase by a Fu, acquired just a few days prior. After months of diligent labor alongside Cao Dapeng, a Fu had managed to save a considerable sum and decided it was time to invest in a vehicle. In rural areas, practicality reigns supreme. Thus, after much contemplation, he settled on a van. This vehicle proved to be immensely convenient for transporting both people and goods. As a result, when Cao Dapeng made a call today, a Fu readily came to retrieve the cargo with his new vehicle. "Let us head home." Cao Dapeng assisted in loading the squid onto the van, and the group set off back to Hongshu village in high spirits. As soon as the van and the pickup truck came to a stop, the apprentices from the traditional Chinese medicine class, alerted by the commotion, rushed out from the yard of Cao Dahai's home. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng descend from the vehicle, they hurriedly greeted him with reverence. "Hello, Teacher Cao. Thank you for your hard work." They eagerly gathered around the back of a Fu-S van, assisting in unloading the cargo. This scene, transmitted live to the viewers in Li Mianman and Han Jiangshue's broadcast, sparked a wave of curiosity among the online audience. They had anticipated a trip to the factory but were surprised to find the team preparing squid right in the yard. Mianman had already mentioned it was a small workshop. Moreover, this approach imbued the process with a soul absent in conventional factories, which was precisely what I appreciated: authenticity. However, the deference displayed by these individuals towards Cao Dapeng was intriguing, particularly as they addressed him as Teacher Cao. Indeed, these individuals appeared cultured and refined. Unlike the laborers typically found in the village, viewers in the live stream were astonished. While it made sense that Cao Dapeng was welcomed by fishmongers at the dock, given his background in fishing, the respect shown by those assisting with the cargo was perplexing. At that moment, a viewer remarked, "Hey, isn't that Judge Lin from the Tiannan City Development Zone Court?" "Judge Lin? You mean the one who resigned?" "Judge Lin she? That's her. She is quite amiable and adjudicates cases reasonably and fairly, but given the circumstances." Its tragic TikTok's algorithm had recommended this live stream to many nearby residents, leading to the recognition of the female Judge Lin Shi, who had recently joined the apprenticeship program. Judicial proceedings often garnered attention in live broadcasts, and Lin Shi's last case had stirred considerable public interest, leaving a lasting impression on many. "Oh my goodness, look at that bespectacled fellow. Isn't that Dr. Sun from the People's Hospital? What is he doing here? Lending a hand? Ah, indeed it is he, the very individual who attended to my ailments previously. How curious that even he refers to Cao Dapeng as teacher. Is this truly a venue for the sale of squid? One cannot shake the feeling that we have ventured into the wrong establishment." In that moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated that in a remote fishing village, outside a modest workshop producing squid strips, both a judge and a physician would make an appearance? It is simply astonishing. What is particularly noteworthy is that they all addressed Cao Dapeng as teacher. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, they observed that both the stern-faced female judge and the bespectacled Dr. Sun unceremoniously lifted the squid and proceeded towards the courtyard. Chapter 180. The three life drink as curiosity enveloped the crowd. Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue entered the courtyard, armed with a selfie stick, though the night was deep. The courtyard of Cao Dahai's residence was brightly illuminated, without needing any prompting from Cao Dahai or Su Ling. The students of the traditional Chinese medicine apprenticeship program had instinctively placed the squid strips they collected onto the processing table, diligently preparing and washing them. Observing the rudimentary facilities of the courtyard, netizens finally grasped why Li Man and Han Jiangxue referred to it as a small workshop. However, their interest in the workshop's environment quickly faded as they became fixated on the workers at the tables, particularly the female judge and the bespectacled male doctor. It was unfathomable to the netizens that these esteemed figures, typically held in high regard within Tiannan City as a judge and a doctor, were now assisting in the transportation of squid. Even more astonishing was the sight of them handling the squid's entrails. What on earth was happening here? The scene in the courtyard left the netizens utterly bewildered. "Ah, Mr. Cao, you have finally returned." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. The camera turned in that direction to reveal an elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerging as the curtain of the door was lifted. With a beaming smile, he approached Cao Dapeng. Could it be? This was none other than Mr. Huang Qi, the former president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. What was he doing here? Since his retirement, Mr. Huang had seemingly faded from the public eye, and it was unexpected to see him here. A quote from ancient literati came to mind. "Though this is a humble abode, my virtue shines forth." Despite being just a small village and an ordinary farmhouse, it was evident that extraordinary individuals resided within. Suddenly, I felt as though the squid strips I had purchased were of the highest caliber. Li Man, who was filming, quickly approached Mr. Huang to greet him. "Mr. Huang." "Oh, Man." Mr. Huang, who had intended to converse with Cao Dapeng, turned to Li Man with a smile, inquiring, "How have you been lately?" "I am in good health, perhaps even healthier than the average person," Li Man replied with a slight smile, casting a grateful glance at Cao Dapeng. Although she was unaware of what Cao Dapeng had given her, ever since that day, her health had remarkably improved. What once left her feeling unwell after slight fatigue now allowed her to feel as normal as anyone else. In fact, she no longer had to be picky about her meals. "Haha, that is wonderful to hear," Mr. Huang exclaimed with delight, noticing Li Man still holding her phone. Recalling what Cao Dahai and Su Ling had mentioned, he suddenly understood. "Are you live streaming?" Li Man nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, many netizens are fond of our squid strips." "Ah, Mr. Huang replied with a slight nod, addressing the viewers in the live stream. "Dear friends, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Qi, a member of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tiannan City. We are collaborating with Mr. Cao, and the individuals you see in the courtyard are students from our apprenticeship program, learning under my guidance. The squid strips are truly remarkable, possessing the ability to soften blood vessels, alleviate anemia, and prevent diabetes. For those in need, your support would be greatly appreciated. I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance." Although Mr. Huang is of advanced age, his mind remains astute. Naturally, he has heard of the recent surge in online sales. Since Cao Dapeng is assisting his brother and sister-in-law in their endeavors, it seems only fitting for him to lend a hand as well. It is, after all, a good deed to perform. Unexpectedly, upon sharing this, the live stream erupted with excitement. It turns out that Mr. Huang is a friend of Cao Dapeng. Indeed, like attracts like, Cao Dapeng is already a hero, and with a friend like Mr. Huang, the squid strip surely deserves support. To their surprise, many of these individuals were students from a traditional Chinese medicine class, a field deeply rooted in our heritage. Supporting it is essential. Who would have thought the squid strips had such diverse benefits? Given my family's history with diabetes, it seems prudent to purchase a bit more. Mr. Huang enjoys considerable renown in Tiannan City, and with his endorsement of the Cao family's squid strips, the influence is undeniable. In an instant, the orders surged. Mr. Huang waved to the live stream, saying, Man, I need to speak with Mr. Cao about something. Why don't you?" Li Man understood immediately, responding, "You two carry on. I will show everyone the squid strips." With that, she took her phone and headed toward the preparation area. "Mr. Huang, you were looking for me?" With Li Man departing, Cao Dapeng curiously turned to Mr. Huang. Cao Dapeng was grateful that Mr. Huang was willing to endorse their squid strips. Moreover, the students from the traditional Chinese medicine class were indeed diligent, so if Mr. Huang had a request, he felt compelled to assist. "Mr. Cao, I have a prescription I would like you to review." Mr. Huang smiled and promptly led Cao Dapeng into the room, presenting his prescription. Cao Dapeng examined Mr. Huang and then the prescription in his hands. 1 liang of fresh Nanxing, 5 qian of fresh Chuanwu, 5 qian of fresh Fuzhou, and 2 qian of Muxiang. After reviewing the prescription, he looked at Mr. Huang and said, "Mr. Huang, if I am not mistaken, this should be the Sanxingyin?" Mr. Huang gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Cao, your insight is remarkable." Cao Dapeng shrugged. The prescription seems sound. However, Mr. Huang remarked, "Recently, I had a patient who suffered a stroke. I performed acupuncture, which alleviated some symptoms, but I intended to use the Sanxing Yin for recovery. Yet the effects were not as pronounced as anticipated, so I came to consult you about where I might have gone wrong. Cao Dapeng replied. The Sanxing Yin is a well-established formula. Due to the inclusion of fresh Nanxing, fresh Chuanwu, and fresh Fuzhou, it is aptly named Sanxing Yin. This prescription can dispel wind, transform phlegm, and warm the yang to treat strokes. With winter upon us, individuals with weakened constitutions, especially the elderly, are particularly susceptible to strokes. Although Cao Dapeng had some knowledge of herbal medicine, he was utterly unversed in treating illnesses. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared. Cao Dapeng once again gazed at the prescription in his hand, and a line of text emerged in his mind. Sanxing Yin prescription, rated 70 points. Essentials of classical formulas and medicinal cuisine requires optimization before improvement. Would you like to optimize? Cao Dapeng was taken aback. An exceptional character. Could it truly be the case that even the books he had previously acquired could be optimized? Optimization. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely chose to proceed with the enhancement. After all, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda. If a stroke were left untreated, it would be akin to being in a vegetative state, utterly incapacitated. Now that Elder Huang had come seeking his assistance, he felt compelled to help if he could. As he contemplated, the optimization of essentials of classical formulas and medicinal cuisine was completed in his mind. When he turned his attention back to the Sanxing Yin prescription, the prompt appeared once more. Would you like to optimize to 90 points? Optimization. Cao Dapeng declared without hesitation. Chapter 181. I do not know Old Huang. Sometimes the severity of each patient's condition varies. While classical formulas are indeed commendable, have you considered adjusting the dosage? Cao Dapeng remarked, subtly glancing at Huang Qi while rubbing his nose. Traditional Chinese medicine has a history spanning thousands of years, with numerous esteemed physicians bequeathing refined prescriptions. These formulas are quintessential, and many seasoned practitioners draft their prescriptions primarily based on classical formulations. However, it is crucial to recognize that each individual possesses a unique constitution, and the progression of their ailments differs. Thus, the dosage of medicines must also be tailored accordingly. The prescription for Sanxing Yin written by Huang Qi is sound. Yet the issue lies in the proportions and quantities of the herbs, which have not been accurately calibrated. Oh, I would be grateful for your guidance, Mr. Cao. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's eyes brightened with anticipation as he turned to Cao Dapeng. As an experienced practitioner, Cao Dapeng understood the implications of his earlier statement. While this may be true for other prescriptions, the Sanxing Yin is of a different nature. It is vital to note that although it is renowned for its miraculous effects in reviving patients, the ingredients, Sheng Nanxing, Sheng Chuanwu, and Xing Fuzi, are all highly toxic substances. While they possess the ability to restore vitality, an incorrect dosage could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, to ensure safety, Huang Qi adhered strictly to the proportions outlined in medical texts for this formula. In fact, to prevent any errors, he personally prepared the medicine every time a patient required this prescription. Although named Sanxing Yin, Sheng Nanxing serves as the monarch herb, while Sheng Chuanwu and Sheng Fuzi are the ministerial herbs. In the midst of Huang Qi's curious gaze, Cao Dapeng spoke slowly. Based on your description, Old Huang, this patient's condition appears to be rather grave. I propose that we maintain the monarch herb unchanged while increasing the dosage of the ministerial herbs. For instance, we might augment the quantities of Xing Chuanwu and Xing Fuzi by an additional qian. This could yield unforeseen benefits. What? You suggest increasing both Sheng Chuanwu and Xing Fuzi by a qian? Huang Qi gasped in astonishment. He fixed his gaze on Cao Dapeng, asking, Mr. Cao, do you realize the toxicity of this prescription? Of course. Cao Dapeng nodded. However, if the toxicity is too mild, it will lose its efficacy. And how then can we treat and save lives? He looked at Huang Qi and added calmly, Sheng Chuanwu has the effect of dispelling cold and warming the meridians, while Xing Fuzi is known for its ability to tonify yang and warm the spleen. Given that it is currently winter, increasing the dosages of these two herbs aligns with the principles of nature and is pragmatic. This approach is essential for achieving the desired effects. Aligning with nature and being pragmatic? Huang Qi paused, then suddenly comprehended, bowing deeply to Cao Dapeng. I have been enlightened. Thank you, Mr. Cao, for your invaluable advice. I shall promptly prepare a new prescription for my patient. With that, he prepared to take his leave. His patient was a high-ranking official from Tiannan City. Otherwise, he would not have sought counsel from Cao Dapeng at such a late hour. Now that he had gained clarity, Huang Qi felt compelled to return immediately to formulate the new prescription for his patient. The Sanxing Yin is an extremely toxic medicine, and any slight miscalculation could have dire consequences. He must personally oversee the preparation. To speak candidly, He has indeed witnessed cases where patients were cured by increasing the dosage of aconite. For instance, the late Mr. Li Ke, during his lifetime, frequently escalated the aconite dosage to rescue patients from the brink of death. However, such audacity is rare. Most individuals lack the courage and fortitude to do so unless absolutely necessary. Prior to this, Huang Qi harbored doubts, hesitating to try it himself, but now, reassured by Cao Dapeng, he resolved to give it a go. Old Huang. As he walked into the courtyard, his diligent disciples greeted him warmly. I have matters to attend to and must return shortly. Huang Qi addressed the group. You all stay behind and continue your work, understood? Understood, Old Huang. The students responded, nodding in agreement. Initially, some of them were somewhat resistant, particularly the bespectacled male physician, who, as a Western doctor, maintained a skeptical view of traditional Chinese medicine. However, as he delved deeper into his studies, especially witnessing Old Huang save patients with merely a few silver needles, he ceased his pretentious remarks and adopted a humble approach to learning. Given Old Huang's stature, respect for Cao Dapeng naturally followed suit. Over this period, Cao Dapeng has provided them with invaluable insights into herbal medicine, knowledge far more impactful than what they gleaned from textbooks. Thus, even though assisting with the squid was somewhat arduous, none among them voiced complaints. This scene, unfolding before the viewers in the live stream, led to an even greater surge in orders. They could easily perceive the extraordinary bond between Cao Dapeng and Old Huang. With such a venerable figure of traditional Chinese medicine endorsing them, what was there to be concerned about? Oh dear, that's enough. Seeing the orders flood in, Li Manman and Han Jiangxue, amidst their joy, quickly interjected, You've cleared out our entire stock. If you continue placing orders, there may be delays in shipping. Indeed. For this live broadcast, Cao Dapeng had prepared extensively, stockpiling a significant inventory over the past week, yet in such a short time. Their previously produced shredded squid had sold out completely. Such is the power of live commerce, orders placed in a few hours surpassed their sales from the previous fortnight. Rest assured. Dear host, we trust you. There's no rush. Yes, I'll place an order now. You can ship whenever convenient. Just supporting a bit. During winter, I'd rather stay in. Having some shredded squid on hand is perfect for snacking and can help prevent low blood sugar. Nevertheless, many viewers in the live stream remained fervent, continuing to place orders. Witnessing this, Li Manman and Han Jiangxue found themselves in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Meanwhile, Huang Qi, riding in a vehicle, sped along, soon arriving at a residence. Following Cao Dapeng's guidance, he meticulously gathered the medicinal herbs once more. Aware that the toxicity of the Sansheng decoction is considerable, even processed herbal slices should not be underestimated. Huang Qi simmered the herbs for over an hour before finally presenting the medicinal concoction to the patient. President, it appears that the medicinal herbs you possess remain unchanged. It is still the Sansheng decoction. Are you certain of its efficacy? Observing the astragalus being brewed into a medicinal concoction to be administered to the patient, Dr. Kong, who stood by, could not help but express his skepticism. Dr. Kong, an esteemed member of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, had been vigilant in monitoring the situation in astragalus' absence to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Initially, it was presumed that astragalus had sought the counsel of a master. Yet upon his return, the decoction he prepared seemed to bear no distinction from the previous one. Old Kong, to be candid, I am also uncertain, astragalus replied, his gaze intently fixed on the patient lying in bed. After all, theory is merely theory, although he acknowledged that Cao Dapeng's assertions were valid. The ultimate test of efficacy would ultimately hinge upon the patient's reaction following the administration of the medicine. Chapter 182. The effect is like a drumbeat. The dog's bark outside. Many perceive traditional Chinese medicine as slow in efficacy, preferring the promptness of Western medicine when afflicted by illness. However, this notion is misleading. If a skilled traditional Chinese physician accurately diagnoses and prescribes the appropriate remedies, one can witness significant improvement within an hour of consuming the herbal decoction. Particularly in the case of potent formulas like Sansheng, the results can be remarkably swift. Thus, after the patient ingested the medicine, Huang Qi did not leave but remained vigilantly by the bedside, attentive to the patient's reactions. Alas, it seemed the effects were minimal. Dr. Kong, observing the passage of half an hour with no noticeable change in the bedridden patient, could not help but sigh in resignation. May I indulge in a cigarette? He inquired. Just then, the patient, who had been lying silently, suddenly began to speak. As soon as the words left his lips, both Huang Qi and Dr. Kong turned their attention towards him. Lin Lao, the esteemed leader from Tiannan City, had finally uttered a sound. He had suffered a stroke. Leaving half of his face numb and immobile, his speech slurred, which had compelled him to maintain silence to uphold his dignity. Yet, inexplicably, he now felt an urge to smoke, and could not restrain himself from expressing it. Wait. As the words escaped, Lin Lao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that his facial rigidity had lessened, and his speech was surprisingly coherent. Could it be that his condition was improving? Lin Lao blinked in astonishment and hastily raised his hand to touch the left side of his face. The instant his arm lifted, elation spread across his features. His arm could move. Although the effort was taxing, it was a marked improvement compared to earlier in the day. Dr. Huang, am I? Well? Lin Lao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Huang Qi. Let me see. In the midst of his astonishment, Dr. Kong could hardly contain his eagerness and stepped forward to check Lin Lao's pulse personally. The pulse was normal, and although there was still some blockage in his breath, it had improved significantly. After a thorough examination, Dr. Kong looked at Huang Qi, marveling, President, what is happening here? I see you utilized a single formula. Yet the effects are so pronounced. At that moment, Huang Qi's expression mirrored his astonishment. While he was aware of Cao Dapeng's expertise with medicinal prescriptions, he had not anticipated that with Cao Dapeng's modifications, San Xingyin would yield such efficacy. Elated, Huang Qi explained to the perplexed duo, the medicinal ingredients remain unchanged. However, upon receiving guidance from a mentor, I increased the dosage of both Xing Chuan Wu and Xing Fu Zi by a fraction. It appears the results are indeed remarkable. What? Increase the dosage? Dr. Kong, standing nearby, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Both Xing Chuan Wu and Xing Fu Zi are highly toxic substances. How could one dare to augment the quantity so significantly? Who had such audacity to conceive this approach? As an experienced traditional Chinese physician, Dr. Kong had even tasted the medicines in his youth, including the lethal Fu Zi. Although aconite is highly toxic, its remarkable ability to revive is indispensable in many formulations. However, doctors typically use it in minimal doses due to safety concerns. Dr. Kong, skeptical of the conventional wisdom, decided to procure aconite himself to brew and taste it. Eager to personally experience its potency. To his dismay, within a minute of ingestion, he felt his mouth and tongue tingle, his limbs stiffen, and even experienced dizziness and palpitations. Had it not been for timely treatment, he would likely have perished. Dr. Kong was astonished at Huang Qi's audacity in using such large amounts of aconite and Chuanwu. He admitted to lacking such boldness. Seeing that old Lin was recovering well, Huang Qi felt reassured, crediting a young man's guidance. Sometimes, one must employ drastic measures for efficacy, lest efforts be in vain. Huang Qi smiled at old Lin, assuring him that the initial concoction would invigorate his vital energy and blood circulation, making subsequent treatments easier. Meanwhile, Dr. Kong stood by, lost in thought. A young man guiding him? When had such a figure emerged in Tiannan City? Suddenly, he recalled something and looked incredulously at Huang Qi. Could the young man you speak of be Cao Dapeng from the fishing village? As a teacher in the traditional Chinese medicine program, he had vehemently opposed Huang Qi's decision to learn from a fisherman with his students. If it were an experienced elder, it would be understandable, but consulting a 20-something for herbal knowledge seemed ludicrous. Yet now, it appeared that this Cao Dapeng possessed considerable skill. The results of the live-streamed sales were astonishing. After just one day, the order volume skyrocketed. In the following days, even with additional help hired in the village, the demands of online customers could not be met. Despite Li Man and Han Jiangxue returning to the city, orders continued to flow through their Douyin page daily. Initially, Cao Dapeng considered taking the products offline, but upon seeing customers willing to wait for their orders, he found himself both amused and perplexed. Grateful for such trust, Cao Dapeng increased his inventory and, during his free time, assisted his brother and sister-in-law with their work. Consequently, Cao Dahai's courtyard was bustling with activity day and night. Neighbors were delighted, as those who had previously been idle could now earn between 1 to 200 yuan a day by helping at Cao Dahai's place. A significant income for them. The brothers, Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai, had truly prospered. Dapeng, you're not young anymore. My niece will graduate next year. Shall I introduce you to? You could add each other on WeChat and chat a bit. Why rush when she hasn't even graduated yet? That would only hinder Dapeng. Well, Dapeng, I happen to know a young woman from my family who is eager to marry. She holds a graduate degree and has yet to find a partner. Would you care to take a look? As the saying goes, where there are 3 women, there essay play. In the village, I've gathered a few women to assist with the work. Productivity has certainly increased, yet the gossip has also multiplied. These women possess an abundance of energy, and whenever they see Cao Dapeng approaching, they are keen to help him find a match. Although rumors abound in the village that Cao Dapeng is involved with a wealthy woman, he has never confirmed such claims. Besides, who can predict matters of marriage? If Cao Dapeng were to marry the girl I introduce, I too could bask in the glory of that union. Ah, Cao Dapeng. These women truly cannot keep their mouths shut. Just as Cao Dapeng was about to offer some vague pleasantries, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from outside the courtyard. The sound was loud and fierce, as if a scuffle were taking place. Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow. It was the unmistakable voice of Xiaohe. Chapter 183, Compensation at Market Price. Since entering Cao Dapeng's home, Xiaohe has remained steadfastly loyal to him, often assisting and watching over the shrimp pond. However, upon hearing Xiaohe's sudden and loud barking, Cao Dapeng couldn't help but wonder if something had gone awry at the pond. With this thought, he set aside his work and strode purposefully toward the courtyard entrance. As he stepped outside, he spotted a figure in the distance engaged in a struggle with Xiaohe. "What the hell? You arrogant creature, why are you biting me? Today, I shall make you pay," Huang Zhiping shouted angrily, swinging an iron shovel at Xiaohe. He had long harbored a dislike for Xiaohe, and with the dog relentlessly pursuing him today, he could no longer tolerate it. However, as the shovel descended, Xiaohe nimbly sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity while Huang Zhiping was off balance, Xiaohe leaped and knocked him to the ground. "Ouch!" Huang Zhiping exclaimed as he fell, his shovel clattering to the ground nearby. He attempted to rise and continue the fight, but Xiaohe, now considerably more robust, pinned him down with its weight, rendering the 200-plus-pound man momentarily immobile. Seeing Xiaohe standing triumphantly over him and barking fiercely, Huang Zhiping panicked and shouted, "Help! Someone! Cao Dapeng's vicious dog is attacking me! Help! Someone! Cao Dapeng's dog is biting me!" By this time, darkness had descended, and many households were preparing for sleep. Yet, Huang Zhiping's cries summoned several villagers who rushed to the shrimp pond. Upon arriving and witnessing Huang Zhiping beneath the dog, they were left both amused and incredulous. No one had anticipated that the usually boisterous Huang Zhiping would find himself in such a predicament, subdued by a dog. Nevertheless, laughter aside, a creature could indeed pose a danger, and a life could be at stake. "Xiaohe, get off Zhiping. Behave," someone shouted. Yet Xiaohe, standing defiantly over Huang Zhiping, remained unmoved. One villager picked up a branch, intending to shoo Xiaohe away, but the dog's cold glare sent him retreating in fear. "Cao Dapeng is coming," someone announced, noticing Cao Dapeng approaching, and they called out, "Dapeng, quickly control your dog. It wants to get off Huang Zhiping." "Is that so?" Cao Dapeng replied, his expression unchanged as he walked leisurely toward the scene. Upon seeing his dog standing atop Huang Zhiping, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Xiaohe, down," Cao Dapeng commanded. Upon hearing his master's voice, the once ferocious Xiaohe transformed into a docile creature, promptly leaping off Huang Zhiping, wagging its tail, and scampering over to Cao Dapeng's side. Cao Dapeng gently patted the dog's head, contemplating a few words of consolation when he noticed Huang Zhiping, who lay on the ground. Trembling as he stood up and directed an angry outburst at Cao Dapeng. "Cao Dapeng, I was walking peacefully along the road when your dog suddenly lunged at me and bit me. What if I contract rabies? Tell me, how do we resolve today's incident?" Upon hearing this, whispers circulated among the onlookers. However, Cao Dapeng remained calm, affectionately stroking the little black dog's head as he chuckled. "Compensation is indeed necessary." Huang Zhiping's heart leapt with joy at these words. "Just tell me how much you intend to compensate." Cao Dapeng shook his head, uncertain about the appropriate amount for compensation. "You suggest a figure?" Huang Zhiping scoffed, feigning anger. "Not only did your dog bite me, but it also knocked me down, causing numerous abrasions. The hospital visit for a rabies shot will cost at least several hundred. And look at my newly purchased fruit phone. The screen is shattered. Replacing it will cost no less than 2,800. Plus, if we factor in transportation and lost wages, 3,500 is reasonable, don't you think?" Ever since the typhoon had passed, Huang Zhiping felt a profound sense of frustration. Watching Cao Dapeng and Cao Dahai tirelessly earn money day after day filled him with envy and resentment. Now, having stumbled upon such a splendid opportunity to extort money, he was determined to demand a substantial sum. However, his demands were met with criticism from several villagers, who perceived Huang Zhiping's actions as opportunistic and malicious. Cao Dapeng, shaking his head, responded with a smile, 3,005? I believe that is rather insufficient. Let us round it up to 4,000. What? 4,000? Huang Zhiping was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, yet he was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Fine, 4,000 it is. You give me 4,000. And we shall consider this matter settled. As he spoke, he opened his WeChat app, stepping closer to Cao Dapeng, ready to receive the transfer. However, as he approached, he noticed that Cao Dapeng had already produced the payment QR code, presenting it to him. Huang Zhiping was taken aback and furrowed his brow. Cao Dapeng, what do you mean? Aren't you the one supposed to transfer 4,000 to me? Why are you showing me a payment code? Cao Dapeng chuckled. 4,000 is indeed correct, but it's not for you. It's for me. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Huang Zhiping and the crowd, Cao Dapeng continued with a composed demeanor. Uncle Zhiping, my little black dog is not a vicious beast that bites indiscriminately. If you claim he bit you, it surely indicates that you must have committed some wrongdoing. With a grin, Cao Dapeng added, my little black is in charge of guarding the pond. Today he barked fiercely. Don't you think it possible that you were attempting to steal fish from my pond? Steal fish? Huang Zhiping was momentarily stunned. A flicker of panic flashing in his eyes before he erupted into a furious laugh. Huh, what a preposterous joke. I have my own fish pond. Why would I steal from yours? Who knows? Cao Dapeng shrugged nonchalantly. The fish in my shrimp pond are quite plump. They could fetch a handsome price after the new year. Indeed, Uncle Zhiping, you may not be aware that I recently installed several surveillance cameras in the vicinity. What do you think? Should we watch the footage together in front of everyone today? As he spoke, Cao Dapeng waved his phone, casting a knowing glance at Huang Zhiping. It is wise to remain vigilant. I had previously noticed Huang Zhiping lurking around my shrimp pond. Now that my brother and sister-in-law are busy producing squid strips, I seized the opportunity to purchase 2 cameras, ensuring a comprehensive view of the area. The reason I chose not to intervene when I saw Xiao He and Huang Zhiping in conflict earlier was that I had already accessed the surveillance app on my phone to familiarize myself with the situation. Huang Zhiping had previously bullied Xiao Yulin, and now he dares to meddle with my shrimp pond. Naturally, I am not one to be easily intimidated. Chapter 184. Cao Dapeng's method of accounting what? Huang Zhiping has been stealing fish too. If he is indeed guilty of such folly, then he deserves the consequences. Zhiping, your family is not lacking in wealth. Why would you pilfer fish from Dapeng's home? As Cao Dapeng's words echoed through the air, the villagers surrounding them cast bewildered glances at Huang Zhiping. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Compounded by Cao Dapeng's assertion of having installed surveillance, Huang Zhiping found himself at a loss for words. Recently, a typhoon had mercilessly claimed a significant number of his fish, and he had even witnessed the fish from his own pond swimming into Cao Dapeng's, despite having raised the dirt path separating their 2 properties. Huang Zhiping returned home, seething with anger. Thus, he concocted a plan. While Cao Dapeng was out at sea, busy producing squid strips, he would stealthily pilfer some fish from Dapeng's pond to replenish his own. He dared not steal too many at once, planning to take just 10 fish each day, hoping to gradually recover his losses. However, he never anticipated that on the very first day of executing his scheme, after stealthily placing the 10 fish into his own pond, he would be caught red-handed by Cao Dapeng's dog. Furthermore, Huang Zhiping was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Cao Dapeng had installed surveillance cameras near the pond. Forget it. Forget it. I shall not pursue this matter. Feeling guilty, Huang Zhiping waved his hand, attempting to make a discreet exit. Not so fast. Yet. Cao Dapeng seized his arm and promptly opened the surveillance footage on his phone, smiling as he remarked, Uncle Zhiping, 4,000 yuan is no trifling sum. You can't simply dismiss this. Look here, the footage clearly shows that you stole 10 fish from my pond. This is irrefutable evidence. You cannot evade responsibility. With that, Cao Dapeng shared the video with the gathered villagers. As they leaned closer to watch, they clearly saw a shadowy figure, under the cover of darkness, stealthily wielding a net to capture fish from Cao Dapeng's pond, making multiple trips until he had accumulated nearly 10 fish. Just as the figure was about to return home after his thievery, he was confronted by the small dog, Xiao He, who was there to feed the fish, leading to a scuffle between the two. The video bore the date and time, and even featured Xiao He, leaving no doubt that the thief was indeed Huang Zhiping. Well, Zhiping, you truly have engaged in fish theft. How unbecoming. No wonder I always felt something was amiss while raising fish. Zhiping, tell me honestly, have you also pilfered from my pond? Huang Zhiping, known for his stinginess and meticulous nature, was presumed by many to be above such acts, considering the wealth of his family. Yet, no one had anticipated that he would audaciously transport fish from Cao Dapeng's pond to his own. What an astonishing turn of events. Among the onlookers was Xiao Yulin, who suddenly appeared enlightened, his gaze toward Huang Zhiping now filled with indignation, observing the adeptness with which Huang Zhiping executed his theft. It was evident this was not his first offense. Perhaps the scarcity of fish in his own pond was indeed the result of Huang Zhiping's clandestine deeds. Foolishly, he lamented. Had he only installed a camera as well? Hey, what's the matter with taking a few fish from your home? Huang Zhiping, initially a bit embarrassed by his misdeeds being exposed, now displayed a nonchalant demeanor. He retorted to Cao Dapeng, let us not point fingers at each other. You've engaged in your fair share of petty theft as well. Furthermore, when the typhoon struck earlier, my fish frequently found their way to your pond. I merely reclaimed what belongs to my family. Cao Dapeng scoffed, Uncle Zhiping, we must speak with evidence. I have surveillance footage, do you? Huang Zhiping was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had no proof to substantiate his claim that his fish had wandered into Cao Dapeng's shrimp pond. Frustrated, he thought to himself that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. He turned to Cao Dapeng and stated, let us settle this properly. Your dog bit me and shattered my phone screen, which amounts to 4,000 yuan in damages. However, I have taken 10 of your fish. Even at 100 yuan per fish, I owe you only 1,000. By that calculation, you still owe me 3,000. With this declaration, Huang Zhiping felt a surge of bravado. After all, he had merely pilfered 10 fish, worth at most 1,000 yuan. What was there to fear? Cao Dapeng laughed coldly. Uncle Zhiping, that is not how this works. He could easily see through Huang Zhiping's attempted extortion. Such tactics might intimidate others, but not him. Cao Dapeng continued. First and foremost, your act of stealing fish constitutes a criminal offense, and I could have you prosecuted. This is not merely a matter of money. Secondly, the fish in my pond are premium specimens. While they currently weigh only 5 pounds, they have the potential to grow to 50 or even 100 pounds. Even at a valuation of 20 yuan per pound, those 10 fish are worth at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. After deducting the compensation for your injury caused by my dog, you would still owe me a minimum of 5 or 6,000. This is already a discounted offer. Considering we are from the same village, Huang Zhiping was left speechless, as were the onlookers. They were astonished that while Huang Zhiping had deemed it outrageous to demand 4,000 yuan, Cao Dapeng's calculations implied that Huang Zhiping now owed him 5 or 6,000 instead. It was utterly absurd. You. Huang Zhiping's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving with anger. Throughout his life, he had schemed and plotted. Huang Zhiping, in his frustration, had initially intended to return with 10 fish to recoup his losses, even entertaining the notion of extorting several thousand yuan from Cao Dapeng. Little did he anticipate that his scheme would backfire, leading him to face the peril of a lengthy prison sentence. At over 40 years of age, the prospect of spending 3 years behind bars was daunting. It would irrevocably alter his life and jeopardize his children's futures. All right, for 1,000 it is, he muttered through gritted teeth, casting a fierce glare at Cao Dapeng. In front of the onlookers, he begrudgingly transferred the sum, feeling a deep sense of loss. He had only invested 5,000 in his fish farming venture, and now he was parting with an additional 4,000 for nothing, an egregious loss. Yet, when viewed from another perspective, 4,000 could spare him from years of incarceration, which, in its own way, seemed somewhat reasonable. Chapter 185. The pomelo is ripe. Amidst the jeers of the villagers, Huang Zhiping, clutching his head, limped towards his home, his figure a portrait of disarray. What on earth happened to you? Why are you so filthy? As soon as he stepped inside, his wife, Bai Yujie, unleashed a torrent of admonishment. Look at you. All dirty. Hurry up and take those off to wash, honestly. Huang Zhiping could hardly confess that he had been knocked over by a dog and, to add insult to injury, had even handed over 4,000 yuan. The mere thought of that sum made him feel guilty, and he nodded in compliance, hastily stripping off his soiled clothes and tossing them into the washing machine. From outside, his wife's voice called out, "By the way, Zhiping, my brother just called, asking when our village will begin harvesting the pomelos. He wants to drive over." Pomelos? At the mention of the fruit, Huang Zhiping's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Although Red Tree Village was by the sea and the villagers primarily depended on fishing, they had also cultivated considerable farmland. With a significant focus in recent years on pomelo farming, Huang Zhiping's family alone had taken on a small hillside for this purpose. Every year, his brother-in-law would drive over at year-end to gather the pomelos from each household, buying low and selling high, making a tidy profit. The Huang family, being closely related to the village chief, had entrusted nearly all pomelo transactions to his brother-in-law, Bai Yushan. Pomelos, being seasonal fruit, would rot on the ground if not harvested once ripe. With this thought, Huang Zhiping began to formulate a plan, estimating it would take about 3 to 5 days. He turned to his wife and declared, "Tell Yushan to bring a crew over this weekend to collect them." As he spoke, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. Cao Dapeng. Oh, Cao Dapeng, I have always been the one to ask others for money. When has it been the case that I give money away? Those 4,000 yuan, I will ensure they are returned to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching Huang Zhiping leave, Cao Dapeng returned to his brother and sister-in-law's home with Xiao He. Cao Dahai and Su Ling were busy preparing squid strips, glancing over with concern. Is everything all right? Nothing much, Cao Dapeng shrugged, chuckling as he recounted the earlier events, causing laughter to erupt throughout the yard. Dapeng, you truly have a knack for this. Huang Zhiping never suffers losses, and yet you've made him incur a hefty one. He is bound to be furious. Huang Zhiping's reputation in the village was not particularly favorable, and upon hearing that he had been caught stealing fish, the neighbors erupted in laughter. Cao Dahai and Su Ling could hardly contain their amusement, especially given Huang Zhiping's previous grievances against their family, naturally siding with Cao Dapeng. Dapeng, in a few days, it will likely be time to harvest the pomelos, Cao Dahai said, blinking his eyes and motioning Cao Dapeng aside, pointing toward a nearby stall with a hint of resignation. At that time, not only will we need to gather the fruits from the hillside, The villagers are preoccupied with harvesting fruit, leaving us without anyone to work. Perhaps we could request that Li Miaman and Han Jiangxue temporarily suspend the rental of the little yellow bikes. The current orders have become overwhelming. In the past, when they struggled financially, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling fretted daily over the difficulty of making ends meet. Now that they have become prosperous, they are perpetually busy. And even when their bodies are weary, they dare not take a single day off. This is due to the significant traffic that Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman have managed to bring them, and the online community's fondness for their squid shreds. The couple truly cannot afford to rest. However, the present situation is such that, despite hiring numerous helpers, the workload remains demanding, especially during the busy farming season. Thus, Cao Dapeng and Su Ling have decided to temporarily halt new orders as they genuinely cannot keep up. Although they possess the contact details for Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman, they find it difficult to reach out directly and instead contemplate asking Cao Dapeng to relay the message. All right, that's no problem. Cao Dapeng shrugged. Unable to suppress a gentle sigh, time indeed flies, and in the blink of an eye, the year has drawn to a close. Indeed. The end of December each year marks the ripening of the papaya oranges in this region. The soil and climate here are particularly suited for cultivating papaya oranges, yielding fruits that are not only substantial in size but also remarkably flavorful, far superior to the ugly oranges that were in vogue a few years back. During the season, numerous fruit vendors arrive to purchase papaya oranges in bulk, which are subsequently transported to wholesale markets and distributed across the nation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Cao Dapeng. If Han Jiangxue and Li Miaman could assist in promoting squid shreds, they could equally endorse papaya oranges. It is worth noting that, while papaya oranges command high prices in the market, especially in the north, where they can sell for 9 to over 10 yuan per pound, the wholesale price for fruit farmers is merely 2 to 3 yuan per pound, with most profits siphoned off by middlemen, leaving farmers with scant earnings. However, through live streaming sales, a substantial profit could be realized. Cao Dapeng had already witnessed the sales prowess of Li Miaman and Han Jiangxue. Given that squid shreds are currently unable to meet the demand of online consumers, it would be prudent to take this opportunity to promote papaya oranges. This initiative would not only address the issue of product singularity, but also benefit the farmers, allowing himself and his elder brother and sister-in-law to earn a generous commission, a win-win situation indeed. Cao Dapeng blinked and turned to a few women working in the yard, inquiring, "Aunt Li, may I ask you a question? What is the price of papaya oranges per pound this year?" Aunt Li's family also cultivates a significant quantity of papaya oranges, relying on their sale for income. Without looking up, Aunt Li sighed. "I've heard that this year's market conditions are unfavorable, with too many people growing papaya oranges nearby. It's akin to the situation with those sugar oranges a few years ago. When there is an oversupply, their value diminishes. I've heard that people from my hometown have already begun purchasing them, roughly around 2.5 yuan per pound, and if they are larger, they can fetch 3 yuan per pound. In this day and age, fruits are not merely sold by weight. Generally, the larger and more aesthetically pleasing they are, the higher price they command." Cao Dapeng rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he addressed Aunt Li. "Well, if I were to offer you 5 yuan per jean for your fruits, would you consider selling them?" "What, 5 yuan per jean?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Li, who had been diligently occupied, abruptly halted her tasks. Even the other workers paused in their endeavors, and Cao Dapeng and Su Ling widened their eyes in disbelief, turning to stare incredulously at Cao Dapeng, while others were only acquiring fruits for 3 or 2 yuan per jean. His sudden offer of 5 yuan per jean seemed almost like an act of benevolence from a living Buddha. Chapter 186. Assisting farmers in sales is what you say true. Dapeng. Aunt Zhao, standing nearby, interjected hastily. "If you're offering 5 yuan per jean, I will sell you my pomelos." No sooner had she spoken than several other women chimed in. "Count me in. Such a wonderful opportunity, we are certainly willing." From ancient times to the present, farmers have relied on the mountains and rivers for their livelihood. In Hangshu village, they are fortunate to be near both the sea and the mountains. However, their remote location has limited their earnings. Fruit vendors come to their area offering merely 2 or 3 yuan per jean, and after deducting expenses for fertilizers and other costs, the profits throughout the year are meager. Now, with Cao Dapeng suddenly proposing to purchase at 5 yuan per jean, their income could potentially double. Who wouldn't he want that? "Wait." Su Ling quickly called out to the crowd, turning to Cao Dapeng with a puzzled expression. "Dapeng, where do you plan to sell all this fruit?" Suddenly recalling something, she continued, "You're not thinking of live streaming sales again, are you?" "Exactly," Cao Dapeng replied with a smile. "Brother, sister-in-law, you've seen the results of our previous sales. If we can sell squid strips, we can certainly sell pomelos as well. Besides, our village's pomelos are of excellent quality. Rather than letting the fruit vendors profit from them, we might as well earn the money ourselves." Upon hearing this, Both Cao Dapeng and Su Ling's eyes lit up. As the first in Hongshu village to benefit from online sales, they were acutely aware of the potential profits. Indeed, Cao Dapeng was right. If squid strips could be sold, why not pomelos? Moreover, while squid strips required production, the pomelos were readily available. All the villagers needed to do was deliver the fruit. Even if we buy at 5 yuan and sell at 9 yuan, after deducting shipping costs, we could still make a tidy profit. This is a splendid idea. I'm all for it. Su Ling immediately expressed her support. I believe if the villagers know you're buying at 5 yuan, they will certainly come to sell to us. Cao Dapeng scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. All right, since you all agree, let us give it a try. Cao Dapeng turned his gaze to the nearby women. Aunties, this is just a trial run for now, limited to our families. Let us keep it under wraps for the time being. If it proves successful, we can discuss it further. What do you think? Absolutely fine, Dapeng. You can count on us. Aunt Li and Aunt Zhao nodded enthusiastically, realizing that Cao Dapeng was genuinely willing to purchase their pomelos at such a generous price. 5 yuan was indeed an exceptional offer, and if word got out, it could lead to complications. They had to maintain confidentiality. That very evening, Cao Dapeng contacted Li Manman and Han Jiangxue. Upon hearing that they would come to Hongshu village to assist in selling pomelos, both Li Manman and Han Jiangxue were overjoyed. Their previous experience with live streaming sales had granted them a unique sense of accomplishment, and now they were eager to help local fruit farmers sell their produce. The following day, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman drove once again to Hongshu village. The villagers had grown accustomed to the sight of their luxurious car, though there lingered a hint of envy in their gazes. Cao Dapeng led the two lovely ladies to the fruit orchard he had contracted. Wow, so many papaya oranges. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of fruit trees, each laden with heavy, ripe papaya oranges, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman couldn't contain their excitement and leaped with joy. Being city dwellers, they found these delectable fruits particularly enticing. Yet this was their first visit to a harvesting site. Dapeng, we are here to help you promote these fruits. We can eat as many papaya oranges as we wish, right? Han Jiangxue's eyes were glued to the plump fruits, unable to look away. Of course. Indulge as much as you like. It's on me. Cao Dapeng waved his hand generously. However, you must eat them during the live stream. That's how it will be effective. It was no joke. Each papaya orange was larger than a fist, and even if they were allowed to eat freely, how much could they possibly consume? Nevertheless, this delighted Han Jiangxue and Li Manman immensely. Compared to promoting squid strips, it seemed that papaya oranges piqued their interest far more. Without needing any urging from Cao Dapeng, the two beauties immediately began their live stream, strolling through the fruit orchard while promoting the produce. With over 1 million followers, and following the explosive success of their previous live stream, the system automatically boosted their stream. As soon as they went live, the viewer count surged rapidly. However, when the netizens noticed that the two were not by the sea but rather in the mountains, a spark of curiosity emerged. Host, I haven't received the squid strips I ordered. Why are you promoting papaya oranges now? This is fruit. Can it be delivered on time? The viewers bombarded them with questions. Han Jiangxue and Li Manman calmly explained, please be patient, everyone. All orders will be fulfilled. We have just begun the harvest of the papaya oranges in Hongshu village, and the villagers are busy collecting them, which has caused a slight delay for the squid strips. But rest assured, the papaya oranges will be freshly picked and shipped via express delivery. Many will arrive the very next day. Upon learning that these papaya oranges were from Hongshu village, the viewers immediately felt reassured and began placing orders enthusiastically. After all, they had previously purchased squid strips in this live stream, and the quality was indeed excellent. The papaya oranges, being from the same village, fostered a budding trust in Han Jiangxue and Li Manman. Moreover, as the papaya oranges had just hit the market, they were priced at 12 yuan per pound in supermarkets, whereas the live stream offered them for only 9 yuan per pound, a considerable discount that would also benefit the farmers. Naturally, they were eager to buy. Dapeng. A few hours later, after finishing their live stream, Han Jiangxue and Li Manman approached Cao Dapeng with the order data from the back end. They had indulged themselves in papaya oranges throughout the afternoon. Here are our results from today. You must expedite the shipping, or the consequences could be dire. Han Jiangxue and Li Manman spoke with evident pride. They had conducted their live stream for less than 4 hours today, and combined, their two channels had successfully sold 4,000 orders. Each order comprised either 5 or 10 pounds, which collectively equated to nearly the total output of 2 orchards. Upon seeing these figures, Cao Dapeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. The selling prowess of Li Manman and Han Jiangxue was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had proactively informed Aunt Li and Aunt Zhao, rallying their families to join in the harvest of the pomelo fruits. Otherwise, with such a deluge of orders, it would have been quite challenging to manage. Chapter 187. Brother-in-law, where is my goods? It has been proven that enlisting the assistance of Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman in promoting the products has been remarkably effective. Over the following 2 days, Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman remained in Hongshu village, diligently visiting the orchards of several local workers each day to live stream the process of harvesting the papaya oranges. As it is the season for these fruits to hit the market, the live broadcasts instantly brought the papaya oranges to the attention of online viewers nationwide. While Southerners may be accustomed to such fruits, they possess a powerful allure for those in the North. Under the charm of the two stunning ladies, the subsequent orders continued to surge unabated. This delighted the courier from Shunfeng Express, who promptly dispatched transport vehicles to commence the bulk shipment of these packaged fruits without delay. Unlike squid jerky, which can be transported with less urgency, fruits require cold chain logistics to ensure the spoilage rate remains minimal. Previously, the squid jerky from the Cao family had also been shipped using Shunfeng, initially garnering little attention. However, as several orchards were swiftly depleted, it inevitably piqued the curiosity of nearby villagers. Upon inquiry, the residents of Hongshu village discovered that Cao Dapeng was actually purchasing papaya oranges at the astonishing price of 5 yuan per pound. Even those of smaller size and lesser quality fetched 3 yuan per pound. This was significantly higher than the prices offered in nearby villages. Consequently, several villagers approached Cao Dapeng, eager to sell their papaya oranges. After a year of hard work cultivating their fruits, who wouldn't wish to sell them at a good price? Rest assured, no matter whose papaya oranges they are, they will all be priced the same. You handle the picking, and we will take care of the purchasing. Just place the harvested fruits in my yard. Is that agreeable? Observing the influx of numerous households, Cao Dapeng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, decided to publicly announce his purchasing plan. After all, following several days of trials, the order volumes from Li Mianman and Han Jiangshue's live streams had stabilized at a remarkably high level. Based on this capacity for sales, while he could not guarantee the same for other villages, consuming this batch of papaya oranges from Hongshu village was certainly within reach. With the news already out, Cao Dapeng, seizing the moment, made his way to the village committee and announced his purchasing intentions over the loudspeaker. Once the price was revealed, the villagers of Hongshu village were left astounded. What? Did I hear that correctly? 5 yuan per pound, and even the inferior fruits can sell for 3 yuan per pound? Is this true? You heard correctly. I have heard that Aunt Li and Aunt Zhao's families have all sold theirs to Cao Dapeng at this price. Oh my! What a fortunate turn of affairs. You must understand, the two wealthy ladies brought back by Cao Dapeng are internet sensations. They sell directly online, eliminating the middleman, thus naturally increasing the price. The villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had cultivated papaya oranges for many years, usually selling for merely 2 to 3 yuan per pound. Now, the price had doubled overnight, leaving anyone in their position feeling as if they were in a dream. After a brief moment of astonishment, the villagers quickly gathered around Cao Dapeng. Once they received his confirmation, smiles broke out across their faces, and they hurried back to their homes to rally their families, young and old, to the orchards to harvest the pomelo. A purchase price of 5 yuan per jean was a rare opportunity. They needed to act swiftly to gather their pomelo before Cao Dapeng changed his mind. Meanwhile, Huang Zhiping, filled with frustration upon hearing the announcement from the village committee's loudspeaker, could not contain his expletives. Today was the day he had arranged with his brother-in-law, Bai Yushan. When Bai Yushan arrived, they would call upon the entire village to harvest the pomelo and seize the chance to make a substantial profit. By purchasing the fruit from the villagers at 2 to 3 yuan per jean and then reselling it at the wholesale market, they stood to gain a considerable sum. Huang Zhiping had even envisioned a scenario where he would buy from everyone at the regular price, deliberately preventing Bai Yushan from purchasing from Cao Dapeng's family, allowing Cao Dapeng's fruit to spoil, and then acquiring it at a lower price. He had even dreamed of Cao Dapeng pleading with a smile. But little did Huang Zhiping expect that just as prosperity seemed imminent, Cao Dapeng would deliver a devastating blow by setting the purchase price at 5 yuan per jean. What did this mean? Even if he and Bai Yushan managed to transport the acquired fruit to the wholesale market, they would sell it for a similar price. They had to consider transportation costs, whereas Cao Dapeng had established a direct purchase price of 5 yuan. How could they compete? Just as Huang Zhiping furrowed his brow, pondering his strategy, he heard the unmistakable sound of a diesel engine approaching. He looked up to see Bai Yushan arriving with his convoy in full force. Brother-in-law, my team is all here, Bai Yushan exclaimed as he jumped down from the vehicle, cheerfully offering Huang Zhiping a cigarette. Hey, why don't you announce over the loudspeaker for the villagers to get to work? Bai Yushan had borrowed money to purchase his vehicles, but over the past 2 years, he had made a significant profit from fruit acquisition and transportation. For him, Hongshu village was a veritable gold mine. After all, his sister was married there. and his brother-in-law was the village chief, effectively monopolizing the pomelo resources of the entire village. Each visit was essentially a guaranteed profit. Huang Zhiping considered making an announcement. But with Cao Dapeng's recent declaration of 5 yuan per gene, how could he justify his own offer of 2.5 to a maximum of 3 yuan? He looked up at his brother-in-law and asked, Yushan, how much are you planning to pay? Did we not agree on this? Bai Yushan replied, blinking at him. For small fruit, 2 yuan per gene. For medium, 2.5. And for large, 3 yuan per gene. This was merely the purchase price. Once sold at the wholesale market, he would need to allocate a portion for Huang Zhiping as a commission. Huang Zhiping took a deep drag from his cigarette and raised his gaze towards his brother-in-law. However, there is a family in our village that has already commenced purchasing the pomelo. As I mentioned earlier, they are offering 5 yuan per gene. What do you propose we do about this? Bai Yushan, taken aback, responded, how much did you say per gene? 5 yuan per gene, Huang Zhiping spat out. His teeth clenched in frustration. Even the lowest quality fruit is typically bought at 3 yuan per gene. Tell me, with such a pricing strategy, how are we supposed to proceed with our purchases? Bai Yushan. Chapter 188. Huang Zhiping borrows arrows with a straw boat. These fruit vendors can offer the highest price of merely 3 yuan per pound, yet in Hanshu village, even this price has been reached, which effectively stifles business. Bai Yushan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. How could such a high purchasing price be sustainable for the buyer? Brother-in-law, what on earth is happening? Bai Yushan spread his hands in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Huang Zhiping. Who is this person to set such a high purchasing price? Practically disrupting the market? What's his background? He is none other than the family of Cao Dapeng. Huang Zhiping snorted disdainfully, gesturing toward Cao Dapeng's residence. Following his direction, Bai Yushan noticed 2 large trucks parked nearby, with numerous individuals bustling about, transporting goods. Cao Dapeng. Isn't he the one my brother-in-law specifically warned me against purchasing papaya oranges from? How is it that he is now buying them himself, and at such an exorbitant price? Huang Zhiping elaborated. Cao Dapeng has become acquainted with 2 internet influencers who are live-streaming sales in Hanshu village. I've heard the sales have been quite successful, directly reaching customers nationwide without any middlemen, which naturally drives the purchasing price up. Live-streaming sales. Bai Yushan gasped in astonishment. He had only heard of this model emerging last year. He never anticipated it would reach their area so swiftly. If this was indeed the case, they stood no chance of competing. This year's business venture was likely doomed. Brother-in-law. Bai Yushan managed a wry smile, realizing that acquiring papaya oranges from others was no longer feasible. Look, I brought so many trucks today, I can't return empty-handed, can I? How about we first purchase from your family? There were several drivers waiting behind, and the daily fees were not insignificant. Initially hoping to profit handsomely from Hanshu village, he now faced a complete loss, having earned nothing while still needing to pay the drivers for their time and fuel. This situation was utterly disastrous. Purchase from my family? Huang Zhiping rolled his eyes at his brother-in-law. What price do you intend to offer per pound? Hee, given our relationship, I'll certainly give you a favorable price of 3 yuan and 50 cents per pound. How does that sound? Bai Yushan chuckled. This was the price they had previously agreed upon. Others were offering a maximum of 3 yuan, but for Huang Zhiping, they had settled on 3 yuan and 50 cents. The additional 50 cents serving as a token of goodwill. Humph. Huang Zhiping scoffed, waving his hand impatiently. Go on. I'm feeling quite irritable today. Take them elsewhere to purchase. Let me think this through. Next door, Cao Dapeng was offering 5 yuan per pound, while his brother-in-law was only at 3 yuan and 50 cents. Given that he had contracted numerous orchards, selling to his brother-in-law would mean incurring a significant loss. Hey, brother-in-law. You can't do this. We had an agreement. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushan grew frantic, ready to complain to his sister, Bai Yujia. At this moment, Bai Yujia naturally heard the voice from the broadcast. Although she owned to his sister-brother, the disparity in price was simply too vast. Why should she relinquish the money she had earned? She waved her hand at her brother, saying, Yushan, your brother-in-law is in a foul mood. For now, take them to another village to explore. While the news has spread yet, you can still gather a substantial amount. If you delay, you may end up with nothing. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushan immediately came to his senses. Leaving now would only mean a loss of business from Hanshu village, but if he continued to linger, the entire year's business could be jeopardized. With that thought in mind, he dismissed any further argument with Huang Zhiping and Bai Yujia, and led his group of followers toward the neighboring Nanan village. Nanan village also cultivated a significant yield of pomelo, and he needed to collect it promptly to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Zhiping, what if we sell to Cao Dapeng? As he watched his brother depart, Bai Yujia secretly sighed in relief. She turned to her husband. Their pomelos were the most abundant in the entire village. If sold at 5 yuan per gene, they could earn at least 7 or 8,000 extra. Not yet. Let us wait a bit. Huang Zhiping frowned, still somewhat reluctant. Selling to his brother-in-law for 3 yuan and 50 cents felt like a considerable loss. Although selling to Cao Dapeng at 5 yuan would yield a decent profit, the thought of him making even more left a sour taste in his mouth. He looked at his wife and said, Yujia, if Cao Dapeng can sell goods, why can't we do live streaming sales? Just the two of us? Bai Yujia responded, astonished, a hint of skepticism crossing her face. How will we know if we don't try? Huang Zhiping grinned, taking her hand. I saw Widow Wang from the neighboring village doing a live stream, and she had over 100 viewers. Perhaps we could attract quite a few as well. Widow Wang? As soon as he mentioned her, Huang Zhiping felt the icy glare of Bai Yujia. That's not the point, he stammered. The key is that live streaming is quite simple. You can dress up a bit, and we can just set up our streaming session. After all, the fruits are the same. If they can sell theirs, so can we. In his spare time, Huang Zhiping often watched live streams and noticed that several hosts collaborated, directing traffic to one another. He mused that if he stood beside those popular influencers, he could bring in hundreds of viewers. Well, shall we give it a try? Bai Yujia felt a surge of excitement at Huang Zhiping's words. Indeed, selling to Cao Dapeng would limit them to 5 yuan per gene, but selling directly to online customers could fetch them 9 yuan per gene. With such a significant profit margin, how could she resist? After all, trying it out wouldn't cost them anything. With this thought, the couple tidied themselves up and rode their motorcycle towards their orchard. In a clandestine manner, Huang Zhiping crafted an advertisement using a cardboard sign. On their journey, the couple encountered Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue, who were live streaming amidst the orchard. Bai Yujia swiftly activated her phone, directing the camera towards Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue. Meanwhile, Huang Zhiping nonchalantly strolled nearby, brandishing his sign bearing his wife's Douyin account, feigning an inspection of the fruit upon the trees. As anticipated, it did not take long for a considerable audience to be drawn into the live stream. Are you from Hongshu Village as well? I must say, from a third-person perspective, Mianman looks quite lovely. I told you she wasn't using beauty filters, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you see, right? Haha. Doesn't it feel a bit like eavesdropping on a juicy scoop? Chapter 189. A joyful announcement from mother to Meichi Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue, too. Noticed that someone was secretly filming them. However, upon realizing that it was merely the villagers of Hongshu Village, they did not mind at all and even waved cheerfully at Bai Yujia's phone. On the other hand, Huang Zhiping and Bai Yujia were exhilarated as they watched the number of viewers in their live stream surge dramatically. Initially, they approached this endeavor with a tentative spirit. But to their astonishment, thousands of viewers had flooded in within mere minutes. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, and they struggled to keep up. Little did they know that within Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman's live stream, the audience numbered over 100,000. A few thousand viewers were but a mere drop in the ocean, having no discernible impact. Taking a deep breath, Huang Zhiping quickly smiled and said, Dear friends, let me introduce ourselves. We are also fruit farmers from Hongshu Village, and our shrimp pond is adjacent to Cao Dapeng's home. If anyone wishes to purchase our delicious baba gan, feel free to place your orders here, and we will ship them to you promptly. Huang Zhiping thought to himself that with so many people tuning in, surely they could sell some fruit. No sooner had he spoken than comments began to flood the live stream. It turned out that others were also there to sell fruit, all from Hongshu Village. They remarked on how delicious the baba gan from their side was and expressed their support for the next order. Hey, streamer, why don't you feature the little yellow cart? One commented. Exactly. Without the little yellow cart, how can one even attempt live commerce? The mention of the little yellow cart left Huang Zhiping and Bai Yujia exchanging puzzled glances. Although they were familiar with live streaming, this was their first foray into selling products online, and they were completely at a loss. They had thought it would be a simple task. Yet despite searching through the live stream interface, they could not find the location of the little yellow cart. Eventually, their viewers informed them that to activate the little yellow cart, one must possess a business license. As mere villagers, they had no such credentials. In resignation, the couple decided to end the live stream. Without the ability to sell products, their broadcasting served no purpose and only wasted bandwidth. Zhiping, live commerce is too troublesome. Perhaps we should just sell directly to Cao Dapeng. Earning a little less is still worthwhile. Bai Yujia suggested, looking at Huang Zhiping. What is so troublesome about it? Huang Zhiping scoffed, gazing at his wife. You saw the viewer count. There were 5,000 people watching. Even if just 500 placed orders, we could earn a substantial amount. Why not seize this easy money? It's just a business license, after all. I know someone who specializes in this. I've heard it can be obtained for just 200 yuan. I'll inquire about it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Cao Dapeng's courtyard, villagers had gathered in throngs to deliver goods. The sheer volume of people was overwhelming. Even with a Fu and a Xiang called in to assist, they struggled to keep up. Come on, Uncle Yulin, Here are your 200 pounds. This is 1,000 yuan. Please confirm. Uncle Guiping, your 100 pounds. 500 yuan. Afyu is responsible for inspecting the quality of the fruits, while Xiang handles the weighing. In the midst of them sits Cao Dapeng, who promptly calculates the payments for the villagers as soon as the weight is announced. On this first day, many villagers, hearing that the price is 5 yuan per kilogram, find it hard to believe. They each gather a portion of the fruit from their orchards and bring it to Cao Dapeng for a trial. To their astonishment, Cao Dapeng keeps his word and truly purchases their pomelo at 5 yuan per kilogram. This news brings immense joy to the villagers of Hongshu village, as they realize they could earn at least double this year. Dapeng is a good lad. He earns money and does not forget to share the prosperity with us. Indeed, while he may have been carefree before, he is now genuinely good to us. Glancing at the money on their phones, the villagers leave with smiles, eager to gather more fruit before nightfall, determined to seize this rare opportunity. Hey, Dapeng, look at the size of my fruits. At that moment, a plump woman pushes a small cart of pomelo to Cao Dapeng's doorstep, her face beaming with eagerness. Afyu and Xiang, who were about to inspect and weigh the fruits, pause in unison, turning their attention to Cao Dapeng. The newcomer is none other than Ho Guilan, who almost became Cao Dapeng's mother-in-law. Over the past few months, Ho Guilan has come to terms with reality. Although she feels a bit resentful, it is of no consequence. Upon hearing that Cao Dapeng is purchasing pomelo at 5 yuan per kilogram, her emotions become quite complex. While other places only offer 3 yuan, the price here is enticing. Yet the memories of her previous encounters with Cao Dapeng make her reluctant to approach him. Watching the villagers, fruit basket after fruit basket being delivered to Cao Dapeng's home, and seeing them return with cheerful smiles, she can no longer resist. She gathers a small cart of pomelo from her orchard and, mustering her courage, heads to Cao Dapeng's house. Well, not bad. Cao Dapeng seems to overlook Ho Guilan, glancing briefly at the pomelo before addressing Aftu and Xiang. You two, stop dawdling and get to work. Aftu and Xiang, momentarily taken aback, realize that Cao Dapeng is serious and begin to inspect and weigh the fruits. The quality is indeed beyond reproach. In total, it amounts to 120 kilograms. Cao Dapeng promptly transfers 600 yuan to Ho Guilan. In business, every visitor is a guest. He possesses such magnanimity. Moreover, he knows he can earn a considerable profit by reselling this haul, so why not accept it? Seeing Cao Dapeng even accepting fruits from Ho Guilan, the other villagers feel reassured and smile as they step forward to supply their goods. Thank you, thank you, Ho Guilan exclaims joyfully after receiving the 600 yuan, nodding her gratitude before happily making her way home. She had anticipated public humiliation from Cao Dapeng, but to her surprise, he possesses such a broad-mindedness. Her worries were unfounded. However, the area of fruit orchards at her home is limited, yielding an average of merely 1,000 pounds of fruit annually. Even at a price of $5 per pound, the profit is minimal. Yet, her son-in-law's family possesses a considerable expanse of orchards. Given that he has already purchased from her family, it stands to reason that he would also procure from her son-in-law's. Moreover, Lu Hao is a classmate of his. As she walked home, Ho Guilan pondered silently. Such a favorable price of $5 per pound must not be overlooked. With this thought, she promptly called her daughter, Lin Meiqi. Hello, Meiqi, listen to me. Don't rush to sell your pomelos. Cao Dapeng is also buying, she said. Isn't Cao Dapeng a fisherman? Why is he buying pomelos now? Lin Meiqi was momentarily taken aback by her mother's call. She had not anticipated that Cao Dapeng would suddenly transform into a fruit vendor. However, she was puzzled by her mother's intentions. Knowing well that she and Cao Dapeng had parted ways, why would she suggest selling fruit to him? Wasn't he that rather awkward? While she was lost in thought, her mother's voice broke through. Are you foolish? Cao Dapeng is buying at $5 per pound. With the abundance of pomelos you have, you could earn several thousand more. Why not sell to him? Lin Meiqi, taken aback, felt a sudden shift in her expression. Chapter 190. Selling at $2.50 per pound. Will you buy? Mom, what did you say? Cao Dapeng is buying the pomelos at $5 a pound. Lin Meiqi asked incredulously. Isn't he just a money-grubbing fool? $5 a pound, how can he possibly profit from that? He has hired 2 popular online influencers. Why should you worry? Huang Guilan rolled her eyes and replied to her daughter, I've told you everything you need to know. While the price remains stable, you should sell quickly. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone forever. Lin Meiqi remained silent, contemplating. Huang Guilan furrowed her brows and inquired, Why are you so quiet? Is it a matter of pride? In this day and age, how much is pride worth? If you deliver them right to his doorstep, surely he will accept them. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Meiqi finally spoke. Mom, you don't know. Just 2 hours ago, Lu Hao sold all the pomelos to Bai Yushan. The remaining ones aren't even ripe yet. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Guilin was rendered speechless. Despite her hurried efforts, she had ultimately missed the opportunity. Lu Hao. With all those pomelos, why the rush to sell? Meanwhile, Lu Hao, having collected $20,000, approached Lin Meiqi with an air of triumph. Meiqi, guess how much our pomelos sold for? His uncle had once served as the village chief and had contracted a considerable amount of fruit orchards in previous years. With the orchards thriving and the fruits ripening quickly, Lu Hao immediately brought Bai Yushan to his family's orchards upon hearing of the buyer's arrival. Knowing that this year's purchasing price was low, $2.50 was already quite favorable, especially since they had a large quantity to sell. How much? Lin Meiqi asked flatly, just after hanging up the phone. $20,000. Lu Hao gleefully waved his phone, stating, I've already transferred it to our bank account. We can save it for the long term. Lin Meiqi remained unresponsive. Lu Hao noticed her lack of enthusiasm and asked, Meiqi, why do you appear so unhappy? Lin Meiqi shook her head and sighed. It's nothing, just that my mom called. Cao Dapeng is also buying pomelos at $5 a pound. We're selling at $2.50. We're losing half. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's demeanor changed dramatically. The price of $5 a pound was exorbitant for fruit farmers, and within just a few days, this news spread widely. Even villagers from neighboring areas began bringing their pomelos to sell to Cao Dapeng. Cao Dapeng suddenly found himself overwhelmed with business. Initially, he intended to focus only on transactions within Hongshu village, but to his surprise, the demand surged. If this trend continued, he estimated he wouldn't be able to sell out until next month. Moreover, although the live streams hosted by Han Jiangxue and Li Mianman attracted significant traffic, their purchasing power was limited. After approximately 8 or 9 days, the volume of orders began to decline sharply. Fortunately, the pomelos from Hongshu village were sold out, prompting Cao Dapeng to announce the termination of his purchasing plan. Upon hearing this news, many villagers couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had I known that Cao Dapeng would collect so swiftly, I should have sold my produce much earlier. Now, with a price of 5 yuan per jean, not everyone can afford such an expense. In their helplessness, they are left with no choice but to sell their papaya oranges to fruit vendors like Bai Yushan. After all, papaya oranges are a perishable fruit. If not sold promptly, they will rot on the ground. Dapeng, look at all the papaya oranges I have left. Why don't you take them all? Huang Zhiping had just loaded a cart full of freshly picked papaya oranges and brought it to Cao Dapeng's doorstep. Wearing a pleading expression, these past few days, he had painstakingly obtained a business license, preparing to start his own live stream sales. Yet he never anticipated that Cao Dapeng's live stream would abruptly end. Previously, he had relied on traffic from Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue. But now that the popular influencers have ceased their broadcasts, where could he possibly draw viewers from? In his desperation, Huang Zhiping resorted to bringing his fruits to Cao Dapeng's door. The circumstances were unfavorable. With no market for his fruits, he had no choice but to seek Dapeng's assistance. My apologies, Uncle Zhiping. We have halted all purchases here. If only you had come sooner. Cao Dapeng chuckled at Huang Zhiping's distressed demeanor. He was well aware of Huang Zhiping's intentions. He had seen him during the live stream a few days prior. How amusing it was that he thought he could still ride on the coattails of Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue's popularity, only to find himself in this predicament. Did he genuinely believe that anyone could effortlessly sell products? Oh dear, I don't have many papaya oranges left at home. Why not purchase these? It would be such a shame for all this fruit to go to waste. Huang Zhiping bowed and scraped, even offering a cigarette to Cao Dapeng. However, Dapeng declined, approaching Huang Zhiping's tricycle and casually picking a papaya orange, only to find it overly ripe, shaking his head in resignation. Uncle Zhiping, it's not that I am unwilling to assist. Your papaya oranges are nearly spoiled. I cannot buy them if I cannot sell them. How about this? I will purchase a few hundred jean at 2 yuan 50 per jean. If you agree, I will take them. If not, I am afraid I cannot help. Cao Dapeng shrugged and said calmly. Although Li Mianman and Han Jiangxue had stopped their broadcasts, there were still several orders that needed to be fulfilled. If he could select some quality fruit, it would be satisfactory. As for the remaining fruit, given that the squid strips had been delayed in shipping for quite some time, sending out some as an apology could be an option. Of course, Cao Dapeng could only manage a few hundred jean. Anything beyond that would result in a loss. He would not engage in unprofitable ventures. Several hundred jean. Huang Zhiping was at a loss for words. With so many papaya oranges at home, selling them for 2 yuan 50 was one thing, but only a few hundred jean? What about the rest? Forget it. I'll just sell them to my brother-in-law. Without further ado, Huang Zhiping disregarded Cao Dapeng and drove his tricycle to his brother-in-law Bai Yushan's house. After all, Bai Yushan was family, and he might manage to sell them for 3 yuan per jean. Yushan, weigh my papaya oranges. Huang Zhiping exclaimed directly to Bai Yushan. ISNT that my brother-in-law? Bai Yushan smiled. albeit with a hint of coldness in his expression. He cast a glance at the papaya oranges in Huang Jiping's vehicle and shook his head in resignation. Brother-in-law, what has become of your papaya oranges? If you sell them to me, who am I supposed to sell them to? He continued. Huang Jiping? Don't get too self-satisfied. Hurry up and pack them away. Yet, Bai Yushan persisted in shaking his head, declaring the quality was too poor and no one would want them. How about this? 2 yuan per pound. If you agree, I shall assist you in selling them without profit. If you refuse, I am afraid I cannot help. Internally, he scoffed, recalling how indifferent Huang had been when he was collecting fruits earlier. Now that Cao Dapeng had ceased purchasing papaya oranges, Huang sought him out again. What does he take me for? Chapter 191. The threat from Jiegu when Huang Jiping returned to Hongshu village, driving his rickety 3-wheeled vehicle. His expression was as dark as coal, as though someone owed him a substantial sum of money. Just then, Bai Yujie, who had just returned from playing cards, noticed the empty cargo bed of her husband's vehicle and felt a flicker of joy. Had all the fruits been sold? Huang Jiping nodded. Yes. With anticipation, Bai Yujie inquired. How much did you sell them for in total? Huang Jiping, sensing his wife's unwavering gaze upon him, gritted his teeth and replied, Consider your dear younger brother. When we bought the vehicle, we borrowed a considerable amount from him. And now, do you know how much he paid us for our papaya oranges? A mere $2.50. What an ungrateful wretch. Should he seek my assistance again, I shall not oblige. What? Only $2.50? Upon hearing this, Bai Yujie's expression mirrored his pain. Pointing an accusing finger at Huang Jiping, she scolded, How dare you blame my brother? Just a few days ago, he asked you to sell them, and you refused, back when they were worth $3. I suggested you sell to Cao Dapeng. Yet you were too preoccupied with your own live-streaming endeavors. Now, look where we are, stuck with the papaya oranges, and you dare to blame my brother? Huang Jiping huffed. I was merely trying to earn a bit more. During the typhoon, the fish in the shrimp pond suffered significant losses. I was counting on the papaya oranges to bring in a good profit, but who could have anticipated that after all my efforts, I would only manage to sell them at a standard price? In the vast expanse of Hongshu village, no one has earned less than I have. Reflecting on this, Huang Jiping felt a surge of frustration, and Bai Yujie's mood was equally dismal. The two exchanged piercing glares, and soon enough, they found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng had been busy for over 10 days, and finally, the matters concerning the papaya oranges reached a conclusion. The squid strips produced by his brother and sister-in-law returned to a state of normalcy. Accompanied by a Fu and a Xiang, Cao Dapeng resumed his fishing endeavors. As the new year dawned, the weather turned a bit chilly, with the sea breeze prompting involuntary shivers. Fortunately, under Cao Dapeng's guidance, their voyage was remarkably smooth. With the onset of colder weather, fish schools began their migration southward, and Cao Dapeng's fishing boat followed suit, venturing far afield. In addition to the previously caught sea bass and yellow croaker, they managed to haul in a significant number of red crabs. Typically, the red crabs become particularly plump after October, but at this moment, they were at their most delectable. Thanks to their good fortune, Cao Dapeng and his crew netted over 100 pounds. As soon as the fishing vessel docked at the pier, the waiting fishmongers surged forward. Boss Cao. Long time no see. My goodness, you have red crabs. I'll take some. Only Cao's catches possess such high quality. I want 100 pounds of those fish. The fishmongers beamed with delight, eagerly collecting the catches while transferring the money to Cao Dapeng. During the past few days, Cao Dapeng had been preoccupied with selling papaya oranges and had not gone out to sea for fishing, causing considerable anxiety among the fishmongers. As the saying goes, goods must be compared to know their worth. Ever since they witnessed the impressive catch of Cao Dapeng, these few bosses have shown little interest in other fishermen's yields. As long as Cao Dapeng refrains from resuming operations, they find themselves unable to procure any fish. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent, at long last. Boss Cao has returned to his trade. Just look at the splendid haul he has. Each fish is larger than the last, and they appear utterly delectable. Within less than half an hour, the fruits of Cao Dapeng's labor were sold out completely. Afu, Xiang, it's time to head home and rest. With a grand gesture, Cao Dapeng signaled for Afu and Xiang to return to Hongshu village for a respite. However, at that moment, 2 vans unexpectedly halted before the trio. A dozen burly middle-aged men lined up, blocking their path. Who the hell are you? Afu, preparing to fetch the vehicle, was abruptly shoved by one of them. Inciting his ire, Cao Dapeng furrowed his brow and quickly pulled Afu close. Aha, isn't this Boss Cao? Just then, a man with a buzz cut and a gold chain approached, hands in pockets, scrutinizing Cao Dapeng from head to toe. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Yunjie, and they all call me Brother Jie. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Cao Dapeng. Sorry, I don't smoke. Cao Dapeng maintained a calm demeanor and declined the offer. He had indeed heard of Chen Yunjie, reputed to be the captain of the local fishing fleet, a name recognized by many fishermen. However, he seemed to have been away at sea recently. Why had he suddenly come looking for him today? Oh, Chen Yunjie replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette for himself and casting a sidelong glance at Cao Dapeng. So you're Cao Dapeng. I've heard you're quite the fisherman. Your catches have made it difficult for other brothers to sell their fish. In this business, we should all prosper together. What is your take on that? Cao Dapeng shrugged and replied with a scoff. Brother Jia, your reasoning is flawed. When fishing at sea, each relies on their own abilities. The principle of the more you work, the more you earn holds true. The fish I catch through my own efforts cannot possibly hinder anyone else. He spread his hands in exasperation. Besides, I haven't even fished for days. Even if I were to fish daily, with so many boats in this harbor, how could my small vessel have any significant impact? Oh, quite the debater, aren't you? Chen Yunjie raised an eyebrow at Cao Dapeng. With a swift motion, he discarded the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground and said in a deep voice, but our market here is limited. When fishmongers buy your catch, they can't purchase from others. Your prices are similar to everyone else's. How can others make a profit? Cao Dapeng shrugged, unwilling to engage further. Let us put it this way. Chen Yunjie sighed, looking at Cao Dapeng. Brother Jia isn't unreasonable. You have a point in this business. It's all about individual capability. He smiled and continued, Brother, would you dare to venture out to sea? How about we play a little game? Should you emerge victorious, everything shall remain unchanged. I assure you, none shall provoke you. However, should I prevail, you must join our ranks, and wherever the bountiful fish are found, we shall prosper together. A game, you say? Cao Dapeng was taken aback, yet his curiosity was piqued as he inquired, what are the rules? Chen Yunjie, accompanied by such a multitude, had initially anticipated a confrontation with these ruffians, only to discover they sought a contest instead. Quite simple, Chen Yunjie replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the open sea and select a location to dive. Each of us shall wield a spear gun, and within the span of 1 hour, the one who catches the most fish shall claim victory. The days of brawls and threats of violence are antiquated. Chen Yunjie preferred civilized methods. In his daily dealings with conflicts, he typically employed similar approaches. After all, earning a livelihood through fishing is no easy feat, particularly for those who venture into distant waters where encounters with foreign fishermen are common. The essence of unity is paramount. He abides by the principle of not turning against one's own. Fishing requires not only courage but also skill. Should Cao Dapeng indeed best him, it would signify that he is a person of considerable ability, earning the respect of all. Fishing in the sea, you say? Cao Dapeng responded, amused, as if it were an invitation to deliver a slap to his own face. With a shrug, he replied, no problem, just name the time. Recently, having caught numerous delectable fish, Cao Dapeng had already sensed the envy from his peers. He understood that this challenge was inevitable, and rather than face complications later, it was better to resolve it promptly. In a parallel universe, please refrain from drawing real-world parallels. Chapter 192. Undersea Fishing. Brother Dapeng, this is too perilous. Should we not consider alerting the authorities? Dapeng, Jiegu and his crew are not to be trifled with. Are you truly prepared to confront them? As they observed Chen Yunjie departing with his entourage, Afu and Axiang exchanged glances filled with trepidation. They never anticipated that Dapeng, after much effort to acquire a fishing vessel for his livelihood, would attract the attention of someone like Chen Yunjie. Do not worry. I perceive Jiegu as a rather reasonable individual, Dapeng shrugged, addressing the two. You need not accompany me tomorrow. I shall handle this myself. Ultimately, to thrive in fishing, this hurdle must be surmounted. After years of economic growth, monopolies have emerged in every sector. It is not merely fishing. Even those who operate supermarkets or restaurants must often pay homage to the powers that be to remain afloat. Dapeng had initially envisioned a life of ease, fishing with Afu and Axiang, but it now seemed increasingly unrealistic. Wherefore such words? Brother Dapeng, we are brethren. If you encounter trouble, can we truly stand aside? Indeed. You included us when it came to making money. How can we abandon you in times of strife? Afu and Axiang's expressions darkened as they insisted. We must accompany you tomorrow. Very well, Dapeng relented, shrugging. However, this matter is strictly between the three of us. Do not breathe a word to my elder brother and sister-in-law. Afu and Axiang nodded in understanding. The following day, before dawn, Dapeng took Afu and Axiang to the dock. Upon their arrival, they beheld a fleet of fishing boats nearby, one of which stood out with its imposing presence. Ah, quite punctual. Come aboard. Captain Chen Yunjie had been waiting on the deck for some time. Upon seeing Dapeng and his companions, he smiled slightly and beckoned them over. Dapeng, undeterred, led Afu and Axiang onto the vessel. Quite courageous, indeed. The youth are spirited. When Jiegu was starting out, I was yet unaware of what he was up to. Today promises to be quite the spectacle. On the deck, In addition to Chun Yunjia, several local captains stood behind him, their expressions rife with mockery as they regarded the newcomers. To them, Chun Yunjia was a seasoned mariner, adept not only at navigating various fishing vessels but also at deep-sea angling and even spearfishing. In their eyes, Dapeng was merely a fortunate novice who had recently purchased a boat, far from being Jieji's equal. As the fishermen remained busy with their own boats, they did not board this vessel. With a wave of Chun Yunjia's hand, the fleet of fishing boats followed closely behind his larger vessel, embarking on a grand voyage into the depths of the ocean. Throughout the journey, there was little exchange between Cao Dapeng and Chun Yunjia. He noticed that Chun Yunjia was intently observing the nearby sea surface. It was not until their fishing vessel reached a particular area that Chun Yunjia turned to Cao Dapeng and inquired with a smile, "Dapeng, what do you think of this stretch of water?" Cao Dapeng surveyed the surroundings and noticed numerous golden symbols floating beneath the surface, though they seemed to hold little value. One could surmise that there were formations akin to coral reefs below. While there were plenty of fish, it appeared that none were particularly significant. Shaking his head, he articulated his assessment. "Ah, you do possess a certain skill," Chun Yunjia remarked, casting a surprised glance at Cao Dapeng. Having spent many years at sea, he was well versed in the fish populations of various waters, knowledge accumulated solely through experience. Yet, Cao Dapeng, as far as he knew, had only recently acquired the fishing vessel, less than a month ago, yet he had discerned the fish conditions of this area at a glance. This was no trivial matter. It seemed that the young man's ability to catch bountiful yields was not merely a stroke of luck. Chun Yunjia gestured for the vessel to continue its course. In a short while, they arrived at another stretch of water. Once again, Chun Yunjia turned to Cao Dapeng, asking, "What do you think of this one?" Cao Dapeng replied, "While the catch may not be plentiful here, the fish appear to be larger, making it suitable for hunting." Intriguing. Chun Yunjia's eyes brightened, and he silently resolved that regardless of the outcome of this competition, he must forge a friendship with Cao Dapeng. He stood gracefully and said, "In that case, let us compete here. What do you think?" Cao Dapeng rose as well, responding, "As the host wishes." "Very well, let us prepare." Chun Yunjia nodded and turned to change into his diving suit in the cabin. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng equipped himself thoroughly, finding a spot to don his gear. When they re-emerged before the others, they were both fully clad, even their eyes shielded by goggles. They were equipped not only with oxygen tanks and spear guns, but also with a sizable fish bag to store any catches. For safety, the crew secured ropes to both Cao Dapeng and Chun Yunjia. Additionally, specialized locators and professional camera equipment were affixed to their gear. This way, should they encounter any difficulties underwater, the crew could promptly detect their situation and initiate a rescue. Competitions aside, the preservation of life was paramount. Observing the equipment, Cao Dapeng could not help but marvel. It was undeniable that the gear brought by Han Jiangxue had been quite advanced, yet Chun Yunjia's equipment was even more specialized. "Are you ready?" Chun Yunjia asked with a smile. "If you have any second thoughts, now is the time." Cao Dapeng shrugged. "I'm not one to easily back down." "Very well then." Chun Yunjia turned to his companion, a Chong, and instructed, "You will be responsible for timing. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, do not disturb our hunt." "No problem, Brother Jia." A Chong, a tall and robust man, responded with a hearty smile. He even took out his phone to check the time. As Chun Yunjia and Cao Dapeng prepared themselves, he initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the final word spoken, Chun Yunjia and Cao Dapeng leaped off the side of the boat, plunging into the tumultuous sea. In that instant, everyone aboard the vessel trembled with anticipation. The underwater environment was intricate, fraught with uncertainties. It was unclear what challenges Chun Yunjia and Cao Dapeng would face. Contemplating this, the captains gathered closely around a Chong, their gazes fixated on the laptop, eager to witness the images transmitted from the depths below. Chapter 193. Encountering the food chain. The scene on the notebook divided into two halves. On the left was the image of Brother Chun Yunjia diving, while on the right was Cao Dapeng. As the group drew closer, they witnessed Brother Jia swiftly descending into the depths, eventually reaching a seabed strewn with stones. Through Jia's camera, the underwater world vividly unfolded before their eyes. Soon, a kaleidoscope of colorful fish appeared before Jia. With a practiced motion, Jia drew the spear gun from his waist, ignoring the shoals of small fish and shrimp, and instead, directly aimed at a robust grouper. With a swift action, Jia pulled the trigger, and the arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the endless ocean, heading straight for the grouper. The fish, highly alert, sensed the impending danger while foraging and instinctively darted to the side. Just that slight movement allowed it to narrowly evade Jia's shot. Alas, what a pity. So close yet so far. Witnessing this moment, the captains aboard the vessel collectively exclaimed in disappointment. For fishing enthusiasts, nothing is more disheartening than watching a catch slip away. However, considering the complex underwater environment, Such a method of fishing is undoubtedly challenging. Despite their size, the onlookers remained undeterred and continued to observe. Meanwhile, Jia, unfazed and composed at the seabed, acknowledged the grouper's escape and adjusted his course to seek other prey. Fortunately, this area was abundant with fish, and soon Jia spotted a sizable red snapper. Taking a deep breath, he moved slowly closer, and once he confirmed that the snapper was within range, he adjusted his spear gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! This time, the speed was sufficient. By the moment the red snapper reacted, the arrow had already pierced through its body, leaving it to thrash helplessly in the water. Jia chuckled and swiftly swam over, yanking the arrow from the snapper and placing the fish into his catch bag. Upon witnessing this, the crew on the boat erupted in cheers. Truly impressive. Jia had quickly secured a catch. Excitement surged. Jia's skills were undeniable. I bet Jia will win this time. These captains, who had sought Chen Yunjia's leadership, naturally wished for his victory. With Chen Yunjia being the first to land a fish, the group felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if triumph was already within reach. However, just then, a sharp voice broke the moment. Wow, my brother Dapeng is amazing. Haha, he hit one. Dapeng's aim is impressive. Following the sound, they turned to see A Fu and A Xiang excitedly cheering. They soon realized that on the other side of the screen, Cao Dapeng had also successfully caught a fish. However, in comparison to brother Jia's red snapper, the fish shot by Cao Dapeng was rather modest in size, merely a small mackerel. What was there to boast about? It was simply a stroke of luck. The captain showed little interest in Cao Dapeng, casting scornful remarks his way. Whoosh! Yet, scarcely had they finished their words when, on the screen, Cao Dapeng loosed another arrow. In the next moment, a larger fish not far away was struck by his arrow once more. Although it was still a mackerel, it measured approximately 50 centimeters in length, leaving the onlookers speechless. It is worth noting that the largest specimens of mackerel seldom exceed 60 centimeters, and here was Cao Dapeng, with merely his second shot, hitting a mackerel of about 50 centimeters. If one were to consider luck, then this fellow's fortune seemed extraordinarily favorable indeed. Haha, my brother Dapeng truly possesses skill. Witnessing this, Afu could not help but smile with pride. Ever since boarding brother Jia's boat, both Afu and Xiang had been on edge, fearing that Chen Yunjia's subordinates would act unfavorably towards them. As the competition commenced, they were also anxious that Cao Dapeng might be overshadowed by brother Jia. After all, they were accustomed to sailing with Cao Dapeng, and if he were to lose, they would inevitably have to align themselves with brother Jia, which would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet now, only a brief time had passed, and Cao Dapeng had already struck 2 fish in succession, filling their hearts with joy. The odds of Cao Dapeng emerging victorious in this hunt appeared quite favorable. TCH, what is there to be proud of? Our brother Jia is just as capable. I dare wager that within 5 minutes, brother Jia will surely catch something. Xiang and the others, watching as Cao Dapeng placed the second mackerel into his catch bag, bore expressions tinged with reluctance. Soon, their gazes turned hopeful towards the left screen, anticipating that brother Jia would deliver a surprise. However, in that fleeting moment, brother Jia shot another arrow in vain, allowing a large fish to escape. As for the other fish, their vigilance was heightened as soon as brother Jia approached. They sensed something amiss and swiftly darted away. He hit. My goodness, brother Dapeng has struck again. Just as one fears, so it comes to pass. Amidst the silence of the crowd, a rather irritating shout from Afu broke through. The onlookers shifted their gazes to see Cao Dapeng had moved to another spot and had hit an amberjack. The amberjack, also known as the yellowtail, is rich in DHA, which not only helps prevent cholesterol buildup and vascular hardening, but also plays a significant role in brain health, making it a superb brain food. This fish can grow quite large, with some approaching a meter in length and weighing nearly 30 pounds. The amberjack that Cao Dapeng struck was roughly half a meter long. And even so, it was a remarkable catch. No one could have anticipated that amidst brother Jia's repeated failures, Cao Dapeng would achieve a perfect score, consecutively hitting 3 fish, and aside from the first, all were notably large. How on earth is he accomplishing this? For a moment, the crowd set aside their concerns for their comrade, Jia, and turned their attention to Cao Dapeng instead. They were eager to discern what capabilities this individual possessed. Meanwhile, Cao Dapeng gracefully glided through the depths of the ocean, surrounded by the gentle sounds of flowing water, with schools of fish occasionally passing by. Truth be told, he relished this sensation. The mackerel served as sustenance for the amberjack, and now having captured both mackerel and amberjack, he pondered whether mackerel were indeed the prey of tuna. Could it be that this expanse of sea harbored tuna as well? With a flutter of his eyelashes, hope ignited in his gaze. Tuna, a favored catch among many fishermen, would undoubtedly render his journey worthwhile. However, such fish are substantial in size and possess remarkable speed, making them a formidable quarry. Chapter 194. Completely transformed into a solo show, Cao Dapeng shook his legs, gliding effortlessly through the depths like a fish navigating the ocean floor. Unfortunately, after meandering for 10 minutes, he had yet to encounter the coveted tuna. It seemed he had indulged in wishful thinking. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged the unpredictability of underwater fishing. One could never foresee what awaited in the next moment. As he was competing against Brother Jia, he decided that in the absence of tuna, he might as well catch some other fish to make up the numbers. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a nearby coral reef, where a plump pompano was gracefully swaying its tail as it swam about. The pompano appeared to weigh around 5 to 6 pounds, renowned for its delectable flesh, fetching over 50 yuan per pound. A faint smile graced Cao Dapeng's lips as he took aim without the need for precision, effortlessly pulling the trigger. In the next instant, an arrow sliced through the water, piercing directly into the belly of the pompano. Cao Dapeng swiftly followed, adding another catch to his net. Subsequently, he ceased to be selective. Any fish that came into view was fair game. After all, his specially crafted spear gun boasted an astonishing accuracy rate. In less than 20 minutes, Cao Dapeng had successfully caught 2 sea bass, 3 flounders, and 1 large barracuda, a veritable bonanza. Meanwhile, on the fishing boat, a Chong and his companions were left wide-eyed and speechless. While landing 1 or 2 fish could be attributed to mere luck, the sheer number of catches Cao Dapeng amassed within half an hour, coupled with his near-perfect accuracy, left no room for doubt. He was evidently a master fisherman. Those who ventured out to sea, harboring a keen interest in marine life and catches, found themselves captivated by Cao Dapeng's fishing prowess. Their loyalty to Brother Jia swiftly fading into oblivion. Curiosity piqued. They wondered just how many fish Cao Dapeng could haul in within an hour. On the other hand, Chen Yunjie, who had been wandering the ocean floor, remained oblivious to the fact that his loyal followers scarcely cared for his well-being. He continued to swim forward with his spear gun in hand, diligently observing his surroundings. Upon spotting any potential prey, he would promptly aim and shoot. The complexities of the underwater environment, coupled with the considerable physical exertion required for prolonged stays beneath the surface, made hitting a target a challenge. To increase his odds, he aimed for larger fish, though their swift movements posed a significant risk of escape. More than half an hour had elapsed, and thus far, Chen Yunjie had managed to catch only 3 fish, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. However, he regarded this outcome as perfectly normal, consistent with his usual hunting experiences. Amidst the search, Chen Yunjie suddenly noticed a sizable white pomfret, approximately 5 pounds, seemingly dozing a few meters ahead. Just as he was poised to pull the trigger, the sea stirred, revealing that the pomfret had already been pierced by an arrow. Turning his gaze, he discovered it was none other than Cao Dapeng. One could only wonder how many fish this fellow had caught. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng, Chen Yunjie couldn't help but furrow his brow, curiosity etched on his face. With time still on his side, he quietly trailed behind Cao Dapeng, eager to observe his technique. In a brief moment, Chen Yunjie watched as Cao Dapeng placed the pomfret into his catch bag and then spotted another target. Following Cao Dapeng's gaze, he too discerned a half-meter-long barracuda lurking near the rocks. However, the barracuda was quite clever, concealed between 2 jagged stones with nearby seaweed providing additional cover. It would be difficult to spot, let alone strike. Yet, in such an environment, Cao Dapeng acted without hesitation. In the next instant, he released an arrow, and the half-meter-long barracuda fell victim to his precise shot. What an impressive display! Not far away, Chen Yunjie couldn't help but applaud silently. He was aware of Cao Dapeng's skills, but witnessing them firsthand was a revelation. His prowess was certainly superior to his own. No, it was far beyond his capabilities. Chen Yunjie then noticed the catch bag behind Cao Dapeng was already filled with numerous large fish, while his own bag contained a mere 3. In comparison, he felt utterly defeated. With a sigh, Chen Yunjie resigned himself to the situation, losing interest in hunting. With little time remaining, he found himself more intrigued by Cao Dapeng. Indeed, the thrill of witnessing Cao Dapeng's successful catches surpassed the excitement of his own attempts. Thus, he set aside his spear and silently followed Cao Dapeng, eager to see how many more fish he could ensnare. As a result, through the lens above him, the scenes of Cao Dapeng's hunting exploits appeared vividly on the computer screen. Consequently, when the others on the boat sought to check on Chen Yunjie's fishing performance, they discovered that the screen was predominantly showcasing Cao Dapeng's successful catches. "Look, Brother Jia is also watching Cao Dapeng," exclaimed one. The perspective was exhilarating, amplifying the excitement. They wondered how Brother Jia was faring. Reminded, the group recalled that their captain, Brother Jia, was still submerged. However, they paid little mind to this. As the computer screen split in 2, one side displaying the distant view of Cao Dapeng's fishing, and the other showcasing the close-up of the fish activity ahead. The combination was nothing short of delightful. With all eyes upon him, Cao Dapeng released another arrow. as the crowd followed the direction indicated by the arrow. They soon beheld a fan-shaped ray, which, sensing danger, began to flee. Yet, it was ultimately unable to evade the arrow of Cao Dapeng. Remarkably, he had struck another substantial catch. However, in contrast to the excitement and astonishment of those around him, Cao Dapeng remained unperturbed. Thus far, although he had hit numerous fish, they were merely ordinary ones adorned with the symbol of the renminbi, with not a single noteworthy specimen to his name. Luck seemed to be somewhat lacking for Cao Dapeng today. Suddenly, amidst the shimmering waves, a flash of yellow light caught his attention, instantly captivating him. What on earth? Cao Dapeng couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 195. Longfin tuna not far behind Cao Dapeng, Chen Yunjie observed him floating motionless, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Curiosity compelled him to follow Cao Dapeng's line of sight, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. Goodness, is that a tuna? Spying the massive silhouette a few dozen meters away, Chen Yunjie couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The tuna, rich in protein, is often referred to as the chicken of the sea, celebrated for its exquisite flavor and significant benefits for women's beauty and skin health, while also serving as a tonic for those who frequently burn the midnight oil and strain their livers. Before him swam a yellowish longfin tuna, a relatively smaller species within the tuna family, typically weighing around 20 pounds. Yet this specimen measured an impressive 1.45 meters in length, appearing to weigh at least 70 to 80 pounds. This longfin tuna is a prized ingredient for sushi and is highly sought after. Having spent years engaging in deep-sea fishing, Chen Yunjie knew all too well that due to overfishing, encountering such a large tuna was a rarity, usually only seen in the deep ocean, as they were nearly extinct in coastal waters. He never anticipated that a simple outing could yield such a fortunate encounter with a tuna. His spirits soared with excitement at the sight of the magnificent fish. As an avid fisherman, who could resist the allure of such a catch? He yearned to swim closer, but hesitated, fearing that he might disturb Cao Dapeng and startle the magnificent creature. Thus, despite his eagerness, he remained rooted in place, watching intently to see how Cao Dapeng would act. As if summoned by his anticipation, the longfin tuna suddenly came into view, revealing itself to the eyes of everyone aboard. In that moment, all grievances against Cao Dapeng faded into obscurity, as they collectively hoped he would successfully capture the prized fish. In the midst of their watchful gaze, Cao Dapeng, concealed behind a rock, sprang into action. He swiftly propelled himself toward the tuna, but his movements seemed a tad too forceful. The tuna, already foraging, sensed an imminent threat and hastily darted away in search of safety. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Indeed, such a rare creature was not so easily caught. Nevertheless, undeterred, Cao Dapeng pressed on, accelerating in pursuit of the fish. For within his gaze, he spotted a golden taiji symbol floating upon the tuna's form. This symbol, imbued with potent abilities, could merge seamlessly with the body, and among all the symbols, it was this particular one that Cao Dapeng cherished most. It had been some time since he had encountered such a symbol, and today, he was determined to seize it. Yet, the tuna's speed was remarkable, and despite Cao Dapeng's increased efforts, a considerable distance remained between them. To Chen Yunjie and the others aboard, this scene mirrored the futile attempts of Hui shooting down the suns, an exercise in futility. Nevertheless, Chen Yunjie swam with all his might, hoping to witness whether Cao Dapeng could indeed catch up to the elusive tuna. Regrettably, his physical strength began to wane, and in a short span of time, he was left far behind by Cao Dapeng. However, on the notebook screen aboard the vessel, the sight of that tuna remained ever present. Almost everyone held their breath. The distance was closing. Astonishingly, Cao Dapeng swam with remarkable speed. As the crowd focused intently, with the gap between Cao Dapeng and the tuna narrowing, he hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger without a second thought. For Cao Dapeng, once the prey entered the range, the ensuing events required no further concern on his part. As expected, with his arrow released, it struck the tuna's body, inflicting a grievous wound. Yet, due to its massive size, the fish continued to propel itself forward. The arrow, however, became the tether between it and Cao Dapeng as it swam ahead. It inadvertently dragged him along. It was only when the tuna exhausted its strength that Cao Dapeng drew near, first ensnaring the fish with a net before extracting the arrow. With a soft pop, as their bodies connected, a golden light surged into him. When listening ear, not only can one hear sounds from 1,000 miles away, but also the innermost thoughts of all beings, 3 times a day, with focus. The wind listening ear. Cao Dapeng was initially taken aback, but his joy soon followed. Indeed, the rewards of the Tai Chi diagram did not disappoint him. In this treacherous world, being able to discern the thoughts of others would serve as a safeguard against deception. This ability was far more convenient than the previous one that merely compelled honesty. Contemplating this, Cao Dapeng held his breath and sharpened his senses. Instantly, a multitude of voices, like a flowing stream, flooded into his ears. Run. Someone is hunting fish. That human is so formidable. Hurry. What a close call. I escaped the tuna's bullying. These were the voices of the underwater fish. Cao Dapeng found himself both amused and perplexed. It seemed that the wind-listening ear had its merits, although at times, the clarity of sound could be overwhelming, making it rather noisy. Incredibly, Cao Dapeng had indeed struck the tuna. Remarkable. I am truly impressed. Even Jie Ge could not keep up. His previous speed was astonishing. Soon after, Cao Dapeng heard more voices. Clearly, these sounds emanated from the people aboard the ship. It dawned on him that everyone was watching him catch the tuna. And even Chen Yunjie was right behind him. He turned to glance back, only to see nothing but seawater and fish. Chen Yunjie was nowhere in sight. However, following the sound, he swam back several meters and finally spotted a slowly moving figure. Upon seeing Cao Dapeng, the figure paused momentarily before desperately swimming toward him. When the person beheld the colossal creature in Cao Dapeng's net, sheer delight washed over him, and he immediately gave Cao Dapeng a thumbs up. Soon, Chen Yunjie gestured for them to return. After all, Cao Dapeng had caught an impressive number of fish, each weighing at least a few pounds, resulting in a considerable total weight. Transporting such a heavy load was no trivial task. With a nod of agreement, Cao Dapeng, aided by Chen Yunjie, began to drag the catch together, gliding towards the surface of the sea. Before long, as they emerged from the water with their burdens, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers and applause of the fishermen aboard the vessel.